Hi, this video is a compilation of 50 episodes of Obscure DOS Games series, and it will feature 500 games that were either not popular or very little known. So, if you love DOS and want to see what you've missed, keep on watching. Spycraft the Great Game is just that. A great, underrated and often overlooked game. Basically speaking, it's an adventure title depicting attempted assassination of the President of the United States and CIA and KGB's attempts to save him. While it's not endorsed by either of the organizations, the game focuses a lot on realism and even features former directors of both agencies playing themselves. So CIA's William Colby and KGB's Major General Oleg Kalugin. You're Torn, a rookie CIA agent, and you learn that Russian presidential candidate has been assassinated by a rogue former CIA agent codenamed Harmonica. You'll quickly realize that American president is at Harmonica's crosshair too, and henceforth you'll travel the world meeting many people and gathering clues to prevent the killing and stop potential future international conflict. While Spycraft is largely linear in its narrative design, following the FMV storyline and occasionally offering you puzzles and challenges to solve, nearing the end it will branch out a little, providing two alternate endings. Most FMV games were garbage, and yeah, you heard it here first. They either used FMV as a graphical gimmick to lure players in to purchase often dull or badly designed titles, offering so-called next-gen visuals and no substance. But there were also those that stick out that were better and offered something more, a genuinely good story, interesting mechanic or puzzles. Under a Killing Moon and Phantasmagoria are great examples of the latter. And Spycraft, believe it or not, is really good too. So if you're into FMV adventures, this one's as good as they come. It features interesting and believable story, pretty decent acting and fun puzzles. Give it a go. Blackthorn is a side-view action platformer very similar to Flashback, but focused more on fun and bloody combat rather than puzzling. Story-wise, after 20 years on Earth, you have to come back to your home planet Tool to save it from evil villain Sarlacc's clutches. Armed with just a shotgun, you're a one-man army on a mission to do just that. Soon enough, you'll come across other weapons and items that can come handy in this quest one way or another. So, you'll be fighting off hordes of evil aliens, saving hostages and solving simple puzzles. I really like the cover mechanic where you and enemies as well really can hide in the background layer to avoid getting shot. It introduces a lot of tactics to otherwise simple shooting gameplay, and makes it feel deeper than your typical run and gunners are. The game's rather gory, so I obviously loved it back in the day, but the fact that it runs real well, looks great and plays awesome adds a lot to the fun factor. It never reached heights of popularity of Prince of Persia or Flashback, even though it should, as for me at least it was always more engaging title than they were. If you've never had a chance to experience it, this one's a no-brainer and a lot of fun that should have been much more popular than it was. Track it down, load it up and get lost in hours of cool alien blasting. Tongue of the Fat Man, aka Fatman, aka Mondus Fight Palace, aka Slaughter Sport, is a game with more titles than it deserved. One was enough really. Anyway, it's a late 80s versus fighting game with a gimmick. Said gimmick being the fact that you choose not between the specific named characters, but between their races. So there's humanoids, cyber droids, cryoplasts, amazoids, biohuskers, razors, mammoths, Pathians, celluloids, and lastly, colonoids. Origin of the name of that last race is not something that I'd ever want to learn, even though you can read those in-game. I'd rather let your imagination wander, or more likely, let your imagination forget about the name altogether. Each of the races have their own unique 15 basic moves and one special, and all play a little different. You start with only 3 to choose from, but as you progress through the game defeating certain races, they will be unlocked to be picked for the future encounters. The final boss is the titular Fatman named Mondu, whose special ability is so-called Tongue Lash, where his belly opens up and sprawls a tongue twig that jabs the enemy. So you. Despite him being the last character you play against in a single player, he's not as hard as some of the earlier ones can be. So yeah, that's 80s game design at its finest. But wait, that's not all. There are 24 different items in the game and they can be purchased between matches for money earned fighting or for wagering the fights, and up to 4 of these can be taken into the ring. Each of them is a singular use only, but they can easily make or break the game. Tongue of the Fat Man features 3 bars for each player, one for health, one for crowd favor, and most important one, the red, for those noobs who try to complete fighting games with just one move. In short, if you try to spam the same technique, it will decrease it and at some point the attack will do just a tiny fraction of original damage. So you have to mix them up and not only rely on 1 or 2 moves. You can lose 3 times, it will cost you $100 to revive, but after 3rd that's it and you're down forever. Tongue of the Fat Man is easily one of the weirdest versus fighting games I've ever seen, and definitely a title fans of the genre should play at least once. Lexicross was probably one of, if not the most unusually designed game of 1991 when it released, and also among titles in this very video. For all intents and purposes, it's a futuristic TV game show with gameplay elements borrowed from Scrabble, Wheel of Fortune and Battleship. Saying that the gameplay itself is odd is an understatement, but it's interesting, and when you get used to it, it's actually quite entertaining. Each player or player and CPU has a grid of hidden tiles that conceal various words. They take turns revealing said tiles in attempt to uncover letters or bonuses. Alternatively, players may spin the wheel to guess a letter. Whoever manages to form a complete sentence first wins. The gameplay idea may sound bizarre, but after a round or two becomes clear, and playing against a friend is really fun, provided that they enjoy word games, that is. Oh, and there's over 600 puzzles in Lexicross, so you'll not get bored with it fast. Mines of Titan is an early turn-based tactical role-playing game by then widely unknown Westwood Associates, that still had few more years to go before they would become a household name with their Command & Conquer series. Mines of Titan is an enhanced remake of an earlier 664 game, Mars Saga. It's longer, features some new storylines, creatures, and its locations are moved from Mars to Titan. Duh. Cities and maps layout look identical, however. It takes place in the year 2261, when humans have long been colonizing the inner solar system and are about to finish terraforming Titan, Saturn's largest moon. You're Tom Jetland, as opposed to Tom Jet Takeoff. And due to an unforeseen event you crash land on Titan. With no means of transport and no money, you must find a way to get off this god-forsaken rock. So to raise funds, you must search for and recruit characters for your party to explore and survive in the unforgiving world of Titan. You train and develop your character and his companions by upgrading over 20 different skills, which all come in handy in both side and main missions. Quests themselves revolve around mysteries of Titan, uncovering vast conspiracies and telling the fate of disappeared Prosecinium colony. Other than that, you'll obviously need to raise enough credits to pay for a safe passage of Titan. Many of the enemies you'll encounter have special abilities, so the combat is quite tactical, with you planning your attacks and how to respond to enemies if they can't be counteracted beforehand at all. Interestingly enough, Mines of Titan is one of the few early role-playing games that gave you a complete freedom of choice when it comes to who to attack. You can go for the innocent and poor if you like, as much as you can aim high and try your luck with the police, because they drop one of the most powerful armors in the game, so it may end up being worth the risk. Mines of Titan is an interesting if overlooked game that should have gotten at least a bit more attention than it did. There is more unusual about ZZT than there's usual about it. That sentence did not make much sense, but it correctly describes how I feel about the game, as it's not going to be an easy one to explain. ZZT is an action-adventure puzzle game, but it's also seemingly unlimited object-oriented programming and scripting-based game creation system, all rolled into one, and all in simple color ASCII graphics. You control a smiley face in different grid-based levels where you have to solve puzzles and battle various creatures in one of 4 worlds filled with single-screen stages to the brim. You'll interact with objects like bombs, scrolls, ammo, torches and keys among others to solve all levels and reach the end of the game. ZZT is viewed from a top-down perspective, and objects can be interacted with by either touch or by shooting at them. Game worlds are made up of levels/borders that connect with each other, and you can move between them by either reaching the edge that allows for passing or by teleports. The game starts in a hub with 6 exits. 4 lead to one of 4 worlds, and the other 2 respectively quote-unquote museum-type world displaying all the items, terrain and creatures included in the game, and second showing previews of all 4 worlds. The main goal, as mentioned earlier, is to reach the end board and complete the game by finding purple keys to open locked doors or gathering objects throughout the world. But on the way you'll be solving both puzzle boards, where clinical thinking is a must for progress, and they usually require untangling combinations of boulders, sliders and pushers, or mazes with invisible walls and teleports. Some of them, when botched, can impede your progress, becoming unsolvable, so make sure to save often. And there are also action boards, where you face off against lions, tigers and bears among others. These require not much more than reflexes. The included editing tools allow for unparalleled freedom of creativity and expression, and were so popular that there's currently over 3,000 whole worlds created and archived online, all made within ZZT. And while the 3,000 may seem like a lot when talking about those worlds, overall the game was largely unknown. Interestingly enough, ZZT was originally programmed and released as a shareware title by Tim Sweeney. And if the name rings the bell, he's the one responsible for Epic Mega Games, then Unreal Engine, Fortnite and eventually Epic Launcher. So he knew what he was doing, it seems. Traffic Department 2192 takes place in the year, well, you guessed it, 2192, and it's a top-down multi-directional shooter. It was originally released as a shareware title with only 1 of 3 episodes available, and all 3 were unlocked upon purchase. Each of them consists of 20 missions. Shareware games were very popular in the 90s as they allowed developers to properly present the game to potential buyers giving them a taste of what's in the full product, and promoting the game in the same time as they were free. Lack of publisher for smaller dev teams often limited their availability though, and that's why these were often overlooked and many were forgotten before getting a chance to shine. Anyway, you're Lieutenant Marta Luis Velasquez, a young pilot working for the traffic department in the metropolis of Vulthaven on the planet Siege. The vile gang known as the Vultures is slowly taking over the planet, and the traffic department is the hand of the law and the last line of defense. And since you're fueled by painful memories of vultures killing your father when you were just a kid, your disposition towards the gang is rather aggressive and you spare no efforts hunting them down. While the game is technically just a shooter, it features a complex intertwined science fiction story of cloning, mind control and cybernetics, all sprinkled with a touch of betrayal, bit of infiltration and a dash of warfare. Traffic Department 2192 is composed of 60 missions, before and after which lengthy cutscenes are featured, spanning over numerous screens each. The story of the game is supposedly well over 50,000 words, which is something many adventure and role-playing games of the time didn't have. It's worth mentioning that while Traffic Department is definitely a game for adults being chock full of profanity and sexually suggestive language, all of the mature content can be disabled at start. It's a truly unique game worth both your attention and time, if you're at least a bit interested in either a genre or games with deep and engaging storylines. Charlie the Duck is a horizontally scrolling 2D platformer clearly inspired by Super Mario games, in which, as you might have already noticed, you control a duck named Charlie. So, as in most similar titles, majority of the time you go from left to right collecting coins, diamonds and other items, usually found in crates that can be destroyed by jumping on them as opposed to from below, like in Mario games. You'll face various dangerous cute-looking creatures and generally will have the time of your life platforming your way to completion. Yep, I just heard that and let me explain. I obviously meant games completion and no other kind. Really, there's no profanities here. Charlie the Duck not only looks great, but plays as good if not better than Nintendo's original, even if it feels a bit more demanding. It's full of hidden passages and secret areas accessible through pools of water, because you're a duck, remember? And overall it screams quality in nearly everything that it offers. There's been many different games that try to imitate Mario's success, some more, other less plagiarizing the classic, but Charlie, while clearly based on the famous plumber, stands on its own and offers a lot of fun content without risking a lawsuit. And while generally speaking Charlie is impressive, it's not perfect and there's few things that could be improved. For one, the game features separate controls for fast and slow movement, which on a keyboard is more than annoying and requires some serious keystroke gymnastics and should be redesigned. But hold that thought, as we'll circle back to it in a bit. Sounds are sparse and there's virtually no music, which could also be expanded upon to offer more immersive, more climatic gameplay. And last but not least, the game's hard. Not Mario hard, harder, at least to me. Especially in the latter levels, so keep that in mind if you're looking for something more on easy and light side. Today, in 2023, Charlie the Duck is best played not under DOS but through Steam, as it was re-released and little redesigned to finally offer a singular movement pace. There's also more sounds and music added, offering a more rounded up and complete package. That said, if you wanna try it out the way it was originally released, DOS version is good too, just not as good. The Horde is a mixture of strategy and action and a bit of tower defense added for good measure. With no tower though. You're Chansey, a lowly servant boy who has become a knight after saving King's life from asphyxiation, which is quite funny acted out in the game's introduction. Gameplay is divided into two phases. In first phase, you always lay traps, extend your village, build houses and farms, all within very restrictive time limit. In second, monsters attack, and you have to run around defending your settlement. And it can become quite hectic at times, with enemies charging from couple of sides, and you having to manage your time defending both flanks and disposing of the invaders. The Horde is quite ingenious, balancing the arcadish fighting with strategic planning and expansion of both your village and its defenses, while in the same time making sure that all the taxes to the king are paid in time. The Horde was criminally overlooked by majority of gamers when it came out, so if you knew of it and ignored it, shame on you. Shame on you, as it's a true gem and a title worth not only revisiting but also completing, as there aren't many like it even today. Now, imagine this. Adolf Hitler died in his childhood and World War II never happened. Instead, not much later than it would have taken place, aliens invaded Earth. And suddenly, both options seem equally as dramatic, and I honestly don't know which would be the worst scenario. But I'm leaning towards Adolf being the bigger body, cause he was a human who committed terrible crimes against his kin, humanity. And aliens perhaps just didn't know any better. Anyway, the reality of Corn Cob 3D is alternate to ours. Let's set that as a background constant. And you're the lone pilot who must help push the aliens back and keep the Earth safe. You do it in the only World War II plane that exists in this alternate reality, a for-you Corsair named Corn Cob. The game takes place in a variety of different locations, and while it's not grounded in realism as you fight against aliens, its simulation aspects and flight model have been largely praised by the small few who played it upon release. Funny enough, despite aliens being able to invade the Earth seemingly thousands of light years away from their homeworld, all they have to use against us are projectile weapons, not unlike our own. One would think that they would have lasers, plasma weaponry, or even something more advanced, like diarrhea-inducing lasers or freezing rays. Something. But to no avail, it seems. The game features 3 full-length campaigns of 6 to 7 missions each, and most can be finished in between 5 to 20 minutes. While missions mainly focus on destruction of something, they are pretty varied from one another. So you'll destroy power plants, teleportation gates, and in one will even have to fly your plane into objective installation, kamikaze style, jumping out of your craft in the last moment not to die. It's one of those games that was so different than anything else that whomever got to play it remembers it even today. And this is where we hit the proverbial nail. Corn Cob 3D originally released as a shareware title, and henceforth it never gained enough widespread and recognition to be appreciated by more than just a few people who experienced it. It's also probably the only combat flight simulation I've ever encountered that allows for jumping out of plane and parachuting to safety just to carry on with your mission objective on foot. If you like simulations and enjoy games that virtually close to no one experienced, it's definitely one to see. It's an odd way to start, but Battle Wrath is not a very good game. In fact, it's adequate at best, perhaps not even that when compared to likes of Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat. Despite all that, however, it's an interesting title and more importantly a little known one. It's most likely historically the very first versus fighting game to use SVGA graphics. Not in 1997 when it released as full-fledged title, but in 1995 when it was still being sold as shareware game. In short, there's 8 great warriors from mainly fictional history, past and future, and after death they lock in an eternal fight to find whichever one of them is the best, the so-called ruler of the Battle Lords. The graphics are pre-rendered, kinda like those in Donkey Kong Country were, and I gotta say that they aged pretty badly. Definitely worse than those from Nintendo's game. Sounds are meh, and the animations leave a lot to be desired. Most of them are bordering between jumpy and unpleasant. Each of the warriors have their own set of regular attacks and a special one that uses power gems that you can charge up. If your opponent lets you do that, that is. And there's also a super special move, so-called Battle Wrath, but that can be used only by the number 1 ranked fighter, so it's hardly something you'll be doing often. The most interesting thing about Battle Wrath, at least for me, are the game modes. There's 2, irregular fights and ranked ones, with the latter allowing you to play the game the way it was intended, climbing the ranks. The higher you are at any given point in time, the more effective your fighter is, which is definitely an unusual approach to game design. Battle Wrath is/was very brutal, riding on Mortal Kombat's wave, but it's nowhere even remotely near the quality of that classic. So it remained as it started, ignored and then forgotten by the majority of gamers. Alien Logic is one of the most unusual role-playing games ever. It is based on obscure sky realms of the Jurun system, which I hope I pronounced correctly, and as that it follows the rules of it to a certain degree. It takes place on a planet Jurun 3,500 years after humanity moved to it, escaping depleted of natural resources and polluted Earth. Most races live on Jurun in peaceful harmony, but the ancient faction of Red Shanta is unhappy with the state of things and takes upon themselves to rid the planet of all humans. You play as a lone survivor of one of the Red Shanta's raids, the only person left standing from your village. The way the game is designed is more akin to an action-adventure title rather than the RPG, and that makes it very unique and interesting. There are no real stats and characteristics to speak of, and the game focuses mainly on puzzles and conversations with NPCs. You move about the world using a top-down map on which you can enter certain larger areas, which are also presented from a bird's view perspective and allowing for entering of particular small locations and points of interest. These, however, are side-scrolling. This is where you meet other characters, interact with them and objects in the game, and fight enemies or various creatures. Combat is action-based and relies heavily on magic, which is called Isho in the world of Jurun. Spells are both offensive and defensive, and having the right combination ready can be a decisive factor in many of the more demanding encounters. The most unusual thing about Alien Logic is its design, as it's intentionally non-linear, allowing players to complete the game in various ways, not always following the same plot path and solving many of the problems in different ways. Many if not most of the quote-unquote quests can be solved in at least 2-3 ways, only one of them being aggressive. While alien logic feels a bit clunky today, its open-endedness, and yeah, I know there's no such word, but whatever, I just made one. So, its open-endedness makes it a game unlike any other, and one worth tracking down and checking out as it's a real gem, even if unpolished one. NFL Challenge by XOR Software is a game that one of my viewers mentioned. I'm not sure if he'd like me to reveal his full name in the video, so let's call him Steven, which also happens to be his real first name, so it fits. Anyway, Steven was looking for a game that he remembered from way back and couldn't find. So obviously I wanted to help track it down, but I failed miserably. Like an overweight, washed out athlete trying to relive his youth competing against young ones. All I found was a similar game, but not the one Steven was after. He did so himself a little while later and shared the name with me. I looked it up, and here we are. NFL Challenge is an early American football simulation for 1 or 2 players in which you play as a coach of one of the NFL's teams, and you have to make the right decisions to ensure your team wins. All the offensive and defensive plays that you pick will be acted out by the computer as you take no interactive part in the matches, other than deciding on the strategy, calling out timeouts and dealing with injuries and substitutions. It's an unusual choice, especially for the year when most games were focusing on action. NFL Challenge placed all its bets on strategy, and I suppose it was the right call as it makes for an interesting game. The matches are viewed from overhead perspective, with X's and O's representing players from both teams. Interestingly enough, an easy edit of a text file with rosters allows for creation of new and modification of existing teams and players. In 1985 there weren't many games like that, perhaps none, and to this day even there aren't many either. Caveman Olympics is a Stone Age-themed multi-event sports game for up to 6 players. It is composed out of 6 rather unusual disciplines too. Saber Race, where player races against an opponent, avoiding obstacles and constantly chasing them saber-toothed tiger. Mate Toss, where you have to spin and then throw your wife or husband as far as you can. For all intents and purposes, this is your typical hammer throw. Fire Making, where you're trying to create a full burn fire faster than your opponent does. Clubbing, which is not going from club to club at night, looking to down your sorrows in cheap alcohol, dance away your emptiness and eventually get lucky with a random stranger. It's a club fighting against an opponent trying to bash him off of a cliffside. Dino Race, which actually kinda explains itself. So you race a dinosaur and both you and an opponent have to avoid obstacles along the way. And last but not least, Dino Vault, in which you pole vault over a T-Rex. While the game itself is rather fun and the events are varied, the fact that it released so early lends itself to game's presentation. And despite sprites being pretty big and full of character, the game suffers having only EGA graphics and even worse PC speaker sound. Color palette is very limited and animations are rather choppy. If you can overlook that, however, it's a pretty fun collection of small sportish events that most fans of the genre should enjoy, for a minute or two at least. Wolf is part simulation, part role-playing, but full hidden gem that should be more popular than it ever was. In Wolf you're, well, a wolf, and you can either play in a freeform simulation mode where you have to lead your animal throughout its entire life, making sure that it survives unscathed, or in mission mode where you have certain preset conditions and an objective to fulfill. So, you hunt, search for and take mate, and even challenge your packmates. You have few senses that you can utilize to best survive in the wilderness. So hearing, smelling, following tracks and sight. The last one being the obvious one. And you use those to track and detect animals, search for water, or be warned of nearby harbingers of death, so humans. Senses show the rough direction and distance from a detected object or animal and are something you'll learn to rely on. It's worth pointing out that it's best to start with small prey while hunting until your wolf gets stronger, as larger animals can injure it if you're not careful. Injuries heal over time automatically, but only if your wolf is well fed. The pack of wolves you're part of has a natural alpha-beta hierarchy, same as in real life, and you can challenge other wolves in tail-waving minigame to rise within it. When you reach alpha status eventually, you can take opposite sex alpha to mate, and if all goes well, the female will become pregnant. When she gives birth to the cubs, they need to be taken care of for a year, so need to be protected and well fed at all times. When a year finally passes, they grow up and become full-fledged members of your pack. Same as in real life, humans should be avoided at all costs as they're absolute top of the food chain and can easily kill you or other wolves with just a shot or two. Other than Wolf's next year's successor aptly named Lion, I don't think there are many games that tackle a subject of, well, for the lack of a better word, managing an animal in such great detail. It may not sound like it, but Wolf is really fun, and if you enjoy games that are creatively different, you should give it a go. I don't know if you remember the late 80s as vividly as I do. Sure, there may be some, sometimes drastic differences in how and in what environment we were raised, but some things remain identical for all of us. TV and movies induced pop culture for one, and fueled by the whole plethora of various more or less explosive action flicks, starring likes of Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger, seeing a cover for Street Fighting Man would instantly grab my attention. I mean, look at this monstrosity, it's so cringe. And yet, back then it would have been the game, if judged by just the cover. And fortunately, the game itself is quite good too. It's an isometric scrolling beat-em-up in which you have to battle your way through numerous turfs belonging to different gangs spread between 5 major US cities of Denver, Atlanta, Detroit, LA and New York. Each gang has their own unique style and weapons, and they are not just copy-paste versions of each other and act different, some being stronger than others. And since we're on the subject of weapons, the usual culprits of knives, chains and crowbars are spread here and there and can be picked up to aid you on your way. You have a separate buttons for kicks and punches, and good mixture of both is what you need to pay out to countless tags to save your kidnapped love, Xiana. Because Street Fighting Man is really a revenge/rescue game. And while the plot is neither very good nor original, the game plays very well and is actually quite fun. Especially that the character sprites are pretty big, so all moves are distinguishable from one another. If you're into beat 'em ups, this one's definitely worth finding. Action Supercross is a precursor, an earlier version or beta event to the later Elastomania. But if you put them side to side, there's no difference, at least none I could find. Maybe it's number of levels, maybe something else, I don't know. But what I do know, that it is super fun. In essence, it's a side-scrolling trial bike obstacle course that uses semi-realistic physics in entirely unrealistic environments. They're so over the top that creating any of this in reality is borderline impossible. I mean, we could in theory sorta have all those ledges attached on one side to the wall, make them extra wide, but what am I even talking about? It's a game, and henceforth it uses game logic, and game logic allows for anything game designer's imagination can spawn. So, Action Supercross is that precisely. Super and full of action on a cross bike. Each next of the 47 levels is more convoluted than the previous, and some of those latter ones seem like little puzzles to figure out before even attempting to complete them. Few may require you hanging by one wheel on certain ledges, others may seek for daredevil-worthy acrobatics, or even smart planning of order in which each parts of the level should be tackled. All that because it's not a racer. You're on a stunt course and have to collect all apples, because they're yummy, juicy and ripe. Or for whatever else devs thought was a good reason to do so. But while it sounds simple, it's anything but. I've wasted weeks in Elastomania competing against a friend who sadly by now passed away. But that memory of us trying to figure out the levels and then beat each other's times is what I'm left with. And that's good enough given the circumstances. It's a brilliant little game, and those who never knew it should give it a go, as it's simply put amazing. Archon Ultra is a modern version of a classic 1984's Archon. It's a two-player game, at first glance very similar to chess, with light and dark pieces occupying opposite sides of the game board. Light represents good and dark stands for evil. Day and night, right and wrong, yin and yang, you get the gist. Both sides have differently looking but comparably spec'd pieces. When two of the opposing pawns meet on the game board square, they move to a separate arena where they battle each other in real time. Meaning that while stronger pieces obviously are more likely to win, it is not decided upon entering combat, and skilled player can defeat stronger unit with a weaker one, if he's proficient enough at Archon. It adds a lot to the strategy, as you may feel more comfortable with certain units than others and utilize that skill of yours against opponent's strongest pieces. Mixing a strategy of chess with frantic action-packed shooting/combat was a really fun idea, and one that should have gained more recognition than it did. Perhaps the reason for Archon's obscurity is the fact that it was based on an ancient by then title, and gamers were more into modern first-person shooters like Doom at the time. Or perhaps it was something else. Today, there's no way of telling. Anyway, it may not seem like it on the first glance in such a short video segment, but Archon Ultra is very playable, especially if you can find someone other than the CPU to compete against. Cosmic Soldier Psychic War, or in short just Psychic War, is a hugely expanded follow-up to earlier Cosmic Soldier, and it's a dungeon crawling RPG. Well, technically speaking, at least, as it's not really dungeons that you explore in space. Anyway, the game is set in a year 3656 and you're exploring mysterious space station Samar, looking for evil Quila Empire's hidden headquarters. They are the antagonists of the game and plan to take over the universe. Your task, should you choose to accept it, is to stop them. This message will self-destruct in 5, 4, 3. As you explore the Samar, you will encounter many characters and enemy psychic soldiers. Characters can be interacted with, and some will even want to join you on your quest, and then they can be used in battles too, which are action-packed and rely heavily on quick reactions and timing, and are sorta best compared to reverse tag of war, where you don't pull but push with your mental blast against the enemies, and try to overpower them. Imagine Dragon Ball Z's Kamehameha wave struggles between characters. It's similar. It's worth noting that if any of your characters' HP goes down to 0, they die and are unable to be brought back for the rest of the game. Overall, Psychic War is a good, if a bit too difficult for my liking game, that's unusual in its design and definitely not a title for everyone. It's one of those games that you have to give it a go yourself to figure out if it's something that you'd like to invest your time in. EGA Trek is a remake of one of the oldest computer games in existence. Wow, that came out epic. Anyway, I'm obviously talking about Star Trek that ran on huge mainframes in the 70s and 80s. EGA Trek works great on a run-of-the-mill everyday PC but drops the Star Trek naming, as clearly in the 80s copyright laws were already in place. Perhaps not yet in the form of DMCA, but still enough for the creators of the game to be fearful of potential lawsuits. It is for all intents and purposes Star Trek, however, and all species, races and ships within it, regardless the changes in their naming, come from the TV series. So the Union, aka Federation, is invaded by the Mongols and Vandals, so Klingons and Romulans respectively. And it's up to you to read the known 64 sectors in size universe of the Mongols altogether. Each sector is 8x8 grid containing star bases, planets, suns and friendly and enemy ships. All of the Star Trek tropes like phasers, photon torpedoes, warp drive, dilithium mines, black holes, distress calls, view screens and death rays among others are here, albeit under a bit different names. So if you're a fan of the series, you'll quickly form mind-meld strong connections to what's here is what there, and feel right at home. Your ship produces certain amount of energy, and while it's enough to power most systems when you need them, you have to divide it smartly, and at the time, especially in emergency, you may need more than you'll actually have available. EGA Trek is a fine if very simple looking title, having most of its interface entirely in text mode. But those who are fans of the series will find a lot to like here. Those that do not care for Star Trek, however, may not necessarily get drawn to it. I love Star Trek, so any game even remotely based on its ideas instantly gets an additional score point or two in my books. EGA Trek is no different. If the name Panda Entertainment rings a bell, it's because they were behind Sango Fighter, a popular PC series of versus fighting games. I believe we've covered at least one of them in one of the earlier DOS gaming history videos. Anyway, Tough Guy is another one of their titles, considerably less known though. It's a traditional versus fighting game in which 8 modern-day martial artists from around the world participate in a tournament. And apart from set 8, which all differ considerably in design and the way they play, there are also 4 bosses characters that can only be played against in single player, and cannot be picked in versus mode. One of them, named Walker, is a cybernetic Nazi. Now, that's not something you see often, right? And yes, certain words do not work well with YouTube's algorithm, so are best spelled out. All characters have unique special moves and the game overall is a decent contender against Street Fighter 2. The most notable mechanic in Tough Guy is so-called charge up, which, if opponents give you a second of a breather, allows you to gather up energy that raises both your super meter and health. In 2019, Tough Guy was ported to freeware engine Mugen, and it's available on it free of charge. I'm not sure if the original devs know about it or not, but that's what happened. The main difference between the two versions being the ability to pick 3 of the boss characters in versus mode, with 4th being a secret unlock. One could say that Tough Guy rode the wave of popularity of Street Fighter 2, or even more so SNK games, and perhaps it did, but it doesn't mean that it was a game that couldn't stand on its own. It's a decent fighter and one that's fun even today. Triplane Turmoil is one of the simplest looking, most basic in its gameplay design and overall playing games in this video. It's also one of the best games that 1996 spawned. A game that looks like nothing special, but hides a dark secret. And that secret is that it's probably one of the best multiplayer experiences not only of 1996, but also on DOS overall. In theory, in Triplane Turmoil, you're to fly a World War I style triplane in a hypothetical scenarios for either England, Germany, Japan or Finland, in 5 mission campaigns for each country. But believe me, if you have anyone else with you that's willing to play old games, you can skip the single player mode entirely. It's okay, but not groundbreaking and definitely not what the game is best at. where Triplane Turmoil spread its, and it's a bad pun warning, wings, is couch multiplayer, where even up to 4 players can compete against each other in a series of simultaneous 4-player dogfights in high resolution on a screen split in 3 to fit all the planes and the overwhelming hectic action. It's pure fun, arcade but skill-based romp where the best always wins. It favors skill over blind shooting and flying. For instance, in some combat scenarios, when flying towards the enemy plane, it may be worth to cut the engines to fool the opponent to fly over you, just to kick them back on again a moment later and attack the enemy from behind. And it's just one of many fun tactics that this game allows for. On the surface, it's incredibly basic, but the execution of the multiplayer in Triplane Turmoil is just perfect, especially if you manage to play it against 3 others. If you don't, it's fun against a single friend too, just not as blood pressure raising. Powerdrome is a sci-fi futuristic racer. It features 6 different half-pipe tracks full of various hazards like chicanes, tunnels and crusher gates to name a few. Each of the planets you race on has a different atmosphere and weather conditions, which you need to account for preparing for the race by using appropriate engine filters. Shifting conditions during gameplay may even require you to hit the pit stop and make changes mid-race. Powerdrome is one of those games that demands patience and a lot of training. A lot. Which understandably may be too much to ask for some, especially in 2023. But it's ultimately worth it if you persist till you get good. Get good. And what I'm trying to say here is that the mouse controls are beyond difficult when you first start playing. And it's not unusual to just bounce left and right seemingly without any way to center your speeder before you master them. But as the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and it's true in case of Powerdrome too. If you keep playing, getting that atomic in size bit better with each game, eventually you'll be able not only to stay on the track but also overtake opponents not only on either of the sides of their speeder, but also over and under them, draining that afterburner dry. Powerdrome is definitely not a game for everyone, partly why it's so little known I think, but it's also one that has a lot to offer if approached with the right mindset. Darklands is probably one of, if not the most ambitious and best game that's criminally overlooked and underrated by most DOS gamers. Also probably most broken. It was one of the most bug-ridden and terribly programmed games to ever come out, and it's not easy to challenge Bethesda in that. They are, after all, masters of buggy games. Anyway, the first release of Darklands had a coding issue in it that could even potentially corrupt system files on users' hard drive. It was obviously fixed with re-release, but bad taste prevailed it seems, and the game never received recognition it deserved. Darklands takes place in a Roman Holy Empire's territory of medieval Germany, and it's represented in unprecedented detail in over 90 cities, calendar system, currency and even weapon and armor types being historically correct. The character creator is one of the most interesting ones I've seen to date too. After choosing name, gender and your social status, you pick your initial occupation, which adds corresponding skill points but also 5 years to your age. And you can keep adding more careers for as long as you'd like, each adding more and more skill points and years to your character. So it's a balancing act of finding a suitable middle ground between the strength and experience. Additionally, magic is substituted with alchemy and you can brew pretty much any and all potions you'd like, given you're actually proficient enough to do so. Enemies and monsters that you'll face are all based on accurate at the time mythos in the region, so dragons, demons and witches may be something that you'll be facing at some point in one form or another. Darklands is non-linear and completely open-ended, which is noticeable from the get-go as your party of 4 starts in an inn in randomly chosen city and not a predefined location. And while your main goal theoretically is to defeat Demon Lord Baphomet and amass a lot of fame, funny enough quantified as a number, even after you do so and watch the ending sequence, you can jump straight back in and carry on adventuring, completing quests and collecting experience. In its current form, patched and fixed, Darklands is an amazing experience that all fans of role-playing games should at least give a chance, as it will no doubt surprise them with its depth and fun factor. City Beneath the Surface is a first-person fantasy role-playing with real-time combat. 4 years after the end of the war between orc invaders and the alliance composed of humans, dwarves and elves, a suspicious portal opened near the kingdom's capital, and with its arrival, at first all the most powerful warriors and mages in the land were slain in their sleep by a mysterious unknown force, then all means of deadly bloodthirsty monsters and creatures started pouring out of it, polluting the land with their unholy presence. The king, being the crown-wearing big boy that he was, decided to send the party to reconnaissance the portal and what's on the other side, who's the leader of the invading forces and what are they actually after. And you, my dear viewer, lead said party of adventurers. Your group is composed out of 4 characters that can be one of 5 races and 4 classes. And while the game offers few pre-generated parties, it's obviously advisable to create your own. City Beneath the Surface is your typical dungeon crawler, with 30 of these to clean out of any and all enemies and monsters, avoiding traps and solving occasional simple puzzles. Even though the game is pretty decent and quite enjoyable for what it is pretty obvious why it never gained critical acclaim. 1998, when it came out, was not a year for grid-based dungeon crawlers. We were all about free movement, full 3D dungeons, and it didn't look as if it was going to change anytime soon. Oxed was originally released as shareware, and this may be the deciding factor for its obscurity. But it doesn't speak to the game's quality, which in fact is quite exceptional. It's an action puzzler which feels like a cross between Marble Madness and Let's Say Chips Challenge. The game is composed out of 200 levels called landscapes, in which you have to find all the titular Oxid stones and open them. Each of them come in the same pattern or color and must be touched in the correct sequence in order to remain open. Naturally, they're not all there just for the taking, and they're scattered over a large area earlier mentioned landscape, usually not in easy to access and remote parts of it. Uncover a pair and it stays open, uncover all pairs and the landscape is completed. It's similar to memory-like game in this matter. But there are also numerous environmental features like walls, pitfalls, quicksand, one-way walls, breakable tiles, reflecting lasers, movables, doors, switches and tiles that can only be rolled over once and then they crumble. And that's just some of them. If you add various different objects that can be picked up and used to give you special abilities and hints, it makes for a really interesting and playable game. Oxid is challenging but features very well thought out progression curve, allowing you to learn all the ropes as you go without overwhelming you with all of that at once. Every 10th level there's a sort of bonus meditation stage, which is a nice palette cleaner from all the puzzling. Oxid is great, and if you like puzzlers at least a little, you should check it out. In the last Obscure Games video we've spoke about Archon Ultra, a modern remake of classic Archon. A brilliant in its simplicity title really. Today we'll talk about Dark Legions, an action strategy which for all intents and purposes could be summarized as Archon Ultra Ultra. And why is it that you may wonder? Well, it was released by the same publisher, SSI, best known for their numerous strategy and role-playing series, which arguably Archon and Dark Legions are not really representatives of. Well, maybe partially strategy, as they're both sort of board games not unlike chess. And they're both identical gameplay-wise. Meaning that the strategy layer takes place on a board where each side is composed of numerous pawns that represent various creatures and units, all of them different not only in looks but also in what their capabilities and stats are. When two opposing units meet on the board, the game moves to a separate arena where they fight in real-time combat. Same as in Archon, the winner is not solely defined by the chosen units but also by players' skill level. Unlike Archon, however, Dark Legions is more advanced and enhanced for more varied and entertaining gameplay. At the start of the game, each side purchases units for a predefined number of credits, and they can pick and choose from any of the 16 available ones. It's not difficult to guess that in most games players will gravitate towards these that they learn to operate best in real-time combat and try to manage their budget around them. So picking and matching of your faves or good counters against what enemy may pick is a must and half of fun. There's a story to Dark Legions, one of two orbs of power, which one is seemingly lost, and two powerful magic wielders each having one fight against each other for the control of the second orb, as whomever controls both is granted immense power and immortality, apparently, but I've been born with two orbs and they neither hold any real power nor they grant immortality. Although I think I've still a few years left to test that second part out. But story is not something I or you should care about in Dark Legions, because while it's there, you quickly forget about it playing the game and having fun. As in most cases of versus games, it's best played against another person and not CPU. So if you have someone to play it with, then for one I envy you, and for two you'll have a great time. Nomad, aka Project Nomad, is one of the most overlooked and forgotten titles of entire DOS era. It's a space trading, exploration, diplomacy and combat game not unlike Starflight or Elite, but with more interesting and deep plot. Essentially, an alien ship crash landed on Earth, accidentally giving us hyperdrive technology and an information about upcoming evil alien Borg-like race of Korok that's bent on destruction of all life in the universe. Upon learning that, you decide to join the Space Alliance and help them fight the Korok. So you travel around space, composed of approximately 270 planets, meet alien races, trade with them and uncover the mysteries of your ship and evil Koroks. You'll also defend your ship against attackers, fighting in action-based space combats. While Nomad is very story-driven, featuring many scripted conversations and a lot of information gathering, the game is really non-linear and doesn't make you follow one and only path to its conclusion. So you can as well follow the plot straight to the end, or immerse yourself in this world exploring it, upgrading your ship and fulfilling many missions that the Alliance will post for you to complete. Nomad is one of those games that if I knew of back then, I would have seriously fell for it and spent hundreds if not thousands hours playing it till there would be no more content left in it. And if you like games like that, this one's one of the best there is, even if it's largely completely unknown. You're one of the 3 officers manning the space station beacon stupidly named 04523N, and manning is a big word as in reality you're asleep. All 3 of you are in fact in cryogenic suspension as the station manages itself entirely on its own, only waking the crew when either there's an emergency or for routine checks. With a long yawn and the alarm signal ringing in your ears, you're violently awakened as some unknown life form seemingly approaches the space station. Wreckers is an isometric sci-fi action game with some very superficial strategy elements. Your main task in it is to defend the station and rid of an alien invaders as soon as possible. Because if at any point in time station will detect foreign life forms on it for any longer than an hour, a self-destruct sequence will be initiated. From my point of view, it's a terrible misjudgment and a bad station design, but not everyone is graduate of Starfleet Academy same as I am, and had to tackle with various difficult design scenarios before being granted the name of multi-dimensional intergalactic master of space station design and superior ultra-smart well of incredible ideas. And that's me, you can look me up in Starfleet records. Coming back to our station, any bacteria or fungal infection could be considered an alien life form. What about pets like cats and dogs? Would the station blow itself out too if detected any of these? I would have never allowed for such design to leave my office. Never mind, you're controlling one of the 3 officers fighting the titular wreckers, which come in swarms of plasmodian spores invading station's 4 sections. You can suck the spores out space with a gigantic hoover-like space hose. When they settle on the hull, you'll need to get in your spacesuit and spray infected areas with a cleansing agent. And spores found in station's corridors have to be shot down with plasma beams, all the while avoiding being shot yourself. Additionally, at any given moment you're in control of few droids, which are largely capable of acting independently if sent to an area where you want them to act. And they can be assigned to be cleaners, engineers, or even fighters. In time, as you progress through the game, you'll gain experience and higher ranks, which in turn will enable you to construct more efficient droids in your factory. So the main goal of Wreckers is to dispose of all the alien spores so that the space station could continue working uninterrupted. Wreckers is not a game I knew about back in the day, and it's definitely one that's worth trying out. 1989 gave us one of those sci-fi movies that were so bad that they ended up being pretty damn good. Robot Jox, a futuristic story of East versus West where there's no regular war anymore and all the conflicts between both blocks are solved with use of giant mechs operated by pilots, the titular Robot Jox. I don't wanna say that One Must Fall 2097 is based on that movie, but it kinda looks like it. With a slight difference, One Must Fall 2097 is actually pretty good and very innovative. What is so special about it then? Well, it's a versus fighter with all encounters taking place in gigantic cage-like arenas. The twist being that you can choose one of 10 pilot characters and control one of huge mechs, mixing and matching them together to form the best combo possible. Both characters and robots can be improved between the fights, role-playing style, and despite that it may seem like unnecessary addition, it actually adds a lot to the fun factor and is the main reason I'm so surprised that One Must Fall was not more popular. I'm pretty sure that not only 10, but even today there are no versus fighting games that would allow for really game-changing upgrades as the game carries on. Oh, and it also features finishing moves, unlike those in Mortal Kombat, so there's that too. If you like fighting games and never played One Must Fall, I can pretty much guarantee that it's one of the most original and unusual games that you've ever had your paws on. Toasty! Invasion of the Mutant Space Bats of Doom is not only the single most epically named game I can recall, but also a really fun shareware shoot-em-up. And it's the fact that it was released as shareware that contributes to its obscurity. While the story as in most shoot-em-ups is as cliché as you can imagine it to be, the opening introduction is full of fun and quirky B-movie tropes of the 60s. Graphically and sound-wise, Invasion is nothing special. Really, everything is just right, but doesn't stand out in any way from hundreds of other shooters. But in terms of gameplay, it's just pure fun. It's hard to say why, as it doesn't do anything that others haven't done before, but it all just fits well together and presents itself as a complete and enjoyable package. And in that it kinda reminds me of Deluxe Galaga on Amiga, which also did not feature flashy presentation, but more than made up for it with gameplay. Deluxe Galaga is obviously better than Invasion, but it's hardly a surprise as there's perhaps one or two games that I'd consider to be equal or superior to it. Coming back to Invasion though, it is composed out of 21 levels in the shareware version and 65 in the registered one, which in both cases is pretty solid as there were multiple other games released back in the day that sold as full-fledged releases and had less stages than Invasion has in its shareware outing. It features a simple but easy to understand upgrade system based on picking up gems that fall from defeated enemies. Green gems increase the shot speed, White increase the damage, red improve your rate of fire, blue slow the game down for a little while, and if you collect 6 purple gems, you granted an additional life. Oh, and it goes without saying that all the enemies you'll face are some form of the titular space bats. If there's one thing that you should take out of everything I just said, is that if you're at all into the genre, Invasion is definitely a hidden gem that you ought to track down and add to your collection. Now this is going to be a tough one, as Manhunter New York is not the easiest of games to describe while also giving it justice. But if I was to simplify it to the very basic genre it represents, I'd say it's Sierra's point-and-click adventure with some action segments here and there. The game is set in post-apocalyptic New York in the far-off future of 2004. Yep, when it released in 1988, 2004 seemed like a lifetime away. Anyway, 2 years prior, in 2002, the Earth has been enslaved by the alien force known only as the Orbs, who look suspiciously similar to simplified beholders from AD&D. They've implanted all humans with tracking devices, forced them to wear nondescript boring brown bag-looking robes, and forbid them from speaking. I know a person or two who could have benefited from such order, but that's beside the point. You play as the titular Manhunter, one of the chosen few to be the judge, jury and executioner working for the Orbs, and you're sent to track down humans who are suspected to be forming an underground resistance. As the game progresses, you uncover that the Orbs are actually harvesting human organs and treat the planet as quote-unquote gigantic farm, upon which they cultivate humans as food that they later on consume. And it is when you realize what's what and switch sides to overthrow the evil rulers. Manhunter is definitely not a game for kids. Dark and often gory visuals contrast with Sierra's other colorful fairy tale-like adventure games, and the use of first-person perspective and point-and-click interface adds a lot to the gritty post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Especially that the game takes place in New York and you get to visit many true-to-life locations and landmarks. Manhunter is something all fans of adventure games should at least try to approach and see if they like it, cause if they do, they're in for a unique adventure and story unlike many. Jill of the Jungle is the first title in trilogy of shareware action platformer games designed by legendary Tim Sweeney and released by Epic Mega Games. While Jill never gained acclaim and popularity as huge as his later Unreal shooters did, it's still a pretty fun and well-executed game. It features 14 levels and their typical platforming fare where you control titular eponymous Jill, fighting various monsters such as snails, frogs, piranhas and giant ants to name a few, and solving simple puzzles to advance further. You're armed with a knife and spinning blade, and they're your best friends in those monster-filled lands. Some levels may feature parts that will require Jill to change forms, and she can transform into a fish that can swim in the water, bird that can fly, or a frog that has a considerably higher jump than Jill does. All of these can shoot same way our heroine does. You'll obviously need to collect keys to advance and avoid environmental dangers like spikes or even water if you're not in your fish form. Jill was a transitional game across Gen 1, I'd risk saying, as it came out supporting both VGA graphics and Sound Blaster sound, and in the same time it could be run using EGA and even lowly and ugly CGA for much reduced but still playable experience. The only thing I could really pick on would be that aside from Sound Blaster, it only supported PC speaker, so you could either experience the absolute top quality sound and music available on PC, or absolute worse, with literally no options in between. Weird choice, but I suppose that there had to be a reason for it. We will never know. All in all, Jill of the Jungle is a very competent and decently fun game that all fans of the platforming genre should at the very least try, as it may surprise them with its playability, even if it was never as popular as it could have been if it was released as a standalone title with a proper publisher backing and ads. Vet is a racing/simulation game putting Chevrolet Corvette at the forefront and taking place on streets of San Francisco. In fact, in game's 3D flat-shaded presentation, a big part of the city is recreated within the confines of the game as close as it was possible given the tech available at the time, and many of the famous San Francisco landmarks are represented quite faithfully. Golden Gate Bridge, Bay Bridge and Fisherman's Wharf to name a few. 4 Corvettes are available to choose from: stock 89 Corvette, ZR1, Calway's Twin Turbo and Sledgehammer. And opponents drive 4 European cars: Porsche 928, Lamborghini Countach, Ferrari F40 and Testarossa. Another thing that comes in force in Vet is the number of courses to race on. But if you're not in the mood for a challenge, you can just tour the city in aptly named Tour mode. While you race, since it's within the confines of the city, you may be pulled over by cops, and unless you've hit or run over a pedestrian, it's not a game over. You can pick from a whole list of excuses to convince the cop to let you go. And believe it or not, but they sometimes work. It's worth keeping in mind that your car is susceptible to damage, which in turn influences its engine power and handling. You can have it fixed at one of the many gas stations in the city though. I should really question why it's the gas stations that offer repair services, but I blame it all on game's logic that allows for adding anything to the game that designers' imagination can spawn. At the time of its release, VET was praised by the few gaming mags that covered it for its unprecedented realism of both driving and dashboards of all 4 Corvettes. It's not a groundbreaking game or best racer out there, so don't approach it with this mindset and too high expectations, but it's decent and unlike anything else racer, that's design-wise closer to likes of Stunt Car Racer and Stunts rather than Need for Speed and Lotus series of games. God of Thunder is a tough nut to crack. Not because he's a god, though that may be a contributing factor too, but because it's a mishmash. On one hand, it looks and sounds very simple for the time, and there isn't anything presentation-wise worth remembering. But on another, it features pretty good story and stellar gameplay loop, mixing various genres in unforgettable experience. Odin, the highest of Norse gods, goes into deep slumber periodically. During one of those so-called Odin sleeps, god of mischief Loki stole Odin's favorite land, Midgard, and populated it with various unimaginable monstrosities. You, as Odin's true son Thor, with use of your magic hammer have to travel to Midgard, reclaim it for your father and face Loki and his forces. The game is a mixture of adventuring with some simple role-playing, not unlike original Zelda on NES, with a touch of platforming. Those platforming sections are viewed from a side perspective, while most of the game is in bird's eye view. On your adventure you'll face many monsters, fighting them in action combat using your hammer or lightning attacks. But most of all, you'll be solving puzzles. And these can range from very small and easy ones, to those that take up a whole screen and can prove challenging even for seasoned Logic Games fans. Still, in its heart, God of Thunder is an action-adventure, so if you like those kinds of games and can overlook a bit underwhelming presentation, there's a lot of fun to be had here. Hugo's House of Horrors is the first title in Hugo's own trilogy, and like most games we spoke about today, a shareware title. It only goes to prove that while easier for the designer to publish without the need for a big publisher, shareware games had much smaller reach, and eventually many of them fell into obscurity. Oh, and it may be obvious by now since you're watching the video, but Hugo is not the Hugo you thought of. Or at least it wasn't the Hugo I thought of when I heard about this game. I imagined that horned trolley thingy that was often featured on TV in the late 80s and early 90s, in shows where you could dial in with your digital phone and play to win games. At least that's what we had here. Still, it's not the one, so let's let him rest in his CRT TV-shaped coffin in peace. This Hugo is an adventure game controlled with a mixture of arrow-based movement and typed-in commands. So a text parser. Oh man, how I hate those. Anyway, your sweetheart Penelope has disappeared in mysterious circumstances after visiting a seemingly haunted house on her babysitting job. So in order to find and rescue her, you need to head to the haunted mansion and explore it, all areas around and beneath it, and solve various puzzles. And those range quite considerably from inventory puzzles that require smart use of items you find around the house, through ones that are agility based and see you navigating your character carefully around a certain area, to those that will straight up test your knowledge. How does Hugo's House of Horrors compare to games in the genre by Sierra and even more so LucasArts? Well, while it's not a bad game in no sense of the word, there's no comparison really. It's not that they're in different quality leagues, they don't even play the same sport. The difference is monumental and there's no mistaking which of the titles is shareware if you compare the three. Interestingly enough, if you purchase full version of Hugo, you not only get 2 other episodes completing the trilogy, but also an automatic solver that plays the whole game like a movie. So there's that. Omnicron Conspiracy is a zany, light-hearted adventure set in a far-off future. You're Ace Powers, a star police captain, and you're assigned the task of investigating an intergalactic drug ring. You learn quickly that the previous cop assigned to the task has gone missing, so you must pick up the trail and solve the case yourself. I realize that nothing of what I just said sounds fun, but believe me, Omnicron Conspiracy is full of offbeat moments, more or less hidden jokes, and humorous interactions. While it's not point and click per se, as the controls are keyboard based, it's not far off. There's no commands to type in anywhere, and when you're in vicinity of an object or character you'd like to interact with, press enter and a list of available actions will appear. They're context based, so there's hardly ever going to be more than 3 at a time. Your inventory can hold up to 6 items at once, and they must be used to either solve puzzles that will help you advance in your investigation, or more often than not, for comedic purposes. It's worth noting that one of the items in the game is a laser gun that can be set to stun or kill, and it should never leave one of your inventory slots as it will come in handy quite often. While the gameplay itself feels rather linear, finding clues and following the investigation is fun, even if at times feeling a bit slow. since there's around 250 locations to visit, literally hundreds of characters to talk to and interact with, and the game overall is huge and filled with humor to the brim. If you like adventure games, especially those with addictive properties, you're gonna love Omicron Conspiracy. Vinyl Goddess from Mars seems to have a lot of similarities with earlier title we spoke about, Jill of the Jungle. And not for no reason, as it was originally planned as a sequel to it. Mid-development, however, Epic Mega Games dropped it, opting for just Jackrabbit instead. Vinyl Goddess was picked by another developer and publisher and completed, eventually releasing in 1995. Story-wise, our leather-wearing over-sexualized heroine is on her way to an intergalactic B-movie convention when a sudden meteor shower throws her spaceship off its original course. She crash lands on an unknown mysterious planet on which you take control of our heroine and must help her find and repair her ship, gather all her belongings and get to the convention in time. I know, story leaves a bit to be desired, but when did the story in a platformer ever was important? Oh, you're right, Flashback and Prince of Persia are great examples of when. But let's just get back to the agenda and leave the plot aside. The game is a side-scrolling platformer, and as you might have already guessed, the first episode is released as shareware and the remaining two are unlocked upon registration/purchase. The game offers quite a few weapons to choose from, with daggers, shurikens, fireballs and flaming oil being among them. Enemies are quite varied too and much more difficult than in Jail. And in general, Vinyl Goddess feels like a much more demanding Jail with a better presentation. Is it a better game overall? Not necessarily, but it's not inherently a bad one. Despite the title, in Crime Fighter you don't take a role of a police officer or a vigilante. Quite the opposite in fact. You're a rookie gangster aiming to become a big deal. The game is played for points and money, and it's these two factors that decide upon your position within the underworld hierarchy. And for all intents and purposes, Crime Fighter is a board game played in turns for up to 4 players. The board is divided into sections, each of representing important to the gameplay locations like bank or police station to name a few, and your main task is to commit as many crimes as possible to climb the underworld ladder. You obviously should start small with burglaries and theft, and eventually will progress to more demanding bank and train raids. All the actions that you can take are resolved using different minigames, which at first seem like a breath of fresh air, but quickly become repeatable and underwhelming. Crime Fighter is a fun game if played with friends once every Halley Comet's passing, so not very often, but from time to time, when you're in a mood for a classic unlike most, it's a good choice to fire up and get lost in a criminal underground. The cover of Big Red Racing says it all. It's adrenaline-fueled, action-packed, cool Mario Kart-like racer with a touch of off-road and bits and pieces borrowed from another racing games. It's the Sonic the Hedgehog of racers. It's cool, rad, hype and whatever else you would have called it back in the day. But most of all, it's actually really fun. It features 24 entirely unique tracks, each of having distinctive look and feel, and each of offering 2 vehicles to choose from. There's many more obviously, and they can be really crazy and unexpected, like spaceships, snowmobiles, jeeps, helicopters and hovercrafts to name a few, but there is always only 2 to pick between for each race. All of them allow for in-cockpit view or a wide selection of behind-the-vehicle cameras, so that everyone can play the game the way they like best. And while the vehicles themselves don't look especially great in these early 3D titles, and tracks could use a bit more variety in terms of what's around them in the background, the game itself is a riot. And you're not gonna get bored or feel as if there was something missing or the game lacked content. Big Red Racing is hella fun and an excellent example of a game that grew old well, and is as playable today as it was over 25 years ago. Oh, and obviously Big Red Racing features a whole plethora of multiplayer options over modem and network too, but where it shines is its split screen mode where you can enjoy it with or against a friend same way you would have Mario Kart. But faster, crazier, and most of all in a very varied form, where each next track plays entirely different than the one before. Big Red Racing is one of those games that would have really benefited from a modern reimagination with polished presentation and sounds and release on Xbox Game Pass for instance, where it would have quickly become a hit. Crime Does Not Pay is an arcade adventure where you can lead a Chinese or Italian crime family, controlling 3 of its most important members: a godfather that you take direct control of, an assassin, and a deadly young woman with an ultimate goal of having one of them elected as a mayor. Makes you wonder how come there's a Chinese mafia included and not Yakuza, right? Oh well, we'll never know. Anyway, the task is easier said than done, so you'll be bribing or blackmailing police chiefs, judges, bankers and your opponents. You'll fight off assassins sent against you, engage in shootouts with the police, all the while making sure that the money is flowing to bankroll your big ambitions. Each of the 3 members has a certain amount of health and 5 pockets, for the lack of a better word, to store and carry items, cash and anything else that may come in handy. Stuff like ammo, safe codes or incriminating evidence against important town figures among others. All 3 have different set of abilities too, and those need to be utilized appropriately, all the while making sure that you don't fall a victim to one of your opponents. We're most used to crime/mafia games being strategies or management titles, and Crime Does Not Pay is neither. It's a fresh take on a subject and it's a welcome change. That said, the game is very slow to start and may initially seem, well, boring. But if you give it time, it's actually pretty fun to complete it. Once. I see no reason to do it again, really. And not because it's a bad game, it's just when you complete it, you'll pretty much experience everything it has to offer along the way. Dawn Raider is a top-down vertically scrolling shooter where you control an assault craft fighting through 14 stages of a foreign country's land. Your plane is armed with missiles, machine gun or laser. That last one accessible by holding the fire button down, that then transforms your machine gun into it. Before entering a new stage, you always have to defeat some kind of a huge-ass enemy, usually nearly half screen in size, and they all have one thing in common. They've been made out of sponges, as you have to sink seemingly bajillions of bullets and rockets in them before you even make a dent or any noticeable damage. Interestingly enough, the oil meter is actually your health, so with each hit that you take it will deplete a little, to eventually have you crash when it's down to 0. The enemies drop missiles, oil cans and laser power cells, which you can use to power your 3 weapons. Dawn Raider's presentation when speaking about both graphics and sound design is average, a definition of middle of the road for the time. It's not good enough that you'd want to talk about it after playing, and not so bad that it would detract from playing. And sometimes any publicity is good publicity, so even an extremely bad presentation could be better than something so average that it's forgettable. I mean, take a look at Pro Soccer 2190 on the Amiga. I keep coming back to it in like every 3rd or 4th video, but you'll never ever find me playing it again. That's how bad it is. But it lives on engraved in my memory forever. Anyway, Dawn Raider's best feature, as per usual in the genre, is its simultaneous 2-player mode, and that's how it should be experienced. Quick the Thunder Rabbit is an action platformer, and while it may seem very generic following the traditional platforming tropes known from consoles, like getting from start to the end of the level left to right, platforming your way through and fighting off numerous baddies, Quick is actually quite fun. You battle your way against hordes of over-the-top cute creatures by turning yourself into a rolling ball, Sonic-like, smashing into them. Doing so, however, depletes your water and food reserves, which you need to refill by eating carrots and drinking water. You also get to collect hearts to refill your energy and 2 differently colored potions to enhance your skills. Red allows you to jump higher, while green speeds up you considerably. When using the latter, you're indestructible for a little while, or until you hit a wall. Keep that in mind. In some levels, all you need to do is find the exit, which I must add more often than not is straight as an arrow, all the way to the right. In others, you need to find the clock, which usually is within a sub-level, with door to it hidden somewhere in the main one. And since we're on a subject, the levels are huge and beautiful. Same as the rest of the presentation actually. And Quick, given how it looks and sounds and most importantly plays, should have been a much more popular title than it ever was. I mean, it's those little touches that make a huge difference, the variety of enemies, small bits of animations here and there, like main character's idle stance or face for instance. They really didn't need to be animated for the game to play as well as it does, but that seemingly insignificant change makes for a much more enjoyable package. Quick is a very polished product and probably one game worth most of your attention out of all included in this video. Flip-Out is an interesting take on Arkanoid. For all intents and purposes, the gameplay mechanics are identical, with paddle at the bottom and destructible elements on top of the screen. But there are some slight but noticeable changes to the formula. Namely, some elements seem to have been borrowed from pinball games. The destructible elements are not rectangular blocks anymore, but are of various shapes, and the game field is also filled with indestructible walls, placed at different angles. It all adds to randomness of ball's behavior and is a fresh take on the formula. Same as in Arkanoid, your goal is to clean the screen of all destructible objects. But unlike in the original, there's no lives in Flip-Out, and that's because the game is composed out of full screen stages, each level built out of 3 of these, and you always start on the 3rd, so the topmost one. You can fall down to clear the bottom 2, but have to be careful not to drop down from the bottom one, as it's game over. Conveniently, each of the screens is initially blocked off with destructible blocks so that the ball would not fall through too early. I mean, who would have wanted their balls to fall through too early, right? Anyway, while the idea behind Flip Out's loop is interesting and could prove for really fun and long-lasting gameplay, sadly there's no power-up pickups falling out of destroyed objects. It may not be a game-breaking issue for most, but for me it's too big of an omission to fully enjoy the game. Also, and that's worth pointing out, whenever I look at the ball's movement I get a strong beach ball vibes, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. It just doesn't seem to move like either Arkanoid or pinball. Let me start by pointing out that whomever drew the title screen for Framed never saw human hands, or had been a victim of terrible, crippling accident. And if that's the case, then I'm sorry. I mean, take a look at it, and then grab something, anything that could have resembled a bar that the character on it is holding. There's no physical way that your hands would ever look like it, because we have opposing thumbs. Okay, I may be a bit too salty here, so I'll let it slide from now on. So, Framed is a side-scrolling adventure platformer, with an emphasis on adventuring featuring a deep plot, 16 slots large inventory and a whole plethora of logical and mechanical puzzles, some of which will require you to combine carried items to solve them. In fact, there's a lot of actions that you can take, from picking up of objects through examining to combining them among others. So it's worth to familiarize yourself with controls before playing, as they're a bit on a more complicated side. While the game features weapons and ammunition, it's entirely possible to avoid shooting enemies. Don't know if it's important for an everyday gamer, but those who like to challenge themselves or speedrun games could attempt that kind of a playthrough. Framed starts with you in jail where you've landed and not because of your own fault. And during the course of the game you have to escape from it and then prove your innocence. A bit cliché, but overall fun plot to immerse yourself in. Bloodnet is a cyberpunk point-and-click adventure with some role-playing elements, and it's a truly weird game. On one hand, it takes place in a far-off future that's full of futuristic cyberpunk overtones and grim atmosphere, and on another, the game's filled with overarching occultist vampire themes. If it sounds like an odd combination, that's good, cause it is. But most importantly, it's an amazing dark adventure that feels at times more like a movie that you partake in and can influence the outcome of than the game. Despite complex puzzles and oppressive mood that's spilling from the screen by the bucket, Bloodnet has a powerful and deep plot that's perfectly paced and serving overwhelming A-class storytelling all throughout, especially during dialogues that are a definite highlight of the title, working as both a tool to learn about Ransom Stark, your character, and his motivations, and as a comedic relief, at times feeling as if their dry humor was out of place in the dystopian reality of the game. Story-wise, you've befallen with terrible syndrome, lost your job and home. But luckily, as everything was going down the drain, you were saved by an ingenious woman who implanted you with a prototype brain chip. It's an oversimplification, but I'm working on a limited time here, folks, so forgive me. All that just to be bitten by a vampire a little while later. Bitten, changed and feeling unlike yourself, all you want to do is to rid Manhattan of vampires and their evil little Abraham Van Helsing. And with help of your chip, struggling to keep your humanity, save yourself from eventually becoming one too. Bloodnet's controls are not great, but given how amazing the rest of the game is, they're worth the pain, just to experience this incredible adventure from beginning to the end. Horror Zombies from the Crypt is a platform game heavily inspired by the 1950s and 60s B-movie horrors, and full of tropes found in these. You play as Count Frederick Valdemar and have to traverse through 6 levels of a mansion in search for schools. You gotta collect them all before you get to move to the next stage. If the game was all about picking schools only, however, it would be both simple and boring. So obviously the mansion throws heaps of enemies at you. Well, not the mansion itself, but they're there and they're out to get you. And this can be any and all ghastly creatures well known from books and movies of the genre, so anything from zombies and mummies, through vampires and werewolves, all the way to the Grim Reapers. You have to find keys to open locked doors too, and have a weapon to kill the baddies. It's just a knife, but when there's nothing better around, a knife will have to do. Even if it's a butter knife, cause properly aimed butter knife is as dangerous as the spoon. Regardless how insignificant spoons feel. In the right or more likely wrong hands, a spoon can be a weapon to be wary of. Let John Wick movies to be testament to that. Horror Zombies graphics are not the best, but they're good representation of an average for platformers on DOS in 1990. They're colorful and generally speaking not bad, but the animation is a bit jerky, with jumps feeling especially unresponsive, and enemy death animations having what seems just like 2 or 3 frames. It doesn't detract from playing, but is definitely noticeable. Sounds are. Yes, that's all I have to say about them. They are in the game. But I suppose you got to quote-unquote appreciate their pedestrian quality by now. All in all, horror is not a bad game, and fans of platformers would definitely enjoy completing it. Would others do? I don't know, you tell me. Rotox is a top-down futuristic sci-fi action shooter. You play as former Lieutenant Kowalski, a mercenary from the Solar Exploration Corps who was mortally wounded and saved in a cyborg research facility by a conversion into a cyborg called Rotox. Basically, your RoboCop scenario, but in a more far-off future. Your goal is simple: to exterminate any and all mechanical units in each level. These are divided into smaller 9 sections that are not linked with each other. The action is fast and frantic, and there's a lot of enemies to put down on each level. Thankfully, additional weapons are available for pickup throughout the game, so you should always have something to blast away the mechanical scum with. When all enemies are gone, the screen flashes, letting you know that you can move to the next sector. The first few levels are quite easy, letting you accommodate to a bit fiddly controls, but the further you go, the more demanding the game will become, eventually ending up being pretty tough. Rotox is presented in a top-down view with 3D rotoscope landscape, and the mixture of rotation and vector with sprite-based graphics makes up for an impressive for the time presentation, at least in VGA mode. EGA and CGA are rather horrible. Would I recommend Rotox today? It's hard to tell. Fans of shooters would definitely find something here to enjoy, but I'm not sure about others. The rotation gimmick may not be enough to keep them interested all throughout, you know. Wild Wheels feels like a mixture of classic speedball with modern Rocket League. So it's a sort of a football/soccer game with car destruction mechanics Frankensteined on top of it. The game basically is a series of elimination matches with the goal to defeat increasingly more difficult opponents and win all leagues. The rules are simple: you and your 4 CPU-controlled teammates have to bring the ball to the opposing team's goal, same as in Rocket League. But unlike in the aforementioned, points are not awarded for the goals only, but also for destroying enemy cars. And you gotta be careful about that, as same as theirs, your car can be put out of commission too. And it doesn't really take that much beating to have it totaled. The points can be spent between the matches to replace your team's cars with better ones, with higher stats and suited for specific on-field roles for an added layer of strategy. The camera can be placed in various positions, with the behind the car one being obviously most comfortable for playing. And there's 2 modes of control: Professional, when the car rotates when pressing left or right, and Arcade, which allows for direct turns. Whichever you pick, however, they will take a little while to get used to before they become a second nature. So if you're an impatient person, the game may not be for you. If you're patient, however, and master them eventually, you may grow tired of generally speaking repeatable gameplay loop along the way. But I suppose same could be said about any sports game. Circuit's Edge is a first-person role-playing with adventure elements in a futuristic cyberpunk setting based on George Alec Effinger's When Gravity Fails novel. It's set in a dark version of the future in which the Islamic religion has overtaken the world and is a dominant power all around. The game takes place in Budayan, the criminal and entertainment district of an unspecified Middle Eastern metropolis. You play as Marit Udran, a private investigator who, similarly to Tex Murphy in later Under a Killing Moon, is out of luck and on the verge of losing everything. So he does whatever possible to scrape every little penny he can, mainly doing petty delivery jobs. During one of those low-pay deliveries, you find your customer dead, and the authorities assume that you're responsible party. For better or worse, a powerful local mafia boss pulls some strings to get you off the hook. In exchange, you're tasked with finding out who's really responsible for the killing. And when you do, a much larger and convoluted scheme will unfold, spanning numerous hours of gameplay. Circuit's Edge is viewed from the first person and for the most part plays like an early dungeon crawlers. It's just based in an entirely different setting. Combat is turn-based and is your main source of income, although you can partake in gambling to supplement your earnings too. Money can be spent on cybernetic implants and modifications to upgrade your character's combat and hacking abilities. Your character needs to eat and rest to stay alive, and I suggest you do too, because you're important. If not to anyone else, then to me. I mean, we get to talk in the comments below from time to time, right? So eat and sleep and stay healthy, okay? Circuit's Edge may not be as good or as iconic as the aforementioned Under a Killing Moon was, but it's an interesting story and the game is quite fun if you're into either RPGs or adventure games. I realize that the series is called Best Obscure Games You've Never Heard Of, but the game I'm going to mention now is pure trash. Only not really, but we'll circle back to it in a moment. The Town with No Name should be called The Game with No Plot. Or even better, MS Paint Western themed drawing tournament for kids ages 5 and below. I mean, just look at it. It's fugly. And I know it would have made for a very long title, but it fits. The aforementioned plot is actually in the game, but it's as bad as you'd expect from an 8-bit platformer and not seemingly cinematic experience that the game was aiming to be. In short, you're a drifter who arrives at the titular town and immediately gets into a shootout with a random cowboy. Unfortunately, after killing him, you learn that he was a younger brother of a local big dog gangster aptly named Evil Ebb. So you spend the rest of the game dismantling Evil Ebb's gang, one sweat-drenched cowboy at a time, in series of shootout scenes. The hitboxes are rather liberal, so you don't have to always hit the enemy directly and can sorta aim more or less in his direction, but even if that's the case, you do have to click to shoot in time. In between the fighting there's quite a few places you get to visit and some cutscenes which, while looking terrible, same as the rest of the game's presentation, are chock full of humorous moments and often odd, over-the-top jokes. And all of them, along with the junky gameplay, actually make up for a very enjoyable gaming experience, even if it's not of highest quality. And that's why I said the game is trash, but not really. Because even though weird humor and hilarious animations drew by 5-year-olds may grow old quickly, the whole game can be completed in under an hour, so they never get a chance to. I don't think I've ever recommended a bad game, and Town with No Name is an odd one, as it's a Sharknado of games. Meaning that it's so bad that it's actually really good and worth experiencing just for the sake of seeing everything that's in it. Canton, an Atlas Pathfinder adventure, is not an adventure game at all. In fact, it's rather fun trading management title set in 18th century China. You begin in the city of Canton, today's Guangdong, with a small caravan and a little money to start you off. Kinda similarly to a very well-known entrepreneur who started his empire with a small loan of $1 million. Anyway, to get the money flowing, you need to locate another city and start trading with it. There's quite a few goods to trade with, and they include grain, meat, salt, ore, weapons and tools. The underlying supply and demand mechanics allow for different demand and prices for goods between different cities, and for them to fluctuate as the situation on the market changes. In time, you'll be able to purchase more caravans, build warehouses to hold more items and even manufacture some goods of your own, and each caravan obviously costs you in upkeep, in both food and money, but as you progress within the game, in time you'll be able to establish fixed trade routes, reducing the micromanagement considerably. Same as in most great trading games like Vermeer for instance, Canton features quite a few special random events that can have positive or adverse effects on your finances. Outcome of some of them can be influenced by choices that you make, like hiring soldiers to defend your caravans and fend off attacks of robbers successfully. I believe I haven't mentioned yet that the game is played in turns, each representing 1 month of in-game time, and is viewed from the top-down perspective, not unlike the one in First Civilization. I'm a huge fan of turn-based games, so whenever I find one, I tend to give it at least a little attention to see what it's all about. Canton is really fun, and if you manage to track it down or already own a registered version, it will let you play it for decades and sink hours into it. Unregistered shareware version only allows for 60 turns, so 5 years of in-game play, which is way too little to fully appreciate this title. Monster Bash aka Graveyard is a shareware side-scrolling platform game by Apogee Software, and along with Epic they were the grandmasters of the shareware scene in the early 90s. As most titles released via Method, only part of the game is available for free, namely first out of 3 episodes. While the shareware model often meant that the games did not get the recognition they deserved, as they had virtually no advertising budgets at all and only relied on word of mouth and trial versions to promote them. Some, as we know today, did not suffer as much as others did. Commander Keen games, for instance, while never being sold commercially in a standard definition of the term and only as shareware, were very well known and appreciated by gamers even to this day. Monster Bash is sadly not the case, as it never got to even step for a minute into the proverbial limelight, despite being quite good for what it was. You're Johnny Dash, whose pet dog was captured by nefarious Count Chuck, so to get him back, you enter the grim underworld with no more than your trusty slingshot to save Tex, your dog. The game is composed out of 28 horror-themed levels, through which you have to traverse fighting of various monsters like crawling hands, flying witches, zombies, demons, skeletons and werewolves. In each episode you'll also face stronger enemy in the form of your nemesis, so your evil doppelganger. And at the very end, boss monster to defeat. You also get to pick up power-ups, and these can be hearts replenishing your health, or upgrades for your slingshot, including but not limited to more powerful projectiles, larger rocks, missiles and even fireballs. Interestingly enough, your slingshot can also be used for puzzling purposes, for instance to move faraway objects. Rocks themselves move as realistically as it was possible in a shareware game in 1993, and overall bounce off of objects as you'd expect them to. While Monster Bash may not be one of the best platformers for those, it's a decent early release and quite fun title if you're into the genre. Cosmo's Cosmic Adventure is another of Apogee's hidden gems. It's a side-scrolling platformer in which you play as titular Cosmo, an alien boy who on his way to Disney World with his parents due to unforeseen comet hitting their spaceship force landed on an unknown planet. During landing the ship is damaged and you have to repair it, so you head off to explore for spare parts. As you come back, however, your parents are kidnapped and the only thing left behind are large footprints. This is where you decide to save them, and this is also where the 3-episode-long game starts. Each episode is composed out of 10 levels. In first, you're in search for your parents, just to be accidentally swallowed by a gigantic creature at the end of it. In second, you search for how to escape the innards of the monstrosity, and then find the city where your parents are seemingly kept. In the final episode, you find them, it seems that they've been in no danger at all, and then you have a time of your life in Disney World celebrating your birthday. Story aside, gameplay is rather simple, and all you have to do in each level is to get to the end of it. You can walk, jump and hang onto most walls, and grand majority of the game will be spent platforming your way utilizing those skills, especially the hang jump, for the lack of a better word, allowing you to get to higher to reach spots. You also interact with different objects like buttons, teleports and springs for higher jumps. Cosmo has 3 health points, allowing him to get hit by enemies 3 times before he loses one of his unlimited lives, but they can be expanded up to a maximum of 5 if you locate cheeseburgers along the way. You don't shoot and have to dispose of enemies either by jumping on their heads Mario style or by using collectible bombs, of which you can carry up to 9 at a time. You gotta be careful with them though, as they have a rather large explosion radius, so after throwing one, it's worth to move away from its reach. Bombs can also be used in some simple environmental puzzling, so it's worth keeping that in mind. While Cosmo's graphics are nothing special, only ever utilizing EGA and a bit clunky animation, the 3-layer parallax scrolling is rather nice. Same can't be said about sounds, which only work with PC speaker. Sure, music is played by Adlib, but the sounds are horrendous. Cosmo is a fun game, especially for the younger audiences, but I'm sure the fans of platformers of any ages would find something to like in it. Dreamweb is probably one of the most unusual adventure games of the time of its release. It was one of the darkest and most atmospheric adventure games played from a rarely utilized in the genre top-down view. Dystopian Dreamweb's future was neither too torn out of our reality to feel alien, nor too close to it to feel as something we could experience in a daily life. It was not quite cyberpunk, but not far off either. Technology-filled, rain-soaked noir game world of Dreamweb is the best testament to developers' inspirations, which most definitely were centered around Blade Runner, which is good, I must add. It is a good theme to have in your game. Dreamweb is a mature title full of adult overtones with bloody violence and sexual content all throughout. When it came out, saying that it was shocking and sparked a conversation or two would have been understatement, if not for the fact that it never gained big enough following to do so. It deserved to be discussed, to be a part of the whole ESRB creation along the titles like Mortal Kombat, Snatcher or Doom, but given that it was an adventure title, in a world that was going crazy for the new, so digitized graphics, realistic for the time FPS shooters and FMV games, it was largely ignored. Story-wise, you're essentially visited by an unknown deity in your dreams and instructed to kill 7 important people, all in order to save mankind, as their existence would jeopardize it. So without giving it much thought, you wake up and carry on with the mission, which raises a series of moral questions that the game never tries to answer. Interestingly enough, Dreamweb shares something with Elder Scrolls titles from Bethesda. To be precise, nearly anything in the game can be picked up and carried in inventory, even if its usefulness is questionable or non-existent. Dreamweb was not a title for teens or kids, even if that's most of the players of it back then. It's a story for grown-ups, by grown-ups and about grown-ups. Morality and consequences of their actions. Today it would not shock as much as it did in 1993, but today it would be released on Steam and would be most likely more popular, played by YouTubers and Twitch streamers alike. Whatever you wanna think about it, it's a game worth completing at least once. Hell, a cyberpunk thriller, is precisely that. There's hell in it, there is dense, dark cyberpunk atmosphere, and it's a thriller. So this time the title actually does say it all. Other than that, it's a point-and-click adventure mixed with RPG, designed by the same team that made Bloodnet, that we spoke of in the previous video. And it shows, especially that the story of Bloodnet is even referenced during playing. The game is set in a dystopian 2095, where the United States is under control of a theocracy called the Hand of God. And since it's been discovered that the hell actually exists and the rulers control all the gates to it, all the criminals and insurgents are sent one way there rather to prisons and jails. You control Gideon Ashanti and Rachel Brack, 2 agents of ARC, Artificial Reality Containment, agency enforcing bans on cybernetic technology and virtual reality. They're both loyal to the agency and blindly follow anything and all that the theocracy decides. They are model workers and citizens. That is until one night the government sends assassins against them trying to kill them in their sleep. After a narrow escape, they find themselves in hell, from which they have to find a way out, and then uncover the reason behind the order to kill them. It is clear that their approach to how things are run changes from that point onward. As you progress through the game, you'll meet many other characters, and some of them are recruitable and can join your party. Each of them have their own inventory of items. And even if you move them between the characters, if you ever decide to let one of the members go, they will take all that's theirs with them, regardless of who's holding those items at the moment. Hell, a cyberpunk thriller, is notable for few things. First of all, it's one of the first games to be released on CD only and to use high-resolution graphics along with digitized speech. Then it features quite a few actors, with Stephanie Seymour and Jeffrey Holder appearing in live footage all throughout, and Grace Jones and Dennis Hopper providing voiceovers. Some of the puzzles, when completed incorrectly, can result in instant death of our two protagonists, so save often and keep multiple saves at all times. And since we're on a subject, couple of the puzzles have errors in them, so I'd like to repeat once again, save often and keep multiple saves at all times. Hell is definitely not a game for kids, not unlike earlier mentioned Dreamweb. But does it live up to Bloodnet's quality of storytelling? It's hard to tell. I'm not even going to attempt drawing a conclusion about it. Despite the title of the next game, one after this one in the video, Morav's World is probably the weirdest game out of all included. In essence, it's a dungeon crawling RPG focusing very heavily on the crawling aspect, to the point that the game has virtually no story to speak of. Sure, in theory it's all about defeating the final boss at dungeon level 200, a Red Dragon King, but in reality the game is entirely open-ended and you can just carry on playing after doing so. The game was created entirely by one person, Steve Morav, a prominent shareware developer in the late 80s and early 90s, and it was one of the very first games ever released to support SVGA high-resolution graphics. The very final version of the game is set to feature multiple continents, each with a randomly generated dungeon of up to 200 levels, and on top of every dungeon sits the town, which itself is a maze too. It is filled with banks, shops, inns and temples, and you will visit all of these often while playing. Morav's World features well over 40 kinds of enemies, each with their own strengths and weaknesses and set of abilities, and over 100 spells that you'll have access to. The character creator is rather robust as well. You get to pick from 8 races: human, elf, dwarf, hobbit, gnome, ogre, sprite and imp, each described by set of attributes of strength, constitution, intuition, dexterity, wisdom and luck. There can be one of 7 available classes of fighter, worshipper, that's a new one, monk, wizard, priest, sage and a mage. And finally, all also have your visual attributes of sex, age, height and weight, though these have really no influence on the game. You control a single character, so while there's a lot to mix and match here, you'll only get to experience one of those choices at each playthrough. Out of all classes, Monk has a very interesting gameplay mechanic. He cannot carry any inventory with him whatsoever, but he has every single spell in the game memorized from the get-go as you start the game, and you don't have to find them one by one as you play. The game features an auto-map and presents the game world in 4 separate screens, showing you all 4 cardinal directions at once in these 4 mentioned 4 screens. Now that's a tongue twister for a foreigner such as myself. In the end, Morav's World, because it has no real plot whatsoever, is a pure dungeon crawler where your only real aim is to level up as much as you can and become as powerful as possible. If that is something down your alley and you don't mind rather slow-paced refresh of screen after movement, even on modern systems I must add, then check it out. If all of that sounded random and weird to you, however, skip it. There's better games, like Mordor on early Windows for instance, which coincidentally has nothing to do with Tolkien's Mordor, but that's a subject for another video. Chamber of the Psy Mutant Priestess, aka Cult the Temple of the Flying Saucers, however you wanna look at it, is 2 extremely weird titles for a game. Any game really. It is first-person adventure game set in post-apocalyptic future where 2 main races remained as ruling powers: tuners, who possess mental psi powers, and protozorgs, who are physically mutated. You play as Raven, a young tuner working for a tuner network. On one of the routine missions, you and your partner Sci-Fi, I know, the character names are as stupid as the title of the game is, so you and your partner notice a massacre of a village full of innocents by the protozorgs. And against Tuners Network's orders, you decide to fight back against the protozorgs to save their inhabitants. As you fight, however, your partner is captured by the villains, and to have any chance of saving her, you let yourself be captured too. So your mission is to find sci-fi that's in captivity and get both of you out of the Protozoark's prison temple. Along the way you'll solve many puzzles, some of which can be completed via use of items you'll gain as you play, and others may require use one of your 8 psi powers. They are quite useful and can range from as simple as night vision all the way to being able to read someone's mind, but they are not infinite. You have a reserve energy that is shared between all of them. Keep that in mind. While the game itself is not timed, many of the tasks that you'll be attempting along the way are. Even at the very beginning, we have an in-game hour to recover 5 mysterious skulls. Fortunately, perhaps not with this challenge, but some other can be skipped if played correctly, and many of the puzzles and situations may have more than one solution. It is worth pointing out, however, that Chamber of the Mutant Priestess is a game that's a victim to an early adventures design tropes, so there's numerous multiple ways that you can either die in the game or accidentally drop or miss an object required for its completion, leaving you either dead or in a point of no return. So save smart and save often. I feel like I'm repeating it like a mantra today. Anyway, Chamber of the Mutant Priestess, while being one of the more unusual and atmospheric games in the genre, is definitely not a title for everyone, and only most patient and methodic players will be able to fully enjoy it. I feel like today's video is mainly about weird, unusual but mostly fun to play games. Valhalla, aka Ragnarok, is no different. It's a fantasy roguelike set in the Norse world and mythology, and it's more than evident all throughout as story, quests, events, characters and even items all come from it and are rather well known. So characters like Thor, Loki and Hela, and items like Mjolnir and Gungir. If you're into the Norse thing, all that makes sense. If not, then the team will not detract from playing. On the contrary, you may actually learn something new playing the game. Unlike most roguelikes of the time, Valhalla does not use ASCII characters presentation and actually has a full graphical interface and in-game graphics. They may be very simple, but are a definite step up over the norm nonetheless. It's 999 AD, and the Ragnarok is imminent. You play as young Viking who decides to answer the unspoken call and sets out in hopes of thwarting of the prophecy. Unlike in other roguelikes, there are actually quests that you can take as you play the game. There's not many of them, in fact there's so few I'll list them in a second. But they're notable in and important both lore-wise and within the game itself. So you can free Baldur's Soul, locate and return Mjolnir to Thor, locate and return Gjall to Heimdall, locate and return Miming to Freyr, locate and return Gandir to Odin, and finally find a manor for Tyr so he could fight while having one arm. There's 6 classes to choose from, and they are the Blacksmith, the Alchemist, the Sage, the Conjurer, the Woodsman and the Viking. Each of them has a primary skill and power, and every 10 levels you may choose to change the class to keep on adding skills and abilities to eventually create the ultimate Norse warrior. Because that's what the game is mainly about, defeating monsters and most importantly character development. And since we're on a subject, you can use Polymorph to change forms into virtually any creature present in the game short of gods and demigods. You can also modify your body in most unusual ways, not only changing your gender but also number of fingers and eyes to name a few. It's a bit unexpected mechanic, but fun to discover and play with. Interestingly enough, Valhalla was released as freeware, meaning its advertising was limited to word of mouth and random rare small reviews in Gaming Max. But at least it was available entirely free. Fans of roguelikes will find a lot to love in Valhalla, and those that never played the games in a genre can't really ask for a better title to start with. After all, it's not only free, but also approachable as it features graphics. So it's a recommendation. Also, I never expected myself to be in a position to say that you should play the game because it has graphics. Liero is an odd one on this list. Not because it's weird, but because it doesn't fit on it the same way others do. Why, you may wonder? Well, in most of Central, Eastern and Northern Europe it was actually pretty well known. It wasn't as popular anywhere else, but these 3 regions at the very least knew well of it. Fact that it released in 1999, so when the DOS was already on its way out and most devs were betting on Windows and DirectX set of libraries, may have been a contributing factor to game's obscurity, outside where it was developed, that is. Liero is a Finnish gem of a game and described easiest as Worms in real time. It's basically a versus game between 2 players where each controls one few pixels in size worm in a deathmatch-like scenario. Before each match, both sides pick 5 weapons out of available 40, and then the game starts in a very Worms-themed correct setting, so in the ground. Worms can dig tunnels and swing on ninja ropes like Spider-Man for traversal, and I have to say that this real-time choice for gameplay not limited by the timer is really fun. Both health and preset weapon pickups may appear in the game field, and players can collect them to change the tide of the combat in the last moment. All weapons have unlimited ammo, but also all need to be reloaded. Generally speaking, the more powerful the weapon is, the sooner you'll have to reload it, so the deadliest ones usually need to be reloaded after each shot. Naturally then, it's advisable to pick a wide spread of weapons from weakest to strongest to always have something ready for any situation that may occur. And while it may not be instantly obvious what could happen that would warrant not only settling for other than the strongest weapons only, you have to remember that the game is in real time and both players do whatever they can, with all means at their disposal, to outdo the other and put them to the ground. So sometimes a fraction of a second faster weapon reload may be a deciding factor in whether you win or lose. The Arrow offers 3 game modes: Game of Tag, Capture the Flag, and everyone's favorite Deathmatch. They're all fun and can be enjoyed in split-screen multiplayer, which is definitely preferred way of playing the game, or against CPU. It's still fun, but it's also clear that the AI is lacking creativity and shrewdness in its strategy as compared to a person. If you're looking for a straight-up fun game, one that you'll have great time playing against a friend or friends in improvised drink-induced leagues, there is no better in this video. Moonbase is interesting. For all intents and purposes, it's your simplified SimCity, but on the moon. Your goal is to establish a thriving colony, maximize your profits from shipments to Earth, and most importantly get to the point in which the colony will be self-sufficient. You have a certain budget that you need to distribute between erecting of new structures, production of essentials such as air, water, heat and power, and items for sale on Earth. You start in mineral and elements-rich plot, which is otherwise plain and devoid of anything human and life-sustaining. So, initially, as bare minimum, we'll need to build shelters and life support facilities, with time adding more varied structures serving different purposes. At the time of its release in 1990, Moonbase was probably the most advanced and realistic simulation of its kind. But it's not because of its complexity, and only because it had no real competition. In fact, if you compare it to SimCity, it seems simplistic and very limited in what and how can you do in it. Does it make it a bad game though? Not in the slightest. It's fun for what it is, and if you ever wanted to be a space engineer, lunar architect, interstellar designer, or hold any other yet non-existent job title, there was hardly anything better in 1990. It's not a game for action freaks, joystick cowboys, keyboard jockeys and shooter aficionados, but if you like slower, more methodical games that require having those brain cells of yours work and heat up, you'll love it. They won't overheat, but Moonbase can definitely provide a couple of hours of entertainment with what it offers. Elevators from Hell is a fan-made port of arcade original Elevator Action. The objective of the game is to collect all 7 tokens, 1 on each floor, and then escape the building alive. Each of the floors has 2 sets of elevators, left and right, the elevator panel in the center and token in between the left elevator and the panel. Panel is used to call for an elevator, and it always calls the nearest one, regardless of which side is it. If that was it, however, the game would be simple and fast to complete, and it's anything but. There's a robo-guard patrolling the floors, and he will eliminate you with his laser when he gets nearby. While the game may not be as difficult as the original was, it is challenging nonetheless, as the guard is quite sneaky in fact. But fortunately, if you overlook more than simplistic graphic and sounds, the game is as addictive as arcade one was. Other than the presentation, the main difference between this and Elevator Action is the number of enemies. In Action, they randomly pop out from closed doors. In Hell, there's just one, the robo-guard. But he more than makes up for it with his AI. If you enjoy simple arcade titles and graphics are not a game breaker for you, Elevators from Hell is pretty fun. Jason Storm in Space Chase is a side-scrolling action-adventure platformer with an emphasis on the action. If the game looks to you like something you've seen before, then your eyes do not deceive you, cause you have. I mean, Duke Nukem, before 3D was stamped to its name, was a very similar game in its design and gameplay loop. So was Biomenace for that matter. Space Chase is divided into 3 parts, same as most shareware platformers were at the time, with first available for free and the full game unlocked via purchase. Interestingly enough, third episode/part was later re-released as a standalone title too. I don't know how successful that was, but since the game in its entirety is quite obscure, I doubt that the small chunk of it was any more popular. And it's a pity, cause despite simple 16-color EGA presentation, Space Chase is actually pretty good. Story-wise, you play as Jason and are sent on a mission of finding and destroying Evil Guys Incorporated. It's a rogue and evil organization bent on taking control of planetary government, and if that fails, destruction of all human life on Earth. Or both. Details elude me, but they're bad and that's what counts. The game will take you through their stronghold all the way to the final showdown in the fortress above Earth in the orbit. Space Chase is your typical PC sharer platformer of the time, and this had a very different design approach as compared to other platformers on systems like Amiga, and even more so when looking at the console games of the time. I mean, you could show me any 3 platformers released in the first half of 1990 on PC and 2 other platforms, and I could tell you which one came out on PC in a heartbeat. I'm sure you could too, that's how specific the design was. With omnipresent EGA presentation, often simple PC speaker or ad-lib music and sounds, jerky scrolling and odd character movement, either too fast or too jumpy. Space Chase actually supports Sound Blaster and scrolling is quite decent too, but the character movement and jumping especially is just rubbery for the lack of a better word, and weird feeling. Anyway, the levels are huge, having very maze-like design to them and requiring you to solve simple puzzles like finding right combinations of switches or keys for correct doors. It's a good example of a genre I like to call early 90s PC platformers and a decent but not great playing game, worth completing once. Hyperspeed is a follow-up to an earlier Lightspeed and probably the best game in this entire video, at least to me. It's a space combat role-playing set in, surprise surprise, space. Although it came before Frontier, it has a lot to do with it and earlier Elite too. And you're gonna like it, cause what you have to do in Hyperspeed is what you in particular do best. So save mankind. Yes, again. Your objective, if you choose to accept it, is to locate a suitable home for mankind after Earth that's nearly totally uninhabitable. So, you're sent off in your trusty ship to do just that. Oh, and if by any chance you don't choose to accept the mission, you'll still have to do it. Unwillingly perhaps, but you do. It's not mission impossible after all, but future of what's left of our race. The game features 4 large star clusters, each with its own difficulty level measured by kinds of aliens you meet there, their attitude towards you, combat encounters, and most importantly the overarching task/setting. While one cluster may have a despotic alien force ruling it with an iron fist and other races trying to survive under their oppression, the other may feature a sneaky plan that when implemented may save the universe, or destroy it, and you'll play instrumental part in either. Hyperspeed is really big. It features many different alien races, each with their own agendas, and each requiring different diplomatic approach, and they respond uniquely to your behavior. One may not like if you shoot back when fired upon, while others may respect your wins against their own aggressors as a sign of strength. Sometimes you'll enter direct relations with outwardly species, and sometimes you'll send probes to initiate contact from a safe distance without putting yourself at risk of direct encounter. Your ship components can be upgraded or replaced, so you'll be also maintaining that, trying to keep the vessel at peak effectiveness. Hyperspeed wouldn't be a good game, however, if it didn't feature trading, same as all great futuristic space operas do. So you'll also get to do that. You don't have to, but can. To summarize, you're to find a suitable Earth 2.0 candidate and then negotiate its use with the race that the planet belongs to. Graphics and sound design is really good too, and definitely above the industry average for 1991. Overall, if you enjoy expansive space RPGs playing similarly to Wing Commander or Elite, with a bit bigger and more serious plot and more proverbial meat on the bones, you'll love Hyperspeed. Amazon Guardians of Eden is a point-and-click adventure and one of the first titles to use SVGA graphics and digitized sounds. The game is a definition of a B-movie adventure and is designed to feel like. I mean, all the dialogues, cutscenes it's filled with, and even cliffhangers at the end of each chapter just scream B. And when you're in a mood for B, there's no A that you'd rather watch. Or play in this case. Cause if you're in the right mindset and want to get lost in an overacted, underperformed crazy scenario, to forget about your daily reality and troubles, there's just nothing better. It is set in 1957 and tells the story of Jason Roberts, who you play as, I must add, and whose brother was attacked during an expedition into the Amazon. And now Jason sets out on his own expedition to help his brother and find a long-lost treasure. The controls are pretty weird, as they feel like a stepping stone between the older control schemes and modern point-and-click ones. So, you move Jason with a keyboard but use mouse to interact with the environment and for puzzling. Grand majority of these puzzles is inventory-based, although in some cases a correct dialogue choices may be necessary too. There are some small action sequences here and there as well, like riding a canoe for instance. Unfortunately, most of the puzzles require quick thinking, as if you don't act fast enough, Jason may get killed. This choice is also a leftover from an older epoch of adventure game design. Not something I enjoy in particular, but it is what it is. Oh, and you'll be hunting for pixel-sized objects too, so it's that kind of a game. Keep that in mind. The presentation, however, is of very high quality for the time, with all the characters digitized on beautifully drawn backgrounds, adding to the immersion and atmosphere of the over-the-top story. I forgot to mention before, but in some points you get to temporarily switch to a female lead too, so you can't complain about variety of gameplay really. Despite being able to find yourself in an irreversibly stuck position and death on seemingly every corner just a mouse click away, Amazon Guardians of Eden is actually really fun. And if you let yourself get drawn into its plot, you'll have a hell of a time. Robinson's Requiem takes place in a far future when humanity achieved faster-than-light travel, but still haven't explored the galaxy in its entirety. To chart new and unknown areas, explorers called Robinsons are sent out on scouting missions. Most of the time they're criminals and in general individuals deemed dangerous to society or otherwise unwanted. Even more so, their ships are usually sabotaged so that they could never come back. Grim, I know, but the future is not going to be sunshine and rainbows. We can see that already, we don't need video games for that. Anyway, you're one of those Robinsons, stranded on a remote alien planet and in contact with a mysterious telepathically gifted woman. As it turns out, she knows the best way off the planet, so you'll have to work together to escape. Robinson's Requiem mixes pre-rendered sprite character models with voxel terrain for environment, and is played from the first-person perspective, which may look awful today, but was actually head-turning back in the day. At any given point, the game keeps track of over 100 variables, from your character's temperature through any potential illnesses like flu or malaria, to various more and less dangerous injuries, which untreated may become infected and even lead to an amputation or death. Scary stuff, but I suppose that's how life on the frontier looks like, especially Space Frontier. All the tools and items you need to achieve your final goal you'll have to make yourself from ground up, and overall the game is a mixture of survival simulation with crafting. Robinson's Requiem is one of the most unusual and unique games not only of the time but to this day. So if you enjoy novel titles, it's definitely one not to sleep on. There's not that much I can say about The Last IHOF. It is not only a freeware but also open source and one of the weirdest vertically scrolling shooters out there. In fact, it looks like something designed for early 8-bit machines given how much it gives into its design's craziness. So bear with me as I try to explain this oddity. You're a beer bottle. Yup, you may have thought that you were a person, but you were wrong. You're a beer bottle. IHOF beer bottle to be precise, which I presume is a well-known brand in Switzerland. You tell me. I mean, if you're Swiss and happen to watch my videos, you should know. Anyway, you're a beer bottle, that's already established way too many times, and you fly in space fighting other competitive beer brands and alcohol kinds, shooting bottle caps at them. The more you destroy, the higher the score, which is actually not awarded in points but in liters of alcohol and money. Money that you can spend between the levels to purchase additional smaller side bottles that accompany your main one in your fight against other booze. Up to 6 of these can fly with you following at all times, and each next one is a huge help in your struggle. There's 5 levels in the game and most enemies are alcohol related in one way or another. So even if they're not alcohol bottles or brands per se, they may be items related to hangovers, so alarm clocks, coffee pots, aspirin, etc. Fear not, but they're far in between. In some levels you'll encounter mini-bosses, which are usually whole crates of rival beers and beer companies' logos, and these obviously feel more spongy and can take much heavier beating before giving in. The Last IHOF is not a great game, but it's not inherently bad. It's just really unusual and everything about it screams promotion, which funny enough is actually not the case, as it was developed by an independent group called Alpha Helix as a commentary against concentration of Swiss beer market, which led to decline of smaller independent breweries, not unlike the titular IHOF. Not often we get to talk about games that actually had something to say, had a message for the consumers, rather than just being games for the sake of it. So here you go, here's one. And good that it was made for a reason, because as a game, it's average at best. Dragon Isles is a top-down fantasy-themed RTS. The archipelago of Dragon Isles has been a home to a peaceful, loving nation for eons, until one day a hostile fleet arrived, nearly wiping them all off. Remnants scattered around the world, and any that survived went into hiding to remain silent for decades. Years later, a leader rose, gathered the best and strongest of what the nation still had, and set sail toward the archipelago to reclaim it. This is where you step in, as you'll once more have to save those that have been wronged in your ultimate quest for good. Don't know how you get to be such an amazing person, but somehow you are, and I respect that. Or as I wrote in my script draft, "Respectat." Makes no sense, but that's what I found in it. Must be my cat's making. Anyway, you start with a few simple warriors and settlers and have to build a thriving town, expand it to draft and support a huge army, and finally retake your motherland. That sounds stupid, let's try again. Blah blah blah, town, blah blah blah, army, and retake your Dragonland. Now that's better. Editor, scratch the first, keep the second one in. Oh wait, I don't have an editor. As in most RTSs, you'll be gathering resources, creating units, building and maintaining structures, repelling enemy attacks and launching raids yourself. When all enemy units are taken care of and their buildings destroyed, the island is recaptured and you can move to the next one, usually a more demanding one. There are many different kinds of units available, each with their own usage scenarios, and they're for the most part a low fantasy fare of knights, archers, cavalry, war elephants and monks to name a few. But there are some more exotic ones as well, like spies and ninjas, so there's that. There's no fog of war whatsoever, so you can sorta keep tabs on what the CPU is doing and try to prepare for it and for your response accordingly. Dragon Isles is not the best RTS out there. I mean, if it was, you would have heard of it by now, but it's a decent one, so if you're into this, give it a try. Zeliard is a side-view role-playing platformer. Yes, you heard that right. And it's a game that originally came out on NECPC 8801 before being ported to DOS. The ancient demon Yashakin, aka Emperor of Chaos, emerges from a 2000 years long slumber to unleash his wrath on the prospering and peaceful kingdom of Zeliard, seemingly in revenge for what happened ages ago, but that's irrelevant. He starts by summoning a 115 days long sand rain that turns the kingdom into a near-dead desert, and finishes off with turning King's only daughter, beautiful Princess Felicia, into a stone statue. You play as Knight Duke Garland, sent by the spirits to save the kingdom and princess. To do so, however, you must first recover 9 magical jewels, the so-called Tears of Esmesanti, and while going about it you must also slay the demon Jashin. The game world is divided into towns and dungeons. In towns you can rest in inns, visit banks, sages and shops where you purchase weapons and equipment, and if you can, you should remember about doing that anytime you'll get a chance, as this gear is your only help and the only thing you can rely on your adventure. Other than your unquestionable skill, that is. For the most part, with the exception of special buildings, there's no combat in towns whatsoever, so they're your de facto safe zones. Dungeons or labyrinths, depends how you wanna look at them, are a different case altogether. They're all uniquely designed and playing, and you'll fight hundreds of various enemies in them, regular and bosses alike. And this is also where you earn alamas from monsters. Alamas, as oddly named as they are, can be exchanged in towns for money or with NPCs for special quest items. Bosses drop the tiers upon defeat, and while the dungeons are quite big, the gameplay overall is rather linear and feeling more like a Castlevania title than the full-fledged RPG. While Zeliard remained unknown on PC even when it was relatively new, it's easily one of the more fun games in the side-scrolling platformer RPG mashup genre and worth completing even today. Metal and Lace: The Battle of the Robo-Babes is not only the longest titled game in this video, but a sci-fi themed versus fighting game, and the only one that had a mature rating out of all I've spoke about today. Metal and Lace is set in the grim future of 2052 and features a cast of 7 female mecha robots that participate in a robot fighting tournament at Mecha Island. What mecha is, I do not know, but that's the term apparently. The game can be played in a single-player mode where you have to defeat series of opponents in one-on-one fights, or in versus mode against a friend, or associate or enemy. The game really doesn't check for that. Before starting off each fight, a player must pay an entry fee, and whoever comes on top in the 2 out of 3 rounds wins the fight. Interestingly enough, the health bar doesn't replenish between them, so you'll have to use money earned to buy energy batteries in the shop to refill it. There are offensive and defensive upgrades that can be purchased, and if you can only afford those, you should always invest, as these along with entry fees are the only things you can realistically spend the money on. So there's no reason to hoard it. Well, unless you're running some kind of a weird challenge playthrough, but I honestly don't see that happening. You can also purchase different armors. They all vary in stats, strong and weak points, and repetitive use of one makes it stronger with each next fight. So pick one that you like and stick with it. Metal and Lace features a pretty nice high-resolution, high-color presentation and enjoyable fighting mechanics with unique special moves for each character. It's perhaps not on the Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat level, but it's fun the way it is. Interestingly enough, there are 2 versions of the game available, each released separately, a standard one and a mature one featuring partial nudity that was only available by mail order. Fans of versus fighters will definitely enjoy it, others will have to give it a go and make up their own minds about it. While talking about Metal and Lace, I've said interestingly enough twice. Well, 3 times now, and it's a sin against English language, so punish me the way you see fit. Or better don't, cause you know, I'm a silly foreigner and I know no better, right? Cannonade, as the title may give it away, is about shooting your cannon. But not in a nefarious way with destruction in mind or at someone. It's not a game of that sort. In fact, it's a real-time puzzler where you shoot your cannon at the ball that's moving about the level to change its direction so that it would get to the exit. You can move the cannon around all 4 gameboard sides to manipulate aforementioned ball and other level elements. Some stages are timed, others aren't, but all are pretty fun if you don't mind your brain muscle to exercise a little. Where brain muscle actually is in your head? Don't worry about it and definitely don't look it up, it's there, trust me. It's between that bigger bit and that small one in the back. Just tucked under it, sticking out a little on the left. So don't worry about it, I wouldn't lie to you now, would I? Each level is littered with numerous different objects, some of which have to be destroyed, while others rearranged for the ball to have clear path to the exit. There are some special tiles in Cannonade too, adding to the playability, and they can hold the ball, make it change its direction, teleport it to another point on the gameboard, or downright destroy it. Sounds and graphics are not great, and I'm putting it nicely. For 1993 I really would have expected more. Still, they serve their purpose, which is being the background to the puzzling mechanic, which in itself is, well, troublesome. At least to explain. I really want to like Cannonade, I do. The idea is something I can get behind, but the way the game works is a bit disappointing, to me at least. There's a slight noticeable but hard to gauge delay between when you press shoot and when the shot actually leaves the cannon. The timer in those timed levels is rather unforgiving, so the game ends up being pretty fun in those without it and something you dread attempting in those that do have it. So approach it at your own discretion. Machiavelli the Prince is a sorta unofficial upgraded re-release of a year prior's Merchant Prince. Sorta because there was some kind of a feud between the two companies responsible for it, developer Holistic Design and publisher Quantum Quality Productions. And in the end that falling out spawned Machiavelli the Prince that you're watching now. And since we've mentioned the publisher, I gotta say that Quantum Quality Productions is a brave name. With a name like that I expect quality and nothing else. I mean, they're not great, good or even premium quality productions. They're Quantum. And that raises my expectations astronomically. Fortunately, Machiavelli the Prince is better than Merchant Prince and it's named appropriately too. Why? Well, in theory, it's a historical trading simulation where you're in control of one of the most influential families in the 14th century Venice. Machiavelli the Prince can be played alone against CPU, which I do not recommend unless you've no other choice, or with others. And in that last mode is where it shines, because you not only get to telegraph your superiority over the others you play with by making better and more profitable trade routes and business decisions, but you can also decide to play low and dirty by publicly slandering them, assassinating their representatives, attacking their units, or even burning down their buildings. So, doing the titular Machiavellian shenanigans. Sounds fun? Good, cause you can also bribe senators, purchase for the lack of a better word cardinals to support you spreading word about you controlling a holy and blessed resource, regardless if anything like that even exists, because it doesn't. But whatever you wanna think about Machiavelli the Prince, it's not an easy game to classify. On one hand, it's your straight up trading / empire building fair, but on another it's a diplomacy-filled political simulation or even an exploration strategy. It's a title unlike many, short of its earlier iteration of Merchant Prince, and it's one that's really worth checking out, if you're into strategy and management games that is. Fury of the Fairies is an absolute gem that should have spawned a whole series of follow-ups. It's one of the most, if not the most, ambitiously designed and well thought out platformer I've ever seen. You're controlling 4 differently colored fairy characters, each with a unique skill set. The red one can chew basically through anything, biting all the walls, floors and anything else in his way. The yellow can shoot basic and charged shot, both quite useful in offense against hordes of cute but deadly enemies and more importantly in certain puzzles. Blue fairy can swim, dive and shoot bubbles. And finally green fairy, he has a grapple and a line. And ladies and gentlemen, he works these two like a charm, crossing over large stretches of spiky obstacles, going where no other fairy went or could go before, and pulling things that could, at least in this game, only be pulled via line. All in all, you've got to utilize all these skills to complete increasingly more difficult levels in variously themed worlds. Each and every stage is a little puzzle, in latter zones spanning huge areas, requiring sharp thinking and often godlike dexterity all at the same time. But having worked out when and how to use every one of those little colorful rascals is really rewarding. And a cherry on top of this already sweet cake of a game are bonus areas hidden in every single level, at times even nested within each other, like some kind of crazy coins-filled ration nesting dolls. Best of all, difficulty growth in Fury of the Furies is very gradual, allowing you to learn all the tropes before being dropped in deep water. That said, make no mistake misjudging the title for what it is. As I mentioned earlier, it's a very much a game of skills as much as a game of wits. Easy to get into and devilishly hard to master. You can learn more about it in a complete review video of it that I have on my channel. It may be for Amiga's version, but the game is identical on both systems, so everything said there will apply to PC Sport too. For all intents and purposes, Legend of Myra is your boulder dash with few new features, a story, and released a little too late. Cause while it's a pretty decent and fun game in itself, I can't escape the feeling that it should have dropped 2-3 years earlier. Story-wise, for whatever the reason, in the future humanity decided to get rid of all the rabbits. Perhaps the cute factor was too much to bear and they just had to go. Or maybe they multiplied to the point they've started being dangerous to the environment. Who knows? The point is someone out there decided they had to go. And for another unclear to me reason, it was decided that the best way to do it is to store all of the world's cabbage underground. I mean, if you think about rabbits, do you think of carrots or cabbages? Anyway, you play as Myra, one of the last few rebellious bunnies that is not going to stand by and watch his kind be cut from a sweet cabbage supply. He's gonna do something about it, and by extension of that, if you decide to play the game, you will do something about it too. So, you have to puzzle your way through 120 levels collecting cabbages, and if you get them all, you'll complete the game. For the most part, standard mechanics of Boulder Dash apply to Legend of Myra. There's dirt that you dig through, there are rocks that are susceptible to gravity, and there are enemies out to get you. You can kill those with either rock that you drop on them or one of the few available weapons. Because yeah, in Legend of Myra you get to run and gun too. You can carry a gun, flamethrower, rocket launcher or even bombs. And you're a bunny. I know, we should prepare in real life, cause you never know. Was the weapon addition necessary? Definitely not to keep the original Boulder Dash formula fun, but perhaps devs wanted to get their game to stick out. And they succeeded, it does, like a sore thumb. And while the variety is fun, the ideas in Legend of Myra are just a bit over the top and after a little while become feeling too ridiculous and tiring. It's not a bad game, don't get me wrong, but it's not particularly good one either. Before there was Harry Potter, we had Magic Boy, a boy that lived. Nope. A boy that wanted to be a wizard, and his name was Hewlett Packard. Now hold on a sec, let me check my notes. I see. It came to my attention that it was actually Hewlett, not Packard. So Hewlett goes about making his dream come true in a 2D vertically scrolling platformer. Story-wise, you're an apprentice for a wizard, you're talented, no doubt about that, but also very young and clumsy. So one night after working late, you tipped over a hidden trapdoor and released your Master Wizard's collection of crazy animals and monsters. Now you gotta recapture them as if nothing ever happened so that you could continue your studies and not be banished by the Master Wizard. So you have to stun the monsters with your magic wand, then pick them up and then send them back to the basement they came from. The game takes place over 4 worlds: Sandland, Wet World, Plastic Place and Future World. Each of these is divided into 8 levels for a total of 32, and there are also additional 32 bonus levels, for a whopping total of 64 stages. There are plenty numerous environmental obstacles in the game and different pickups. Some can upgrade your shot to hit through walls or shoot up and down, others multiply it or even reward letters that when collected to spell extra do just that, make you extra. Extra cool, extra fun, and most importantly, extra tough. Oh no, it seems I've mixed the scripts again. I really have to save up for an assistant cause clearly doing it all on my own doesn't work. I'm too scatterbrained. So yeah, collecting all letters, awards and extra life obviously. Graphics and sound-wise, Magic Boy is really good provided you run it on a system with VGA and Sound Blaster, it feels like a console game then. But if you try to launch it on anything below the specs, it will sound and look like an afterthought to the full experience. As if the assets were quickly converted to lower fidelity without putting too much attention to it. Is that the case? I don't know, but that's how it looks like. Pangea Return to Planet Earth is first episode in a planned 2 of an interactive science fiction story set in 21st century, years after humanity developed faster than light travel and explored many neighboring galaxies meeting 4 distinct alien species. And it's told in a comic strip format. As far as it's known, second episode never released, perhaps because of the first one's reception, which mind you was not a bad game, just not popular enough to guarantee a follow-up. So whenever you don't know what's the reason behind something, in this case lack of a follow-up, it had to be money, or lack thereof, because of low sales. I obviously have no proof of that whatsoever, but that's what I presume. The story is set in a dystopian future where a mega-corporation called Pangea absorbed all countries under its wing and basically governs all of the world the way it sees appropriate. So all the population is divided into 3 groups. The privileged and productive, who are worthy of protection and servitude in the eyes of the corporation, the expendables living in the old, long-abandoned cities that double down as penal colonies these days, and finally the rebels called the moles, living underground now that the Earth's surface is hardly suitable to sustaining life of any kind. Clearly, the latter 2 groups are of no use to the corporation, so they're deemed unwanted and treated as such. You play as Duck, not one that says quack quack, but one spelled D-A-K. and since your father was once a leader of the rebels, you're asked to return to Earth to help with negotiations between them and the Expendables. A treaty between the two sideline factions could prove an issue to the order led by the corporation, however, so it's important that it goes smooth. Pangaea Return to Planet Earth is just that. It's a story of you and your outwardly companion coming back to Earth and your preparations to meet with the leader of the Expendables in prison city called Purgatory. Pangaea is very story heavy, so if you're someone who doesn't enjoy reading through walls of text and putting facts and information together, it's definitely not for you. If you do, however, then branching plot and many decisions that you'll make along the way may be something you'd actually enjoy. Personally, I'm not entirely sure that the game's worth playing anymore, now that we know that there's no conclusion to the storyline, but on the other hand we had Matrix, that ended up on the cliffhanger and released no sequels whatsoever after 1999, so... Prince of Evil is an outstanding top-down arcade game not unlike the famous Amiga's Chaos engine, but played in single player only and in a different setting. You're a legendary Chinese warrior. I mean, I'm not sure you are, you might be, but would you even tell me? Coming out as one would be of no benefit to you really. So maybe you are, maybe you're not, but in this game you play as one. And you're hacking and slashing your way through dozens of different enemies and creatures based in Chinese mythology, all the way to the final Prince of Evil. The game offers many unique weapons, each specifically useful against a certain type of an enemy, and it's worth learning what works best where, as while they can be carried and not used when not necessary, they have a very limited number of charges, after using of which they are gone. So even if memorization of this is not required per se, it helps a lot to make the gameplay easier. Other than the melee weapons, you also encounter various other pickups like ammo for projectile weapons, ginseng for health, treasures and quest items. From time to time you'll stand face to face with much stronger boss foe than all the trash mobs you mow through, and this can truly be challenging and are usually very interestingly designed. Dragon is one that especially comes to mind. I think it's obvious by now, as you're watching the footage, that both sounds and graphics are excellent, and the gameplay loop is really enjoyable. But if that hasn't came across like it, let me assure you that Prince of Evil is great and deserved much more recognition than it ever had. And its obscurity is a riddle to me, cause a quality game like that usually tends to spawn large fan followings. Perhaps the reason was that the developer was Taiwanese and did not care to promote the game abroad as much. Perhaps, as we will never know. What's important though is that it's probably the second best game in this video after Fury of the Fairies, and you should check it out if you get a chance. Baryon is a definition of a hidden gem. Why it ended up being virtually unknown and forgotten by the gaming world is something I do not understand in the slightest. And it's also vertically scrolling shoot 'em up. It features two different ships to choose from, each with its own unique set of upgradable weapons, missiles both regular and homing, with the earlier being stronger and latter more convenient, and a bomb and a shield, which hopefully are more than self-explanatory. There's also many different enemies, and they seem to be going at you all the time from all sides relentlessly as if their own life meant nothing to them. And if you play your cards right, excuse me, I meant if you aim your shots right and use bombs wisely, that's precisely what their lives will be. That said, don't underestimate Baryon, as it's definitely not one of the easier shooters out there. On the contrary, it will test both your reactions and how well you adapt to ever-changing on-screen action. Come to think of it, this may have been one of the factors of its obscurity. Shower version consists of only one level, which is not much to familiarize yourself with the title and decide if it's something you'd like to invest money in. And the full version has only 6 of these, so I suppose you don't get much for your money either. Well, maybe not in terms of length, cause when it comes to quality it's nearly as good as Tyrion. Baryon looks really good, with differently designed enemies and stages, tons of explosions on screen at once, and overall clean but detailed approach to presentation. Sounds are pretty decent too, some of them very heavy, perhaps a bit too much, but it all adds up to the fun factor in the end. Mixture of great graphics and decent sounds with fun and engaging combat. If you manage to find Baryon somewhere for a decent price and are into shoot 'em ups, it's a no-brainer. Go and get it. If you don't care for these though, it's gonna be just one of many other similar shooters to you. Shooting Gallery is precisely that, shooting gallery. There's no plot, no story, no progression of any kind, and no target to aim for. Other than the obvious ones moving on the screen, that is. In fact, it looks like a simple early 8-bit game lifted to the 16-bit presentation and sold without any gameplay improvements whatsoever. If from the get-go it sounds like something you won't be into, you're more than likely right. It's not a game that tries to be anything special, at least I haven't noticed anything of sort. It does not, however, exist for no reason. I actually see a very strong usage scenario for it, at least for someone like myself. Let me explain. I have thousands of games, literally, and probably even more retro games, and while most of these are emulated today by either platform-specific software or DOSBox for PC stuff, I have a lot available at hand at any given time. More than one person ever should or would ever need. So more often than not, when I find myself with a little free time and I want to play something older, I find it difficult to decide what. And I tend to spend a lot of time pondering what I'm in a mood for. And this is where the shooting gallery comes in play. It's an excellent palette cleaner, for the lack of a better word. It's a great game to quickly fire up between other games from a shortcut in your retro launcher of choice, just to demolish some moving targets aimlessly with your mouse, waiting for an inspiration, for an idea what to play, scoring meaningless points. And if used as that, it's more than worth its size on your hard drive, which even compared to today's pictures you take with your phone is laughably small. There are 7 levels in the game, 6 are sort of natural progression of each other, being very simple but also similar to one another, and last 7th is not your typical shooting gallery, but more of a shoot the cowboys and spare the innocent fare of sorts. Still extremely simple and not engaging your brain in the slightest, but a tiny bit more interesting than the earlier ones. So, Shooting Gallery is not a great game, but in the same time it's one of the best single-purpose titles, realized perfectly to serve that one particular basic purpose. Knights of Xantar is a Japanese role-playing game, a third part in Dragon Knight series that were never released in the West, and it's very heavily leaning on anime-style eroticism, which obviously you won't see in this video as it would have get both blocked and demonetized, not necessarily in that order. The game starts with you being robbed, out of your precious legendary armor, magical sword and even your clothes. So you have to get some money fast to get yourself back on your feet. Luckily the mayor has a quest for you that will see you traveling the world, fighting and defeating various often odd enemies, meeting beautiful women and along the way learning about your true self. You'll meet characters that will join your quest along the way and will help you succeed. How come I'm so sure that you will? Because I've seen you do it hundreds of times already and you hardly ever failed. At least not when I was watching. Anyway, you and your troop of hentai warriors travel the world on an overworld map while the combat is played in a very similar setting as in early Final Fantasy games. Enemies and your party members attack automatically in real time, but you can pause it at any moment to give commands, use items and cast spells or change a preset AI behavior. There are 8 attack strength levels, with stronger ones requiring more time to pull off, so there's a strategic layer to battles where you need to gauge when to risk slower but more powerful and possibly game-changing attack and when to stick to faster but weaker jabs. Knights of Xantar is full of sexual imagery and nudity, but it's very soft for today's standards, even if it was very controversial back then. All that, however, is just an humorous background and neither takes the foreground of gameplay nor influences it in any meaningful way. That said, it should be noted that sexual favors in this game are like currency in others, and more often than not you will be paid with those for services and rescues rendered. Similarly, instead of taverns and inns, you'll replenish your HP and MP by having sex. Knights of Xantar is one of the weirdest JRPGs I've seen. Arguably, I've not seen as many on DOS as on other platforms, but Xantar is odd one way or another. Oh, and along the way you'll get to save Red Riding Hood from being abused by a wolf and Snow White by 7 dwarfs. It's a good game if you like JRPGs and don't mind the boob here and there, sometimes in least expected places. Boob here, boob there, boobs everywhere. SolarWinds The Escape is a space-themed top-down role-playing and a first part of duology, with SolarWinds Galaxy being its direct follow-up. In the future, humans live in planetary system millions of light years from Earth, and while the space travel is common, the hyperdrive allowing to move between the galaxies is forbidden by the rather oppressive solar government. One secretive group, however, spent a decade working on technology, and now that they've developed a working hyperdrive, they want to escape the clutches of totalitarian government. You're playing as Jake Stone, with stone-hard ups, stone-hard cojones and stone-hard morals, and you have to track them down and stop them. As you do, however, you'll realize that the government's evil and conspiring with aliens to treat humans as species for their studies, so you switch sides. The rest you'll have to learn yourself, I'm not gonna spoil it. Gameplay-wise, SolarWinds, while following its plot, is very sandboxy, and it doesn't restrict you from much from the very start of the game. So you're traveling the galaxy, being the badass that you are, and fighting enemy ships, smuggling cargo, upgrading your craft and making money any way you see fit. And there's no one that can stop you. Not for the lack of trying, but there isn't anyone who could. That's how tough you are. Unfortunately, SolarWinds The Escape is a shareware title, meaning that it's very short and can be completed in just a few hours if you skip some of those longer fights. And only after paying for the full version you get access to aforementioned SolarWinds Galaxy, extending the gameplay time and content considerably. Is it a worthy investment to get both? Hard to tell, cause I'm not even sure if it can be purchased anymore, but if you'll find it anywhere for download in its complete form, it's definitely worth a playthrough, especially if you like space opera RPGs. Warhammer Shadow of the Hornet Rat is a single-player fantasy real-time tactics 3D game based on Warhammer Fantasy Tabletop and not unlike modern Total War series of games. You play as mercenary commander Morgan Bernhardt, and the story depicts a conflict with Skaven's intelligent humanoid rats. You're hired by various parties throughout the gameplay to take part in battles against Skavens and help stopping their nefarious plot. And it's those tactical battles that are the main focus of the game, taking into account terrain, kinds and numbers of units and placement. It's a very enjoyable loop if you get a grasp of it and get used to the controls. Since we're on the subject, you control whole groups and not single units in a very non-linear gameplay, meaning you get to pick alternate missions to progress, so repeated playthroughs are not the same. Those unit groups are divided into typical for the medieval fantasy game, so cavalry, infantry, archers, artillery, magic users, and specialized troops. They transfer from mission to mission with you, provided that they survive, that is. They also gain experience and get better over time. For instance, magic users gain access to new, more powerful spells. While the gameplay itself is varied and non-linear, campaign path is, and if you keep succeeding, certain story elements will repeat for all playthroughs. Given how fun and often tactically challenging some battles can be, the fact that some story moments repeat is definitely not a detractor from enjoyment of this really cool game. After each battle you're given a debriefing listing a rundown of number of enemies killed, losses incurred, and experience gained by surviving troops. Losses can be in form of injuries, which only remove affected soldiers temporarily for a duration of one battle, or kills, which are permanent and dead soldiers can only be replaced between battles in town, with numbers of reinforcements fluctuating and not always available to cover all your losses. It goes without saying that replacing more experienced units is much more costly than that of rookies. Warhammer Shadow of the Hornet Rat, despite badly aged simple 3D graphics, is still an amazing game and a great fun to play. And I mean it as someone who usually doesn't care about real-time strategies. Bargon Attack is a sci-fi adventure game based on a French comic book of the same title. It takes place on Earth in a grim near future when an alien race named Bargon conquered and enslaved humanity. You're a 20-something programmer and you decide to get rid of the menace once and for all. Now, how a programmer, so a being known for pale skin, weak upper arm strength and affinity towards numbers is supposed to do that, I do not know. Personally, I'd rather see a Rambo or Commando type of a dude dealing with the aliens, but if there's no one else, a programmer will have to do, I suppose. And I know it's a new role for you, as you're usually taking part of a aforementioned tough guy, a space fighter pilot or armed to the teeth mercenary, but you can do it. I believe in you. Bargon Attack is an adventure that takes place in around 20 different areas, each of up to 3 screens in size and is rather linear, meaning you can't move to the next area until you complete the previous one. You'll have a lot of fun hunting for stray pixel objects through each of these zones, cause there's quite a few of them, and I'm sure that you'll also enjoy the puzzles, only half of which are totally illogical, and will allow you to have that time of your life cycling through every single object in inventory, trying to use it in dozens of ways unsuccessfully. If that's not enough, you'll cherish every single dev that will surprise you constantly, seemingly coming from nowhere and for no reason. Fun. But if you think I'm dissing the game, then you're... well, right. But honestly only because of the omnipresent devs. Cause other than that, it's basically your Cocktail Vision's Goblins games, just a little more tame on the humor, with a bit more serious storyline. Interestingly enough, it's also first Cocktail Vision's game that uses FMV cutscenes. If you like adventure games and don't mind saving often and hunting for fleas, it's gonna be a good one. If you get annoyed easily, avoid Bargon Attack at all cost and forget you ever heard of it. Veil of Darkness is an isometric horror-themed role-playing with action-based combat and adventure elements. The game takes place in Romania, in a remote valley that's been cut off from the outside world by the vampire lord Cairn that's keeping a stronghold on it and surrounding areas. You play as cargo pilot, so for once not a hero, whose plane mysteriously crashed in the area and you find yourself trapped within. There you learn that your arrival has been prophesized to bring the evil world carrying down, so yeah, I was leading you astray, of course you're a hero, because who else would you be? You know, for someone so powerful, you're surprisingly easy to fool. Anyway, the gameplay is largely non-linear, you can move about and freely explore the area, but certain plot-scripted elements and progression is locked to you completing certain actions or finding crucial items. You will obviously have to talk to people, help them out and learn about what's going on in the valley. You'll battle various creatures occasionally, so werewolves, vampires and skeletons are not something that will be a surprise to you, and I'd like to note here that different weapons work better for different enemies, and it's best to figure out what is most effective where earlier rather than later. You'll also solve various puzzles, and these can either be heavily based on figuring out what to do next and where to do it, based on the conversation you'll have with the inhabitants of the area, or are your typical inventory-based ones where correct items have to be utilized to progress. Fortunately, grand majority of these, regardless of the type, is pretty logical, so if you pay attention to dialogues or apply reasoning when figuring out what to use where, you're more than likely to solve them easily, and it feels really rewarding. All in all, Veil of Darkness is a really good, even if underrated title, and if you're into either adventure games or some light role-playing ones, if you give it a chance, you'll be enchanted by it. Archimedean Dynasty is a truly unique and obscure game that should have gained much more recognition and popularity than it ever did. And yeah, I know I should start with what it is, especially that the video is all about the games that weren't as big as they should have, but I believe that it was worth mentioning what it was robbed of popularity and sales it deserved. I believe Wikipedia entry for it summarizes the situation best with its single sentence that simply says, "The game was commercially unsuccessful in the US," which by mid to late 90s was once again the single biggest gaming market in the world. Anyway, Archimedean Dynasty is an underwater first-person simulation/shooter that takes place on a post-apocalyptic Earth underwater. So not really on, but more underneath the surface. Tomato tomato. All because of all of the former conflicts, the surface is irradiated and unfit to support life anymore. You're a mercenary and you run a series of story and side missions. I'm not gonna share any details about the plot though, as it's shockingly good for a game that's largely a shooter, and it's honestly worth experiencing firsthand. But what I will tell you is that as the game progresses, you'll gain access to new single-person submarines to pilot and variety of upgrades for them as well, always feeling rewarded for your achievements along the way. But the best of all that the AD offers is the physics engine that feels real. I mean, real to me, someone who has no working understanding of advanced aquadynamics, gravity, speed and underwater drag, and how they all correlate with each other, but can still tell you that it feels right, for the lack of a better word. Oh, and before I forget, if you run AD on real hardware and have access to Voodoo graphics accelerators, a patch came out for the game a little after it released that uses this and increases presentation fidelity quite considerably. Could you imagine Sid Meier's game, any of his titles really, to be obscure? To not reach the heights of popularity and recognition? To only be a little known and largely forgotten title? Well, there is one. It's also an amazing game, same as all of his titles are, but only ever remembered by a few that played it. Sid Meier's Covert Action is a unique blend of strategy, action and adventure, all rolled into one. And believe it or not, it's amazing. You play a skilled and deadly free agent hired by CIA to investigate an ongoing criminal and terrorist activities. Why do they outsource rather than use their own? Hard to tell, but if I had to guess, I'd say that they must have heard of your countless heroic acts, how you saved the world and universe on numerous occasions, and how, generally speaking, a stand-up person you are. They just have no one better, or even comparable in the slightest skill and experience-wise that is. So, you're either he or she, Maximilian or Maxine Remington respectively, and not many games at the time short of RPGs allowed for a choice of gender, so that's perhaps a small but still welcome addition. Covert Action is divided into missions, they're all time limited and you have to uncover criminal conspiracy details in each before the timer runs out. You do so by completing various spy-themed minigames like combat, cryptography, driving and wiretapping. They're all pretty fun and reward details like locations, names and photos of people involved in crime or connected to a game plot. After each mission you may also receive a promotion, so in a typical for Sid Meier's manner, the game is points based, meaning that at the end of it, same as in Civilization, you're compared in a score table against set named records. Which is kinda pointless if you're playing cause you're scoring top points every single time, but it may be important to some other gamers, so... Vox Ranger is a horizontally scrolling shooter that's clearly made to be a parody of a genre. Apparently it was designed specifically in response to another shooter, Vox Ranger, by the same developer, so it resulted in no beef between anyone. Especially that the game is actually pretty fun despite its overarching weirdness. You control a pink box flying through beautifully drawn parallax scrolling backgrounds, killing hundreds of various insects and photos of apparently games developers. A thing worth mentioning here is that while there's only 3 levels of parallax, smart background graphics made to look layered make it feel as if it was many more. If you don't pay direct attention to the background, it will definitely appear as if there was more levels of it. While your basic weapon shoots in bursts, it's not the strongest, so thankfully it can be upgraded or rather supplemented by special weapons. They are limited in shots, however, so it's worth to use them sparingly where necessary. Fortunately, there's a separate button for those so they don't replace your main one and not get used too early. That, ladies and gentlemen, is something I'd like to see in all of my shoot 'em ups. Note that down. Anyway, there's also satellite wingmen that fly above and below you, within upgrades, and even a shield that does precisely what its name suggests it does. And it's one of the most useful power-ups in all single hit kill shooters. But Box Ranger is not one of these. From my point of view, it's great as I despise single hit kill games, but having a health bar sorta diminishes the value of a shield upgrade. Just saying, it could have been something else. Oh, interestingly enough, you can win upgrades between the stages by playing Rock Paper Scissors minigame too. Box Ranger is not supposed to be a hardcore serious shooter, it's a fun game to pick up and just get lost in for a little while, and as that, it works great. The Four Crystals of Trazer, aka Legend, is an isometric fantasy role-playing. The land of Trazer's eternal enchantment corrupted and transformed all inhabitants into horrible aggressive mutants. You control a band of 4 merry, well, this may be a stretch, we don't know if they really marry, but you do control 4 of them and they are adventurers. And as you arrive in Trazer, it becomes painfully obvious that something wrong has happened, and while it's not immediately apparent if it can be reversed, you decide to try doing just that. So you set out on a quest to cure the land and find and destroy the responsible forces. In Legend, you'll get to create your 4 unique heroes with individual strengths and weaknesses and personalities. You'll learn to use and eventually master an unusual magic system that lets you literally mix and cast dozens of different spells. You'll visit towns big and small, you'll shop around, drink in taverns and have fun in many other locations. Like dungeons that you'll be exploring and beating for hours on end, having the time of your life. Inside this you'll encounter many puzzles too, that you'll be solving, often with the use of magic to raise bridges, open closed passageways and unlock areas among others. On a side note, as I was writing a short script of what I should touch, I miswrote unlock areas to unleak areas. And I just decided I should leave it as that, for comedic reasons. So you get to unleak the areas. What areas is up to you, the game is your oyster. I don't think it fits here, but since I'm clearly dipping more and more into madness, I'm not gonna edit this one out either. Anyway, the 4 characters that you take on the adventure are a Rune Master Wizard, Troubadour Bard, Berserker Barbarian, and an Assassin Thief. And while each feels their own, a Rune Master is definitely the most unique of them all. He gets to mix runes and create many new spells that he'll be casting left and right in and out of combat. Since this preview is starting to grow in size with each said word, and I'm only scratching a surface here really, I'll end it here and just say that if you like role-playing games, Legends is definitely one that you should not ignore. Give it a chance, you'll thank me later. Battlebugs is a RTS based in the world of insects. The title may have giveaway, but you're here watching, I'm here talking, so it had to be mentioned anyway. So yeah, interestingly enough, it was developed by Epix, a development studio I praised more than once when talking about C64 games. They could and they did squeeze everything out of that platform. On DOS, where the hardware limitations were not as dramatic by 1994, when the game released they could focus more on the design and playability, rather than combating system's power or in case of C64, lack thereof. So that's what they did, and we ended up with Battlebugs. Unique, incredibly fun game that no one played or knew about. Sure, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but for the most part, it sadly never got the time in the limelight it should have. The game basically tells a tale, via campaign perspective, of a battle between 2 rival groups of insects in and around the house. So the battlefields will be placed in kitchens, living rooms and backyards, to name a few. Warcraft or Command & Conquer in your bedroom. Can you imagine? You'll get to lead units of various kinds of insects, all differently looking, animated and having their own unique special skills and usage scenarios. It's worth keeping in mind that the game works on heavily expanded rock, paper, scissors mechanics, meaning each unit kind is strong against a specific other and weak against totally different one. So preparing for a mission and then utilizing them correctly is a key to success. While most of 30 available missions can be won by only either annihilating opposing side entirely or capturing all food pieces on the battlefield, and by capturing I mean holding the position it's in until it turns to your side, for the lack of a better word. The game doesn't really get stale and is as fun all the way through as it initially was. But what's going to be a huge deterrent to some are those latter missions that can get really challenging. So if you're not well versed in tactical RTSs, you may get restless and annoyed repeating some of them more than a couple of times. If you don't mind that or are experienced in the genre, however, Battlebugs is a gem. Give it a go. Stunts is a 3D racing game. And as the title gives away with a single word that it is, it's all about those stunts. You race around the chosen from the built-in set or a created custom track with the aim of completing the lap as fast as possible without crashing. It's not always as easy as it seems, as some of the stages, especially created by users, can be real nightmares to drive on. Or even worse, seemingly simple straights and turns with a neatly hidden jump or a ramp that approached at the wrong speed or angle would topple your vehicle instantly. And since there's hundreds if not thousands of tracks available online, there's hardly an end to the nightmare. I meant fun, obviously, there's hardly an end to endless fun that Stunts provides, right? Right. You can race against the clock or CPU-controlled drivers, there's 11 different in-specs, filling and handling cars to choose from, and a whole plethora of various ramps, loops, jumps and other features to crash around on. Stunts clearly could have aged a bit better than it did, but it's still really fun to speed around in. Even though it's not a simulation, it doesn't feature realistic damage or weather conditions, it's hella entertaining to play against a friend, competing for best times on tracks that you imagined and created yourself. Especially when drinks are involved and you both like racers at least a bit. And with the track editor that's surprisingly easy and fun to use, it's nearly infinitely replayable. In the early 90s, Stunts, Fury of the Furies, Super Frog Warlords 2 Deluxe and Scorched Earth, as different as these 5 games are, stole thousands hours from myself and buddies of mine as we played them in multiplayer all the time. The Cool Croc Twins is an unusual single-screen platformer for up to 2 players. The ultimate goal of the game is for one of the crocodile twins, Punk or Funk, to reach a beautiful crocodile girl, by crocodile standards at least. So they compete through over 60 levels, scoring points, hoping to get to her. Well, if you play alone there's no competition really, but the game is still quite fun. Each level is built out of platforms surrounded by numerous bulbs that require lighting up. The mechanics are all based around reversing of gravity, so there's no jumping whatsoever, but you may reverse it to change the side you are standing on from the bottom to the top. And I know it sounds weird, but that's the best way of describing it. Because the gravity's pulling side doesn't have to be down or up. You can actually stand on the left side of the vertical platform, with said left being the floor for you, just to switch the gravity and change the sides to the right. Honestly, looking at the face Batman is making now, I feel like I'm not explaining it best. It's probably good that there's video in the background, as it's worth 1,000 words. Batman's not too bright when he hasn't had his coffee though, so perhaps I'm a bit too rough on him and should give him a little time. Anyway, walking on platforms, when you get to the edge of them, doesn't make you fall but cross to the other side, also switching the gravity for you automatically. To complete the level you have to lit up all the bulbs in it, and you do it by bumping them with your head Mario style. Each has to be hit thrice to be completely lit. Some levels feature obstacles like stones that have to be removed to open up access to the bulbs, and you do so by also banging them with your noggin. There are enemies that work collectively to reverse your progress by turning the bulbs off. They move using the same mechanics you do, so can access everywhere you can. If you play Cool Croc Twins using VGA, the game looks really nice and colorful, and all the sprites are smoothly animated and cute. EGA and CGA are not worth your time, so if that's your only choice, then the game is much better played on the Amiga, or even, believe it or not, C64. Arnie 2, aka Arnie Savage Combat Commando, is an isometric action/shooter with the main character's likeness everywhere other than the box cover, based on Arnold Schwarzenegger. And it's a sequel to an earlier C64 and Amiga game, Arnie, that was a side-scrolling shooter platformer. A new isometric view made the presentation feel more modern, but in the same time introduced a whole set of new issues. The inability to move behind the objects for one, which is odd and feels out of place in a game where basically it looks as if you could hide behind every single thing on the screen. It can lead to a situation where you'll be backed into a corner thinking you have a way to escape, when in fact you'll effectively be blocked. The enemy IQ is also not great, though this can obviously be excused in a game where they serve in most cases as cannon fodder for our hero to plow through. At least there's quite a few of these. From simple infantry with rifles, through soldiers with rocket launchers, all the way to the tanks and helicopters. While you start with basic gun and a limited supply of grenades, some of defeated foes drop their more powerful weapons and other useful pickups like first aid kits and extra lives. Arnie 2 is not the best arcade game out there, but if you like the genre, it's a decent one and can be quite fun for a single playthrough, especially that it's not very long and only features 4 main missions. Shutdown of a chemical plant by blowing up 15 pipeline valves, clearing an airfield of enemy units, infantry and mechanized, climbing from one battleship to another in a hostile harbor, and finally rescue operation where you have to save as many POWs from jungle camp as you manage. I'd like to add here that now it's the best time to play Arnie 2 given the recent release of Fubar on Netflix. Hold on a sec, my assistant seems to have something to add. Yeah? Okay, got it. Yep. Alright, he asked me to tell you that he's Batman. Since we've already covered one game using image of 80s and 90s action hero today, why not tackle another? This time, however, the likeness is officially licensed and is not of a bodybuilder/actor, but wrestler/actor. There seems to be a lot of slashes here today. I gotta talk to my assistant, he seems to be leaving way too many of these in. He's probably drinking again. Ever since he stopped fighting crime in Gotham, he's been sleeping. Anyway, Suburban Commando is an action game based on the movie of the same title starring Hulk Hogan. While he was not a great actor, I could think of many worse, and he did ride on the wave of his WWF popularity and milk that cash cow in the early 90s as much as he could. And good, cause that's what you do when you know your limitations and notice the peak that you're on. Apparently, as Batman and I, we're still trailing the valleys with no peaks in sight, so we can only theorize about it. So, Suburban Commando, the game, is an odd mixture. It's part horizontally scrolling space shooter, part platformer and part versus fighter, and it loosely follows the plot of the movie. In first level, you're flying through space, destroying enemy drone formations and collecting power-ups. It's viewed from a side perspective and plays similarly but not as good as R-Type or Project X. Then there are 3 consecutive platforming stages in which you have to find 9 items each. As you do that, you'll fight many different enemies using 2 universally known wrestling attacks of punches and kicks, while avoiding being shot. And finally, after each of the missions, you'll encounter a boss enemy who you'll be battling in a versus fighter mode. It's worth mentioning that while the first 2 game modes are not great, they are correctly realized and are actually fun. The versus fighting sections are terrible. Sure, there's an attack or 2 more than in platforming, but they're spectacularly disappointing. And the whole segment feels like an afterthought added mid-development to spice up the gameplay, rather than something that was planned from day one. All in all, Suburban Commando is not bad, but it's not great either. Just is. Kinda like Batman after he retired. Nothing special about him, just a half-man half-bat working for a small YouTuber. Bad blood is what Batman and I have. Ever since I've noticed that he's been slacking off as my bat servant, I mean bat assistant obviously, and he's been making tons of bat mistakes. If he wasn't free, I would have bat rid of him a long time ago. Oh my god, I think I'm reaching new heights of cringe. Anyway, Bad Blood is also a top-down action game with some light role-playing elements. After the nuclear war that devastated the world was long over and the debris and radiation in large parts fell down, uncovering the sun once more, humanity survived. But it was changed. Large cities were populated by the pure-blood humans, while mutants lived in villages and small settlements, making a living hunting various irradiated creatures and monsters. Your village chief entrusted you with a mission of preventing the war between the factions, as one of the human leaders, so-called Lord Dominix, started forming a plan to eradicate all mutants once and for all. You start the game by picking a predefined character out of the available 3, a strong mutant fighting with bare hands, a human male with knife, or a human-mutant hybrid female that looks human but can shoot lasers out of her eyes. Cool. Which my assistant is saying reminds him of a budget Superman, another person he apparently had some beef with. Anyway, the setting of the game is really captivating. It's far of future on Earth, and many of the technologies that we have now and take for granted are either long forgotten, lost, or misspelled after decades last few were created. Uzis, for instance, so those automatic pistols that speed bullets faster than your mother-in-law can list your insecurities, is actually spelled O-Z and E, Uzi. There's plenty of these small touches in the game that may seem irrelevant at first, but all put together create the atmosphere of grim post-war post-tech society that is definitely on the downfall rather than on its way to rise again. Bad Blood is real-time and all its combat is action-based too. That said, it may require a bit of kiting at times as enemies are quite challenging. But if you master the hit and run technique, you'll soon forget that you're doing it altogether. It won't change much throughout the game though, as the only way you can get better is by equipping more powerful weapons, because there's virtually no character development in Bad Blood whatsoever. The game features day-night cycle and it influences the number of opponents on the screen and limits access to certain NPCs or areas. It's worth pointing out that completing the game features a very satisfying ending, which was not always the case in the early 90s. Bumpy's Arcade Fantasy is an arcade puzzler unlike most. I mean, the basic concept is very simple, and even an average Batman would be able to grasp what it's all about. In short, you play as a bouncing smiley face ball that has to collect all items on each level and then get to the exit. All levels are single screen only and feature various different platforming challenges, usually based on the number and kinds of platforms within. And there's surprisingly many. I mean, I've not completed the game, but there's a lot. There are standard ones that do nothing special, they're just there for you to jump on. Kinda like my assistant, Manbat or whatever his name is. He's nothing special and he's seemingly just there for the sake of being here, cause he sure as hell doesn't do his job. There are also trampoline platforms that allow for much higher bounces, movable platforms, teleport platforms that do what you'd expect them to based on the name only, pass-through platforms that only allow of passing in one indicated on them direction, spiky platforms that you should not bounce on, and bumpers that bounce you diagonally. And that all is just scratching the surface. The underlying mechanics and goal of each level is very simple, so that the Bumpy's Arcade Fantasy has a very low entry point and is a fun introduction to puzzle games for those who are not familiar with the genre. But don't get fooled, while the difficulty curve is very forgiving, it does grow constantly, even if just by a little per each stage. Eventually you'll find yourself in a point where you need to start considering how to approach the level, planning your each next bounce. So while it's simple to get into, it's progressing in such a way that puzzle lovers of all skills will like it. Not many people short of World's Greatest Detective know that Shadow of Cerberus was actually originally an online-only game, a MUD, so multi-user dungeon that ran on Sierra's own network. This Shadow of Cerberus is an offline version of the same game. It is viewed from the first-person perspective and takes place in dungeons below the titular Volcano Cerberus. The story advances along with your leveling up and progressing through the dungeon, which I must add features an automap system which is always fun in games like that. Shadow of Cerberus is not a game for everyone. It requires a very specific player, a person who either grew up on these older, simpler dungeon crawlers or likes progressing for the sake of getting better. A min-max player to whom the story and long conversations with branching paths are just a stopgap in enjoyment of the game. If you are such person, you'll have a great time playing Cerberus. If you're not, then this may actually be the game to stay away from. Why? Because it's very simple. There's hardly any NPCs, and these that are there are relegated to role of hint-giving machines. Story unfolds slowly based on the character progression and not dialogue or choices that you make, and assembly line monster killing in hack and slash style is fun but doesn't feel to have much depth to it. You do it to get further, to get better, to carry on. Thing is, the biggest attraction of the original was the fact that you enjoyed it with others. You traversed the dungeons with friends or people you just met, and the need for the adventure is what connected you, what effectively made you a party exploring endless dungeons. Single-player version does not offer that, and this is precisely why it's a game for a very specific kind of a gamer. I'm usually not one, but from time to time I do find myself hankering for some dungeon crawling without any overarching stories, plots, just to get that progression achievement rush. Wild West World is original 1990 Amiga release that dropped on PC a year later, and it's a really interesting one. It's a strategy/management title that lets you run your own economic empire in the Wild West. And while it takes a little time to familiarize yourself with everything that's in the game, the time investment is worth it, as it rewards you with incredibly detailed simulation. Starting with the theme that's unmistakably Western-like in its design, through graphics, sound and music. Everything fits perfectly. Even weather conditions are time and location appropriate, offering scorching summers with hurricanes, steppe fires and all that changes with the passing seasons. It feels real. As much as it was possible in 1991, that is. You'll be involved in anything and everything you can afford to bring even more money in. So you'll buy the land, establish farms, ranches and mines, you'll need to hire workers for all of this and make sure that they always have enough supplies of livestock, food and tools, and are paid on time. Wild West World can be played either by one or two players on the same system, and it's obviously most fun against a buddy, or Batman, as he's whispering to me all throughout this game's running time to tell you just that. And that he's Batman. I really don't know why he's so keen on repeating who he is, but it is what it is. Shut up, Bruce, no one likes you. Can't you see that they don't care? Sorry guys, he's been very annoying ever since I mentioned him first. He seems to feel his newfound popularity will allow him to get back on the proverbial horse and restart his crime-fighting career once again somehow. Anyway, while the empire building and trading backbone of the game is very solid and most importantly fun, it's not what it's all about, as you don't really have to fight for the top dog spot clean and fair. In fact, you can act dirty just the way Wild West setting would expect you to. So you can hire gangs of outlaws to harass your opponent's lands or even aim to try to eliminate them, you can bribe Indians to burn their estates and kill their workers, and all that is just scratching the surface. As long as you can afford it, you can be a mean Wild West magnate. And you know what? You should, cause it's fun. And it will be a nice break from all the world saving that you usually do. Mirage Thunder is a fun, underrated, vertically scrolling shoot-'em up, and I really don't get why. It's a quality game that could easily be on a cabinet in an arcade somewhere, sitting in a remote gas station or in a dark corner of your local chicken joint, where no one sits unless other seats are already taken, and it would rack up some serious coins in either. It has great for the time and platform graphics and sound, the music tracks are not overly annoying, even if a bit repetitive, but most of all it plays great. It's fast and frantic, full of very distinct and innovative enemies that can range from various machines and ships, through insect-like aliens of various kinds to hybrids of the two. Not really machines yet, but not fully biological beings either. Bosses are really fun too, and there's a lot of them, often few per stage. They're all entirely different not only in terms of how they look, no sprite swaps here whatsoever, but also how they act and in terms of tactics that you need to use to defeat them. And it's a blast figuring it out. There's quite a few different weapons to choose too. They're all upgradable and allow you to pick your fave to best suit your game style. You can unlock the satellite ships that follow you and help, and missiles. Mirage Thunder's graphics are excellent, crisp and smooth, often using very large sprites, even up to a quarter of the screen in size. Parallax scrolling, while sparse and only ever occurring here and there, is quite nice and adds to the overall presentation too. Honestly, Mirage Thunder has been a surprise for me, as I somehow overlooked it back in the day, and it looks hella tasty. If you enjoy shooters, this one's a sweet treat. But if you're more into savory things, then it's a spicy, salty heaven that just melts on your screen. Come to think of it, some stages actually kinda look like it. Anyway, what I was failing to say here was, give it a go. I know that this video is called Best Obscure Those Games You've Never Heard Of, but Interactive Girls' Vida X is definitely not the best at anything. Well, cringe perhaps, but that's debatable. That said, for some, it may be so incredibly bad that it actually becomes good. So on that notion, I've elected to talk about it anyway. Oh, and despite the subject, don't worry, no not safe for work content will be shown here. Although I gotta say that when I mentioned that I'll be covering this one, it was probably the only time in the last 2 weeks that I saw Batman put away a bag of chips and acting genuinely interested. But the little perv he is, he will not get to see anything obscene here today. Anyway, Interactive Girls, or Vida X or whatever it's really called, is generally speaking a point-and-click adventure game that substituted interesting and involving puzzles, unique locales and characters to meet with digitized still images of ladies. Or a lady in this particular case, cause there were supposed to be more of these games in the series, and as far as I know, only 2 ever came out. But whatever, we're talking about Vida X today. Story of Vida X is so shallow, it's like a dried up puddle. There's this lady whose name I've mentioned probably 50 times already, and she's for better or worse interested in you. And what your ultimate goal is to take her home with you and sweep her off her feet. I mean, not in a creepy pervy way, yeah, I'm looking at you Bruce, but woo her with your personality, so that she would eventually agree to make sweet love to you. And it's so simple, it's hard to call it a game really. More like a mouse-click simulator. For one, you cannot make the wrong choice here when talking to Vida. I mean, you can, but the game will just tell you what your mistake was and revert you back to the point where you've made it, so that you could pick something else. You can literally complete this whole affair, pun intended, in 20-30 minutes and be done with it. It's not great, guys, but it has to be seen to be believed how cringe a game can become, and still act as if it was a serious product. What were the devs thinking? Well, they either went for the aforementioned so bad it's good vibe, or just wanted to get the sales on a pure foundation of potential buyers' horniness. So, approach Vida X only as a novelty and don't expect to invest any real time in it. As Overkill itself says just before the title screen when you launch it, it's not a shareware game. And honestly, it doesn't look like one, but since it was released by Epic Mega Games, then masters of the shareware, I kinda get the sentiment of why it had to be included in the game, so that people would not share it without paying. But people will do what they will do, so there's that. No message could prevent it. Anyway, Overkill is a vertically scrolling shoot-'em up, and it may very well be the best DOS EGA shooter. The jury's still out on that. Sure, there were better VGA games, but for EGA, it's hard to find one. Especially that the colors are so smartly used and mixed in a way that I'm sure you wouldn't have noticed that it's EGA if I haven't told you. Oh well, even if I'm wrong, I can tell you that Batman dropped a candy bar and spilled his soda when he heard that it was not VGA. So, we've established that the graphics are great for the hardware, but what about the sound design? Well, the MIDI music is pretty decent and appropriately actiony for the lack of a better word, it just fits. Sound, however, is a hot mess. It only works with PC speaker, and while there were some rare occasions when people were able to squeeze something semi-decent from it, overkill is not the case. All the beeps and boops are annoying, and it's sad but there was no attention put towards Sound Blaster support that by 1993 was widely available. Story-wise, you come back home after long being away and realize that your planet is no more, destroyed by an evil alien race. Well, it's too late for it, it's not for the universe itself, so you, being the galactic badass that you are, decide to single-handedly, like a proper late 80s superhero, rid the space of the Scourge. You head out to attack and destroy all 6 of evil aliens' planets and eventually their battle star, which is what Death Star was supposed to be, but the aliens have run out of advertising budget and the name was conceived internally without help of external dedicated ad agencies. A mistake on their side, but not the worst one. Worst was pissing you off. There's quite a few weapons available in Overkill and they are upgraded by adding satellite miniships to your fighter, and you can have even up to 6 of these. So the variety is definitely there. And if you like shooters, you will love this fast and, believe it or not, fairly balanced game. It's not too tough, not too easy, it's just perfect. Major Striker, as opposed to Minor Striker, which was my nickname in high school, don't ask why, I'm embarrassed, is Apogee's Masters of Shareware another successful attempt at vertically scrolling shoot 'em up. And as with most of their games, this one too, whether it needs it or not, has a story. Because why the hell not? So 8 years after the end of the Third World War, aliens known only as Cretons attacked the Earth. And we were so close, you know? If they were only called Cretins, not Cretons, it could have been so much easier. But to no avail, it seems. So the plan was formed to hit them where it hurts the most, within their own star system. You, my indestructible, fearless viewer, play as Major Harrison Striker, and are tasked by the lovely Admiral Yoshiro of going to aliens' free planets and destroying their military installations. It's a last strike type of a mission, so if you fail we're doomed, and there will be no more bacon. So keep it in mind that your failure will effectively erase the salty delicacy from the universe forever. And that is something we cannot allow, and also worth fighting for, right? Major Striker is composed out of 3 thematically unique and fun to mow through worlds, filled with numerous alien bodies and installations to destroy. There's also numerous various weapon upgrades and shields, and a whole plethora of power-ups changing how your ship behaves, influencing the gameplay itself, or adding bombs to your arsenal. The 3 difficulty levels available to pick between in the game are considerably different from one another, changing the number of enemies dramatically and also access to available power-ups. The bigger the challenge, the more points you get though, so if you're aiming for the score run, always pick the highest. Major Striker is a tough game, so it's best to train on lower difficulties first before moving to more demanding ones. The graphics are as good as they can be on EGA, featuring large backgrounds and various unique sprites for enemies and foreground objects alike. Oh, and 3 levels of parallax scrolling, so something that was more often expected in VGA titles and not 16-color EGA games. If you're a fan of shooters, Major Striker is a no-brainer, the game, not the soldier, and if you're not, then, well, it's not gonna change your mind about them. Boom, kapow, badoom, kerbang, and any other onomatopoeias that come to mind when thinking of bombs and explosions. That's what this little gem is all about. Bombs and explosions all around. While many of the late Polish Amiga games were not great, Mega Blast, that originated on the Amiga before being released on PC, is, well, mega fun that is. It's an excellent multiplayer game that can easily serve as a highlight of any retro evening with friends, providing hours of entertainment and competitive action regardless if drinks are involved or not. Though I would suggest, if I may, wink wink nudge nudge, that some juice boxes would be available at hand's reach. If you ever played Dyna Blaster or Bomberman, you know nearly everything that there is to know about Mega Blast. It's a maze-based versus game where players use bombs with delayed explosions to clear mazes' destructible walls and, most importantly, get rid of each other. The walls, when destroyed, may contain hidden bonuses and power-ups like increased explosion range, extra bombs, faster movement, so basically same stuff found in original Bomberman, but not only. There are also quite a few new ones, like ability to throw bombs, and these thrown bombs bounce off of each other, and maze walls too. Ability to walk through walls, mixed up controls, cause yeah, not all pickups have to be helpful, and bombs slipping out of your hands, which makes your character drop them automatically, which as you might have guessed is as annoying as it is fun in the heat of a battle. And all these are just the tip of a mountain of positive and negative power-ups that make Mega Blast so much fun. Up to 4 players can enjoy it on a single computer, and believe me, the more of you there are, the more chaotic and fun it gets. Having to keep an eye on all the bombs dropped by others, and not only yourself, and launching chain explosions is not only addicting as hell, but also makes you want to come back for more, even if you're the victim of one of those chains. I initially played Mega Blast on the Amiga, but when I moved to PC I made sure to have a copy too, as it's a timeless classic that never gets old and can be enjoyed and appreciated today as much as it could in 1995. But not all is sunshine and rainbows in the explosive world of Mega Blast. Because its strongest and best feature, so fast-paced adrenaline rush-inducing multiplayer, is also its biggest weakness. Because while it can be played alone against the CPU, it's just not the same game. CPU can never replace a real player, and all those things that make the game hectic and irresistible in multiplayer grow old in single-player mode very quickly. Mega Blast is a versus player game by design and should be approached only as such. Note that down. Mega Blast. That seemed like a great game, right? Well, not all Mega-named games are made the same. Mega Phoenix, while not bad per se, is not even remotely as good as previous Mega game was. It's a single-screen wave shooter similar to Galaga or Galaxian and also retouched remake of an earlier arcade original, Phoenix. So you're always at the bottom of the screen, moving left and right only and shooting upwards at ever-coming waves of enemies. The first wave is usually composed out of several small enemies arranged in patterns and attacking you at random in short intervals. Second consists of same, bigger enemies, the Phoenixes. These are more deadly and challenging to beat, apparently. The third only has one enemy, but it's the titular Mega Phoenix itself. When it's downed, there's the Phoenix ship, which is even bigger, deadlier and has few smaller ships helping it out. If you manage to defeat it, the game repeats all waves at higher difficulty. And I'm sure that you see already where the main issue of Mega Phoenix is, right? It's same waves, with same enemies, time and time again. Only a bit more difficult each time. It grows old fast, believe me. Especially that there's no extra weapons, no upgrades, and all you have to use against the Phoenixes are your trusty cannon and shield. Which is not very helpful if I'm to be honest. So if you have a live goal and absolutely have to experience all those shooters, then yeah, give it a go. It's not that bad if you wanna play it once or twice only. But Mega Phoenix is definitely not a game to find a permanent stay in your gaming library. I promise that this game is the last in this video starting with Mega. But definitely not the last time I will use the word though. I vouch that before this video ends, I will use Mega at least 10 times. Maybe more, who knows. You can count it with me. Anyway, Megatron VGA is a first-person maze-based 1v1 shooter in which you're behind the controls of huge bipedal mech. The maze is not traversed fluidly as in most other FPS titles, but in steps, kinda like you moved in early RPG dungeon crawlers, Eye of the Beholder and the likes. Which, while not a big issue, is not great if you aim for your game to feel fast-paced and action-packed. It's obvious from the first play that devs clearly didn't. And with a name like Megatron I expected much more. It's a name I imagine a generic in-game villain shouting into the depth of a fiery volcano mountain on top of which he stands on, holding his clearly wounded and profoundly bleeding side mere seconds before falling into it to die. Instead we got a slow, single-step movement system and even more disappointing shooting. Oh well, whatever, it is what it is. You have two weapons available, one is fast-shooting rapid laser, that does very little damage but is basically always available, and the second are slower missiles, which may take a while to reload and shoot, but offer considerably more substantial damage. So obviously the strategy for success involves shooting rockets whenever you can and spamming laser blast in between. Sticking to just one type of a weapon will hardly ever end well for you. Though it's highly questionable if playing this game will end well for you whichever way you do it. There's two robots to choose from, Medcat and Vulture, but for the life of me I cannot tell a difference between them other than how they look. So, gameplay consists mainly of you and CPU wandering around the boring grey maze in jumpy steps looking for each other. When you do eventually find yourselves, a shootout commences, and more often than not, 10 seconds is enough for one of you to emerge victorious. Shots, be it lasers or missiles, seem to have 2-3 frames each only, and same goes for explosions. As a result, it does not only look rather bad, but also feels unresponsive and unsatisfying. So personally I wouldn't suggest going out of your way to track Megatron VGA down, it's not worth your time. Metal Gear, a game that catapulted Hideo Kojima's career into stardom and made him a household name, like Kleenex or Cheerios or Pampers. What a legend. It's an amazing first title in a long-running series of incredibly popular stealth espionage action games that span numerous titles and over 30 years of releases, that not only introduced many of the concepts well known in gaming today, but also was a pretty captivating and well-playing story in its own right. You play as now famous but then virtually unknown Solid Snake, an agent of so-called Foxhound, and you're on a mission to infiltrate the Outer Heaven, a small fortified nation in which the villain of the game resides and threatens the world with the titular Metal Gear. A walking tank that's capable of launching nuclear warheads from anywhere in the world. Your mission is to save Grey Fox and other of Foxhound's agents and gather as much intel on Metal Gear as possible. To do so, you must be as invisible as Bat. Man-Bat. I'm Batman. I know you are, Bruce, but I'm talking about another half-man, half-monstrosity. You don't know each other, he's more of a vigilante type of a hero, you know? He doesn't work with authorities and does everything his own way. Kinda like heroes from 80s action movies. He's a good-hearted bad boy and not a bad-hearted do-gooder. I'm Batman. Yes, you are. So, as I was saying, stealth is your best friend in Metal Gear, cause while you can approach the game from strictly shooter point of view, it will bring you nothing but continuous and disappointing failures. You have to avoid contact with the enemy whenever you can, keeping in mind that they can actually for the first time in gaming see. So staying out of their visual range, hiding behind objects, under cardboard boxes, or even walking behind them is a key to success. You'll also gather weapons and keys for doors, and believe me when I tell you that silenced pistol is your best friend in Metal Gear. Cause there wasn't many other as satisfying moments in gaming in 1990 as sneaking behind the level worth of enemies and killing them all one by one by silent shots. There's obviously many more weapons and items in Metal Gear, and most can be used to approach and complete the missions / levels in one way or another, so a replay value is quite high with this one. DOS's version, while obviously not being as popular as NES original was nearly as good of a game and could provide hungry for movie-like action teenagers days of high-pressure fun. And yes, I do realize that Metal Gear itself is not obscure in any sense of the word, but this 1990s DOS port was nowhere near as well known as original was. And it's a pity, cause despite some very dated presentation, it's a hell of a game. Would you believe me if I told you that one of the most fun two-player games in this video looks like something that you could prepare all the graphics for in Microsoft Paint in a span of 10 minutes or on your coffee break? Miceman is an excellent two-player versus board puzzle game, but only when played against a friend. As per usual, when you play it against CPU, sooner or later you'll work out flawless strategies to beat it every single time. So keep in mind that only full registered version allows for two-player fun. Shareware only works against CPU. Now, I told you that it's well worth finding and playing, I told you which version to track down, but I still haven't told you how to play it, and that's the most fun part of it. So the game board is 19 by 13 squares, with 12 mice pieces for each player sitting at opposing sides of the board, red and blue. The board is randomized each play, so no two games are ever alike. Well, unless one of you is exceptionally good at it, and the other utterly sucks. And it's definitely not you losing, cause there's only few as bright, as intelligent and quickly adapting people in the galaxy as you are. And chances of them being in the same place and time as you are virtually non-existent. The general idea here is simple: get your 12 mice to the opposing side before your opponent does the same. So each player takes their turn and can move one column up or down by one square unit. They wrap around, so going over at the top brings the contents of said column's top row to its bottom, and vice versa. When the player ends his move, all of his mice that are not blocked by blocks of cheese move as far as they can. They can move forwards and up and down freely, so the cleared path doesn't have to be straight line. When that's done, it's the other player's turn. The caveat here is that you can only move a column that has at least one of your mice in it, you cannot move a column that your opponent just moved, and you cannot move the same column more than 6 times in a row. Those limits do not apply, however, if all your remaining mice are in the same column. When both players happen to have just one mouse left, the game enters a sudden death mode, and leaves you with only 8 turns left till it ends automatically. When it does, player whose mouse is moved further ahead wins. If they're at the same distance, it's a draw. Miceman is an excellent versus board game that, while not identical to, does conceptually feel similar to the Piracy on C64. Which was another incredibly addictive in its simplicity versus board title. If you like two-player versus board puzzler games that require involving your grey mass in them, Miceman is well worth its price. Also, it's one of Man-Bat's favorite games because it involves mice, which he eats from time to time, as bats do. Let me start by saying that Mimi and the Mites is a freeware game, so it was entirely free even when it released. Keep that in mind when judging it. It is also very unusual, taking in spades from other classics to create its own unique gameplay loop. It feels like an odd mixture of Lemmings and Amiga's classic Benefactor. Not as good as either, but good nonetheless. So Mimi is a single-screen puzzle platformer with a very heavy, though not apparent at first, focus on the puzzling. The goal of each screen is to get Mimi to exit unharmed, and the titular mites are out to get her, and will actively chase her all throughout the game. And if they touch her, you'll lose a life. I'm Batman. No, obviously I wasn't threatening them, Bruce. I didn't mean their lives, but Mimi's life. The one in their proverbial hand. Sorry guys, he gets very agitated whenever violence is mentioned. So, one would think that obviously you'd need to avoid or dispose of the mites that chase you, right? And while you can sorta do the latter by zapping them with your gun or jumping on them from above ledges, temporarily stunning them, they cannot be killed. And it's good, because in most levels you actually need them to solve the puzzles that will allow you to leave. You will have to often lure them with your Mimi towards the switches, pressure plates and likes, cause there are some that only mites can activate. And these need to be used to either remove barriers or other features that stand in your way to freedom. You will then have to risk life and limb so that mites would activate those for you, more often than not timing it right so that in the same time you could activate another, as some need to be toggled at the same moment to work. The more you play and the further you get in the game, the more interesting mechanics and uses for mites will become apparent. At no point, however, you will be thrown into deep water. All will be introduced gradually, giving you ample time to learn and master them. You will unlock new weapons and ammo too, which can be used in various scenarios to help you. Mimi and the Mites is not an easy game, and despite it being fair and letting you familiarize yourself with everything that it offers, it will be challenging all the way through. But it's also a forgiving one. So if you keep failing at particular level all the time, the game will straight up ask you if you want to skip it, and continue playing and having fun from the following one. I would obviously suggest not skipping anything, as each challenge teaches you something that may be useful later on, but if you absolutely can't stand repeating something time after time again, and honestly I'm that kind of a person too, then by all means, go ahead. In the end, for a free game, Mimi and the Mites is an interesting and unusual take on puzzle platforming and one well worth checking out. You know what's worse than murders? Surprisingly, there's few things actually. Wars. Yes, wars are worse. Also mass murders. That's a bad one too. Ritualistic suicides are pretty depressing as well. And catastrophes claiming countless innocent victims are terrible too. And I just realized that those last few sentences alone may have cost me monetization on this video. Oh well, such is life. And you gotta say what you gotta say, right? So, what is also worse than murders are the murders in space. No gravity, very limited oxygen, and overwhelming cold darkness of the vacuum of space. Yep, it's pretty bad. Fortunately, Murders in Space, the game, is not. And it's a sequel to year prior's and much more popular and well-known Murders in Venice. The idea is an extension of originals, offering very similar gameplay, and it's also a mystery adventure game. What you aim to do in Murders in Space is to make sure that your crew survives 24 hours on the nondescript space station. The issue is, one of the astronauts is a cold-hearted killer, so your task is anything but easy. Especially that nothing really points to anyone in particular, at least not initially when you start the game. So what you'll be mainly doing is talking to all crew members and trying to be in the right place and time to prevent the killings. What times and places these are? Well, that's for you to figure out. And it's gonna be a task and a half, especially that each of the spacemen has something else to do in their schedule and often in different locations and different times. Despite very limited interactivity, basically coming down to conversations with the crew and showing up to locations at certain times, the atmosphere of being alone on a remote space station with a killer on the loose is quite prominent if you like that kind of a thing. Generally speaking, even though the gameplay is rather slow, Murders in Space can be very enjoyable if you approach it with the right mindset, and let yourself get lost in dreadful realization of being the only one who can save others. Sadly, the game is not without issues. For one, you can ask only a few questions each time you see a crew member, and then you have to wait for them to move to a different location to be able to approach them again. And since each of them have some kind of a dark secret of their own, figuring out who the psychopath is can be really challenging. Worst of all, having the manual is a must, so even if you play a copy you found online, make sure to get manual too, as several important notes and passwords required during gameplay can only be found in it. I suppose it was a form of early analog DRM, but it's annoying having to either alt-tab to look stuff up in it, or print it out for a game you really don't know if you're going to like when you get it. Murders in Space is a very special title, and people either really like it or find it slow as snail and annoying as hell. Remember Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Now, what animal is faster than the turtle? Think. Yeah, you obviously right, a cheetah is, but focus. What animal is faster than a turtle, slower than a cheetah, and also a rather peaceful creature? Oh, and it likes carrots if it's helpful. Yep, a rabbit. Nice. Now imagine a world without ninja turtles, but with ninja rabbits instead. Huh? What do you think? Wouldn't it be great? A fast-moving, agile and deadly rabbit? Well, our in-game ninja rabbit is anything but ninja. I mean, not only he's not working under the guise of darkness and mystery, but also sports blindingly white kimono that's incredibly easy to distinguish from the background. If anything, the game should be called Anti-Ninja Rabbits. But whatever, let's start at the beginning. You're tasked with saving some random factory for whatever the reason, which in itself is a stupid motivation as they come in a game about animals, but it is what it is. So naturally, to do so you traverse free not over long stages beating up any and all animals and humans that come your way. Interestingly enough, despite you being a rabbit, most of them are much smaller than you are. Must be those vitamins in greens we kept hearing about as kids. If I would have eaten more veggies, I might have been bigger too. Perhaps even as big as a ninja rabbit. Still, while the graphics are not bad, they're not spectacular and sound is, well, present in the game. The gameplay, however, is where Ninja Rabbids really shows what it's made of. And it's mainly manure, it seems, as it's not only boring, but even the combat, so supposedly the most fun part of it, feels like an afterthought with no weight behind any of the hits. Sure, blood specks fly everywhere when you hit anyone, but gore has hardly ever saved the game. Now, just because I'm dumping on Ninja Rabbids my little puss of disappointment, it doesn't mean that a game like it doesn't have its uses. Because it does. I mean, if you wake up one day and feel like it would be cool to complete a really bad game, then Ninja Rabbids 3 levels shouldn't take you too long and you'll have your wish granted in like an hour or so. Or, if you'd like to show someone how not to make a side-scrolling beat-em-up, it can also serve as a pretty good example of that. See, I'm not just a glass half empty. I see some light in this otherwise dark tunnel of a bad game. Ninja Rabbids is not broken, it's just not fun. Have I covered worst games before? More than once, easily few dozen? But with a name like that, Ninja Rabbids gave me false hopes for a fun title. Perhaps the fault is partly on my side for overhyping myself with Ninja Turtles initially, but it changes nothing, the game is not good. Okay, I will most likely butcher this title cause it's part English, part Korean, and I'm neither, but Allmang Jolmang Paradise is an arcade shooter made by Korean developer called Family Production, featuring characters from their other games. It's a third-person from behind-the-back 3D shooter conceptually similar to Space Harrier. Up to 2 players can have a go at it at once and pick between 8 Family Productions characters to play as. There are 2 ships from Illusion Blaze, 2 mechs from Iron Blood, 2 heroes from PNGT, and Shaki and his wife from Shaki the Wolf. And if those names sound alien to you, that's alright, cause while the games were published in the West, they were really obscure and hardly anyone knew of them. Each of the 8 characters has their own unique weapon, thematically correct to the game they came from, and a special super attack that depletes their health, but is incredibly powerful when used against the enemies. And since we're on the enemies, there are tons of these, and they differ in design quite considerably, even if largely serving the same function. So being a cannon fodder on your way to the bosses, which in itself are pretty fun to beat even if not overly challenging. Every character starts at his/hers/its unique stage, but after completing it the remaining ones are identical to all of them. There are no weapon power-ups in the game, which is tad disappointing, but I suppose a number of different characters makes up a bit for it. You do get to collect money from defeated enemies though, and it can be spent in the shops where you can purchase additional lives, sidekicks to help you and other useful items. Allmang Jolmang Paradise may not be the most innovative or creative game out there, but it's just fun. It took other games' simple gameplay formula, polished it up with fresh coat of paint, meaning high quality colorful graphics and fast sprite scaling on a bed of lush backgrounds, added decent sounds and music to round up the presentation and finished it off with a really enjoyable and fast gameplay loop. It's a package. And while there's not much novelty in OJP other than the bosses and different characters you play as, it's surprisingly addicting and you'll hardly want to put it away if you start playing. And that's as much as one can expect from a good game. Also makes me wonder why it wasn't as popular as it could have been given how decent it is. It may be a combination of things though. It released under DOS in 1995 when Windows gaming was already spreading its wings, and came from Far East with what I can only imagine was a minuscule marketing budget. I have obviously no proof to support these claims, it's just how I feel. One way or another, it's a great game. What a start to the new season of our DOS series, don't you think? Each game, even if not great, seems to be unique in its own right. But it's irrelevant how I feel about them. What do you think? Were any interesting to you? Or maybe you found something to try out? Let me know in the comments below. Oh, and mega 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 mega. I think it's about right now. Ring Cycle is an action-adventure straight from the industry veteran Mike Singleton, that you may know from his Lord of Midnight series of games. Never was a fan, but they're called classics, no doubt about that. And as games go, his next after this, Ring Cycle, is quite terrible. The story is not very coherent and based on Wagner's Der Ring des Nibelungen, a cycle of 4 operas incorporating German and Scandinavian mythological elements. Very odd choice and one I don't fully understand, but since I'm not versed in classical music, I'm not gonna hold it against it. So while it's an unusual background for the game, it's interesting at least. You play as Siegmund, son of Volsung, and you have to find and collect 10 holy relics, learn about the mythical purpose and about Siegmund's own past. And as you play, you also collect fireball ammunition, flagons of meat and other items that may come in handy during combat encounters or otherwise. Talking about combat, it's not great. Not that the rest of the game is, but it's worth pointing out. It plays out like a broken FPS where you try to drown the enemy in fireballs while avoiding their shots yourself. It's not fun. The world is viewed from either first or third person perspective and is rather large. And I don't want to rehash what self-help books say here, but size doesn't matter. It's the technique that counts. I mean, it's the content. And in any case, in Ring Cycle there's not much of it, sadly. So the world, while large, feels empty, desolate and worst of all, boring. If you add to it poor controls, lousy dated on the release graphics, and lack of clear and involving direction, you end up with, well, Ring Cycle. So unless you're on a desert island with absolutely nothing else to play, avoid it at all cost. I don't want you to think that all games in today's video are going to be bad, so here you go. Retribution. Retribution is a first-person sci-fi combat simulation, and it's pretty good. But before we get into that, let's talk about its story a little. Early into 24th century, humanity was in shambles and on the verge of extinction. The environment was in awful state, the food was scarce, and most lived in constant, permanently unsatisfied hunger. The outlook was beyond grim, and we were doomed. It was the case at least until the Krellans arrived, advanced alien species that came and stepped in, saving us in one sweep alien move. They showed us how to live in peace with nature and each other, shared their advanced technology, modern and groundbreaking medicine procedures, and last but not least, taught us how to terraform and settle on distant or barren as our own planets. We were saved. Retribution is composed out of 11 action-packed campaigns, each with 4 unique missions. And when I say action-packed, I mean it, because while there is a story to follow up in it, about the game's protagonist seeking retribution for... actually, I'll let you figure it out yourself. So yeah, anyway, there's a story, but you're likely to ignore it entirely and just focus on frantic shooting and completing of often very demanding missions. Because while Retribution starts simple, the difficulty ramps up quite quickly. Too quickly in my opinion, but it's nothing you shouldn't be able to handle being the universal badass that you are. The graphics, while sadly not as VGA, are pretty decent for VGA, running on developers' own voxel engine and featuring a lot of various targets for you to pew-pew into non-existence. In that, Retribution is kinda similar to Wing Commander series, so it has an overarching story and much more immediate and apparent combat gameplay that takes the forefront of it all. While quite obviously Retribution is not as good as Origins Classic, it's still a fun action title. So, if you're into this, you'll have a lot of fun. Reaper is an interactive FMV movie adventure, because by 1996 we still haven't learned our lesson and we're still releasing these monstrosities into the wild, hoping that one of them will be a good one and will stick. And with Reaper, we kinda hit the nail on the head, as it's pretty good actually. Reaper is dark, tense and atmospheric noir sci-fi cyberpunk adventure. A mysterious and unknown individual, known only in the eye of public as the Reaper, is causing panic, killing supposedly random people in a brutal manner. After each kill, he lets you, the protagonist, know. He sends you a message and boasts about it. Why you? Hard to tell, but maybe because you're a reporter working for the Virtual Herald, currently on the Reaper's case. You're Jake Quinlan, and the Reaper is either going to make your career or break your spirit and mind. No other outcome seems plausible. Sounds interesting? Trust me, it is. In fact, it's probably the best FMV game I've spoke about to date, maybe short of Under a Killing Moon, but I have a lot of melancholy for that one, so I may be biased. Reaper is intelligently written, believable, involving and most of all excellently acted out. There's no devs in this one playing characters, it's all professional actors on top of their game. Let the fact that Christopher Walken is giving a top-notch performance in Reaper be the proof of how much attention and care was given it to succeed. And it does, on all fronts. Reaper, however, first and foremost, and despite the FMV, is an adventure game, and as such, it's fantastic. While you'll typically for the genre explore numerous locations, examine objects, find clues and solve various puzzles, you will also indulge into tons of dialogues, and arguably these are the most fun part of the game. At least for me. As they're well written, believable, and all the characters don't feel like placeholders, but fully fleshed out people with their own needs, wants, motivations and goals. It's a blast. Some puzzles will require you to use your brain, while others will test your mouse controlling skills and reflexes. Especially those that take place in cyberspace or shootouts. Reaper is one of the best FMV games ever made, and it's so well written and designed in fact, that it would be a very good adventure game even without the video clips. If you're into either of the genres, make sure to track it down and play. If looking at Rooster, Polish action shooter gives you weird vibes and feels like you've seen it somewhere else but more polished, better looking and sounding, then you're right. Cause you have, in Alien Breed series of games. Rooster is a top-down sci-fi shooter that's not bad per se, it's just not great. The moon base, used as a scientific center housing the biggest minds in humanity, is working on new kinds of deadly weapons. If keeping them all in a single remote location was a good idea is a question for another time, as the base has been attacked, overrun and eventually taken over by the terrorists from Mars. And that's its most immediate problem. You play as Rooster. Yes, like the male chicken. The best, strongest and smartest special forces commando soldier in the world. Maybe universe. So basically yourself. and you're sent to deal with the terrorist scum. The game is composed out of 4 rather large levels, but unlike Alien Breed, you don't have to kill everything that moves. You can't, even. Some enemies are indestructible and you have to avoid them. You also have to be careful where you're shooting not to accidentally kill an innocent scientist or destroy something that may be required later on for progression. Be more careful than in Alien Breed is what I'm saying here. Look and then shoot, rather than shoot at the first sight of any movement. There's a fair amount of environmental puzzling in Rooster 2, with switches in various locations, computers requiring appropriate diskettes, teleports, and different machinery like reactors, turbines or generators that may require locating and switching on. So I'd argue that it's more of an exploration/puzzling title than the original that was more action-packed. And while it may seem like a good choice for some, focusing on something else than killing, from my point of view, the superficial lock switching and terminal operations get boring fast, especially that all the environments look very samey and you rarely ever feel like you're discovering something new and interesting. And the levels are very labyrinth-like in their design, requiring a lot of memorization to be able to complete them, which is not everyone's cup of tea. And since there's no save function of any kind, you'll have to power through the entire game if you want to complete it each time. So it's that difficult. In the end, Rooster is not a bad game, it's just not very well balanced, not as good as original was, but if you like shooters, you should find something in it to enjoy. Stargoose is a very unusual sci-fi themed space shooter. But space is just the background to all the shooting, as you're really flying over a space base or spacecraft of some kind that's semi-3-dimensional, and your craft is gliding along its surface, adjusting to the hills and valleys of it, which, while unnecessary, is a neat graphical effect adding to the presentation. Unusually enough, the levels are not your typical point A to point B fare, and they loop around until you collect 6 colored crystals. So even if you don't grab them straight away, you'll be back to do so on your second loop. When all of them are picked up, you can enter the portal that will warp you to the next level. It is advisable, however, to take all the defenses out first before focusing on collecting crystals, especially the stationary ones, as they are deadlier than the enemy ships. There are no weapon upgrades to speak of in Stargoose, your gun and rockets are all you have really, which is disappointing to say the least. Especially that the ammo is finite, but in occasional faux 3D tunnel sections you collect orbs to replenish your fuel, shield or ammo. So there's that at least. Since you can control your speed of movement during gameplay and that in turn controls screen scrolling speed, you are your own difficulty level slider, which is an interesting concept that I'd like to see in more games. In short, the faster you fly, the more challenging the game will be. It's not all great in the Stargoose realm though, there's few things I'm not happy about and I fear that most others wouldn't be either. For one, the enemies' backgrounds and gameplay loop is very repeatable. All levels feel same, even if they aren't, and enemies while looking different are not distinct from each other whatsoever. Other than that, some of them shoot at you and others don't. But worst of all, there's no end to the fight in Stargoose. You just keep going forever. Because when you beat the last 8th level, the game loops back same way its levels do, and you carry on. And since there's no bosses of any kinds whatsoever, it gets tiresome quite fast. It's not bad, don't get me wrong, Stargoose is not broken in any way, it's just other than the 3D surface gimmick, it doesn't offer any novelties and it's very basic. Not a game for me, but you may find yourself liking its loop if you're a fan of shooters. Savage Warriors advertised its novel at the time technology called 3D Biomotion, which simulated bones and joints on characters, effectively making 2D characters appear 3D-ish. While they may not be real 3D, they appear so, and it's a nice change from all the other 2D fighters that were on the market back then. Oh yeah, cause Savage Warrior is a versus fighter, and that's probably the most important thing about it. It's also one I kinda forgot to mention at the beginning, which is just a testament to how chaotic I am. Anyway, the backgrounds are beautifully hand-painted and look excellent for the time, much better than some of the early 3D pre-rendered ones that other 3D games at the time used. And the game plays in high-resolution SVGA, which makes it sharp and pleasant to the eye. The elusive mythical only known as the Master brings in 10 great warriors torn out of their times to pit them against each other to see who's the best and worthy of challenging the Master himself. So you'll be able to pick between likes of Nephis born in Egypt more than 3000 years ago, Fergus, who's an Irish warrior from the 10th century, and World War II veteran Hank from USA, to name a few. Each of the warriors is unique not only in how it looks, but in the style it fights in and special moves too. Other than the Master, who's the final boss of the game and your ultimate challenge, and the other 9 fighters, there's also 5 other characters that you may get to fight against, but they're not playable themselves. Interestingly enough, few of the stages that you fight on allow for grabbing and hanging on a tree branch, hook or something similar to deliver attacks from above. As much as it's an interesting novelty, its use case scenarios are limited if non-existent. Because while you can kick while hanging, you don't get to use any of the ranged attacks and can just end up hanging there with your opponent patiently waiting for you to get back down or mauling you from afar. Savage Warriors also features replays, and these can be played at a much more attractive, more 3D feeling camera angle, and are a nice, even if unnecessary touch to spice up the gameplay. And if you like fighters, give it a go. I don't know if I could or even should tell you about Secret Mission, because it's, well, secret. But if you swear here and now that you will forever hold what I'll tell you and never share it with anyone without prior checking in with me or Batman, then I will. Just say, I'm Batman, in the comments below, and I'll know that I can explain what it's all about. I'll wait. I'm glad that you agreed to my terms, thank you. I'm Batman. What do you mean that not everyone complied, Bruce? Well, you're the world's greatest detective, find them and deal with them. No, I'm not telling you to kill them, but a broken bone or two, maybe a concussion should send the message. Don't bother me, man, sort it out yourself, you're the tough guy here. So, yeah, thanks if you agreed, and better pack up and leave if you haven't, as man-bat's on your trail. Secret Mission is a very fun, obscure, spy-themed adventure game. Mind you, I did not say point and click, because it doesn't use the mouse whatsoever. You control your character in an isometric world using arrows and convoluted pop-up menu for all the typical control verbs and inventory. Which is so annoying that I'm not surprised that Secret Mission did not manage to secure a notable following. I mean, the game is great otherwise, but the controls make it so unbearable, I genuinely and completely understand players dropping it solely based on the unfriendly design. Anyway, Secret Mission starts in the late 1950s in a fictional Southeast Asian country of Opalia, with you waking up in a random hotel room with no recollection of prior events and a memory loss, not knowing who you are and what you do there. Soon enough, however, thanks to a beautiful unknown seductive lady, you learn the truth, which is pretty grim. First of all, the country of Opalia is on the brink of a coup, with a prime minister plotting president's assassination to take the power for himself. And if that wasn't enough, you're not just a tourist, you're a double agent pretending to work for the Americans while really spying for Russia. And given the strategic location of Opalia, both superpowers are heavily invested in having their foothold there. Secret Mission is a stellar espionage thriller full of twists and turns and surprising situations uncovering unexpected details when you least expect them to. It's a blast. A blast that most will never get to experience in full, as the aforementioned control scheme is so unnecessarily convoluted and unergonomic that playing Secret Mission for prolonged time with most of its puzzles being inventory-based is just a nightmare. But if you persevere and power through, you'll find yourself in the middle of captivating and hella good story. Shaki the Wolf is a rare DOS Korean arcade beat-em-up platformer. A mouthful, I know. And guess who you're going to play in it? I'll give you a hint, it won't be a fox, robot or an alien. It's also not steroid-fueled superhero, even if that's often the case with you. Yep, you got it, you play as a wolf. And there's a story to it. You're a ruler of your peaceful animal kingdom and your subjects love you. I mean, you're orange, you're a wolf, and a good upstanding guy at that, so what's not to love? The idle piece, however, is not long-lasting, as a villain Midnight Sword, rotten-hearted, pure evil lion warrior, takes over your land and brings chaos to it. From this point onward, it's up to you to get better, stronger, faster and more good-looking, find the Midnight Sword and defeat him, reclaiming your kingdom and freeing its inhabitants. Shaki the Wolf is composed out of 7 stages, each ending with a boss fight. Last one defended by the Midnight Sword himself. And I gotta say that all of the bosses are pretty neatly designed and unique. Enemies too are quite varied and fun, and the levels are filled with tons upon tons of environmental obstacles. Sounds cool? Well, it's only sorta cool, cause level design and enemy placement makes the progression at times annoying because of the cheap health losses caused by how things are placed within the levels rather than your lack of skills. But if you get used to it and keep that in mind, you'll quickly learn how to move around to avoid situations in which you lose HP because of how game is made. Fortunately, Shaki the Wolves is a beat-em-up platformer, so every enemy has HP bar, and so do you. Which means that even despite the cheap damage level design, you're not going to die from hitting most dangers, and will just have your HP bar reduced slightly. So there's that. Shaki's graphics are excellent, colorful, with big and nicely animated sprites, and all that on large backgrounds, which would look even better if they had a layer or two of parallaxing, but that's just me nitpicking. It's not necessary really. Sounds are really good too, and the music is appropriately lively to the action-packed gameplay. I really feel that if the publisher would spend more than 57 cents on game's promotion, it could have been a hit in the West too, as it's fun, beautiful and sounds great, and that's a recipe for success. Back in the day there was a movie called Under Siege. This game is not about that. Siege is a game that should have been a great hit among strategy fans back then, and yet it wasn't. I feel that many have lost the chance to experience something special when it came out by jumping onto other, flashier games. Today, if you give it a chance, it won't obviously make as much of an impression as it would have then. It doesn't mean that it's not fantastic, it's just not as jaw-dropping anymore. Siege is a real-time strategy, though that's a bit of an understatement as it's not based on typical for the genre loop, and it pits you in the middle of conflict between good and evil, humans and orcs if you will. There's 24 included scenarios in Siege and an added level editor if you like to take upon yourself to try to make your own. But before you do, I suggest playing few of the built-in ones as they are great fun and will allow you to familiarize yourself with how everything works. One side plays as the defender, the holder of the fort, while the other tries to storm it. The fortresses can be big or small, simple or filled with various defenses like moats, inner walls or towers, and it's up to each of the sides to do their best to win. There's 17 kinds of soldiers, magic uses included, and various siege equipment like battering rams and such. Soldiers can be grouped and given various orders like shooting on sight, holding positions or patrolling, and since the battle can take days if not weeks like in real life, you'll often have some of your wounded soldiers recovering in hospitals before rolling back into combat when healed. It will take time and careful strategizing to complete each scenario, is what I'm saying here. The game is displayed from a bird's eye view with 3 zoom levels, and while it may feel a bit clunky at times, it's at least readable and gives you a clear overview of the situation. CPU player is rather good on both attack and defense, but raising difficulty to higher challenge when you get used to playing the game as is rather disappointing. Because it doesn't change the way the CPU plays, but rather penalizes you with being able to deploy less soldiers than you would have otherwise. On the outside, it may seem like the loop of defending and attacking fortresses will get boring quickly, but the included scenarios are all well thought out and the editor prolongs the fun factor of Siege quite considerably. If you like strategies, especially those that require tactical planning and are played in real time, it's a gem not to miss. While Soccer Kid was well-known and beloved title on the Amiga that it originated from, it was rather obscure on other systems it released for, DOS being one of them. And it's a pity, cause it's excellent. It's a side-view football/soccer themed platformer, while the ball is your main tool in both traversal and combat. You can kick it to attack the enemies, it can be used to collect the items rather than you having to go and grab them yourself, and you can jump on it to propel yourself much higher than you could have jumped otherwise. And that's just scratching the surface of what you can do with it. It's super useful. Soccer Kid plays like a console title. It doesn't feel like a computer game at all. It feels like something that should be run off a cartridge and played with a gamepad. And yes, that's a compliment. Anyway, there's obviously a story to Soccer Kid, and while it's simple and as silly as they come, it sets the mood for gameplay quite well. So aliens heard about Football World Cup, came to Earth and decided to steal the trophy for themselves. Because while they have the technology to travel between the universes and see the stars, they cannot craft a large cup made out of piece of shiny metal. Yeah. Anyway, as they were fleeing away with it, they crashed and the cup was broken into 5 pieces that scattered and each landed in a different part of the world. You, being the football aficionado that you are, took upon yourself to travel around the globe to get them all back. So, you set off to do just that. Soccer Kid is divided into 5 worlds of 3 levels each, and they are Britain, Italy, Russia, Japan and USA. They all have their own unique design and landmarks and are pixel graphics marvels to witness. And since we're on the subject, the graphics overall are fantastic. The attention to detail on each sprite, big or small, each piece of background is well beyond what you expect from a PC platformer in 1994. There's color everywhere, spilling from the screen all over. The presentation, generally speaking, is just phenomenal, and state-of-the-art for the genre at the time. A little omission though that's not game-breaking in any way but rather disappointing is lack of rain and parallax scrolling that were both present in Amiga Original. It's not a big issue, but I feel like it could have been easily coded on PC. That said, I've not written a single line of code for DOS, so perhaps I'm wrong. All in all, Soccer Kid is easily one of the best and most fun DOS platformers of all time and definitely in the top 3 for the year, even if it was not as popular or well known as it was on original platform. I hope that today's 10 was varied enough for you to find something you'd like to try out. I tried covering few different genres and hopefully succeeded, but I won't know until you tell me, so make sure to hit me up in the comments below. Quatris 2 Plus is a Tetris variant and a sequel to earlier Quatris, with no numbers, pluses or any other symbols in its name. It was originally released as shareware, and as such it offered 3 out of just under 20 levels available in the full version for free. Some might say it's very little content, but I think that's more than enough to learn if the game is worth your time and money. Spoiler, it really is. Anyway, gameplay-wise it uses near identical concept to Tetris, but adding quite a few new block shapes to the mix that add variety to the challenge. It also features differently sized and shaped playfield, fun. You obviously also die when the screen fills up, so if you ever played original, you'll feel here right at home. I remember having a standalone handheld Tetris clone portable game back in the day and spending hundreds of hours on that bad boy, to the point that all the markings on the buttons wore off. Quatris 2 Plus is as addictive, and also offers 3 kinds of bombs: wipe, match and super bomb, which all work a bit differently and help a lot in those near-death situations. There are also challenges in Quatris, yes, you heard that right, challenges, so every once in a while when you do particularly well, the game will ask you to complete a little extra task. And these are quite various, but math quizzes with simple equations to solve or memorization games are the most prominent of the included. They are neither too long nor challenging, so they don't get in the way of playing, and are a nice palette cleaner between all the Tetromines falling bonanza. Quatris 2 Plus is one of the most fun versions of Tetris that I played, and one that definitely deserves a modern remake and a permanent spot in services like Game Pass, for instance, as it's a great title to play for a little while between other larger and more time-consuming games. Queen was a cult British rock band that's responsible for many of the biggest hits of the 20th century. Their music was also remixed and used as a soundtrack for Queen DI, the game that we'll talk about now. It's an action-adventure game very similar in its design, but not the theme, to Resident Evil titles, meaning that the environments are in large part pre-rendered with some sparse 3D objects and all the characters are 3D and overlaid on top of that. Oh, and the camera is obviously fixed and swapping its position between the scenes, often erratically when you're at the point where 2 scenes switch. It was never a design that I would enjoy in games, as it was easy for me to get confused when it jumped between different points of the same room. The setting of Queen is rather dark, gloomy and depressing. It's a dystopian future where the world is ruled by the all-seeing machine called the Eye, which has eradicated anything and everything, promoting creative expression. The world is blunt, sad and submissive to the evil Eye. You play as Agent Dabrock, an operative cooperating with the Eye, an enemy to the populace, a traitor. But in the course of your duties, you accidentally rediscover a cache of old rock music and are promptly detected and sentenced to death in the so-called Arena, a live TV show where contestants battle former Arena champions called the Watchers. A cruel irony if you ask me. Anyway, doesn't this plot remind you of something? It serves very strong The Running Man vibes for me, an old underrated sci-fi flick with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Whatever. This is where the game starts, and from this point onward you take upon yourself to escape the arena and destroy the Eye, as you finally saw it for what it really was. Interestingly enough, many elements present in the game were later on adapted into the musical We Will Rock You, so if you've seen it, you should recognize some story bits here and there. I've never had a chance to see We Will Rock You, or any other musical for that matter, so don't take my word for it. It's a curiosity I found about the game online. Gameplay features a lot of exploration and combat, hand-to-hand and melee, so if you like that in those games with claustrophobically small room and corridor design, you'll enjoy it here too. Queen is not a bad game. It just came a little late, as it was way too long in development, so upon its release not only it looked a little dated, but also did not play as good as some other competitive titles did. Dusk of the Gods is an isometric view, non-linear action role-playing in an open world taking place shortly before Ragnarok, an epic battle at the end of the world between the god and giants in the Norse mythology. The sage Mimer predicted the future of the gods' realm. He proclaimed that Hela will raise army of the dead, that Loki, god of mischief, will lead against Odin. Thor, Heimdall and Freya will all fall pierced by the horn of Loki, and the fire giant Surd will cover the Asgard in flames. The future seems inevitable, but is it? To counter the grim vision and prevent the Ragnarok, Odin, father of all gods, summons you, a fallen hero, to change the tides of the future. And he couldn't have picked better. I mean, you've saved the world at least a dozen times since we've started with the series, a universe once or twice, and easily 5-6 civilizations from extinction. If I remember correctly, you once even saved a small and remote melee island from hands of the evil pirate Lechak too. No small feat, I must add. That's a story for another day though. Anyway, you're taking a role of a resurrected warrior sent out by Odin to change the destiny of the gods to help them avoid the fall in the coming war. Unlike grand majority of titles of the time, Dusk of the Gods offers a full day-night cycle, non-linear gameplay, and huge fully open world that you can explore to your heart's content in any order and way you see fit. As you travel, meet many characters and combat different enemies, you get progressively stronger and acquire newer, better weapons and armor. Dusk of the Gods is an unusual for the time role-playing that's sadly plagued by rather simple and blunt combat system, which is the greatest of sins in games that center their entire gameplay mechanics on action combat. If it doesn't bother you too much though, the setting and story is pretty interesting and the game is worth experiencing. If not for anything else, then at least to see if you'd like it. My most favorite genre of games are turn-based role-playings, then strategies, also turn-based obviously, then business/economy simulations, and management games. Then there's the rest in no order in particular between them. Dynatech is one of the first few. So from the get-go, Dynatech is a title in a much better starting position than any other random one could be, as it's a business simulation through and through, and I love this. It has one downside though. English version is nigh impossible to find, and the German one, because of the complexities of gameplay, is difficult to comprehend by those who don't speak the language. And I don't, so... Anyway, the story background to the gameplay states that in the future the natural resources of Earth are either depleted or on the verge of being so. And to combat the starvation and fall of humans, a giant company called Dynatech is created to secure the growing demands of Earth. It helps those willing to discover, develop and exploit distant worlds do just that, by supplying them with anything that's necessary, be it in terms of technology, hardware or know-how. You're one such someone who realizes the potential for huge profits and wants to try to get a piece of the potentially limitless in terms of gains pie. So you can and will buy facilities and spaceships from Dynatech, you will find, extract and develop products and machines from raw materials and also farm food too. But most importantly, you'll keep an eye on Earth's ever-changing supply and demand economy, adjusting your production output and sales to maximize the profits. And while it may not look like it at first glance, the underlying economic models of Dynatech are surprisingly complex for a game from 1991, which if utilized properly guarantee a long-lasting and enjoyable trading experience and potential in-game millions to be made. Unfortunately, however, Dynatech is not the easiest of games, and having access to the game manual that explains many of its concepts in detail is recommended. Not necessary if you're willing to power through everything by trial and error and many failed attempts, but having it makes the first few games considerably less frustrating. Interestingly enough, while there was a huge potential to add some side activities to the gameplay like sabotage between the competing companies, space piracy, industrial espionage and such, the devs omitted this entirely and focused on polishing the business side of things. It makes the game feel well thought out, but also lacking variety a little. Despite what may be shown in the footage, as it's not the easiest to get a good one for the game, Ica Phantoms is a sort of hybrid between exploration, action-based combat, puzzle solving and arcade game. It features a very unique and unusual interface and design, and looks like something that I should love. But before we get any further, let me quickly tell you what it's all about. You, as a protagonist that you usually are when playing games or watching videos on this channel, are coming back from a 6-year-long mission in space. You're loaded with money and keen to get back home to spend it, and have a little R&R in luxury that you crave for the last few years. It's not meant to be, however, as when you arrive, Earth is unlike the blue ball that you've left behind. It's dark, grey and a huge alien ship hovers above it menacingly. Worst of all, with use of alien installations, it's draining the planet dry of its natural resources. Yep, the aliens, titular Ica Phantoms, are not a friendly bunch whatsoever. So, even though all you want to do is sleep for the next 2 days to recover and then spend few weeks doing literally nothing on a poolside somewhere, drink in hand, it's not in the cards for you, and you'll have to once more save the world. So, you steal one of the Eco-Zeppelin crafts, get down to Earth and we'll try to reverse the process before it's too late. Sounds cool, right? Yeah, I thought so too. The game feels fiddly most of the time. The concepts that it portrays seems to be tied to each other via invisible strings that feel as if they should not be together under the same roof at all. So, you'll traverse some kind of an alien tunnels on Earth in step-by-step 3D dungeoning a la Eye of the Beholder, you'll shoot at frantically moving enemy ships, you'll crack some codes on the scout ships, you'll enter various buildings to find even more codes for the buildings that you'll find later, and blast enemy spheres or whatever they are with a robot that you'll control. And so on and so on and so on until you finally move to the next stage. You'll also try to destroy alien buildings by setting off explosives and then shooting at their outer walls looking for a weak spot for some reason. It's odd to say the least. If I could only comprehend how really these and few other sequences connect together so that I could have a clear picture why it makes sense, I would find it to be a better game. As it is, it feels like a lot of random busy work just to give you something to do, and I don't particularly enjoy it. Perhaps you will or did, and if that's the case, let me know why in the comments below. Future Dimension is a really cool and undeservedly so obscure title. It's a shoot 'em up featuring horizontal, vertical and even faux 3D behind the ship levels in its gameplay loop, which in turn makes a very varied and fun gameplay. But while the styles change quite often, catering for fans of different kinds of shooters, there's something missing in Future Dimension overall. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like it, but it feels as if it was made by AI, that just sampled all the other shooters on the market, condensed them into a single executable file, including all types of viewpoints, obligatory 4 different weapons that are upgradable by picking up green symbols, added other add-ons like homing rockets and helpful ship satellites, and bombs for a good measure, all to come up with a very unique experience that somehow still felt a bit generic anyway. Once again, I like it. but I was never a true shoot-em-up aficionado, and other than Warblade, with most I'm fine with completing them once or twice and then forgetting about them forever. Future Dimension kept me interested with its variety. It features 6 large levels, 3D pre-rendered cutscenes and minigames inspired by classics such as Pac-Man or Galaga between them. Sounds and graphics are all pretty good, definitely spot on what you'd expect from the genre in 1996, and fit nicely around the bullet hell loop of the gameplay. Should you play Future Dimension today? Definitely. It's a fun and good game. It may not be the genre-defining one, but you're not gonna get bored playing it. Batman can guarantee it. I'm Batman! See? I told you. Now, go, grab it and play it. Gender Wars is a futuristic sci-fi squad-based shooter bearing certain similarities to Syndicate, mainly in how it plays and an isometric top-down view, cause its story couldn't be more far off to that of Syndicate. Not worse, mind you, just entirely different. In the far-off future, the planet is decimated by a number of violent and polluting civil wars, and the remaining population is forced to move into vast underground cities, kinda like vaults in Fallout. Numerous stretching long years conflicts and general disagreements between the genders on how world should look and rebuild resulted in population split into 2 opposing factions, male and female, and the disputes that they had with each other soon turned into full-fledged titular gender wars. This is where the game starts. You can play as either male or female styled and have to lead it to ultimate victory, which given how we reproduce in real life could also be considered an ultimate loss. The victory is achieved by leading a small group of up to 4 soldiers through a series of increasingly more demanding missions. There are 14 for each side for a total of 28, and they all have different primary and secondary objectives. The first need to be completed for the mission to be successful, the second only raise your score upon its completion. Soldiers who survive missions intact with all their organs and limbs still where they're supposed to be, gain experience and raise through the ranks, with the squad leader being the highest of honors. And the squad leader needs to be present during each mission, regardless how many soldiers participate in it. Missions cannot be run without them. And when the last squad leader dies, the game is lost. Gender Wars, for me at least, was much better game than Syndicate. I was obsessed with it. Not very good at it, but I played it maniacally. Sadly, my copy at the time was of questionable legality, so I missed all the cutscenes and introduction, so I played it as a faster, more entertaining, more varied and better looking Syndicate. And not as what it was, as I only had a vague knowledge of its story. Gender Wars has some bugs, sure, no doubt about that, especially with how soldiers use the lifts, or don't use them to be precise, standing atop or bottom like NPCs in most MMOs, firmly glued to singular spot, waiting for you to come back for them. And even if they eventually figure them out themselves, they often require a couple of attempts before they mount the lift correctly. But all those bugs are superficial only, and the game itself is just great and a definition of a hidden gem. So if you enjoyed Syndicate at all, give Gender Wars a chance, it may be up your alley. The Eye of the Typhoon may be the most obscure game in this whole video, as it never had an official Western release and only ever came out in South Korea. It's a 2D one-on-one versus fighter with 12 playable characters and 2 in-game bosses. The characters are Hoya, who's the main hero of the game's storyline, Roy, rugged Western adventurer, Saori, who's Kunoichi, so a female ninja, Chohong, a female warrior, Wang Chang, Chinese mahjong player, Mui, a mysterious jungle warrior, Nelson, a gentleman fighting with a whip, Tlaloc, Aztec warrior, Dalma, old tiny fighter using a magical stick, Musai Taro, who's a ninja, Natasha, a huge Russian female fighter, Jarkil, a masked dancer, and Powell is a sub-boss, with Mahesvara being a final opponent of the game with 2 separate forms, 1 male and 1 female. Each of the playable fighters have basic punches and kicks and their own unique special attacks. It's a pretty standard fare for the genre really, but that's not bad, it's just not surprising in any way. What is unusual though, at least for fighting games on PC, is that it uses similar zooming effect to that in Art of Fighting on Neo Geo and in the arcades. So it zooms in and out the camera depending on how close the opposing characters are from each other. Interestingly enough, there's also a taunt in the game, but there's no in-game mechanics attached to it. Probably an oversight in development, and it has no use other than the aesthetic and to leave you open for attacks. So it's best to ignore it altogether. The Eye of the Typhoon can be played in single player, 1v1 or 2v2 modes, and it's pretty fun. It's not good enough to challenge juggernauts of the genre like Street Fighter 2 Turbo or Mortal Kombat, but it's plenty fun to stand on its own legs. Story-wise, many years ago, during the times of one of the Elden Eastern dynasties, a martial art known as the Eye of the Typhoon was very popular. As time went by, however, it was gradually less and less practiced and eventually forgotten, to the point of being a myth among martial artists training other popular styles years later. As Western countries started practicing various fighting styles and perfecting them, the long-forgotten style resurfaced somehow and everyone jumped on the train to learn it. Hence the tournament was born, to test the knowledge of the best fighters from around the world in it. The plot, as you see, is super silly, but as in most other games in the genre, it's also unimportant in the scope of what the game's about. And if you're a fan of fighters, this one's definitely worth tracking down and playing. For a long time I was under the impression that Hired Guns was originally developed for Amiga and then ported to PC. It's obviously incorrect as they were made concurrently. Is that important in any way here? Not really, I just thought I'd let you know, cause chances are you might have thought the same. Anyway, Hired Guns is a light role-playing / dungeon crawling game set in the dark and grim future of 2712, where you're in control of 4 mercenaries out of pool of available 12. All of them have their own viewpoints and can either be commanded by you or by up to 4 different players all at once on a single system, which I don't have to tell you is an ideal situation and most fun you can squeeze out of this game. Playing it with friends, going through the dungeons and killing baddies. I said light initially and I meant that the role-playing aspects are rather simplified and focused towards more action-packed gameplay. I didn't mean that Hired Guns is easy. There's plenty of challenge and fun action in it that most would no doubt enjoy its difficulty curve. Your main mission is to destroy all illegal bioengineered creatures on the aptly named planet Graveyard. You can do so by finding and using 4 fusion power core rings in the so-called field core generators, which would cause a controlled thermonuclear explosion. Hired Guns is played in full 3D similar to Eye of the Beholder games, and enemies have complete freedom of movement, meaning that if they want to, they can chase your team throughout the entire game, even changing floor levels as you do. Admittedly, I haven't played Hired Guns as much as I should, and that's on me, but what I saw and read in reviews clearly confirms its cult classic status among the very few that had a chance to experience it in full. It's worth pointing out that the levels are brilliantly designed and the game offers a variety of weapons and other useful items like psionic amplifiers, repair kits, medical packs to name a few, all to suit everyone's gameplay styles in the demanding combat encounters. While Hired Guns is not an easy game, it's a good first title for those who want to have a taste of action role-playing without needing to memorize hundreds of spells or min-maxing their builds to even be viable. And it's definitely worth playing for all fans of dungeon crawling RPGs. Inner Worlds is a shareware game, divided into 3 episodes as these tend to be, and first was available for free. Also, exactly how shareware games often used to be distributed. In any case, it's a side-scrolling action platformer and one of the most criminally overlooked DOS titles of the mid-90s. I mean, sure, most of us moved to Windows by 1996 when it released, but there were still really fun games dropping for DOS then, and overlooking one as fun as Inner Worlds was definitely a mistake, one that I'm also guilty of. Anyway, you play as a young skimp-dressed woman, Nikita, and she happens to be a werewolf. I would say like in Twilight, but I've never read books nor saw the movies, so I'm not sure if there were any werewolves along with the vampires. But I do have a feeling that they might have been, so... maybe like Twilight, but not necessarily. Oh, I know, like an American werewolf in London, short of the London itself, with woman rather than a man, being said creature and less horror-y. So when I think of it, it's entirely different actually. Oh well. You can jump, climb, crawl, hang on to things that allow hanging from, and change into wolf form whenever squeezing through shorter passages or more oomph to your unarmed attack is necessary. It's worth mentioning that wolf form also has a frenzy attack that literally tears through enemies. As you go through the game, you'll find various pickups, and these can range from different potions refilling health or mana for instance, as well as necklaces that upgrade your health, mana or attack permanently. Weapons such as swords and bows among others can be picked up and used too, and you can even upgrade them with special scrolls that will give them unique abilities. Every episode is composed out of 9 levels, and every 3rd level you get to fight a unique boss. They usually require a bit of different approach and are generally speaking fun to fight against, but they're nothing new, and if you fought end-level bosses in other games, you'll know how to tackle these too. The regular enemies are plenty and quite varied and represent different animals associated with horror and macabre, like spiders, centipedes and bats, as much as really weird ones like green stretchy armed beasts and even alien-like creatures. First episode sees Nikita traveling towards the castle of Drofanarp, oddly named place indeed, in search for Gralop, even weirder named evil creation of a misguided genius that is supposedly residing in it. In second episode, she learns that Gralop was but one of a duo of monstrosities plaguing the land. And in third, she travels to the mountains where in a volcano the secret of Drofanarp lies. I know, these names are crazy, but think of me. I'm not a native speaker and I have to tongue twist my way around these terrible letter jumbles. Inner World's sound and music design are really well fitting, adding a lot to the eerie mood and grim atmosphere. And the graphics are nicely drawn and smoothly animated, though honestly nothing to write home about in 1996. Overall, it's a fun action game that's worth completing even today. How did you enjoy today's 10? I tried covering various genres so that everyone could find something for themselves between them. This was and is a bottomless well of little known games, and most of them are interesting for a variety of reasons. Good or bad, they all had something worth remembering for. Hence why we're here. Abaron is a top-down vertically scrolling shoot-em-up, and I have mixed feelings about it, but we'll circle back to the issues I have with it later. Story-wise, after 300 years in exile, humanity finally comes back to Earth to reclaim it from the aliens that took it over in the past war. Our fleet may not be big, but our spirits are high, especially that you're the one we're sending back to defeat the alien scum and regain control of our homeworld. And you never failed before. On the first glance, Abaron is your everyday shooter. No different than anything else you've tried in the genre, but there are also some small notable differences. For one, it only gives you one life and offers no continues. So what you see is what you get, and if you die for good. But you can save between the levels, so you don't really have to restart the game from the beginning each time you play. Then there are weapons, which are purchased for credits collected from special defeated enemies. Nothing new here. But each has a different cost, and if you have more than one purchased, you can switch between them. Also, nothing out of ordinary. Some of them can even be upgraded by buying them more than once. Keep in mind, however, that credits cannot be hoarded, because if you have 10 and pick another, the counter will reset to 0 and you will be rewarded extra points for the high score. Which is fine when your ship is all geared up, but could be disappointing if you didn't manage to arm yourself as well as you hope you would, and see them go quote-unquote to waste. All of that while novel is generally speaking okay and something to get used to. But what I don't enjoy about Abaron whatsoever is that some of your shots are so small and bluntly colored that it's difficult to distinguish them from the background at times. I mean, sure, it's not the end of the world, as it's enemies' shots that are the most important for you to notice to survive, but I like to have that visual feedback to fully control the on-screen action, you know? Fortunately, I'm me and you're you, and it's you who's going to save the Earth. So if you don't mind this little nuisance, you should really give Abaron a try. What is wonton? It's what the scales show when your mama stands on it. Bazinga. I know, cringe, I'm sorry, but that's the extent of the jokes that you can expect from me. Anyway, Wonton is also a tiny arcade action freeware title, and when I say tiny, I mean it. It's just like a dozen kilobytes or something. You could fit hundreds of copies of it on a single floppy. I don't know why you'd do that, but you could. It's also not a game that will keep you entertained for hours on end, as it's proportionally captivating to its size. So 2-3 minutes tops is what I'd expect to take out from it if I were you. In Wonton, you're strong. Strong enough to lift Wonton and wield it as if it weighed nothing. And your goal is to crush as many people in one go as you can with your Wonton weight, creating puddles of undisclosed red liquid everywhere. It's definitely not blood though, it's jam, I think. Anyway, the button/plunger on the right summons a human when you press it, so preferably do it quite a few times to fill the screen, and then you get to crush them. And that's it really. No scores, no thank yous, no game overs, nothing. Just you and the little folks and a sea worth of jam. Like I said initially, 2-3 minutes is what it's worth. Around as much as I spent covering it here. So, if you happen to come across Wonton, give it a go, for shits and giggles, but if you don't have it, I wouldn't recommend wasting your time searching for it. Black Zone is a sci-fi futuristic action-adventure platformer. There once was a town like all others, thriving, full of life and peaceful. And then came the aliens. A story you've heard on this channel more than once to date. First, the alien ship hovered over said town menacingly, covering it in its gloomy shadow, then the streets filled with alien machines moving about in an unknown purpose, and finally, as fast as they appeared, aliens left, leaving empty husk of a town behind. Quiet, desolate and eerie. Expeditions were sent to it to figure out what happened and what changed, but none ever came back, leaving more questions than answers. Eventually the town was left as it stood, decaying and forgotten. But when the army and science fails, what do we do? When all means of study and examination bring no results, what do we do? And when no one comes back from a mission of questionable success chances, who do we call for? You, that's who. So, you'll go into the titular Black Zone, the area where the desolated city stands is called, and we'll try to uncover the secrets of inhabitants' disappearances. Black Zone is a flick-screen platformer with adventuring elements. To complete the game, you will have to reprogram the machines that's in the city using omnipresent control panels to modify their behavior, so to open barriers, move platforms and such. You will also encounter various anomalies like odd harmless alien creatures wandering about, spatial warps, gravity manipulating machines and others. It's a game of puzzling and exploration at heart, and as such there will be no real enemies for you to defeat. You're here to learn what happened and reopen the city for entry. Even though Black Zone is only using EGA presentation, it looks pretty nice for what the chip was capable, and you're never really feeling as if the graphics were taking you out of the experience. Same can't be said about the sounds and music though. First is sparse and not great, the latter is okay but a bit slow, better suited to putting you to sleep than being played in the background of a video game. It would work great in an elevator is what I'm saying. All in all, Black Zone is not a bad game, but it's definitely not for everyone. Slower paced gameplay and lack of action may not be fun for many, so approach it only if it looks and sounds like something you'd enjoy. Kingdom of Sorinor is at constant unrest. 6 clans have been fighting with each other for control for years. Wars are expensive, however, both in terms of supplies and men, so now they mostly use mercenaries, hiring them to ambush and assassinate high-ranking members of opposing clans and protect their own. You're a leader of one of such mercenary bands. I mean, you may be an accountant, administrative clerk, subway employee, or even a mall Santa, I have no way of knowing, but in the game you lead a group of deadly sellswords, completing series of offensive and defensive missions. I should say battles really, and not missions, so yeah, battles. So, before each encounter you hire mercenaries, which may come from all fantasy staple races, like orcs, dwarves, humans, or even humorous races that you won't get to see in any other game, like defense lawyers. And yeah, I shit you not. All of them have their own statistics, skills and abilities and cost money in upkeep. And since you're working within a budget for each battle, you have to compose the best mix for anything and everything that you may face when it starts. When all that's done, brew a cup of hot Earl Grey tea and send your men onto the battlefield. Battles take place in real time and you can control your units around the map, sending them to strategic or engaged in combat locations. You can also issue more direct commands of waiting, attacking or ambushing among others, but this can only be used on groups and not individual units. If you're a regular of my channel, Ambush at Sorinor may seem like something you've seen before. And you're not wrong. We've spoke about a little game called Siege in one of the last episodes of 10 years of early Windows gaming. Ambush at Sorinor was made by the same developer, Minecraft Software, and shares many common gameplay mechanics with Siege. So if you like that one, this one's definitely something you should track down and play. It's worth pointing out that if you do enjoy it, Ambush at Sorinor includes a built-in map and scenario editor, prolonging its stay considerably. RC2 is a top-down single-screen puzzler in which you control a smiley face and have to use it to puzzle your way to the exit of each of the numerous increasingly more demanding stages. To complete the level you have to collect all keys and then reach the exit. It's not as straightforward as it sounds though, and each stage features obstacles. Some are animated while others are static. Those that move usually follow predictable patterns, so they can either go straight and turn 90 degrees right every time they reach something that stops them in their way, or there are those that actively go straight ahead towards the smiley face as soon as it gets in their sight. Some are not aggressive per se and just multiply, blocking the passages if left with an open space next to them. There's more obviously, but listing them all here would serve no purpose and would rob you of sense of discovery when you encounter them first. Static obstacles are likes of stones, walls, water and laser cannons among others. There are also one-way passages, but they're hardly obstacles, more like an element to the puzzling to figure out when to use in the correct moment. There's no time limit in RC2 and you can save your game anywhere, though upon loading you start the particular level from the very beginning. RC2 is perhaps not the best puzzler out there, but it's utterly enjoyable, especially in those more demanding stages. Despite looking like something that I could come up with graphically after downing a bottle of wild turkey on shrooms, it's definitely worth your time if you like games that will keep your noggin working in an overdrive. I'm Batman! What? No, I'm not advocating use of any substances. It was just an example, Bruce. Chill, man. Armada 2525 is a 4X turn-based sci-fi space strategy. 4X standing for extra, excellent, extremely exquisite. And that's you, my dear viewer. 4X. Armada is easily one of the best games of its kind for its time on PC, the time being 1991. There's no real story to it of any kind, it's 2525, we're just starting space colonization and you're in charge to lead us through it. Even more so, there's no tasks, winning conditions of any kind other than either preset turn limit, which can be turned off, or your typical for the 4X genre conditions. And you can play in a maximum 6-player multiplayer in any combination of human and CPU players as long as there's at least one person involved. So you'll be exploring unknown galaxies, expanding your sphere of influence by setting new colonies and capturing planets. You'll exploit said planets for resources and exterminate other races so that yours could be the only one. Wow. That actually sounds terrible and like the history that shouldn't have ever repeat. Anyway, as you go about doing that, you'll obviously need to research technologies eventually allowing you to customize your space fleets with around 20 different models of ships and your colonies with approximately 15 kinds of buildings. The research is divided into 8 separate disciplines of weapons, construction, hyperspace, force fields, biotech, planetology, infoscience, and esoterically sounding psychoscience. And it's worth planning a little ahead to what you aim to get to. Combat encounters give you a certain amount of control, though you can't affect singular units and can only set formations and issue general orders. Armada 2525 sounds great, right? And you probably wonder why you've never heard of it. Well, it's not without its issues. Mainly there's no real diplomacy in the game whatsoever. You can start a war by attacking other races, but that's pretty much it, there's nothing else that you could do. And CPU has one extra option of asking for peace, which is not available to you. There's nothing else, which not only makes the game feel a bit lacking in this important department, but also pretty much makes arms race necessary from the get-go, as you have no way of guaranteeing peace in any other way. It's not a game-breaking fault in any shape or form, but it's a big omission in Armada's design, no doubt about that. So, while I have no way of confirming or denying it, I attribute this to be a part of the reason of game's obscurity. Aspitra is a top-down turn-based RPG conceptually similar to Final Fantasy, in which you control a single hero rather than a party of adventurers. The game starts with you being apprehended by the local law enforcement when you emerge from a magical cloud. Your claims of being sent by the mage LD Root fall on deaf ears, and as you're just about to face the consequences, the nearby village is attacked. When you get to it, you learn that the village elder was kidnapped, and being the do-gooder that you are, you volunteer to rescue him. And that's how your epic adventure begins. Much of your time in Aspitra will be spent traveling a rather large world, conversing with various characters, taking and completing quests, and fighting enemies, mainly, but not limited to, from random encounters. Up to 5 of these can attack you at once and you have to deal with them alone, because All By Myself is a song to which words you live by, supposedly. Anyway, in combat you can straight up fight using your equipped weapon, use items from your inventory and cast magic spells, which you will learn as the game progresses and they're not available to you from the very start. Upon victory, you receive your rewards in the form of coins, experience points, and a level up when appropriate. Level up also heals you and improves your stats in a typical for RPG's progression. Oh, and I lied, but not really, only a little. If you want to define a small lie a lie anyway, then I lied. But if you give me a little leeway and agree that small lie is not a lie but just an omission of truth, then I didn't. Whatever. What I'm trying to say here is that I initially said that the combat's turn-based, which is true to some degree. It is, unless you wait long during your turn, then it will resume automatically pushing enemy turns before yours. So yeah, it's turn-based, but not really. You can obviously equip armors and weapons, visit towns, inns and shops and do everything you would have done in any other RPG. So if you're into JRPG offshoot of RPGs, you'll love it. Blinky 2 is a mediocre action-adventure title that was made using the Game Maker software, I think. It's a toolkit designed to, yeah, you guessed it right, make games. Now, if there ever was a terrible title screen to game, Blinky 2 is the one. I mean, just look at this monstrosity. It looks like something a 7-year-old came up with on a sugar high just before inevitably crashing on a shopping bag full of candy. Anyway, the villain of the previous game, Schnookwot, unleashed a sea worth of monsters upon otherwise peaceful funky forest, purple protagonist Blinky lived. Now, that's not something you do to a man's home, or dinos in this particular case, so Blinky grabbed a box of his favorite chocolate-covered donuts and set off to defeat the villain. To do so, however, he has to go through 16 candy-colored levels and defeat 4 even more colorful bosses. All levels are rather large and presented in this odd top-down sorta Zelda-like perspective, which is not bad as it allows for injection of some basic height differential to stage's design, but doesn't save the game from the awful terrible scrolling that it suffers from. In fact, I dislike Blinky 2 a lot, just because how the game feels in movement. It's tiring to me and makes my head hurt, and it's something that shouldn't have happened in 1994. On the flip side, it may be down to games maker's limitations, so perhaps I should not be so sour talking about it. So, the environments are quite varied and interesting, ranging from forests and waterfalls through swamps all the way to the dungeons, all uniquely looking and featuring various different obstacles and enemies alike, which, as you can imagine, are all out to get you. But you did not take those donuts with you for no reason, and you projectile throw them at anything and everything, clearing a path towards victory. I don't really like Blinky, but objectively speaking, other than the scrolling, there's nothing really wrong with the game. So if you enjoyed those simple action-adventure titles, it may be worth your time. Oh, and Blinky 2 was never released commercially. It's a free game, so it has that going for it. 1989's Barbarian is a port of a 2-year-older Amiga original, and it's a living proof that PC's EGA cards could not compare to what Amiga's chipset was capable of, and that the VGA was the step in the right direction. Anyway, you play as Hegor, a buff protein powder muncher who's on an epic quest to find and defeat the evil wizard Necron, who's coincidentally easier than some of the enemies that we meet along the way. But I digress. Barbarian is a side-scrolling action-adventure and a protoplast to the whole Souls-like genre. I realize that I've made enemies now among you guys, but I said it, I meant it, and I've Batman here to protect me. And he will actually reply to all the negative comments with snarky ones of his own, and it will be things like I'm Batman, or I'm Batman, or even I'm Batman if he gets really pissed off. So, why did I compare it to a genre so beloved that it created a magical aura of hate around itself, actively reflecting any negative comments thrown at it? Well, because it kinda is one. I mean, it features enemies that have very unique to them attack and behavior patterns, environmental dangers to which you have to react quickly not to die, and you do it by mastering the controls, to the point that you have to time your reactions to the enemy's actions to be able to complete the game. The thing is, while I said that Barbarian is an action game and I stand by it, it's not your typical one. You don't have direct control of Hegor, but use his available moves and attacks, be it with a sword or bow, by clicking on series of buttons at the bottom of the screen. I feel that it's a terrible choice as it demands your full attention and perfect timing. So exactly what Souls-like games do, at which I suck beyond belief, I must add. Is Barbarian something that you should try? Well, depends how you feel playing frustrating and incredibly challenging games, that are actually not really bad whatsoever. Just very difficult, more than they really had to be. Baron Baldric: A Grave Adventure is the most obscure title in this whole video, everywhere outside of Australia, because it's the only region in which it was released as a full version. Its shareware offshoot subtitled A Grave Overture as opposed to A Grave Adventure reached other regions in a limited manner as far as I know, but don't quote me on that. It's a side-view platform adventure not unlike in its gameplay mechanics to Impossible Mission 2 or Montezuma's Revenge, but different in theme. You obviously play as the titular Baron Baldric, who is painstakingly animated, I must add, and that's not a given in games that started off as shareware, and you have to search for your late family's treasure in the tombs under the castle Pidabauch. Your ancestor, Baron Lazarus Pidabauch, used to live there centuries ago, and his maniacal studies of the so-called wolf magic twisted his mind, turning him into a cruel tyrant and a local villain. So, you'll be traveling the castle and its dungeons, collecting treasures, avoiding the enemies and environmental dangers, all the while making sure to eat, as an adventure of this grandiose scale can easily leave a man craving for some nom-noms. After all, who could say no to a chicken, a burger or even some grapes just lying around the castle floor for God knows how long? I mean, the 10-second rule applies, right? But it's reversed here. If it's been there for more than 10 seconds, preferably a decade or two, then it's good to go. To eat, I mean. Game logic. Anyway, castles filled with various hidden switches, turning platforms and ladders on in least expected places, so make sure to touch all the walls at any time you feel like you've reached a dead end or see a platform with no obvious way of getting to. It's a neat concept, but that overused in my opinion. Baron Baldric feels to me like an 8-bit game that was granted an early 16-bit design. Is that bad? Not really, it's just not something I would be going out of my way to find and play. By 1993, when it released, it was already looking dated on the platform it dropped on and felt like something even older when played. And that, along with limited area of promotion, contributed to its rare status today. Battlesport is a futuristic sports game that originally came out on 3DO and then was ported to other systems, Windows being one of them. And conceptually it's very simple, you face the opponent and it's down to which of you scores most goals before the time runs out, all in 3D FPS gameplay style. The ball bounces around the arena, so you have to get to it first, grab it and then move it to the area from which you could score, all the while avoiding opponents and their fire. And it's not easy, as there's quite a few weapons that they can use against you, well, you can use them too if opponents hold the ball. If a player carrying the ball is shot, he loses possession, sending the ball in the direction he was going when hit. The ships can be destroyed, which forbids them from taking part in the match for a little while, giving the opponent time to score some more goals. So, combat is as important as the goals themselves are. The more matches you win, the higher your standing in the rankings will be and the more cash you will bring in, allowing you to invest in better vehicle and upgrade its defensive and offensive capabilities. Very often when the game is available on few different platforms, there's one that features best presentation, gameplay or sound design. And while Battlesport varied between those that it came out on, it shared the same addictive gameplay on all of them and was really fun. Especially in split-screen 2-player mode, where you get to telegraph your unquestionable superiority over your soon-to-be ex-friends. 1991's Battlestorm is a port from Amiga and an always scrolling shoot 'em up. After years of traveling and exploring the space, you finally came back home to Earth to find it invaded by the aggressive alien forces. Now, you're you, and it's not your first interstellar rodeo, so naturally you jump into best state-of-the-art and most heavily armed craft that you have and vouch to eradicate the invaders. As video game stories go, this one's not the best, but Battlestorm is a shooter, so who cares? The game is composed out of 4 levels, each divided into 2 smaller sub-stages, and you'll get to fight and destroy various air and ground enemies before taking on titular Battlestorm, alien headquarters and their guardians. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Battlestorm is demanding, and when I say so, I'm not throwing these words in the air. It really is. So if I could suggest something, it would be starting at the lower side of the difficulty, so that you get time to accustom to how it plays before moving to the more demanding choices. Interestingly enough, not all stages are always scrolling, some are horizontal only, while others move in vertical fashion. It may seem odd at first, but it adds a lot of the variety, and there's no such thing as too much variety in gaming. The game is difficult, we've established that already, so to combat the odds criminally stacked against you, you have pickups. And these are many. From stronger lasers to homing missiles, with others like fire rate and movement speed mixed for good measure. Always pick them up if you get a chance. Don't think you'll come back for one cause you just need to dispose of that group of enemies that's been bothering you or whatever. If you know where a pickup is, and you will, as the pop-up messages will let you know, go and get it. They will be crucial for your survival. And Earth's future too. It's not all great though. I mean, gameplay-wise it's all fine, but the porting is of questionable quality. On Amiga, Battlestorm used 32 colors and they were everywhere. On your craft, on enemies and in the backgrounds. It looked great. And on PC, even though using VGA capable of 256 colors at once, the game looks blunt and monochromatic. I'm not sure what happened there during porting, but it's disappointing to say the least. The Big Three, named after 3 leaders opposing the Axis in the World War II, so Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, is an excellent example of a saying that good things come in small packages come true. Its CGI graphics are beyond dated, even for 1989, the sound and music are virtually non-existent, and it doesn't feel like a lot of money went to its creation. Hence why it's in this video, I feel. But that's neither here nor there. It screams budget or even garage release. And yet, despite all that, it's a good World War II game, and a fun title for connoisseurs of the genre. It's played on a hexagonal grid and features many different kinds of units, air, ground and naval. All of them have to be built first, before they can be deployed, and you even have to secure supply chains for them, adding a lot to the realism of simulation. CPU opponent is surprisingly competent and challenging, and will often keep you at the edge of your seat trying to figure out how to overcome its offensive. Shareware version features 3 scenarios taking place on different fronts: Western, Eastern and Mediterranean during different stages of the war. And full registered copy featured 3 more scenarios and an additional one covering a whole conflict, the so-called Total War. Big Three looks terrible, using the worst of all CGI palettes, and there's no way going around it. But it more than makes up for it with gameplay and depth that you'd not expect from a shareware release. Would I recommend playing it today? Honestly, I wouldn't. And not because it's lacking in the strategy department, because it's not. It's competent actually, at least for 1989. But there are just decades of better games to pick from today. So playing one as old and awful looking as Big Three is just unnecessary. Blupo is a new take on a classic Boulder Dash formula. You play as titular Blupo, a chef extraordinaire, food lover and most of all entrepreneur wannabe. One day his distant relative promises him a restaurant of his own if Blupo manages to cook him a special meal. A meal to prove that cooking is a career for our little Blupo. So he finds a unique recipe that requires sweat of 3000 rare fish. Totally ignoring the fact that fish don't sweat, Blupo puts on his scuba gear and sets off underwater to collect the fish. I know, the story is super silly, but the gameplay is fun, so it's not a big deal. The game is basically underwater Boulder Dash in which you complete 60 increasingly difficult single-player stages collecting orange fish, avoiding the yellow ones and taking care not to die. All the usual Boulder Dash tropes apply here too, so you gotta make sure not to have rocks fall on you, mind the exploding fish and not to lock yourself out of the exit. Not all creatures are nasties though, and some levels feature friendly fish that will eat the evil ones if given a chance. So there's that small bit of strategy added to all the puzzling too. All levels are timed and it's represented by the oxygen that Blupo has left in his tanks. He can pick up spare oxygen bottles along the way though to extend timer a little. Interestingly enough, other than the single player levels, Blupo also features another 62 player stages that you can play together with a friend. And they're as fun, if not more fun, even than the single player. Well, unless you're gaming with someone who doesn't grasp the simple concept of Boulder Dash and keeps locking you out of the exit, then it's a nightmare. Bubble Pop is fun. The end. Let me try again. I'm a bit tired and not 100%. So, Bubble Pop is a fun 1 or 2 player arcade platformer not identical but similar to Bubble Bobble. The so-called evil one has turned all your animal friends evil and against you and captured your love, Bublina. Now, first things first. I think it's about time we should stop calling villains in games the evil one, as I'm sure that with extra 5 minutes of creative thinking anyone can come up with a better name. I mean, was the evil 2 already taken? I'm Batman! Yeah, you're right buddy, Joker and Penguin are underused in video games and are better names too. See, even Manbat needs no more than few seconds to think of something way more creative. Anyway, armed with nothing more than your magic wand, you venture through 5 huge worlds of little over 100 single-screen levels to fulfill your epic quest. Each of the worlds is uniquely designed and features appropriate thematically enemies and decorations. They are Toy World, Water World, Hell World, Snow World and Blob World, whatever that means. All of them end with an epic boss fight and they're all super fun to go through, especially with a friend at your side. Animals zapped with your wand turn into fruit and other bonus items and die. So if you think of it, you're going through 5 cartoon worlds committing genocide. And given how colorful the game and its inhabitants are, you're kinda the evil one here. Think about it. Anyway, the wand you start with can be exchanged into 4 more powerful weapons, so with time you'll be able to spread death and destruction more efficiently, and 20 different kinds of creatures that you get to meet will all fear your name. You will become their boogeyman that they will tell tales of to their kids, their Baba Yaga, their John Wick. Or Bubble Week, I should say really, as it seems more appropriate. Bubble Pop features 20 hidden levels and finding them all will guarantee extra points for the high score table and adds a lot to the replayability. So, we're back to where I started. Bubble Pop is fun and even better with a friend. Should you play it? Definitely, it's likely to be the best multiplayer title in this video. Bashback Global Treasure Hunter is an epic and really cool sounding name for otherwise disappointing game. Because no matter how incredibly great sounding words you'll use to describe a dog poop, it will still remain a dog poop, and can never be anything else. While Bashback may not be as bad, it's an educational game and these hardly ever are very fun. Oh well, let's take a look at this one. You're Bashback, and you're going to fly around the world to find and secure world's most important treasures before the nefarious Otto von Slinkenrad pockets them for himself. On a side note, Otto von Slinkenrad is a much better villain name than the evil one we saw in the previous game. So, you'll be traveling between 206 cities in 175 countries searching for clues for said treasures. On each visit you'll learn new local factoids and curiosities that may help you. In essence, Bashback is a game of hot and cold where you travel around the world gathering vague clues that work kinda like hot and cold does. So yeah, hints like it's an European country or it's not in the southern hemisphere is what you'll be finding most of the time. It's not a terrible concept, but it stays questionable and unless you're a geography buff, it's not very fun either. It's a bit more enjoyable if you play with someone else, but only if you both have similar grasp on geography, cause otherwise it will be a one-sided game each time, and that gets old fast. At each game start, computer will select 15 random treasures out of built-in 400 and will issue a set number of tickets to both players. Each flight obviously consumes 1 ticket and the game ends either when all artifacts are found or when both players run out of tickets. When that happens, points are summed up and compared between the players and the winner is chosen. And that's it, the whole game. And while I'm a huge fan of various quizzes and quiz-like games, Bashback's focus on geography alone is its single biggest problem. Because like I pointed out before, it requires players to have similar knowledge in the subject. If they don't, one's bound to grow tired of it. While in regular quiz games, both players have disciplines in which they're more knowledgeable, so lack of that balancing limits potential fun factor and playability of Bashback considerably. Celtic Tales Balor of the Evil Eye is an isometric turn-based strategy empire building game with some role-playing elements. Evil Balor and his armies of formers are the scourge of the Ireland. Neither of the tribes is strong enough to stand against them and free the country. But if they were to unite under one High King and join forces, they could stand a chance to overcome Balor and his forces. So, you must pick one of 9 champions and work your way to better your clan, unite others with it under one banner and free your homeland. It's clear from the get-go that the developers did their homework as the attention to historical detail is staggering. But it's not without the touch of fantasy that we all like. The game itself is based off of 4 cornerstones. 4 pillars of fun is what I'd like to call them. First being your clan development, so you'll need to make sure to build farms, herd animals, mine for ores and chop for wood, not by yourself obviously, but you get what I mean. Second is your hero and character, which is the role-playing part I mentioned initially. So this is the avatar that you play as, and you have to make sure that he will develop useful skills and progress. You do so by assigning him to specific tasks. Keep in mind that out of 3 classes of warrior, bard and druid, only the latter 2 are capable of learning and using spells. Then there's diplomacy, which as the name suggests is used for contacts with other tribes. You can wage war, form alliances, trade, send caravans and create unique items. And finally, war. How is that a cornerstone for winning a game, you may wonder, especially one about uniting forces to defeat the evil? Well, while all four are important, in reality you can ignore the other three and just force your way through the game waging wars, uniting the factions by conquest and finally defeating the evil. It's not easy, but it's possible. Celtic Tales is a unique blend of strategy, management and role-playing, and if played as developers intended, it's a lot of fun and very detailed title that will no doubt be one you'll remember fondly. If chased through combat though, while not easy to pull off, loses a bit of its appeal. Champion of the Raj is a turn-based strategy with arcade elements. The game revolves around European imperialism and colonialism in India, with 6 factions competing over the control of the country: British, French, Mughal Empire, Sikhs, Gurkhas and Marathas. At least 3 of these I've butchered pronunciation of here beyond recognition, I'm sure. The main fare of the game takes place on a strategic map where players aim to conquer all the territories of India, either via combat or peaceful diplomatic means. Combat is self-explanatory, but diplomatic takeover is only possible if a player has high enough influence in the region. He is then invited to either take part in elephant race or tiger hunting sessions. Success in either will guarantee uniting the region under player's faction. If only all conflicts around the real world could be resolved like that, it would be a dream. Maybe short of shooting the tigers, as these are endangered. Anyway, those arcade sequences are also presented after other notable events such as capturing of the palace of the enemy, for instance. All territories that you control bring you money in taxes, which is great and can be used to better your faction, spending them on necessities or to hire or upgrade armies. Fun stuff. All factions differ in their characteristics and units quite considerably, so each will require entirely different strategy to succeed. The graphics are pretty nice in Champion of the Rush too, they're rather colorful and very stylish. It's one of those games that you would not think you'd enjoy until you actually start playing, but if given enough time, it rewards players with fun and unique challenge. Champions of Zulala Elite Edition is a very unusual take on the versus fighting genre and an expanded version of year prior's first game. It features 24 different fighters, cause I can't really call them characters as some of them are not humanoids, different bosses and multiple gameplay modes. Zulala is a town in the mystical land of Akistar that is not known for its monuments, food or even tourist hotspots, not the case here whatsoever. It is however hosting famous martial tournaments, and that fame spread around the world like a wildfire, sparking interest in hearts of any and all fighters of all kinds, human or otherwise. All that crave validation of being the best make their way to the city where they will fight in a tournament to find the one. At the game start you have to create your character picking between many races, and the game uses the word race quite liberally, as much as a troll or mud golem can be considered a race, a thief or warlock really aren't. But I'm splitting hair here, point is you create a character and pick who/what he is. The game can hold many of these at the time and keeps detailed statistics for all of them. There's 4 main gameplay modes to choose from and they are single fight, which is kinda self-explanatory. You pick a fighter and then opponent for him that will be CPU controlled and then you fight him. Then there's the elimination tournament, which is basically a standard tournament where from each battle only 1 fighter goes ahead until only 2 end in the final battle. There's also a so-called 20 monsters bash, which drops 4 different enemies on the screen at once and they all fight each other at once. Whenever any of them dies, a new one jumps into the fight until all are gone and only one lives in a Christopher Lambert's Highlander style, meaning that there can be only one. And finally, there's the Challenge the Evil Lord mode, which kinda explains itself too. Basically, it's like single fight, but against the game's bosses. Fighting mechanics of Champions of Zulala are simplistic, primitive even, featuring couple of attack types for each fighter, jump and block. Nothing more. No explosive specials or finishes. You could say that it makes the game boring and short stay, and I get that, but it's fun for how unique it is, even if it doesn't offer the same replayability as other giants of the genre do. Believe it or not, but the last game for today is also a versus fighter. It's more classic in its design though and follows the true and tried formula, rather than inventing anything particularly unique or unusual. After years of bloody intergalactic wars, a fragile peace was formed between all the cosmic races. To sustain it and to keep the aggressive temperaments in check, an annual tournament is announced, so that all the former enemy races can send their best warriors to compete for the prestigious title of the Hero of the Universe. There's one thing I gotta know here. If the tournament is annual and all fighters come from different planets in different solar systems with different lengths of days and years, how do we pick which year is the year for the tournament? Is it Earth's or some other planets? Well, we will never know, but it's interesting to think about nonetheless. All fighters are appropriately different, representing their planets of origin. Each of them fights in a unique style and features different moves and special attacks, ranged or otherwise. Violent Vengeance can be played in standard 2-player versus mode or single-player tournament, where you go through series of fighters that culminate with epic boss fights. These bosses are more extraordinary than the tournament participants and obviously pose bigger challenge to beat. The presentation is pretty decent overall, sound design is good, and all the attacks, shouts and grunts you'd expect from a box standard fighter are here and are well telegraphed. Graphics are colorful with decently large sprites and interesting design. Same can be said about backgrounds, which are lush and even feature some basic animated elements here and there. What could be improved though is the fighters' animations that feel like they could use 3-4 frames more for each attack to feel fluid and less jumpy. I mean, it's not terrible, but it lacks that extra final touch to be more than just average. As it stands, it's just that. Middle of the road in the genre. Not great, not terrible, somewhere in between, forgotten by time. Seven Colors is a rather good 1 or 2 player top-down turn-based puzzle strategy mixture. All that said, personally I don't find it very fun when played against the CPU. It's so much better against another player. The game is played on a rectangular board filled with diamonds in 7 different colors. Players start at opposing sides of the game board and take turns picking colors. Whenever one is chosen, all the other diamonds of the same color bordering with player's territory are annexed, expanding his or her borders. And I'm sure that's enough for you to figure out what the objective is, right? Yep, you're right as usual, whoever controls more than half of the game board wins. But that's not all of it. There are some tactical quirks here and there that may turn the tide of the competition at any moment. For one, any color that one of the players picks is locked for choosing for another one for a whole turn, meaning it's sometimes best to block rather than attack, metaphorically speaking. Additionally, creating a line from one border of the board to another fills the space between them entirely. And finally, boards are randomized at start, coming with diamonds of various sizes and henceforth equally as varying strategic importance. There are also obstacle stones on the board, and they serve no other function than being annoying roadblocks. But since they're neutral, they are as annoying to your opponent as they are to you. 7 Colors is pretty fun with another player, especially that it includes a board editor, which means that there's some potential for tournament play between like-minded gamers. But against CPU, it's forgettable at best and pointless at worst. Deathbringer is a side-view action-adventure beat-em-up mixture. But first things first, the League of Wizards, awesome name I must add, so a group of evil wizards, forged a magical sword imbuing a demon's soul to it, they name it the Deathbringer. And they aim to use it to kill Karn the Barbarian, our protagonist. He, however, takes the sword for himself and plans to use it against its creators. The sword holding the demon's soul requires to be constantly fed, for the lack of a better word, to hold the demon within it. So, on your quest to find and kill the evil wizards, you need to kill monsters to keep the sword content and powerful. Deathbringer is composed out of 30 non-linear side-scrolling levels in which you unusually start in the very middle of, and can move both left and right freely and progress in a chosen direction. Defeating enemies and getting to the end allows Karn to fight the boss guarding the next stage. Saying that there's 30 levels is a bit of a misdirection, as they all are interconnected in multiple spots, letting you move between them. Overall, there's apparently over 600 screens in the game. That kind of sizing in a game other than top-down role-playing means nothing to me, however, and I cannot fathom how big it really is. Is it single screens? Or a singular side-scrolling sections? I don't know. Do you? It's big. Whatever. Anyway, there's no literal time limit to how long you have to complete the game other than having to kill the monsters and refill the sword. As if at any point sword fill meter empties, Karn will die. Deathbringer was originally developed for the Amiga and on the Amiga, and that's why it may look like something familiar to you if you had the system before and also carried that Amiga-like graphical design. Interestingly enough, one more thing transferred successfully from Amiga to PC, and looks stunning for the time. And its 36-level parallax scrolling background, which is fantastic. It was achieved using wedges instead of squares as tiles for it. It may not be as smooth on PC as it is on the Amiga, but it looks jaw-dropping. Arguably, Deathbringer's gameplay loop is not for everyone, but if you are such a person, you'll have a lot of fun. Cloud Kingdoms is a top-down action puzzler. But wait, it has a story. Evil Baron von Bonsai has stolen your collection of precious crystals, scattered them around 32 different kingdoms and left you to your own devices. Now, why was that story needed? I don't know, but it's there. And you, as Terrid, have to travel through the game trying to recover the crystals. Interestingly enough, Cloud Kingdoms doesn't use lives mechanic, so you can't lose by dying. Instead, it gives you approximately 400 seconds to complete the entire game. And each level you pass successfully supplements the counter with additional 80. If that was all, then Cloud Kingdoms wouldn't be too demanding and the 400 seconds would be more than enough. So, obviously there are numerous bodies and environmental dangers in your way. Enemies you gotta avoid, so that's that. But the hazards, oh my, there's so many. I mean, there are holes in the ground, and not all are visible at first. There are slippery squares, magnetic ones keeping you glued to them and unable to jump from, keys you have to find to open locked-off sections. There's a lot. Fortunately, you don't have to complete all 32 levels to quote-unquote win. The game is divided into 8 sections of few levels each in non-linear fashion, and you only have to complete 8 levels overall, picking one from each section. So, first 2 sections give you choice of 4 levels each. The next 2 only offer 3, 5th and 6th give you 2 to pick between, and the last couple have 1 stage each. So you have to go through them as they come. It's not entirely random, and you have some influence on what comes next, as the choices you are given are the leftovers from your earlier picks. So there's that. Every world is unique, featuring special blocks and enemies, so Cloud Kingdoms offers quite a decent degree of replayability. If there's one thing I feel that is missing from Cloud Kingdoms, it's VGA support, as it would have looked much better in high color mode. Clyde's Adventure is an unusual shareware platformer. Unusual because it doesn't feature any enemies. And I mean it, there's not a single one in the entire game. And it doesn't matter, as it's pretty decent without them too. It's divided into 32 levels split into packs. First 16 available for free in the shareware version, and additional 16 unlocked with a purchase. To complete the stage and move to the next, you have to find and pick up all the treasures and gems in it. It's not as easy as it seems, as the levels are filled with environmental dangers, and touching grand majority of them kills Clyde instantly, so learning how to measure and time your jumps is crucial. Additionally, Clyde has an energy meter that's depleting as he walks, jumps and falls, so picking a correct route in those more demanding stages is a must. If you do learn them by heart, however, most levels are a breeze and shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes to complete. Interestingly enough, stages are unlocked in freeze, so if any in particular is too demanding for you, you can skip it, go through the others and come back to it later on with a fresh head. Now, I have beef with few design choices. Clyde's Adventure is not an easy game, and it's unlikely that you'll complete any levels other than the first few on a first go, and we'll have to not only learn the layout of them, but also all dangers and how to avoid them. It's part of the fun, but I would prefer a bit more forgiving difficulty curve, to be honest. What I have the biggest gripe with is the scrolling and animation though. Saying that it's jerky is an understatement. It's painful to watch for longer periods of time, at least to me, and I would suggest taking in the game in parts in between other titles. But it may be me, and it doesn't have to be an issue for others. I, however, have to make sure that some of those modern FPS titles run at least 60 FPS, cause otherwise, after a while, it becomes physically uncomfortable for me. Come to think of it, now that I said it aloud, it seems like a neurological issue. Oh well, whatever, it's a problem for another day. Clyde's Adventure is both fun and annoying, depends where on the Souls-like spectrum you find yourself on a particular day. But if it sounds like something you'd like, give it a go. It's a decent little game. Fistfight is a side-scrolling beat-em-up for 1 or 2 players. You can play as Dude, Ryu from Street Fighter lookalike, or a blonde girl. And for whatever the reason, they both keep pushing right, beating up hundreds upon hundreds of bodies. I'm not sure if there's any story to Fistfight, but there definitely is a full-screen rotation with scrolling in the menu that's a vomit-inducing nightmare. And not because it's badly made, technically it's actually pretty impressive. It's because its frame rate is so slow that it's painful. But since we're on a speed, Fistfight itself doesn't know how fast it wants to run. It feels slow and fast at the same time. And get that, it also plays slow and fast at the same time. When there's nothing on the screen other than your character or characters if you're torturing someone else with this game too, their other standing animations have just 2 states, so by extension of that, 2 frames. And they cycle between both constantly, which makes them look as if the game would run way too fast. On the flip side, when there's more than one enemy on the screen or some animated background objects, the game slows down to a near crawl. It's terrible. The Ryu-looking dude's moves seem to be carbon copy of his counterpart from Street Fighter 2, but the girl at least feels as if she was originally designed for the game. Pity, she's no fun to play. Scratch that. They both suck equally. The game features regular and special attacks and screen-clearing quote-unquote bombs. The enemies are generic and uninspired, and each of 7 levels ends with a boss fight. Graphics, other than the backgrounds, are pretty good, even if they're lacking what feels like hundreds of frames of animations to run smoothly. And the collision boxes are imaginary, cause you never know if and where on the enemy sprite your punch or kick will connect. Fistfight is a chore, and I wouldn't recommend seeking it out, let alone playing it. Flying Corps Gold is a patched and expanded version of year prior's Flying Corps, and it's a World War I themed fly combat simulation. Flying is apparently the safest mode of transportation, or so they say, but when I think of those coffin-like WW1 planes, made in large parts of wood, strings and dreams, I feel like whoever's inside is literally a flying corpse, but with an E at the end. Oh well, we had to start somewhere to get to where we are today, technologically speaking. But my feelings aside, Flying Corpse Gold being one of the early full 3D simulations is not bad at all. It supports all the major at the time accelerators under DOS and Windows, pretty decent graphics and accurate sounds. Flight model feels realistic, but not overly so you can still pull off some of those movie-inspired Daredevil moves when need arises. And the guns are appropriately heavy and clunky, as they would have been when front-mounted on a plane back then. So aiming and hitting anything with them requires getting used to, but when you do, it feels like a second nature. And most importantly, it's always fun to see those bullets tear through the olden paper planes. The selection of craft in the game from 1917-1918 is pretty wide, and they all feel different and unique when flying. Enemy AI is decent, if not great, and there's quite a lot of missions to complete, split into their respective campaigns. So, if you're in a mood to make your mark on some of the most famous World War I air battles, there was no better choice in 1997 than Flying Corpse Gold. Fountain of Dreams is Electronic Arts' unofficial follow-up to earlier cult classic Wasteland, a post-apocalyptic adventure role-playing. And as sequels, even those unofficial go, this one's not bad. It's perhaps not good enough to be compared to the original, and that's probably why it remained mostly unknown, but if you get into its story, it's pretty playable in its own right. Fountain of Dreams takes place several decades after the bombs fell in Florida, a state that broke off from the mainland after devastating nuclear attacks that literally tore it off the continent. Inhabitants of the now island split into the opposing groups, whose differences deepened over the years of separation from civilization. Survival is constantly threatened by mutation that's slowly overtaking the life in Florida, and even more so, crazy and dangerous faction of so-called killer clowns, descendants of the former circus performers who were stranded in the remote state after the bombs fell. When killer clowns killed the only person knowing how to stop mutation from spreading, your group of survivors task you with a mission of finding and sourcing the cure for it. Sounds pretty cool, right? Sure, it may not be the best background story you've heard of, perhaps even today, but it's definitely something that's an excellent starting off point. Very similar to first Fallout with its water chip / gag and all. If you played Wasteland, you'll feel right at home in Fountain, as everything is done similarly, and no wonder as it's running on the same engine. The game world, while rather small being an island, feels interesting, unique and alive. So some characters and enemies may only be present in certain locations at certain points of night and day. It's worth keeping that in mind, as they may have their own schedules. And it's important to point out that the mutations you're seeking cure for can affect others and your character too, so theoretically, no two playthroughs should be the same, with you getting different boons and buffs each time. There's obviously a lot of interesting and team-appropriate skills and items to acquire, and if you're an RPG nut, it's definitely a title to try out. Fountain of Dreams is not without its faults, however. First of all, it's rather small, the island and the game overall, and feels more like a standalone DLC to Wasteland rather than the full game. And secondly, and arguably more importantly, the difficulty curve of combat encounters ramps up quickly, so you gotta play smart and save often. Dino Jr. in Canyon Capers is a vertically scrolling platformer in which you play as Dino, who has to collect all the treasures in each level going either up or downwards. If it looks like a game you've seen before but something's not right and you can't put your finger to what, then perhaps a little game called Huckleberry Hound in Hollywood Capers will come to mind, cause they're identical other than the main character and setting. Anyway, as I was saying, in Canyon Capers you collect treasures for points, and when you grab them all, a level is completed. There's 5 of these in each of the 4 worlds, so a total of 20 stages to beat. Said worlds are creatively named as Underworld, Sea World, Canyon World and Sky World. So yeah, game writing at its finest. Not an issue, just an observation. There are obviously tons of dangers and hazards, alive or otherwise, so avoiding the creatures wandering the stages or avoiding falling rocks, spitting fire and little drops, to name a few, is a must. There are however health pickups in the form of hearts here and there, so grabbing them should help you on your adventure. Especially that there's no saves of any kind, and Canyon Capers plays like the best games of the 80s did, so from the beginning to an end, with no saves coming in between, all in one sitting. If you manage to complete Dino Jr. in Canyon Capers, you can carry on and replay it, but the game will be a tad more difficult for an added challenge, which is always nice if you're someone who likes to replay the same content for score. It's perhaps not the best platformer out there, but it can definitely hold your attention for a little while. Oh, and I almost forgot, there are bonus stages too, so there's that. Disc is a futuristic sports game for 1 or 2 players. The objective of the game, or the match, as you play single matches or championship against 16 opponents really, is to either defeat the opponent on the other side of the arena by hitting him with the thrown disc several times, or by removing floor from under him, destroying the walls behind him that mirror the floor tiles. That's simple, yes. But behind this perceived simplicity lies a pretty complex and fun strategically game. You can throw the disc at the wall to have it bounce off of it and go towards the opponent's side, or directly at him. Both have their uses. Be careful with throwing it directly at the crafty opponent or a CPU at higher difficulty levels, however, as they may catch the disc rather than be hit with it, and then they're in possession, which is not something you'd like to happen. On the flip side, you can catch the disc too. So there's that. This very simple gaming concept is surprisingly addicting when played against a friend, as it's a game that doesn't rely on your agility alone, and smart plays are rewarded too. The CPU skill differs along with its difficulty level, and while he's a noob at the lowest, at highest he'll be a real challenge. Graphics, while not mind-blowing, are nicely drawn and detailed, though pretty samey all throughout the game, which is a bit disappointing, and I would enjoy the players to be all differently styled. Kinda like Nintendo always does with their party games, sticking a dozen or so completely different characters in that all have their good and bad sides and special skills. Perhaps it's not necessary addition in a game like this, but would definitely be a welcome one, and would have extended game's replayability considerably. Sounds are, well, yes, they are. So they exist, but they're neither great nor bad, just there representing the on-screen action. So if you like odd sports and unusual playing games against others, Disc is a good pick. If you don't, then ignore it and jump straight into our next game. Elfland is a shareware adventure platformer divided in half, with first part subtitled Gorgimer's Castle and available for free, and second, The Troll Caves, unlocked via purchase. And the inspiration behind it is beyond obvious. It's clearly based off Commander Keen, both in terms of presentation and graphics. Well, business model too, but that's not as important. Story-wise, the trolls have invaded your homeland and you must seek out help of Gorgimer, the alchemist, in defeating them. He has a potion that could help against them, but getting to him and convincing him to part with it would be a task and a half. Nothing you can't handle though, but still not a piece of cake. You can play as either he or she, Elfie or Elfita respectively, but other than the different gender and looks, the characters don't have any unique to them abilities. The adventuring aspect of the game mainly focuses on conversations with different friendly NPCs, and you should do it as often as you find them, because they will not only reveal the plot, but will also serve you some useful gameplay tips every now and then. The enemies are aplenty obviously, and there are a whole assortment of different creatures, from regular animals like birds or snakes, all the way to the oddities like jumping springs or pink bipedal balls with eyes and teeth. Weird stuff, man. And while they can't be killed per se, you can throw berries at them to stun them temporarily. There's few kinds of berries differing in color and how they work, so it's good to test them all out and learn their optimal usage scenarios. Graphics, as you can see, are not great, only using EGA, but they're easily distinguishable and you never have to wonder if something's a hazard, an enemy or a background. Sounds are terrible and honestly something that would be best left turned off if you ask me, but it may be more of a me issue than a general complaint. I'm Batman! What do you mean there's a lot of those me issues, Bruce? Sorry, he's in a mood today. Anyway, there is something I don't particularly enjoy in Elfland, and it's controls that use 9 separate keys on your keyboard, which is not much today in modern titles, but if you keep in mind how simple Elfland is, there was no reason for such complexity of controls. Other than that, it's a fun little game. GOG Urbio, which I've no doubt butchered the name of here, is a Korean top-down vertically scrolling shoot-em-up. It's another of those games that could have been more popular if it ever got Western release, as it's not that bad actually. Sure, the cuteness seems to be spilling out of the screen, sweetening everything up beyond belief, and to the level most sane minds can't comprehend, but don't let it fool you, as it's not an easy game whatsoever. For the most part, it plays like your everyday bullet hell shooter, with numerous enemies coming at you, showering the screen with projectiles, and interesting, more demanding bosses popping up every once in a while. But unlike most other games in the genre, you don't die after a single hit but have a health bar, so clearly devs knew how demanding their title ended up being. There are a couple of weapons available from the start and they can be upgraded to more powerful versions for more oomph during those high pressure difficult encounters. Graphics, while cutesy, are really nice, although I feel like the reduction of size of bullets, both yours and enemies, would be of benefit to gameplay, as they wouldn't have literally covered the whole screen and it would be easier to navigate between their countless collision boxes. Sounds and music are decent, even if nothing to write home about. Overall, GOG is a fun but difficult shooter that you should definitely check out if you get a chance, as it's really difficult to come by in the West. What does tried and tested Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man formula need to become relevant again? Nothing, some would argue, but since these two originals already spawned countless clones, I can't agree with that statement. A novelty, anything creative that would shake up the formula or introduce something unseen would be welcome. Enter Greedy, Pac-Man with 3 extra coatings of foundation, fresh layer of lipstick and a dark enchanting eyeliner. On the surface, it's the same game where you pack your way through mazes, munching on pellets and avoiding ghosts. Other than the typical for Pac-Man power pellets, there are also numerous power-ups like movement speed upgrades, score multipliers, wildcards, and invincibility among others, and power downs like reverse controls or inability to eat pellets for a while, to name a few. Fun stuff, real game-changing pickups, right? And all these make the familiar gameplay mechanics fresh and fun once again. Other than that, there's also a limited rechargeable speed booster that you can use at any point, provided that it's ready, and it will save your life more than once, I promise. You can earn extra lives by collecting a matching group of colorful crystals, rather than the set amount of points like in the original. Greedy may not be as iconic or as fondly remembered game as Pac-Man was, especially that it released years later, but it can definitely be as fun, if you're in the right mindset and don't mind a bit different, albeit refreshed gameplay formula. Included level editor adds a lot to the replayability too, if you're someone who likes to create your own stages. Hurl is a very unusual first-person shooter. Did I say very enough times already? Just to be on a safe side, very unusual. Like Ken's Labyrinth, but more. Okay, some of you may know what I'm getting at by sheer mention of that other game. Hurl targets kids as its main audience, but younger ones, those that don't crave bloody action Doom provides, but are still very much into Sesame Street, rainbows, unicorns, plushies, Barbies, and blue clouds on white sky. Sometimes all rolled into one. But let's cover the plot first, as it's kid appropriate too. Bob the Slob, a leader of the hardcore union of radical litterbugs, the titular Hurl, took control over so-called Slob Zone, surrounded himself with equally as dirty animals that serve and protect him. On top of that, he did the unthinkable, the terrible, the crimiest of all crimes. I know, no such word, who cares? He stole all of the world's clean underwear, so only what's still in used underwear vending machines in Japan is what we're left with. Not enough, I'm afraid. So what you have to do is to recover it. But to get to the Bob, you need to go through hundreds of his dirt-loving creatures, and they will continuously attack you with eggs, cigar smoke and other nasties, just to stop you in your tracks. Since Hurl is a game for kids, you're not really shooting at or killing them either. You toss bars of soap, water balloons, deodorants and likes at them to clean them up. And when they are, finely clean that is, they don't die. They just sorta lose interest in you. On the flip side, you can't die either. You just get more and more dirty from enemy attacks and eventually become so-called slobbed and have to repeat the level. That's it. Your quote-unquote ammo is found or purchased at vending machines in exchange for rubbish that you collect while playing. There's 10 levels in the game, they're all unique and hardly any assets repeat between them. For the most part, there are also locations from real life, like school, bus stop or a farm, but sadly they're not very big. Perhaps not to confuse younger gamers, or perhaps the reason was different. We will never know. What we do know, however, is that apart from being directed at preteens, Hurl was pro-eco, teaching of importance and benefits of cleaning up of public spaces. A noble initiative, no doubt about that, but it clearly wasn't noble enough to guarantee the title's popularity. Happy Land Adventures is a cutesy fantasy side-scrolling platformer, in which you play as a small dog that has to gather and save all the lost colorful animals and then lead them to the so-called happy zones. Animal heaven gateways perhaps? Or the farm that so many of us were told about when our pets died. Neither, I think, as they all seem to be in the tip-top shape. Once you manage to save enough animals and deliver them to the happy zones, you're free to move to the next stage. Not many people know this, but this little gem of a game was created as a freeware entry for the Game Dev contest, and then easily won it. Unsurprisingly so, as behind the over-the-top sweet graphics lies hell of a game. Something that many would willingly pay for, given its quality. There are obviously numerous pickups other than the animals that supplement your score, and enable extra abilities for a little dog. And what feels like hundreds of hidden locations full of gems and fruit to gather. The final version of the game included earliest standalone Xmas expansion and the level editor, addition of which spawned numerous user-created levels that extended the life of this amazing platformer considerably. My first experience with Happy Land Adventures was when I was at uni studying to become IT technician/teacher, believe it or not, and had to spend some time teaching IT in primary and secondary schools to gain extra credit and necessary experience. And I happened to end up in the school that my youngest sister was a student of. Well, I aimed to get there, chances were slim but stars aligned correctly, and I landed where I was supposed to. And everyone in her class played Happy Land every second they got free, as if they were possessed by it. At first, I disregarded it as a game for kids, after all it was not played from the first-person perspective, there were no guns and no cities or nations to manage within it whatsoever, so it was definitely not a title for me. Or so I thought. But then I gave it a go one of those days and I was instantly hooked. It's easily one of the best PC platformers of the late DOS era, and one you should do yourself a favor and check out. Oh, and I'm not a teacher today. I'm an unhappy office worker of nondescript job responsibilities in a small privately owned family business with weird connections all over the world, few odd business trips on my resume, and hopes and dreams to change that career for something else. Hard Nova is an incredibly ambitious sci-fi space exploration role-playing that I never knew of, and it's a pity because it looks like something I would have loved. In short, your spaceship was shot down and only you and the navigator managed to escape with your lives. Since you still have a lot of contracts to complete, you're a mercenary after all, your group's head gave you a new small ship and a task of finding and forming a new capable crew and complete set jobs. All that happens as the universe is in turmoil. Various groups fight for the supremacy in the so-called 4 systems that the game takes place in. The sun of one of the remote planets is dying, and if no one's gonna step in to do something about it and change the history, the entire race living on the surface will soon become extinct. There's a lot happening is what I'm saying, all around. You can play as he or she, Stark or Nova respectively, a mercenary survivor. They differ slightly in abilities, which will telegraph itself best during mid to late gameplay and in dialogues. So you'll have to hire crew, and they are all described by 2 sets of separate abilities, land and ship-based. First are mainly but not only combat-centric and will generally speaking improve crew's affinity towards fighting on land. Ship-based abilities are more technical and will be useful both in and out of space combat. Each crew member has to have a assigned role on your ship, so you'll need a pilot, technician, engineer, and so on. Upon gaining levels, you can manually assign experience points to various skills to improve them for characters who leveled up. When orbiting planet, you can take a hovercraft to land on it, and the approach and landing is done manually. It requires a bit of practice, so it's best that you start as soon as possible to get used to it. You can take 3 crew members to the surface, and it's best to pick them in a way that their skills would complement each other, as they will not only take part in combat encounters, but also interact with other characters and partake in all sorts of generally speaking role-playing activities. It's worth pointing out that in land-based real-time combat, you only have a direct control of the party leader. Hard Nova's universe is composed out of 4-star systems: military-focused Ariel, resources-rich Ruin, fuel and water-abundant Siberian, and Mastasani, where you start the game. Each of them consists of many planets and they are connected via a grid of stargates. Your ship can naturally be upgraded when progressing through the game with more advanced components or weapons. And since you can do that, it's clear that there's money in Hard Nova. And where there's money, there's trade. And yes, you can, will, and have to participate in it too. 2 of the most prominent features of the game are its plot, which while tad linear is not restrictive and full of unexpected events, twists and turns, and openness of the game world, which coincidentally is the game's biggest fault too. Cause while it allows you to basically go anywhere you want from the get-go, if you decide to do so and sidestep from the main plot too much, you may encounter parts of the future quest dialogues here and there, and then when you eventually get to them, you may not remember what was said, and there'll be no way of coming back to it. So yeah, it's not game-breaking, but may require you to note things down when trailing off of the beaten path, so to speak. Either way, Hard Nova is a unique game worth checking out. Hotshot is 1 or 2 player sports/arcanoid mixture of a game, with the second player controlled by human or CPU. Your choice, though you know what I feel about playing against CPU in such games. Hotshot is viewed from a side perspective, and the idea behind it is that simple. The screen is divided in the middle vertically to more or less half of its height, with both players standing on their own sides, and blocks hanging above them. The aim of the game is to destroy the blocks on your side of the screen before the opponent does it on his. So you do so by sucking the ball using a hoover-like device and then shooting it out at your side's blocks. Now, in most arcanoid-like games, you'd just keep grabbing the ball and throwing it at the blocks, hardly ever losing possession. In Hotshot, it's impossible, as quite often the ball starts moving erratically, not in the straight line or not following any even simplified rules of gravity. It's not a constant issue, but persists often enough to be extremely annoying. Worst of all, it's by design. For the most part, it makes the game feel totally random, and as if your skill or lack thereof didn't influence the outcome of the game considerably enough to feel like you were actively participating in winning or losing. In competitive games, I feel lack of control and participation are the biggest of sins. And one I have not seen often, but little title named Pro Soccer 2190 on Amiga comes to mind. That's not a story for today's video though. If any of the players fail to catch the ball or is hit with it, he is knocked down and possession is moved to the other. Personally, I can't recommend Hotshot to anyone, but if you're someone who played it back in the day and found it fun, please let me know why. In the comments below, obviously, as it seems like a punishment to me and not a game. Somewhere in the heart of the nondescript South American country lies a secret industrial complex hidden in the tropics. Its exact purpose is largely unknown, other than that it's used for illegal experimentation, whatever the term may mean. Also depends on who is the decisive side here, cause a thing illegal in one country may be completely fine and common in another. The best example of that are the Kinder Surprise eggs, which are omnipresent all over Europe and generally speaking part of our childhood experience, while in the US they are not available at all. At least not in the same form of a toy hidden in a plastic egg surrounded by the milk chocolate outer layer of goodness. Granted, most of the toys in them suck, but the sense of anticipation and then discovery you experience as a kid opening one of these while munching on delicious sweet milky crust is rather special. One way or another, coming back to our game, any attempts of infiltration of said base proved unsuccessful and many good men were lost trying, as the task is clearly above pay grade and skill set of regular secret agents and most special forces. It is decided that the best of the best, the one and only, the hero, must be the one to do it. I'm not sure what strings had to be pulled, favors called in, or how much money was spent, but probably close to a budget of a small South European country, but eventually you agreed. So, you must enter the complex and deal with the forces behind its existence. Industrial Killers is a sci-fi espionage-themed first-person shooter. Sounds great, right? Well, it isn't really, as it was only conceived to serve as a technical demo for the developer's pie-in-the-sky software 3D game creation kit. So as games go, it's rather limited. The software though is a powerful piece of programming. Not as capable as real 3D engines, but it could be used by those less tech-savvy too. And that's probably its biggest selling point. Never mind. The game is short, simple and not great, but it's interesting. So if you're into checking out all of those quirky old games, it's definitely one to try out. As Jet Strike's story goes, the evil forces known only as SPAD, with double D, not like the potato, have been working behind the scenes to corrupt and eventually overthrow governments of most major countries all around the world. It's been in the works for so long, in fact, that stopping SPAD in peaceful manner no longer seems feasible. The only response that's left is violent. Even worse, you can't really expect any help from anyone, as major countries in most cases are already corrupted and either paid off or straight up working for the SPAD. So you, your commanding officer and a friendly and incredibly gifted mechanic are all that stands against the total and final chaos. And this is where the game starts. If you like Wings of Fury, you'll love Jet Strike. It's same but different. A more varied, bigger and in my opinion better game. Sure, the controls are not as intuitive and not the easiest to comprehend at start, but when you get used to them, they will end up feeling very natural. The game offers dozens upon dozens of various real-life planes from different eras, helicopters and other not necessarily realistic flying vehicles and creatures. The campaign is composed out of loads of missions, 135 if memory serves right, so more content than majority of arcade games offered at the time. So you'll be destroying enemy installations, you'll engage in complicated and demanding dogfights, you'll perform bomb runs, and will even drop friendly personnel behind the enemy lines. And all that is just scratching the surface. There's quite a few weapons to choose from too, and you'll have to arm your craft before each mission, keeping its objectives in mind. Jet Strike's sounds and graphics are really good. Perhaps not the best for the year, but very detailed and smoothly animated, guaranteeing that all your fails are yours and yours alone. And you will fail here and there, on some of those more demanding missions that is. But you know what? You won't care. You'll just jump back into the next craft and will keep trying. Because if you pass that initial high entry threshold, Jet Strike becomes hell of a game and it plays like a charm. That initial challenge, along with lack of any useful tutorials, are the biggest factors in its lack of popularity, I feel. I may be wrong, but I credit the two with this real cool game's obscurity. Jump and Pump sounds like a sports move, but it's not. It's a fun single-screen arcade platform party multiplayer bash. I know, a lot of words you just heard there and they don't really make much sense in a string like that chained together in one sentence, but hear me out. In Jump and Bump, up to 4 players playing on the same PC or over the network fight for points. And quite literally fight, as the game is extremely bloody. Your task here is super simple. Just jump on another bunny's head, effectively killing and then respawning it somewhere on the level. All to get the point. Yup, just one. Uno, Ichi, Eins, or any other way you can telegraph a singular racing score. Each kill is an extra point and whomever gets more points wins. And by extension of that, is more of a killer bunny than all other killer bunnies are. If you have a good gaming keyboard, Jump and Bump is incredibly fun and one of the more laugh-inducing multiplayer ROMs few of you can have sitting at the same screen. And a definite candidate for an Xbox Game Pass remake / re-release. It would be a great fit. Now, there's tons of different levels in game and hundreds more available for download online. Learning the layout, strong and weak areas and how to effectively use environments in your favor like springboards, slippery surfaces, water and such will be a key to demonstrating to your soon-to-be ex-friends how much better of a gamer you are than they could ever be, or just to have fun on one of those lazy afternoons. Your call. Jump and Bump is very simple game, but it proves that they don't need to be overly complicated, feature tons of special moves, exploding attacks, hidden areas or such to be fun. All you really need is few over-the-top cute killer bunnies, buckets and mops ready to clean all the blood, and couple of friends to have fun. That said, Jump and Bump requires at least 2 people, as there's no CPU to take their spots, so if you're all alone, it loses 99.9% of its appeal. Leo the Lion, developed by Lyrix Longsoft and published by CD Projekt, now of Witcher and Cyberpunk 2077 fame, is a Polish cartoony action-adventure platformer. Your task, playing as titular skinny Leo the Lion, is to recover crown that was stolen from you. To do so, you have to travel through 4 islands of 3 stages each, so overall 12 beautifully lush levels covering areas like swamps, magic castle or a pyramid to name a few, all within the so-called Lion Archipelago. And you'll also be fighting off baddies big and small, collecting and using various objects and solving puzzles. Items like machete, coconut, stick, fly swat or snow pick will all have certain usage scenarios marked with appropriate icons. While you do all that, you also have to escape the island beating the volcanic eruption, so there's that. You're not really fighting the timer though, but it's in the game's story, so was worth a mention. The graphics are fantastic, which is both good and bad. It's great because the game looks excellent, like a real-life cartoon that you can participate in, and have the character and his surroundings respond to your controls. And bad because while all the enemies are nicely animated and large, with a lot of detail to them, it makes it difficult to gauge by eye where the collision box's borders are, and can lead to uncomfortable situations while playing. Leo the Lion was marketed towards younger audiences, which was a mistake on CD Projekt's side, as some of its puzzles and levels are designed in a rather challenging manner and maybe just a bit too difficult for younger ones. Interestingly enough, when Leo the Lion came out, it only sold 10,000 copies, which is a terrible result, but in the same time it's estimated that close to 150,000 illegal copies were circling around, most of them in Poland. Few years later, piracy would mostly die off in the country, but in 1996 it was one of the reasons why the game failed to gain any real traction and bring developers money. Leo's abroad reception was rather cold, and it never reached respectable sales either. It's a fun, if a bit underrated game that definitely deserves another chance. Despite looking like a late 16-bit turn-based role-playing, judging by the screens only, Little Monk is a Taiwanese top-down arcade shooter, and a pretty decent game at that if I say so myself. And I do, so there's that. If it's said in the video, it's gotta be the truth. Everyone knows that. Fact. Don't quote or fact-check me on that though. The protagonist that you're playing as is a little bold Shaolin monk. Technically speaking, being who he is, he should be doing all his fighting with fast and deadly kung fu moves. It's not the case though, and he's firing various projectiles big and small, left and right like a little Shaolin badass that he is. He does look eerily similar to Krillin from Dragon Ball Z though, so I just can't escape the feeling that he should be throwing punches and uppercuts and nut shots, but whatever. It's a me problem and not something wrong with the game. Anyway, you'll be traveling the land, fighting various animals and mythical folklore Chinese creatures, so bees, boars, bats, dragonflies, ghosts, and many other that I cannot even try to pretend to understand the genesis of. Then there are bosses, which are huge, often nearly as big as fourth of the screen and even more imaginative than the regular baddies. For instance, gigantic skeleton drunk who turns into what looks like a ball of yarn to move between the spots and throws green ice at you. Yes, ice. And I have no proof that he's drunk other than the bottle that he holds onto like he would to his life. Or Black Bear, rolling on a barrel as if there was no tomorrow. Weird stuff, man. There's a ton of them. There are obviously various power-ups, special weapons, bombs or even limited-use spells scattered around the game world for you to find too, so exploration and discovery is well rewarded. As shooters go, Little Monk may have more in common with games like Commando rather than Contra or R-Type, but despite the novel and rarely used in 1995 design approach, it's really fun and pleasure to go through. Graphics and sounds are excellent too, mixing cute with mystical and historical, all very detailed, colorful and well-fitting. Little Monk should be well known, so even if it's years too late, it's still worth to shed a little light on it today. If you get a chance, check it out. Livingstone 2 is a sequel to much more well-known and popular first game, Livingstone, I presume. It starts directly after the original and it's also a 2D side-scrolling platformer, giving off very strong Indiana Jones vibes. There's one thing that's different though, and it basically changes everything from the original. In the first game, where you look for the Dr. Livingstone, at the very end, in a cliffhanger moment, you learn that the person you found was not in fact him. The second, this game, starts with you being found supposedly at the end of the first one by said adventurer and playing as the Doctor now. Continuity is not Livingstone 2's strongest suit, it seems. Let's be clear, it's not very important gameplay-wise, but kinda breaks the plot if you care for this in your platformers. Anyway, this time you have to find the ancient treasure hidden in the ruins of the heart of the African jungle and then escape it. The jungle, not the ruins. Though they are in the jungle, so them too, I suppose. Once again, you're armed with a whip and a pole to help with traversal and can pick up other weapon and non-weapon objects. The latter is useful in various puzzles during your adventure. Jungle, as they tend to be in video games, is full of both animals bent on killing you seemingly for no reason, and traps popping up from everywhere. Granted, I've never been to a jungle, so perhaps that's an accurate representation of reality, I'll probably never know. There's two quote-unquote worlds that you have to traverse through in Livingstone 2, and they're rather large and interesting, even if graphically simplistic, with mostly solid black backgrounds. A step up from the first game, no doubt about that, but they're unimpressive nonetheless. If you played the first title and enjoyed it, then this one is a must. If you didn't, then keep in mind that the traps are rather annoying and will often require perfect timing to be beaten. Fortunately, you'll get to discover many shortcuts as you play, so that'll be a little helpful. Lorna is a side-scrolling action-adventure arcade sci-fi fantasy beat-em-up. I know, I got lost half the way too. A lot of words to describe the simple concept you see on the screen. Lorna is based on the popular Spanish graphic novel by Alfonso Aspiri and portrays a skimpy-clothed heroine shaking booty and kicking ass. Not necessarily in that order. Either way, in Lorna you have to stick to tried and tested beat-em-up formula of if it moves, mow it down. And if you will also succeed. You can engage enemies in hand-to-hand combat or use your rifle. Although it's worth pointing out that the ammo is limited, so you can't rely on shooting only. Lorna is composed out of 5 stages, 3 of which are beat-em-up brawling bonanzas, and 2, second and fourth to be precise, are viewed from behind the back hoverbike chase levels. They're a nice change of pace, though honestly entirely unnecessary in a game that's not great on its own. It plays slow and choppy, looks rather disappointing, and seems to be placing all its bets on bikini-wearing heroine. Which is cool and all, but not enough to save the game with below-average gameplay. Interestingly enough, Lorna came out on the Amiga in the same time and looks much better there. Sure, it's largely unimportant as it's the same disappointing experience, but if you really have to check it out, better do it on Commodore's system. Now that's how you end a game preview in DOS-centric video, by saying that it's better on another system. I'm a pro. I'm Batman. Yes you are. So we're a pro and Batman, the dynamic duo like no other. As the name, Gamebox cover and its title screen says, Low Blow is all about that. Illegal moves in boxing, which in this boxing title by Synergistic Software are actually completely legal. And even more so, very effective. Kinda like they are in real life, hence why they're banned here. Now, knowing all that, it's kinda clear that Low Blow is not a simulation but rather an arcade fighting game. Which is not bad, but also bases its whole gameplay gimmick on its single mechanic alone. And that's not much, I'm afraid. You can play either in single versus bout against a friend, or in a tournament, which is the main fare of the game, going through a series of increasingly more difficult opponents to become the champion. Champion of crotch jabs, I suppose. Or Master Ball Wrecker. Both fit as well. Anyway, the range of moves available to fighters is rather limited, so you'll have to work your way around the limitation by mixing them in such a way that they would form efficient combos. It's perhaps not great gameplay-wise, but if you don't mind it too much, then you can actually enjoy Low Blow. Graphics, for EJA at least, are excellent, displaying gigantic for the time and system sprites, nicely detailed backgrounds, be it in the gym, ring or fighters' portraits, and overall feel like the absolute best that could be squeezed out of the aging architecture. Sounds are not great and not worth any attention here really. So yeah. To summarize, Low Blow, if approached while keeping in mind that it's an arcade game and with the right mindset of not expecting too much, can actually be fun, especially if you have someone else there with you to destroy. Alone or when having too high expectations, based on screenshots alone for instance, the way we used to often judge games back in the day browsing gaming mags, it would quickly crash and burn in confrontation with what it offers in reality. It's not a bad game, but it's definitely not a good one either. It's, well, a game. Magic Makeups is a DOS reimagination of BBC Micro's classic single-screen platformer. Instead of the humanoid character like in the original, however, you're controlling a small car. So if you ever wondered how it would be to play a platformer with a car, now's your chance to check it out. Your goal is as simple as they come, to drive over all the mushrooms on each stage, cause it's definitely not collecting when you're in a car, and when you do, a block leading to the next stage will unlock itself and you'll be able to move on. All stages are obviously crawling with enemies, from spiders through crabs all the way to weird green monsters of questionable origin, and everything in between. Since you're armed with absolutely nothing, and I mean it, nothing, you have to avoid them. And they're a pretty crafty bunch, cause while some are stationary and only move on a preset path, others will actively chase you if you get within their aggro range. Anyway, having to avoid the enemies is a bit odd, cause you're in a car after all, and they're all in most cases just small creatures that you should be able to easily drive over, but whatever. Perhaps it's a hidden lesson to avoid driving over pedestrians, whether they're human or not. Anyway, like I said, you gotta avoid the bodies and jump between the platforms to get to hard to reach spots. Also, if you've never seen a car using a ladder, it's another little new thing you'll get to experience in Magic Makeups. As you do all that, it's crucial that you quickly learn how to gauge your jumps as reach, as if you misjudge them and start falling and it's from anything higher than few blocks, you'll die. Or, well, crash and die. Depends how you wanna look at it. I don't think the order is important, outcome is though. All levels are timed, and while in the first bunch it's irrelevant and something you may very well overlook, the further you go, the more challenging they will become and more prominent the time limit will feel too. Graphics and sounds, as you see and hear, are not great, but gameplay is pretty fun, provided you enjoy those more classic than Mario platformers, those that originated in the arcades in times of Joust, Arkanoid or Centipede. Simple games with simple loop, but demanding and with steadily growing difficulty. Magic Makeups obviously is a DOS original and did not come from arcades, but it shares the same spirit. If you're a creative type, it also includes a built-in level editor, so there's that. Magic of Pandoria came out in 1994 on PC and C64 of all platforms, and it's the same game that plays a bit different, but I'll get back to it in a minute. The game obviously takes place in the kingdom of Pandoria, gods of which, seeing the evil of men, decided to abandon it, morphed into crystal shards and hidden in the underworld to lie there in eternal slumber. In time, eons later, learning about it, two rival archmages, magical badasses extraordinaire, take upon themselves to locate the shards and take their power. Magic of Pandoria is a very unusual for the time strategy title that's a little similar to the Dungeon Master games. You build a dungeon, or more likely dig in the underworld, creating dungeon in the process. So, to sustain this operation and your search, you'll have to build, manage and defend your mines. You'll be hiring differently specialized employees of various fantasy kinds, folk like mine workers, hoilers, craftsmen, researchers and warriors. They all get experience as the time goes by and require payment for their services. So while digging corridors, rooms, filling them up with traps and trying to research new tools and weapons, you'll be also earning riches to keep your workers content. And fighting too, obviously, both offensively going for the opponent's mines and defensively on your own turf, so to speak. Despite what you may think, being accustomed to more well-known Dungeon Master, simple graphically Magic of Pandoria is a rather complex game. I mean, just take a look at the sheer number of buttons all around the borders of the game board. And there's a lot that you can do in the game, so getting familiar with the manual is a necessity, or at the very least a good video tutorial. Magic of Pandoria on PC is hex-based and in real time, while on C64 it's top-down and plays in turn-based mode. It's a pretty notable difference if you ask me, but the gameplay concepts and goals are actually identical. It's worth seeing on both, but we're all about PC here today. Oh, and there's also a separate light version that's much easier to grasp for a new player, so there's that. It's not a rule, obviously, but I feel that many of those late DOS games, those that came out in the second half of the 90s or even early 2000s, were either very polished and released by a few big studios that still haven't moved to Windows, or conceptually interesting titles by small teams or even singular creators. Often pretty simple in terms of presentation, but either mixing known genres in a fun way or doing something no one's done before. Operation Carnage clearly falls into the latter category. It's not a big game, but it's unique, fun and action-packed. Aliens attacked the Earth and took over, and now use us as food for their souls out of all things. So, a delicacy, but either way you look at it, we're cattle. So, you, not being able to take it anymore, dust off your gear and gun, suit up and set off to rid the world of the alien scum. I mean, it was you or Manbat, and if I'm to be honest, I'm not sure he'd be able to fit in any of his batsuits the way he's eating now. I'm Batman. Oh no, not you buddy, it's the other Batman I'm talking about. You're still great. Anyway, before he puts the two and two together, Operation Carnage is a top-down arena-like shooter where you mow through thousands of fun and unique enemies fighting for Earth's freedom. The game is divided into 8 sectors and each of them into smaller rooms/arenas. When you defeat all the aliens in the arena, a door opens up to another. In the last room of each sector, you fight a boss, which is usually either a huge alien or an alien ship. Naturally, as in most shooters, there's quite a few weapons and upgrades you'll find on your way, things like a machine gun, plasma gun, fire gun, so different guns, you get the point. Scatter bomb, extra energy and so on and so on and so on. There's a lot of this, is what I'm saying. And as Smash TV-like shooters go, Operation Carnage is really cool, and if you like this, do yourself a favor and track it down. Metropolis is a sci-fi parser-based adventure game. And while I personally hate parser games with a passion, this one's definitely worth a mention. The year is 5067. Yeah, 5067, so a little over 3000 years from now. Good to know we actually do survive till then. You're a security agent working for a generic software company and will find yourself in the middle of the plot that will have you solve 10 different crimes all around the city. You'll control your character with arrows, but all the interactions, dialogues and everything else will be text-based and will require you to input appropriate commands. Interestingly enough, the text parser in Metropolis feels more natural than in many other games in the genre, as instead of questions like "ask man about scissors," you can just get to him and say, "What do you know about scissors?" But it's a double-edged sword, as the game only recognizes those quote-unquote realistic sentences and not simplified ones used by any other text parser game on the market. So it's a learning experience all on its own. Another unusual thing about Metropolis is that there's virtually no inventory puzzles in it, and it's nearly entirely conversation-driven title. So all situations, all puzzles, everything is resolved by talking to other characters and asking the right questions. And while it may seem odd and way too out of ordinary to be enjoyable, it's surprisingly complex and fun. So I heard. Each of the 10 crimes was committed on a different level of a multi-story city, and each is tad more demanding than the previous. If you're into text adventure games, it's a hidden gem that's not to miss. If you like me though, just carry on to the next game in the video. Even though Oberon 69 sounds like a funky position from the book of all books, the one I'm talking about here today is utter crap and deserves to be forgotten. Here, I said it. Go to town in the comments below if you feel that's necessary. It is also a flip screen sci-fi action platformer, and while it's an interesting mix, Oberon itself is not great. Story-wise, in a distant future, the air became unbreathable on Earth, the world was slowly turning into that desert, so we've ventured into space to build our cities there and most importantly to survive. And for the most part, it was not a bad plan. Settlements spawned left and right, and we seemed to be on the right path for saving our species. But on one of the colonies, the titular Oberon, an unknown ancient lifeform just awoken from a long slumber, and it seems to be hella aggressive, attacking the population and decimating it. So, naturally, as you always do, you put away your exercise weights, you oil yourself up to have those biceps be so shiny that the alien scum could see their own reflection in them while dying, and you set off to save the babies. Yep, cause in Oberon, you save the babies. Odd, I know, but whatever, it is what it is. So your mission is to find all the babies and send them back to Earth, which given the game's story is a rock barely able to sustain life, so I'm not sure what's your decision process here. But I suppose when there's so many muscles on a body, the blood prioritizes going to them and not to the brain. Anyway, for each kit you gotta purchase a cryogenic valve to send it in, so you'll be buying those in appropriate machines. On your adventure you'll face many different enemies like robots, aliens, alien queens and weird larvae among others, and most will stand no chance against you. Other than those, Oberon 69 came out on the Amiga and few 8-bit systems too, and coincidentally that's what the PC version looks like, as if it was running on ZX Spectrum short of color clash and in 4 instead of 8 colors, so extremely dated for 1990. Its main issue is not graphics however, but the fact that it's just not fun. I mean, Amiga version looking much better, like a proper early 16-bit game, is also crap, because if you paint a crap in rainbow colors, it will still stink of poo. Olympic Games Atlanta 1996 was actually officially licensed by the Olympic Committee, so it's not a random assortment of disciplines put together by drunk developers on one of those lazy Saturday nights in a pub, but rather something that was supposed to accompany the sporting event itself, build a hype for it and bring in some sweet money. Now, it's in this video too, so while it may have reached a small degree of popularity adjacent to the Olympic Games themselves, it is now ultimately a largely forgotten by the time title. Which is odd, as when you play it with friends, or better yet against them, and not alone, it's pretty fun. Especially if some drinks are involved. Non-alcoholic ones obviously, as I wouldn't like to tickle the hairy underbellies of the YouTube overlords in the wrong way after all. Wink wink nudge nudge. So, Olympic Games is a 3D multi-event sports game conceptually similar to Epic's X Classics, but using modern at the time presentation and then current system capabilities to their fullest. It can be played in an arcade mode or in the Olympic-style tournament, going through all events, which is definitely more fun. It features 15 different disciplines and there are 100 and 400 meter sprint, 100 meter crawl, javelin, hammer and discus throw, long jump, triple jump, high jump, pole vault, fencing, rapid fire pistol, weightlifting, archery and skeet shooting. Quite a selection of events, right? Another submission of the incredibly annoying long-running events that were for whatever the reason very popular in 8-bit sporting games is truly appreciated. BBC Radio 5's Alan Green provides the commentary, and overall, while not fantastic, the gameplay is fine and with friends around can be a blast. Sure, the early 3D may not look great today, it's rather crude in fact, but it's not hideous and shouldn't detract you from playing. I wouldn't suggest going at it alone, but as a part of a gaming night with buddies, it's a definite highlight. Operation Body Count, or how I like to call it, Poor Man's Die Hard, is a first-person shooter taking place in the Nakatomi Tower. No wait, that's not it. Probably best we start from the beginning. The year is 2012, a far-off future from 1990 for the game released in. I wouldn't say that the world is grim, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows, especially that the man called Victor Balog and his terrorist group have taken control of the UN towers where the leaders of the free world were holding a summit. Never before so many important people have been held hostage at the same time. And since negotiations with the terrorists are out of the question, you being the best member of the elite forces unit are sent to deal with the situation the best way you can. So, turning hundreds of evil dudes into individual puddles of red and pink goo. You're there to effectively compose the villains into natural fertilizer using guns and bullets. You enter the tower through sewers and have 40 levels to go through before you'll be able to save the politicians. The first few levels taking place in said sewers, before you even meet your first terrorist, you fight off giant rats and something called sludge minions, which for all intents and purposes are just weird looking mutants of some kind. When you finally get to the tower, you have to traverse through it going higher and higher and unlock the elevator on each floor by killing a certain number of bodies. Operation Body Count used an interesting mechanic for lives where instead of them, you were given a small squad of soldiers to help you, and whenever one died, you kept on playing as another. You can also give them orders in a limited manner, so they could be told to either follow you or roam freely around the level killing bodies. Additionally, many of the environments could be destroyed, and with use of explosives, even most walls, which not only is a fun gameplay mechanic, but also makes repeated playthroughs more varied, even if just by a little. As in most shooters, there's quite a few weapons to choose from, and shotgun, Uzi, flamethrower and grenade launcher are the most prominent of them all. By 1994 there were arguably better looking, sounding and playing shooters on PC, so Operation Body Count had a difficult start. And given that its underlying technology seemed ancient compared to that of Doom, it was near instantaneously forgotten. I'm Batman! Yes, Bruce, exactly how Mr. Freeze from a movie about it. He too was forgotten. Paganitsu is a shareware puzzle game split into 3 episodes, first of which was available for free, as was most often the case with Apogee's shareware titles. Each episode has 20 levels, and in each stage you'll need to collect all the keys or gems depending on how far you are in the game, and then find a way to get out to the exit unscathed. The levels are filled with boulders, various environmental dangers and deadly creatures, likes of snakes, spiders and lizards among others. You know, things you don't want to find in your backyard. And you have to puzzle your way through the stages Boulder Dash style, because it is very similar to that all-time classic. So it's possible to lock yourself out of the exit, to die by dropping a boulder on yourself, or even use those boulders to crush the enemies. Fun. Also, same as in original, touching an enemy kills you instantly, so they have to be either avoided or disposed of. Your call. Although, if possible, I'd always suggest doing the latter, as not only it's safer, but also produces more items for you to pick up. Graphics and sounds are not great, but they're not hideous either. Just your standard basic EGA and PC speaker fare. Not great by 1991 standards, but at least the hardware requirements were very modest and most PC owners could play Paganitsu comfortably, so there's that. To summarize, if you like the original Boulder Dash, then Paganitsu is definitely a game for you. If you didn't, then it's not gonna blow you away into changing your mind about it. Passengers on the Wind is an interactive novel kind of an adventure, meaning that it's more of an interactive book where you get to make choices from time to time, rather than actively control characters' movements all throughout. It's based on a French comic strip of the same name and takes place on the eve of the French Revolution in the district of the so-called Triangular Commerce, named so because of the slave trafficking center that's there and coordinated human trade between Britain, America and Africa. Awful habit, but the times were as they were and we can't change them anymore. At least I hope we learned something from them. You're controlling 2 characters. No, scratch that. It's too far-fetched. You're following 2 characters. Hall, British sailor who flees France after being unjustly accused of murder he did not commit, and Isa, female adventurer with a troubled past and a secret to her identity. Passengers of the Wind, despite being a glorified book, is not terribly linear, and only ever converges to a steady point after a while. On the way to it, it gives you quite a lot of freedom with your choices for either Hall or Isa, often leading to different interesting outcomes. Interactivity or lack thereof aside, if you enjoy good and captivating stories, then there is a lot to like in the game and you will enjoy it thoroughly beginning to the end. Pea Shooting Pit is an extended re-release of Speedwad Willy, and it's conceptually based on incredibly fun and popular arcade classic Pang, also known as Buster Bros, with a difference of Pea Shooting Pit being a single-player game only. If you never played Pang, let me explain. The idea is that simple. You're the dude that's at the bottom of the screen, running left and right, and shooting peas from his blowpipe at the balloons bouncing all over. When a balloon is popped, it splits into two smaller ones that need to be popped too, and it carries on until the balloons are so small that they don't pop anymore and just disappear when hit. When the screen is cleared of all balloons, you move to the next stage. And when balloon hits you, and it's a tough game so it will at some point whether you want to or not, you obviously lose a life. Fortunately, there's quite a few different power-ups that you can collect while playing, and they will be more than helpful. They can be stuff like extra life, screen freeze, shield, balloon slowdown, or a better shot to name a few. I feel that even though Pea Shooting Pit does not feature destructible walls and floors same way Punk did, it's still a way more demanding game. Which is odd, as Original was created to literally eat away coins from players. The reason may be that the balloons feel less fluid and move quicker here. And while it feels a bit simpler than the original, it's only superficial, as it's not the same game, only one based off it. Graphics are perhaps not great, often using psychedelic backgrounds that either feature weird twirls or quickly cycling colors, but if you're not sensitive to such effects, they do their work and are not hideous. Gameplay is top-notch though, perhaps not as addictive as Arcade Original, but very fun and long-lasting, provided you don't mind that high difficulty level that is. Overall, if you like arcade games and were a fan of Pang, there's a lot to love here. If it's first time you're seeing the concept, however, I'd risk saying that it's best to start with the original. Pirate Fry and Volcano Island is a freeware point-and-click adventure game made with the Adventure Game Studio, a piece of software that allowed nearly anyone to make adventure games. And they did. And so did Pirate Fry's developer. I mean, just look at the obvious Microsoft Paint graphics in this one. They're terrible, awful, and so bad that they actually begin to look enchantingly great. You know, ironically good. Like so bad that they're art. Like South Park. So, you're Fry, a pirate. But due to some changes in the pirating laws or something of the likes, you have to get a license to carry on being a swashbuckler. To be able to get one, you have to solve a logic test and then pass 3 trials, kinda like Guybrush Threepwood in Secret of the Monkey Island. Obviously nowhere near quality-wise, but thematically similar. The trials require you to kill something or someone, steal something, and redeem yourself by doing something good. So to do something terrible, something bad, and then something good to counter the earlier bads. Other than that, it's a standard point-and-click adventure, and it's actually pretty fun, even if rather simplistic in its puzzles. The humor is quite prominent all throughout its hour or so playtime, so if you can overlook the presentation, it's not a bad title for a short chuckle when you have a little free time. It's not gonna be a game you'll remember forever, but that hour or two you spend completing it won't feel wasted either. Pizza Tycoon is a humorous business simulation and management game made by Software 2000, a German-based developer. You know, this began as a running joke some videos ago, I don't know, a year or so back perhaps. I said that German developers made the best management games in the 90s. But as we went more and more in depth with them throughout the Amiga Gaming History series and then those two, it became clear that if it was anything, it definitely was not a joke, but a rock-solid fact. So, rocked. Rock-solid fact. Rocked. Write that down, it's a good one. Anyway, Pizza Tycoon is another incredible proof of that, and also one of my absolute favorites at the time. On the surface, you're a restaurant, an in-time chain of restaurants owner, and a respectable citizen and business owner rolled into one, in a city either in Europe or USA. And you're responsible for everything from renting or buying a building for your pizzeria, through getting all the equipment and furniture, purchasing ingredients, to hiring staff and even designing your own pizzas, preferably based on the tastes and needs of local neighborhood's residents. If that wasn't enough, you have to advertise your business, can take part in pizza competitions, or even deal with shady types or sabotage your competition by peaceful or brutal means. Because of course your pizza is the best, regardless if it tastes the best, and if anyone says otherwise, the unforeseen things may happen to their establishments. You've no way of telling what they'll be, but you feel that something unspeakable, something terrible might. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? Pizza Tycoon is a true gem which I love to bits, and real fun title to play either in a single or multiplayer. And since Amiga version never got the English release, this PC outing is easily the best one and deserved way more recognition internationally than it ever got. Pocket Rockets is an unusual racing game that sadly, at least in my eyes, is not great. Instead of regular racing, facing the opponents on track and fighting for the spots, you're drag racing and running circuits. And you do it all alone. There's no opponents, none there you could compete against other than the score table. or timetable I should say really, boring. So Pocket Rocket's only appeal really is competing against your real-life friends in hot seat, alternating to see which one of you will come on top. And given how many great games we had on the system, Pocket Rockets had an uphill start and never really got any further than those first few steps upwards. Drag races are viewed from a side perspective and are all about correct gear switching and top speed, while circuits are all that too, but are viewed from behind the bike. Did I mention that I don't like Pocket Rockets yet? I don't. It's lacking, uninspired, and most importantly and worst of all, not fun. It does let you pick between 4 bikes of Suzuki Katana, Kawasaki Ninja, Yamaha FZR and Honda Hurricane, so at least there's that I suppose. Prohibition on PC sucks. Well, it sucked in real life too, not only because it limited freedom and access to beverages adults should have access to, if they please that is, but also because it created a grey area, where many would turn to their own hidden home brewing and criminal rates would skyrocket as well. Our today's prohibition sucks because of 2 things. First of all, presentation. The game looks god-awful in its CGA design using a mind-blowing 4 colors. And it's not even well-fitting 4 colors, but one of the few terrible palettes that CGA offered. It's disappointing to say the least. Then there's the PC speaker sounds, which I wouldn't usually mind as much being used to them and all, but together with the graphics they make the game overall feel unimpressive. Sadly, that's not all yet. The gameplay in my eyes is entirely 8-bit in its design, and no wonder as Prohibition came out on 8-bit micros of the time too. It's beyond simple. It's a shooting gallery type of a game with a limited set of enemies, no extra weapons or power-ups, and no novelties of any kind. You're facing a scrollable row of buildings and you shoot gangsters that pop up in various spots on the screen. You get few seconds head start per gangster until he shoots at you. You can theoretically hide until the timer restarts, but it can't be done all the time. After each, as you can see, simple stage, there's a bonus one where you shoot at gangsters in the room and not outside. There you can't hide anymore and the timer is even more restricted. As you progress through the game, it becomes faster and faster and enemies are more difficult to find and hit. So, as you see, the gameplay design is beyond basic, which would be okay on a simpler system, but by 1987 we had games like Defender of the Crown on PC, which compared to this is like 600 pages long book compared to a leaflet written in a broken English. Similar to what you hear coming from me in my videos. Pulsoid is an Arkanoid-like game with a touch of Snake for good measure. For the most part, it plays like an Arkanoid with destructible colorful bricks at the top of the screen and paddle you control at the bottom. But if I want to be frank, the whole Snake-like addition to the gameplay is completely unnecessary. But whatever, it is what it is. The snakes replaces balls that you usually see in games in the genre, and they can grow larger in size or shrink by breaking blocks with plus and minus signs on them respectively. Other than that, everything else seems to be identical to any other Arkanoid clone out there. So there are different blocks, and when broken can drop both power-up and power-downs of a typical for the genre kinds. There are enemies showing up from time to time and serving no real purpose other than just to misdirect the snake and add to the randomness of gameplay. In fact, Pulsoid even offers a special optional Arkanoid mode that replaces the snakes with traditional balls. And guess what? It plays the same, only proving that the snakes were just a gimmick. I'm not judging, you do what you can to sell your game, it's just an observation. Come to think of it, I believe Pulsoid was a freeware, so disregard that mention of sales. It featured 32 built-in levels, option to download level files and even a level editor, which prolonged its stay and playability considerably and once again proved that snakes were not necessary. And the fact that you could enjoy it with a friend in a simultaneous multiplayer made this already pretty fun title even better. Kinda like ketchup makes the fries. You don't really need it, but it fits perfectly. Also, and I'm gonna be a bit controversial here, I've heard many times about fries with mayo and disregarded it as a missed combo for a long while, until one of those adventurous afternoons I decided to give it a go, and oh my days, it shouldn't work, but it does so well. I'd risk saying that better than ketchup. Peaceful Kingdom of Duckland was invaded by the army of monsters, who kidnapped and hold your friends hostage. Believe it or not, but all that happened when you were dozing off. And that's what happens when the hero is overworked from all the world and universe saving. You're forgiven though because of the aforementioned heroics, and also cause you will save them in the end. We've used to it by now and I know that you will. So, you must traverse through 5 islands in the Duckland archipelago, defeating the monsters and searching for your friends. Punky Duck is a third-person 3D shooter with some very basic adventuring elements. Namely, on each of the islands that you fight the monsters on, you also have to find the plan for the device required to move to the next, and then find all the necessary components to build that apparatus to progress. Before you're able to leave though, you have to defeat the end level, or end island to be precise, bosses. As you go about your quest, you will collect new weapons, ammunition for them, invincibility, jetpacks, extra lives and dollars. There's 5 islands in total, each is differently themed, and when you get to the last, you'll be able to finally save your friends. Now, since you collect money, each island has a shop somewhere, where you can spend it in exchange for items, and it's good to memorize where these shops are. I always thought that Punky Duck's engine looked eerily similar to the one used in Magic Carpet. It's obviously not the same, but they look alike. Though at closer inspection it appears that the one in Magic Carpet might have been more advanced, even if it came few years earlier. Overall, Punky Duck is a funky quack and an excellent simple shooter. If you like those, don't skip it. Pyro 2 is another game that's gonna impress you with flashy graphics, beautiful melodic memorable music and high quality sounds. In fact, it's as simple presentation-wise as it's possible, and probably only marginally better looking than some of those ancient entirely text-based games. Pyro 2 uses what looks like modified ASCII character table to present its graphics in text-based mode, with blocks and simple symbols rather than sprites. Music is non-existent, and farts coming out of the PC speaker are all that you will really get to hear while playing. It's gotta be terrible then, right? Actually, it's not. It's probably one of the better entirely ASCII games ever released. Some say that Minesweepers only make mistakes once. Pyromaniac, it seems, at least according to the game's story, is alike. So, you are one. A pyromaniac that is, and you have a very unusual psychopathic system for burning the buildings down. You sneak into them couple of days early and spread gas bottles in strategic locations to facilitate the best potential future burn. This part of the game is not something that you actually do, as the levels have gas canisters preset as a quote-unquote puzzle for you to solve when playing. On the day of ignition, you take the elevator to the very top floor of the building, light the fuse behind you as you run with it rolling off the reel that you carry. Following you just a few steps behind is the fire and potential catastrophic destruction. Your goal is to get all the way from the top floor to the bottom unscathed and with as much fire damage left behind as possible, because you're scored on the amount of fire that spreads. It's worth pointing out that you can pick up gas canisters on your way and then either put them away in a strategically better location by stopping, or spreading it around the area, letting it leak from the canister when you drop it while moving. Keep in mind though that you have to do it all the while constantly monitoring your distance from the fire and running away from the ever-lit fuse and explosions that follow. There are 2 campaigns in the game, World Terrorist, that has a terrible YouTube algorithm name and is available from the get-go. It sees you burning famous buildings all over the world one by one, and Secret Agent campaign, which is unlocked while playing, and sends you into communist countries to burn their monuments to the ground. Also not great for the algorithm. Pyro 2 is a simple game, both in terms of its looks and gameplay, but it's so surprisingly addictive that if you honestly give it 10 minutes of your time, you'll end up playing it much longer, as it will seduce you into its enchanting gameplay loop. It's worth noting that unusually for the 1990, there is actually a tutorial in Pyro 2, and it's short and easy to follow, so just the way I like them. Imagine Xbox's famous Geometry Wars and then simplify it to the core of what it is. So a twin-stick space shooter. Then add nothing more other than the neat 3D effect to the background grid that will sway the grid in relation to your on-screen location. If you do all that, you'll end up with our next game, QuadNet. In it you're not using twin sticks per se, but 2 sets of keys on a keyboard. Potato potato, I know, but the difference between the sticks and keyboard is huge comfort and accuracy wise, so I felt it's worth pointing out. 1 set of keys for direction movement, the other for shots. It may seem limiting without diagonals at first, but you'll quickly get used to it as both you and the enemies also only move on the 2 axes. You on X and Y and the enemies on diagonal ones. There's no weapon upgrades or special power-ups to speak of in QuadNet, but it's also not a game made to last for long single-game sessions. It's a fast attack score title that is made to challenge the player's skills in trying to beat the high score, and not to play for hours on end. So, all that really changes the longer you play is the number of enemies, their graphics a tiny bit too, and how fast they move. And whether you want to or not, you will die eventually, as QuadNet was conceptualized to be very demanding and unforgiving of any mistakes. What it's also designed for though is to be played in any way you want. So you may very well hang out in the middle of the screen, reacting to the enemies and trying to work out around the spot, as it gives you plenty of freedom to maneuver in and out of danger, or plant yourself at the bottom of the screen, trying to play it Galaxian style, and anything in between. While it's definitely simple in its concept title, QuadNet is decently fun and incredibly hectic after a while with a lot of on-screen action, plenty of near deaths and oh shit moments. It's also an excellent pick if you have a friend that is competitive, cause then it can become really addictive, especially if you're both at similar skill level and keep one-upping each other, swapping the spot on the leaderboards. I know, I already said that Pyro 2 was addictive, but both of these, given the right mindset and situation, can easily become the highlights of a gaming afternoon. Redneck Rampage is a first-person shooter made using Duke Nukem's 3D build engine and themed to take place in a fictional small backwater town of Hickston, Arkansas. So, most of the locales that you'll visit will be appropriately set in the barnyards, trailer parks, chicken processing plant, bowling alley, drive-in movie theater and the likes in and around the town. You'll be practically able to feel the stench of manure while playing. Story-wise, as in most other FPSs, aliens invaded Earth. But unlike in the other shooters, they did not take it over in a fiery blaze destroying anything and anyone in their way, they only cloned all inhabitants of Hickston, replacing them with their own copies, and worst of all, stole your prize pig Bessie. And she was a beauty, I must add. So, you, playing as Leonard along with your brother Baba, have to recover Bessie as she's priceless. She's a part of the family after all, and not just any random pig. I'm Batman. Yeah, okay, let's say that you are part of my now too, Bruce. What? Sure, yeah, I'd save you too if I had to. He's been getting increasingly more needy these last few months. He really must feel alone. Anyway, all the weapons and pickups in Redneck Rampage are thematically stylized too, so items like beer, pork rinds and moonshine will not only replenish your health, but also cause you to respectively burp, fart and sway while walking, which is not only a nice touch, but also causes you to be unable to sneak on the enemies, which are all different and all have unique and funny tones that they'll use when you're around. In fact, the game is chock full of very hillbilly-like humor, which, while fun in little doses, gets old quickly and soon enough you'll have enough of the same one-liners. Interestingly enough, most levels don't have the exit door, but end with you having to find your brother and then knock him out. Not kill, knock out with a crowbar, cause he's your brother. You know, redneck style. Redneck Rampage's presentation is top-notch, the engine is pushed to the absolute limits and I don't think that there's much more that could be squeezed out of it. The textures are beautiful, the locales believable and enemies fun and unique. Music runs straight off the CD and the sounds are poetry of village noises, beautiful and awful, animal or otherwise. If you like FPS games, this one's a no-brainer. It's fast, fun and not overly difficult. It's worth noting that there's Caspack add-on for Redneck Rampage and it does exactly what it says on the tin. Adds curses to the game. Is that necessary? Not really, but it's a nice touch if you want your games less PC. Return of the Phantom is a mystery point-and-click adventure game based on the book Phantom of the Opera. You're Raoul Montant, a detective who's been asked by his friend Monsieur Brie, yes, like the cheese that's stinky but oh so delicious, who's the manager of the opera, to investigate the crime scene and solve the mystery of the Phantom, namely reason for the chandelier crashing during one of the performances right into the crowd. Apparently, a phantom is the one who's blamed for it. He's a mysterious creature that's said to have been haunting the opera for over a century, which raises a series of questions like why stay there and not move to the new location if it's haunted, how come there hasn't been anything done about it in the last 100 years or so, who still believes in ghosts and hauntings. But whatever, it's probably video game logic issue. Anyway, you'll be searching for clues and solving puzzles, believe it or not, but what you did not expect is that it's not only going to happen in the present, but also the past too. And slowly, bit by bit, you'll piece the detective mystery puzzle in full, learning of everything that took place in the opera. The building, its canals, secret hallways and surrounding area is where most of the game takes place, and it's huge. The fact that you get to experience it twice, in different periods, effectively doubles the size of the game world. It also multiplies number of characters you meet and interact with. Presentation-wise, Return of the Phantom is pretty good, with what could be called industry-standard graphics for the time, but it's not gonna blow your mind. What will though is the story, that may seem a bit vague after my short brief initial mention of it, but it's really interestingly told, and the more you play, the more you'll grow curious how will the adventure wrap up in the end. If any of that sounds interesting, then make sure to track down and check out the Return of the Phantom. Ripley's Believe It or Not, The Riddle of Master Lu is not only incredibly long-titled game, but also an excellent, even if largely unknown example of an FMV game that's not bad at all. It's not an interactive movie though, as you really take part in the story and can influence it to a degree. All characters are digitized and displayed on pre-rendered backgrounds, and the game plays like your typical adventure. So you'll visit different locations around the world, meet many colorful characters, and most importantly solve tons upon tons of puzzles. Most of them are inventory-based, but they're always rooted in logic, and if you pay attention to what you find, learn, and during conversations, you should not have too many issues solving them. So, it's worth treating people with respect, as otherwise they may refuse sharing an important part of the puzzle. It's actually worth to do it in real life too, and that's a life lesson from me to you. Riddles are not obvious in their solutions though, so it's not just an oversimplified gameplay wrapped around FMV presentation either. I haven't said anything about the story yet, have I? I think not. So, you're Robert Ripley, a famous traveler and collector of rarities, who after being attacked on one of his travels in Egypt, end up in Beijing on a trail of Chinese assassins. And as the story will unfold, you'll end up seeing big chunk of the world chasing the leads all over the globe. All to solve the mystery surrounding the tomb of the first emperor of China. Interestingly enough, Robert Ripley was a real-life historical person, so unusually for the genre, you'll get to portray someone who actually existed. Perhaps the story is a little bit made up, but Robert at the very least isn't. The Riddle of Master Lu, with its captivating plot, stellar presentation, fun puzzles and unquestionable charm, will be a very rewarding experience if you decide to give it a go, which I would recommend if you're at least a little into adventure games. Rollerblade Racer is an isometric top-down arcade action sports game. I know, it's a lot to process, but think of it as Paperboy, short of newspapers and different playing. Wow, that's even more convoluted. Let's try again. You're a rollerblader, and you're one of the best, perhaps the best. But it's not been proven, and since you know that you're good enough, you decide to do just that. Prove your skills and become recognized as the single best, as the unquestionable urban legend. So, you aim to enter and win the prestigious Super Rollerblade Challenge. A race to prove who's who in the, let's be frank here, niche and largely unimportant world of rollerblading. To do so, you'll need to qualify by earning at least 5,000 points and completing several obstacle courses. So you'll be competing in the courses everywhere, from suburbs through city streets and parks to beaches, and everywhere in between. You'll earn most points not only by completing the courses fast under its assigned time limit, but also by performing variety of tricks, special rollerblading moves and jumps. There are also bonus runs that will test your agility by having you navigate through cones or barrels. Overall, you need to complete all events to be able to take part in the Super Rollerblade Challenge, and depending on your score in it, so 10,000, 15,000 or 20,000, you'll place third, second or first respectively. Unless you fail, cause you know, that's also a viable option in video gaming. Anyway, there's two characters to choose from, but other than the gender, they don't really differ much from each other. Graphics are pretty decent, at least in VGA, and generally speaking, look like a better Paperboy. Sounds are, well, in the game, but they're not gonna blow you away coming from a PC speaker only, and they don't really complement the gameplay in any way. In the end, Rollerblade Racer is an average title. Not one you'll be actively seeking out to purchase and play, but if you do have it already, it's also not bad enough to avoid and can be fun from time to time between other, better games. Rotor is a 2D top-down sci-fi action game. You're piloting a craft around various large enemy fortresses that happen to look like mazes, with a task of infiltrating them, destroying enemy installations, and collecting any useful gadgets that you may find. While I mentioned destruction and that you can shoot in Rotor, it's not really a shooter per se. Your shots will be mostly useful in traversal for removing of enemy installations that will fire at you otherwise. Your craft is susceptible to gravity, so not only you have to counter it constantly while moving, but also keep in mind that it's influenced by your ship's changing weight and limited supply of fuel. The movement itself feels like a mix between lunar lander and asteroids, so if you like the formula, you'll love it here. All enemies and walls are deadly upon contact, so keep your distance at all times. There are also boxes spread around the fortresses and they can contain fuel, that's used for flying and shooting, sun crystals. Collecting set number of these allows you to complete the stage and move to the next, so they're arguably the most important pickup. Bombs, from which you can either run off of the screen not to fall a victim to, as they explode in between 30 to 60 seconds, or pick them up for extra points, but they add to your ship's weight. And finally, pearls, that allow you to upgrade your ship, increasing speed, engine strength, weapon, shield and so on. You can pick the boxes by hovering over them and using tractor beam, kinda like in Star Trek. And everything with a bit of Star Trek in it is that little bit better than it would have been without it. Fact. Enemies are always immobile and fall into either active or passive categories. Active would be your run-of-the-mill turrets that just shoot in the straight line, and passive are the attractors and repulsors that pull and push you away respectively, and force fields that need to be turned off by finding and shooting appropriate to them switches. Rotor is a careful action game, if I may call it that. Because while it requires you to take often prompt actions all throughout, it rewards a methodic, slower is faster approach, rather than the all-out full-speed guns blazing gameplay. So if you like games like that, you'll have a hell of a time playing Rotor. RS2 is an arcade horizontally scrolling single-player shoot-em-up, and while it may not be as addictive as the likes of Tyrion or Raiden or even R-Type, it's a very decent and fun shooter nonetheless, even if a bit on the more difficult side. RS2 is composed out of numerous levels, always ending with a boss fight, and it's a memorization shooter, meaning it's best to memorize by heart patterns of both enemy waves and boss movements to be able to score high in it. And since there's quite a lot of either, there's a lot to remember. And as someone who's a carrier of a very picky brain that on its own filters through everything I hear, see or learn throughout the day, and then picks only what it deems necessary or useful to remember, I can tell you right now that it's not a game for me. I know that I will never remember this and will always approach RS2 as a twitch shooter, which is not a recipe for success here, I'm afraid. That's me though, and you may have no issues with forming plenty of small and useless short-term memories. The game features quite a few power-ups too. They come in the form of yellow orbs with a letter in them, each letter corresponding to another weapon. So K is half-moon shots, B is target-seeking fireballs, S is scatter shot, and L is laser beams. And these should be best chosen in anticipation of upcoming bosses, as grabbing multiple bonuses of the same kind doesn't make the shot stronger, so each pickup just changes its type, meaning you're not losing anything by picking an appropriate one for the boss to come. Additionally, there's no lives in RS2, just a health bar, and when it's down to 0, it's game over. So yeah, there's that. RS2's presentation is decent, even if not great, but not an issue that would detract from playing. I couldn't find any high-quality framerate footage for it, so sadly what you see is what you get today. It looks better in reality. Saban's Is No Good is no good. And it's another game I couldn't find any high-quality footage for. Hopefully, this will be representative enough for you to be able to learn about the game and decide if it's something you'd like to try. In essence, it's an action platformer based on a French comic book of the same title. It was also only ever released in Dutch, which may have been the biggest limiting factor in its popularity. Though, and I'm stepping a bit out of order here, I never liked it. The language, however, is totally irrelevant as it's a platformer and most of its gaming appeal comes from its action arcade nature and not walls of text. Your Grand Vizier Is No Good, both of these I've no doubt butchered here, and you have to get rid of the Caliph of Baghdad to become the next Caliph yourself. And to do so, like in most other platformers, you'll have to complete numerous levels, beat many enemies of various kinds, and face different challenges, whatever they may be. All levels are timed and end with a boss that you must learn and memorize the pattern of, or just overpower to be able to carry on. As you go about your adventure, you'll be picking up different objects that increase your life points as well as better weapons. Graphically, Is No Good doesn't look bad. It shares similarities with Donkey Kong Country on SNES, as all of its graphics short of some backgrounds also seems like a pre-rendered 3D objects converted into sprites. Personally, I was never a fan of the tech, but some people seem to like it. Gameplay-wise, Saban's Is No Good is a nightmare. It's needlessly difficult, controls seem to be all over the place, sometimes responding perfectly to your inputs, sometimes feeling a bit off, and it's hard to predict how they'll behave each time you make a risky move. It's frustrating to say the least. But I initially stated that I was never a fan, so keep in mind that I may be a bit prejudiced towards the game. Is No Good also released on PlayStation, but since I've never played it on Sony's Dream Machine, I can't tell you if it's any better there. Savage is what my boss's wife gets whenever anyone questions her decisions, shows her another point of view, or simply when she wants to telegraph her superiority over her subordinates. She's not great, as a boss or a human. I mean, neither is he, but he's a bit better. At least you know what, why and whom is the reason of his constant and never-ending fury and anger. So he's more manageable, so to speak. This Savage, however, is a fantasy-themed action arcade game. It features bare-chested Conan the Barbarian wannabe type of a hero, the titular Savage. You start trapped in a castle from which you have to escape to eventually find and rescue your love, who coincidentally also have been captured by the same forces of evil, but is imprisoned in another location. Gameplay of Savage is built out of 3 entirely different design concepts, together forming a complete and not so bad title. I mean, it's not great, but not terrible either. It's average, and as such, it's worth completing if you ever get a chance, once. The first part of the game is your horizontally scrolling shooter/runner, meaning your character runs from left to right shooting, not stopping for anything, killing buddies and jumping over obstacles. You also collect treasures and weapon upgrades here. Second is a first-person perspective shooter similar in its design to Space Harrier, where you shoot off evil skulls and avoid monoliths. In third and last, you morph into eagle and fly in horizontally scrolling platform-like stages, avoiding timed traps and shooting at the enemies. It's where you also gain power-ups by shooting bubbles. The first two are quite fun, the last is way too demanding as compared to the other. It's not a game-breaking issue, but the progression is definitely uneven. Each of the game modes is okay at best, and nothing to write home about, but all three put together form a pretty fun and complete package, even if not great looking or sounding. That said, Savage came out in 1989 and could run even on the potatoest of potato PCs. So those sporting 8080 or 8088 CPUs, meaning its hardware requirements were very forgiving. 286 was a powerhouse for this game. Not enough to run it butter smooth, but plenty enough for a fluid and enjoyable gameplay. Operation Cleaner is rather late as it came out in 1998, DOS strategy/simulation game. Yeah, I can't really decide on what it is genre-wise, but I'm sure you'll understand why when I'll explain what it's all about. It's a unique title where you're a demolition expert and have to perform increasingly more demanding with each new contract demolitions. You could say that you'll explode your way into riches. Or even better, that you'll have an explosive success. Oh my god, both are cringe. Please remove them, Bruce. I'm Batman. Thanks, I knew I could count on you. So, your goal is to bring down various buildings with as little explosives and collateral damage to neighboring structures as possible. There are a few types of explosives available and they have to be used correctly, placed in strategic locations, taking construction and bearings placement in all buildings into account. While neighboring structures are often protected with dampers, if you go all out, they won't hold. So plan smartly, plant smarter, and explode the smartest. Jesus, I think I'm having some kind of a case of leak of IQ points here because I'm making less and less sense with each sentence. But you knew what you were signing up for when you played this video. And if you didn't, and it's your first time watching my content, then first of all, hey, I'm glad you're here. Then, well, get used to it, it doesn't happen often, but I tend to either go off the subject or lose my mind on occasion. Anyway, Operation Cleaner's presentation is rather simple, with sounds being reduced to absolute minimum, and graphics displayed in very basic side view 2D. That said, the latter kinda makes sense as the underlying physics engine has to make quite a few calculations to figure out what happens during and after each of the explosions. It's not overly sophisticated engine, however, and you can find yourself in a situation where most of the building still stands after a large set of explosions, all based on a single random pillar, defying all known physics. It happens from time to time only, but it does, and is still near always surprising. The most important thing, however, is that despite all that, the game is fun. So, if you like unusual titles, give it a go. Perfect Assassin is a sci-fi point-and-click action-adventure hybrid with a heavy emphasis on the adventuring. Brace yourselves, cause I'm gonna throw some odd names at you while I summarize the story. You're the perfect assassin, and incredibly skilled and proficient at what you do, half man, half robot. The bottom half is man, I guess. I have no proof. Your name is Charon, and somehow in an unexplainable way you've lost your memories of everything about you other than what you do. You are contracted by the individual, going by the name of Aldi. Yep, Aldi, odd name, I know, and he has a mission for you and asks to meet you on the remote planet of Karnak. And just as you land on it, the game starts. For the most part, Perfect Assassin plays like a typical point-and-click adventure in which you walk around various interesting sci-fi themed environments, collecting items, solving puzzles and conversing with NPCs. But not only, as there's a bit of action a la Alone in the Dark, but much sparser in it too. Interestingly enough, during conversations you can adjust your tone to be meek, normal or aggressive, and this choice, depending on who you're talking to and what about, can actually influence the outcome of those conversations considerably. In fact, some situations will require you to pick a correct stance to push the plot further. Some characters, for instance, respond better to threats and are more willing to share information when worrying about their well-being, and like in real life. As I mentioned before, from time to time you'll have to resort to violence, as assassins do, and to do so you'll need to point with your mouse at the target, and I said target cause shooting in Perfect Assassin, believe it or not, does not always mean killing, even if you do some of that too. Sometimes it's a part of environmental puzzling. So yeah, there's that. Perfect Assassin was released both on PC and on PlayStation, and given the clunky controls, I have to guess that the developers were more concerned with it working comfortably on the console rather than PC. Don't get me wrong, the controls are not terrible, just hard to get used to. For me. Anyway, the presentation, as you see, is quite terrible for 1997, and I don't really know what else to say about it. It's in high resolution, and yet somehow the main character manages to look pixelated and ugly. It's meh. Overall, I wouldn't recommend seeking Perfect Assassin out to play it, unless you're an adventure games fanatic and have to complete them all. Then there's definitely something in it that you may end up enjoying, especially the story and an unexpected mix of shooting and adventuring. Piranha is an excellent, even if a bit flawed, top-down arcade shooter in vein of Asteroids. Only bigger, better and more varied. Okay, saying that it's better may be far-fetched, as well Asteroids may not be chock full of different upgrades, enemies, weapons and such, same way today's game Piranha is, it's a classic. And just because of that, its internal score in my head gets bumped up at least 2 points. And Piranha is a game I gave a passing attention to years ago and managed to completely forget about it until today, which is actually a few days ago for you as you're watching this video, and I could never forget Asteroids. Anyway, Piranha is composed out of 100 levels and features loads of different weapons and upgrades basically from the get-go. There's also I don't know how many types of enemies, other than the obvious unanimated asteroids, but it's a lot. And in general, Piranha reminds me a little of Super Stardust on the Amiga, short of faux 3D tunnel stages. Now, as Asteroids clones go, Piranha is probably one of the best. It's fast, action-packed and varied enough to hold your attention for 30, 40, perhaps even 50 levels. But 100? It's a lot. And even if it keeps changing enemies and you can purchase better upgradable weapons at the shop for money collected while playing, it gets old somewhere mid-game. I mean, when you upgrade yourself enough and get a grip on the gameplay, you can pretty much carry on throughout the game without a worry. Something that was impossible in Asteroids, as its difficulty ramped up quite quickly. On the other hand, Piranha being on a rather easier side is good for me, because Super Stardust was always way too demanding for me to truly enjoy for prolonged gaming sessions. I don't know, man, on one hand Piranha is great, on the other it's just Asteroids but easier and more colorful. I think you're gonna have to make your own mind about it. What I can definitely say about it though is that it sounds and looks amazing, and if you're a fan of the gaming loop it offers, the presentation will complement it all throughout. So yeah, play it or not, your call. Piranha is a decent fun Asteroids-like game. One Simon's A Quest for Freedom is a game that is entirely based off Jill of the Jungle's engine. And that is the last good thing that I will say about it. It's a Christian-themed modification of Jill, and while I have nothing against any of the religions at all, personally not subscribing to their notions whatsoever, most religious games are historically rather weak. This one's not much different, I'm afraid. Sure, it may be a bit over the average for the subgenre, but that's not saying a lot if said genre mainly consists of reskins of other better games. You play as one Simus, which I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing correctly, but whatever, and you're a slave of Philemon. This one I got right. You aim to escape and regain freedom. To do so, you must get to Rome, meet Apostle Paul, and he will teach you of Christianity, which will free your soul. Apparently. Not the greatest or even see that in logic story, but whatever. What we care about in platformers is gameplay and not the plot. They are not known, after all, to have the greatest stories anyway. One Simus is built out of randomly put together levels from Jill of the Jungle titles with some slight reskins here and there. You can jump and shoot from a spring with rocks. You can't morph into animals anymore though, which kinda makes sense in the context of the game, so it's not really an issue. Funny enough, no sounds or music have been changed, so that's a bit odd, as whenever our protagonist dies he squeals like a girl, which Jill was. All in all, One Simus is a lazy outing. Not as lazy as I am Saturday morning waking up after a night of drinking with friends. Teas, juices and soft drinks, obviously, after all I wouldn't like to anger YouTube deities with family and friendly content here. So yeah, usually brown teas with ice, sometimes with a splash of lemonade for good measure. Yummy. Anyway, having to play a fresh set of Jill levels would be pretty cool, even in this odd clothing. But if I'm to be frank, out of all levels in the game, only 2 or 3 at most are original, and not very well designed at that. The rest are just reskins from Jill's trilogy, and as such, I cannot recommend in good faith One Simus to anyone. Bad pun intended. While my most favorite sandwich of all time would be the BLT, hold the L and hold the T, I love pickles and could have them on any and all of my sandwiches. I'd even risk trying them on a PB&J. They just seem to make everything better. They're great as a topping, as a side dish, and something to just randomly drop into something else and let your taste buds observe the effects. Hardly ever they're amiss. Well, perhaps in ice cream, but I haven't tried it, so I'll hold off my judgment until I do. I mean, you like pickles too, right? Who doesn't? Also, Pickle Rick. Another great thing about pickles. So yeah, Pickle Wars is a game. A platform shooter that's actually not that bad. Way better than the previous game we spoke of, and not because it's so great, because it's average at best, but because it's an original, wacky title that does its own unique thing from start to finish and does not copy another game. Also, pickles. In short, as the story goes, aliens who happen to be sentient pickles invaded human deep space colony of Arcadia and are about to conquer it in entirety. Since we've lived in peace for over 500 years, no one was ready for a pickle-geddon. Patent pending. A sweet and sour wave of destruction went through Arcadia, destroying everything in its way. Only one person can stop the tasty destruction, and once again, it's you. And while I would advocate for literally eating off the pickles off the face of the colony, one by one, sandwich by sandwich until the colony is pickleless, it's not how you approach the situation. You resort to finding various weapons and killing them, softly, into a mash. But you know, I get it. You've been so long off planet, far away in space, that you may not know what you're missing. And this culinary scene, my dear viewer, is forgiven. But do send some of your victims my way, as I'm about to grill the biggest burger this side of Milky Way, and one thing that it's missing is a quality pickle. Pickle Wars is a shareware game, where traditionally first episode is available for free and the remaining 2 upon purchase. But unlike Commander Keen for instance, it feels a bit amateurish in it how it's made. The graphics, other than the pickles obviously, are rather simple and not sophisticated whatsoever, the animations lack frames to be considered smooth adjacent even, and the sounds and music are just disappointing. You could say that Pickle Wars, same as real life pickles, is an acquired taste. That some love unconditionally and others are just wrong. I say, try it out. If you like it, good. If you don't, pickles. Rally Sport is a 3D third-person 1 or 2 player racing game, and for its time, despite looking simple presentation-wise today, it was actually quite modern, offering simple driving physics and dynamic lighting effects. It can be played in practice mode or against the opponent, be it CPU or human. The latter can be enjoyed in either split screen and then it's a battle for the best lap time, or both can play on a single screen Micro Machines style, racing until one player gets far ahead enough to lose the other, dropping him off the screen. There's 15 different tracks in Rally Sport set in grassy, gravel and ice environments, and they feature various hazards and obstacles all throughout. The road composition obviously influences how the car behaves on it, and it adds a lot to the fun and, dare I say it, realism of gameplay. There's 8 cars to choose from, though 3 of them use the same model just with different graphics. They all behave a little different. Toppling or driving into water resets your car back on the track, but it also costs you precious seconds, so it's obviously best to master all the car's controls so that it happens as least often as possible. Now, interestingly enough, you can go anywhere, but driving off the track is much slower than on it, so it's hardly useful even if it is possible. As far as I remember, Rally Sports does not support joysticks, meaning that in 2-player mode you're both using the same keyboard, which translates to missed inputs from time to time on those older keyboards that did not have ability to read as many key presses at the same time. Not an issue in emulation or a modern gaming keyboard, but on original hardware may be something worth keeping in mind. Oh, and you can drive into spectators while racing. Not something I would recommend, but it can happen. So there's that. Phyllox is a single-player 2D side-view shareware sci-fi arcade platform shooter. Unlike any other shareware games, not a third of it is free, but only 2 levels, which is probably for the best as it's incredibly demanding, especially in its platforming sections, and showing more of it off could be discouraging for potential players from investing into a full release. Story-wise, in a remote fortress hidden from the public, scientists have been running morally questionable experiments, genetically modifying and mutating insects. Why were they doing it? Nobody knows, but by the time the game starts, nobody will care either, as at that point the creatures gain sentience, follow a leader going by the name of Phyllox, and have overtaken the fortress and its networks of underground tunnels. Phyllox resides at the very center, the heart of the fortress, in its breeding chambers from within he sends his lackeys to stop you. You, playing as Retrox, the grappling hook and jetpack wearing hero, who's the only person capable of clearing the fortress of the insect scourge. As usual, I might add. Oh, and you have a rifle and grenade launcher too, so that's your whole arsenal of destruction. Interestingly enough, in jetpack flying sections of the game the rifle shoots laser bursts, and in the platforming ones, bullets. It changes nothing gameplay-wise, but was worth mentioning as a curiosity. Phyllox's graphics are not the best, I mean they're not terrible, but something feels off about them. It's hard to put the finger to what, but I feel like something's not right about them. That may be a me issue, however, and not something really wrong with the game. So check it out and let me know if you second the notion. Full version of Phyllox has been notoriously difficult to track down for quite few years after it reached its unofficial abandonware status, and only a few years ago it was found and resurfaced. Either way, it's disappointing as a game nonetheless. While Project X was a well-known and popular game on the Amiga, this horizontally scrolling shoot-'em-up in the vein of R-Type was virtually unknown on PC. It was recognized on the Amiga as a very difficult and unforgiving title that had to receive a special version a year after its original release for players to even be able to attempt to finish the game. This DOS release is no different. It's a punishing shooter that throws hundreds of enemies at you, their movement patterns vary quite considerably, meaning that memorization is not enough to beat it, and you have to be on your A-game all the way through, anticipating attacks from everywhere and reacting at Batman-like reflexes. I'm Batman! Okay, Bruce, yeah, I know, yeah, okay. Man Bat's asking me to tell you that no one's reflexes are as good as his, and that he could beat Project X with his eyes closed if he wanted to, he just doesn't. So yeah. Anyway, Project X for a regular player is a game that will most likely not be completed. Its difficulty level is so ramped up that even access to numerous weapon upgrades, speed-ups and even temporary invulnerability among the in-game pickups does not guarantee progress. It's a Souls-like of shooters. Graphically, Project X is really nice, but hardly a show if it was 2 years earlier on the Amiga, as by 1994 those games already managed to overtake Amiga in presentation fidelity by a notable margin. And even as nice-looking game as this one was nothing special on a grey box. Sadly, same can be applied to all other aspects of gameplay. I mean, take a look at Raptor Call of the Shadows that came out the very same year. It looks, sounds and plays like a game that's at least a generation ahead in its design than Project X. So, sadly, while being a fun title, if you're patient or proficient enough to go through it, Project X on PC was dead on arrival. Better looking, sounding and playing competition was already on the platform, and even more games like Tyrion came a bit later, ultimately making Project X a forgettable, disappointing and a way too late released game. Ravage is a vertically scrolling sharer shoot-'em-up, and it's rather excellent. It's perhaps not on the level of the giants of the genre, but it's really good nonetheless. It features 9 levels in the full version and hundreds of different enemies to dispose of. They come in large numbers and interesting attack patterns, so even though you're memorizing the way they move and act, it never really gets to feel old and tiring. All because of the variety. The better you do in a particular level, the more credits you will be awarded and have to spend in the shop buying new or upgrading weapons and your craft. And you can also save your progress between the stages, so that's always a nice touch, not having to go through the whole game on each playthrough. It's worth pointing out that the scrolling stops for the bosses, and as much as you can just avoid regular enemies, you cannot with them. So you either defeat them or they you. They are appropriately huge and deadly, however, so it's always fun to get to them and try to tackle them and navigate through their attack patterns. If I'm to be honest, other than those screen-sized gigantic bosses, nothing makes Ravage stand out from the crowd of other as good or better shooters. By the late 90s, DOS was not a platform that lacked good shoot-'em-ups, and the competition was rather stiff. Like that drink my father took 20 years ago before going to get a pack of cigarettes and never coming back. I'm kidding. It was milk that he went to get. Nope, not true again. A newspaper. Okay, I'll stop, he's actually fine and not gone at all. Interestingly enough, Ravage featured a very fun and well-implemented two-player co-op that allowed for simultaneous facing of the enemies, and made the game considerably easier. Graphics-wise, there's nothing to complain about, the sprites are nice, big and quite varied, and the animation is buttersmooth, so you're hardly ever going to get bored. That said, I feel that Ravage is one of those titles that look way better on screenshots than when you're actually playing it. I mean, it's not better or anything, but it does have that uncanny sharer quality to its presentation that's somehow easy to spot on these days. Still, if you like shooters, it's definitely one not to skip. On the first glance, Ports of Call is a business simulation in which you manage a global fleet of freight ships, starting with just a few meager millions and an ambition to turn it into billions worth of fortune, balancing those profits and losses for the sake of your bottom line, all to grow your company into an international transport powerhouse eventually. And while it's actually a correct description of the game, it's also not all that it is. There are also quite a few random arcade-like elements of either docking in and out of ports, avoiding icebergs, and even saving shipwrecked sailors among others. The game can be played in a very enjoyable hot seat multiplayer mode, where players compete for global freight domination in turn-based real time. Yeah, I know what I said. And that's where it shines the most, when there's few of you cramped at the single screen and you get to earn more than your buddies, and then just to spite them purchase a whole set of brand new top-of-the-line ships just to have them, not that you need them. I'm obviously kidding. When you'll have them, you'll put them to use and earn even more money. Alternatively, you may lose it all with a few really bad business decisions in an early game, but you know that won't happen, cause you're you and you're the best. What's most important about Ports of Call though is that it's not overly complicated management-wise and not too difficult in its arcade sections. It's just perfect. so it can be enjoyed by players of various skill levels and genre preferences. If you'd like to learn more about it, I have a whole separate video on Ports of Call on my channel, where I tackle it in much more detail. It's an old one, but everything I say there, given how much older the video than the game itself is, still stands correct. So, go and have a look. Red Cat 2, as the number may give it away, is a second game in the series and a very fun, unique action platformer from Netherlands. Princess Dana, yes, Dana not Diana, has been kidnapped by a group of vengeful mice led by an evil wizard, and it's up to our ginger cooking pot wearing protagonist to save her. This will require you to traverse through 8 rather large levels, defeating hundreds of mice and eventually facing the evil wizard himself. Red Cat can use various weapons that he'll find and pick up, and will also collect useful items and treasures while adventuring on his way to save the princess. The screen can fill up with mice at times, and while it's a neat effect seeing so many of them animated at once, it gets a little annoying gameplay-wise. The character sprites animations, especially our Red Cats, are really well done and super smooth, having very cartoony-like quality to them. They're a pleasure to witness while playing. Same, however, cannot be said about the backgrounds, which in comparison look bland, boring and rather simplistic. Sure, there are some parallax effects here and there, but they're unimpressive nonetheless. Red Cat 2 is entirely in its original language, which means that most of us won't know what it's saying whenever it does. But it's so rare that it's largely irrelevant, and even more so because it's a platformer, which are usually more well known for the journey rather than the destination, so to speak. Other than the presentation, there's not much in Red Cat 2 that would elevate it over any other platformers of the type. So it's not a bad game, but I wouldn't go out of my way to seek it out if you don't have it already. Rusty is what I am. Every morning when I barely crawl out of my bed and struggle for a few minutes to grasp where and who I am and what's ahead of me throughout the day. It's also a name of the fork that Joey Tribbiani from Friends had, and totally not coincidentally what I called my favorite fork inspired by him 15 or so years ago too. He was a close friend of mine, as any other would be. The fork, that is. It was appropriately sturdy, didn't bend regardless of the force I used, provided it was within everyday use limits. It wasn't too big, so could be used for both meals and desserts. It was the best. Sadly, he's not with us anymore, as 6 or 7 years ago he disappeared without a trace. And yes, he and not it. And he'll be missed. Anyway, most importantly, in the context of today's video at least, Rusty is a side-view horror-themed action platformer conceptually very similar to much more well-known Castlevania series of games. Many years ago, Monte Carlo, not the city but the ruler of Transylvania, was sealed away by the seal of a sacrificed soul. As centuries have passed, however, the seal weakened, and now monsters started appearing, and roamed the land uncontrollably, spreading chaos and death everywhere, and worst of all, kidnapping young women from villages around the area. Nobody knows why. There is a legend, however, a folk tale, if you will, of one that will come from afar and save the land when in direst of needs of saving. And that one is you. Well, not you per se, but Rusty, a young beautiful girl who appeared seemingly out of nowhere in one of the villages seeking the source of the monsters. And you take control of her and you will succeed. So you, playing as Rusty, grab your whip that's trusty and head into cursed land of Transylvania to kill monsters in a crazy mania. Okay, not only it makes no sense, but is also rather cringe. It is factually correct though, so you'll be searching for the kidnapped girls, fighting various different evil creatures and monsters, and searching for keys to unlock the doors to progress. You know, things you'd do in your run-of-the-mill Castlevania game. But you can also run and swing from hooks like Indiana Jones would. As you go through the game, you'll unlock special attacks and an old companion that will help you in combat. Overall, the Castlevania influences are present all throughout the Rusty, and good, cause it's actually surprisingly fun and well put together title, which may make you wonder why wasn't it more popular given the quality. Sadly, the reason is quite simple. It only released in Japan and in Japanese. And while you may not need to understand occasional text prompt or story snippet, even running it on our Western machines without crashing requires a special DOS extender. So yeah, perhaps here's the first and last time you'll see the game. Scorcher is an unusual futuristic racer, similar to Wipeout or Mega Race, so very fast, imaginative, bendy and fun-looking tracks. There's no story to the game, and while it may not be necessary in a racer, it would be good to at least know a background, a genesis of the races. But whatever, it is what it is. There are 6 different tracks and you have a turbo boost and jump to navigate them, which sometimes is not as easy as it seems initially, because there's a little monkey ball in the game too. Namely, your bolide, craft or whatever you wanna call it, seems to be floating within the sphere-like cage that rolls on the tracks. So said jumping and turbo may be useful not only to overtake opponents, but also to stay within the confines of the course. All that said, Scorcher offers no level editor, no weapons or imaginative power-ups, and nothing that would keep you playing for prolonged periods of time. So, the fun lasts for as long as it takes you to familiarize yourself with the 6 tracks that you race on. And it's not that long, I'm afraid. If I'm to be honest, to me at least, Scorcher feels more like a tech demo that should be added to a new 3D accelerator card purchase to show off its rendering capabilities rather than the full game. Anyway, since we're on the subject of presentation, while it's pretty decent for an early 3D, I am definitely not a fan of the draw distance, which is just a joke. You literally see maybe like, I don't know, 3-4 city buses in length ahead of you, 3 blue well stops, and the rest is just black cavity of nothingness. Why do I measure distance in buses and whales, you may wonder? Well, everyone knows more or less how long is either, and doing math between meters and feet seem like a chore that I'm definitely not gonna attempt it in my head. So yeah, Scorcher is fun, but it's also short and doesn't offer any additional content. So do what you please with that knowledge. Play it or don't, your call. Evil northern armies have destroyed peaceful lands of Naipusan, and you, playing as the ninja hailing from the region, have to defeat their vile leader, the Shogun of Death. I know, epic. Shovel Knight is an always scrolling action platformer in which you go through differently themed stages, from village through cemetery all the way to the castle, and defeat various different enemies until you get to the final, aforementioned wicked boss. You're armed with a sword, or katana I should say really, and you also have some limited magical powers, so you can spawn projectile shots out of thin air like a true Sunday magician, and heal yourself too. It all costs magical energy though, so you will have to refill it. And it's done by either collecting gold spheres scattered seemingly everywhere, or completing levels. Believe it or not, but Shovel Knight was made by ID Software, the very same that's responsible for Doom. And while it's obvious from the get-go that it's very simplistic compared to their famous classic, some of their design style and craft can be noticed all throughout Shovel Knight. The action is fast and frantic at times, and the enemies come at you in groups, if possible, obviously. The graphics for EGA, even if the sprites are rather small, are quite good and charming. And some later stages also have very bloody backgrounds, with gore and decomposed body parts coloring them in deep reds. Another of ID staples. Overall, Shovel Knight is a pretty cool little action game, and if you like those, it's definitely one not to miss. The evil King Dwarf has kidnapped the princess and sent his overwhelming force of mechanical hoppers to attack the Golden City. I know, most of these names are quite silly, but it's a video game. As usual, in grim, difficult situations like this one, it's a toss between the two. Either you, so intergalactic superhero extraordinaire and universally acclaimed lover, or Man-Bat. Apparently something happened in Gotham and he has to deal with it. I'm Batman. Oh, okay, I'll let them know. He says it's in Metropolis and not Gotham. Whatever. Thing is, you gotta save the Golden City, the very city where golden showers were invented, a BDSM mecca, so to speak. You place Mr. Potato Head but younger and have to save the princess and the kingdom, all at once. And there are 3 ways you can do just that. By building defensive bases that will keep hoppers at bay, by fighting with them directly, or by going after the King Dwarf himself. Whichever path you choose, it always ends up with a conflict with the evil king and you defeating him. Because you can't lose if you're the protagonist, right? All the aforementioned will run various interactive minigames which are very varied and will test your agility. And while there's quite a few of different ones, they can all really be assigned to one of the 2 kinds. Either a shoot 'em up or, well, dodge 'em up. So you will either kill or avoid getting killed yourself. Controls are a bit flunky and take time getting used to them. But when you do, it's actually pretty playable, even if really odd title. Also, who doesn't want to play as Humpty Dumpty or Mr. Potato Head wannabe? In the last episode we tackled Pickle Wars, so it's high time that we talk about space vegetables. Eat your greens, kids, they're good for you. Maybe you'll learn to appreciate them more after hearing about this title. So, Space Vegetables is a simple side-scrolling shooter mixed with elements from Missile Command out of all things, namely defense of the domes, as everything else is much different. These are however not huge domes housing millions of citizens, but rather tiny itty-bitty ones used for cultivating veggies in an unfriendly-to-life space environment. So in each stage you have to collect a certain number of vegetables that grow in said domes to reach your daily quota to be able to carry on to the next level. It's not that easy though, as while the domes are state-of-the-art technology and can easily spawn flora without any supervision or external input, aliens that populate the area, for whatever the reason, are all out to steal them. Naturally, as you would have done with any other pest on Earth, these aliens have to be eradicated. And you have a laser and jetpack to do so. More laser than jetpack, but you know, jetpack's useful too. Some of the aliens when killed release small pockets of oxygen and they can be collected to refill your spacesuit's reserves. Vegetables grow inside domes in cycles, and when they're fully grown and ready for collection, you have to pick them up to allow another one to grow in their place. When a daily quota is reached, the next day/stage begins. Rinse and repeat until you've collected enough to be moved to another moon. And there's 3 of them: Phobos, Deimos and Riskos, and they serve as worlds in the game. If at any point all domes are destroyed or your oxygen reserves are depleted, the game ends. So, now, as you know how difficult and time-consuming it actually is to prepare all those veggies in the year 2040, perhaps you'll appreciate them more in your diet. Or not, because it's not PBS programming and you can do whatever you please with your life. Speed Haste is one of those games that's incredibly fun and frustratingly terrible in the same time. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Firstly, and most of all, it's an arcade 3D racer. It features 2 different kinds of cars, either Formula 1 or NASCAR, and numerous tracks to race on. Funny enough, they're the same for both cars, which is perhaps a bit unrealistic, but Speed Haste is an arcade game, so we gotta excuse it this little oversight. That said, you can pick between the manual and automatic gears for that tiny touch of realism. But if I'm to be honest, given how floaty and slidey the controls are, I'd suggest sticking to automatic and focusing entirely on driving. There's no damage model in the game, and the AI is beyond stupid. That's what I meant by Speed Haste being terrible. The CPU drivers are all driving along their invisible line that they're supposed to race over, and they don't mind at all if there's anything in their way, which more often than not results in them straight up ramming into you just because you're driving over what they assume is their path. It's stupid, it's bad game design, and it makes Speed Haste incredibly easy when played against CPU. All that said, when you enjoy it with a friend in split screen, or even better 3 of them over IPX connection, Speed Haste becomes hella fun. Its fast, furious arcade gameplay works like a charm against others. In multiplayer, you don't mind the floatiness as much cause everyone's victim to it, so Speed Haste ends up being a lot of fun. If you plan to check it out, only do it if you have someone to play it with. Speed Haste's sound design is okay, but nothing to write home about. Graphics, on the other hand, are pretty good for 1995 on PC, and remind me a little of Virtua Racing or Daytona USA. They may not be on the exact level of the latter, but they're decent nonetheless. To summarize, Speed Haste is good in multiplayer and not as much against CPU. Period. Spirit of Excalibur is the second Synergistic Software's game after excellent War in the Middle-earth, and it uses the very same engine to tell the tale of Camelot after King Arthur's death. Unlike the first title, however, Spirit of Excalibur is divided into 5 chapters, each of being a small semi-contained campaign. In first, you, as a regent, are traveling to Camelot to claim the throne of England after King's untimely departure. In second, you must protect your lands from invading forces and try to re-establish order of the Knights of the Round Table. In third, after eventually bringing peace to the land, you must face the giant warrior who appeared seemingly out of nowhere and is causing trouble. Fourth takes place 2 years later, and you must discover the meaning of your supporters' disappearances and find the source of the emerging evil forces. And finally, in last, fifth, you'll face your arch-nemesis, Morgan Le Fay. In each of these chapters you'll be traveling around the overworld map and interacting with various characters, be it knights, nobles or commoners, doing everything in your power to complete your objectives. All this happens on the so-called scene view screens, which are close-up side views and will always display all characters taking part in conversation or interaction, whatever it may be. Outside of your main objectives, you'll tackle various situations which could be considered a day-to-day kingdom management. Simplified, no doubt about that, but management nonetheless. While Spirit of Excalibur is definitely an interesting, unusual game, it failed to live up to the expectations that the gamers had after War in the Middle-earth, and never gained any noteworthy following or recognition. Stack Up is a real-time puzzle game, and as with all games in the falling blocks genre, your aim is simple: to amass as many points as possible by clearing the screen in the most efficient way. The game board is a grid of 6 by 18 squares, and you must arrange 3 colored groups of blocks falling downwards so that they would form lines of at least 3 of the same color horizontally, diagonally or vertically. I realized that I've been calling them blocks or bricks, when in fact in Stack Up they're different, rather colorful objects, but it's just my being used to games in the genre usually being a bit simpler than this one presentation-wise. And I know that you know what I mean, right? Don't answer, I won't hear anyway. Anyway, each individual object that's a part of the falling trio always drops as far as possible, so if there's a space underneath, parts of the group may end up at different heights. It's also a part of the puzzling strategy of Stack Up, to stack them up in the way that would then later on allow you to quickly clear the screen. so placing them seemingly without clearing anything at first does not mean that you're making mistakes. It may be a part of your grand strategy. And knowing you, my dear viewer, you'll have high scores left and right if you start playing. And not only because you'll be competing on your own PC offline against yourself only, but also because you're incredibly smart. I mean, if you weren't, you wouldn't be watching these videos of mine. Each level requires you to form a set number of lines, and when you do so, you progress to the next. After that, it's pretty much rinse and repeat until you fail. Diagonal lines are worth most points, then there are verticals, and horizontal ones award the least. While Stack Up is perhaps nothing to write home about, not shining in any of its aspects, gameplay, sound or graphics, it's a pretty fun overall package and a definite treat for fans of the falling brick puzzlers. Okay, if judging by the title and the first few seconds of the on-screen action, if I can call it that even, you assume that Star General is Panzer General but in space, then you're right, because it's precisely what it is. After covering various theaters, conflicts and even doubling into the fantasy, SSI launched into space with this unusual for the series outing. And while it's a fine and fun game if you like top-down turn-based strategies that is, it was not a huge success I think they hoped for. It never gained as huge following and fanbase as the other games did, and never sold as many copies. I mean, over the years it paid for itself, so was not a flop per se, but was far off the popularity and sales results more popular games in the series experienced. Which is odd, as it's a really decent title but perhaps not one fans of previous outings were eagerly waiting for. Star General features a whole slew of scenarios which can vary from small combat encounters to all-out wars, and also a random map mode which is there to extend the life of the title. A life that was sadly cut short by the lack of any real interest in the game. There's 7 spacefaring races to pick between, humans obviously among them, twofold I might add, and they all fight for control of a local star cluster, conquering planets and star systems. Each race has a special unit, be it ground or space, and these can make or break the game, depending how well you and CPU use them. All ships have missile and beam values which correspond to their combat strength and is used in resolving encounters. Land units use soft and hard assault values for that. Overall, between all races, there are 90 different types of units and many of them have specializations like troop transport, mine countermeasure vessels, reconnaissance and a bunch of various destroyers, battleships and such. There are also buildings which can be erected on planets like space docks, mines, factories and biodomes to name a few, and they all support your expansion and conquest. Research, while present, is rather limited. That said, even if it's basic, it cannot be overlooked, so keep that in mind. While never having reached popularity of other titles in the series, Star General is a fun, challenging strategy that will no doubt keep fans of the genre entertained all throughout. Quadrax is a side-view puzzle platformer. On the first glance it looks like nothing, cause while neat and clean, the graphics are not impressive for the time it released in, and neither are sounds or music. Which while not bad, they're not anything great in particular either. But where Quadrax shines like a homeless hairless dog's balls is its gameplay. It's a game that's, at least when talking about its objectives, incredibly simple. You have 2 characters, let's call them red and blue, and you have to get both to the clearly marked exit. Simple stuff really. Only that it's not. Cause other than the first few stages, Quadrax gets challenging real fast and throws logical problems at you at an astonishing pace. Which in a game like that, I'd like to add, is good. Cause despite being difficult, it's not unfair and each level has a clear solution. And if you fail, it's your fault and your fault only. So, to complete the game, you're gonna have to switch between the 2 characters, pushing rocks, opening doors, switching levers, using teleports and so on and so on and so on. All to make sure that both reach to the exit unscathed. And it's not as easy as it may seem, cause death is everywhere, behind every corner really, or under every platform I should say. And while there's no time limit for each of the stages per se, you have to make sure that neither red or blue falls from height, gets crushed by a rock or stuck behind badly attempted puzzle. And that's just scratching the surface. It's a game of wits and you'll have to give it your best to complete it. Quadrax features 100 levels, most of which are a puzzling nightmare in a good way, and unlike most other games in today's video, it's actually freeware today that can be downloaded from developers' website. If you like games like Lemmings, Fury of the Fairies, Lost in Mine or Benefactor, Quadrax is a natural next to add to your collection. Rally is that simple in its design. No, really. It could be described in 2 sentences and with the video running in the background you'd get what it's all about in literally 20 seconds. Or less. But I'll do you a solid and we'll milk it for a minute or so. So, Rally is based on arcade original called Rally X. Yep, the designers were masterminds of naming, and it's a top-down escape the maze type of a racer. You swoop around the maze collecting flags because someone once said fun with flags and you took it to heart, and when you grab them all, you get to move to the next stage. Rinse and repeat. It's not that simple though, because Rally K effectively is an odd Sharer Pac-Man clone. Because while you collect those flags, there are ghosts, Inky, Pinky, excuse me, I meant other cars chasing you, and they want nothing more than to crash your beautiful machine. There are also rocks and trees that you have to avoid, but if you have a driver's license in real life, then you know that already, because they do the same thing they would have in real life if you drove into them. Now, if that wasn't enough, there's also limited fuel. And we just love car games with limited fuel, right? When it runs out, you don't stop, die or anything game ending, however, you just drive much slower, so navigating the maze and avoiding the enemy cars is considerably more challenging. That said, you are not defenseless, as you have your trusty smoke screen, which when deployed catches the enemy cars within and stops them in their tracks. Then they proceed for a couple of seconds to stay in a spot in deliberating confusion, questioning all their life choices up to this point. Rally K is a really simple game, it looks bland, it sounds terrible, screeching and farting from the PC speaker, but if you like those early arcade titles, you're gonna like it too. Starball is a pinball based on the Atari ST game called Spaceball. It has few interesting ideas, and if you're a die-hard fan of a genre, I can see you taking interest in it. For instance, there's only one huge vertically scrolling table that's divided into 3 smaller ones with sets of flippers on each, and when the ball falls between them, it drops to the table below it until it reaches bottom and then you die. I mean, if you manage to drop the ball there, cause you don't die just like that. Anyway, each of the mini-tables has its own objective towards which you work on it, and they're pretty fun and unique and remind me a little of the score display dot matrix screen minigames in other pinball games. On top of that, there are secret stages that you can unlock and get into for additional points. They're pretty imaginative, feature entirely differently playing game modes, and are a definite highlight of Starball. One of them is incredibly difficult to get to, so that's your achievement to get, for those completionists among you, my dear viewers. Graphics, while not bad, are way below games released in 1996 standard, and compared to much older pinballs from 21st century entertainment, they just look dated and rushed. Sounds and music are, and let's leave it at that. Now, I love pinball games. I wouldn't say that I'm a hardcore fan of these, but I have my faves in most if not all generations of gaming and like to get lost in them from time to time, as they're a perfect choice for a troubled mind. You get to play and enjoy amassing points while having your mind free for the most part to worry about everything, everyone, to create dramatic scenarios and fill you with doubt all at once. Oh wait, that's just me. I'm Batman! Oh, me and Bruce. I mean Bruce and I, you get it. Steel Hunt is a side-view sci-fi action shooter not unlike way more well-known and famous Gunstar Heroes on Sega Genesis, with an exception that it cannot be played in simultaneous multiplayer, same way the aforementioned classic could. You can play as she or a he, and other than the sprites they don't differ much from one another and you start with 2 weapons, fast-shooting machine gun or a rather useless shotgun. Both characters can however pick up additional weapons as they go, 3 for each, and they both have different unique ones, so I suppose that's another thing that they differ in. Interestingly enough, experience points for each of the weapons is tracked separately and they all can be upgraded several times, raising their damage, range and fire rate. Oh, and as you go through the game, at later stages you'll be able to unlock a new third character that has all his weapons already upgraded. The levels are rather large, and while they mostly consist of running from left to right, they're a bit uneven, meaning the first few do not impress too much, and I could risk saying that they're borderline boring at times, while the latter ones are much better, more fun designed. Can Steel Hunt hold a candle to Gunstar Heroes though? I think that saying no would not only be fair to Sega's classic, but also correct. So no, it cannot. But it doesn't mean that it's a bad game, cause it's also not. It's just Korean, which is the main factor why it wasn't more popular and haven't reached wider fanbase in the West, I think. Graphics, music and sounds are all excellent, and while they may not be the absolute best PCs could do in 1996, they're all definitely pleasant and well-fitting to the gameplay. So, to summarize, if you like shooters and action games, Steel Hunt is something definitely worth your time. If you don't, then give it a go anyway, perhaps it's your first. After all, what do you have to lose? Just a few minutes at most. Stalker is a top-down arcade flip-screen racer and also a port from the arcades. You could say that same as earlier mentioned Rally K, it's maze-based in its design, but it plays entirely different and does not take place in a maze per se, but rather its screens when put together form a maze of roads. Anyway, your task is to race from coast to coast, from Florida to California via freeways. It's another game where there's fuel, so that's fun, and given that your full tank lasts you only 90 seconds, every time you find yourself near a gas station, make sure to refuel. As you race along, you'll drive over various different road features like bridges, side roads, country roads, and even off-road to cut corners, so to speak. While you'll meet other racers and will have very limited traffic to deal with, they're hardly a problem. Police, on the other hand, definitely is, and they can issue speeding tickets, collecting certain number of, ends your game. So they are best avoided by any means necessary. Stalker's presentation is quite simple and the gameplay design is also not too creative. But for short bursts, every now and then, when you can't decide what to play next, it's a great little palette cleaner between other, better games. Texter, which I no doubt mispronounced here terribly, is a futuristic, always scrolling action shooter platformer, in which you play as a huge mech that can instantly switch into a jet and vice versa whenever necessary gameplay or exploration wise. Texter's gameplay loop is very simple to explain. There's 16 levels that you have to go through and you need to annihilate anything and everything that stands in your way, period. No tragic accident that led you to it, no country to save or evil villain to defeat. Nothing. At least nothing I would have known of. It's not an easy game though and will more often than not put you in a spot where you'd need to react fast and run or fly away to avoid distraction. And all because of the auto-aim feature. It would be amazing if it worked on the closest to farthest basis, shooting at the closest enemies first and then those far off later. Instead, it targets the topmost one and when it's killed it drops to the one below and so on until all are dead. And since these often come in groups, it's not unusual for those lower to be closer to you than those above. Even worse, the auto-aim does not aim at the enemies below you. It's rather annoying, but not game-breaking in any shape or form, and only adds to the already quite steep difficulty curve. Especially that you're bound to find yourself in a situation where there's literally dozens of enemies on the screen at once, all going straight for you. And it's why it's best that you learn and master kiting fast, so pulling away from a group of enemies as a jet, changing into mech, killing a few, changing back, flying away again, changing once more to shoot, time after time until all are defeated. It may seem like a chore to some, but for me it's a part of the charm of this game. Also, I have a history of playing MMOs, so I'm used to the idea of kiting whenever the tank dies. A bit off topic, but explains why I don't mind the mechanic. I honestly don't know what the story of Texter is, what's your motivation to kill all those enemies, but it's not something you'll get time to ponder about when playing. What you will though is why there's no ending if you ever beat the game, because after completing the last stage it just restarts from level 2, which given its difficulty is rather disappointing. A short animation and a wall of text would be much better than this. But that's me, perhaps you won't mind. TP's Adventure is a Korean arcade action platformer. As you probably have guessed, you play as TP, a young mighty warrior who's lost his fiancée to the evil red dragon that's ruling the land with brutal and unconquered force. So, naturally, you take it upon yourself to end his reign and kill it. The game is composed out of 6 rather large levels that you have to complete before going for the villain. They are filled with various different bodies, which I must add are more often than not very uniquely designed and fun to dispose of, like a walking headless body. Was there a reason for such an enemy to exist? Perhaps not, but I'm glad that it does, as it's unusual and something different than what we're used to in the Western video games. Since we already somehow landed on the presentation, it's excellent. All the characters, yours and enemies alike, are beautifully designed and animated super smoothly, making TP's Adventure a pleasure to go through. Bosses are all different and have unique attack patterns and are fun to battle against and even more so to put down. If there's one thing I don't particularly enjoy about how the game looks though, and it's a very minor complaint, not reflecting on the overall quality of the game, it's the shots from some of the wall-mounted traps. They shoot a projectile that looks like a green line a pixel or two in height at most, and it's very difficult to distinguish from the background in this fast-moving game. It's not a big issue as you have a health bar and don't get killed by a single hit only, but it's a little annoying nonetheless. Other than that, the game looks fantastic. Sounds and music are both good too, perhaps not on the same level as the graphics, but definitely not below industry standard for 1997. There are colored doors in the levels, and they obviously require you to find appropriately colored keys to access, so that's your little bit of exploration puzzling too. Perhaps not much, but you'll be having so much fun playing TPs that you'll hardly notice that it's just a straight up action platformer and not something bigger and more demanding. There's no saves or passwords, so each playthrough starts from the very beginning of the game. A rather unusual choice for 1997 on a home system, but definitely not something to discourage from playing. If there's one arcade game in this video that deserved to be more well known and popular than it was, TP's Adventure is the one. Superhero League of Hoboken is a humorous role-playing adventure hybrid, and one of the weirdest games I've ever seen in this already unusual mix of genres. A very good one, to be clear, and not weird because it's bad, broken or unplayable. Anyway, the northeastern United States is reduced to post-apocalyptic toxic wasteland, and your Crimson Tape, an excellent name for a vigilante I must add, a leader of a group of superheroes. I'm Batman. No man-butts in this one, Bruce. Toxic pollution and numerous wars have reduced the US to dangerous badlands filled with mutants and other generic comic book villains, with occasional city-states serving as beacons of hope and civilization in these otherwise wild wastelands. You will have to complete increasingly more difficult missions assigned by the so-called Commissioner to eventually face and defeat evil Dr. Entropy, the main body of the game. Your superhero power is the ability to create organizational charts. Yes, you heard that right. And as you progress through the game, more heroes with equally as hilarious powers will join your team. And some of these are really something else, like the ability to see through pizza boxes, or aura of lethargy and dullness that can instantly put many opponents to sleep, kinda like my voice does. Not to mention fan favorite Iron Tummy, whose uncanny skill allows him to eat any kind of spicy foods without any intestinal distress. I mean, no curries, chilies or ghost peppers can stand in the man's way. He's so cool. You can have up to 9 heroes in your team, and completing missions will reward experience points, which in turn will let you level them up, raising their powers and skills considerably. Overworld traversal takes place in a top-down view, and combat encounters play out in first-person turn-based mode. Superhero League of Hoboken is honestly one of the most original and unique games of the 90s, and all fans of RPGs should do themselves a huge favor and give it a go, cause it's probably one of the best sleeper games that they've never heard of. Trojan is a futuristic side-view flick-screen action beat-em-up. It's also a port from the arcades, for better or worse. In the not-so-far future, the world was conquered by the evil warlord Achilles and his henchmen. Yes, like the mythological Achilles. You play as Ryu, same as one from Street Fighter, but you're not unarmed and have a sword and shield to overthrow the evil ruler. So you're actually appropriately armed to the game's post-apocalyptic vision of the future. And while the sword is an important tool in bringing death and destruction to countless generic-looking enemies, it's the shield that's your most useful asset. And using it will not only be a good practice, but also mandatory for survival to be able to complete the game. The 6 levels Trojans built off all consist of mid and end level bosses, and without the shield, some of the boss's attacks can one-hit you. So better get used to using it often. If that wasn't enough, you're not only gonna have to master the use of the shield, but also a prompt follow-up attack, as you're also working against a constantly ticking down clock. Trojan is not an easy game, and will definitely take quite a few attempts before you complete it. Luckily, it's actually pretty fun, if you can overlook its presentation today, that is. And I mean both sounds and graphics. And same as in most other Capcom titles, to see the ending, you'll have to complete it twice. Weird choice for the PC game, but whatever, it is what it is. If you don't mind difficult arcade games, Trojan's as good as they come and an easy addition to your DOS collection. But if you do, then best play something else really. Ultimate Disappointment, Ultimate Body Blows is Body Blows and Body Blows Galactic combined in one game and consists of all characters and stages found in the earlier titles. And while it was well known and for whatever unexplainable reason popular title on the Amiga, it's virtually unknown on PC, which is good, cause it's crap. And yes, I hadn't loved the Amiga before I owned a PC, but I don't subscribe to the notion of liking something just because everyone else does. While UBB, which I will call it that for the rest of its on-screen time, is the best version of the game out there, it's still not good whatsoever. But let's start with what it actually is. It's a 2D versus fighting game that for a long time was an Amiga exclusive and also widely and wrongly considered to be the best fighter on the system. It features 22 fighters from both original games, all the stages and music, but most of all the design choices that made the original such a terrible, awful and unplayable title. Namely, everything other than the presentation, which is quite good actually. Both sound and graphics are decent. First is appropriately oomphy, especially with a very enjoyable sound clip whenever a character hits the floor. Not very realistic, but feels great to hear it whenever it's not you who's knocked down. And graphics, as you can see, are colorful, detailed and very unique as compared to other games in the genre on PC. Attack animations, however, feel like they could use few extra frames each to be tad smoother. But other than that, there's nothing to complain when it comes to UBB's presentation. Sadly, it's the gameplay where it all falls apart. Unlike Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat or any countless of their clones, UBB gives you one button for controls. Clearly a leftover from Amiga original, but definitely something PC users were not used to. Fortunately, and yes, that's sarcasm, other than the 6 or so standard moves that the characters have, each of them has only one special. Yes, you heard that right. One. Sure, given how every character looks different, their standard attacks are mostly different from one another, but they're all your standard high, mid and low attacks, and a couple more maybe. A single special move is definitely not enough. If that wasn't enough, the balancing is basically non-existent in UBB, some characters are obviously much worse than others, and I can't imagine anyone finding the inner strength to complete this stinker in a single-player mode. It's just not fun at all, and it's not worth your time, effort and nerves. In multiplayer, it's that better, especially if both players don't know any of the fighters and won't pick the best ones each fight, but it hardly ever offers any more than 2-3 encounters worth of entertainment anyway. UBB on PC was hella obscure, and good, cause it's one game that's actually well worth being forgotten. Shame on you, Team 17. World of Aiden Thunderscape is a 3D dungeon crawling role-playing based on the fantasy books trilogy of the same name. The game starts in a very interesting time for Aiden. Not only it is going through a rapid technological revolution, moving from sword and sorcery towards flintlocks and muskets, thanks to advances in industrial manufacturing and invention of the steam engine, but it's also suffering from the effects of the so-called Darkfall, an event causing demons, or nocturnals as they're commonly called, to enter the world and cause chaos. Even more so, some of the inhabitants of the land turn corrupted after going into a dark deal with the forces of Darkfall in exchange for power or out of fear and inability to resist them. Only the toughest, strongest and bravest of adventurers can muster a courage to enter the dark underground, from within which the evil forces emerge and where they lay in their stronghold. You get that, I mean you, right? You're the one to do it. So you start by creating your party of up to 6 characters, picking from both traditional, like dwarves, elves and human races, and also unique ones to the game's lore. Then you choose the classes and skills and head off onto your adventure. Interestingly enough, all characters can learn magic and develop their weapon skills regardless of the class choices. It may seem confusing at first, but in reality it gives you much more freedom in customizing how you'd like your party to develop over the span of your quest. Both exploration and combat takes place on the same first-person perspective view screen, but the combat plays out in turns. It's nicely animated and rather robust, so if you like a lot of choice in your fights in RPGs, World of Aiden will definitely not disappoint. One thing worth highlighting is the automap, which is very detailed, holds information on doors and enemies found, and can be zoomed in and out and rotated. It may not sound like a lot, but it's very useful and you'll be using it all the time. First area you start in is sorta introductory and will teach you gameplay mechanics. It holds a shop where you can sell items collected during exploration and will allow you to familiarize yourself with game's inner workings and theme. When it's completed, the real game starts. And it's rather fun, I must add, but only if you're willing to overlook the presentation that's just terrible. The sounds are loud and pretty low quality and interfere with quite good city soundtrack, and graphics. I dare you to tell me with the straight face that you can recognize all the enemies that you encounter. To me, many of them look like brown mush on even more brown backgrounds. At least the 3D engine is pretty decent and doesn't disappoint. All in all, if presentation is not the most important thing for you, then there's a lot to like here, and Thunderscape may be worth your time. Uncharted Waters is a sailing and trading simulation taking place during the Age of Discovery, and it was really popular on the consoles in the East in the early 90s. Not as much on PC, where it remained largely unknown. You play as Leon Franco, a young Portuguese noble who aims to restore his family's former glory by amassing riches, and even more so to gain favor and eventually heart of Lady Christiana. That said, the plot, while present in the game, is merely a background, as Uncharted Waters is really an open-ended title. You start with a small ship, trustworthy first mate, and a small group of sailors ready to conquer the seas. Your main fare in the game, if you decide to play it as the story suggests, will be traveling between countless known and undiscovered locations, trading goods and investing in neutral ports, expanding your sphere of influence. From time to time, you'll be asked by another merchant or royalty to perform additional tasks, which more often than not are worth completing. Same as in most other thematically similar games to Sid Meier's Pirates, you have to make sure to keep your crew fed and with access to water, and your ship or eventually ships in tip-top condition. Hunting for information in pubs and gambling is also a thing, so there's that too. But you don't have to do that all. You can completely ignore all I said to this point and become a pirate, a swashbuckler, a scourge of the seas. You fight like a dairy farmer. How appropriate, you fight like a cow. Raiding other ships and plundering them for riches, you can privateer, or you can not do that either and focus on treasure hunting. Because why the hell not? The possibilities are near limitless. The game, in most part, is played from the top-down view, kinda like aforementioned Pirates, and it also idolizes the era to build an atmosphere of adventuring rather than showing its darker, grim sides. Uncharted Waters is fantastic, and if you liked Sid Meier's classic, you cannot just ignore this one, and have to give it a go, as it may become your next favorite retro game, even if just for a week or two. Veil of Darkness is a horror isometric action-based role-playing with some adventure elements. The vampire Cain took over control of the valley and the village laying within, cutting it off from the outside world. He effectively became its only ruler. He's torturing the villagers, feeding off of them, and turning local women in his posse of vampiress servants. He's not only the evil hanging over the poor village though, zombies and werewolves also roam the area, making the already miserable lives of the villagers a nightmare. You're a cargo plane pilot whose plane is mysteriously shot down when flying over the valley and crash lands within it. The reason for it is unknown, but also irrelevant. You're in the middle of nowhere and you'll have to find a way to leave. You are rescued by Deirdre, a village girl, who takes you to her father, that in turn proclaims you a foretold savior who will free the valley from the Cairn's grasp. And since the valley is cut off from the outside world, the only way to escape is actually through Cairn himself, by killing him that is. So, you'll spend most of your time exploring the valley, meeting characters, gathering information and finding various objects. Most puzzles are either conversation or inventory based, the environmental puzzling is rather limited. Interestingly enough, not all weapons work as well on all enemies, so finding what's best against which creature and then switching to this during encounters is a must, and also puzzles on their own. Well, at least till you figure out all of them and know the pairings by heart. Until then, it's fun because it keeps the gameplay fresh. The main highlight of Veil of Darkness, however, is the story and atmosphere. First is deep, engaging and will keep you on the edge of your seat throughout the whole game, especially that twists and turns are aplenty and your current ally may end up stabbing you in the back later on. And the other is dark, grim and scary, well fitting to the plot. Other than the few select main quests that need to be completed in a certain order, most of the game is open-ended, and the side quest can be attempted in any order. One thing that not everyone may enjoy, and may even discourage some from playing, is that Veil of Darkness seems to be unsure what it wants to be. It is an adventure role-playing mixture, but it doesn't really mix them evenly, and seems to jump between them, never fully committing to either. Vigilance on Talos 5 is an always scrolling side-view action platformer, or, dare I say it, Metroidvania-like shareware game. I dared, because I have a man-butt here and I'm not afraid of anything. It is also partly taken, I mean like the movie with Liam Neeson, but in space and in game format. Kinda. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Your 5-year-old daughter Colise has been kidnapped by the evil aliens known as Xenos, and you, Kilian Jarrah, a space mercenary, do not wait to learn what they want for her release, you gear up, suit up and go straight for the military bases. She's bound to be in one, right? And if I ever played an action platformer with a story, and I have, I can pretty much guarantee that she's in the last one. Anyway, like I said, you plow through 3 military installations to save your daughter and kill Drektor, Xenos' leader, whose mistake of kidnapping your kin was the second to last that he'd made before getting killed eventually. The last was not shooting himself, as you're gonna give him hell for what he did and it's not gonna be as fast and painless. Vigilance's design is rather standard for the games in the genre, the gameplay loop is pretty fun, and running around exploring rather large levels, picking up new weapons and laying destruction all around is not something that gets old fast. Interestingly enough, not all aliens are made the same, some are peaceful and will often offer advice on where to go next and what to do. Obviously, you don't kill those, cause while you're not gonna spare lives of those that are evil, you will also not harm the innocent. You are, after all, a universal superhero, a warrior of justice, savior of the galaxy, in real life, not in the game only. Anyway, presentation-wise, Vigilance on Talos 5 is awesome. The music, sounds and even voice acting, which you won't hear here sadly, are excellent and definitely top class for 1996, and even more so for a shareware game. Graphics are also nicely detailed, colorful and way beyond what you'd expect from the game that did not have a standard release method. All of that, however, was not free, and came at the price. This time, a literal price. Vigilance on Talos 5 sold for close to $40, which was nearly twice as much as most other shareware titles went for. And this alone, I fear, may have been the reason for its obscurity. That was years ago though, so if you get a chance to check it out today, do so, as it's worth it. Warriors of Legends is the last of Synergistic Software's role-playing games made with the World Builder engine, the very same engine that powered likes of Conan the Cimmerian and many other games. The engine that's as unique as it is clunky. It features a top-down view for a world traversal between the distant locations and a close-up side view for when you're in towns and for close-quarter battles. It's also so characteristic that you can easily recognize a game made with it in a second if you ever played one before. Its unique, iconic presentation is so instantly distinguishable from anything else that I feel that anyone ever liking one of the games made with it will love them all. The Coven of Evil Sorceress from Lortai, known only as the Black Circle, has raided the peaceful kingdom of Lemuria. King Osric the Great, an ironic name given the state of his kingdom, who's one of the very few survivors of the Black Circle's raid, pled to all the remaining warriors in the country to take upon themselves to rescue the kingdom. This is where you step in. Starting with a group of 4 primate adventurers, you venture off on a quest to save your homeland from clutches of evil. The world of Lemuria is beautiful, vibrant and richly populated, even if overtaken by evil. Towns, dungeons and forests are all around, and there's plenty of NPCs to interact with. It offers quite a few side quests too, so you'll be able to immerse yourself in it even more, and won't have to stick to only following the main plot. Sadly, both character customization and combat are rather simple as compared to other games in the genre, which is not an issue in its own right, but feels like a missed chance to add more depth and perhaps even elevate the game to become something bigger, better and more well-known. It was not to be though, so perhaps it was a factor in its obscurity. Presentation is pretty good, both in sounds and graphics department, but also not something we've not seen in other games already. So while Warriors of Legend may not be game of scope of Ultima 7 or Daggerfall in any of its aspects, it's still fun and engaging title nonetheless, and a treat to all fans of RPGs. War Wizard is a shareware fantasy top-down turn-based role-playing. My god, it's a mouthful. It was designed, developed and after not being able to secure a publisher, also published by the duo of Brad McQuaid and Steve Clover. And if the names sound at all familiar to you, then your memory is much better than mine. But to not leave you hanging if it's as quote-unquote as good as mine is, they were hired by Sony a bit later on to work in their brand new studio on a little game known as EverQuest. Yeah, that MMO legend EverQuest. War Wizard, while looking rather basic, is a full-fledged RPG, featuring a large and interesting continent built out of 6 kingdoms: Aladane, Crane, Kara, Essea, Zebesk, and Terwan. Great tactical combat system, and robust and deep underlying economy. Ages ago, the king of Terwan wanted to conquer the whole continent by allying himself with the demons from another dimension. All the opposing good forces joined together and with sacred monks' help trained the very first War Wizard. Warrior capable of mastering both weapons and magic. All races then pulled together and proceeded to arm him with highest quality artifact gear. His task was to challenge the king of Terwan, which he did, and in the process of their dueling, both died from fatal wounds. The artifacts were looted and are now scattered around unknown regions of the continent. Eons later, Kingdom of Aladdin is conquered by the Dark Forces, and various monsters emerge seemingly out of nowhere and terrorize the lands. A young War Wizard apprentice must head off to find all 9 artifacts to defeat this new threat. This is where you jump in, taking control of said hero in the making. While you can use all weapons and cast all spells that you learn, companions that you will eventually acquire all have their classes and class-limited abilities. The game is played in turns and follows all the usual role-playing tropes of finding and talking to characters, exploration, fulfilling quests, arming your War Wizard and companions, selling loot and buying gear, and so on and so on and so on. Combat is also played out in turns, it's very tactical and grid-based and uses action points, which you have a certain number of, and they can be spent on movement, melee and ranged attacks, casting spells and using items. Even more so, each part of the body has their own hit points, so if your head or torso goes down to 0, you die. Other extremities at 0 render you disabled, and same goes for all enemies, big or small. Obviously, each body part can be individually targeted, allowing for a very deep and strategic combat tactics. There's day and night cycle in War Wizard, and you have to make sure that characters eat and sleep to be in tip-top form. What I'm trying to telegraph here is that War Wizard is a much bigger, better and advanced game than it looks judging by the surface, and it's really surprising that it wasn't as popular as it should have been. Probably because it was released as shareware, probably because of its nice but rather simple presentation, or probably because of something else. We will never know. After untimely and unexpected death of the good king Meldiron, Kingdom of Vorterra has been declining rapidly, both socially, with citizens not grasping fully king's premature demise to a rare disease and worrying what will become of the once peaceful kingdom, and also, more importantly, because of the monsters massively creeping seemingly out of nowhere, causing terror and mayhem. It seems to be the theme of today's video, isn't it? Magical and terrifying monsters coming from an unknown location and spreading panic and destruction. Odd. Anyway, if that wasn't enough, plague and disease seem to decimate the populace left and right too, caused by unknown force, natural or otherwise. Death, panic and destruction is all that fills days of innocence who cannot understand the sudden transformation of one's idle lands. But amid all that, therein lies a prophecy, written in the ancient book of Heralds. It speaks of this precise situation, of death, despair, and fatelessness of the world. But most importantly, it's a prophecy about one of royal blood who will find mythical rainbow egg, deliver it to sacred altar room in the great castle, and from then onward he will bring the peace and prosperity to Vorterra once more. He will be the next great ruler. You play as one of the knights of the table. Yup, not round table, just table. And I like to imagine here one of those cheap outside wooden tables covered with a single layer of fading chipping of paint and alcohol stains that you can often find on the terraces of rundown pubs. Vorterra is very simple top-down fantasy role-playing that will see you traveling the land searching for said rainbow egg, leaving no stone or tombstone unturned, seeking for hints and directions by talking to common folk and fighting monsters. It may not be the most sophisticated, deep or even fun RPG of them all, but it's definitely one of the more obscure ones. So much so that there's no footage for it anywhere, and also why I'm showering you with screenshots here. So if you'd like to try the game that hardly anyone has ever played, that's the one to track down. Wyberm is a simple action role-playing platformer hybrid with much more emphasis on action and several different gameplay modes rather than the very basic RPG elements. You play as a bipedal robot that can transform into a tank or a flying spacecraft, kinda like the one in text that we spoke about in previous video. You run around, or travel around I should say really, as you have multiple forms, so you swoop around several large locations, each containing around 10 buildings that can be explored, and as you go about it, you defeat various kinds of enemies collecting power units, which for the most part work kinda like XP and they raise your fighting power. You've 3 kinds of weapons to choose from, with upgrades available upon exploration of new areas. Every now and then you'll encounter an enemy that is considerably stronger than you and you'll have to leave its area to grind on weaker mobs to gain enough power to be able to face it later on. All levels end with boss fights and these take place on separate top-down areas. These too, if too difficult, can be abandoned and returned to later after powering up. To summarize, Wyberm is a game of threes. Why? Because everything in it seems to be based on the number. There are 3 viewpoints depending on the location within the game that you're in, so side view, top down and 3D. There are 3 forms you can morph into, tank, spacecraft and robot, and finally 3 weapons. Wyberm may not seem like anything special being as simple as it is, but it's surprisingly fun. Westphaser is a first-person arcade shooter conceptually similar to Operation Wolf and the game that released twice. First in 1989 and then 3 years later again under a new and reworked title of Steve McQueen's Westphaser, which is odd as it had literally nothing to do with any of his movies. Why was it re-released then, you may wonder? Well, originally it dropped with dedicated hardware, a light gun in the form of a Colt revolver that, while cool looking, was required for playing. But since the sales were not satisfactory in the slightest, the game was remade to be usable with other input devices. Up to 6 players can play Westphaser and they're going for the bounties for the most famous western bodies, likes of Jesse James, Billy the Kid or Belle Starr to name a few. Also, incredible names for adult movies actors and actresses. So you're chasing the famous outlaws, but before you'll be able to challenge them, you always have to clear the screen of several waves of generic but humorously depicted western-themed bodies. They're bandits, cowboys and Indians among others. All going after you, the same way you go after them. Your life is represented by the burning candle, so you gotta be quick and accurate not to have it burn out too quick. That said, hitting all of the enemies as they appear, often all at once, is impossible. So it's more of a game of minimizing hits sustained rather than avoiding them altogether. Especially that not everything that moves is there to kill you. For whatever the reason, during the single biggest and deadliest shootout of the West, which any shootout would be if you're involved, I must add, there's like literally dozens of civilian innocents going about their business, their daily life, seemingly not noticing the bullets flying left and right, just following their daily schedules. Odd. But that's the 80s game logic for you. Other than DOS and lowly 8-bit Amstrad CPC, Westphaser also came out on Atari ST and Amiga. And oh my days, if you have a choice or any saying in what version to get the Amiga. Or Atari if the other one is not available. They are both like generation or 2 ahead in presentation when compared to DOS. And I don't have to tell you that it's really disappointing. World Rally Fever Born on the Road is probably the single longest named arcade racing game in existence. Probably. I don't feel like checking and Batman's in the toilet dropping bat nuggets into the bat throne, so he can't lend me his world's greatest detective detecting skills to figure it out. So let's assume that I'm correct. WRF has very basic controls, no realistic physics whatsoever, and the emphasis dial is turned all the way towards fast and frantic arcade racing. You pick one of 8 entirely unique drivers, each with their own skills and vehicles, and each representing a different preset of speed, acceleration, steering, grip and jump height. Cause yeah, you can jump in World Rally Fever, over road hazards or other racers. The tournaments are held in different parts of the world, French countryside, New York freeways and urban Tokyo among others, and each of them feature different surface conditions and obstacles. These can be rocks, trees, houses, spectators and others. All that combined provides for a lot of fun variety while racing. World Rally Fever features a lot of pickups too, and these can be traps and bombs among others. It's fast and furious, like the movies, but better, and keeps you on the edge of your seat all throughout the races, barely giving you time to catch your breath. It's just fantastic. Like Mario Kart, but better? No, different. Yes, different seems more appropriate. The racing is super smooth, easily hitting 60 FPS on faster systems, and the graphics complement the hectic snake-like turns with barrage of beautiful images that you pass by. For the most part, all stages are amazing, though in some oddities prevail, like multiple statues of liberty in New York for instance. It doesn't detract from playing in any way really, but does take you out of experience for a second or so. Sounds and music are really good too, and while tunes are not something to hum for hours on end after playing, they don't feel out of place whatsoever. World Rally Fever excels among other arcade races that drop the realism for fast and fun arcade gameplay as it scores the hat trick of gaming. It sounds, look and most importantly plays great. Check it out. ZUG, aka The Journey to the West, is a typical Eastern-themed side-scrolling beat-em-up. Panda Games, the developer, was one of the very few at the time that exclusively released those arcade-like games on PC only, and whichever game of theirs you had the chance to come across, you could always count on a quality title. Not necessarily genre-defining, but always very close in scope to what was available on popular consoles at the time. ZUG is a typical walk left to right and beat everything up type of a game, occasionally challenging you with the bosses. And as such, it works like a charm. You don't need any special strategies to it, you just carry on mashing anyone that stands in your way. There's quite a few different types of enemies, all of them made out of big, nicely animated and uniquely looking sprites. You, or you and a friend, can play as one of 3 available fighters. 2 of them are anthropomorphic mythical animals, Sun Wukong the Monkey King and Zubajie the Pig. The last is human, Sha Wu Jing, and all we know of him is that he's a hard-working man. And if that isn't the weirdest combination of playable characters in action game, then I don't know what is. That said, they provide for a lot of variety if you want to complete the game more than once, as each plays entirely different and has a set of uniquely looking moves. They are equally as strong, however, so you should never really need to argue about playing as a particular same and strongest of them all fighter, cause there isn't one. And as per usual in arcade-like brawlers, each of the fighters have their own super attacks that dissolve large clusters of enemies with ease, but also cost you a little bit of your life, so they're to be used in only the direst of situations. The Journey to the West only ever came out in Chinese. Now, that's not a big issue if you keep in mind what it is and how it's played, as stories in beat-em-ups are hardly anything worth learning. But if you care about this, then it's something that you're not going to learn in-game. It sorta loosely follows the original Journey to the West story, so you could treat it as such, but it's not one-to-one, so yeah. If you grew up when arcades were the place to be, or even a bit later when arcade games were what everyone wanted to play conversions of on their home systems, then you're gonna love ZUG. If not, then, well, you best check it out and decide for yourself. Xiphos is a sci-fi space first-person simulation shooter. I know, sounds convoluted, but imagine Ian Bell's classic Elite and just remove all the depth from it and expand on space combat, and you'll end up with Xiphos. Story-wise, civil war broke out in Xiphos system that's composed out of 6 universes, 5 known and 1 hidden, or locked away by the rogue AI, I should say really. And you must explore the known 5, keeping good relations with both sides of the conflict, and look for the 6th, central universe in search for the cause of the conflict. For the most part, the gameplay is rather non-linear and open-ended, so you'll be able to fly around wherever you please, provided you know how to get there and have enough fuel. And that's also what you'll be mainly doing. Flying around the remote space locations, trading to earn enough to keep your ship refueled and upgraded, and dogfighting buddies. And the latter, you'll be doing a lot of. Close to like 90% of the game is flying and shooting, which you know, while not being as deep as Elite's different inner intertwined mechanisms, is not bad either, as it's definitely the best part of this game. The more you do that though, the smarter the enemies will be and the bigger the part that they attack in. But other than that, they will not change much all throughout the game. So if you're someone who gets bored easily, then the lack of new mechanics after a couple of hours or so of playing will definitely bother you a bit. Fortunately, occasional asteroid fields or space mines provide enough distraction to keep you entertained a bit longer. So even if not all the way to the end, Xiphos definitely can provide few hours of fun. Especially that there's literally hundreds of locations that you can visit, and the completionist in some of us won't stop until they visit them all. Not me, mind you, but I know a few. Oh, and it's worth noting that even saving the game costs in-game credits, so make sure to always have plenty enough for a save and not spend them all in one go. While Xiphos may not have a scope of elite, it placed all its bets on action, and good, cause that's what it does well, and ended up being a fun, even if a bit repeatable space opera fare. If you like those, then you'll love it. If you don't, then it's not gonna sway your opinion about them. Blade Warrior aka Zyklland is another of those games that never reached the limelight because of it being distributed as shareware. It's also an anime-style side-scrolling action platformer. It is set in a dystopian future of 2002. Yeah, you heard that right, dystopian future of 21 years ago. The unforeseen rise of incurable diseases and huge increase in drug use and criminal activities are plaguing the society. It's a future when cyborgs are omnipresent, advanced and sentient. The authorities, however, do not give them the same rights as humans get. Treated as subpar citizens, they often turn to criminal organizations, join them as foot soldiers in battle against the establishment. You play as a member of the titular Zyklland, secret government-funded mercenaries composed mainly of retired and discredited soldiers sent on the most dangerous and crucial missions. You start with a task of dealing with a gang of marauding cyborgs. It is, however, just the beginning of much bigger and much more dangerous campaign. Zyklland is a typical linear action platformer in which you go through each stage defeating what feels like football stadiums worth of enemies. Most of them are cyborgs, robots and various other machines. You can progress to the next stage only after defeating all enemies on the one that you're currently on, and to do so you're armed with a sword and sword only, at least initially. And while it may not seem like a lot, Blade Warrior is a game based heavily in the anime tropes, and henceforth the sword is the deadliest weapon out there. Also enough to lay death and destruction to everything around you. You are, after all, a mysterious warrior of mythical origin. All that said, you do get access to some ranged weapons in limited numbers. They can be found in some stages. The biggest highlight of the game, however, is definitely its presentation, which by 1995 may have not wooed anyone, but today, years later, it looks great. I know what I said. Its 2D pixel graphics aged very nicely indeed. The sprites are large, beautifully animated, especially the bosses that often have multiple joints to them, but the special effects and backgrounds are also pretty impressive. Overall, the game looks nice, plays well, and should have reached much higher popularity than it did. Definitely check it out. Some of you may recognize Vermeer from my earlier videos, specifically 10 years of Amiga, DOS and C64 gaming series, or perhaps even its separate review on my channel. And yeah, that's the same game. But the fact that I spoke about it before and love it to bits doesn't mean that it's not an obscure game. I just wasted a lot of time playing it. It's also an excellent example of a hidden gem, because hardly anyone outside of Germany knows about it. Vermeer is the only game that I ever mastered, understood and played to death over the last few decades that's not in English. In fact, it's in German only, and I don't speak German. I'd like to, but I don't. I mean, I can say gebratene Ente mit Apfeln, so a baked duck with apples, or even welche große tragen Sie, which is roughly something down the lines of what size are you wearing. But other than these two and a couple of other random sentences, my understanding of the language is non-existent. I do, however, know where and how to do everything in Vermeer. I've figured everything out in it, every nook, cranny and inner mechanic, all the while being a little kid and playing it on my C64 years ago. And since it's a fictional business management game in a foreign to me language touching a very uncommon subject of running plantations, art collecting and stock trading, so hardly anything action-packed, it's all gotta speak to the game's quality. Especially if a few years old kid did whatever he could to grasp it in full, right? And all that, mind you, without ever learning the language. Anyway, to summarize it in short, Vermeer is a unique fictional trading simulation that takes place in the 1920s, and while it's not overly complicated if you really get into it, it is surprisingly addictive. The main goal of the game is to use 50,000 marks that you inherited from your dying uncle to recover his stolen collection of works of art. To do that, however, you have to amass much more money than the measly 50,000. And this is where the plant cultivation, plantations, stocks, bonds and art comes in. You'll be doing all that to fulfill your goal. Stay afloat and most importantly, to have fun. Oh, and obviously it's a lot more enjoyable when played open-ended, running your own company, getting richer and richer rather than racing to the end. Up to 3 players can compete in turns, which quite honestly is the best way of experiencing Vermeer, setting up better business deals, traveling around the world and securing the best spots for plantations, leaving your opponents with dry soil. It's great against others. One of my first and rough videos on this channel was a review of Vermeer, So if you'd like to know more about it, I actually go into thoroughly comparing C64 and Amiga ports there. Feature-wise, they're identical, and so is this DOS version, but graphically they do differ a bit. All in all, it's an amazing little title, but definitely not a game for everyone. Weird Island is an early shareware point-and-click adventure. I've been complaining about shareware games being less widespread a lot in this series of mine, I know, and that it limited the popularity of some games considerably, that too. But there are also good things about the distribution method, provided that we live in a country that actually did those, that is. Namely, you got to try to sample the game firsthand before committing to purchase, and it was very often a much bigger chunk of gameplay than what the popular few years later demos offered. Quite often a third of an entire game, sometimes even half. So, that's plenty enough to figure out if the game was worth your money and also to get you involved in its story and have you want to complete it. Or not, but you had time to make your mind about it, is what I'm saying. Anyway, coming back to our game, centuries ago 5 galley slaves washed up on a tropical island and one of them was your ancestor. They all settled there permanently and founded 5 families that by today are the de facto biggest, most prominent and ruling families on it, passing the official ownership of the island between them every 100 years. The game starts just as the ownership is moved to you, with news of it delivered by the solicitors. Weird Island is not a long game, but it's, well, weird, and there's a lot of interesting and silly things that the developer added to it. It is, however, notoriously difficult to complete. There are a few sections in it that may stop you in your tracks if you haven't done something else first, and it's not indicated that it may happen beforehand anywhere. So, if you like adventure games but are also someone who gets annoyed easily or hates illogical mechanics, make sure to have a walkthrough somewhere within hand's reach, just in case. Now, I've never played Weird Island, but after researching it for this video and reading what people wrote about it, it seems that the very few who actually played it had nothing but good things to say about it. So I'm kinda curious now too. Xenophage Alien Bloodsport is a rather bad 2D versus fighting game that's as brutal and bloody as Mortal Kombat, but nowhere near the quality of it, and featuring in large majority various alien combatants coming from all corners of the universe. Corner of the universe. Pfft, that's stupid. Anyway, all of them are pretty weirdly made, pre-rendered and turned into sprites, moving as stiffly as some of those early 20th century stop-motion videos did. I don't exactly remember the title, but there was this old black and white movie in which 2 dinosaurs fought, and they were stop-motion and looked incredibly unrealistic as the movement was very jerky. Same here, but in full color. If the animations were smooth, a lot could be forgiven, and perhaps Xenophage could be an average versus fighter. But, as it is now, it's just awful. Backgrounds surprisingly are actually not that bad, they scroll sideways and could stay as they are if the rest of the game was any better. I mean, they're not in the quality of some of the late pixel-based classics, but they're workable. Interestingly enough, Xenophage uses a very similar scaling technique that was in Samurai Showdown, where the screen zooms in when the characters are close to each other and zooms out when they're apart. And while neatly looking, even if unnecessary gameplay-wise, it's hardly enough to save Xenophage. But if you thought that I finished dumping on the game already, you're mistaken. Because its control scheme is another little nightmare to tackle if you decide to check it out. I'm not sure if it was me, as the last time I played it was years ago, but controls always felt incredibly unresponsive and I'm not sure if I ever managed to pull off any of the special moves. Watching the YouTube footage for the game now, I see that others do, so it's definitely not impossible, but I get the feeling that it may be at the very least challenging. Since I've dropped so many stinking bricks on Xenophage already, let me tell you what's good about it, because believe it or not, there are a few small things. First of all, blood, gore and guts of various human and alien origins. Sure, it's not as appealing to me today when I'm older, but back then it definitely raised the game score in my eyes a bit. Also the introduction in which the Earth explodes and part of it flies off with an intact barn still attached to it. Nothing to do with the gameplay, but a nice fun little touch. And finally, I like that PC Games magazine gave it a score of 75% in 1996, scoring the game much higher than any other video games journalism outlet did. They either didn't care to play it, or it was worth it to them to go as high. So, I like how bold they were with it. That's it. It's a crap game, don't play it. Or do, if you're a bad games connoisseur, cause this one's definitely a real stinker. Zai's The Adventure is a Korean platformer. We've covered quite a few Korean games recently, as while their developers were pretty active on the DOS gaming scene, hardly any games reached the Western audiences. So they're perfect match for the obscure series. You play as Zais, a young boy who finds a mysterious letter in a bottle with plea for help. So, as you do when someone needs a helping hand, you venture into a magical land of Lysnia to save its citizens from the evil pirate Scourge. The game is composed out of 6 worlds of 3 stages each for a total of 18 individual levels. They are arranged in a linear fashion and feature no mid or end level bosses. It doesn't mean that Zeiss is not fun though, as it's actually pretty good and unique, but not mind-blowing, jaw-dropping or so crazy. Is there even a saying like that something's so crazy? I don't know. Never mind. You start with a slingshot, which is your default weapon, and while not the most powerful, it works decently against various interestingly designed enemies. Watermelons scattered around the stages award you new costumes, which in turn grant you new weapon abilities. And these all are really different. There's like a yo-yo which kills most enemies with just one hit, there is the ability to release a swarm of birds, and even homing stars attack among others. There's a lot of these, is what I'm saying. You could also collect diamonds, which increase your health, so whenever you see one, pick it up, it's actually worth the effort. Other than that, Zeiss features all the standard platforming tropes of searching for keys that open doors, using slides and ropes for between the platform traversal, and such. There's few unique things too, like pencils that draw new platforms when activated, floating cushions, and many more other unusual additions like a level where you ride a dolphin playing in a shoot-em-up style. So, it's varied enough to keep you entertained all throughout. Zeiss's presentation is okay at best, and I would honestly expect a lot more from the far end of 1995, but it is what it is. Sprites are small, a stylistic choice, I get that, but they're unimpressive, lack detail, and their animation is basic and composed out of literally a handful of frames. And the movement and jumps feel a bit floaty. Sounds and music are okay, but also nothing out of ordinary. All in all, Zeiss is a pretty decent platformer. Perhaps not one of the best on the platform, but definitely worth checking out. Zone Raiders is a 3D futuristic vehicular combat game with hover cars. Think Wipeout, but not as good or memorable, hence why you know of the latter and not this. You play as a futuristic scavenger, a raider of sorts who enters the so-called free zone, a dangerous part of the futuristic world, where with a bit of luck very expensive items can be scavenged. You're not the only one trying to get those, however, so in each of the 16 stages you'll face other raiders doing the same thing you do. So, you'll be trying to avoid getting captured by the zone patrols that are always on your tail, and you'll battle enemy vehicles utilizing various different weapons. Sadly, the game world of Zone Raiders is rather devoid of life. It feels empty, uninspired, and designed in a rush just to meet a deadline. Now, that may just be my opinion about it, but nothing in it looks even remotely interesting. Worst of all the enemies that you fight are so easy to destroy, you hardly ever feel challenged. They're literally there just to slow you down a little, which is a bit disappointing. At least you get to collect new weapons along the way, so there's that to prolong Zone Raiders' otherwise short stay. But the 8 weapons, 5 different hovercars and 16 tracks is not enough to keep the game entertaining for more than a couple of hours. And it would have been much more appropriate if it was sold as a shareware title at reduced price, rather than the full-fledged release. Presentation-wise, there's nothing really to woo you in Zone Raiders, the use of color is sparse, and I get that it's a grim future, but so is Cyberpunk's, and it somehow manages to overflow with color. And finally, all the 3D models are rather simplistic, probably to keep the game running at a decent pace. Sounds and music are okay, but not enough to save this rather below average game. Play or avoid, your call, I'd personally lean towards the latter. Yogo Yogo Spell is a Dutch platformer, and it's entirely in Dutch, so no story here for you as sadly I don't speak the language. But it's a platformer, so who cares? Story's secondary in these two gameplay anyway. Interestingly enough, the game was either supported or financed by the Dutch Yogo Yogo brand of yogurt-based drinks. It doesn't really get in the way of playing as they only serve as power-ups, and it's also nothing new, as we had these types of games before and more often than not they were just fine. I mean, you had Lucozade in Super Frog, though I would swear it was Lucozade Orange judging by the in-game graphics, also Sprite in Cool Spot, and Chapa Chapa Lollipops in Zoo. If the art is not too much in your face, it doesn't influence the game negatively too much, is what I'm saying here. And fortunately, Yogo Yogo Spell is quite fine on its own as a game too. It is played for points and features 6 regular levels and bonus stages between them. In standard levels, you'll usually have to find something and deliver it somewhere or to someone, so for instance in first stage, you're searching for 3 missing spots that the prize-winning cow lost. Yeah, you heard that right. In second, the sea is emptying, so you have to locate and bring 3 cauliflower pieces to Betty so that she could resume her work as a plug for the sea, so that it wouldn't lose all its water. Yep, another crazy one. In third, you have to find the kettle full of scorching hot water to unfreeze the door handle to reset the thermostat that's behind it. I'm not gonna list them all here, but they're all very unusual tasks and henceforth make for a quite unique gameplay, at least as compared to most games in the genre. The bonus stages are full of fruits and are there just to help you amass more points, and to work as a sorta palette cleaner between these very different to one another main tasks. Yogo Yogo Spell, while not impressive in any shape or form, is actually pretty decent, so if you're on the lookout for a new platformer, it's innovative enough to keep you hooked all the way to the end. I'm sure of it. Zone 66 is a sci-fi top-down always scrolling anime-style shooter, and as befits the anime-like games, the drama is dialed to 10 in this one. A mysterious stranger warns you about something terrible that's going to happen in your hometown, so being as superstitious as you are, and since you always should believe what the strangers are saying, note that down, kids. Nope, no, don't do that. I retract what I said. I'm Batman! Shut up, Bruce, I know you are. It's not time or place for it now. Yeah, I never meant what I said. Oh, almighty gods of YouTube, please forgive me this silly digression. Anyway, where were we? Ah, yes. So having to listen to a stranger, which no one in the right mind should do, you rush home. And there you find your wife and baby daughter murdered. Giving yourself what feels like 3 seconds to grieve, you jump back in your ship and head off to avenge them. What you don't realize, however, is that the terrorist forces responsible for your personal nightmare are scheming something even bigger and more evil. That's yet to happen though. And what I don't realize is why is that seemingly so important if you're only on a very personal vendetta? Why would their other plans be of any significance to you? And I will probably never neither know nor understand it, as I've never been an 80s or 90s movie action hero. Not that I didn't want to, it was just not in the cards. I mean, who wouldn't want to be Darth Vader, Predator or Hans Gruber? Wait, did I say hero? Anyway, the game is composed out of 8 levels, between which a little additional story snippets are added, keeping you following it all the way to the end. And even if I find it a tad too dramatic, the game is so good that you'll no doubt learn it all eventually anyway. There's quite a few crafts to choose from, and each of them can be individually armed with numerous different weapons before playing, making for a very customizable experience. You fight against both air and ground units, and the variety of enemies will no doubt keep you entertained. Especially that Zone 66 is super smooth. It is a dictionary definition of smooth gameplay. Don't fact check it, trust me. Everything moves so fluidly that it's a pleasure to witness. Sounds are pretty good too, and music is on another level. And other than the aforementioned smoothness of gameplay, it's a definite highlight of the game. So if you like shooters or even action games at all, it is surely the game from this video to track down and play. 3D Space Fighter is a very light DOS shower vertically scrolling shoot 'em up. Shower version of the game limited the playtime to 5 minutes only, and while I understand the devs not wanting to give away a third or even a half of the game for free in the shower model, as they used to in the first half of the 90s, 5 minutes is just not enough to try the game out thoroughly. 3D Space Fighter takes place more or less today, and I mean it quite literally, as according to its story, it's set in the beginning of the 21st century. We've been trying for so long, and we've finally managed to make contact with the alien species. Unfortunately, they're not what we were hoping that they would be. They're quite hostile and much more technologically advanced than we could ever hope to be. Naturally, realizing same thing we did, they attacked and single-handedly removed all our planetary defenses. Our destruction seemed inevitable. Seeing that, world governments did what until then seemed totally impossible, and they joined forces, pulled together in the last effort to create a craft capable of withstanding and counterattacking at the alien force. It was codenamed Sigma Terminus. As a tool of our last stand, the craft has been given to Earth's greatest pilot, the hero, the last hope. You're the one to pilot it against the alien scourge. 3D Space Fighter's gameplay is your typical shoot 'em up, so you fly up fighting against advancing waves of enemies, attacking you in various patterns. They're quite different from one another and nicely designed, though personally I'm not a big fan of pre-rendered graphics. I prefer them to be either pixel-based sprites or entirely 3D. That's me though, so don't hold it against the game's quality. Every now and then spheres containing power-ups, shield refills and ammo for secondary weapons show up, and when destroyed, appropriate bonus drops for pickup. Each level ends with a boss fight, and these are, as per usual in shooters, more demanding and by extension of that, more fun encounters than the regular enemies are. You can get hit as many times as your shield can take, but it doesn't refill automatically without pickups. 3D Fighter's graphics are in high resolution as VGA and pre-rendered. While I don't care much for them personally, they look aesthetically pleasing if you don't mind them, and the sounds are pretty decent too, though nothing special. Overall, 3D Space Fighter is a pretty decent shooter that somehow managed to release under DOS in 1999, and not on Windows as most games did by then. AGE, also known as Advanced Galactic Empire, is a follow-up to earlier Galactic Empire and also a first-person space exploration game. And if on the first glance it seems to you similar to Elite, then good, cause it is, and offers a very comparable relative freedom of traversal. That said, AGE features an overarching plot which, while not necessary to dive into straight away, also kinda gates access to some of the later gameplay concepts. So you'll have to be engaged with at some point whether you want to or not. And as plots in most games go, it's rather linear. But the space itself, its exploration and things you can do in, are pretty open and fun. So as in most Elite-like games, you can fly around planets and stars, meet and converse with other characters and engage in space combat among others. Graphically, AGE is rather attractive for 1991, and nice VGA vector graphics will be pleasing to most fans of the genre. especially that accompanying sound effects fit well and the story encompasses the future of the whole universe. AG may not be as open-ended and infinitely replayable as Oddities, but it's a lot of fun nonetheless. Absolute Zero is a sci-fi space first-person shooter. Believe it or not, but by 24th century we've colonized a vast chunk of our solar system. The colonies may not be big, but they're self-sustainable, and while by then the space travel may have gotten considerably faster than it is now, and it's much more common, it's still not instantaneous. One of our colonies is on Europa, one of Jupiter's moons. And because of the abundance of water, it's one of the larger ones. One of the moon's mining facilities accidentally discovers long buried underground deep in slumber alien race. Uncovered species awoke as angry as your everyday Karen is and attacked the miners. Soon after, they destroyed Moon's capital city. Since potential help from Earth would take a while to arrive, it's up to you to stop the alien menace or at least hold them off till said help shows up. The twist to the usual fare in similar games is that you don't play as a singular character but are placed in control of a different one for each of the missions. And with their collective efforts piloting 7 different crafts and stationary combat installations, you will save the remnants of the colony and repel the aliens. I hope. Absolute Zero's story and you having to play as different characters, constantly switching between them, is a very fresh take on the first-person space shooter genre, especially that it very accurately and convincingly portrays collective struggle for survival. It is not without its downsides though, and while the gameplay is really enjoyable when you get the hang of it, the entry threshold is quite high, as it's not instantly obvious what and how to do when you start the game if you've not read the manual before. So, either do it or prepare to practice for a while until you master the controls and user interface. As you play the game, the more and more of the story will be unveiled, and along with it, aliens' genesis and motivations, and if you persevere with it all the way to the end, all of it will culminate nicely. Absolute Zero is not a bad game, but it's not as straightforward jump in and play fair as Wing Commander for instance was, so it may be slightly discouraging to some. But if you like those story-rich space shooters, it's definitely worth giving it a chance. Airstrike is a side-view bi-horizontally scrolling shower shooter in which you control Apache-like helicopter. It's also a game that I like to think of as being a poor man's Jet Strike. It depicts a conflict between fictional North Atlantic Defense Alliance and equally as not real nation of Dosnovia. The game is divided into 21 chained missions which see you partake in peacekeeping activities. And if you wonder what that means, perhaps you're delivering food to the poor, building shelters for bombing victims and the likes, then no, that's totally not it. Peacekeeping in this particular case is a total and final destruction of all opposing enemy forces. So you're running said missions from the aircraft carriers stationed offshore from Dosnovia and giving very specific targets for each of them. The enemy forces consist of rocket launcher armed soldiers, AA guns, missile batteries, gunboats and others. And while killing them, it's best to make sure not to destroy any civilian structures or even trees, as destruction of these non-military objects adds up to a score penalty upon mission completion. Same goes for your copter. If it's damaged, it's worth some negative points. The map wraps around, and if you keep flying one way, you will end up back at the carrier. So I like to imagine that you're flying literally around the island. Otherwise, it makes no sense in my head and it bothers me a little. Airstrike's presentation is rather basic. The sounds are very muffled and don't give pleasant feedback to the on-screen action. The music is virtually non-existent and the graphics are disappointing when it comes to both their quality and animation. And I get that only few people worked on Airstrike, and that's hardly enough, but I would still expect much more by 1995. If you don't have Jet Strike and feel like some side-view helicopter action, Airstrike can be fun for a few missions. I wouldn't expect you to complete it though. Ajax, also known as Typhoon, is a rather average vertically scrolling shoot 'em up based on arcade original of the same name. Guess what is the background story of Ajax? No really, guess. Give it a go. Don't be shy. I'll wait. Did you said aliens invaded Earth again? You did? Great, cause that's what happened. I mean, it's not great cause it happened, but great cause you got it right. And I have the feeling that this third game covering the subject today is not the last. But we'll see. When I record it, it's not necessary when all games are picked for the video yet, so let's see if the past me managed in his own present to pick the game that will not surprise me by being thematically identical to the earlier three in this video and also his now future. I know, you're probably confused now, but imagine being me and living with all those thoughts constantly popping up in your head all day every day. It's as weird feeling as it is tiresome. On the upside though, I hardly ever get bored. Anyway, your objective is that simple, to complete all 8 levels and kill as many of the evil aliens as you can, preferably surviving in the process. You control a copter, again, armed with a cannon and a bomb launcher, and you also have a limited supply of smart bombs, used for clearing large clusters of enemies. And these naturally come at you in predefined and permanent between the playthroughs patterns. So, Ajax is one of those games where memorization is a key to success. Especially that you will be constantly under fire from both air and ground enemies, and your copter can't really take any serious beating. While our arcade original of Ajax was really fun, impressive looking for the time it released, and one of the best shooters out there, this 1989's PC port is seriously let down by its graphics, which in EGA presentation, and not a good EGA I must add, makes it look blunt and run disappointingly choppy. It's not a bad game, don't get me wrong, but it's an average one at best, at least on PC. Alpha Storm is a game that's hard to classify, as on the surface it appears to be just your run-of-the-mill FPS, but it's so much more than that. It's also a spaceship simulation set in a semi-sandbox universe. Basically a Star Trek if all was not good in the universe. And the game is divided into sections. First is your space traversal, for which you use your ship that can be equipped with various devices and weapon systems. This can be all sorts of lasers, engines, cloaking devices, radars or even radar jammers among others, and all these come in different class variants, so there's a lot here to work towards and change during the course of your adventure. The second section of the game is the first-person shooting, which happens on planetary bases or whenever you take the enemy's ship or space station's shields, teleport to them and want to clear them of the enemy forces. Or if you're unlucky, if they board your ship, cause that can happen too. When boarding enemy vessels, you can find and steal various pieces of hardware that then can be used on your ship. You know, how you would do in space if no laws applies to you, or if you elected to ignore them. The universe of Alpha Storm is rather large, several dozens of systems in size actually, and they can all be visited. They're not empty, as you would expect them to be as compared to our solar system, but populated by 3 factions, the Imperials, the Pirates and the Vargs. Sadly, for whatever the reason, all of them are hostile against you, so joining any of the factions is out of question, which is a bit sad and limiting role-playing wise, but not a game breaker. Now, I mentioned that your ship can be boarded too, and same as you can steal components from the enemy ships, they can steal those from yours too. Even more so, some of the ship's systems can be damaged during combat and will need to be replaced. So keeping your aircraft in tip-top form is a must all throughout the game. While the gameplay is quite fun and unique compared to all the other titles that released in the same time, the story is... oh my. So, I don't know. It's bad and illogical, but not so bad that it's good. It's basically just stupid and inconsistent. The evil race of aliens came and wants to eradicate all life in the galaxy, leaving nothing but empty voids where star systems that they attacked were. So, you're trying to stop them, and to do so, you need to find 2 artifacts. Nova Bomb and Stasis Device. And at the same time, while you're seemingly doing it all for good, to save the world and all, you annihilate all the other species that you come across. So perhaps it's you who's the scourge of the universe? In the end, Alpha Storm is fun if you play it for what it is and not focus on the story too much. Annihilator Tank is a shareware tank-based 3D action shooter. The game is your near-typical wave shooter, meaning that each consecutive wave of enemy tanks that you fight against is in greater and greater numbers, until eventually you finally get to the so-called Combat Unlimited level, where the number of enemies is infinite and you fight to stay alive for as long as you can, and not to complete it per se. You locate the enemies using the radar, compass and status bar, and other than that, there's not much that you need to know about the game. There are some obstacles like trees and such, but all are destructible, so provide no realistic cover. In short, kill as many enemy tanks as you can, survive for as long, and earn the points. There's 4 stages in the game: Country Carnage, Wasteland Warriors, Desert Destruction and earlier mentioned Combat Unlimited, but only the first is available in the unregistered shareware version. Presentation-wise, there's really not much to Annihilator Tank. Sounds are appropriate, can't complain about them really, even if there isn't many more than the shot and explosion, and music is non-existent. Graphics are beyond basic and seriously disappointing for 1995, even if they're 3D. It's early 3D though, so it didn't age very well. In the end, Annihilator Tank is not a game to play for hours on end, but if you consider it a fun, simple arcade shooter to use as a palette cleaner between other better games, then it does its job very well. Apocalypse Abyss, a weird title really, is a top-down action puzzler. All the inhabitants of the magical kingdom of Ruidia disappeared seemingly into thin air. In reality, they were captured and imprisoned by the evil wizard Nietzsche in his fortress in the Blood Mountains. Now, that's a cool name if I ever saw one. The fortress is impenetrable by the traditional means and can only be entered when the magic sealing it is broken. And to do so, 5 artifacts scattered around its dungeons need to be recovered. And you, playing as Ashtar the dwarf, are the only one left, and by extension of that, the only one who can collect the artifacts, unlock the fortress, solve Wizard's ultimate puzzles, rid the world of him, and finally save all of the kingdom's inhabitants. Each of the levels is a puzzle that requires you to complete one objective, and one objective alone. Open the exit to the next and go through it. But it's never as straightforward as it sounds, and you will have to do a lot of tinkering around the various mechanics of the stages by pushing rocks, destroying barriers with bombs, and triggering objects with thrown daggers. A nice change, I must add, from all the deaths that are usually triggered with thrown daggers that we've seen in other games. The game is divided into 5 basic dungeons of 10 levels each, and each of the 5 contains one of the 5 mystical artifacts that need to be found and collected. And when you get them all, the last and final dungeon unlocks, and it leads to Evil Wizard's destruction when completed. Apocalypse Abyss, once again odd title, is a pretty fun game if you happen to like puzzlers, cause the level layouts and mechanics are varied enough to easily entertain you and that brain of yours all the way to the end. But if you don't care for puzzling, it will be annoying and awfully looking game for you, so just skip it, cause the graphics are really simple and unimpressive. Sure, it's not important in a puzzler, but if you compare it to earlier games like Pushover, One Step Beyond, or even Fury of the Fairies, which arguably is a puzzle platformer and not a straight-up puzzler, then Apocalypse Abyss looks like something that was not given a lot of attention. And even if it's not the case whatsoever, it's just not as good as the giants of the genre are. Brahmins, so the two-headed cows found in the Fallout's universe, is what I consider to be Apocalypse cows. They came to be as this terrible and awful looking spawn of evolution and radiation combined over time. In our today's game, it's hardly the case. Apocalypse Cow is a shareware split-screen top-down 2-player only arcade title, and all the cows have just one head. A serious overlooking on the developer's site in my books, but whatever. The aim of the game is to destroy all the opponent's catapults before he does the same to you. And you do it by, you guessed it right, catapulting cows at them. The Apocalypse Cows. There are 3 types of these: a regular cow, you know, like the one in Milka commercials, but not purple. Then there is a glass one that destroys 2 catapults at one go, and the last, metal, destroys 3. Other than the cows, there are also other ways you can lose a catapult. And it's by either driving into a cactus, fire, or rabid dogs. Or by being burned by Mr. Sun. I know, sounds silly, but you'll know what I'm talking about when you see him. Or it, really, and not him. And finally, by being eaten by the hungry weasel head. Yep, I know, all I set up to this point seems crazy, to put it mildly, but that's the shareware games for you. You never know what to expect, and it can as easily be a gem as it can be a stinker. And Apocalypse Cow is, well, hard to tell. If you have a friend with you and some drinks were involved, then pretty fun for a little while. If not, then, I don't know, try it out for yourself, man, and let me know. Anyway, all these NPC enemies, other than your opponent, appear on the screen after 3 minutes of playing if no winner is decided by then. You can however extend the timer by additional 15 seconds every time you manage to hit your cow in the green target on the opponent's side. Hitting a red one will upgrade their cow to either glass or metal, so best not to do it. If 2 cows collide mid-air, a cowboxing minigame is triggered and they fight it out on a cloud. I know, once again, I know it sounds crazy, but bear with me. The losing cow is removed and the winner carries on to its target. There are 4 differently looking stages in the game, and if all I said up to this point seems to you to be very Monty Python-esque, then good, cause it kinda is, just not in as smart as their sketches kind of way, more in an abstract, let's add more weird shit to our game way. Which is not bad either, just requires drinks I mentioned before. Non-alcoholic ones, obviously you drink to stay hydrated after all, right? Right. And I didn't say it all for the YouTube's sake. Asterix Caesar's Challenge is a multiplayer board game based on the cult classic European comic book series about courageous Gauls and their struggle against the Roman forces. Or rather, huge Roman armies struggles against a tiny village of Gauls, I should say, really. The game is all about traveling around the board that represents the Roman Empire and learning about the history and culture of various countries. Your goal is to collect souvenirs from all places you visited and then come back to your village in a given time with them as a proof of your accomplishments. Or otherwise, Caesar will win. Whatever that means other than the game over for you. The game board is composed out of 54 fields that you can land on, and they represent different countries, various challenges in form of the minigames, prisons, magic potions, traps, rest, and meeting different lore-based characters. To acquire items needed for winning the game, you either have to answer correctly quiz questions asked in the country fields, or purchase them from a Phoenician merchant for gold one in various mostly arcade-like minigames. Asterix Caesar's Challenge is a truly excellent party/family game that will no doubt appeal to all the fans of the comic books. especially that you can obviously play as both Asterix and Obelix, the main protagonists of the series, and a few other well-known characters from the books too. Now, naturally, the replayability of the game is rather limited, as after a few complete playthroughs, you'll know pretty much most of what it has to offer. But if there are kids at home and you'd like them to both have fun and also learn something, anything, then it's an excellent pick to fire up. Provided you manage to have them stop watching TikTok, that is. And it's not that easy these days. Anyway, presentation-wise, Asterix Caesar's Challenge is incredible, and everything about it is top of the class for the year it released in. The sounds are nicely sampled and the voice acting is high class. And the graphics? Don't get me started on the graphics. All the short animated clips and incredibly detailed drawings make it look as if you were watching an interactive cartoon most of the time. All in all, I cannot do anything else here than recommend Caesar's Challenge to anyone who's willing to try it out, as it's easily one of the best board games on PC in the 90s. Astro Counter of the Crescents is a side-view horizontally scrolling sci-fi anime-style action game, and another of those Korean hidden gems that saw a very limited release in the West. Mainly through singular imports, as it is reported that only over 5,000 copies of the game were printed, and many of these were recalled later on because of the joke that one of the devs left in the game and forgot to remove before the release. The game is set in the 2095 during the War for Earth. Two factions fight for control of it and its orbit: Space World Community and Earth Liberation Front, both sounding like opposing ends of the same extremist stick. Astro Counter is rather story-heavy, with plenty of dialogues between the characters, and as much as I'd like to give you a background of sorts in regard to what it's all about and what they're saying in all these cutscenes, I can't. But since you're a singular hero, going from left to right through most levels, defeating hundreds upon hundreds of enemies, mainly in melee combat, I think the story may go something like that. Once again, the conflict between two opposing forces brought Earth to the brink of destruction. You're working for one of the factions, against another. It doesn't take long, however, for you to realize that all is not what it seems, and that both of them are utterly evil. So you take it upon yourself to defeat them both and save the planet in the process. I may be wrong, but it's a generic action story mishmash, so it should fit nicely. Anyway, the levels are rather simple designed and for the most part require you to literally go from left to right and defeat anything that stands in your way. Your mech has few different attacks and they're not too difficult to pull off. That said, the game is extremely challenging, so I suppose that I could risk calling it a Souls-like of action titles of yesteryear. A mouthful perhaps, but the sentiment stands. Graphics and sounds are excellent and make the game really enjoyable to progress in, despite the difficulty even. So if you like either side-view action games or Souls-like, Astro Counter is definitely something worth tracking down. Astrofire is a top-down fixed-screen arcade shooter and another take on a classic Asteroids formula, with few small touches that make it different than the original is. But is it different enough to warrant a completely new game? I think you'll be able to answer it for yourself when we're done talking about it. It was released as shareware, split into 3 chapters of Into the Storm, Whirlpool of Death and Heart of Fire, all sounding like really cool titles for 1980s action movies and not chapters in a random game. Preferably with a lone protagonist who against all odds defeats the overwhelming armies of evil, saving a girl and universe in the process, kinda like you tend to do in other games. Anyway, only the first of 3 chapters was available in the shareware version, the remaining 2 required a purchase. The main difference between Astrofire and Arcade Classic was that it offered power-ups in the form of 2 new and stronger weapons and a shield, which effectively negated the one-hit kill mechanic of Asteroids, making Astrofire less demanding. Additionally, if you're someone who didn't like the momentum mechanics in the original or just wants a bit easier game, then it too can be toggled in the settings. The 3 episodes differ in the backgrounds and the enemy sprites, but other than that, they all play identical. Now, if you're an avid fan of Asteroids, I can pretty much guarantee that you'll love Astrofire. It's great looking, and while it sounds terrible, the playability of the original is definitely still intact, albeit a bit easier than you remember. But if you're not keen on the gameplay formula, then there's not enough new here to warrant tracking it down, as it's just the original in new tad flashier clothing. Avalon is an old-school style top-down view turn-based JRPG that, funny enough, did not come from Japan. The Earth is destroyed. Was it us, or our mismanagement of climate and resources, or some kind of a cataclysm? It's irrelevant. What is important is that some of us, followers of so-called Avalon cult, managed to escape to a distant Earth-like planet of Avalon. When you start the game, some time has passed already and the colony is prosperous. Perhaps it's not the biggest or most advanced one, but it's safe and working. Colonists have grown accustomed to living on a new planet and future of humanity seems to be secured. That is, until the day that one of the villages was attacked by the hundreds of strange-looking and unknown-to-us creatures. What's worse, the leader of the village, Lee, was captured by him as he was hoping to negotiate some kind of a peaceful solution to this rather aggressive situation. You play as Mace, yes, like the one in Spray used against attackers, and you hope to help the inhabitants of your village and all colonists alike to continue thriving on the Avalon. The game is your typical single-player JRPG where you explore the map, visit towns, battle enemies random and otherwise, gather information from and talk to NPCs, purchase and sell items, fulfill quests and solve occasional puzzles. Sadly, you don't get to have anyone join your party, but other than that, it's a pretty standard fare. The battles are quite strategic and not built to be unforgivingly unfair, and overall, despite of its genre, simple presentation and being much less grindy than your typical JRPGs, Avalon feels very Western. While it may not be the biggest or best RPG out there, and definitely not for the year it released in, it's a very competent and decently playing title with an unparalleled quality to price ratio. And all because it's a freeware, so even small nuisances like inability to pick up or interact with certain objects until you get the quest that they're a part of can be forgiven. As at the price of exactly $0, they're easy to ignore. Central Intelligence is one of the most unique games I've covered in the series to date. It's a political espionage-themed strategy with gameplay best described as a mixture of Shadow President and Midwinter. And it's still a bit different than what you think it is after hearing me mention the two. You play as a CIA chief sent to Chinese-supported dictatorship island of Sao Madrigal, where your goal is to find a way to organize the recuperation of democracy. So, you will be closely working with the previous leader of the nation, trying to arrange a counter-revolution to remove the current president from position of power. You have a wide range of various actions that you can take to make that happen, and they more or less fall into the two categories of propaganda and political orders. Decisions on your next steps and suitable approach should be based on the political climate, how the conditions in the country are developing at particular time, and also on the support of Democratic Party is holding at the moment. As even if your actions are successful, keeping democratic leadership will be impossible without appropriate citizen support. The actions that you take are not direct, but rather you recruit spies and allocate them in various strategic locations across the island, issuing orders to them Emperor Palpatine style, so delegating most onto your network of subordinates. You know, let them take the hit if something goes wrong. I know I said that there's two ways of working towards your goal, political or through propaganda, but in reality there's a third one too, and it's based in military actions. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why bother with diplomacy when we can just overwhelm the nation and install our own puppet in a sweep 1-2-3 move with a bit of planes, couple of bombs and a tank or two? Well, the government like that would never halt, and military actions should really only be used as a last resort. It's worth pointing out that while all I said may sound interesting and no doubt like something you'd like to try, but if you're looking for a game with action, this isn't it. Central Intelligence, for the most part, is just a series of static screens on which you make small changes, issue orders and observe the results. And by observe, I actually mean read about them. But if you have a vivid imagination and don't mind a rather basic presentation, and on top of that are interested in either politics or espionage, then there's quite a fun game here for you to tackle. Chewie Escape from F5 is a point-and-click adventure game. Chewie, a titular protagonist, is who you're in control of, and he's out to achieve twofold when you start the game up. Rescue his friend from the evil Borgs who kidnapped him, and steal a powerful so-called red glump from their high-security zone called F5, so that they couldn't use it in their evil plans. And with a name like Borgs, which is neither dorks nor Borgs, I have no doubt that the plans must be nefarious. In the process of doing so, Chewie's friend Clint manages to get his paws on the red glump and escapes with it using one of Borgs' spaceships. On a side note, to me, red glump sounds like a disease that would require a visit to a urologist and not a cornerstone of an evil scheme, but whatever. The ship gets caught in a wormhole and moved thousands of light years away, where it crash lands on an alien planet called Earth. And this is where you take control of Chewie and the game truly begins. On the first glance, both gameplay and presentation-wise, Chewie looks a lot like LucasArts' Day of the Tentacle. And truth be told, it's actually not that far off. Naturally, it never reaches the quality of the classic, but it's an excellent little-known German title nonetheless. Most puzzles are inventory-based, and the humor and funny situations come most of the time from interactions of your inventory objects with the outside world and characters, kinda like in the aforementioned Masterpiece. The story, while may not be as crazy and over the top, is also pretty fun and will no doubt keep you interested all the way to the end. Graphics and sounds are both excellent, maybe short of voiceovers, but you can't win them all, can you? And the music is well-fitting and of high quality, so there's that. Truth be told, I've never completed Chewy and only maybe played it for an hour or so years ago, but it left a positive impression, and what I found about it online seems to support the sentiment. So while I can't straight up recommend it given how little I really know about it, all I'll say is that it looks like it's worth tracking down and playing if you're into adventure games at all. Blackstar Agent of Justice is a shareware 2-episode strong first-person perspective adventure game. You play as titular Blackstar, a private detective of Native American origin. The game starts quietly with a typical day in your life, but very soon jumps into a first case of a gruesome murder and intertwined with its sinister plot and also what's to come next after. And as adventure games go, this one's chock full of 20th century stereotypes and cheap nudity which seems to be forcefully added in anywhere it could theoretically be stuck in. Pun intended. It's not an issue, just an observation. All that provided you have a paid full version, as all the raunchy scenes are paywalled with a purchase. That said, they are entirely unnecessary and add nothing to the not-so-great story that the game follows, so probably having a go at the shareware version will be enough for you to gauge if the game's worth your time, and come to a conclusion that it's probably not the case, especially that it was basically written by a single person in his spare time, Thomas Vitako, I hope I haven't butchered his name, a heavy metal musician. So not really an industry veteran by any definition of the word. And that's especially prominent when you're playing the game and try to do anything that's not the exact next step in the story that the creator planned for. You'll get a generic no reply of some sort stopping you in your tracks. So, Blackstar is linear to the extreme. If you don't play it in the exact way and order Thomas envisioned you would, you won't get far. And since the story is not really following a logic path, the game ends up being a clickfest where you try everything everywhere until you find that one thing that gets you a step ahead in the plot. Fortunately, the graphics and puzzles are actually pretty decent, so they kinda save Blackstar from being a trash not worth playing. But it's still not far off. All that said, I wouldn't recommend it to anyone other than the most hardcore fans of adventure games, cause controls are as finicky as the game design is, and will take a while getting used to. Yes, Blackstar managed to mess them up too. Cliff Danger is an always scrolling 2D run-and-gun platformer, and if you wanna better understand it, think just Jackrabbit but slower and with bigger sprites and more boobies, which obviously for the sake of this video and YouTube's algorithm will be limited. You're Cliff, the interstellar universal hero extraordinaire, so really the same person you are in real life. And one of those lazy space days when you're flying through the galaxy, as you do, you encounter an interstellar cry for help. Upon investigation, it seems that it's coming from the beautiful Amazon's Queen's ship. Her planet, Pleasure 6, awesome name I must add, has been invaded by the evil aliens known only as Glocks, and she pleads for help in saving her followers, so even more big-chested, lonely and captured Amazons. How could you say no to that? I mean, you cannot leave a lady in distress, much less so numerous ladies. So, you set off to save them from a world composed out of 20 rather large levels, and that's precisely what you'll do. Kick butts of various different aliens come, and be the knight in a shiny armor saving the beautiful ladies from captivity. Short of the armor and the knight part. Other than that, Cliff Danger is your typical action platformer with a lot of both action and platforming, and various kinds of weapon upgrades to boot. Graphics and sounds are really good. That said, the company that made the game and future Lula Sex Empire management titles, despite renaming itself with nearly every single game they released, was well known for high quality presentation, so it shouldn't be a surprise really. And here they definitely deliver. Question is there anything other than boobies that make Cliff Danger stand out from a crowd of dozens if not hundreds of other platformers? Not really, but booba or not, it's a very competent and actually fun to play title that all fans of the genre should definitely check out. Bricks is a top-down block-based puzzler, and the mechanics behind it are dead simple. There's a board and there are bricks on it. Each of the bricks has a shape drawn on top, and you must clear the board of all of them by sliding them so that the identical shaped bricks would touch. At least 2 of them, and when they do, they disappear. Now, you see where I'm going with this, right? You've seen it before. You may not be able to put the finger to where, but you've definitely seen it. And yes, you're right, you did. It's actually a carbon copy of a 1989's arcade classic, Paznik, that saw releases to most systems under the sun in a 2-year window from its release in arcades. Anyway, some levels will feature 3 of each of the same marked blocks, and to remove them you have to make sure that they connect to each other at the same time, all within one move. Naturally, so that the game wouldn't be too easy, there are walls around the blocks preventing you from sliding them into each other willy-nilly, and there's an unforgiving timer that keeps ticking down no matter what. Even more so, most of the later levels only have a single correct solution, so you'll find yourself spending more time thinking and planning out moves rather than actually making them. If you're a fan of logic and puzzle games, Bricks is definitely something that you'll enjoy, despite its challenging nature. But if you're not, then it won't change your mind about them and may even annoy you with its complexity. Bug Bomber is a pretty fun and unique take on the tried and tested Bomberman or Dynablaster formula. So if you like the two, you'll love Bug Bomber as well. It can be played by 1 to 4 players simultaneously and features 50 action-packed levels of exploding goodness. And believe it or not, it too, same as the originals, has a plot. You're assigned to squash the bugs plaguing the computer of some sorts, so you jump in, like literally in, and that's what you'll attempt to do, navigating its maze-like circuitry. There are a few changes to the original though. First of all, your task is to change the color of special blocks scattered around the levels and destroy the enemies later. So rather than just killing, you also need to do something useful, I wanna say, but in reality it seems like a busy work if I'm to be honest. Anyway, same as in original, you have bombs to dispose of the enemies, but that's not all. And you also get access to proximity mines, blockades and so-called hatchlings that track the enemies on the board and attack them when within reach. Sounds cool, right? Good. There are also pickups in the form of either letters EN that restore your energy and IQ that instantly make you smarter and able to complete any game anytime from now until forever. Or I'm lying and they increase the tracking ability of the hatchlings. One of the two, I'm sure you can work it out. Same as in Bomberman, Bug Bomber is a lot more fun when played with others and not alone, both in co-op and competitive mode. It is virtually endlessly playable with friends. Alone, I'd give Bug Bomber 30-ish levels before the staleness of doing the same all the time starts to creep in and you begin looking for another title to play. Bunny Bricks is a new take on Arkanoid. It's more colorful, it has big sprites, it's overall more cartoony in its design, but in the same time, at least in my opinion, a bit confusing and less fun. I'll get to that in a bit though. Since it's chock full of color, it naturally also has to have a story. Your sweet fairy girlfriend has been kidnapped by the evil giant ape, and you, playing as Bunny, need to rescue her, getting through 30 rooms filled with bricks blocking the passage. Naturally, as in all Arkanoid-like games, you can't move to the next level before clearing the previous one first. So, since you've ventured onto the mission with your baseball bat, that's what you'll use to hit the ball against the bricks. And that's also what's most annoying about the game to me. I can never confidently say that I'm in full control of what I'm doing in Bunny Bricks. Every hit, every move looks and feels clunky to me. I'm not having fun whatsoever. And judging by the scores it received online, which were not terrible mind you, but very aggressively average or just a smudge below average, Bunny Bricks, it seems, was no one's cup of tea. Or a baseball glove. Whatever. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato, french fries, chips. Oh, it seems that we accidentally started a game of name 3 things Spud related. Anyway, there are obviously power-ups in Bunny Bricks. They're your typical slower ball, super baseball bat, shot, etc. You know, standard fare for the genre, and they obviously drop from destroyed bricks every now and then and keep the gameplay afloat for a bit longer. Even with them though, Bunny Bricks is really not great, and having to actively press the button to hit the ball every single freaking time is beyond annoying. The only redeeming factor for the game, since the sounds are not fantastic either, are the graphics, which are cartoony and rather nice, even if nothing special for the year. All in all, Bunny Bricks proves that some games should remain simple to keep their playability, that sometimes more is less, but most of all, that it's not worth to forcefully fix what's not broken. Iterate, sure, but do it smartly, choosing what to implement and what to ignore, and not just go willy-nilly adding everything that comes to mind to your game at first thought. I'm sure that if Bunny Bricks was playtested by an external players as it was developed, we would have ended up with an entirely different product, possibly a decent one. Chomps is a Pac-Man clone made entirely in text mode ASCII graphics. Now that's something you don't see every day. The idea here is same as in original. You control a smiley face collecting dots and avoiding monsters patrolling the mazes. Cause you know, they couldn't be made to resemble ghosts in text mode, so they're monsters. Naturally, whenever one of them touches the smiley face, you lose a life. So let's try to make sure that that does not happen, okay? Same as in original too, each of the monsters have their own personality and behaves a bit different, chasing you in a unique way. Not necessarily identically as in the arcades, but they act noticeably different from one another. There are 4 mazes in the game and each of them has a different number of monsters roaming it. The only way of defeating them naturally comes in the form of the power pellets, after collecting which you're temporarily invulnerable and can chase and eat them for points. Every now and then the bonuses spawn in the maze and when collected they're worth extra points. Whenever whenever a level is completed, the speed and difficulty of the next is increased a little. The presentation of chomps is obviously very basic, being made in ASCII characters and all, but for what it's worth, everything's easy to differentiate between and memorize. There are obviously much better Pac-Man clones out there, but for 1983 on DOS, chomps was actually a pretty decent effort, and it's well worth a playthrough from time to time. Citizen's Backwater Affairs is so obscure that it never released. It was cancelled in the late alpha state before it could ever hope of reaching the market. That said, I'm not telling you about the game that does not exist. That would warrant a completely different video. Well, now that I think of it, I should made one about games that never were. But whatever, it's a subject for another time. While Citizens were really cancelled, the unreleased early version and a demo can be found online, and even played through DOSBox emulation. So, with that out of the way, what is Citizens about at all? Well, it was inspired by the classic Little Computer people, and you can think of it as a bit different Sims, before the Sims ever released, and with a dark twist. At the start of the game you learn that you died in a road accident, and that's the twist. After which you're promptly taken into an afterlife, where you're assigned the job of a caretaker of a small world under dawn, known only as Backwater. The town itself is an experiment created to figure out how much free will actually affects society. So, as you go about managing the closed off society, controlling all citizens individually, mischievous imps will take over some of them and force them to cause various kinds of trouble. The imps represent 7 cardinal sins, and when the person is actively corrupted and controlled by them, you cannot influence them whatsoever. So, instead, you must indirectly control others and have them try to fix whatever imps broke. The control you have over regular citizens is indirect and revolves around you messing with their emotions to have them respond to your prompts in a required manner. And obviously, the better you are to them, the more receptive they'll be to you. So using concepts like curiosity, greed and various needs is what you'll be feeding them to have them perform required tasks. Citizens' potential was huge, and it's clear even from those early alpha and demo versions that are both circling the internet. And yet, the game was cancelled anyway. What's worse, the original Sims released just a couple of years later and was a huge success. It was however a game where you had a direct control at all times if you only wanted to. So while there are certain similarities between them, the differences are rather prominent. All in all, even if never completed, it's definitely worth a look. For curiosity's sake if nothing else. Some videos ago we've spoke about shareware puzzle platformer Clyde's Adventure. Wow, I've started using videos as a reference of time. So, several videos ago, in a land far far away, in the rich and prosperous kingdom of YouTube, under a rule of Lord Google, I sat down and told you of a game that had no enemies to speak of. But instead, it was full of traps, switches and teleports. It also required you to collect a certain number of gems to be able to progress further. Clyde's Revenge is a sequel to that game. What or who is Clyde unleashing his revenge on is hard to tell. As same as in the original, there's no enemies or bosses in this one either. You still travel through numerous castles, collecting what feels like thousands of gems, and still involve yourself in some very simple but in the same time incredibly tedious environmental puzzling. Why? Because there seems to be levers everywhere. The farther you get in the game, the more you'll need to use these. And in no time, the game will turn into backtracking bonanza, seeing you visiting the same areas numerous times over, just passing through from switch to switch or to the next locked off area. I mean, I know that I praised the first game, but I feel that by 1995 the originality of the idea has long passed, and milking the same cow with no novelty to the task was not as entertaining anymore. Sure, the no enemies idea is definitely still interesting, but complete lack of any noticeable changes to the gameplay formula of the game that came 3 years earlier is a bit disappointing. Especially that after a while rooms start to blend together and all begin to look the same. Don't get me wrong though, Clyde's Revenge is not a bad game. And if you never played the original, or if you did and loved it, then it may definitely be something you'd like. But if you played the first title and expected something new here, you will be unpleasantly surprised. To summarize, as a standalone title for those who've not seen the original, it may be a cool different game to try out. For others, it all depends on how they feel about games by EA. Because while Clyde's Revenge may have nothing to do with them per se, their games are known for being released yearly and changing virtually nothing other than the number and the title screen. City Runner is a tiny, just a few kilobytes in size, 3D voxel-based futuristic search and rescue game. You're behind the wheel of a police hovercraft and you travel around the city streets, finding and solving issues in troubled spots. They are indicated on the map with a flashing building, so direct yourself to these. When finally there, to resolve the issue, all you have to do is bounce your car into the flashing building. I know, silly, but if you keep in mind how small the game actually is and how advanced for the few kilobytes of size the game engine is, it's understandable that some concessions had to be made. And if you think about it, it's no different than playing an older classic 8-bit game, which often were incredibly simplistic in their design and hence allowed for a lot of freedom in interpretation of how things were done in them. So, imagine that you're playing an 8-bit game and all will be fine. Anyway, the point of it all is to obviously save as many targets as quickly as possible within given time limit, preferably unscathed, because while you have to bump into troubled buildings, you shouldn't really into anything else. Each mission starts at the police station, where your shields are refilled and you're given a specific number of targets and time limit. From then onward, it's up to you to plan out your route to be the most efficient so that you could amass those bonus points for completing the missions in a timely manner. It's worth noting that you also have a speed boost at your disposal, which is really useful on those longer straight stretches to make good time. Graphics and sounds are both extremely basic in City Runner, but it's a tiny game, so most likely no real graphical elements are within its files and everything is generated on fly using its 3D engine, which is at least interesting if nothing else. To be clear, City Runner is not a great game, but I don't think that the developer, one person, ever hoped for it to be great, and it was probably just made as an idea concept. Naturally, I have no proof of that, but the simplicity and freeware distribution model kinda make it sound like it. Codename Iceman is Sierra's espionage-themed, slightly futuristic parser adventure game, but it's also much more than that. It's also partly a submarine simulation, and when I say simulation, I don't mean submarine background in an adventure game, but a full-fledged simulation for whenever you're on the sub. Submarine sections of the game, however, are all scripted, so no random events there ever occur. That said, let's not get ahead of ourselves and start at the beginning. Sometime in the early 21st century, global oil shortage hit the Earth. Most countries that were rich in the resource and its reserves are now on the brink of collapse, fighting non-violently so far for the remnants of it anywhere it can be obtained. USA and Soviets are on the forefront of the conflict, both using a lot of it and henceforth in the market of purchasing a lot too. Tunisia, out of all places, seems to have quite a lot left, so naturally both sides try to buy as much as they can from it to get a bigger foothold in and raise their influence on the Tunisia. Soviets arrange for the kidnapping of the US ambassador there, which effectively means that the most trade contracts with the US are cut instantly. You play as Johnny Westland, a naval officer sent in a super-secret submarine on an espionage mission of rescuing of the ambassador and preventing further escalation of the conflict. Sounds pretty cool, right? Well, if you don't mind the text parsers as much as I do, it actually can be, as it's very realistic in its inner workings and pretty fun adventure. Other than the submarine simulation sections where you have to tackle the enemy from time to time, the majority of the game is your typical Sierra adventure with everything that it entails. So great storytelling, a lot of puzzles, and in the same time numerous points where you can get irreversibly stuck or even fail at the game if you don't follow correct military procedures. Yep, you heard that right. Anyway, presentation-wise, while Codename Iceman is not great, it's not below Sierra's average for the time. And if you enjoyed their other titles, especially procedure-filled Police Quest 1s, you'll like Codename Iceman too. Cold Dreams is a shareware sci-fi themed side-view flip-screen action platformer, and a mouthful it seems as well. You travel to a mysterious legendary red planet of Swanda that is said to conceal great mysteries defended by the ancient monstrosities. To prove your worth, you take it upon yourself to explore the underground maze beneath the planet's surface and uncover its secrets. The game is composed out of 3 large worlds divided into smaller stages. The shareware version only contains the first world, not a lot, but definitely enough to sample the gameplay and decide on the purchase. So, what you'll mainly be doing in Cold Dreams is running around flip-screen mazes of underground crypts, collecting weapons, keys and solving puzzles. Keys are naturally used to unlock previously unreachable locations, and you'll often have to do a lot of backtracking as they're hardly ever nearby to locations that require opening. Some of the puzzles might demand the use of free-floating robot companion that you'll obtain, and he can be used as an independent support in combat or controlled directly for use in said puzzles. While his presence in the game is nothing that hasn't been done before, the mechanic is still rarely used, so it's a nice change of pace to many other platformers. Having him there offer a bit different gameplay formula to your typical running, jumping and shooting found in most similar games. 5 available weapons work differently against different enemies and obstacles, so learning their best case usage scenarios is a must, especially given that the ammo is not unlimited. Other than that, there are also power-ups in the form of life boosters, bombs suitable for clearing large caches of enemies among others, and shields. All these are used at will, so if you see them, grab them, they don't have to be used then and there and can be held for when needed. Cold Dreams is a fun, unique platformer and a very decently looking game for a shareware title. It may not be the best the genre has to offer, but it's definitely a very solid and entertaining addition to anyone's library of games. Command Adventure Starship is a sci-fi space-based action shooter with some very superficial strategy elements. You could say that it's similar to Star Control 2, but with much simpler, less epic plot. The year is 2127 and the Great Interstellar War just ended. And while the peace between 12 nations may be shared, it doesn't mean that it's safe in the universe and that there's nothing there to do or discover. Since the galaxy is still full of unclaimed planets to explore, you jump in your ship to embark on a quest of finding and securing suitable planets for your race to claim. And it's gonna be a challenge as the space is full of pirates, aggressive aliens just waiting to attack and plunder wandering ships, and if that wasn't enough, even some of your past enemies are out there to get you. You start the game by choosing one of 12 races that you'll be a part of, then you purchase your first ship, hire crew, and buy the necessary equipment. From then onward, Command Adventure Starship focuses on space exploration and combat, both in space and on the ground. The game is mainly played from the top-down perspective, and you can combat other ships that you'll meet or are attacked by. You can land on planets and dock on abandoned and disabled ships, and even send away teams to secure the areas or planets. To claim the planet, the away team needs to include an engineer securing the location. Money is earned by claiming planets and capturing alien equipment, and you'll need a lot of it. Why? Because your ship is a constant work in progress, and you can reconfigure and upgrade it all throughout the game. Heck, with over 50 ships to choose from, you can change to a different one too, more than once. On top of that, there's over 80 different pieces of equipment for them, ranging from weapons through shields to the engines. There's a lot of content here is what I'm saying. Command Adventure Starship may lack the charm of Star Control 2, but with entirely randomized universe on each start of the game, it stays fresh for all playthroughs. Cosmic Sheriff is a first-person flip-screen shooter. In the future of 2023, yep, you heard that right, future, Cobalt has become the element of great strategic importance. It is however very rare and basically depleted everywhere it could be mined for, other than Io, one of Jupiter's moons. So we came together, pulled all our remaining resources and managed to install an extraction plant on its surface. It seemed that all was going the right way for us. Until the plant was taken over by the rebels, that is. Because of course it was, otherwise we'd had no game to play. They planted booby-trap pumps that are rigged to explode if their requests are not met. Scary stuff, right? Dying in space with no help and chances of survival whatsoever? Terrible. Anyway, you play as Peter Jones, the single best sniper in the galaxy and also the titular Cosmic Sheriff. And your task is to do both, deactivate the pumps and kill the saboteurs. The game is composed out of 3 thematically unique zones of warehouses, computer and control systems, and finally the surface. And they consist of 3, 5 and 9 different levels respectively. The pumps are always hidden behind the doors, so you need to shoot the doors first to check if the rigged pumps are behind them. Keep in mind, however, that they may as well unveil one of the numerous dangerous alien enemies working for the rebels. And they are deadly, so be fast and even deadlier than they are. Cosmic Sheriff's presentation is rather weak, the sounds are terrible and CGI graphics are dreadful, I mean just look at them. Any of the 8-bit ports of the game looked way better. Even poor Specky, which usually color clashes like crazy, looks better. But whatever, 1989 was a transitional time for PC and some games still stuck to the old and slowly phasing out CGI. Gameplay-wise, Cosmic Sheriff is okay, even if rather simplistic. So if you like those basic shooters, you may enjoy it. If you look for more meat on the bone, so to speak, better look somewhere else. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to disappoint you. Cougar Force is totally not what you hoped that it would be. There are no cougars in it. Actually, there's hardly any women in the game, not to mention cougars. I know, a terribly wasted opportunity. I mean, we could have Charlie's Angels or even A-Team, but with girls' situation here. And yet, it seems the devs did not know what they were doing. Oh well, whatever. It is what it is. This, Cougar Force, is an action-adventure title in vein of your generic super spy game. So, you play as Cougar, a special agent of some kind. I like to imagine him being called something totally unfitting to the surname, something like Bartholomew or Jebediah Cougar. Strong names for the field, not great for explosive action. On the other hand, I'm Blaze, the name of an action hero, and the most action I've seen in years was when I tripped over my own leg rushing to the toilet after eating something that did not take well with me. So perhaps I shouldn't judge the hero by his name. Anyway, you're Jebediah Cougar, a special agent, and you have to penetrate the criminal's fortress to retrieve important information on a new drug of some sort. The game is divided into 3 sections, each offering entirely different gameplay experience. So, the first is side view shooter action, where you fight in hand-to-hand combat with criminals, search for the keys to open doors, eventually get a gun even, and finally escape jumping into a plane. In second, you're flying said plane in first-person perspective simulation style over the enemy territory, shooting down attacking airplanes with guns and missiles. In third, you escape on the motorbike, running away in time before the bomb explodes. Despite there being 3 of these unique parts to the game, only ever the first one is available recorded on YouTube, so that's what you'll watch in. Sorry. it seems it isn't very popular among the retro gamers. And I kinda get why, because while it's doing nothing wrong really, and it's rather unique, it also doesn't do anything well, and the animations in particular could use few extra frames to feel smooth. In the end, it's a decent, yet not great generic James Bond type of a game that's okay for one playthrough, and then you'll never want to come back to it again, simply because there'll be no reason to. Crackdown originated in the arcades and it's a top-down 2D action shooter. Its story goes more or less like this. The Atlantis exists. I know, shocking. But that's not all. The evil scientist/billionaire took residence there and created a secret army of artificial soldiers. Another mind blow. Can there be more than that? Well, I don't think so, cause after hearing the first two I suppose you can figure out the rest. Yep, he obviously wants to take over the world. Fortunately, while his plans are no doubt ambitious, they're not very secret, so United Nations gather to find a solution. It is decided that sending the two covert special forces officers only known as Ben and Jerry is the best course of action. Ben and Jerry's? I'm so sorry guys, it seems Batman mixed in his shopping list with my script here again. Naturally, I meant Ben and Andy. Anyway, they'll to infiltrate the Atlantis and destroy the enemy base using a super secret new bomb codenamed Sigma. Definitely named after Sigma males that both of our heroes are. Crackdown is one of those games that's easy to understand and difficult to master, because all you really have to do in each level is place bombs on all marked by X spots, naturally within allotted time limit. When you do that, head for the exit, simple as that. If that was all, however, not only the game would be easy but also boring, and the whole intro about an army of evil villains Luckies would be entirely pointless too. So, there's enemies everywhere, and they're all out to get you. And I gotta say that they're the weirdest army that I've seen to date. Some only use melee attacks, others shoot, and there are even those that use Dragon Ball-like Fireball Kamehameha against you. It's wild. It's not a surprise then that you have to get rid of all the enemies you come across by shooting them or by running away. Since the ammo is limited, it's best to keep it for those more life-threatening situations rather than waste it on singular bodies. Having to avoid the enemies and not kill a lot is a refreshing mechanic for a shooter, if nothing else. To summarize, Crackdown is super fun, even if a bit repeatable arcade shooter that's just much better when played with a friend. So, if you like this, don't skip it. Red Ghost sounds like the name of a super spicy pepper that should burn through your guts like a lava through a piece of plastic and leave you with a red-hot flaming memory of them on the next few toilet visits. But it's also a tactical strategy and real-time first-person perspective combat mixture, and that's what we'll focus on today. I know, sounds like a concoction that not only should not work but also even exist, and yet it does. But let's start at the very beginning. The titular Red Ghost is not a pepper, but a secret Russia-based criminal organization that strives for world domination. And trust me, I'm not playing the familiarity card here, it's part of the background story. So, Red Ghost seems to have secret bases scattered around the world, and all of them filled with high-tech weaponry and latest military inventions. Since they don't lack in manpower either, and they're everywhere, no country alone can stand against them. No country can, that's for sure, but you can. You are, after all, a multiverse hero, a veteran of numerous conflicts, and the smartest person I've never had a chance to meet. Yet. So, you will command 18 of the world's most elite group of fighting men, soldiers, badasses, or however you wanna call them, against the overwhelming enemy forces, all to stop the seemingly unstoppable threat. As I said initially, the game is a mixture. In strategy view, you plan out your attacks, and then when the combat starts, you get to take active part in it in first-person view, controlling any of the 18 elite soldiers and dozens of various combat vehicles, like jeeps, helicopters, tanks, and artillery too. It sounds cool, doesn't it? Tactically planning out offensives and traps for the enemy forces, and then leading them by yourself, switching between different units. It sounds like a dream come true. And it is. A dream only, that is. As neither the strategic layer nor the first-person action are fully fleshed out, everything feels as if it was tied with a hair-thin strings of promises ready to be broken. And worst of all, for the life of me I can't tell you why, but it's just not fun. It's nowhere near the worst game I've seen, it's not even in the same league as they are, but somehow I could never enjoy it. Perhaps it's just me being old picky grump and not the game. Perhaps. Anyway, the scarcity of the footage available for it online should be the best proof of its obscurity. And in this particular case, it's for the best maybe. As like I said, it's not great. The only thing worth noting about Red Ghost would be the presentation in the cutscenes, which seem to use the brand spanking new medium for the time, in the form of CDs, to the fullest. I think it would be best if you give it a go yourself and made your own mind about it, cause clearly it's not my cup of tea. Excelsior Phase 1 Lysandia is a top-down traditional Thai-based role-playing in the vein of the first few Ultima games, and the first part in duology of games, second releasing 7 years later in 2000. Story-wise, Lysandia is under a threat of destruction, terrible monsters emerge from everywhere, and the king seems to have lost his mind or befallen to a dark control of some evil unknown force, acting erratically and forfeiting all reason. Your task is to find the source of the chaotic presence, eliminate it, and save the planet in the process. You play as a so-called fixer, a dummy deity under employ of the Grand Council of the Watchers. Full-fledged, if I can even call them that, deities, gods if you will, that created the universe, multiverse, cupcakes, ice cream and everything else too, and now they oversee it. It is your job to fix what's broken whenever something is broken. Cause usually, when the Grand Council plans something for a particular world, it happens without fail, and fixers' services are only employed whenever something goes awry and history jumps off of its pre-planned path. Same as in aforementioned Ultima games, the focus is not on presentation, graphics, sounds and all the flashy bits that many games seem to parade like their only selling point. Lysandia is instead placing all its bets on the storytelling, which is exceptional, I must add. Clearly written with a lot of care to details, minute and all, full of twists and turns that will keep you on the edge of your seat if you decide to give it a chance and follow through. The quests, main and side, are numerous too, and all worth completing to get better and that small step closer to your ultimate goal. Lysandia features over 140 unique items to find, use and equip, more than 100 types of monsters and townspeople, over 100 individuals to converse with, a 35 spell-strong magic system, 30 plus cities, villages, dungeons and keeps to find and explore, and all that guarantees easily dozens of hours of role-playing fun. So, if you enjoyed early Ultimas, you'll have a hell of a time playing Lysandia. Oh, and the presentation is crap obviously, but that was implied when I compared it to the classic, so no one should be surprised here really. Following the theme of mixing strategy and action that the Red Ghost started in this video, I give you Muzzle Velocity, also a strategy and also a game in which during battles you get to control vehicles in first-person perspective and take an active part in combat. And while the choice of units composition, placement in strategy mode and real-time combat from the cockpit of the vehicle seems similar to the earlier mentioned game, the setting and theme is nothing alike. Muzzle Velocity takes place during World War II on the European front and is composed out of 150 single-player missions that can be played either as separate encounters or a whole campaign. And if you pick the latter, definitely more interesting game mode, you'll not only get to complete all of them in chronological order, but also your successes and losses in the earlier will influence the latter. So, the better you do during encounters, the bigger the range of orders that you can issue in the strategic layer will be too, and vice versa. There's around 100 different units to control collectively and they represent US, British and German vehicles from Allied and Axis sides respectively. While the strategic layers may not be comparable to the giants of the genre like Panzer General for instance, the action part of Muzzle Velocity is pretty fun. Sure, the controls are not very straightforward and will no doubt take time to get used to, but when you do eventually, the game really gains in the fun department. In fact, it's heaps better than the Red Ghost, so if you're gonna pick one of the two to play, definitely pick this one. Especially that you can switch control between different troops all the time and change vehicles too, be it tanks, jeeps or planes, all are at your disposal. Muzzle Velocity may not be the best strategy or even shooter, despite it being its biggest selling point, but it's definitely fun and that's the most important thing about it. It also sports a cool name that doesn't sound like something that can cause spontaneous and painful gastric events, which is always a good thing. When I look at Cosmic Spacehead, two things come to my mind. First, that it looks like those old classic Hanna-Barbera cartoons, you know, Flintstones, Jetsons, Yogi Bear the likes. And second is the time when I first saw it in a gaming Mac. I still had an Amiga then, and it looked like something straight from a cartoon, so I needed to get it. I craved it, I wanted it, and I was sure it'd be great. And believe it or not, as many games as I managed to get my paws on, I never secured Cosmic Spacehead on the Amiga, which is odd given how easily accessible pirated copies of the games were back then. You could basically get one within a week or so from its official release. It was a real wild west of gaming back then. Despite that, I never saw it until I got a PC. And even then, it was not straight away but years later when it meant nothing to me anymore, and I didn't even recall the title. That's how obscure it was. At least where I live, that is. Anyway, Cosmic Spacehead is a side-view action arcade adventure, and it's an unusual one, as while technically being more of an adventure than anything else, it mixes both genres quite well. You spend most of your time in the adventuring part of the game, where same as in most other point-and-clickers you explore the available locations, find and use various objects, and talk to characters that you'll meet. so do the typical point and clicking till you exhaust all the available options and have to progress further. So, when you have to go to a new location, one you've not been to before, you are actually required to traverse there in an arcade mini-game, which is perhaps not the strongest enough quality Wilds addition to be a separate game, but as a in-between adventure sections palette cleaner, it works perfectly. When a particular arcade section has been completed between the two locations, it won't require redoing on future traversals through it. But worry not, if you like this, they're quite varied, ranging from astrocar racing through robot attacks to asteroid fields and anything in between, and there's 32 of them, so should last you a while. Story-wise, you're Linus, an alien boy who crash-landed on an unknown to him planet Earth, and after coming back home is greeted with disbelief, doubts and ridicule when it comes to his extraterrestrial discovery. So, he aims to get back to Earth to take pictures that would prove that it actually exists. Simple story perhaps, but I feel the game was always targeted towards a bit younger audience, so it fits rather well. If you get a chance, definitely check it out, but I wouldn't go out of my way to seek it out if I didn't have it already. Do you remember a point-and-click adventure Conquest of the Longbow by Sierra? Well, unbelievably long titled Crazy Nick's Software Picks, Robin Hood's Games of Skill and Chance, is a sorta sidekick title to that main game. It introduces us to the protagonist of the conquest and allows us to partake in 3 thematically fitting minigames. First is an archery, in which you obviously shoot at the targets with your bow in the first-person perspective, taking wind into account. Each series consists of 3 shots, after which the points are tallied. You cannot win or lose in this one, within the rule sets of the game at least, so it would have to be played against a friend to offer any kind of competition really. But it's not bad overall, gameplay-wise that is. The second, called 9 Men's Morris, is a puzzle board game where you have to defeat the opponent at it. It's a 2-player game where each of you has 9 pieces and you are placed on the board that consists of 24 spots where these pieces could be placed, so on corners and line crossings. The objective here is to create the so-called meals, so 3 pieces of the same color in a line, without any empty spaces or opponent's pieces between them. Oh, and diagonals do not count towards it. And every time you create a meal, you can remove one of opponent's pieces from the board. To win, you have to either get to the point where your opponent cannot make any more moves, or when he has only 2 pieces left. Third and final game is Styx, and it's basically a recreation of a battle against Saracen at the end of Conquest. You have 4 attacks and 4 defensive/evasive moves available, and an opponent to beat. Simple as that. While being entirely different from one another, all 3 minigames are pretty fun, though I question their staying power over the initial 20-30 minutes each. They're a fun, small collection of gaming distractions to fire up once every few years for a game or two, but other than that, I feel that they're nothing more than the advertisement for the full game. Which is way better obviously than these 3 alone could ever be. Creature shock is what I go through every time my boss's monster of a wife comes to work. Now, I swear on my Batman's life that every time she comes over, the temperature in the office drops like 10 degrees and everyone's mood even more so. She's like one of those witches that seem to be suspended an inch over the ground, hovering silently, never moving her legs and spitting venom with every word that comes out of her mouth. The legend says that once, years ago, she died and went to hell, but the devil couldn't stand her and sent her back, cause hell wasn't big enough for both of them. He also feared that she may be more evil than he could ever be. Fact. Creature Shock is also a first and third person sci-fi on-rail shooter. In the far-off future, Earth reached such a level of overpopulation that it could no longer comfortably sustain all of us. So it was decided that it was the high time that we looked for a new planet to call home, an Earth 2.0 so to speak. So state-of-the-art spaceship, the Amazon, was sent to investigate Saturn and Jupiter to figure out if they were suitable for terraforming and potential future colonization. A little before the ship was supposed to come back home, all contact is lost, and all we've left with is a distress beacon signal beeping and booping with no additional message. As our species' future is on the line, a task force of the best is quickly assembled and you play as that crew that was sent out to figure out what happened with the Amazon. And since we've already established that Creature Shock is an on-rail shooter, you can pretty much guess what was the Amazon's fate. Most of your time in-game you'll spend in the first-person mode shooting various sized alien monstrosities on FMV backgrounds. And there's a bucket full of them, from small to gigantic, all different, all unique, and all having a very specific weak point that shooting at is required to defeat them. These are usually either red or white, and most of the time easily distinguishable from everything else on the ginormous beasts. Other than that, there are also 2 3D third-person perspective ship flying sections, which see you going forwards and shooting at oncoming enemy forces. These are far less impressive technically and gameplay-wise, but a nice change of pace anyway. Creature Shock's presentation is really good for 1994, but given that in most cases it's pure FMV with only some spots rendered in real time to aim for, those weak points I mentioned before, it's not a great game for multiple playthroughs. 2 or 3 times over the span of few years should last you a lifetime, and if you add to it that, at least to me, some of the targets you're supposed to go for do not offer visible feedback when you hit them, I tend to get annoyed easily because I'm not sure if the shots I take even count. Creature Shock is not a bad game, and definitely one that surprised with its graphics in 1994. But today, when I look at all on their own rail shooters that released over the years, there's literally a dozen or so of better ones out there. So, unless you're really into these, there's no point in tracking it down other than the graphics perhaps. Creep Clash is not your yearly emo/macabre lovers convention, no, that could actually be fun, and it's better known as Creep Bash. Don't fact check it, trust me. I'm your friendly everyday YouTuber after all. Creep Clash is a single worst versus fighting game that I've ever seen. But before I get into details, let me tell you about its bad, albeit fortunately short background story. Every year in the land of Eternal Night, creeps, so Pumpkin Pyre, Ludwig van Vampire Bat, Frankenclot and Demon Spawn fight on the Halloween night at midnight on the so-called ancient battleground of the Mists of Cimetoria to figure out who will become the champion and thus open an ancient great door to the living. Did you get all that? Good, because I'm not repeating this rubbish again. Though it's worth pointing out that the character names are pretty cool. The rest of the game isn't though, so don't get your hopes up. Creep Clash is a 2.5D versus fighter. The characters are all built out of 7 or 8 polygons each, and the gameplay is taking place on a 2-dimensional plane. There are 4 of these aforementioned undead to choose from, and they all suck. No, really, they make Shakfu and Brutal Pulse of Fury feel like works of art. Like amazing games, nay, the best fighters out there. By sheer contrast, that is. And I didn't think that I would ever be forced to say it, but Creep Clash may actually be even worse than Dangerous Streets. And whomever played it knows what kind of a long and expensive therapy is required after doing so. Creep Clash, it seems, is a creation that the devs put together over a pizza one evening while heavily intoxicated on a nondescript mixture of off-brand alcoholic beverages and barely aware of what was happening around them. It's a magic mushroom-induced nightmare of a game that should never exist. Everything that could go wrong with Creep Clash did. The backgrounds are mostly dark and static, featuring close to no details at all. The characters look as if the 3D engine only accepted base geometrical shapes to be used and only few at the time, so that the polygon count would never cross 10. The sounds are rather bad, even for a fighter, which are not known for best sound design, and gameplay, well, it's at F- level. Better yet, F double minus. So, technically speaking, the game has some kind of a gameplay there and it's working, but it's definitely not fun whatsoever. I mean, perhaps each of the 4 has their own specific attack and few moves even, but trust me when I say this, you won't play it long enough to learn them. It's awful, it's terrible, it's a trash. Avoid Creep Clash at all costs. Cross Country USA Home Edition is a, well, home edition of an educational US geography software/game, also a simplified business management driving simulator mixture. So as you can see, a mishmash of genres and themes, unlike anything else out there. It has 19 different scenarios built in, and you can choose and complete them in any order. Each sees you driving around USA in an 18-wheeler, picking up and delivering variety of cargo. All of these scenarios are self-contained challenges that when completed do not influence the conditions or progress of others. Cross Country USA is built in a way that will try to teach you a little about areas that you visit and, more importantly, some useful life skills, like time management, decision-making, problem-solving and map reading, often in combination of more than one at once. So, as you go about completing your chosen scenario, you will have to choose how you want to get to your destination, when to eat, rest and sleep, carefully watch weather conditions taking season and climate into consideration. You'll need to decide when to refuel, if your truck requires repairs, and if it does, then when and where to get them, because a minor thing may not be a huge issue for quite a while, but having truck repaired then and there on the spot may slow you down considerably, and commodities need to be delivered in a timely manner. Also, there are some minor but appearing from time to time semi-regularly little events that require solving, usually by gauging your time to target conditions and then making a decision about them. Stuff like whether you should pick up a hitchhiker or not, or even answering a simple quiz about state or a city that you're in. Originating from much older educational software, Cross Country USA Home Edition may not be the best game in any genre it even partly belongs to, but it's a pretty fun title to fire up once in a while, just to relax and play something that's different to majority of other games. The graphics, even in SVGA, are rather simple and the animations are dog shit. No, really, they're terrible and running at what feels like 10 FPS at most. But fortunately, the game is a management/simulation, so it's not really a deterrent from playing. Crown is an action arcade game in which you play a role of a king wannabe noble. And to become one, the king that is, you need to overcome series of challenges all around the world. And all I just said are really big words that in reality mean that it's a collection of 6 minigames. You can approach the country's, challenges in any order you'd like, and they are all different from one another. In England, you're controlling a knight dog riding on a horse, jumping over hurdles and collecting shields. If you manage to grab a specific number, the challenge is considered beaten. In Scandinavia, which is not a country but a region consisting of few countries, you play as a Viking duck on a boat. And the aim is to collect treasure chests while avoiding whales crossing your way. In Russia, you're a bear, because of course that you are, and you try to imitate a dance that the lady next to you is performing. In Japan, you're a beaver, I think, cause he kinda looks like one, and he rides a dragon, jumping from moat to moat over obstacles and munching on something that resembles pumpkins or oranges along the way. You need to collect most of these there to succeed. In India, you're an elephant boy crossing a bridge that looks like a conveyor belt, avoiding bananas and their peels and trying to catch 8 mice. And as much as I can understand all the stereotypes so far, the one with mice just goes over my head. So if you know the origins of it, please let me know. Unless it's something about an elephant and a mouse, cause that's also feasible. Never mind. Finally, in Arabia, you're monkey flying flying carpet, and need to collect flying magic lamps and avoid the clouds. While Crown is an interesting set of minigames, they're not very fun on their own, and even as a pack of 6 provide just a little staying power. I can easily see you playing it once or twice every decade or so and then letting it gather dust on a shelf for another 10 years. Crown's graphics are pretty decent, though nothing to write home about, and the sounds and music are a bit disappointing, generic and not of high quality. If you like minigames games, wow, that sounds pretty stupid even if it's technically correct. But if you do, and have someone to play them with, I can imagine Crown being something to fire up once in a while. Alone, once or twice a decade at most makes sense to me too. Cyberlaw, aka Cyberpolice, is a Final Fight, Mortal Kombat and Rise of the Robots all rolled into one, for better or worse. And to simplify, it's a futuristic, extremely brutal, side-scrolling beat-em-up. The evil and nefarious Scorpion Gang has taken over the city, and they run rampant, causing chaos and terrorizing the citizens. It is up to you, playing one of the cyber police agents, to put a stop to their reign. To do so, you will traverse 6 stages, defeating hundreds of Scorpion Gang's goons, and finally their evil leader, Jemiah himself. Yes, Jemiah, and not Jeremiah. Whatever. Each of the characters that you can pick for the mission has different stats, and they represent the typical trio for the genre. So one's fast but weak, the other's slow but strong, and the last sits somewhere in between. Cyberlaw can be played in single player, cooperatively, and in the survival mode. And while the first 2 are your typical beginning to an end gameplay for 1 or 2 players respectively, the third puts you in the test trial, to see how many of the enemy attacks you can survive before failing. It's a breath of fresh air for the genre, although arguably it would work better in a more polished game. Other than having to play as robots, the most obvious selling point of Cyberlaw is that it features a lot of blood. And by a lot, I really mean a lot. Every punch, kick, or a weapon used against the bodies has them spill it by the bucket. And it's not unusual to complete the stage or a part of it with a floor completely covered with bodies and red. But don't let the goriness fool you. While undoubtedly oddly feeling when played, Cyberlaw is actually pretty fun. Perhaps not as good as giants of the genre are, but definitely worth a playthrough every now and then, even if the enemies repeat more than I'd like them to. The sounds are what you'd expect them to be in a fighter, so all the punches and kicks are appropriately meaty, but nothing above the genre average, and the graphics are high-res. And while because of it they feature considerably more detail than the older games did, I kinda prefer the classic arcade pixel-perfect ones more. Games like Alien vs Predator or Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, they just look better to me. Cyclemania is a rather fun but also clunky and oddly playing motorcycle racing game. Kinda like me, I'm also rather fun but clumsy and oddly acting person. And it's one of those games that wanted to do something new, something else than the others did with the FMV sequences. So, rather than having real-time rendered or even typical for FMV games pre-rendered backgrounds, it uses pre-recorded video footage of tracks that you'll race on, which, on the first glance, look quite nice on all 5 included courses, but the more you play the game, the more the shortcomings of this solution will become painful painfully obvious. As much as the video background is an interesting choice, looking arguably better than low-poly pre-rendered solution of yesteryear would be, in reality, the speed at which the footage is running makes it look choppy, and the video compression adds blockiness to it too. Playing the game on CRT may actually negate the issue, but I don't know anyone who still has a CRT screen, and on modern displays the artifacts are more than prominent. That said, if you overlook this little graphical annoyance, the gameplay itself is quite enjoyable. Both your biker, opponents and the oncoming traffic are digitized sprites with various levels of scaling to them, and completing each of the 5 tracks once or twice can actually be fun. Other than that, there are 6 differently feeling bikes to choose from, and they can even be upgraded between the races. But sadly, all the upgrades other than the engine are cosmetic only and have no real impact on the bike's behavior. At least I never noticed any myself. And the aforementioned engine upgrade only influences the top speed, so it's hardly something that would change the way you experience the game. Last but not least, one thing that I could never get used to is how your driver's represented in the game. You have this first-person perspective view, so naturally you'd assume that it's a first-person game, where you race from a biker's point of view, speeding along those digitized tracks like a true racer that you are. Well, not the case here whatsoever, and the yellow dude flowing all over the screen is who you really control. It's an odd choice and one that I find really immersion breaking. Because even if I dodge the oncoming traffic with the yellow biker, it feels really weird to have it pass through the bike's dashboard. In other words, it's as if you drove straight into it. Not my type of experience when racing, constantly questioning my reality. Though, truth be told, I do it in real life too. Question the reality, that is. And every 6 months to a year, just in case, I casually check if the telekinesis doesn't really exist. Cause you never know. Dark Century is a futuristic deathmatch shooter with a twist, but we'll get back to it in a minute. In the 21st century, prison overcrowding becomes a very serious issue. Well, if you keep in mind how big of an issue it is today, you can only imagine what it is 200 years from now. Anyway, in the game's present, so our future, it is sorta solved by creation of so-called spatial detention centers, where the prisoners are kept off planet in a relative, at least by the prisons as we know today standards, comfort, but also have to work in the factories there, manufacturing goods for the free folk back on Earth. And while these factories produce a variety of things, some, like the one that's the subject of today's video, makes tanks. Yes, tanks, those heavily armored cannon-wielding vehicles of destruction. I'm Batman! Bruce said that if I carry on eating the way I do this Christmas break, I will become a vehicle of destruction myself. Apparently I'm so heavy that I'm on the verge of becoming a celestial object. So yeah, thanks for those, well, not so kind words, Bruce. So the prisoners decided to escape, as they do, cause otherwise we'd had no game to play. And they reprogrammed some of these tanks to explode as they are leaving the factory, providing means of escape for them. You play as a warden who has to do twofold. Destroy the tanks that are about to escape and program these that are still under your control to do the same to the others. And that programming is the aforementioned twist, and something that makes Dark Century stand out from the crowd of other shooters. Cause graphics, sounds and gameplay definitely don't. So if you're at least a little into programming and / or prefer your games to require a bit more from you than quick reflexes and a trigger finger, then it may be a game for you. Cause even if simplified, the programming itself may be more interesting than the regular tank driving and shooting is. Because, in essence and on the surface, Dark Century is just glorified deathmatch, with pretty bad graphics and awful sound at that. Sadly, there's only one type of tanks that you can pilot or program, and one that the enemies have. So even with this little twist of the typical shooter formula, Dark Century's replayability is rather questionable. But if you wanna try something really novel, it's worth checking out. Cyberwar is based on the movie The Lawnmower Man and serves as the follow-up to its story. It's also a sequel to year prior's The Lawnmower Man and a collection of cyberpunk / futuristic themed minigames based on the movie's virtual reality segments too. So, it's milking the same cow for the second time, so to speak. And even a year earlier, it was not a cow but a bull, so not much there to squeeze out really. Once again, the minigames are not great, and their only redeeming factor are FMV sequences and pre-rendered graphics. By 1994, however, most gamers could easily tell which FMV games were genuine gems among numerous piles of video sequence-filled poops, and which were only using the gimmick to squeeze money out of misled players' pockets. And I'm sure you can guess which one the Cyberwar is. You play as Dr. Angelo once more and he's sent into virtual reality to defeat Job. Again. Now, if you remember correctly, Job was disabled in real world, but also had his brain processing capacity over 400% larger than that of a regular person. Inaccessible in real world perhaps, but after entering the virtual reality, it was increased even more so. So, naturally, he abandoned his physical body and became a virtual-only being. You know, one of these that could be defeated by pulling the plug out of socket. Anyway, most of the minigames that you partake in will be of arcade kind and will see you avoiding obstacles or dodging things, usually by hitting appropriate arrow keys at the right time. But some are more logic-based and will see you solving a puzzle to enter a code. All of them, however, share one thing: they're all boring. Yeah, I said it, boring. As in devoid of fun. The devs, it seems, never realized that at a certain point the graphics cannot make up for gameplay, or lack thereof really, like in the case of this piece of shovelware. And we ended up with a beautiful, but ultimately disappointing 3 CD strong monster of a game that is not worth the time it takes to run it. Compared to its predecessor, Cyberwar looks stunning with its pre-rendered graphics and FMV sequences running in 256 colors and not 16, but other than that, it's the same convoluted mess with even less comprehensive and entirely non-linear, hard-to-follow story. All that said, it's definitely worth checking out once, just to see what was the absolute top-of-the-line graphics back then, and how they could be spoiled by a broken, nay, non-existent gameplay mechanics. Darkspire is a top-down fantasy action RPG with some very intricate puzzling mechanics. The world is on the brink of a fatal destruction, not ours, though ours is probably close to, but we're tackling the one of the games first. And as grim as the future looks, there's still a chance to save it. To do so, the Darkspire must be conquered, all of the monsters within it defeated, and puzzles solved. Also, 5 powerful runes should be gathered too. They are however scattered around the depths, or heights I should say really, of the maze-like tower, created 300 years prior by the gods of war, intelligence and magic. Darkspire is composed of 50 levels full of death around each and every corner, sometimes in the form of deadly creatures and sometimes as puzzles of devilish design. So being the hero that you've always been, and seeing that as per usual no one else is willing, you decide to enter the Darkspire and face the challenges, both physical and those of the mind, to find the runes and save the world. Darkspire is a full-fledged dungeon crawling RPG only viewed from above and not the first-person perspective. So you have a lot of weapons and armor pieces to choose from, complex magic and potion creation system, and skills, both magical and combat, that raise upon use, which is something that I always liked in my RPGs. Additionally, all items you find in the game can have more than one use case scenario. For instance, a piece of armor may be worn, but can also be thrown or even used as a heavy object on a pressure plate, opening a passage or unlocking something far off or nearby. Potions can be drunk or thrown depending what they're made for. Items, so weapons and armor, can worn out after intensive use and even be broken. And spells have to be readied before they can be cast. So, as you can see, Darkspire is not a joke, and it will test your genre-specific skills to their limits. One thing that's particularly not my cup of tea though, but will most likely not be an issue for others, is that the game runs in real time. I prefer my RPGs turn-based, but that's me and it shouldn't really reflect on the game's quality. So if you don't mind it too much, Darkspire is something that you should definitely check out. Cylindrix is a 3v3 3D arcade shooter with 360 degrees rotation and arenas in the shapes of cylinders, hence the name. Each arena that your team of 3 will take the opponents on is different, features unique to its physics and atmospheric conditions and initial configuration. So, for each, you must choose your team wisely to not only win against the opponents, but also survive the environment. There are 37 warriors/pilots from 10 different races to choose from, and they all have their own skills, strong and weak points too. There's also 8 vehicles described with maneuverability, speed and firepower, and combining the right crafts with correct drivers for given cylinders challenges is a key to victory. The action is fast and frantic, so fast in fact that in the heat of the moment, if you've not played the game countless times before, it may be difficult to differentiate friend from foe. But the more you play, the more you get to familiarize yourself with the controls, vehicles, challenges and how everything works, the better you will be and the easier each encounter will become. The innovative, complex and entertaining gameplay is definitely Cylindrix's strongest suit, and the adrenaline-pumping experience of each combat will no doubt keep you entertained for hours. If you can excuse the game's presentation, that is. Cause while it's full 3D and easily readable so to speak, it lacks textures, detail and polish. Now, perhaps it was deliberate choice to keep it fast and smooth on most systems of the time, but I feel that it could look a lot better. To summarize, if you're on the edge and don't know if you should try it out or not, and the graphics don't look particularly interesting to you, think of it as Tempest 2000, but in full real 3D and with rotation. So a game that isn't good because it looks great, but it's good because it plays fantastic and is hella addicting. And then try it out. If you think that you've seen Deadly Racer somewhere, but the name does not ring the bell, it's cause it uses the same engine as an earlier Rally Championship did. It's not a simulator or a physics-based racer though, but what it lacks in realism, it more than makes up for in the fun department. It features 10 different cars to choose from, all of them differently spec'd and behaving on the tracks, and all modeled after the real-life counterparts, though named in a copyright-safe manner. So your Porsche would be Corsa, Toyota Celica is Toyota Celica, and Lancia Delta is aptly named Mencia, and so on. Plenty different names not to get sued, but also familiar enough to be easily recognizable. There are 3 gameplay modes of practice, single race and world tournament rally, and automatic or manual gearbox. You can choose between 4 sceneries of city, marsh, desert and snow too, and your car, regardless which you'll choose, feels entirely different on each, taking track conditions, weather and their microclimate in mind. I've been talking about it for a little while now, and there's still nothing here that would justify the deadly in the title, right? Well, it's all down to how the races run, cause you have 2 different meters for your cars, fuel and damage. And you must be careful how you drive, cause couple of jumps too many or few curb collisions more than it's reasonable and your race may be over. Deadly Racer is obviously an arcade game and as such it's really fun. And as soon as you get used to the controls, the damage should be something that you don't worry too much about, having mastered all the cars that is. But initially at least, make sure to keep an eye on the meter as it may make or break your game. Graphics and sounds are fantastic, at least for a top-down racer, and the digitized cars work well on a minutely detailed backgrounds in various weather and track conditions. All that combined with a constant roar of your powerful engine will make Deadly Racer a blast. Keep in mind, however, that just as I said, controls take a minute to get used to, and before you do, it is actually a really demanding, even if not a simulation title. Cyril Cyberpunk, aka Cyberboard Kid, both titles are equally as stupid I must note, is a side-view always scrolling sci-fi themed arcade platformer. In the near future on Manhattan, Cyril, the friendly neighborhood style icon of a kid, listens to the airwaves scanning for, I really don't know what for. Love? Gossip? Hard to tell. Especially that he's scanning the radio waves in the future, so not doing anything that sounds even remotely futuristic. But whatever, he does what nerds do. And he accidentally hears about aliens' invasion plan of Earth. Now, how did he understood them? I don't know. But he grabs his hoverboard and a pellet gun and sets off to save the world. And that, kids, is another of those game logic things that needs no explanation, no reason behind it, he just does. Oh, and guess what the aliens are? Don't look at the screen, just guess. In large part, they're mechanized plushy bears. Yup, you heard that right. Another one for the bucket of so-called game logic-based choices. So, there's 16 types of these teddy bear enemies, 6 bosses and few other random bodies of nondescript origin too, all within a rather robust 32 levels of a game. And if by looking at this Cyril you feel that it kinda reminds you of Commander Keen, then you're right, it plays similar too, with a difference of having considerably better and yet less readable so to speak graphics, much smaller window view being as zoomed in as it is, and worst of all, it's devoid of everything that made Commander Keen fun. Cyril Cyberpunk is well put together from a technical point of view platformer, but with not much entertainment value to it. So while it's easily playable from start to finish, I don't feel anyone will feel the urge to complete this nice looking but at best average platformer. Deathgate is a point-and-click fantasy adventure based on the best-selling novels by Margaret Wise and Tracy Hickman. 2000 years ago, the world was split into 5 realms, all by the hand of an advanced and evil race known only as Sartan. The humans, dwarves and elves were split between 4 of these worlds, named for the 4 elements, and the race of Patrin were banished to the deadly labyrinth. 2000 years have passed in a heartbeat for humanoids living in the sunlight, but Patrin were constantly trying to find a way out. Eventually they sorta did. You play as Haplo, a young patron that's given a quest by his lord XR to travel through the Deathgate into each of the worlds to find their seal pieces, so that the planet could be reconstructed and so patrons could have their revenge on the Sartan. Deathgate for the most part plays like most other first-person adventures, so you travel around different locations, find and use items, converse with characters and solve various puzzles, many of which are inventory-based and some will require use of magic. Magic that's heavily integrated into the entire gameplay and game's engine too, same as it was in Original's book story. Now, I've never played Deathgate, but from what I've seen and read about it, it's clear that it's a hidden gem. Not only it features captivating and excellently written story, but also different, novel and not unfairly difficult puzzles and a very high production value, with full SVGA presentation, nice animations and expertly recorded voice acting. If you like adventure games, don't sleep on it. And if you don't, give it a go anyway, it may be something down your alley. My first experience with Dangerous Streets was through a gaming mag, seeing it on screenshots. It looked amazing. Huge, colorful and uniquely designed characters fighting it out in an interestingly looking locales. It had to be great. I mean, it looked as good, if arguably not better even than Street Fighter 2 did. And my Amiga, yes, cause it was back when I still had an Amiga, could definitely use another excellent fighter. This version is identical to the Amiga original, for better or worse. No, I cannot contain it anymore. It's not even for worse, it's for worst. WORST. It's easily one of the worst versus fighting games ever made. The smelliest of gaming poops out there. You see, Dangerous Streets is a game that looks really good on the screenshots, so good in fact that it may lure you into getting it if you've not read the review of it anywhere. And when you do finally bring it home and run it, oh my days, it will be painful. It will hurt you in your gut and wallet, cause you've just thrown away money on the trashiest game out there, and it will hurt your head and your eyes alike. Being as jumpy with maybe a frame or two of animations at most for each of the moves. Those animations are so terrible in fact that when coupled with difficult to gauge collision boxes, most of the time you don't even know if you're hitting the opponent or not. And since not every move has a visible feedback, because why would it have one in a fighting game, it's more of a game of chance rather than skill. Though ultimately you've lost it already anyway, since you've got the game in the first place. And I don't even mean all of it with special moves, cause while there are some in the game, pulling them off may be borderline impossible given the controls are as clunky as the presentation is. In short, Dangerous Streets looks, sounds and plays awful, and I wouldn't recommend it to my worst enemy, to my nemesis even. In fact, so inhumane that I don't think it could be even used as a means of torture, cause having to play this monstrosity may be comparable to having your nails being pulled out. It's a nightmare. But, so that I'm in a clear and gave you everything that there is to know about it, and so that you wouldn't think that I've skipped something important, Dangerous Streets can be played in single player, 2-player and so-called tournament mode, where you face all the opponents with one of the 8 fighters that you pick for yourself, and it features standard combinations of weak, medium and strong attacks, along with an unknown number of specials. Unknown, cause pulling them off without fail to confirm that they're there and not just glitches seems impossible. In the last video in the series I've said that Creep Clash is worse than Dangerous Streets, but having to come back to it again and relive the nightmare once more, even if through perspective of research, Amiga port on emulation and YouTube videos only, makes me question that statement. I think it's best that you decide which is worse all by yourself. You take the mental hit this time. Let me start by saying that I'm not a religious person at all, and I do not believe in any higher spiritual beings, singular or plural. I'm convinced that there may be aliens out there, Muffy's strong factor confirming the possibility, but that's pretty much it. Once in a while though, when the stars align, a miracle happens and we actually get a religion-themed game that's not that bad. And Defender of the Faith, The Adventures of David, is, dare I say it, decent. It's not a full price worthy title, that's for sure, but it's not a stinker like many of these sadly tend to be. Sadly, cause while I'm not a believer myself, I see a potential in those biblical stories to be a basis for a decent adventure or platforming title. And most games based on it end up being trash. Anyway, Defender of the Faith is a side-view action game based on the story of King David from the Bible. It is broken into 6 episodes, each with its own objective to complete and based on an episode from David's life. So stuff like protecting sheep from marauding beasts, dueling with Goliath, escaping a kill plot on his life by the king, proving his good intentions to the king, which on a side note makes me question why would anyone want to prove their intentions to the king that just tried to kill you. It's beyond my scope of understanding. Then there's sneaking into a camp and taking refuge in the hills. And finally, saving his family from captivity. David's life, it seems, was full of adventures big and small, seemingly more than many could have over a series of lifetimes. Anyway, each next level is a bit more difficult than the last, and they may also feature some simple environmental puzzling, mostly focused on where to go or what to do next. Nothing too demanding. And it would have been a pretty fun game overall, if not the devs really wanting to make it a chore. So after each level, you are whisked from the Bible. So, for players like myself, who could complete the entire game as is, all those extra points from Bible knowledge will be forfeit. I don't know any of the passages, I've never read it, and I don't intend to do it in the foreseeable future either. Is it a game-breaking addition? No, not in the slightest, but it's a bit annoying that some of us will never get a chance to get those bonus points. That said, if I'm to be honest, Defender of the Faith is a one-off type of a game, meaning you complete it once and forget about it forever. So I retract my earlier comment, as in the long run, the points, normal or bonus, won't mean anything if you're not going to be replaying Defender of the Faith for points anyway. Darkside story tells the tale of a young Jedi who, after accidentally killing his mentor during training, tastes the sweet, sweet flavor of emerging power and becomes engrossed with the endless possibilities offered only by the dark side. No, wait, wrong dark side. Pity though, as it could have been something epic. It doesn't mean, however, that this Darkside story is worse. It's just different. And it's a South Korean side-scrolling beat-em-up with some superficial adventuring elements. Soo-hee is a daughter of renowned and successful dentist Dr. Oh Sang-hyun, and her, along with both of her parents, live together in the suburbs of a sprawling metropolis in relative peace and happiness. Or so they thought. As on one of those seemingly normal days, Dr. Oh Sang-hyun disappeared without a trace, only to become a permanent feature on milk cartons. Being a tough girl that she is, Soo-hee must now go through the city and its dark underbelly seeking both answers and her father. For the most part, Darkside story is a typical side-view beat-em-up in which you go from one area to another defeating countless baddies. But you can also wander around the city, entering buildings and conversing with their inhabitants, all to uncover the story. This changes the viewpoint from a typical From Brawler's side view to something more resembling a top-down Japanese role-playing with caricature versions of all characters. You know, short, bulky body, big head, the likes. Anyway, it's there, it's important, but it's the brawling that we like the most about those types of games. And as those beat-em-ups go, Darkside story is surprisingly fun. Soo-hee has a nice set of basic moves, she can even juggle a bit when hitting enemies in the air multiple times in a row, and the fighting overall feels very competent and well designed. The enemies, while not being the biggest sprites you've seen, are really nicely and interestingly drawn, definitely feeling more like a modern indie fighter rather than 1990s beat-em-up characters, which is a tad surprising but also welcome new look to the game. There are naturally HP restoring items scattered around the stages, and they're, in respect to the best traditions of the genre, hidden in and around roadside objects, like under the trash cans for instance. I was always baffled by this mechanic, as I could never understand eating from under the trash can, but I suppose a person's life can have its ups and downs, and perhaps at times one may have no choice. Well, it's a sad thought perhaps, and naturally it would be best if there was no hunger in the world, but that's hardly anything within my control. So, coming back to our game, it's really fun, pick it up if you get a chance, it's worth it. Dangerous Dave games were never really ambitious or technically proficient or great looking either, but they're nearly always fun. And Risky Rescue is no different. It's a side-view action platformer and the fourth game in the long-running series. Delbert, Dave's younger brother, is once again kidnapped by the nefarious and super cool named Dr. Nemesis and kept in his castle, defended by numerous, in most cases horror and nightmare-themed enemies. So, our protagonist will have to battle his way through hundreds of spiders, hellhounds, bats, zombies and other monstrosities in an 11 levels long campaign to save his kin. Dave's equipped with a shotgun and has 6 bullets. Is it not enough or a lot? It's hard to tell, depends how good of a gamer you are, but rest assured, you'll be able to find more. Interestingly enough, reloading takes time and Dave is entirely stationary when he does it, so make sure not to use all 6 bullets before reloading when surrounded by the enemies. And since we've somehow gotten to the evil creatures, when killed they leave medals behind that are collected for points. Other pickups like oysters, radios, TVs, chests, bottles of Jack Daniels and 6 packs of beer among others boost the score too, and every 20,000 points Dave earns an extra life. That said, inclusion of alcohol in a platformer would most likely not fly today, so we gotta appreciate 1993 for being an entirely different world to the one we live in now. Mind you, before you storm to the comments to set me straight, I never said it was better. While Risky Rescue is not a looker, sporting EGA presentation only and a very typical for it mix of heavily contrasting colors, it still looks way better than its predecessors did. Same can be said about sound design. Picking the Sound Blaster as your sound source unlocks additional effects that are not present using other sound hardware. Some may look at Dave today and disregard it as a bad game, based on the graphics and very keen-like animations alone, but it's a mistake, and Dave is both dangerously fun and risky addicting, because despite its simplicity, if you give it a chance, it may rescue you from boredom. Curse of the Catacombs is a fantasy first-person shooter and the third title in the series of 3D Catacombs games. And while there's nothing really wrong with either of them, it's really disappointing seeing that this third one is only marginally more advanced than the first. I understand that there were only 3 years between them, but back then the technological progress was so rapid that I don't get how a game from 1993 could look nearly identical to the one from 1991. But whatever, in the end, it is what it is. Once again you play as a young mage and have to defeat the evil nemesis. Yes, it's a name and not a function in relation to you. And once again you're armed with the same firebolts power you were in earlier entries. This actually can be empowered by pickups in the form of bolts and nukes, but I really expected a bit more from a third game. I'm not a farmer, however, and don't fully get how milking the same cow all the time can be profitable. Perhaps it can. Or perhaps it's a recipe for a game to become a subject of Obscure Games video. We will never know. Other than the power-ups, there are also healing potions, which I don't have to explain to you, and keys, which are probably even more obvious. But there are also gems that allow you to view location of the enemies on your radar, or whatever the black ball of mystery in the bottom right is. I'm no wizard, I have no way of knowing. Don't judge me. Shish. One would thought that we've known each other long enough to develop some kind of rapport and understanding here, but clearly not the case. I'm as disappointed in you as I am in lack of technical improvements in the game. It's not all bad though, and I wasn't complaining because the game sucks, but because I wanted so much more from it. The graphics are tiny bit better than previously, not by much, but there are 2 difficulties to choose from, expanding the life of the curse a little more, and levels are more intricate and challenging, featuring more interesting and varied enemies than there were in the earlier games. See, I can find some positives here too, but would I recommend Curse of the Catacombs to others? Well, if you've not played either before and don't mind the presentation, then yeah, it's the best one of them all to try out. But if you did, then only approach it if you liked the previous ones. Oh, and all of you be aware that the ending is rather disappointing, so if you can't treat the Curse of the Catacombs as it's a voyage and not destination type of a game, don't play it. Defender of Boston: The Rock Island Mystery is a game with the worst title screen that I've seen for a long while, and I've seen some really terrible text-based 8-bit game titles. This one's amongst the worst of them. I mean, just take a look. It truly is fugly. Anyway, as the saying goes, it's not the title that makes the game, so let's talk about the product itself. Defender of Boston is a first-person real-time detective and occult mix of an RPG. An unusual pairing that had the potential to be great, but sadly fell short of realizing it in full. It's not bad, don't get me wrong, it's just not what it could be. The game takes place in 1921 and you play as a PI assigned to investigate a disappearance of Fred Black, your agency's associate who vanished without a trace on a rock island. Not a description, name. Along with so-called The Thing, which seemingly is a mysterious artifact of immense and dangerous to humanity power. While the story is not bad and pretty interesting, with some obvious Lovecraftian overtones, nearly everything else seems to be rushed or just lacking those last 2 coats of polish to shine. I mean, it's more than prominent even in the character creator at the very beginning of the game, where on one hand you've series of interesting and fresh skills to allocate points in, like fast talk, tai chi, listen or ninjutsu. Definitely not something we've seen in RPGs often, but on another, the portraits you can pick for your character are all stills from 1980s movies, digitized without any care for details or correct color mixing and grading whatsoever. There's Sly Stallone there, Peter Falk, Tom Cruise, Richard Dean Anderson and others. You'll get them all, they're beyond obvious. Oh, and you can't use capital letters in your character's name. All these may seem like small issues, but if you keep in mind that there's tons of these all throughout the game, and that while small they're everywhere, the game begins to emanate that unmistakable aura of far from being finished that you just don't expect from full games. In its defense though, it was a shareware release, so definitely had smaller team and limited budget behind it. Despite even more buggy than everything I've mentioned up to this point adventure interface, the goal of the game is pretty simple. Investigate what happened, solve the mystery and return to Boston alive. Defender of Boston blends adventure and role-playing in equal amounts, serving a concoction of an interesting and captivating story with a pretty decent gameplay, when you eventually get used to it and master a bit disorienting interface. So if you like those deeper and really text-heavy role-playing games and have enough patience to overlook the omnipresent issues and learn to read and use the interface, then there's an adventure and a half here for you. That could be for everyone, especially that it's virtually the only as complex detective-themed role-playing out there, if it was only a bit more polished. Descent to Undermountain is a very disappointing role-playing based on the Dungeons and Dragons setting of Undermountain in the Forgotten Realms. You play as an adventurer who came to the city of Waterdeep seeking employment from Kelben Blackstaff, city's High Mage. He tells you of mysterious disappearances all over the city and increased activity in and around the dungeon of Undermountain. It turns out that the mythical Flamesword of Lolth, capable of leading armies of the dead from the abyss, is buried somewhere in the dungeon. A terrible overlooking and definitely a fireable offense on the part of the High Mage, but who am I to dispute how the city is run? You also learn that the followers of Lolth, Drow, are seeking the sword too. Fortunately, the sword itself is not enough, and to unleash its power, a spider amulet is also required. And naturally, it too is in the dungeon, broken into 8 pieces and scattered around it. Even if the High Mage shouldn't answer for the earlier, he definitely should for this one. Anyway, as you can probably guess, you have to find the amulet and eventually defeat the Lolth himself. Naturally, as in most other computer AD&D games, you start with the character creator, picking between 6 different races, 4 classes, and assigning points to 6 statistics of strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, each of them following all the AD&D rules and affecting other skills appropriately. On your quest, you will travel between the dungeon and Waterdeep constantly, the Yawning Portal Inn in particular, which will serve as a hub where you'll be able to sell your treasures and trade for goods and services. Descent to Undermountain is viewed from the first-person perspective, played in real time in both exploration and combat, and offers a healthy mixture of adventuring with puzzle solving. Defeated enemies drop items and gold coins, and items can be used or sold. Your call. Interestingly enough, the Descent part of the title comes from a 3D graphical engine that was used in making of the game, one that came from 1995's Descent, and as it became painfully obvious during development, was entirely unusable for creation of RPGs with close combat mechanics. So it needed a lot of work and rewriting to support such gameplay concepts and mechanics. And even when it was finally done, it was still far from perfect. The engine was old and buggy, and the game was prone to technical issues and crashes. And worst of all, not only it ran terribly, even on the fastest of systems, but also AI was something that left a lot to be desired. All that coupled with shoddy, old even when it released graphics, and way too early predetermined release date, resulted in underperforming in sales and gameplay product. In Descent's defense, it had well-designed dungeons and story, but everything else seemed to be working against it, so it failed, quickly becoming obscure and forgotten. Alright, let me start by saying that I have no clue how to approach the title of this game. Eojonji? I don't know, man. It's something I will never wrap my head around, it seems. I'm gonna call it EJ, and you will pretend that you know what I'm talking about and we'll be all set, alright? Good. So, EJ is a Korean side-scrolling beat-em-up and another excellent release from the country. I've been covering quite a few Korean games recently, but they're the easy pick, you know. Many of them never released in the West, or did in a limited manner, or even years later after they originally came out. They fit this series perfectly, and EJ is no different. It's based on a comic book by Myung-Jin Lee and tells a tale of a rebellious teenager, Namgung Gan. So, one of those days, Namgung decided to forget his violent past and start over. And as he was about to get to his school, he was distracted by a beautiful girl, and almost immediately after, his wallet was stolen. Without giving it any thought, Namgung reverted to his old self that he so wanted to leave behind and set off after the thief, just to find himself facing a dangerous criminal organization. Now, how much money that teen had, or why would organized crime syndicate wanted a teenager's wallet, are questions we'll never get answers to. But it's probably for the best, cause if we did, we would not have this pretty cool game. EJ's gameplay is similar to any other standard brawler you saw in the arcades, and I gotta say that, at least presentation-wise, it's actually on comparable level to most of arcade hits. In terms of gameplay, it actually builds a little on the tried and tested walk right and kick the shit out of everything formula by adding some superficial and yet very refreshing RPG elements. So by beating and defeating opponents, Namgung collects experience points, which he can then later on spend on learning new moves or upgrading his health, attack power or speed. It's a novel concept and it works great if I say so myself. So, if you're in the market for yet another beat 'em up, it's definitely a one worth wasting time on, and chances are that you've never played it. Dokkaebi Gaganda, which I've no doubt mispronounced beyond belief here, is another Korean game, this time an action platformer. If you're Korean by any chance and I've butchered the name, please let me know in the comments below. And sadly, unlike most other Korean games that often tend to end up being hidden gems among the DOS's vast library, this one's a bit of a disappointment. You can play as either he or she, Kobe or Komi respectively, and you traverse from left to right through a series of thematically arranged worlds, each consisting of 3 stages and always ending with a boss fight. Kobe is armed with a club and Komi sports a hammer, both equally as deadly, and other than the choice of their arms, both play identically and differ in nothing other than the looks. Interestingly enough, the Akebi Gaganda features a simple combo system which allows for chaining of multiple attacks with correct key combinations, and it's definitely not something often present in platformers, at least not Western ones. And these combos can actually come in handy, as enemies tend to come at you in groups, ganging up and pushing you off the platform straight into your demise, a grim mob style. Most of the items available for pickup during gameplay have no additional game-changing effects and are there only to raise your score, with an exception of rice balls, which refill your health in amount directly proportional to the ball's size. While the developer advertised the game as made specifically for kids, it was hardly first suited for the younger audiences. The difficulty level was way too high for an average child, and technical issues in the form of overly sensitive controls, way too zoomed in viewpoint, disappointing collision detection, and tiresome and confusing implementation of parallax scrolling made Dokaebi Gaganda not only overly demanding, but also annoying to play. Sad, as the graphics are really stand out in this one, with its large, detailed and generally speaking pleasant to look at sprites. So, unless you're a hardcore collector of all things platforming, or Korean games in particular, I wouldn't recommend seeking it out. Dragon Lord, aka Dragon's Breath, in common terms a morning breath, is an odd cookie. It's a mixture of strategy and role-playing, but not really either of the two. It's somewhere between them, seeking its own identity, and for the most part, never finding it and never realizing its potential. It's not a bad game, and it's not even that it could be better, because it's pretty good already. It's just odd, and I don't feel that it reached all the bullet points on a game designer's idea board, leaving some obvious space for extra features and improvements. Truth be told, some ideas could be dropped from it too. Dragon Lord is set in the land of Unria, the land which most prominent feature is a huge dwarf mountain set in the dead center of it, with a castle on top rumored to contain secrets to immortality. You and 2 other competing wizards all aim to live forever, because all of you are an answer to the question that Queen asked in 1986. You know, sometimes I wonder if all the silly references I put in all these videos ever land, if anyone notices or even gets them. Well, I suppose it's one of those mysteries that I will never figure out. Unless you tell me that is. That would help. Do it. Anyway, to get to the castle, it is required to reassemble magical amulet that will unlock it, and it is broken in 3 and scattered around Unria. So, whichever wizard finds all 3 wins. Sorta, as it's just the first of the 2 winning conditions. The gimmick to the game is that the wizards don't fight themselves and don't have any armies to do the fighting for them. They can train dragons though, and while it's a long and expensive process which will require a conquering of villages and raising taxes in them to afford it, it is ultimately required for winning. Not only to defeat the opponents and steal the amulet pieces, but also because the second requirement for winning is to have at least 3 active dragons. And theoretically, each of the wizards can have a maximum of 21. The one you start with and 20 others from the dragon eggs in your possession at the game start. In reality, I don't think I've ever had or seen anyone have more than just a few. It's expensive to hatch them, it takes time, it's highly unlikely, and 21 is virtually impossible. Interestingly enough, you should not think of those dragons as combat units only, they're also kinda like action points in a board game, where each dragon allows you to issue 1 extra move order each turn that represents a month of in-game time. And you can send them to scout, to raid villages, to conquer them, or to guard a piece of a talisman if you have it. You also decide if the dragon should stay and defend just conquered land or return to you. You can even take control of it during village attacks if you'd like to take more active part in a combat. They're useful is what I'm saying. Other than that, in each turn you can cast a spell on your dragons to heal them or increase their stats, which is a bit odd because in most fantasy lores that I know of, dragons are rather immune to spells. But whatever. You can get into incubation of eggs, check what characteristics the new dragon will have when it eventually hatches. You can increase and decrease populations of villages, adjust tax levels, purchase spell ingredients from traders, and you do that all to win. Dragon Lord is hella weird. Fun, but weird. It's not like anything else you've played in a minute, and sadly it may not grab you as the mix, while it should work, often feels clunky and not really thought out. Should you play it? I don't know, but you should definitely try it. Dungeon Explorer is a very simple, early Zelda-like light role-playing adventure title. It's a game that focuses on adventuring, puzzle solving and exploration, much more than on traditional 4D RPG statistics and combat. The aim of it is that simple: explore all rooms contained within the adventure and come back alive. And I mentioned the adventure because Dungeon Explorer was designed and programmed in a way that would allow additional adventures to be easily added on when released, and played separately from the main one. I'm not sure if any others ever came out, if I'm to be honest, but the built-in one is called Dungeon of the Beast and contains 64 rooms to explore and get lost in. So, you start the game by creating your character, equip it with whatever you can afford, and head off to the dungeon. As you progress through it, earning experience, defeating enemies and solving various, in most cases physical puzzles, you'll start amassing more funds. With them, you can heal yourself or purchase better equipment, which in turn will allow you to go further and further and challenge even greater dangers and traps. Most of the puzzles will see you pushing blocks around, which is one of the reasons other than the presentation why I drove the comparison to the early Zelda here. And they're not overly demanding for the most part, and the difficulty curve progresses linearly, so you should have quite a lot of fun with them. Combat, while present in the game, is not the main focus of it, so if you prefer your RPGs combat-centric and heavy on the stats and stat-based skill checks, Dungeon Explorer is definitely not for you. But if you're looking for something easier, lighter and just more on the relaxing side, it's 100% something for you to try out. Epic is a sci-fi first-person combat simulator, kinda like my bedroom. It too is sci-fi first-person combat simulator. Anyway, the sun is about to go supernova and the last chance for humanity is to leave Earth behind and find a new home, preferably far enough to be out of the blast range. So the population is packed into a huge fleet of ships, Battlestar Galactica style, and sets off in hopes of finding a place to settle on. Little do they know, however, that the course that they're on leads through the space belonging to the hostile alien race of Rexons. And Rexons don't take well to unannounced visitors, or any visitors really. They're a really xenophobic race, you know? I mean, you wouldn't ask a Rexon to go and grab a drink with you unless you wanted to come back home with a stab wound or two spilling blood everywhere. Rexons are best kept at a rocket launch distance and preferably while flying away from them in the same time. Anyway, we've established that they're angry and don't take well to humans, who happen to be flying through their space. So, this part of the plot is where the game begins. Epic is composed out of few action-packed and combat-filled missions, some of them taking place in space, other over the planet's surface, and each of them is strictly timed, leaving you little room for error when completing your objectives, which in most cases are a distraction of indicated target. Mission failure equals losing one of Fleet's 3 experimental Epic-class fighter ships, and losing all 3 of them means game over. Epic is built on an enhanced engine that was used earlier to create F-29 Retaliator Combat Flight Simulator and mixes 3D environments with 2D sprites uniformly, and the influences of that former title are more than prominent in Epic, which in itself is a very enjoyable sci-fi simulation that I have nothing bad to say about other than that it's a bit short. So, if you like simulators, you'll be sadly done with this one in no time. It's still worth experiencing if you're into this, so it's fun, give it a go. Eternum is a futuristic sci-fi point-and-click adventure game, and it was made by one Hubert Chardot, better known for his Shadow of the Comet and Prisoner of Ice games. A very Lovecraftian games and totally unlike what we'll talk about today. Eternum places you in shoes of Officer Don Jones of the United Forces of Orion, who is starting his vacations on holiday planet Eternum, which is known for being a planet-sized amusement park divided into a set of smaller islands, each representing a different time period in Earth's history. When you arrive, however, and change into a suitable for the first of the time period's costume of barbarian, you learn that the planet has been taken over by Mikhail Nuke, your longtime nemesis. And believe it or not, but the story and setting of Eternum is sorta loosely based on the movie Westworld, its sequel Future World, and later TV series Beyond Westworld. No relation to our recent HBO's Westworld. No, scratch that. HBO's Westworld is based on the old one too, but other than that, the game has nothing to do with the series released decades later. Anyway, cause as usual I'm driving off the path, Don Jones, being where he is, has to navigate Eternum and its 5 islands till he finally gets to the Nuke's lair and defeats him, reducing the story to its most basic, that is. Most of the game is set on a side view 2D background, same as majority of adventure titles are, with some overworld sections played in 3D view, where you can actually be attacked and have to defend yourself by shooting at the approaching enemies. When the game released initially in 1992, it lacked mouse support, and all the commands had to be issued by icons at the bottom of the screen using keyboard, which was more than annoying if you ask me. But a year later, along with the fully voiced CD release, came along awaited and desperately needed mouse support. And finally, Eternum was playable. I mean, technically it could be played before, but not by me, I had no patience for it. Anyway, I don't want to blame the control scheme of the original release for it, but Eternum never really gained any wider popularity, making it a rather obscure and little-known title. Which is a shame, cause other than the aforementioned issue, it's actually pretty fun to play and follow its perhaps not too sophisticated, but otherwise captivating plot. Presentation-wise, the game is excellent, perhaps not on the level of LucasArts' same year's Day of the Tentacle, cause hardly anything could compare to their games, but it's beautiful. It features lush backgrounds, masterwork sprite animation and appropriate sound design. Not to mention totally unexpected 3D first-person sections. Damn it, I did mention them. Oh well, it is what it is. If you're a fan of adventure games and somehow managed to skip Eternum in 92-93, grab the CD release and give it a go. It'll be a time well spent, I promise. Fatal Fumes is a multiplayer top-down sharer arcade racer. It features 35 different built-in tracks, 12 vehicles and ability to race against 11 opponents. There are no weapons, power-ups or add-ons in it though, it's all about racing. About taking corners the best, most optimal way and pushing to the finish line before anyone else. It's worth pointing out that while Fatal Fumes may not enchant with its graphics, especially in 1996, when low-res 2D presentation was slowly becoming obsolete and everyone was either turning towards high-res or full 3D, often both, but technical deficiencies aside, what makes Fatal Fumes worth a look are two things. First of all, included level editor, which not only allows you to create the levels of your heart's desire, making them ice, desert or countryside themed, and adding various features or hazards like jumps or puddles of water. But also, and that's the biggest feature of the editor I can think of, not found in many other similar tools for the time, was the 3 levels of editing, meaning that the tracks could have drivable surfaces at 3 different heights, effectively creating tracks with roads that could go one over another. It may not seem like a lot now in 2024, but in 1996 it was the bomb, as your creations could have additional depth to them. And yes, terrible pun intended. The second thing that makes Fatal Fumes worth a look is its playability. Yeah, it's simple and yeah, you can hardly overtake the opponent by screen slam the way you could in Micro Machines for points, but the racing itself, provided you're playing against another person, is just fun. And that's the most we can hope to get from any game. Fatal Fumes is not a great looking title. The sounds are there and are okay, but also nothing out of ordinary, and the CPU drivers are nothing more than you'd expect from any average racer. But if you get a friend involved and there's 2 of you racing on tracks of your own creation, it's easily a game to take up a whole afternoon. I always root for the underdog, especially when I'm 1-2, but also when someone else is. Whether it's real life, movies, TV series or even games, I'm always hopeful for the least feasible to become the protagonist, to save the day, to get the girl, or solve the mystery, or even just to succeed. Whatever applies in a particular situation. Hard to tell why, but I like to think that even the least likely can have a chance to win, regardless of how low this chance may be. So when I heard of Fatman the Caped Consumer, not only I was instantly interested, but it also was seemingly a spoof of a superhero game, which is another thing that I enjoy. So, was I right to be interested, to hope that this would be a fun title? Well, let's see. First of all, Fatman is only a little overweight, and calling him a Fatman is appropriate as calling someone with a mustache a beardman would be. Secondly, it's a 2D action platformer, so a game in the genre I quite enjoy, even if it was become borderline extinct in the next few years just to be resurrected years later with an indie gaming scene. And thirdly, presentation, if you look at it when still, it's actually pretty damn good. Colorful, even if devoid of parallax backgrounds, using large and detailed, very comic book-like in their design sprites, it just looks charming and fun. So on the face value, Fatman could be incredible. It is composed out of 7 stages, each ending with an epic huge boss fight, and each having you basically devour a certain number of foods that's required for the door to the next one to open. That's pretty much it, you're controlling a snack-munching superhero. Story-wise, your wife has been kidnapped by the evil corporation Findicate, which is an obvious play on the words Fin and Syndicate, so an organized evil entity focused on ridding the world of all that are non-conformist in terms of their weight, at least when compared to the company's beauty standards. There's clearly some kind of a message here, but I'm not sure it's a good one and if I even want to talk about it at all. Anyway, since your ball and chain requires saving and you're the superhero we deserve, and they are willing to trade her for so-called duplicator device, along with its full documentation no less, you put on your blue tights, mask and cape and head off to rescue her. Each of the 7 stages is pretty big and they're filled with various enemies to the brim. So rats, birds, bats and any and all kinds of seemingly peaceful creatures all turned against you. Fortunately, you have an arsenal of various attacks to use against them. Some utilize your tummy, burps, or even landing on them butt first, so if you're careful and persevere, you should be able to save your boo. Touching spikes, water, fire, or the enemy in any other way than while trying to annihilate it will cost you your life. Which, given your superhero status, is that odd, but since you're you, it's not gonna happen, right? Fatman, with its super colorful presentation, decent sound design, bit subpar story and an impressive range of moves for the platformer, could be a hit. But something, somehow, along the way went wrong, and it ended up being an average at best game. No better than hundreds of other generic platformers. Is it fun to play and complete despite that though? Hell yeah it is! Though I gotta warn you that it gets repeatable quite fast and the feeling prevails all the way to the end. Oh, and some of you may have noticed already, but the footage used is actually from Amiga's version. But they both look and play near identical, and there's none for PC anywhere, so yeah. First Queen 4 originated in 1994 on PC-98, a Japanese-only computer. A year later, somehow, for whatever the reason, it managed to land on PC. Given the source machine, very limited, practically non-existent distribution and advertising, it became instantly obscure. While the fact that it only released in Japanese, so one of the world's easiest to learn languages, may also have been a contributing factor to that. And yeah, I know what I said. It's sarcasm. I've tried tackling with the language along twice, first around 14 years ago and second time 3-4 years back, and despite having built a very solid base, I never went past asking where's McDonald's or the library. And only one of the two may ever be useful to me if/when I go there. And it's not gonna be a library. I am not planning on eating in McD's there either, so perhaps both are as useless. Whatever, let's focus on the game here. So, First Queen 4 is a top-down real-time fantasy strategy and role-playing mixture taking place in the land of Low Greece. The land that was peacefully inhabited by elves, dwarves and all kinds of other magical creatures. Eventually, however, humans arrived. And while for years they managed to coexist with others in peace, humans are humans, and eventually the disagreements led them to split into multiple smaller factions. Factions that eventually became separate nations and kingdoms. One of them, Barcia, was a small northern kingdom whose king Zenel was in constant crippling worry of being conquered by the others, even if nothing pointed towards the possibility. So eventually he invited a dark magician Zon to help him. His help, however, while making Barcia's armies immensely stronger, also led to onset of King's insanity and closely following it overwhelming need of conquest. So he sent his armies in series of preemptive sudden attacks, conquering few others before he could be conquered himself. Applying the best defense is a good offense tactics. Witnessing King's rapidly progressive madness, a young warrior named Aris, along with his friends, tried to assassinate the king. Sadly, he was not only stopped in his attempt, but also imprisoned. Jailed Aris was then saved by a mysterious magician and given the quest of uniting all the other races and nations to stop the onslaught of the Mad King Zenel's armies. Now, isn't it an epic start as compared to other games we've spoke about today so far? As compared to previous games in the series, games that never released on PC mind you, First Queen 4 puts much more focus on strategy rather than RPG. The armies move simultaneously, they can be split into smaller ones, joined into larger, and they're commanded and fight in real time too. You can use diplomacy to make arrangements with sovereign cities and even to hire some of the defeated soldiers after battles. Presentation-wise, First Queen 4 looks pretty decent, very JRPG-like, even if it's more on the strategy side. Sounds are good too, though not great, and overall the game is a pretty fun experience if you can read the language. If not, then, well, carry on to the next title in the video. Ecstasy, which is written way different than you think, is a standalone version of Brain Bowler puzzle minigame from an earlier Purple Saturn Day game, extracted, expanded and playable in 1 or 2 player mode. It is also a cerebral sci-fi action puzzler that you will either fall in love with or hate. It depicts a huge female android head in the middle of the screen and series of network wires connected to it, buttons and switches symmetrically on right and left. The goal is to restore all sensory functions to the android, and each level has a different set of them to work with. The game is always played in 2-player mode, either against a friend or CPU. So you'll be guiding electrical pulses through wires, after these wires have been woken up, so to say, that is, and you'll have to set switches in correct positions, then reactivate the wires, all the while making sure that the electrical sparks wouldn't blow the fuses, as this may require regenerating, slowing you down considerably. And it's not something we'd want in a competitive game. You can also steal opponents' fuses if you manage to, but that's more of an advanced gameplay concept rather than something for your first few attempts. Same as summoning sparks on the opponent's side to keep him busy, or jolting opponent's control cursor so that it would be more tough for him to act. As the android is gradually reactivated, it starts showing different facial expressions and emotions as visual indicator of progress. Now, I realize that all I've said to this point sounds ridiculous and seems to make not much sense whatsoever, but it's only partly fault on my side. The thing with Ecstasy is, that it's same as the Matrix was. So as much no one can really be told what the Matrix is and they just have to see it for themselves, no one can be told what ecstasy is, they just have to play it for themselves. So, let me leave you with this. Whichever the pill you would pick when deciding about Matrix, if you like puzzle games at least a bit, especially those action-oriented and sci-fi themed, try Ecstasy out. Give it a game or two, and if you don't like it at the end of it, move to something else. Though I have a feeling that you may find it to be quite an odd, quirky fun pickle. First of all I will be able to show you about Forgotten Saga are the screenshots and maybe a part of an intro animation, as there's no footage for the game anywhere online. That's how obscure it is. But it may be worth listening about it anyway, as it's a pretty interesting title. Also, and I think it comes without saying, I've never played it myself, so everything I'll tell you will be based on research and digging of all kinds I've done, learning anything I could about it. First of all, it's a Korean top-down turn-based fantasy role-playing set in the same world as Astonisha story, and serving as a side tale to the original. Both games' plots aren't intertwined in any way, however, and only share one character between them, Passman. Forgotten Saga tells a tale of a group of 4 friends, adventurers for hire even, and how they arrive in a quiet town of Gorax in Nubroyer province in Kingdom of Latane on an Assyrian continent. A lot of names, right? A lot of weird names even. But if you're familiar with the Saga series, you should know at least some of them. So, our 4 heroes managed to do one job for a millionaire so far, helping him recover a vast part of his wealth and being generously rewarded for it. Hope that all their jobs from then on will be as profitable. It doesn't look like it though, so they agree to take a simple job requiring them to deliver a letter to a very particular recipient. It all goes sideways however, and they are captured and imprisoned by the authorities under a false pretense. The only chance for their escape is a mysterious young woman whom they will help foiling the evil plans of the governor of Nubrier. The game starts with the main character creator, which surprisingly works same as the classic Ultimas did, so asks you a series of questions and determines a class for you based on the answers. When that's done, you pick 3 of your companions from a variety of typical fantasy classes for a total of 4. It's worth noting that you have 2 extra empty slots for temporary party members that will be joining you in different parts of your adventure. Interestingly enough, unlike most other JRPGs, if I can even call a Korean game a JRPG, Forgotten Saga is much less linear. Most towns and cities offer quite a few different side quests, many of which rely on your character's classes or even entire party's reputation. Even more so, the main quest is not even immediately available and you have to complete series of smaller tasks to reveal it. Which in my books is an excellent idea, as it allows you not only to familiarize yourself with the inner gameplay mechanics, but also the atmosphere and tone of the world the adventure is set in. Especially that you'll quickly learn that many of your choices, even those that appear to be seemingly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, may be quite impactful and change the outcome of whole quest lines. That kind of freedom, unseen in Eastern games back then, brought a whole slew of issues, namely bugs. Bugs here, bugs there, bugs everywhere. And if there's one thing the very few who played the initial release of Forgotten Saga had to say about it, it's how bug-ridden it was, often near unplayable because of them. Sure, the game was re-released a year later for Windows, patched, and saw a steady release of additional fixes for a short while, but not only it didn't manage to regain the faith gamers put in it, but was never also debugged in full, and even in the final version, some small issues prevailed. That said, it was at least playable, and its vast content and lore-deep world was finally ready to be explored. So, if you're into anything I just said, definitely give it a go. Eye of Horus is an Egyptian-themed action arcade shooter platformer in which you play as the titular Horus. King Osiris's brother Set is your uncle. Consumed with jealousy, he kills your father Osiris, dismembers his body, and scatters the 7 pieces of the corpse throughout the ancient tomb. I really don't want to swear in these videos, but that's a dick move if you ask me. He kills his brother, then cuts him into pieces and then spreads those pieces all around the tomb. Do you know how much work and effort something like that requires? You will soon, when you play the game, cause that tomb is gigantic. I mean, it shows either a weirdly displaying its self-dedication to the craft of murder or incredibly deep-set madness. Probably both, if I had to guess. Anyway, your task is to find all 7 pieces and reassemble Osiris so that together you could defeat and vanquish Set. Interestingly enough, instead of jumping, you can turn into a hawk and fly around shooting, defeating any and all enemies that you may face. There are over 30 different amulets scattered around the tomb, and each of them grants you another power, another useful skill in completing your quest. You can only collect and carry 7 items at a time, so you'll have to learn which amulet does what, so that you could only hold the best. Personally, I would suggest making sure to always have place for one that offers map and extra weapons if free space allows for it. The very best amulets to have, however, are these that summon other gods, as their powers are most useful and prominent. It's good to have the amulet of Isis, for instance, as it summons her, and she'll take a piece of your father's body to the burial chamber in preparation for resurrection. And since you can only carry one piece of Osiris at once, you'll have to summon Isis often. The rest of the amulets I'll let you discover all by yourself, as they're a part of charm of the game. Chambers that the tomb is built of are connected via lifts, which is an odd game design choice given it's supposed to take place in the ancient times, but whatever. You can use them to move between the levels, but to do so you will always have to revert to your human form, which actually slows the pace of the game down considerably. Graphics-wise, Eye of Horus may not compare favorably to its Amiga or even Atari ST versions, but by 1989 it looked pretty decent on PC too, even if it sounded terrible and could really use a complete sound redesign. All in all, Eye of Horus, while not groundbreaking, is pretty decent and interesting and fun to go through if you like those kinds of platformer shooter mixes, especially unusually themed ones. There's easily over 10 DOS games named Frankenstein or having the name be a part of their titles. And sadly, most are not very good. Keeping with the traditions of the naming, this Frankenstein is not great either. I mean, it may not be terrible, but it's not spectacular in any way imaginable. It's average at best, and, well, not even that at worst. It was released as shareware, only in Europe, and in a very limited manner, basically killing any of its chances for success, mistakenly giving players a chance to sample it before purchase, and most that did never pulled the trigger on a full release. Frankenstein is a timed scrolling adventure platformer in which you play as Igor Woodenhead, Dr. Frankenstein's servant, and are tasked with locating and bringing him appropriate body parts and tools to create the infamous Frankenstein's monster. And yes, Frankenstein himself was not a monster at all. It's a common misconception many make when talking about the creature. The game world is divided into 4 differently themed locations: the village, cemetery, dungeon and castle, and all of these are full of peasants and animals that are all out there to get you. Though full may be a bit of an overstatement, there's not that many really. Fortunately, it's not one-hit kill kind of a game, and you have a health bar that depletes by a little when in contact with the enemy, when falling from high ground, or when touching spikes. Well, whenever the death will come, at least it won't be instantaneous, right? Naturally, you can defend yourself against the former, jumping on enemies' heads Mario style. It's perhaps an odd choice in an adventure platformer, rather than the one-way running one like aforementioned Mario, but whatever. It is what it is. You can carry up to 2 items at a time, so reassembling the monster will take a while. And close contact with blonde-haired women will replenish your energy, because of course it will, same as it would in real life. In 1990s at least. Frankenstein is not very good. I mean, it's not unplayable or anything, it's just not much fun. And if a game is not fun, it may have very well not existed at all. Play it or not, your call, I wouldn't recommend it. Released 2 years after it originally dropped like a meteorite on a beat-style Biden beat-em-up / brawler market on the Amiga, bringing very junky and rough, but so fresh-tasting addition to the genre, Franco the Crazy Revenge is just that. A simple, very basic story of a revenge told via side-scrolling breaking of noses, kicking of asses, and a general whoopassery. I'm not sure if it's the best genre to tell any stories, but it's definitely a good vessel for fun action-packed romp. It's a game for 1 or 2 players, in which you can play either as Franco or Alex, a pair of buff dudes living in Stettin, Poland, during early 90s, in a time when country just freed itself, nay, crawled from underneath a communist Soviet's crusty heel and slowly started exploring what it meant to be truly free and moist. Not necessarily in the most reasonable way, but after years of hardships, it's difficult not to occasionally choke on freedoms you indulge yourself in like a malnourished child. It was a transitional period that was important to all Poles and led to years of progress. Our hero's friend was killed by local mob stags, so Franco and Alex, as you do, departed on a bloody trail of revenge. And it's literally bloody, as what the game is best known for is its brutal, gore-filled depiction of fights. Franco the Crazy Revenge is a standard and not too creative, at least plot-wise, beat-em-up, but the omnipresent brutality alone made it rather well known in Poland on the Amiga. On PC, it was DOA, and sadly remained unknown even despite a rather fun, if not multiple playthroughs worthy gameplay. As a matter of fact, I'd say that it's a 2-playthrough kind of a game, once alone and once with a friend, preferably over drinks. Gambas is one of the first Portuguese DOS games and an ecological themed puzzler. Nope, no, it only pretends to be a puzzler. In reality, it's an arcade game that uses puzzling to tie all the arcade bits together, if that even makes sense. Anyway, it tells a tale of imminent ecological catastrophe created by humans, so something we should be very familiar with today, and small creatures called gambis, which are the only ones capable of saving the planet, as they possess a magical crystal that contains memories of a clean planet within it, of all plants and animals and how Earth used to be before we destroyed it. The images have to be released from the crystal to the outside world to purify and transform it into what it once was. Over time, however, the images got distorted and damaged and need to be cleaned and repaired before they could be released. Gameplay revolves around cleaning the images of the distortion, mainly by using various gambis and their special skills. So Gambis Wizard, for instance, depending on which colored potion you will drop on him, will cast different helpful spell. Gambis Mover places indicated tiles in their correct location on the board, Gambis Finder shows you the exact location of each piece of a puzzle, Gambis Diffuser removes bombs that otherwise cover the pieces of the image when they explode, and Gambis Knight can be sent off to fight evil creatures that try to prevent your progress. Naturally, there's few more of these Gambis in the game, each special and each having a different function to perform. Utilizing their skills same way you would use skills that you could assign to lemmings, you have to restore all the images to save the Earth. Unfortunately, Gambis failed to gain popularity and traction, forever remaining obscure, and if I was to wager a guess why, the answer is actually pretty simple. It's one of those games that can't be told about, it can't be shown even, and when you play it, you also have to give it a lot of time to grow on you, to unlock all of its features, to start making sense and eventually begin being fun. Yep, going past the first few levels is not enough in this one. You actually have to give it more, be patient, all to learn how enjoyable it can be. And when you get to that point, then despite the ecological theme and a bit childish presentation, I can pretty much guarantee you'll get addicted to its fun formula, same way you did to Lemmings in 1991. Global Conquest is a top-down turn-based strategy, conquest and exploration game. And while it may not be one for you to play for years on end, it's definitely good and fun enough to keep you engaged for the few weeks that you'll give it. In simplest possible terms, it's a world domination board game taking place on an unexplored planet. The goal is that simple too, to conquer the planet before any of your CPU or online human-controlled opponents do. To achieve that goal, you have to utilize many of the available military units, from land-based infantry through submarines, battleships, all the way to the aircraft carriers and few others. Using these, you must mount your offensive smart enough to grab as much terrain as possible while keeping yours safe in the same time, especially your so-called ComCen, which obviously stands for Command Center, because if it goes down at any point, it's game over. So, while you may be bleeding units and terrain left and right if something goes astray, losing battles one after another, and nothing will happen really. Well, other than your honor as the best strategist out there being stained, that is. Losing ComCen is like losing a king at chess. It's a failure, is what I'm saying. Each turn will see you engage in various activities other than the warfare too, stuff like managing your country, in particular economy of its cities, diplomatic relations, treaties and alliances with others, and even espionage or various random events. These random events are picked by pulling cards, which are available every 5 or so turns. They come from a very deep pool of different situations to tackle. Some may be seemingly innocent, stuff like Pope visits, others are battle fatigues, plague or drought, or even taxpayer revolts, and various other happenings, good or bad. Global Conquest is an interesting take on a global wargame, and if you don't mind it being a bit simplified in terms of the number of different kinds of units and a very basic board game style of gameplay, then there's a lot you will find in it to love. Graphics, while high-res, are EGA only, and sound design is rather basic too, so it doesn't present itself to be particularly attractive. That said, it's a strategy board game first and foremost, so it doesn't really need flashy looks or orchestral soundtrack either, and it's good enough for it to be competent in its gameplay design only. If you like board games, you're gonna have a great time with Global Conquest, I'm sure of it. Saying that Floatris is a Tetris clone would not only be a gross oversimplification, but also a disservice to the game itself. Why? Because you don't just play a variant of the game here. You play 8 of them, all at the same time. No, your ears did not deceive you. I did say 8. But if that sounds like something you've not seen or expected, hold on to your wigs, fake mustaches and chairs, cause there's more. The blocks don't fall down, but rather float upwards. I know, it's unheard of, but yeah, that's still not all. There are also a few new previously unseen in Tetris' clones shapes, and you carry on playing until all 8 playing fields are overfilled. So, losing in one does not end the game, you've still 7 to fight for points in. You switch between all 8 playing fields, keeping all of them under control, and while it may seem easy initially, same as in Classic, sooner or later the game will become hectic and you'll find yourself panicking, switching between the boards, desperately trying to control more than you can handle. Naturally, other than the few aforementioned novelties, the staple Tetris formula still applies here, so you need to create horizontal lines of blocks to clear them off the screen. Each of the playing fields has their own queue of upcoming blocks and shows the next two that will appear, allowing you to strategize and prepare for what's to come. I think that flow trees is one of the most ingenious and fun takes on the classic, and a lot of fun. Even if you're panicking half of it, desperately trying to hold your liquids in while playing. Flow trees is perhaps not as good as Tetris 99 that Nintendo premiered few years ago, but probably close second, in terms of innovation to the formula that is. I could say here that the flow trees' presentation is quite nice too, using VGA graphics, but honestly, it's nothing special. Cause while it does display plenty of colors and gradient on the background, it's just blocks, you know. Nothing else, just small colorful squares, so hardly anything worth mentioning. One way or another, Flow Trees is one of the more creative takes on Tetris, and if you enjoyed the original, you'll love this one too. The so-called Vergina incident was a series of events in 1996 when residents of Vergina, a city in Brazil, claimed to have seen various extraterrestrial creatures and crafts over a span of a day, and that the Brazilian government managed to capture at least one of the creatures. While it may have never happened, including supposed woman impregnation by the alien, which is another separate bag of odd claims to unpack, it was an excellent base for the movie, book, or a game. And at least one of the three we've got in the end, the game. So, the Vergina incident, aka Alien Anarchy, was born, and it's a sci-fi first-person shooter taking place on a location in 1996. According to the game's story, some of the aliens escaped and hid in the city, and you're somehow given a special mission by them. Yes, them, as in the aliens. You need to find and recover their captured ship. So you're taking a side of aliens in this one, which as I understand is a new one for you, usually fighting against them to save us. But I know that you're up for the task and that I can count on you not failing. I'm Batman. Okie dokie, Batty Buddy. Good news everyone, Bruce said that if you happen to fail, he will come and rescue you. So, there's that at least going for you. Anyway, on your mission you'll need to face the Brazilian military, try to rescue captured aliens and recover their spaceship. And as you go through the game and story will unfold, you'll learn that there's an underground city of Stone Drum in Brazil, and it's where humans and aliens supposedly work in unison. Why and what are they working on there? Well, that's something for you to discover while playing. And you'll have a lot of time for doing so, visiting various real-life locations like Rio de Janeiro or Sao Paulo to name a few. Alien Anarchy's FPS combat is not the best I've seen, and definitely could use some polish, but it's not unplayable or broken in any way. Perhaps the enemies could be more varied and less bullet spongy, but other than that, it's a standard fare for the genre. One thing that's definitely lacking is number of available weapons, as you only get 4. And while it could be argued that the standard army armament would only use few guns in real life too, it does leave you wanting a bit more. The Vergina incident is a bog standard shooter, and it doesn't really do anything better than the genre average did by 1996. It's no better or worse than games that came out then. Thing is, it dropped in 1998, when we had Quake and few other full 3D games out already. And another 2.5D one was not really something that the market was hungry for, and as such, it easily found itself on this list. Goal 94 came out in, well, 1994, and was the last outing in the series of text-based football/soccer management games, and the best one of them all to boot. Now, let me make one thing clear. Championship Manager, Ultimate Soccer Manager or Premier Manager, it is not. It's a simple text-based international soccer manager in which you compete to win either Custom Continental Cup or the World Cup. And to do so, you'll be responsible for any and all tasks in your chosen country's team. You'll select squads, prepare and choose tactics, and, well, play matches. You will not deal with stuff like stadium expansions, deep scouting or advertising. So if you enjoy these in other games in the genre, keep in mind that it's not here in any shape or form. Goal 94 is the first game in the series that allows for substituting of keepers, which may seem like a no-brainer, but earlier ones omitted it entirely. All matches are text-based, and what I mean by that is that they're also presented in text mode, but using custom ASCII characters and provide a running commentary all throughout too. The commentary can even be printed out later on if you'd like to relive your successes and losses, or just want to learn what worked and what didn't during a particular game. It may seem like an odd thing to say about some ASCII characters running on the screen chaotically, but the games are actually pretty exciting and fun to watch, especially that they're better paced than previously and more streamlined. Players are described with more detail and easier to read stats than in previous games, and the new by 1994 World Cup rules have also been implemented. Every season some players will end their careers and some new ones will join your B team, hoping to eventually find their way into your primary squad. who is Goal 94 for if by 1994 there were other, arguably more feature-rich, better-looking and playing management games available? Well, it's difficult to answer really. It's for someone who loves the genre and wants to try all of the games in it out, for someone who's tired of overcomplicated or too convoluted games trying to do way too many things at once and failing at the most important one of them all, enjoyment. Or for someone whose PC was really outdated by 1994 and still wanted to experience a fun and deep management game running on their potatoes at a reasonable pace. Gold Rush is a late 80s Sierra's adventure game, and as such it uses their in-house text parser. As these go, Sierra had a decent one, but even despite that, if you're not new to this channel, you know that I don't dig games made using parsers. Cause I'm not a fan of the control scheme and hate parsers with a passion of a million lemmings dying, jumping off of cliff into depths of a bottomless canyon. But I'll try to stay objective here and won't let my feelings for the gameplay mechanic to influence what I'll say about it too much. I will just a little though. Story-wise, years ago your brother secretly ran away to Sacramento, California, saying nothing to anyone, escaping accusations and conviction for a crime he didn't commit. A story for the ages, it seems. Now, he contacted you out of the blue, asking you to come over and join him in getting immensely rich by prospecting gold. And since the letter has a gold nugget attached to it, it's definitely not a fool's errand. So, you decide to do just that. Abandon your old life entirely, sell all your belongings, move west, find your brother, and strike gold. Interestingly enough, the game gave you few choices when it comes to how you could get to Sacramento. You could take a stagecoach, which was the cheapest transport method and the only one always available. Alternatively, you could take a ship to Panama, where you'd need to cross swamps and jungles on foot to get to the port from which you could catch another ship, this time a direct one to Sacramento. And finally, you could also take a trip around the Cape Horn, the longest of them all. Each of the travel methods takes different time to reach the destination, each poses different challenges and random events, making Gold Rush actually a very replayable title. When you finally reach Sacramento, all the routes converge and the rest of the game is identical, regardless how you got there. In California, you'll be searching for your long-lost brother, prospecting for gold, avoiding bandits and having fun dodging hundreds of possible and lurking behind every corner deaths. And yeah, it's a Sierra game, so you can bet your ass that there's death everywhere. So, saving often, preferably having few of those saves running at once, is a must. Gold Rush is an interesting game cause it has everything I like in an adventure, so captivating story, multiple paths of gameplay, Wild West setting and playability. And all that is ruined by the text parser. That said, the Steam re-release in a form of gold version allows for switching to point-click mode, so if you plan on trying the game out, that's how I suggest you do it. Graveyard Edge is like brutal sports football or Blood Bowl, just years earlier and not as good. It's a variation on American football with monsters, elves and wizards mixed in for good measure. Oh, and the ball is not a ball at all, but an eyeball with legs. I know what you're thinking. Perfect. And it is, well-fitting style-wise at least. And if you're gonna play as monsters, the ball's gotta fit the bill, right? Same as in any other football game, points are naturally scored by carrying the ball, the eye I mean, across the field or by kicking the shit out of your opponents. No? Wait, the latter is not in football's rulebook, I think. Is there even such a thing as a rulebook for it? Whatever. Even if it's not there, it's what the best about Graveyard Edge – violence. Each of the players is different and all have different characteristics describing them, and directly influencing the situation on the pitch. So, some may be faster but less resistant to damage, while others may be slower but walking tanks. Same way, some may be able to deliver efficient killing blows, while others may be resistant to them, to a degree at least. When deciding on a squad for a game from your roster of players, you can always decide who'll make it, picking them player by player or by choosing one of the few pre-made selections optimized by strength or stamina, for instance. Despite the omnipresent violence, there are actually various plays in the playbook that you can try to carry out, and you can even edit some of your own. There are also different fields that you'll get to play on, and they differ in features, making a match on each feel distinctively unique. Gameplay-wise, Graveyard Edge is a very similar to the game it's based on, so American football, meaning that the flow is interrupted quite often. Especially that there's only 4 players per side and interruptions happen after each beatdown too. So it feels at times as if the match was progressing much slower than it actually is. All because you keep loading in between each of them. And while it's not a game-breaking issue, it's definitely annoying. The graphics are not great, but aren't terrible either. They're the dead center average that the EGA could offer in 1989. Sounds are. Yep, that's all about them. Overall, presentation is a bit disappointing, even if not bad per se. Oh, and did I mention scrolling? I didn't? Good, cause there isn't any. The game switches screens in predefined points and it's as confusing as you can imagine it to be in a sports title. Especially that the quote-unquote action can happen off-screen too. So, let's say you're running with a ball, excuse me, and you have no idea what's happening where you're not seeing. And it's precisely where two of the opponents may be giving their best to one of your teammates, showing him why having a straight nose and all teeth is not a perk whatsoever. Graveyard Edge can be fun, but it can also be really, really annoying. So I'm not gonna advise you on it. If you're curious, try it out and then decide if it's something you could enjoy for longer play sessions. Goody is a very early Spanish side-view flip-screen arcade platformer. Other than those, it also released on various 8-bit systems, and apart from Spectrum, it looks better on all of them than it does on PC, which I don't have to tell you is hella disappointing. But since it only uses CGA display, it's hardly something unexpected or surprising. You play as Goody, name and another character trait, a bank robber, and you plan heist of your life on the biggest bank in Spain. To do so, however, you need appropriate tools, which you will also need to find and secure. Goody plays like a mixture of Jet Set Willy and Dizzy, as aside from platforming, it also features some very light adventuring elements. So, first of all, you'll set off to secure blowtorch, pincers, hammer and a screwdriver, and then get to the bank. Naturally, on your way, all manner of enemies and hazards will try to stop you. Anything from policemen through gorillas, because why the hell not, I mean gorillas in the middle of a sprawling Spanish city is nothing out of ordinary. Then there are kung fu fighters, street sweepers, all the way to paper planes. And while I can sorta understand all the people being against you, after all they keep their money in a bank, I don't know how they know what and when you plan to do, and for the life of me I have no clue what paper planes in particular have against you. Unless you're one of the robbers that posts selfies on Insta first and then heads on his mission. But given that in 1987, so when the game came out, the closest thing to Insta we had were photo albums, it's highly unlikely. Anyway, when you finally reach the bank, you'll need to get to the vault and then perform robbery typing in the correct vault code. Underneath the bank, in the tunnels, same as outside of it, there are numerous enemies that will try to get you. These, however, are mostly rats, snakes, fish and droplets of water. Yes, water. As weird as outside of it, but beware of them anyway. Goody feels like an 8-bit game, which kinda explains why it had so many ports to the smaller systems and why it looks the way it does. But if I'm to be honest, if I was to play it today, I'd go for any other platform than those. So, should you play it though? It's actually worth checking out if you like classic platformers, but I'd suggest going for a different version if possible. GT Racing 97 is a pretty fun arcade racer. While it may not be as good as Screamer 2 or The Need for Speed, and was largely ignored by most gamers because of the two classics, it's good enough to stand on its own and provide quite a few hours of fun. Especially that similarly to Screamer, it features a split-screen 2-player mode, which may need a bit beefier machine than single-player, but if your PC could handle it back then, it no doubt was a fun time. And trust me, compared to the earlier two, GT Racing 97 had very reasonable hardware requirements. The game features 9 cars to choose from, and while they're sporting stupid sounding names like Cougar, Terminator or Blue Blood to name a few, Eki and I will quickly pick up on what they actually are, and find their favorite Porsche 911, Lamborghini Diablo or Ferrari Testarossa among them. All of them naturally differ in how they handle, but the top speed seems to be for the most part very similar and somewhere around 300 kph. The tracks come from 8 countries and are divided into 3 continents. Only Canada and Brazil are available at start though, and you'll need to unlock the others by beating the championships that consist of number of races in different countries. There are 3 difficulty levels to choose from, but you should never go for the lowest, as I consider it more of a tutorial than a real choice. The races don't try to overtake each other at all, there's no traffic whatsoever, and the maximum speed of all cars is severely limited. The other 2 modes are all fine and work well, though as per usual playing against a friend is the most fun. Interestingly enough, there are 3 kinds of damage in the game, all indicated separately as body, engine and wheels. So while GTA Racing 97 is definitely not a simulator, it does not allow for an all-out crazy maneuvers, and you have to keep all 3 parameters in check during all races. Presentation-wise, GT is decent. The graphics are colorful, roadside decorations are a mix of 2D and 3D objects, and the feeling of speed is definitely there, so there is nothing to complain about in the looks department. Sounds are a bit meh, the cars seem to make tad weird noises, but not to the point of being annoying or distracting. They're just not what you expect them to be, at least to me. To summarize, there's really nothing special about GT Racing 97. It's a good, a bit above average racer that is quite fun, and if you don't have access to bigger and better games in the genre, you will not be disappointed with it either. First and foremost, look at this. Now, isn't it an epic box cover? It looks like James Bond movie poster. And not one of these where the villain has a funky mustache, black cat and a golden tooth, but like one where he's an evil super genius and Bond will have incredibly tough time beating him. Also, sci-fi and spaceships. Yep, that's always fun. The cover promised a lot, and seeing box like that in a game shop made it an instant purchase. I guess, cause in 1991 I was still getting my games in a very questionable way. Golden Eagle is a side-view flick-screen action platformer with a lot of mostly optional puzzling. You play as a hero, which shouldn't come as a surprise cause you are one in real life too, and you're sent to recover a statuette of a golden eagle, an artifact of mysterious powers stolen by evil sect led by even more evil priest Namur. He, and it's not a joke, split the statue into 5 pieces and hid them all over the city. If you're wondering why he'd done it, why he split it and went around the whole town looking for potential stashing locations just to drop the pieces in them, wonder no more. I did too, and came to one conclusion, and it's… drumroll please Bruce… game logic. I mean, if they weren't split, or if the priest was to use the artifact's power against our hero, we'd had no game to play. So, most of the time you'll spend walking around the levels, shooting at the enemies and solving very basic environmental puzzles, mainly focused on finding items and then using them in the right spot, or toggling switches to deactivate the security systems, kinda like you did in Impossible Mission 2. There are also saves that can and should be opened, either by using codes or appropriate safe cracking equipment, or to find and pick up Golden Eagle pieces. Oh, and there's a full minigame of Reversi incorporated into Golden Eagle's game world. It can be accessed through numerous terminals and is actually pretty good in terms of AI that it uses to play against you, better than it was in many earlier standalone titles. They're entirely optional though, and while Reversi is fun once in a while, you may actually decide to never touch it in the game and lose nothing from gameplay or story. Golden Eagle is beautiful, and while the levels are extremely samey, often barely distinguishable one from another, the animations of our protagonists are excellent, nearly as good as those in Flashback or Prince of Persia were. But what these two titles had and Golden Eagle does not is sense of discovery, fun and addictive gameplay loop, and a feeling of anticipation of getting to find something new and cool. Don't get me wrong, Golden Eagle is not a bad game, especially that its story that gradually unfolds is pretty cool, but the repetitiveness of levels and gameplay mechanics reduce it to an average title at most, and it's probably why it's a perfect fit for this video. Guardians 2, same as Golden Eagle, was made by Loriciel, and while it's an entirely different game in a completely different genre, it shares something other than the developer with it. Namely, it too is quite average quality and gameplay wise. It's an unusual top-down puzzler that's a mixture of Tetris and Origamo. Origamo coincidentally being another of those obscure games that I think I should cover sooner or later. Anyway, in Loriciel's style, Guardians are a little bit confusing, all over the place, and take a long while to get used to and even longer to learn. The idea here is to join blocks of the same color to remove them. But gameplay doesn't take place on a freeform empty field like in Tetris, but rather sorta checkered board with various holes and obstacles on it. And you have to constantly keep those in mind while placing blocks. It convolutes the original's formula a lot and makes it more cumbersome and annoying than fun. Even more so, cause you'll need to constantly rotate them to find the right pattern to fit them on the board. It's definitely a game for a hardcore Tetris masters, rather than people such as myself who like an occasional round of Tetris but don't look for it to be any more challenging than it already is. The fact that the viewpoint is top-down too don't make it any easier either. In short, to summarize, you have to group blocks like in Tetris, all the while making sure that they don't pile up, and you better do it fast, cause also like in Tetris, the game doesn't wait for you at any point. But there are also numerous layers that you don't see, so you need to uncover them by removing those that you do. It's incredibly annoying to play, to the point that honestly I'd rather not. So, unless you're in a slightly masochistic mood, I'd suggest going for either of the two games this one's based on, or just ignoring it completely, as unless you have a big, swollen, wrinkled mega brain or enjoy being pissed constantly, it will take a long while, not only to grasp its mechanics, but even learn how to play it semi-efficiently. I say, skip it. Heaven's Dawn is an incredibly obscure Taiwanese point-and-click adventure game. If you've not heard of it, don't worry, virtually no one has. And if you did, then I salute you. You are a walking classic video game encyclopedia. The obscurity can be credited to it getting an English translation from Australia, so that the adoption to the West was very slow and practically non-existent in Europe, at least via official channels that is. You play as Jeremy, painter from New York, who's on holiday and accidentally learns the story of God and sins of the humans from an old beggar sitting on a sidewalk. As he finishes his story, he disappears and you're left with the necklace he had on him, mysteriously transported to the cursed fantasy land in the middle of an empty castle. Empty, as in devoid of life, but with everything else right where it was. And the only signs of any life in it, and the King Drew III and his daughter Princess Cassandra, are the scattered around it diaries. To return home, you'll have to figure out where everyone's gone to, what's behind the disappearances, and save the world from God's wrath by finding out how to break the curse. Other than the story, which starts off pretty interesting, the entire game is your box standard point-and-click adventure. And by standard, I mean literally, done correctly by the books with nothing special about it. The story, while interesting initially, gets flat really fast, there's no intricate puzzles of any kind, and the humor is completely absent from it too. So chuckles as found in Discworld or LucasArts' games are not something you'll get to experience in Heaven's Dawn. It was made to work, and it does. Work, that is. And the only thing that it has that most other adventure games don't are the few mini-games, which, while simple, are fun for what they are and are not quick-time events. Graphics and sounds are excellent, with a lot of attention put to them, and fit nicely within the overarching atmosphere of gameplay. If you're a fan of point-and-clickers, you're most likely gonna complete it and like it, but if you play them occasionally from time to time when there's nothing else out there, or when you're in the mood for one, then there are way better titles to try out. The Legend of Kyrandia, Discworld, The Secret of Monkey Island, and that's just a few. It's Hammer time! Hammer Boy tells a story of MC Hammer, also known as Mac Hammer, and whomever gets that reference is hella cool. But the twist is, it's about his life before he became an international one-hit superstar. I'm Batman! What? What do you mean by that? I see. So, we have a small issue on our hands. Nothing major really, I seem to have mixed up my scripts and it's a game about other Hammer. Boy, to be precise. And for all intents and purposes, Hammer Boy is as well known today as MC Hammer. So not very. Basically, it's a computerized version of Nintendo's classic Game & Watch idea with an original protagonist and a few colorful stages to beat. What kind of magical tech is a Game & Watch, you may wonder? Well, I doubt that you'd be watching this video not knowing, but just in case, let me tell you. For the kid in the 80s, it's the best kind. So-called Game & Watch were made of dreams and pure magic, and were also Nintendo's handheld game consoles. They were made with non-removable and non-exchangeable games built in. Or should I say really baked in straight into the LCD screen, with sprites representing all the possible states on the screen action, and only this lighting up that were required at any given moment. I mean, just take a look. That's what I mean. Mickey picking up X, for instance. Simple and very limited in its design concept, but oh so addicting. And Hammer Boy is similar. You've 4 stages in the game: fort, battleship, castle and space base, and various enemies thematically appropriate trying to conquer these. And you have to move our little protagonist to correct pre-assigned spots to hammer the invaders down. You see, violence back then was a very open-ended issue, meaning it was open to experience and it did not end with any certification, regulations or nothing. It just was. Well, until Mortal Kombat and Snatcher, but that's a story for an entirely different video. Hammer Boy's gameplay doesn't change between the levels whatsoever and is largely rinse and repeat of itself on different backgrounds. Now, can you see where the issue with Hammer Boy is yet? It's boring. Because the whole hype behind original Game & Watch was that they were portable and offered a simple score challenge type of a game that you could compete in against friends at school or with sibling on those long family trips in the car. You know, outside. On a PC, at home, it was DOA. We had hundreds, if not thousands, of more expansive, better looking and more fun games available. And no one asked for this one. You're listening to me talking about it in a video about obscure those games, so I suppose it's clear how popular it was. Guardians of Infinity to Save Kennedy is an interactive fiction type of an adventure game. And they are better than those of the Galaxy as they protect the Infinity. I really wanted it to sound more epic, but here we are. That's the best I can do. Anyway, it features a very elaborate and quite captivating plot. Personally, I'm not big on interactive fiction games where you have to type in commands, but as these go, this one's special and definitely worth a look, even if not the most straightforward one to control. As the title may have given it away, you gotta save President Kennedy from assassination. If the choice of words to this point hasn't killed this channel views already, the word starting with K that I just used definitely did. So yeah, bye-bye. Story-wise, in 2087, a genius inventor-physicist, great combo I must add, created a time travel machine. He assembled a group of uniquely qualified individuals, convinced them to join, named them Guardians, and sent them back in time to prevent the titular occurrence. All that to stop the chain of events that started with it and will bring a catastrophic in-consequences space-time rift in the future. The stakes, as you see, are quite high. You communicate with your agents out of time by typing in verb commands and then observing the results of their actions and replies most of the time shown with walls of text. Each of the agents has to be addressed by the first name so that the game could process who to send the commands to, but when you get the replies, it's not clearly indicated whom is it from, so you don't get the same treatment. If that wasn't enough, Guardians of Infinity run on a very unforgiving timer, so it's best to save often to make sure not to have to replay the whole game if you'll make a single mistake somewhere along the way. And you will make a lot of this if you won't use the manual. It contains valuable and necessary information on locations and schedules of all key to the plot people in relation to that in-game timer. And not using it is like taking hundreds of shots in the dark aiming right, while knowing for a fact that your targets are on the left. So, perhaps a ricochet can hit one of them by a sheer stroke of luck, but chances are very low and most of these shots will go nowhere near them. Majority of the story is unveiled between the lines of text and it gets your imagination going, plotting how to best utilize your agents and solve various situations in best ways possible. That said, once in a while you're treated to a static EGA graphics screen that looks like something torn straight out of ZX Spectrum screen. They're not great, but a nice refresher between the constant onslaught of letters. Even if tackling a bit controversial and sensitive subject and burdened with a bit clunky controls, Guardians of Infinity will definitely be a treat to all fans of the genre. If you're not one though, I can't see you nose deep in the manual, typing in hundreds of commands, so skip it. Heaven and Earth is probably the toughest game to talk about out of all in this video. It's a triple threat, if you will, serving 3 puzzle games under one title's roof, each very unique and distinctly different, and yet all fun. The first of them all is a variation on a solitaire, and I say it with a very broad definition of it in mind, as it's a puzzle card game that's arguably way better than solitaire, and also more robust and complex too. It uses custom cards, each described with 3 unique suits as opposed to regular cards too. First is a month that they correspond to. Second, the element of fire, earth, water or air. And finally, last is the theme of a card. And this can be a lot of things, stuff like rain, thunder, mountains, among others. You stack them up following a very intricate rules of combining into regular and bonus sets, positive or negative. So for instance, rain and thunder combined are positive, but separately cause a penalty. This first puzzler alone is worth a whole video on its own to explain in full, so know only that if you enjoy mindbenders and card games too, it's definitely something you'll fall in love with. The second is a variation on a repeat the pattern you see in one box in another kind of a game. Twist is, you can overlap the blocks to create patterns, and when blocks are placed on or next to each other and touch one another, they are permanently joined, so you have to plan your moves ahead before committing to them. It requires an outside-of-the-box approach, and that bad pun is definitely intended. The last game sees you moving physics-based pendulum around the game board with a goal of touching appearing on the board markers. It starts that simple, but in time when you progress, the mechanics are added like magnets that either attract or repel the pendulum, so the further you go, the tougher the marker placement will be. This one's easier on the brain than the other two, but as fun. There's also a so-called Pilgrim mode, which is basically a tournament combining games from the former 3. Heaven and Earth is my pick of a gem of a game from this video. It may look really simple, not use flashy presentation, digitized sounds or orchestral music, and all that it really offers is 3 puzzle games. But the quality of this is unparalleled. And the card game especially offers a really solid and very deep mechanics, which guarantees its nearly infinite longevity. Haribo's Quest is a point-and-click adventure game, and it's been released as a promotional product for Haribo Candy. It's also clear basically from the get-go that it's directed at the younger audience. And not only cause when they're kids it's easiest to get them addicted to sugar, but also cause the puzzle difficulty in this one is virtually non-existent. Now, and keep that in mind, I didn't say it's a bad game. I just pointed out that it's beyond easy. And you know what? If you want to teach your kids how to play adventure games, or have a friend that always tried to completing one but failed each and every time without a walkthrough, well, it's one that will fit both play case scenarios. An evil dragon destroyed the super secret candy formula, and the land of Bonbonia is in risk of failing to ruin. So, our young hero, Haribo, is sucked into a painting in his room and transported to the magical land to save it. To find all pieces of a spare copy of the recipe, traveling across 3 different worlds: medieval, Roman and Wild West themed. But as he does just that, there's someone else going for the same thing. As evil as the earlier dragon, Jack, the one-eyed pirate, and a leader of the crew of pirates. The game is pretty expansive for a promotional title, consisting of 250 locations and dozens upon dozens of puzzles. Perhaps dead simple ones, but puzzles nonetheless. Haribo's Quest is displaying high-resolution SVGA graphics, and I have a very mixed feelings about it. Cause on one hand, it's pretty nice, but on another it clearly lacks style and seems to be a mashup of general child-friendly characters and themes, often not fitting well together. I'm not a fan, is what I'm saying. Haribo's Quest can be a lot of fun for a kid, so if you have one and it's for whatever the reason not looking at his /her tablet or cell phone, it's not a bad choice. Hero's Heart is a top-down single-screen shareware puzzler that feels a little bit like mixture of Boulder Dash and Chips Challenge. Since it's running in high resolution, each of the 25 included levels contains at least few separate and small puzzles to solve and collect all the hearts. Oh yeah, I've not mentioned it yet, but each level requires you to collect all hearts to be able to get to the exit. Naturally, all stages are filled with hazards like fire, arrows, monsters or falling rocks to name a few, and special puzzling items and tiles like conveyor belts, wooden crates that can be used to travel across the pools of water, expandable bridges and keys. And you have to figure out the path around the first, using second to complete each challenge. Naturally, as in many similar titles, there's often only one correct way to complete the level, and figuring it out is quite fun, especially in the latter parts of the game, as the first few are rather easy. Hero's Heart's sound design was made to infuriate all the cats and dogs around and to wake up ancient evil lying in hiding in eternal slumber to once again race and cause death and destruction all around. So they're annoying and beepy, and there's nothing much you can do to make them sound better other than straight up turning the sound off. Whatever, it is what it is. Graphics, while simple, are high-res and easily readable, making for a very pleasant puzzling experience. If you register the game, it transforms into Hero Gold, which features over 80 levels and a very easy to use and yet robust level editor. It's easily one of the most fun DOS-era puzzlers and a true hidden gem of a game. Heavy Barrel is a port from the arcades and a top-down action shooter similar to games like Commando or Ikari Warriors. Not as good or memorable as either though. And while I never specifically said that it was bad, it kinda is, so yeah, I'm saying it now. But we'll get to that in a minute. Story-wise, terrorists have seized the underground control complex of a nuclear missile site and are threatening to use the missiles. So it's up to you, or better yet you and a friend, why suffer alone after all, to infiltrate the location, eliminate the terrorist's leader and any and all bodies along the way. To defeat the enemy's boss, however, you'll need the Heavy Barrel, which, believe it or not, is neither a barrel of pickles, do they even come in barrels, nor is it filled with oil or a container to light a fire in. It's a super turbo extra secret weapon that totally coincidentally is also in the complex you'll be raiding. Now, how lucky are you? It is divided into 6 parts and scattered across 6 different storage lockers in the game. Boss or no boss, it's beyond my means of understanding why you'd need a super special weapon to defeat a human. Unless he's a Terminator. Then yeah, it checks out. When original Terminator came out in Poland, its title was translated to Elektroniczny Morderca, which means electronic murderer. But in the movie, they were calling Arnie and all other ones Terminators, despite that title. Consistency was not our strongest suit, it seems. In the same time, Terminator 2 came out as Terminator 2, the way it's supposed to. And it took years for the first one to be renamed to Terminator here, as it is known as now. Anyway, Heavy Barrel is not a looker. The graphics are meh at best, with most of the screen covered with a huge frame and only small window in the middle designated for gameplay. Enemy sprites are rather bland and move as if they were carrying heavy load in their trousers, with legs spread out as if their feared said load would soil the rest of their clothing too. Animation and scrolling is jerky and the sounds are a PC speaker's owner's nightmare. Same repeatable beeps and bops with no music. Heavy Barrel is not great. I don't like it. But I imagine that playing it can be fun, especially if you have someone with you and drinks are involved. In any other case, I'd avoid it. There are better shooters on PC. Hammerhead is a classic Spider-Man villain that looks like a pre-op Frankenstein's monster minutes before having the bolt screwed in his neck. It's also someone who's so thick that they're better off using their noggin hammering nails than thinking. And finally, and actually accurately to today's video, 1992's horizontally scrolling sci-fi themed platformer. You play as the Hammerhead, a super secret special agent with exceptionally strong skull. In fact, it's the second toughest thing on Earth, directly after the uncut diamond. Since the nature gave you this incredible gift, it's also what you use to take out any and all enemies that come your way, utilizing your own patent-pending Hammerhead Fu, no relation to Kung Fu. And it's a very simple and yet surprisingly effective martial art focusing on headbanging, which can also be used as a very fun dance move during most heavy metal concerts. In essence, Hammerhead is a get-to-the-exit type of a game, and naturally all within a allotted time limit. As you plow through the enemies, spreading forehead justice left and right, you also get to collect gold coins and other various objects, and all these can be used at the end levels to acquire extra lives, additional time and power-ups. One of them being a CPU-controlled mini-companion, which is just the cutest, most useful thing ever, and he's more than helpful in faster level completion. Hammerhead's presentation would be pretty decent for an early EGA, but it released in 1992, which was anything but early for the graphic chipset. so as a result looks rather disappointing, and same can be said about gameplay. It would have been fine in 1987, but 5 years later it felt dated at best. Don't take it the wrong way, it's not a bad game, it's just a bit too late to the party that disbanded weeks ago, and all that's left for it is looking for unfinished drinks in scattered around the house red plastic cups. Gaimo is a side-scrolling platformer similar to Alien Carnage, but less brutal. Also sporting a name that says nothing about it really and sounds like one of those exotic diseases that you get after a jungle spider bite. To summarize the story, entity known only as Nectarion conquered Bitland and declared his intention of destroying humanity. One of the most stupid things any villain can do is either share their entire plan with a side observer or their captive, or like here, downright declare it. But whatever, I'm no villain, I have no clue what they have to do. Perhaps it's in the job description. You play as the teacher Gaimo and you will stop Nectarion. You won't fail and the world will forever be indebted to you. Note that down. Gaimo features beautiful lush console-like graphics, rich backgrounds and butter-smooth animations. It's a pleasure to both witness and play. You'll face many different enemies and monsters on your adventure and they're all out there to get you. But you're no newbie, this is not your first rodeo, you're armed and ready. And you can blast them all into non-existence with your trusty gun. But just because you left your home with it, don't mean that you have to stick to it, and you'll find other, better ones as you go, from an arsenal of 10 different guns available. There are some power-ups too, just saying. Gaimo's levels are rather expansive in their design and feature many active and passive obstacles and hazards, so moving platforms, fireballs and traps to name a few. It's also chock full of hidden passages, opening new secret passageways for more varied subsequent playthroughs. Gaimo is a Brazilian game and as such it saw very little recognition outside of the country. It's a pity though, as given its quality, fun factor and longevity, it deserved much more acclaim than it ever received. Especially because aside from perfectly crafted gameplay loop, it also introduced many features other games in the genre didn't do at the time. Stuff like sidekicks following you and the ability to issue simple orders to them, or enemy AI that will have monsters running for reinforcements when in danger and track your movements around the level, as opposed to following pre-assigned paths like they did in most other games. And the cherry on top of it all is the so-called kid difficulty level, that handles all the obstacles and movement in a chosen direction, so that the child can focus on shooting and having fun. Gaimo is a great game for anyone, everyone, in all age groups. Heartlight is a game that I think most people never heard of. I played it first on the Amiga, and then when I moved to PC, I made it a point in my non-existent in reality, yet very serious virtually, teenage agenda to track it down and get for my new grey box. It was more cream than grey, but I digress. Oddly enough, PC was first out of both 16-bit systems that ever got a port of Heartlight, so while I played it on Ami first, it was actually a second big system it landed on. Not sure if that's important, I just decided to share it. Cause we're friends, you and I. Bit weird ones perhaps, as I do all the talking and you listen. You always listen. You never judge, you listen. You take it all in, and then we're both happy when I'm done. Well, actually, some of you do judge from time to time, but a little bit of constructive criticism in the comments keeps me grounded. Anyway, you're great is what I'm saying. And I just wanted to share this little memory with you, that's all. Heartlight only ever came out in Polish, which theoretically should limit its potential reach, and sadly it did. It's disappointing, as aside from the game start credits and loading screen, the language is hardly noticeable anywhere and doesn't get in the way of playing. Heartlight is my most favorite Boulder Dash-esque game ever. It looks pretty nice, sounds, well, not great but it does, and features 64 brilliantly crafted and hella demanding levels. They're way more strategic, difficult and puzzle-centric than those in Dash, so at times they may require a little trial and error trying to work out the order of moves and gimmick behind a particular puzzle. Having to repeat a stage time after time may feel a bit annoying, but when you finally solve it, it's incredibly rewarding. All because they're smartly designed, and when things finally click in your head and you get that eureka moment, you instantly see things falling into place and how to carry on throughout the level perfectly. Heartlight is genuinely very good and most importantly fun game that deserved much more attention than it ever received. It should be remembered and played and not become just a footnote on a gaming history. But it is what it is, and I can't change anything today. Anyway, the cherry on this already sweet pie of a game is inclusion of an incredibly easy to use text-based level editor. If you ever get a chance and like puzzle games, don't sleep on Heartlight. Too many for too long have already. Highlander: The Last of the McClouds is a third-person view action-adventure game released exclusively for Atari Jaguar. So, why is it in this video at all? Have I finally lost it and started mixing up games and systems? It was bound to happen sooner or later, but I hoped that I had at least a few good years still ahead of me. Oh Lord, send me a swift and painless insanity, as I do not want to suffer through seeing my mind go. Not the case here, however, as it seems that the PC version was being developed concurrently to Jaguars, just never saw the light of day. But years later, an alpha version leaked and it is both possible to find online and download to play. So we're lucky, it seems, as we can experience the game that never was, and to be honest, the only difference between this alpha and full Jaguar release is that the story videos are rendered in low resolution and that there's no working option to save the game. So if you want to experience the game in full, you have to complete it in one sitting. In Highlander you play as Quentin MacLeod and you're on the mission to save Clan Dundee from slavers of Cortan, an evil immortal who refused to swear an oath made by all other immortals. That involved no longer killing each other in order to rebuild and guide progress of humanity. So he's like that one friend of yours that always says no when everyone else said yes, to whatever the question was, just to spite them. Dick move if you ask me. Whatever. The gameplay is conceptually very similar to Resident Evil and Alone in the Dark games, with full 3D characters and objects displayed on pre-rendered static backgrounds, and it mainly consists of exploration, battles with the enemies, and some simple inventory-based puzzling. The combat is rather clunky, and it's not as straightforward and natural feeling as in the two aforementioned classics, and while you get to find sword rather quickly in the game, seemingly the best weapon, if you ever come across a rubber chicken, don't hesitate to switch to it. And it's not a joke, it's an honest-to-heart advice, as it's easier to hit enemies with it and it does very comparable damage to the sword. In the end, it's not very often we get to check out and play something that should have never existed, so if you're into games that quote-unquote weren't, make sure not to sleep on the Highlander, the last of the MacLeods. Highway Fighter is a very obscure Russian sharer precursor to a much more well-known Highway Hunter, and also a top-down car-based shooter. As per usual, you're facing an evil world-threatening criminal organization and you're set to destroy it, cause who else would have? And believe it or not, you do it all without ever setting foot on a solid ground. You never leave your car is what I'm saying. You jump in your faithful Betty, cause that's how you named it, don't fact check it, it's definitely in the game's lore. I wouldn't lie to you now, would I? Definitely not today. Anyway, you're speeding across long stretching highways, facing hundreds upon hundreds of various enemy vehicles. Who would have thought that the criminal organization would base their entire operations from within their cars? But they did. The laser cannon that you start with, while being a pretty neat and powerful weapon, can obviously be upgraded by pickups to offer even more destructing power than it normally does. Then there are also shields front, side and rotating that you can find. First will allow you to destroy the enemies in front of you, ramming into them, just the way they do it in action movies. Side will prevent your car from destruction from edges of the road, and the rotating one orbits the car and destroys enemies on contact. And finally, there's the bomb that instantly clears the screen of all enemies. Graphics-wise, Highway Fighter looks excellent, the backgrounds and sprites are all very colorful, smoothly animated and very varied, keeping the gameplay fresh looking all throughout. All that said, Highway Fighter is very demanding. It's so difficult in fact that only the most agile keyboard ninjas and WSAD assassins will be able to get anywhere in it. It's also probably why the game was then re-released in the West as Highway Hunter, polishing bits and pieces here and there and considerably lowering the difficulty. Either way, the original is still fun, just may take much more sweat and tears to complete. Completely impossible for me to pronounce Hong Jildong Jeon is essentially a tale of Korean Robin Hood, told via top-down turn-based JRPG gameplay. It's based on the classic Korean novel of the same title, in which the titular character is a child rejected by his family and eventually grows up to become the bandit that steals from the rich and gives to the poor. So yeah, your run-of-the-mill Robin Hood. On a side note, I wonder how many different cultures had the legend of such a good-hearted thief. We had Janosik here, he just did not live in the forest but in the mountains. Other than that, the very same dude. Hong, I can't pronounce the name correctly, Dong, is the very first color Korean RPG for those that released in the 90s. Why is it worth mentioning? Well, there weren't that many. It plays for the most part like early Dragon Quest games, so focuses a lot on exploration and random turn-based battles with a single character as a protagonist. The character growth and level system is rather simple, and it's probably for the best given the overall simplicity of gameplay and no extra party members. Most larger locations have a very maze-like design to them and will see you not only fighting enemies, but also seeking where to use quest-related items to push the plot further. It's also one of the bigger annoyances that very often to move ahead with the story you'll need to find and use appropriate item in appropriate spot, and they're rarely obvious. Even worse, you can permanently throw away any of the items in your inventory, which is a really bad game design in a title in which nearly all items apart from weapons and armor are quest related. But whatever, it is what it is. And while the Hong Kong Bong sold nearly 7,000 copies throughout its lifespan, which was not bad for a Korean title, it only ever released in Japanese, Korean and Chinese. So it goes without saying that I've never played it, as sadly I don't speak either of the languages. Despite the previous game telling a story of a Korean Robin Hood and this one being developed by Sherwood Forest Software, I assure you that this is all just a mere coincidence, and it's not a Sherwood Bandit themed episode. Also, High Seas Homicide is a game that single-handedly puts this entire video at risk of demonetization. Some words are just best unsaid on YouTube, and it seems I constantly ignore it. Look at me, being a rebel and all. Anyway, High Seas is a text parser-driven shower detective adventure. It takes place aboard of a cruise ship HMS Elias, on which you're on vacation. You're a Scotland Yard detective, one Martin T. Beringer, who upon hearing 3 gunshots coming from the vague location of a ballroom area, leaves his cabin to investigate. Majority of gameplay will see you walking around the ship, conversing with people on board, trying to figure out who was shot and, more importantly, who is the killer. As you talk to more and more passengers and crew, you'll slowly start figuring out, based on all the clues, who the potential suspect is. If you identify him correctly, you'll get a reward. But beware, as false accusation will see you being abandoned in the middle of the ocean in a lifeboat. While High Seas sports despised by me text parser mechanics, and I really hate those with a passion of a 7,000 retired adult industry actors, it also features a very basic EGA graphics. Usually I would have considered them fugly at best, but given that most you do will see you typing in letters in a manic fashion, any graphics are a nice touch here. If you like parser adventures, you'll definitely enjoy this one too, even if it's not as complicated as some others can be. But if you don't, then avoid it. It's not one to sway you. Imperium Rex is a multiplayer futuristic turn-based top-down strategy wargame that's very similar, but not identical, to a more well-known Empire. It's been built from ground up as a multiplayer game in which 3 of you can battle it out for a global domination, and play on one of the several included maps or even create your own. The main goal is to build an expansive empire by conquering all the opponents and neutral cities. Each player starts with just 1 city and a few basic units and needs to magic their way to the riches, huge army and even bigger empire. So you'll start by exploring the world, finding and securing basic resources and expanding your sphere of influence and reach. Then, with progress, you'll focus more on researching new technologies, trading on a global market, building your armies up for both defense and conquering, and erecting support infrastructure. If all that sounds like fun, then good, cause it is, but only in multiplayer, as single-player games are incredibly limited and only ever allow for a practice mode with no opponents and only neutral cities available. They are not defenseless, but don't expand or attack the player. So yeah, you're right, it's a pointless exercise that's anything but fun. Many of the technologies and units, such as photon cannons or laser tanks, are clearly futuristic, fitting well within the overarching theme of the game. Interestingly enough, the entire Imperium Rex's graphics are presented in text mode using custom ASCII set, making for a novel-looking game. Now, let me be clear, Imperium Rex, even in multiplayer, is not the best strategy game you may spend your time at, but it's good enough for you and a couple of your friends to have fun for an evening or two, creating custom maps and then battling it out on them while having drinks. In the Dead of Night is a rather fun sharer point-and-click adventure game that could have easily had a full-fledged traditional commercial release if it was a bit well-paced. To simplify it to the most basic, it's a detective mystery story. You're Tom's cool, and you're cool. Well, he may not be, but you definitely are. And you're a PI hired by a jewel collector of questionable morality. He hires Tom to sneak into famous actress's chalet, posing as the double of a well-known thriller writer, Eric Wells, and steal her precious gem named Vesnu. Now, believe it or not, but Tom is stupid enough to accept. And I know that if he hadn't, we wouldn't have a game to play, but come on. Would you really risk your entire career on stealing something? Whatever, people are in different places in their lives, and perhaps this was the time and place for Tom to do something like that. We will never know. As you're in the process of fulfilling your super secret mission of theft and deceit, the snowstorm breaks out and the actress, who's a gem owner, is mysteriously killed by one of her guests. Does it sound familiar to you? Haven't we just spoke about a similar scenario? Well, whatever. Since the police can't arrive until the weather clears up, you take it upon yourself to put your PI skills to the test and solve the case all by yourself. So, you'll be questioning all the guests present in the late actress's house, seeking any and all evidence of murder. I really gotta be more careful with my words. And you'll also be collecting items which may then be used in figuring out who the culprit was. The characters are rather well written and somewhat believable, the plot is fun and engaging, and the puzzles are just right. Not too easy and not too demanding. And the only problem that the game has is the aforementioned pacing, because you may very well be in the middle of questioning a group of people one by one, trying to find anything, the tiniest of strings to pull on, not knowing if you're getting any closer and having nothing to build your case on, and then 5 minutes later suddenly have most of the case, or at least a solid chunk of it, all entirely figured out. The game leans more on the detective side rather than mysteries, is what I mean here. The presentation is decent, though nothing unseen in similar games, and overall, In the Dead of Night is a fun little game to waste some time on. So, if you like point and clickers, don't skip it. Insane Speedway is an obscure Polish speedway manager that simulates both Polish speedway leagues, Championship and First League. And I'm gonna be honest here with you, I know nothing about the sport in real life, and care even less to learn, so my whole experience with it is through this game years ago. Insane Speedway is surprisingly comprehensive and yet not overflowing with options. So after an hour or so, you'll be completely familiar with what it has to offer. And the only real issue that I can find with it is that it only ever released in Polish. So the language and focus on speedway as the sport of choice are the reasons for its obscurity. So even if you're never going to play it, let me quickly tell you what it's all about. In Insane Speedway, you're responsible for any and all tasks around your chosen club. You will manage its finances, deal with advertising and sponsorships, manage riders' training and salaries, and you'll also be responsible for purchases, sales, maintenance and repairs of motorcycles. Everything that there is required to run a speedway club is what you'll be dealing with on a daily basis, is what I'm saying here. You can even attempt to buy or sell a game, bribe the opposing technical teams or hire an undercover informant. So play the metagame, searching for real-life exploits. Insane Speedway is quite deep for a small game as it is. Oh, and the best thing about it is that you can play it in hot seat multiplayer with up to 5 friends of yours. If all of you read Polish, that is. Anyway, the matches are presented in a top-down view with players represented as helmets racing all over the stadium track. Insane Speedway may not be as overwhelming with options and features as some of those more well-known football managers are, but it also tackles a bit easier to deal with sport, so you can't really complain about it. It's a really decent title that was DOA by releasing in one language only, not to mention covering a very niche sport. In Pursuit of Greed is aptly named 1996 genre sci-fi first-person shooter. Why am I so mean to it despite barely mentioning anything about it? Well, it looks as if it was made only in Pursuit of Greed. To ride the wave of the FPS craze and cashing big on ignorance and obliviousness of players wanting more and more games in the genre and not having bothered to check the reviews of them beforehand. I mean, if I was to purchase In Pursuit of Greed at full price, I'd be seriously disappointed. Pissed even. It somehow manages to look worse than 3 years older Doom, play considerably less fun too, and feature a selection of enemies and weapons that not only feels generic and uninspired, but also boring to use. I mean, do you remember how fun it was in Doom to get a shotgun? Or a chainsaw? Or even a BFG? Not here. All weapons just pew pew pew, and while they look different, they don't really get that "oh shit, that's so cool" moment at any point. There are 5 different characters that you can play as, but in reality they're just 5 different skins that you neither really get to see while playing, nor they feel noticeably different. And the only semi-novel thing about the game really are the randomly generated weapons and ammo. They're not pre-baked into the levels as particular ones, and you never know what you'll get. And it can lead to you being either heavily over or underpowered and the game feeling uneven. It may have been a leftover from a multiplayer design, but I've no way of confirming or denying that today. Correction, I don't really care enough about it to dig deeper. Somehow we've finally got here where I have to mention how it runs. Well, I don't have to anything, but it's worth a word or two. Quake that looked 77,140 times better than our today's shooter does, ran way better on then current hardware than In Pursuit of Greed did. And sure, the game will run fine today through those box, cause we can throw at it practically infinite by 1990 standards horsepower, but playing it using original era appropriate hardware would be a test of patience, as frame rates like to stick to the very low double digits, most often starting with 1. Believe it or not, but In Pursuit of Greed has a story. It's really bad, takes place in the year 15,432, yep, that's when it happens, and you're working as a mercenary for those who pay the most. That's more or less the gist of it. I won't get into more detail because I hope that you won't waste your time trying to play this game. It's not worth it. I should really stop dumping on it already, I'm nearly empty anyway. So, there is one thing that's worth praising about it, and it's the soundtrack design, which is just fantastic. And how such an amazing collection of tunes ended up in the potato of a shooter will forever remain a mystery unsolved. I won't recommend playing In Pursuit of Grid to anyone, but if you like 90s video game music, then track it down anyway, just to listen to the songs. In Search of Dr. Riptide is a very fun and unusual sharer side-view shooter. You play as Nick Nautilus, Marine Agent 1138, a tactical mini-sub-pilot, and you're summoned to locate and stop evil scientist Dr. Tiberius Riptide, who's hiding in his super-secret underwater laboratory and plotting a gross misuse of natural sea resources. What a villain! He's not after the world, peace or any nation in particular, he's out there to get the fish. The game is divided into 3 chapters, split into 23 individual levels, and features 3 large end chapter bosses, one of them being Riptide himself. The enemies are rather varied and interestingly designed and very aggressive, usually going for you as soon as they appear. In fact, the game is incredibly demanding and will require a lot from you to complete. Having to keep an eye on your shield and air meter is another factor to add to the challenge of avoiding a constant onslaught of bodies. Fortunately, you're not defenseless, and you can pick up a slew of various power-ups and weapons, but even the strongest ones won't be much help in narrow corridors in which you may get promptly jumped by hungry hippos. I mean hungry sharks, or piranhas even. So going through Riptide will be a test of both your shooter skills and ability to use Jason. Yeah, Jason. I've not mentioned it before, and it's your best friend in this fiendishly tough game. It's a small submersible manless remote-controlled craft that you can send ahead to scout for dangers. Jason's HP is not connected to yours in any way, so if he dies while scouting, you're not getting harmed. And trust me, the sooner you get used to using it, the better you'll do in the long run. The levels are big and rather nicely designed, and the graphics are quite decent too. Sound design, however, is not great. I mean, it's nothing that should detract from playing, but it's definitely not complementing this otherwise stellar package. In the end, if you like shooters, especially those older 8-bit cavern-based ones, In Search of Dr. Riptide is very similar to them, but lifted to the modern at the time gameplay and presentation standards. And while it's really demanding, I cannot not recommend it, it's just too good to be ignored anymore, especially that the history already managed to do it once. In Extremis is a sci-fi horror-themed FPS. It is composed out of 29 levels and sees you playing as a space pilot stranded aboard a derelict vessel deep in space seeking to escape it. To leave, you must find and collect keycards, and there's 2 kinds of these. First is used to open lockers containing weapons and equipment, which you can't survive without. And second, open elevators, allowing you to progress to the further stages. In fact, In Extremis feels like a budget version of Aliens the movie, as the ship that you're on is filled to the brim with dead bodies in various stages of mutilation, rotting away, often dismembered. Also, countless hordes of sneaky and deadly aliens who are responsible for said bodies. So, naturally, you have to plow your way through them like an indestructible space badass that you are, pushing forward and forward to the end. Theirs or yours. Other than the extraterrestrial flesh munchers, there are air and batteries that you have to keep in constant check. So refill your oxygen tanks whenever you get a chance, as otherwise, well, you can imagine what happens in space when you've nothing to breathe with. And batteries are used for both, motion tracker and night vision. These 2 drain the batteries like crazy, like a teen draining his first ever bottle of whiskey, not knowing what's waiting for him on the other end of it the next morning, and it's usually regret, pre-broken promises of never doing it again, and pain everywhere. Possibly some sweet one-on-one with a toilet and a day prior's dinner too. You never know until it happens. Some levels feature hatching nests that spawn aliens in a constant uninterrupted stream of death and destruction, and these can be destroyed only with the use of bombs. So it's best to always have at least one, just in case. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, or however else that saying went. Anyway, from a technical point of view, In Extremis is closer to Wolfenstein than Doom. It's running on a very simple texture-mapped raycasting engine. All the walls and corridors are limited to 90-degree angles only, and the levels are very flat and maze-like in their design. That said, texture work, enemy and weapon details are a definite step up over Wolfenstein. So, in reality, it's somewhere in the middle between the 2 classics. Sound design is pretty good too, with clear, not distorted samples well fitting to the situation on the screen, and all weapons sounding the way you'd hope that they would. Bottom line is, In Extremis is not a bad game. It's just incredibly average at what it is, and was eclipsed by better and more well-known giants of the genre when it released, forever remaining in the gloomy shadows of obscurity. Island Pearl is like my first relationship was, so mediocre at best. But unlike that relationship, it's also a first-person shooter. It tells its story via incredibly cheesy full-motion video sequences, and as much as the story bits are so bad that they actually end up being ironically good, the gameplay never really reaches any noticeable heights. In fact, mediocre may be a bit too big of a word for it. Both the game and my failed late romance. In Island Pearl, you're Dick. Dick Danger. Awesome name for an adult movie star, I must add, and I wonder if you thought that I will stop at Dick. You're a former police officer who suddenly received a call from a man only known as the Evil Boss, and who's seemingly a criminal and Dick's nemesis. As it turns out, he kidnapped Dick's girlfriend, Samantha Smith, also known as Sweet Cheeks. Another amazing name for a former 1970s adult actress. The Evil Boss took Sweet Cheeks and keeps her hostage on Lorgina Island. So now, you must get to the island, fight your way through Evil Boss's goons and save her, preferably in that particular order. You start with a basic pistol, but soon enough you'll find other better weapons like a shotgun, machine gun or a flamethrower to name a few. You can also collect raincoat and a gas mask that serve as your armor, and ammo and keys. These last open the doors, which are plenty of, and it should come as no surprise as you're human living in a world and no doubt mastered use of these already. But there are also numerous hidden areas behind secret passages in walls which need no keys, just your good old wall hugging. As you plow through the enemy scum, leaving none of them standing, you also get to collect coins, which then can be spent in vending machines to purchase some of the power-ups. Everything short of those terribly acted FMVs in Island Pearl kinda sucks. The graphics and sounds are disappointing for 1995, the 3D engine is as holes-filled as the Swiss cheese, and overall, the game's such a mess you'll be hard-pressed to carry on playing. I mean, you can walk through villains as if they weren't there, the weapons look awful and feel unconvincing, and the enemies' dying animations, well, they're definitely something. And worst of all, Island Pearl is hella easy. I mean, I don't like Souls-like games for plethora of reasons, but I don't particularly enjoy these that offer no challenge either. The only reason I can think of that could anyone have to want to play it to the end is to watch all the FMV sequences, cause it's definitely not because of the gameplay loop. So yeah. I'm sorry about that guys, but the second game today is also not a great one. What a way to start a video, right? I should really mix them in, hide them between the better titles, but why do that? They have to be covered one way or another. Anyway, Inordinate Desire is a sci-fi space-based turn-based strategy that places you in the shoes of a commander of a space fleet who aims to conquer various alien planets. The gimmick here is that you're planning a grand strategy from a spaceship carrier in orbit and then fly down to planet surface to personally take control of tactical offensive. Each round, before issuing combat orders, you can buy new units, send pilots on patrols or repair your ships. When that's done, you get down to the planet surface to lead the attacks. And you can direct your units either to move or attack. Yes, either. They can't do both for whatever the reason. Additionally, there's no indicators of any kind, be it numerical, bar-based or visual on enemy units' condition, so you have to attack them blindly, hoping that you did enough damage that with each attempt you're getting closer to destroying them. It's a not at the very least mechanic, and it gets tiresome fast. I mean, I don't need to know the exact number of HP they have, but some kind of a smoke or sparks at the very least would tell me if the attacks were successful at all, more than nothing does. Cause it does just that. Nothing. Inordinate Desire is a purely tactical strategy with no buildings to erect that will enable production of new units or new technologies to discover. Nothing. Well, you can build depots and radar installations, but that's pretty much it. First are used to repair damaged units, second to start airstrikes. Each round represents one day and each follow the very same loop I just told you about. Oh, and from time to time your space carrier gets attacked and you have to defend it in an arcade shooter section similar to Wing Commander or Frontier. Inordinate Desire's presentation is not great, to put it mildly. It looks as if some of the artists from Battle Isle were hired to work on its graphics and gave up mid-development, moving to something else and leaving the game in an unfinished state. It's hardly the graphics that make or break the game, but when the game itself is average at best, you'd want at least the presentation to make up for it. Not the case here though. Now, finally a game for me. International Sports Challenge is a multi-event sports game for up to 4 players. And as much as I am usually not into sports, these compilation/competition games I love. Well, I've no one to play it with now, but when I did, they were a hell of a fun. ISC features 6 different sports spread over 21 separate events. You can mix the individual events however you'd like, or play them all in sequence along with the 26-mile marathon. And it's done in a very unique and fun way, I must add. Cause for once, it's not a marathon that you actually have to waggle your joystick to like a drag fiend or smash your keyboard to thousands of pieces. Nope, not the case here. You plan a strategy for it, adjusting your runner's effort and rhythm, and setting up drinks and refreshment stops. When that's done, you enter the second event, which is actually interactive, and the runner keeps doing his thing, pacing in the background, following the strategy you planned for him. Events and marathon setup alternate so that you can constantly observe the runner's progress and assess his performance, and then adjust his approach if needed. Other than the marathon, the included events are in no particular order: 1 and 2 meter springboard diving, 5 meter platform and diving medley competition, show jumping in 4 difficulty levels, 50, 100 and 200 meters swimming races using breaststroke, butterfly and freestyle, 1000 and 2000 meters spring cycling and pursuit racing, and finally skeet, trap, bore and target shooting. They may seem very samey, but many of these events actually feel quite different from one another and should provide you and whomever you'll decide to beat at the game hours of fun. Most sports are presented in 2D pixel graphics, but some use a mixture of flat shaded 3D and sprites. All, however, look nice and run smoothly. If you have someone there with you, it's probably the most fun multiplayer game out of this whole video. I9 The Way of the Ninja is a top-down ninja team JRPG with some superficial strategy overtones. It takes place in 1581 in Japan, good year for ninjas, not so much for Japan, as the evil warlock Nobunaga strives to conquer the whole country but whatever means necessary. There is only one potential opponent that he fears, and it's the Iga Ninja clan that you happen to be a new apprentice of. So he surprise attacks the clan with an overwhelming force and mercilessly slays all of them. Well, we'd had no game if that was it, right? So you happen to be the only survivor. Why? Because you weren't there when they attacked. You've been sent to a nearby village to catch Pokemon and whatnot, or warn them of a possibility of a similar raid on them. Now, clearly it was not a possibility anymore, but a cold-ass fact, and it was your ninja village that was decimated first. What's worse, you didn't manage to warn anyone, as the other village was already destroyed when you arrived. So you're the last one alive, the only one to avenge both villages and make Nobunaga pay for his crimes. Since you're just a newbie Pokemon trainer, however, excuse me, I meant ninja, you'll need to not only hide from and fight of Nobunaga's men and bounty hunters, but also recruit skilled fighters for your soon-to-be the best in the world fighting party. Some will join you to fight for good, others for monetary reasons. Important thing is, they're there to help. All of them have different classes and skill sets, and only the right party composition will let you have a chance at success. So, you'll travel around the country visiting towns, conquering dungeons and getting better and better to prepare for the final confrontation. More or less from midpoint in the game you'll be able to talk to feudal rulers of various castles to try to convince them to join your forces and your struggle to work together against Nobunaga. Some of these rulers will require you to perform certain tasks for them, such as spying, and it goes without saying that it's in your best interest to do so. The battles are turn-based and take place on a top-down view battlefield, allowing you to move your units on it and taking place into consideration during combat. I9 though may not be the best JRPG out there, but it's definitely worth a look. If you manage to find it in any language that you would understand, that is. I never did, so I've never played it. And all I just told you is what I found about it online. Maybe short of that Pokemon bit. That's just history, everyone knows that. Interpose is a sci-fi horizontally scrolling shooter, and it features pretty unusual plot. I know, we shouldn't care much for the story in a shooter, because, well, it's a shooter, but it's a good one, trust me. Short one, but good one. So you're these anthropomorphic links, so-called overlinks, Uberlinks if you will. And on one of those seemingly boring ass days, your planet has been suddenly invaded by an unusual, aggressive and ugly looking race of, well, humans. Yep, for once we're the bad guys. So, you're playing as a peaceful by design species that's living in complete harmony with nature, and suddenly have to defend yourself from technologically advanced and destroying all environments in their way humans. And if you think about it, it checks out. That's precisely what we do. So you jump in your fighter and head off to defend your beautiful planet. Interpose is built out of 23 action-packed levels spread over a few thematically different areas, and we'll see you fighting hundreds upon hundreds of various human crafts. Some of the defeated enemies leave coins behind, and you gotta collect those to spend in the in-game shop to upgrade your fighter's shields and acceleration, to purchase better weapons and bombs, or upgrade your current ones. The variety is definitely there. Enemies also come in different shapes and forms, mixing classical copters with very alien-like looking flying saucers, which would contribute to the theory that all alien sightings reported were really of our own making. But I digress. Graphics are extra smooth, and I really mean it. They're so smooth in fact that at times they feel a bit floaty. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining that the game is too smooth, but it's better than I would have expected a virtually unknown game to be. So I'm feeling really weirded out about it. Sounds are rather decent as well. Overall, Interpose feels like a game that should be more popular and not a feature of a dusty corner of someone's attic. So why wasn't it? Well, hard to tell. As far as I know, it was distributed on a cover disc to one of the Swedish gaming mags, so this could be a factor seriously limiting its spread. But whether it released in any other way, it's hard to tell. If any of you know though, make sure to share it with us in the comments below. In the end, while Interpose is far from the best in the genre, classic or modern at the time, it's a decent little shooter that is worth checking out. Island Hopper is a rather light sharer, vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up. As the title suggests, you're flying over a series of islands, fighting off hordes of land, water and air-based enemies in a very generic-feeling shooter. It's so generic in fact that I can't tell for the life of me when exactly it is set. It feels World War II-ish, but don't quote me on that. I've done no research on this, it's pure guesswork. Everything about Island Hopper emanates very strong budget vibes, and that's probably why it was distributed as a shareware title. The graphics, while very clean, with sprites easily distinguishable from the backgrounds, are rather plain feeling, and lack of any special effects or lush scenery serves a very easy to track action. And you know what? It's perhaps for the best, as the action is fast and frantic and will keep you on the edge of your seat. Mouse controls, while not an everyday choice for a shooter, actually work pretty well in this one, provided you have a decent mouse. Overall, Island Hopper feels like a fun little palette cleaner between other bigger and better games. It's not bad, not what I'm saying here at all, it's just not something you'll plan your whole afternoon around. As in most shooters, you get to pick up power-ups, increasing your power considerably from fallen enemies, and every 30,000 points you get an extra life. There are continues in the game in case you die prematurely, but they reset your score, so if you're going for the high score run, it's not something you'll be using often. To summarize, Island Hopper is a cool little shooter that could be better, but it also could be much worse. And for what it is, it's pretty fun, and if you like arcade shoot-'em-ups, you'll definitely enjoy this one. Joyous Rebel is a top-down turn-based fantasy role-playing. The inspiration with late Ultima games is more than prominent in this one. Story, however, is a reworked and expanded version of one coming from an earlier smaller game, Joyous Rebellious of Jive Culture, which I've never even heard of, but here you go, it's the source material. Story-wise, you play as a guardian of the King of Light sent away to foreign kingdoms in a mission of peace. When away, you're suddenly struck with an overwhelming feeling of impending doom, comparable to one I get going through my day job's front door every single morning. It's terrible. The king, while still in the kingdom and miles away, shares the grim feeling, as if you were some kind of deranged magical twins communicating subconsciously at the distance. So, you break away from your mission and hurry back feeling that the just and good ruler may be in dire danger. While traveling on sea, sudden enormous storm slows you down considerably, and then you're nearly killed by a lightning. When you wake up, you realize that you're in a fisherman's cabin in which you've been recovering after he rescued you. Wasting no more time, you head off to the castle to save the king. And this is where your adventure begins. And it's an ugly, crude and graphically disappointing for 1996 title. But I didn't say that it's not fun. And if you're into RPGs, it may very well prove to be something you'll want to experience. Perhaps Joyous Rebel is not especially creative and it doesn't stray far from fantasy cliches of yesteryear, but what it does pretty darn well. You're a lone hero on a huge and dangerous quest, and you're the only one who can save the kingdom from evil, the likes of which the land has never faced before. The game gives you just 4 different actions that you can take while playing, so switching between movement and combat modes, firing a long-range weapon, action, which is context-based and may very well mean opening doors, picking locks or climbing stairs to name a few, and finally using item out of 24 slots strong inventory. Other than that, it's you against the evil and a whole world waiting to be saved. Whether you decide to do so is something I leave to you, but if you're a gamer that requires a certain level of presentation, even from those older games, Joyous Rebel may be a one to skip. If you don't mind it being basic, there's some cheeky dialogues and a decent quest to follow here. Oh, and half of the sound effects seem to be made by the programmer beatboxing into the mic. It's hilarious. Another one of those incredibly easy to pronounce Korean games, Jaisai Niundal, which probably sounds nothing like it, is a side-view action platformer with a heavy emphasis on action, and tells a tale as old as the time itself. You're a peasant boy who happens to be in love with a beautiful girl, and that girl loves you too. So, theoretically all should be fine and dandy and you should live together in idle peace, happiness and harmony. But as it turns out, an evil noble kidnapped your girl and aims to marry her, whether she wants to or not. These were not the times and place, after all, where a woman could just say no. But there were definitely the times when a kind-hearted, young and full of love boy could move mountains to save his beloved. And since the nobleman in question is rather wealthy, he's throwing army worth of henchmen at you to stop you in your tracks and prevent true love from flourishing. Now, if that's not an underdog story, then I don't know what is. Still, even if you're alone, you're not defenseless. You can attack and block with your stick, and that block will be hella useful, so learn to time it well. And you can also throw sickles and use various magical spells. But your biggest asset and help in all of this is definitely you. You playing as a boy in love, and you never fail. At least since we've known each other. I've really no clue how you did before. As you can see, the graphics are darn good, full of detailed and smoothly animated sprites drawn in a very manga/anime-like style. Sounds I couldn't record, so sorry for that. I should really look into it, but whatever, it is what it is. So, it should be a hit. Yes, it should. It follows as rainbow-colored as I made it out to be. You see, while the idea is solid, the presentation is stellar and gameplay rather fun, Jaisei Niundal, or whatever the title really is rather buggy. And I'm being very kind to it by saying rather. It's overflowing with roaches of bad design. There seems to be some kind of an automatic invincibility exploit triggering after your character is hit in specific circumstances if you're playing a game at the default speed, which fortunately can be changed in the settings, but you have to figure out which speed option to pick and where it is, because it's in Korean. And since the exploit doesn't always trigger at first hit or the same spot, you may end up wasting a lot of time trying to figure it all out. Then there are the cutscenes, which may or may not trigger at times, and you never know why, and when they don't, the game just sorta stops there, preventing any further progress. And these are just the most prominent of the bugs. So if you're patient, by all means, go ahead and play the game, it's actually pretty fun. But if you like most of us and game-breaking bugs annoy you beyond belief, then avoid it like I avoid my boss's wife. So doing everything, anything in my power to stay away from her, as every time we're in the same room, I can literally sense how the average IQ there is dropping dramatically. Jai-Alai, which in the language of Basque Country, a border part between France and Spain, means more or less joyful play, and is a very unusual sports game. Now, full disclosure here, I've never heard of the sport before today, nor played the game, so keep that in mind. It's a sport that's popular in Spain, some of the past colonial Spanish-speaking countries, and to a certain degree parts of South US. It's really difficult to describe for someone who've never played it, but my understanding of it is that it's a little bit like racquetball, and it involves throwing a ball on a three-sided court and catching it using a special basket called cesta. In reality, it's supposed to be very fast, very reflex and reactions reliant title. And while it's not terrible, it's not as fast in the video game format. It is played between two teams, each composed out of two players. The ball is sent into the front wall, from which it rebounds and has to be captured by one of the players on the opposite team and sent back at the wall again. Scoring seems to be similar but not identical to the table tennis, and if you've played it or know more of it, game or real life, please share it with us in the comments below how it really plays like. Graphics, while not bad, are nothing special. They feel very simple, very utilitarian, but they work rather well from what I've seen on the video, never allowing the ball to disappear in the background. And the action, while a bit odd feeling to me, seems like something I might actually enjoy if I learned how to play it. Whether you will, and in the game format, I think that in this particular case you have to make up your own mind about it. After so many titles so difficult to pronounce, Jamit feels very refreshing. It's a pretty well made and playing arcade street basketball game, and truth be told, it seems to translate the sport to the computer screen near perfectly. For one, the game is one-on-one only and it don't discriminate, so both genders can compete on equal grounds. Then there are no complex rules to keep track of, no referee, and all the jostling, pushing and tripping the opponent on your way to the basket is not only possible, but often necessary if you don't want to be left in the dust score-wise. There are 6 different variants of one-on-one basketball in Jamit, and they capture the atmosphere of the sport better than most other games do to this very day. There are 3 distinctive characters to choose from, each having their own style of play, strengths and weaknesses. You start the game with $300 and you can bet on games. It may feel like an unnecessary addition, but it not only adds flavor, but also bankrupting your opponent can help you move to the next round. So it's actually a working in-game mechanic. Another interesting feature of Jamit is the so-called slam cam, which zooms in the heat of the moment to show off your awesome dunks. Or terrible failures, cause that's as feasible, right? Graphics-wise, Jamit is excellent. The digitized characters, while still lacking depth, move smoothly around the court and perform all their moves as you would imagine them to. The accompanying trash talk is not only funny, but also witty and well-fitting to the street setting. In short, if you like basketball or just multiplayer sports titles to compete against someone in, Jamit is definitely one worth a look, as at what it aims to, it definitely delivers. Kion is an interesting game Genesis-wise, not the Sega Genesis though, but how it came to be, or more likely, how it didn't. It's a horizontally scrolling shoot-em-up that was actually never finished. It was supposed to be a full-fledged game, but ended up only having 3 levels. They're feature complete though, so it's not as big of an issue as it may appear. Apparently it was made by Tron, quite famous member of the Renaissance demo group, later game developer and creator of the first DOS-protected mode kernel, and eventually one of the leading programmers on the backend engine of PayPal. Yes, that PayPal. And his programming proficiency shows all throughout the game, cause while Kion is rather basic graphics-wise, technically speaking it's really well made. There's 5 individual levels of parallax scrolling, and despite that it's rocket fast and extra smooth. Now, you may think that's nothing, you've seen more beautiful games with more parallax levels, but you gotta remember that it's 1992 that we're talking about here, and many of the titles still used EGA presentation back then, not to mention VGA and any parallaxing. Anyway, as I mentioned before, the game is built out of 3 levels, and despite there being planned more, it was never finished, and these 3 are a whole game now. It may not seem like a lot, but given how tough Kion is, it should take you a long while to complete it. And trust me, it will be punishing you every step of the way. There's 3 weapons available, each accessible by pressing a separate key on the keyboard, and each of them can be powered up via pickups found while playing. The enemies are quite varied and distinctively looking too, and bosses are hella challenging. Kion is one of those games that I'd like to see finished just to see what it could have had become, cause the seeds of something potentially great were definitely there. Kajko i Kokosz, which basically just means Kajko and Kokosz, as these are names of the 2 protagonists, is a Polish point-and-click adventure game based on the graphic novel series of the same title. You can think of Kajko and Kokosz as being Polish Asterix and Obelix, short of the magical elixir, but with an addition of some mythical creatures everywhere, and created concurrently to Asterix and not based on it. Wow, long sentence, I'm tired now. The pair are dynamic duo like no other. Kajko is the shorter, brave and very smart fighter, while Kokosz is big-boned, strong and very loyal to his best friend. He's not the sharpest tool though. Together, they get into all sorts of shenanigans while defending their peaceful home village of Mirmiłowo against the notorious rogue knights stationed in a nearby stronghold. Throughout the entire adventure you can switch between them both at will, and some puzzles will require use of a specific one of them. Story-wise, evil leader of rogue knights, aptly named Hegemon, after failing numerous times to conquer our heroes' village, decided to approach it the smart way, rather than keep throwing warriors at the villagers. So he secretly poisoned the water in village as well. Learning of the occurrence, our 2 heroes head on a quest to restore the clean drinking water to their home. Graphics in Kajko and Kokosz were made in close cooperation with the comic book's author and are really nice, though suffering a little from lack of details caused by low-res display. Sadly, most of the sprites are very static and hardly anything gets any frames of animation other than our duo. Sounds are okay, though very sporadic, and seem a bit out of place with no music in the background. And I understand that the game may have been ported from the Amiga, where on some lower configurations, if the devs lacked the know-how, they often tended to pick between either sound effects or music. But on PC, both could coexist easily on systems with a lot of RAM. But whatever, it is what it is. Quite unfortunately, the game has more pressing issues than that. Namely, puzzles, which are on the hellish level of evil. Many of them require a very specific approach to complete, while not limiting other wrong ones at all, often leaving you in a situation where you won't be able to progress because you've done something you shouldn't and it's irreversible. I mean, even something as silly as picking a flower that should be cut can prove a game-stopping event an hour or so later when you try to use it and the game doesn't accept a flower that's not cut but picked, halting you in your progress. So, if you've not saved just before, you'll be looking at replaying hours at best and a whole game at worst. The dialogues are a bit stiff too, definitely nowhere near the quality of what was found in the comics, seriously disappointing any and all fans of the original. All that said, neither of the issues was a reason for the game's obscurity. In fact, only ever releasing in Polish was the reason for it. And while a few years later an English patch was released, allowing the game to be played by anyone, it was too little too late. If you're a point-clickers fan and especially are used to punishing ones like those from Sierra, you may very well get a patch and try it out. But if you're only a Sunday adventure games player, then there are far better games out there. Don't waste your patience on this one. Keith the Thief, A Boy and His Lockpick is not only an incredibly long-titled game, but also a pretty interesting take on a parody first-person role-playing adventure hybrid. And since Keith, which sounds suspiciously similar to Quiff, was made by the Naughty Dog, yeah, the very same one you think of, you can expect the game to be pretty innovative. You play as Keith, a failure extraordinaire, who's been kicked out of his hometown for failing to become a priest, fighter, and even a wizard. Everything you attempt seems to turn to poo, metaphorically speaking. So you end up in Tri-City area where King recently disappeared and you plan on becoming the thief. And that's the gist of it. If you can't live, honestly, why not try for the opposite, right? You'll be able to break into many locations on your adventures. You won't always have to, but you will be able to. Well, at least as soon as your stats are a bit higher than what you start with. Things that you steal, you can obviously keep, because my precious! Or sell in the bar. I know, odd place to conduct business in, but I suppose that's where you'd do it if you didn't want the officials to know about it. Anyway, as we know now, Kif is the adventure role-playing hybrid and it mixes these two quite well, serving some standard inventory puzzling along with the whole plethora of character attributes, equipment, experience points, levels and action-based combat, which is real-time and quite unique, allowing you to move all around while fighting, hiding behind the obstacles to regain strength. It's rather fun, even if a bit clunky, but it lacks strategy to it. Interestingly enough, while there are dozens of characters in the game that you can meet and speak to, it's worth to pick those conversations smartly. If that's even possible in a parody of a game, that is. Cause each time you want to ask someone about anything, you have to pay for it in gold. I know that the times may be hard with the inflation skyrocketing and whatnot, but not only these responses may not be worth it, or be just the first in chain of questioning that will actually lead you somewhere, but worst of all, they all cost different, and some may be astronomically expensive. The dry humor that the devs tried to inject into the game seems to be overflowing from everywhere. It's in the naming, it's in the dialogues, and it's in the story. Granted, it's not everyone's cup of tea, and it doesn't always land. But seeing an enemy called Idiot Bowman or a statistic of sobriety do bring a smile to my face. Other than those small gems, however, a lot of what the devs tried to make funny just failed. While Kif definitely had some neat ideas, ultimately it's neither a great RPG nor an adventure game. It's an interesting average title that's worth checking out once and completing only if you really feel like it after giving it an hour or so first. And I think only some will. Kerboom is clearly based on Atari 2600's Kaboom, and it's basically the same game but raised to the 1996 graphic standards. Cheeky shareware class standards, but modern ones for the time nonetheless. And as it's easy to predict, and you can actually see now running in the background, it basically plays identically. There's still some kind of a mad bomber throwing explosives from the top of a high wall, and once again you have to catch them in a bucket of water to prevent them from exploding. Your lives are represented with said buckets, and whenever a bomb drops to the ground, one of them is lost. You can get additional ones every 10,000 points in a classic and 5,000 points in enhanced mode. That enhanced mode plays identical to the classic, with a difference that the bombers can also throw bombs diagonally. So, as you can see, other than the quirky graphics and an addition of enhanced mode, it's basically the very same game as it originally was. Now, question is, did we need a title like that in 1996? We didn't. But it doesn't mean that it's not worth a quick playthrough once every couple of years or so, especially if it's on your hard drive already. If it's not though, then don't go out of your way to track it down. It's not worth that much effort. Now, this is not going to be easy. If I was to summarize it and compare it to anything else you might have heard of, then you could say that Kalan, which I hope that I'm pronouncing correctly, is an Islamic mixture of Defender of the Crown with Days of the Pharaoh. So a combination of strategy and management with some arcade elements mixed in for good measure, all in historical setting. The game takes place in Persia and you play as one of the 4 caliphs who are struggling for control of the kingdom of Kalan. The resources that you're dealing with are gold, food and water, and you'll need those to keep your populace happy and to set up trade caravans to fund your armies. Occasional gifts of gold to your people will go a long way, so make sure to keep them content, as the alternative is not what you'd like to happen. Both caravans and armies are established by transferring resources, funds and men from your castle, and both are required to succeed in the game. First keeps you afloat, second are used to defend your terrain and conquer independent fortresses and attack the opponents. That's not all, however, as you can build your wealth in other ways too. You can dabble in assassinations, as villains are known to, be corrupt like all good leaders are, wink wink nudge nudge, or even engage in espionage or theft. Because if you're willing to kill, why wouldn't you steal? The possibilities are endless. Well, maybe not endless, but there's quite a few of them, no doubt about that. All of this will naturally require an investment and neither guarantees a success, so keep that in mind. The aforementioned action sequences occur whenever you are involved in an offensive against the enemy, on either sea or land. Thing with those sequences is that if you don't have them figured out and mastered, you're always risking losing a lot of your management progress by performing in them poorly. So expect to fail a few games in a row until you get used to them. Now, if all that seems a bit vague to you, as if I've never played Kalan, then damn you. Damn you all to hell for being so sus of me. It's ridiculous that you could ever consider me talking about a game I've not played. And also, well done to you, sir or madam. I really did not play it. It sounds interesting though, so I will make sure to add it to my to-play list, for whenever I'm old and have a lot of free time to spare. Kingdom at War is a medieval fantasy turn-based strategy for up to 6 players to play on a single system in a hot seat mode. The idea here is simple. You're one of the 6 rulers, uniting various cities under your banner and henceforth increasing your sphere of influence, power and standing. And if you manage to get rid of 5 opposing leaders, even better. On the most basic level, Kingdom at War is very similar in how it operates to Warlords, but a bit more complex, and it covers all the classic aspects of the genre. So you will wage wars, you will conquer lands using force or diplomacy, you'll set and collect taxes, you'll hire and most importantly train troops, and you should definitely train troops a lot, that's the best advice I can give you for this game. You'll spy on enemies, sabotage their water and food supplies, send assassins to kill them, improve your city's defenses, and can even hold the medieval themed tournaments. Kinda like those in Defender of the Crown, but more varied. These, however, are not for the land, but for the possibility to hire best warriors and increase happiness of your citizens. Different kinds of tournaments bring in different types of possible warriors, like orcs, ogres, barbarians or even giants. So at least in this, Kingdom at War is more expansive than Cinemaware's classic. Villages that you take under your wing can grow and expand into bigger settlements and have their populations grow, bringing more income and food, but requiring more resources and time spent to accommodate new workers. The part that the heroes had in Warlords is taken by generals in Kingdom at War, but other than the naming, for the most part they play the very same role in your armies. The game comes with 6 built-in pre-made scenarios and a custom one that allows for a map randomization and setting up many of pre-game options. And after you'll be done with the basic set, this is where you spend most of your time. Overall, Kingdom at War is a fun fantasy-themed medieval strategy that, other than the 2 small issues, is rather enjoyable and should provide few good evenings of exciting encounters between you and your soon-to-be ex-friends. Or AI, but it's not as fun that way. And what these 2 issues are, you may wonder? Well, first of all, there's no overarching story in the game, just a set of few separate missions and a custom game option. No campaign, nothing that would tie it all together in a coherent story. Naturally, it's not game-breaking, but it's definitely a criminal overlooking. Battle screens are the second thing I have issues with. Saying that they're lacking is an understatement. You attack and you're presented with a result based on both armies' numerical statistics data. So not only you can't control them, but don't even get to observe them battle it out. And this is the biggest beef I have with the game, because for me at least, seeing my armies annihilate the opposing forces is very satisfying, even if it's shown in a very basic manner. And here, there's no interactivity between the sides at all. Worst of all, first Heroes of Might and Magic came out in 1995 too, basically erasing all competition and relegating games like Kingdom at War into the realm of unreleased obscurity. Kingdom of Magic is a comedy fantasy point-and-click adventure game that's filled to the brim with British humor. I mean, familiarity or even fandom of Monty Python is not required to play this one, but it's definitely recommended. And will set you up for what to expect while playing. It's also one of the most unusual and underappreciated games of 1990s. Sure, the abstract humor and often convoluted, not always logic-based puzzles may annoy some of us, and they would also contribute to the game's obscurity, but if you're into it at all, you're gonna have a lot of fun. The game gives you a choice of 2 characters to play as. Tidney, a lizard warrior who's a sarcastic comedy genius in the making. And Sharon, yep, hyphenated, and she's a big-boobed sorceress extraordinaire. And while 3 main quests are always the same, so finding a dragon to steal his treasure, finding the lost lava lamp of the ancients and relighting it, and rescuing Slurpee in distress, there are some side activities that may differ in all possible playthroughs. Especially that the game was made to be in large part non-linear when it comes to side activities, with many of the NPCs wandering around its world and doing their own thing, whatever that thing in particular moment may be, even fight with each other. And these NPCs can be literally anything. I mean, there are Elvis impersonators alongside Tolkien-like ring wraiths, mafia bosses, lady giants, karate elves, dragons, ninjas, trolls, dwarves, and Jack in the Beanstalk, to name a few. It seems that whatever the idea came to devs' mind was instantly added to the game with no thought given whether it will fit or not. And you know what? When there's plenty enough of these unfitting elements added, they start to fit with each other. Who would have thought? You can try to talk to nearly any character in the game, provided they don't attack you first, and conversation choices will directly influence the direction the story will unfold, and may even lead you to different puzzles depending on what you picked while talking. And this can be a whole slew of crazy and abstract tasks, with some arcade sequences mixed in here and there. They're usually not too difficult, but some are so far from what you'd expect that just because of their out-of-the-box approach, they may seem more demanding than they actually are. The sounds are excellent, feature decent voice acting, and the graphics are a mixture of good and average, depending how you feel about early pre-rendered 3D. But it's neither sounds nor graphics that will be a reason to play the game, it's the quirky, odd and unpredictable humor that will luckily land quite often. Not always, but it's a definite highlight of the title. So if any of that sounds interesting, interesting, give it a go. Knights of the Sky is a World War I combat flight simulator and a second game by Microprose using this title. Well, technically first, but one of the two, you know what I mean. Now, the other you've most likely not heard of, as it was Sega Genesis' port of the ancient art of war in the skies, and was released under that name. Today's game, Knights of the Sky, offers 20 different aircraft to fly, a full-fledged World War I campaign, single dogfights head-to-head and flight training. The campaign is built out of series of missions, each with its own unique objective and also a number of dogfights that naturally arise while playing. The game keeps track of the number of enemy planes that you shot down and awards you a rank based on it. So you can compare yourself in the table to the World War I aces. Interestingly enough, Knights of the Sky was originally supposed to be called Red Baron, and it was abandoned later when Dynamics announced the Red Baron game first. And despite Microprose being well known for excellent flight simulators, that aforementioned Red Baron was Knights of the Sky's biggest problem. Because while Knights of the Sky may have been more realistic, more true to life in its simulation aspects, Red Baron was so much more fun to play. I mean, I can recall many dogfights, countless pilots I've lost in Red Baron, and how many times I came back to it over the years. I have no such memories about this game. You may naturally disagree, but for me, Knights of the Sky was just not as iconic as Dynamics' masterpiece was. Chronolog is the game that for the sake of this channel I intentionally misspelled the title of. So, sorry for that, but one of the words used in it doesn't fly well with YouTube. It's also a post-World War II what-if scenario type of a point-and-click adventure. It asks and tries to answer one question. What if Germany had won and conquered the entire world? And it tells its story through the prism of that scenario. So, you play as Hoffman, American scientist by day and a leader of an underground resistance movement by night, who is searching for his missing son. And as much as it's not immediately noticeable, and for that matter for a pretty decent chunk of the game either, your quest will eventually put you in a unique position of being able to alter the history and change the future of humanity. So while the story is no doubt intriguing, interesting and will evolve the plot into a captivating tale that you'll be hard-pressed to abandon, the Chronolog has issues that seriously limit the potential fun factor that it could provide in heaps otherwise. First of all, the interface is anything but comfortable and will take a little time getting used to. It's not game-breaking, but definitely takes you out of the experience more often than you'd like, at least initially. Secondly, and worst of all, not only some puzzles will require pixel hunting all over the screen, but also Chronolog is not known to be forgiving or user-friendly in its approach to puzzles. And if you forget something somewhere, even to pick up a seemingly unimportant item that may be needed later on, it won't let you know in any way and just allow you to progress further. And you will, willy-nilly, until you'll be suddenly stopped hours later not having that one item you could have easily grabbed before. It's not a bug though, but a design philosophy and one I do not subscribe to, because it forces you to either keep a walkthrough at arm's length or get used to the idea of saving often, and having to repeat a huge chunk of content if you miss anything. Whether it's something you're willing to do, I cannot answer, but I don't think I'd play it today without at least skimming a walkthrough for names of all necessary items, trying to ignore as much of the story as possible. Graphics and sounds are really good in Chronolog, and given its gripping story, if not for the annoyances, it should have ended up being a hit, and not a title forgotten by most. There were over 10 DZ games released on Spectrum, a platform series spawned on. Most of them action-adventure titles where you'd lead our titular egg all over different lands, solving various puzzles and involving yourself in some light platforming. But there were a few that were purely arcade, forfeiting any adventuring elements whatsoever, namely Fast Food and its sequel, today's game, Quick Snacks. But having dropped adventuring doesn't mean that the story was ignored entirely. So, the evil wizard Zax has imprisoned citizens of the kingdom of Yolkfolk, so you know, other eggs than DZ, and keeps them on 4 different islands for you to have to travel to and rescue them. Each island is divided into levels in which you'll have to eat all the fruit to save your fellow eggs. I know, the logic of that escapes me too, but I'm not an egghead and I didn't examine why exactly things happen the way they do, and I have better things to do than boil over something like that now. Terrible puns aside, the levels are protected by various enemies, and while they cannot be killed per se, they can be temporarily removed from play by pushing blocks at them. They appear to be moving randomly at first, but if you give it a minute and observe them, certain logic movement patterns will emerge and the game will become easier than it originally appeared to be. So, fortunately or unfortunately depending on your point of view, Quick Snacks is a rather easy game. At least if you're not gonna jump in rushing for the fruit, but give it a second, you'll find it anything but challenging. Every once in a while, you'll get into a bonus level where you also need to collect as much fruit as you can, but floors in those can be made of ice, making for a more puzzle rather than arcade feeling challenge, which is a nice change of pace and a fun refresher between the regular stages. Quick Snack's graphics are rather nice and colorful, in tune with what you'd expect from a Dizzy title, and a pleasure to witness while playing. Music is a combination of tunes from previous games, and while nothing new, all tracks are nice and well-fitting. Overall, as someone who's never been a fan of classic Dizzy games, I enjoyed those arcade versions of the title much more. Quick Snacks is not an exception. I found it fun and not too difficult, excellent for a quick playthrough between bigger role-playing or strategy games. Just to reset your brain before it has to work at full speed again. Gym Power: The Lost Dimension in 3D is an expanded and enlarged port of Amiga's original, Gym Power in Mutant Planet. Also nothing 3D about it. I mean, I think what the devs were going for with multi-level parallaxing looking very neat indeed, but 3D it is not. What it is though is a run-and-gun action platformer that's very console-like in its design and quality, which should not come as a surprise, as other than those, it also released on SNES and Sega Genesis too. So, it's fast and frantic, incredibly colorful, with huge but smoothly animated sprites and beautifully designed levels. Story-wise, Earth has been always guarding the entry to the so-called Lost Dimension and serve as its protector, knowingly or not. Vaprak, the evil guardian of the Lost Dimension, threatens to annihilate Earth to free his brethren and allow them passage into the dimension. You play as Gym Power, a super special, turbo, extra incredible and amazing warrior that's known for his, well, power. And he alone, or you alone to be precise, have to muster all your might and get to the Vaprak and stop him. Naturally, you don't come unprepared, you have your wits and good looks. And you do look like a superstar, I must add. That said, not that it's gonna be needed, just in case, you took your upgradable blaster with you, jetpack and few other little toys. And once again, they're there just in case. Cause you're you so extraordinary and you really don't need them all to defeat one interdimensional overlord. I mean, if there were 100 or 2 of them, then maybe. But one? Whatever, you're ready is what I'm saying. So you're against hundreds if not thousands of Vaprak's goons and you have to defeat them all. Every now and then the game drops a flying shooter or top-down walking section at you, and these, while not overly creative, are a nice and fresh addition, keeping the game entertaining all throughout. Naturally, as most good arcade games do, Gym Power 2 serves huge boss fights from time to time, and these rely heavily on pattern memorization. Gym Power is definitely not the best platformer on PC, in fact, it's somewhere in between average and great, and it's hard to tell where, as the score will fluctuate while playing. But when it comes to presentation, it's truly impressive, and anything less than stunning would just not be fitting description of it, especially in 1993. Krypton is means of reproduction for Kryptonians. So, a female Kryptonian lays an egg and then Superman comes, quite literally, and fertilizes it. All that happens with neither male nor female ever seeing each other. Fact. Don't check it though, trust me. Also, it's a breakout/Arkanoid clone, and as in most games of the kind, you control a paddle at the bottom of the screen and have to remove the blocks arranged in various patterns on top of it. You do it by bouncing the ball, the Krypton egg if you will, at them. Now, as we know, in the light of our yellow sun, Kryptonians are near indestructible. Same goes for their eggs, so they happily bounce off all the bricks, destroying them left and right. You complete the level when all bricks are removed and lose a life if the ball, an egg, ever crosses bottom line of the screen. Simple as that. Naturally, as most of these clones go, Krypton Egg features a whole plethora of various pickups randomly falling out of blocks, both positive and negative. So, size change for the paddle, enlargement or duplication of the ball, thrusters for the paddle to move freely all over the screen, weapons that help clearing levels faster, and many more. So the sooner you learn which pickups are which and prioritize getting these more important ones, the better you'll be doing. One thing that Krypton Egg has to offer that similar games don't, and I don't mean the Superman legacy here, though that's unique as well, are the enemy rush and boss levels. First, see you shooting enemies popping up from a gateway at the top of the screen, and second, fight a boss creature in static screen horizontal view fashion. These additions may not be strong enough content-wise to ever be made separate games, but as a refreshing palette cleaner between regular stages, they're perfect, and add a lot of replayability, keeping the game fun all throughout. Graphics and sounds are both excellent, and while Krypton Egg is just a port of a 5-year-older Atari ST game, it looks and plays like best titles in the genre on PC. All the level layouts are genuinely fun too, so if you're into breakouts at all, you'll be hard-pressed to find a better one from 1994 on PC. Lada the Ultimate Challenge is a vertically scrolling shooter conceptually similar but not identical to Spy Hunter. And it's a freeware game, so you have to lower your expectations with this one a little. It only had one death, and it shows. But it doesn't mean that it's a bad game, only that its budget and production value are appropriate to the size of the team that worked on it. and for the one-man effort, it's pretty decent. The game sees you constantly driving upwards through changing environments and shooting enemy vehicles. The score is directly proportional to the distance you've traveled, with some extra points awarded for score pickups. You start with 3 lives and your car is described by 3 attributes: condition, bullets and missiles. And while the latter 2 are self-explanatory, the first starts at 100 and a set amount is deducted from it every time you hit something or someone and when they hit you. When it gets to 0, you lose a life. Naturally, there are pickups that pop up on your travels, and these are extra score, missiles, ammunition and repair/healing. So yeah, that's pretty much it, the whole game. And I've not much else to say about it. Oh wait, hold on, it has a story, and it's a good one. Ironically, that is. Let me read it to you verbatim from Moby Games' website.
The year is 2020. Anarchy and road rage rule the highways, and only the strong survive, as ruthless warriors prey on passing motorists. You are an Eastern European factory worker, proud owner of the world's last Lada. Your mission? Reach the abandoned Lada factory and reactivate it, thereby restoring the glory of the Russian automobile industry and bringing peace and harmony back to the world's highways.
Now, isn't it the most awesome crap little story you've heard all day today? Anyway, Lada the Ultimate Challenge can be fun for few short playthroughs, but it lacks any real staying power, I feel. But I suppose it's best if you give it a go and make your own mind about it. Lagav Les Adventures de Mokata, which I've 100% mispronounced here, is 1991's Titus's action platformer. It features 14 always scrolling levels and a story of Lagav going on an adventure to find and rescue his beloved Susie that's been kidnapped. Nearly each of those levels contains few secret rooms and ends with a boss fight. Naturally, all stages are filled with thematically appropriate to its designed enemies, and these have to be either disposed of by throwing various objects that you can pick up at them or avoided. Though the first is a more permanent solution, and I would almost always suggest it in games. So, all means of bottles, beans and crates will be your best bet on this adventure. Now, if you're looking at the screen, listen to me talking about Lagav and can't shake off the feeling that you've seen it somewhere, but something's not right here, and yet you don't know what, then you're right. You have seen it before, and it is. Something different, that is. Lagav is a France-only release that had a more well-known international version with a different protagonist. So instead of Lagav, we got Titus. Titus the Fox, to be precise. And other than this small change, the games remain identical. But if you're like, yeah, that's the one, thanks but, yet I still somehow feel odd about it, like I've seen the gameplay loop somewhere else before, then you're right once more, cause you have. Man, you're on the roll today. Before Titus the Fox, Lagav, or however you wanna call it, released, Titus dropped a little game known as Blues Brothers, based on the same titled movie. And while the story and graphics were unique in that one, gameplay mechanics were practically the same. Now, how many gaming mysteries have we solved together in this one today? In reality, there may have been 2 or 3 only, but it feels like there were many more. You and I, and there's no shadow of a doubt about that, we make a great team. Anyway, Lagav's graphics and sounds are really nice, but given they're the same as in Titus, it should come as no surprise, so if you're a fan of platformers and don't have Titus the Fox, this is the second best thing. Last Night in Camelot is a shareware action platformer, and it's a pretty weird name for a game in which you use no weapons. Yep, not a single one. You know how most knights in combat do? So, despite most knights owning at least one sword and a set of good armor, you being a knight wannabe at worst, a hero in the making at best, only sport a rusty armor. It's better than nothing, but having a weapon would make your life much easier. The game is a side-scrolling platformer in which you're playing as a young noble who responded to King and Merlin's call for a new knight to join the famous ranks of Knights of the Round Table. To do that, you have to prove your worth by finding the Excalibur and defeating the Black Knight and his dwarf minions. And since it's the minions that stole the sword, you can sorta kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Each level contains numerous enemies, various pickups worth points, teleports and such. You can enter buildings too, and the doorway walking animation is the cutest thing ever. The little knight looks as if he was doing one of those Fortnite dances. I mean, I know the single dev couldn't do as much as the whole team would be able to, but it just looks cute is what I'm saying. And I'm not sure if that was intended. Since you're unarmed, as we've established already, the only way to deal with the enemies, other than straight up avoiding them, is to jump on their heads, Mario style. Naturally, Last Night in Camelot is not the best platformer out there, especially not for 1996 when it came out, but it's a decent one and reminds me of older Epic Mega Games' titles. And if you keep in mind that it's a small shareware release and don't have unrealistic hopes for it, you may end up having fun with this one, especially that it's not too long. So, to summarize, if you have it already, it's worth a playthrough, but I wouldn't go out of my way seeking it out if you don't. Last Rites is one of the most obscure and little-known FPS titles of the 90s, and officially it released in Europe only, which may have been partly responsible for its unknown status, but it's also not a very good game, so having dropped in other regions wouldn't have really changed all that much, at least not in its favor. Anyway, in the not-so-far-off future, evil Professor Mordai found a way to resurrect dead and make an army of zombies out of them, army that he controls. These zombies, coming in an ungodly large numbers and requiring no supplies, maintenance or weaponry, have quickly, in one sweep rotten flesh stinking move, overtaken the world, and the remaining humans were driven underground and need to hide to survive. You play as a commander of one of the resistance cells operating out of unnamed city in a remote location, so you're no one from nowhere, good start. There's 10 levels in the game and each has very specific objectives to fulfill. Those levels drag a little, but are not bad enough not to carry on playing. In most of them, you play with a few CPU-controlled soldiers helping you out, but their AI is remarkably stupid, so I wouldn't count too much on them changing the tide of any shootout. And you can't even issue them basic orders, so they're just there, to be honest. But it is what it is. In one of the latter stages, you'll eventually recover some kind of a super weapon that you'll need to use on Professor in a final solo assassination mission. All levels are rather maze-like in their design and contain a fair amount of environmental puzzling, seeking switches, opening doors and the likes. And that's the biggest beef I have with Last Rites, cause it has you running around seeking for all these, and it features no in-game automap. So getting lost is really not that difficult in a city built out of same-looking textures and locations. The weapons are a standard pistol, submachine gun, shotgun, flamethrower, rocket launcher and two types of sci-fi-inspired energy weapons, and they carry over from one mission to another. Other than the pistol, all have limited ammo, but since it's not that difficult to find, I think the feeling of being overwhelmed by hordes of zombies never really sets in, as you can pretty much always spray an army worth of bullets at them. It makes Last Rites feel a bit flat. Whatever. It also features both headlamp and a scanner, and it kinda explains why the game's so darn dark. Both of these use battery reserves that you carry, they can be replenished by pickups too, but aren't as common as the ammo, so should be used smartly. The scanner especially, as it has free ranges and highlights both secret caches and enemies, so in a game with no automap, can be useful in figuring out where you've not been yet. I think that the biggest selling point that the devs were banking on were the zombies and blood, cause there's plenty of both in Last Rites. But I'm sad to report that neither of them are enough to redeem the game from being mid. And marrying a full 3D engine with 2D sprites was a bad choice for 1997 too, and made Last Rites look dated on release. Would I recommend it to anyone? Nope. It's rather bad and not worth seeking out. But if you have it already and are really bored, then yeah, by all means, give it a go. Legacy of the Ancients originated on C64 before being ported to other systems, thus being one of them. And it's a fantasy role-playing using the same engine that the earlier Questron did. And unlike in most games of the genre, you don't start off as a hero, but slowly grow into the savior's shoes, which is a nice change of pace if you ask me. You're a shepherd who by coincidence finds a dead body and a mysterious leather scroll on it, from which you learn that you must find a way to destroy it, as its existence alone invites a challenge from those who'd want to possess it and gain its powers. So, you'll be seeking ways to eventually destroy the scroll, while in the same time fight for your life and complete quests as in any other RPG. Interestingly enough, even though you have your typical stats of dexterity, strength, charm, endurance and intelligence in Legacy of the Ancients, there's no experience points whatsoever, and you level up by completing quests. It's an interesting choice and honestly not one I enjoy, but I respect what the devs were trying to achieve with it, putting attention on the story and not combat. The world is viewed from the top-down perspective and features towns, cities, castles and dungeons. These last actually are presented in a first-person 3D style. Various towns and certain museum displays allow you to play in special minigames that, if completed successfully, will permanently increase your stats. Other than that, you'll obviously get to meet NPCs, fight, cast magic spells, trade and gamble as expected too. You know, like in any other RPG of its era. One thing I don't like about the Legacy of the Ancients is its hardcore approach to gameplay, meaning you will have to map your dungeons yourself. I mean, I know it was very common in these early RPGs and part of the experience, but the game has so many locations in which it's easy to die at that trying to complete them without a map is careless and feels like a death wish. And sure, I didn't mind mapping at all back in the day, but today, when I've been spoiled by decades of it happening automatically in the background, having to draw my own map makes me not want to play it again. If that's not an issue for you though, then Legacy of the Ancients is a full-fledged adventure RPG and a treat to any and all fans of the genre. Oh, I'm gonna butcher the title of this one. Legend of the Jail is one of the weirdest games ever. I've not played it though, so everything I'll tell you about it and my opening assumption is solely based on what I found about it online. Keep that in mind. So, apparently it's an action game that has some strategic and point-and-click elements to it too. You play as the Gel, a son of wizard and a witch, former rulers of your lands. While they weren't loved by their subjects, you are not their favorite either. That said, tough times have befallen upon the lands and your wisdom is sought, your guidance and even possibly land saving. And you have 3, let's call them missions or quests maybe even to complete: finding the daughter of Ulysses, brew a magic potion for Theros, and obtain enough gold for starving members of Kal's tribe. I don't know who these folks are and I'm kinda feeling lost already. So, Legend of Jejel will see you traveling around different lands and finding objects of interest on them by clicking all over the interactive pictures depicting said lands. You have a limited number of clicks, so you'll have to pick and choose where to look for the items to have the highest chances of succeeding, all to recover them and deliver to someone somewhere else where they need it. There are also 2 puzzle strategy challenges that the game can make you complete, and it's either confrontation of the mind or confrontation by force. Both of them apparently are rather good and would do much better in their own separate games than in The Legend of Jejel. That is largely considered to be a convoluted mess and an obscure title deservedly so. And I kinda get that, cause I keep reading reviews of it, I saw the footage and still don't get what it's all about. So, sorry for that, but this one's way over my head it seems. Fortunately, after completing the game, you can access both of these confrontation minigames separately, and they're the only redeeming factor for The Legend of Jejel. So, if you played the game and understand how it works, please let me know and explain it to me like I'm 5. And if you think about trying it out and know as much about it as I do, so very little, then I can't really recommend it or detract you from trying it out, as I never had myself. So, yeah. Legend of Fargale is a turn-based / real-time hybrid fantasy role-playing. Something weird and bad had happened to the elves, some kind of a corruption spread among their kin, so that they started without any provocation attacking innocents and gearing up to conquer peaceful and prosperous city of Tyne. The Count of Tyne, sensing the impending doom, seeks out somebody to sneak through the elf-infested lands and get to the city of Sildane to ask the local count to send the reinforcements. This is where you come in, and along with a party of your created adventurers, will discover the secrets behind the elf's plague and will seek out the way to defeat it. For the most part, Legend of Fargale looks and plays similarly to Bard's Tale, with a difference that while the combat is turn-based, the remainder of gameplay is in real time, meaning that if you leave your party standing anywhere, the game will not be paused and the in-game time will carry on running. Combat is party-based and you issue orders to each of your party members and then see them play out in a little window on the bottom left. The experience for combat is earned dependent on how successful a particular character was in it, so if one of your heroes is initially better than the rest, chances are he/she will develop faster and the gap will widen too. It's not a biggie though, just something worth keeping in mind. Also, the encounters are rather difficult and keep positioning in mind, so make sure not to have your caster standing next to the enemy, as not only they will be easy to cut down, but it will be tough for them to focus to use magic, so, and that's the best advice I can give you, it's worth to save often, and keep few of those saves running. Other than that, you'll travel over the top-down view world, visiting towns, exploring the wilderness and dungeons. These last in the first-person perspective. You'll fight the enemies using both melee and magic, and will have an adventure and a half. Interestingly enough, despite Legend of Fargale taking place in an entirely different universe, you can import your characters from Fantasy 1 and 3 and Bard's Tale 1 and 2 to play with your previously used party. To summarize, if you like classic adventures, this one's as good as they come, if you don't mind mapping all by yourself, as that's what you'll need to do too. The land of Yonida was a peaceful one. Its people were happy and it was ruled by a just and friendly council of grand wizards. And all of it was protected by the ancient and mythical magical silver talisman. Time has passed and things have changed, however, and the mages, increasingly growing in hunger for power, split into 2 opposing camps, Council of Light and its rival League of Darkness. And since they really hated each other, a war broke out and lasted for many generations. Some say that many did not even remember what they were fighting for. Amid the constantly drowning the land's chaos, an opportunity arose, and someone or something took it and stole the talisman. Your task, generally speaking, will be to find it and recover it. Legend of the Silver Talisman is very similar in its gameplay formula to arcade classic Gauntlet, but sporting graphics more alike to what we know from Ultima 6, so a top-down slightly tilted viewpoint and attractive and colorful VGA presentation. Unlike Gauntlet, however, Silver Talisman features many more kinds of weapons, monsters and considerably more expansive levels. The most curious thing about it though is the split-screen 2-player mode, which actually is the only way it can be played. so you're always with someone else, be it human or CPU, and you can go through the entire adventure together or play unfriendly, fighting it out whenever you get a chance, or even steal from one another, because why the hell not? Legend of the Silver Talisman is a pretty fun action RPG hybrid, and if you're a fan of these, and even more so have a friend with you, you'll no doubt will have a fun afternoon ahead of you. Legend of the Sword is one of those very special games that are hard to explain and much easier understood when played, but I will try anyway. It's this classic parser-based fantasy adventure with some very little RPG elements to it. It takes place in the fantasy kingdom of Antar, which for eons carried on in peace and prosperity, defended by the magical power of its two mythical artifacts, sword and shield. When the game takes place, however, Antar is in a different place. It has been invaded by the evil Suzar and hordes of his aggressive warriors, and there's seemingly no force left anywhere to defeat him, unless the legend speaks true and combined power of the legendary sword and shield could do it. Well, we won't know until we try, so you and 5 other adventurers volunteer to find the enchanted artifacts and defeat the evil tyrant. And this is where the game starts, with a ship dropping all of you on an uncharted Antar island. But before it does, the game asks you where you'd like to land, giving you 3 options. And while it may not seem important at first, it will keep throwing those decision moments, both big and small, at you all throughout, allowing you to craft your own unique adventure with weight of each of the choices influencing its outcome. Most actions and interactions with objects and characters are described in detail in the text output window, with at least 2-3 lines of atmospheric text to each, adding a lot of flavor to your quest. The game uses a text parser, which I despise with a passion of all Olympic athletes ever being that point short of getting the bronze medal, knowing that they're good, but not good enough to get to the podium. Time after time again, with their frustration growing exponentially with each competition they participate in and fail to perform good enough. Same with parser-based adventures. Each next, despite how well it's implemented, annoys me more and there's nothing I can do about it. It's all in my head. That said, in Legend of the Sword, at least the traversal can be done with icons. It may not be a lot, but it's something. The location graphics and the map that you'll get to experience in the game may not be the highest quality out there, but for 1988 adventure game and EGA display, they're decent. And most importantly, they elevate this otherwise text-based heavy adventure to a bit higher standard. Liberty or Death is a top-down turn-based historical strategy depicting conflict between American rebels and the British Empire during American Revolutionary War. And whichever side you pick, you'll be given a chance to choose your leader out of available 3. Charles Lee, Artemas Ward or George Washington for Continental Army, and Henry Clinton, Thomas Gage or William Howe for the British Royal Navy. Liberty or Death is one of the very few games that quite accurately portrayed how much of an underdog American side was in the War for Independence, how huge of an effort it was, and how much strategic brilliance they had to utilize to win eventually. So, if you decide to play as rebels, you'll have a hell of a challenge cut out for yourself, but also a very rewarding experience if you manage to win. Picking Royal Navy may be an easier and better option for a new player, but ultimately not as fulfilling and fun if you win. Overall, playing as American side brings in more varied, challenging and feature-packed scenario, rather than straight-up brute forcing your superiority and will as Brits. American side has to balance warfare with politics, seeking support from more and more states and external nations alike, while Royal side can just spit out more and more units. Within reason, but that's what it mainly does. The difference in playstyle between the two nations is monumental and it guarantees at least 2 full and uniquely feeling playthroughs. Though, same as with all other good strategies, many more are more likely. Combat encounters can take place on land and water, and the graphics, while simple, are easy to read and understand, so they never get in the way of tactics. Should you play Liberty or Death then? If you like strategies or are into history, then definitely. Otherwise, it may feel a bit too utilitarian, too blunt, and you may very well start your strategy adventure with something better, like Sid Meier's Civilization for instance. Lucky Luke is a classical side-scrolling action platformer based on the famous Belgian comic book series, and it places you in the shoes of our titular protagonist. It plays mostly like any other game in the genre, with you going from left to right, defeating hundreds upon hundreds of enemies, mainly bad cowboys, jailbreakers and hostile natives, and collecting various pickups. Stuff like bullets for your revolver, dynamite or sheriff's stars. Each level is differently themed and will allow you to experience familiar from comic book locations like forts, western towns, jails, mines, trains or even a saloon. Each of these will have its own unique objective required for completion too, like freeing a bank director, collecting gold nuggets to exchange for nitroglycerin, or building a totem for Apaches, and they will often end with a boss fight too. These usually are one of the Dalton brothers whose capturing is your overarching mega objective for the entire game. So Avril, William, Jack and Joe Dalton all have to be defeated to be precise. Between these standard levels, however, you'll partake in some thematically fitting Western arcade sequences. So you'll horse chase the criminal brothers, you'll run away from the tornado, navigate a raft, take part in wrestling challenge or bottle shooting, to name a few. What you should take out from all of this is that Lucky Luke is rather varied and should keep you entertained all the way through. The game's presentation is great. It looks as if it was torn straight from the pages of the comic book, and even though it uses low-resolution display, no detail is spared either on the characters or backgrounds, and it's a pleasure to witness in motion. I mean, I wouldn't expect any less in 1997, but I've been burnt and disappointed before, so it's worth pointing out that Lucky Luke delivers. On all fronts, no less. Some stages will feature very basic environmental puzzling, like figuring out how to use makeshift trampoline made out of log, plank and a huge piece of hay hanging above it all, and the likes. But these are never difficult to work out and only add to the comic book atmosphere of it all. If you like platformers, you're gonna love Lucky Luke. And if you don't, try it out anyway, it plays great and looks amazing. Blam blam blam, kapow! Boom, kerplank, blam! And once again, kapow! Machine Head is a post-apocalyptic sci-fi hovercraft-based 3D first-person shooter, and it doesn't take itself too seriously, opting for a less realistic plot and betting on a pure fun factor to carry the gameplay, kinda like I do in real life. I'm having fun throughout it all, never treating myself as this all-knowing and respect-deserving being just because I've lived for a while. Nah, I'm nearly the same I was 20 years ago and I love it. And so does Machine Head. It actually succeeds at that too, keeping a healthy distance to itself. I mean, I'm getting off topic, so let me explain more or less what it's all about. You're Kimberly Stride, a beautiful, smart and most importantly cool-named scientist turned savior of the world in the making. All because your assistant betrayed you and the mutated evil DNA you worked on has gone berserk and is eating up the whole world. Now, if you think about it, really think about it, like give it your best or at least close to it, how would you explain DNA eating up everything? How is that even possible? Never mind. Game logic seems to be the best answer to any and all questions of the kind. So, you jump into this futuristic armed two-detective hovercraft and head off to travel through various infected lands, killing anything and everything that stands in your way. There are 4 of these lands, each divided into 4 smaller stages, and all of these have their own objectives to complete. You'll face many different monstrosities straight out of your worst nightmare there, so stuff like giant flies and huge spiders are nothing special in Blam, and just a few of many overgrown or hideous creatures for you to combat and kill. There are some installations to destroy as well, but naturally they don't look as terrifying. Weapons have limited ammo, and while you may have different ones like guns, missiles, flamethrowers, grenades or heavy artillery, it's worth keeping in mind how many bullets you've left to save the best weapons for the biggest challenges only. And while all of it may seem a bit tedious, just go there and kill everything type of a game. The variety of enemies, interesting level design and fun shooting mechanics make Blam Machine Head a pretty fun title to sink some hours in. One thing that may annoy some are a bit long levels that take a while to go through. So if you're not a fan of that, it may not be a game for you. MOT is a tale about a boy and his monster, MOT, and it's based on an old Spanish comic book. It's also a mess to both play and explain. I'm gonna try, but you gotta give me a break with this one, it's something else. Anyway, you're sad boy and you have a monster living in your closet. You know, like all boys do. Worst of all, he can teleport and make mess everywhere. And he does it all the freaking time. Remember how it was when your monster used to do it when you were a kid? You kept trying to explain to your parents that it wasn't you and they acted as if you were lying. Like they wouldn't remember having a monsters of their own years before. Or was it just me? Anyway, same situation here. So, MOT is there with you and he does what these do. Until one day, that is, when suddenly he's gone, and if you were grown up, it would be understandable, cause all of the monsters leave us when we grow up. Nope, MOT just disappeared without a trace. And when you get a distress call explaining what happened, you decide that you have to save him. Cause as much of a trouble as he is, he's also your monster. MOT in reality is a collection of 3 mini-games, all rather bad in my opinion and not worth your time. But whatever, let's try to tackle them somehow. In first, MOT is running around the house destroying stuff and you have to clean up after him so that your parents wouldn't see him. There are 3 health bars in this mode, one for MOT's hunger, one for house's condition and one for your sanity. And naturally all have to be kept leveled. It's a rather difficult and unsatisfying game. The other 2 are not much better, I'm afraid. Unlike the first side view one, these are top-down and see you both going upwards defeating enemies. In first, you have to kill a certain number of them to complete the level, second carries on until you die. Now, granted, I've not played MOT for years by now, but I remember being disappointed, giving it just a minute per game or so and not liking it at all. If I however misremembered or misunderstood something about MOT, feel free to correct me, cause I may be disregarding it for no reason, but will sure as hell not give it a second chance anytime soon. Money Cards is a sequel to Super Cards and a bit better, but also much less known game. Same as most other card games go, this one too does not focus on realism but on the fun factor. And it is. Fun, that is. It features more tracks than the original, 16 of them to be precise, better high-resolution SVGA graphics, well, if your system can handle it at speed that is, and a choice of 4 difficulty classes, from 50cc all the way to 250cc. So if you're a fan of a sport, Money Cards can provide hours upon hours of racing goodness. As you play through your chosen engine power leagues, winning races, or losing, whatever, both are possible, you can work on improving your card, adding to the feeling of progression and getting better. The tracks are all 3D, a simple 3D perhaps, but 3D nonetheless. And all the cards on them are 2D sprites, which is a bit disappointing given that they didn't have to be very complex models and a few simple polygons would do the job well, and would add a lot to the atmosphere of racing. Tracks, on the other hand, all have walls, which is beyond weird to me. I mean, I get that some may hate this as it would fit to their theme, but a desert or a mountain ones? It's silly. I suppose it was made to either reduce the number of sidetrack objects or to keep you within their bounds. Whichever the reason, it's a bad game design choice and one I'd rather not see implemented. But whatever, it is what it is. Sadly, I'm not done complaining. Far from it actually. Which is a bit weird for me as I actually like Money Cards, I just think that it could be much better. With just a few changes it could have been a well-known and popular game. Anyway, same as its predecessor, the game doesn't feature local split-screen multiplayer, which is a serious letdown as there's hardly any better game for split-screen than cards. Any Nintendo owner can tell you that. And finally, the included track editor, which is rather limited in terms of its track creation capabilities, is not only disappointing in terms of features, but also very unergonomic, feeling like an afterthought and not a tool made for gamers to extend the life of the title with their own creations. Mega Phoenix is an extended and expanded version of an earlier game Phoenix and also a single-screen arcade shooter in vein of Galaga. If Galaga was not as varied and fun as it is. Oh man, I've spoiled it a little, haven't I? Oh well. Same as in most similar games, your ship only moves left and right, and the enemies are arranged in patterns at the top, attacking periodically in waves, diving at you. First few stages see you fighting basic enemies, then you face few larger, Phoenix-like enemies, which for all intents and purposes are stronger versions of the basic ones. After that, there's the titular Mega Phoenix, which is a tough cookie to crack, and eventually the final boss in the form of an alien mothership. Or Phoenix ship, I should say, really. When all 5 stages are beaten, the game repeats them at increased difficulty. To aid you on your never-ending grind against the Phoenixes, you have a temporary shield and some basic weapon upgrades. There's not many of them, but they make the gameplay considerably easier. Mega Phoenix looks and sounds rather nice, and when you play it first, it lures you in with a promise of fun and action-packed gameplay. Sadly, most of it goes away quite quickly, as soon as you realize that the 5 stages are the only ones that you ever get to see in the game. And when you do, the repeatable nature of Mega Phoenix becomes unbearable and the monotony and boredom sets in. That is how I feel about it though, and you may disagree. Mega Phoenix is a cool title to play through once, against friends for points, and then to forget about for a decade or two, as there's just way too many great old and new games not to waste your time on this one. Mars 3D is probably the most unusual game of today's entire video. Not because it's better or weirder than anything else on showing, rather because of how it came to be. And it was created on Mars by a Mars rover in between picking of the Mars soil samples. It made it itself in its own image and programmed it in BASIC. All the previous sentences are naturally a lie. In fact, Mars 3D was developed in 1997 for Chinese market and in Chinese only. 21 years later, in 2018, it was found translated and released in the limited big box edition in the West. 21 years is a long time. So long in fact that DOS ceased to be a viable gaming platform over a decade before that. I know that all of it has nothing to do with the game itself, but I find it interesting, and also it's a contributing factor to Mars 3D's obscurity. Story-wise, you're Jet Hunter, incredibly cool named protagonist and the soon-to-be hero of the post-apocalyptic dystopian future world games set in. World that has been decimated and near entirely destroyed by the earlier nuclear war, seemingly started by the North American defense computer. But let's let past be past and focus on the present, which sees Jet working for the New Hope, a corporation that has risen from the ashes of the old to rebuild the civilization and planet better than it was before. A noble cause indeed. Anyway, one of those seemingly boring and samey days, your parents are brutally murdered by the authorities. A touchy subject, both in-game and in real life, especially if you keep in mind where the game hails from and that there are still places in the world where this may be a common practice. So, angry, sad and most importantly furious, you decide to investigate. There is naturally more there to the plot than it initially meets the eye, as otherwise the game would not be called Mars 3D, but I'll let you discover it through the multiple included cutscenes in their cringe dialogues-filled storytelling. There are 9 differently looking and feeling weapons in the game, and they all appear to be quite unique and fun to run around with. The enemies are quite varied too, and the overall gameplay is pretty enjoyable, even if it feels old in its design. And I suppose it did the same in 1997 too, as Mars 3D is more similar to Doom than Duke Nukem 3D or Quake, meaning that it represents the first wave of FPSs rather than the latter ones. Either way, I think it's worth experiencing even today, just to see what we never got to play here in the West. Myk is a very fun mid-90s platformer in which you play as the titular protagonist. As you and your friend Masha were playing, you wandered into the mysterious forest next to your village, and it appears that it's also a home of a particularly evil and pesky witch. It seems that before Instagram and Twitter, X, people did not share information on mysterious haunted forests in their vicinities. I'd assume that living next to such place, everyone would knew that the witch was there, and she was generally speaking unpleasant to both look at and interact with, but clearly it was not the case. Maybe it was before the invention of Internet version 0.1 alpha, so village notice boards. Anyway, coming back to our story, the witch naturally jumps on you too, turns Masha into a tree and you into a ladybug and locks you away in her castle. And this is probably even weirder than you not knowing of her in the forest. I mean, ladybug is so easy to kill, why wouldn't she just get rid of you once and for all? And even if she didn't, why did she kept you? Have you ever seen a ladybug? They're the most boring creatures out there. Nothing to watch really. Ah well, it's her mistake and she'll learn it soon enough, as naturally you do not intend to stay an insect for much longer or leave the whole situation unresolved. So, you take it upon yourself to return to your original form, escape the castle, kill the witch and save Masha. Preferably in that order. Regaining your form will allow you to jump and climb ladders, and as far as I know, these are kinda crucial in all platformers. I'm sure that I don't have to tell you that. As you go about your adventure, slowly working on fulfilling your quest, you will also meet animals that the witch turned into various twisted freaks of nature. And you can help them regain their original shapes by using bottles of magic potions on them. Each freed animal, in return, will grant you a power to turn into its form. So, as you carry on, you should collect few of these before your final clash with the witch. All of these new powers will be useful in different circumstances, so for instance, a squirrel can jump across big distances, a mouse can fit in narrow openings, a frog can swim, and a tiger scares away monsters. There are a few more of them, and they all have their own use case scenarios. All that said, only humans can use ladders, and since there's quite a few of them, you'll be spending a lot of time as yourself. Sounds are rather basic but well-fitting, and the graphics, while only EGA, look pretty decent for the chip. Overall, if you like classic 1990s adventure platformers, there is a lot to love in Myk. Modern Wars was way ahead of its time when it released in 1989, and even more so when it originally dropped a year earlier on C64. It was made from ground up to be an online multiplayer real-time strategy. Yes, in the 80s no less. Sure, it can theoretically be played in single player in training mode, but it's far from the fun that it offers when played against someone else. So, as predominantly versus game for the two players, each of the opponents takes control of one army of robots consisting of 4 basic unit types. Grunts are your infantry, riders are cavalry, boomers are artillery, and spies are, well, spies. Other than that, both of you have your command centers that you can defend and in the same time compete to capture the one belonging to the enemy. Comsen is an unarmed mobile unit that can launch drones and missiles. First can be used for fast and far-off reconnaissance and also trigger remotely to explode. Kinda like we use drones now for warfare. So that was what, 35-ish years ahead of its time? Cool, right? Anyway, missiles can obviously be used as, well, missiles and target specific enemy units or drones. Come to think of it, given the presence of these two on your comsen, I'd like to retract my former statement of it being unarmed. But if you think that Modern Wars was done innovating, you're wrong. The terrain could be used to provide cover and allow for sneak attacks, or it could even slow enemy down too. So searching for best attack spots and choke points was a standard strategy in Modern Wars. And since you could only see what your units could see, going into enemy area and kiting them into a trap was also not an unseen approach. Especially that you could put your units into formations, they could duck themselves in or camouflage for defensive purposes or go into blitz mode for faster movement. The lack of variety in units was definitely made up for in tactical possibilities. So as you see, when I said that Modern Wars was ahead of its time, I really meant it. If it's so great, fun and deep, why is it then in an obscure DOS games video, you may wonder? Well, the reason is twofold. For one, the AI in training mode is rather weak, and after a game or two poses literally no challenge. Secondly, given the Modern Wars multiplayer nature and the requirement to have a modem, which not many did in the 80s, the number of potential players, especially those into strategies, was really limited. All in all, if you're into RTSs and want to see the one that's probably the first, check Modern Wars out. Museum Madness is an educational point-and-click adventure game set in the Natural History Museum. But before you click away or jump to the next title in the video, let me assure you that it's actually pretty good and can be a great title for kids to learn some useful and accurate stuff and hone their problem-solving skills while having fun in an attractive-looking game. Story-wise, someone sneaked into the museum and mixed all the exhibits, causing the titular museum madness. So, it's up to you to restore things to how they were and solve the mystery behind it all. For the most part, the game plays like any other adventure with a simplified interface, that is. You do not have a list of actions that you can perform like in most other games in a genre, but each item or character, when hovering a mouse over it, will have a certain single action assigned to it. The game's focused on educating, so you will learn a lot in it, or a little bit about a lot of different subjects to be precise. You know, it will go wider and not taller, so to speak. So, even if you're not a kid and someone who likes learning new things, there may be something for you in Museum Madness. From astronomy through mechanics all the way to the history and everything in between. The variety of subjects will not disappoint. Each of the 25 mixed-up exhibits offers a different challenge and puzzle, and you can attempt them in any order you'd like. You're accompanied by Mick the robot, that offers his advice and hints all throughout the game. It's not necessary to use him, but you have the option to. Museum Madness is a surprisingly deep and well-written title that perhaps may have been directed at teens content-wise, but given its approach to puzzles and curiosities it teaches, it can easily be enjoyed by a much wider audience. Mystical is a top-down, humorous, vertically scrolling arcade fantasy shooter. You're a magician, or wizard actually, because magicians pry on obliviousness of his witnesses to trick them into thinking that he's doing impossible, while a wizard like Gandalf, be it grey, white or purple, either of the three, channels magic through his spells to quote-unquote really do the impossible. Stuff like freezing a lake, hurling fireballs, or instantly baking a raw pizza. So yeah, you're one of the latter. And you travel through 12 levels from the Marsh of Eternal Stench, amazing name I must add, all the way to the Garden of Eden, going through hundreds upon hundreds of fantasy-themed enemies, monsters, knights, monks and sorcerers alike. I can't tell you why, cause I don't know, but for whatever the reason they're all bent on stopping you. And when they touch you, you die. So it's a bad touch, I suppose. You're far from defenseless, however, and you can zap them with your magic wand, occasionally picking up various items, potions or even scrolls to acquire new magical powers, stuff like firebolts or genie assists. From time to time, you face one of the few bosses. They are not overly difficult and a nice break from constant upward traversal. When you complete all the stages without dying, they loop around from the first again at an increased difficulty. Mystical looks pretty decent for EGA and can prove quite fun for 1 or 2 playthroughs, but I wouldn't say that it has any serious staying power, and I don't see it being a permanent feature in your arcade games rotation. Motor Mash is kinda like Micro Machines, just not micro and in sorta 3D. It originated on PlayStation before being ported to PC, so there should be no surprise that even in top-down games some form of 3D was used. It was, after all, the it of late 90s. The game is divided into 6 worlds of 8 tracks each, but they are not all available from the get-go and most have to be unlocked by advancing in the League game mode. Each of the worlds is unique, and not only in terms of its design, but also in additional gameplay mechanic modifications. In the Amazon, for instance, you're not only racing on tracks, but also on the treetops, and in the city, you also traverse on the roofs. So, while these may be small differences, there are few of these in each world, and they all add up to a differently feeling experience. There's also 12 different drivers to choose to race as, and each of them has a uniquely looking and slightly different performing vehicle. And finally, there are 6 different racing modes. Single player, which is the same as in any other racer, practice, that too explains itself quite well, knockout, which is a series of runs in which you earn points to participate in the forthcoming rounds. Each position is scored and you have to earn as many points as possible to carry on and not fall off. League is the main single player mode. You start in the 3rd division and race your way to the top spot in the 1st. And this is the mode where you unlock new tracks. Beat the Clock is your typical settle up record mode, and there's nothing special about it. And last and final is Team Play, which is basically same as Knockout, with a difference of there being 2 teams of 2 racers each. Naturally, as with most games like Motor Mash, it's most fun in multiplayer, and that's how I would recommend approaching it. I mean, sure, you have to unlock all the stages first, but when you do, I see no point in ever playing the game in single again. It's best with others, and that's how it should be experienced. Motor Mash's graphics and sounds are not bad, even if display is low res only. That said, PC was more than capable of holding its own in high-res 3D by 1998, so I would really prefer it having been raised to at least 640 by 480. To summarize, Micro Machines it is not, but it's pretty decent in its own right, and good fun if there's more of you playing. Mr. Blobby is a remake of SNES's Super Trove Islands, exchanging the original Trove protagonist with Mr. Blobby and his family. I suppose, cause I'm not sure. It's the first time I hear of him. Apparently he was a TV character that was quite well known in the UK in the early 90s. I've never heard of him, so I can take the game for what it is only, with no nostalgia influencing my view of it. Mr. Blobby is composed out of 60 levels in which you have to color in enough of the screen by walking over it to progress. You start with 3 characters at once, Mr. Blobby, Mrs. Blobby and Baby Blobby. Amazingly creative names. I mean, whomever created the show must have been a genius. Could you ever came up with something as deep, well-fitting and kid-friendly? I don't think anyone else could. Wow! Silly names aside, you can switch between them at any point at will, and you only lose a game when all 3 of them are out of lives. Most of the enemies that you'll encounter are very similar to one another, and they feel rather unimaginative, following the pre-programmed paths, never straying from them even by one step. You can defeat them by throwing limited in number cupcakes, but in reality most could just be avoided as they don't actively chase you. The level design is a bit more interesting than anything I've said to this point, though not enough in my opinion to guarantee spending a lot of time with this game. After all, what do you get if you replace bits and pieces of an already rather mid game with even worse ones than the original were? You get Mr. Blobby. Mess of a platformer that's sadly not very fun to play, and it's entirely understandably obscure. It just didn't deserve any real recognition. Sometimes, more is less, you know, and I would gladly see Mr. Blobby losing 40 of its 60 levels if the gameplay and design were all there and if it was at least a little fun to play. Murder Makes Strange Deadfellows is a detective mystery point-and-click adventure game. Short of the game, but I'll get to that soon. You play as Nick Steer, and you're along with your family at the will reading of your great-uncle Randolph Steer. When it's all done though, you learn from a friend of your late uncle that there's apparently a newer version of the will somewhere in the house, and that the death may not have been an accident at all. So naturally, being the truth-seeking fellow that you are, you decide to do both. Find correct will and figure out if Rudolph's passing was really an accident. I mean, the title of the game kinda gives a lot away, doesn't it? Murder Makes Strange Deadfellows, which I will call MMSD from now on, cause it's just way too long to keep repeating. And it is a lot like an interactive book kind of a game, with a very limited interactivity. It's basically a series of comic book-like graphics with some decent voiceovers, and you can from time to time pick which room to go to observe a story sequence playing out when you get there. The game is not linear at all, and you can visit rooms in any order you'd like, but it's timed, so you can't do it endlessly. In the end, very limited gameplay in MMSD, along with repeatable graphics and slowly emerging rather average story, make it a dull experience. I mean, the idea was there, and it could have been made into something fun and unique, but MMSD ended up being just a slow book that you listen to, watching the same pictures all the freaking time, cycling one after another. And worst of all, you're not having much fun constantly wondering when you'll be able to make another single click to push this whole boring-ass train forward. And the answer is not soon enough. Mutant Zone, yes, mutant and not mutant, is an arcade action game with a terrible, awful, disturbingly ugly presentation. And I know there was a time when CGA was the best PC could do, and I understand it all, really. It just doesn't mean that I can't hate it. I mean, as limited as the EGA was, it allowed for so much more. The colors could be mixed to create an illusion to there being many more of them, and some games could even straight up look like works of art, with talented graphic designers at the helm. CGA? Well, it either looks bad or really bad. Nothing else really. So, since you know my take on it, you can go to town in the comments below if you feel like letting me know how wrong I am. I can take it all, I'm sure of it. And if not, then know that you just made an old man cry. Not that old, but you get what I'm on about. Anyway, cause as usual I'm on everything but not the subject I was supposed to cover. Mutant Zone is composed out of 2.5 arcade sections. First 1.5 starts off in the first-person view, that's that half I mentioned by the way, and sees you shooting incoming enemy ships. Each of the kills awards you 1 extra life for the remainder of the gameplay. Interesting mechanic, I gotta give it that, but there's a reason for it too. Well, we'll get to it in a minute though. Then the remaining whole one from the initial 1.5 sees you platforming from left to right, shooting or avoiding any and all enemies. And truth be told, the enemies come at you so fast, regardless of how that sounds, that if you don't memorize their approach patterns, you will keep dying and losing the game. Time after time. And that is why Mutant Zone throws scraps of extra lives at you first, cause it knows that it's over the top demanding. It's not bad per se, let's make that clear, it's just unfair. Which is another of those game design scenes that I like to complain about. Whatever. The second part of the game is side-scrolling too, this time not platforming, however, but flying on a hoverbike fighting enemies. If you complete this section, you'll win the game. But don't worry, you probably won't, as it's even more difficult than the platforming part was. To summarize, Mutant Zone, without the T, looks bad, sounds terrible, and plays unsatisfyingly. Exactly how I'd imagine an early CGA arcade game. Mutant Earth is a shareware action platformer that on the first glance appears to be surprisingly similar to Duke Nukem 2, to the point that the main character sprite looks nearly like a palette-swapped version of the original. But then you move it and all the similarities dissolve in a second. The animation is terrible, it lacks frames and looks rather stiff. I mean, the main character doesn't even move his legs or bend his knees while jumping. And yes, you're right, Mario didn't either, but Mario was a good game, you know. And you can excuse a lot in a good game. Anyway, well, the graphics and sounds are pretty good, not necessarily good for 1997, but decent overall speaking. Gameplay definitely lacks polish. It could have easily spent an extra month or two cooking before being served as supposedly ready meal. I mean, stuff like some enemies being too short to be shot even if you duck, or your character getting stuck in the walls, is not something you wanna see in a seemingly complete game. And yet, it's not unusual to find in Mutant Earth. All that said, it's not really a bad game. There's an idea here, and with a bit more time, it could have been better fleshed out. There are obviously numerous different enemies, weapons, item pickups and access cards opening locked-off passages, you know, your typical platforming fare. You play as Rock Tempest, a post-apocalyptic nuclear destruction survivor who wants to emerge to the surface from the supposed safety of the underground, only to find an aftermath of destruction on the way there. Mutated creatures, all bent on killing anything and everything that comes their way. Shareware version only came with one level and multiplayer mode, and the whole game was unlocked with a purchase. Would I recommend Mutant Earth today? Well, I would, but only as a learning tool for both. How to not release games and how to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Mystery of the Mummy is a real-time mystery adventure game that places its focus on detective work more than the inventory puzzling. In fact, most of your time will be spent analyzing clues and talking to various people. The gameplay is entirely non-linear too, not pushing you in any particular direction, and it's always up to you to pick the order any of the 186 locations available in the game you'll visit next. Now, it may seem like a lot, and it really is, but if you're careful at what you do, you should be able to figure out more or less what path to follow, with some dead ends along the way, as these are naturally unavoidable. Not everyone that you'll talk to will be willing to share useful information straight up, so you may also need to figure out how to convince them to help you. All that said, Mystery of the Mummy kinda keeps you grounded, treating you like a real person, in-game even. So you have to make sure to do what you would in real life, so sleep, eat or fill up on gas if you're traveling a lot. These require no special skills or progression, but take time and money. And both of these are a limited resource. I know that I've been talking for a while now, and I still said nothing about the story. I'll try to fix that now. Mystery of the Mummy is set in Hamburg in 1912, and you play as a detective, who along with his work partner Willem, has to solve a case revolving around the mummy and its alleged curse. And like I said, you can go about it in any way and order you'd like, provided you manage to solve the case within a week. Because after that, your superior will ask you a series of questions regarding it, and only if you answer them correctly and provide evidence to support your claims, you'll win. I played a very similar board game to that some time ago with a buddy of mine. I mean, there was no mummy in it, but the rest was near identical. There was a case to solve, time limit to do so, non-linear gameplay, and after a week you had to be ready to prove that you solved it. It was called Detective, a modern crime board game. And that's as much unsolicited information as I will give you about it today. Mystic Midway Rest in Pieces is a very simple game. It was ported from CDI, and that kinda explains the simplicity. Not that I'm taking a jab at the CDI owners, but you know, I kinda am. But it's only cause I never either saw one, and I'm jealous. The reason is irrelevant though, a job is a job is a job, and that's as good one as I can make, so I'll get back to talking about the game itself. So, Rest in Pieces, while having an incredible title for a puzzle game, is actually a shooting gallery. Sure, it's B-movie/horror themed, which is always fun, and even has a demonic host appearing from time to time and other undead themed creatures too. But shooting gallery by 1994 on DOS? was not a genre that could move any serious numbers in sales. I mean, I'm not surprised, I was definitely past shooting unanimated objects moving from side to side, but for whatever the reason, devs thought that the digitized characters and cringe host gimmick would be enough to sell the non-sellable by then formula. Whatever, it is what it is. And you play Rest in Pieces same way you'd do any other shooting gallery game, so you aim at various objects appearing on the screen or moving horizontally, and when they're shot, you get points. Naturally, you have a limited time and ammo per stage, and your goal is to hit as many targets as possible to amass the most points. Each stage requires a certain number of them to complete, and levels will get progressively harder as you go through more and more of them. But you won't, as Rest in Pieces is not very fun. Worst of all, you don't even get a crosshair to aim yourself, but shoot from the bottom of the screen as if it was 1985. It's just not my cup of tea. Perhaps you'll find something in it for yourself, but I'd suggest investing time into something better, like a long poop break or having a pint and relaxing, rather than playing this turd of a game. Mystic Towers is an isometric action-adventure with some very superficial RPG elements. It's also a sequel to Baron Baldric, a grave adventure that we spoke about a few months back, in which the titular hero battled his evil sorcerer ancestor. Here you play as Baldric again, he's of age and a wizard. So you know, like Gandalf but more grumpy and less powerful. Not Gandalf the White, not Gandalf the Grey, more in the lines of Gandalf the Moist or Gandalf the Yellow, as whichever the color he wears, it's usually sold after a short while. Anyway, your task as soon as you arm yourself with a comfortable nappy is to clear 12 towers of monsters. Naturally, they're mystical, magical, and deadly. That last one didn't sound that great. I honestly don't know why I've done that. Cringe. Each tower consists of 5 floors of 9 rooms each for a total of 45 rooms overall, 15 monsters and 1 monster spawner. So, obviously you have to kill all the monsters, destroy the spawner, and find the large red tower key that opens the tower entrance. You start with 9 lives, like all cats and wizards do, and you earn additional ones every 10,000 points which are acquired by collecting treasures. Interestingly enough, same as in previous game, you have to find and consume both food and drink to keep Baldric alive. Not something seen often in action games, but I suppose the devs wanted to double down on the idea. Other than the enemies, there are also traps, some of them damage Baldric, others kill or poison him. Poisoning can be cured by using a spell or by drinking slime from outlets, which is questionable solution at best and very risky at worst, or finally by eating mushrooms, which should not be eaten when he's not poisoned, as then they insta-kill him. There's 10 spells in the game and you can either find them while adventuring or purchase in vending machines. There are 5 damage spells of Ice, Sulfur, Venom Cloud, Fireball and Lightning, so representing elements that they correspond to, and 5 utility ones: Reveal, Heal, Levitate, Teleport and Bomb, with the last one used exclusively to destroy the spawner. On top of it all, there are also 3 power-ups: Meta Power, increasing power of the currently equipped spell, Invisibility, which is exactly what it sounds, and Shields, which is basically a temporary resistance to damage. Now, remember how I initially said that there's 12 towers? I lied. Well, no, not really, I didn't, but I also kinda did. I know I'm losing you, but that's how my brain works, and I had to get it all out. In reality, there's only 6 towers, but they appear in the game in 2 kinds: Apprentice, which is the first half of the game and considerably easier one too, and Wizard, the second half, that start you with no map, stronger enemies, new traps and obstacles, and the red tower can never spawn in the first room. Mystic Towers is a surprisingly fun and complete package of a game, and if you enjoy these action-adventure titles of yours, it's definitely one to keep an eye on. Power Dolls, so Power Detachment of Limited Line Service, is a hex grid turn-based tactical strategy. It takes place in the year 2535, so far away in the future, on the planet Omni that has declared the independence from Earth. Naturally, as history has shown us, people are not keen on parts of the empires, remote or not, seeking individual existence outside of its governing forces. So, Terran armies are sent out to Omni to reclaim it. You play as a mastermind behind the defensive efforts, and you have access to a whole squadron of titular Power Dolls, which they happen to be them exactly both, in person and as an acronym. So, it's an all-female military group piloting giant mechanized battlesuits against Earth invaders. The game is composed out of 9 missions of various objectives, ranging from destroying convoys through stalling enemy forces' advances, all the way to rescuing of captured military personnel. There are 21 different female pilots of various stats and specializations, 7 mech battlesuits fitting different combat purposes, 4 types of aircraft, artillery and 16 kinds of weapons. So a lot. The gameplay is kinda similar to tabletop Battletech, with each turn representing 5 minutes of in-game time. Missions overall can take several in-game hours to complete and reward progression and pilot graphics upon completion. Each action, be it movement, attack or anything else, takes a certain portion of action points to perform, and your pool of this per unit is dependent on the pilot and the suit that she's in. Generally speaking, combat, given the presentation, is surprisingly strategic, splitting battles into phases. So, for instance, deployed air support may take time to reach the gameplay area when requested, and they don't appear instantly as if they were teleported. Even more so, both fighters and bombers can only stay in the air for a few hours before having to return to base to refuel, so they're never really a backbone of your tactics, but rather a support unit that you hope can complete their attacks successfully before needing to come back to the base. And that's not easy either, as the enemy keeps moving, so instead of aiming at them, you should aim where you expect them to move to. Despite its presentation, Power Dolls is a rather deep and intricate title that will no doubt provide a lot of fun for all fans of tactical wargames. Nitro Racers is a game lost to time. Well, it's also a top-down arcade racer, but it's much less dramatic sounding, so let's agree that most of all, it's a game lost to time. Yes. It was developed around late 1996, demo version was sent out to various gaming mags then too, and it also had a limited short-time release in 1997, soon after which it disappeared for 26 years, just to have a re-release on GOG and Steam in 2022. In other words, if you haven't purchased it around its short window of release in 1997, or had a pirated, found in a bag of loot copy, you couldn't have sampled its gameplay in nearly 30 years. And it's a pity, as it's a pretty fun little racer. It features 30 unique circuits set on different surfaces, so anything from ice through mud all the way to the asphalt. The cars you race in can get damaged, so will have to be fixed occasionally, but most of all, they're upgradable, so money earned while playing can be invested in having them bettered. You can play in two separate modes, action and simulation, and both can be utilized in a whole season championship in two different views, one showing a whole track at once, and a close-up for more intimate to the action arcade feeling. But enough about the features, after all what you really wanna hear about is gameplay. And I gotta tell you, it's pretty darn good. The cars are fast and nimble, the controls are tight, and navigating those corners, pushing opponents around and off the track is really fun. Sure, it may not be the best racer out there, but it's good enough to easily warrant a complete playthrough even today. So, if you feel the need for speed and get weirdly aroused by the smell of gasoline, Nitro Racers is definitely one to check out. Necromantics aka Magician's Castle is a unique and fun action-adventure platformer, with an emphasis on the non-platforming parts of it. And it's an 8-bit feeling game despite its very modern, very colorful presentation. It takes place in an old and mysterious castle in which various odd magical things seem to take place. Flying candles, hovering platforms, walls of fire, typical haunted magic castle stuff. You play as an invisible, bodiless magician wearing high hat, shoes and gloves and are armed with nothing. No, really, you've nothing to attack or defend yourself with. And you know why? Because you're not a mage, you're a magician. Oh my god, I promise you that one of those days in the far-off future one of my stupid jokes will eventually land. You can count on it. Not today though. Anyway, you must navigate series of rooms, avoiding various enemies like spiders, flying swords and the likes, and environmental dangers too. And since we're on the subject of environments, there's quite a lot of environmental puzzling in Necromantics. You'll need to locate and switch levers, search for diamonds and magic juices, and all these will influence the castle rooms and what's in them in different ways, often opening new passages or allowing you to progress further. So, why are in the castle anyway, you may wonder? Well, once upon a time, two brothers, coincidentally both being powerful magicians, so strong in the arms and not the arts, as while mages have true power, magicians have sleight of hand and distraction, and one of them accidentally erased the body of another. How did he do it having no powers at all? We will never know, as the intro never bothers to explain. Well, truth be told, it kinda assumes use of real powers, but you and I know better, right? And we know that magicians thrive on rabbits taken out of hats, cards sticking out of sleeves, and various different tricks usually involving large boxes and sharp saws. They don't dabble in the mystical arts whatsoever. Still, you're said bodiless magician and you have to traverse the castle to recover it. Necromantics is a simple in its design game, but a pretty fun fare for a single playthrough despite that. Lost Vikings 2 North by Northwest is a much less known game than its predecessor was on PC. So that we're clear that I'm not talking about consoles, as it did quite well there. And for the most part, same as the original, it's a puzzle platformer. Identically to the first game, our trio of protagonists have to get home, going through dozens of enemies-filled puzzle-locked of platforming levels, utilizing their skills to solve the levels and progress further. This time, however, Eric the Swift, Olaf the Stout and Balog the Fierce are joined by two new heroes, Fang the Werewolf and Scourge the Dragon. Odd additions, but whatever, such is the case of sequels made by different developers. 3 out of 5 of these are predetermined for each level and are chosen in a way that would require all of their skills to contribute to solving said stage. To complete the level you need to find and collect 3 required items and deliver all your Vikings, well, and slash/or creatures to the exit. If any of the characters dies, the level is unwinnable and will require a restart. That said, you have to do it manually as the game allows you to keep going even if you can't complete the level anymore, so that you could familiarize yourself with the layouts, puzzles and better prepare for the second attempt. Generally speaking, the levels are nearly as well designed as in original and can get as tough, if not tougher too. So if you're someone who's fast to quit, it may not necessarily be a game for you. On the flip side, figuring out those more complicated stages feels really rewarding, so if not for anything else, it can be worth persevering just for that. Now, I'll tell you what I don't like about the game, as there is one thing actually, and it's the graphics. I feel that first outing's pixel presentation aged way better than the pre-rendered Donkey Kong Country-like looks of the second. Some like it, I don't. Today that is, but wasn't a big fan of it back then either. Nova 9 is a sequel to earlier Stellar 7 and oh my days, it has a whole lot of plot for a glorified tad modernized Battlezone. But let me try to bring you up to speed. So, the villain of the first game, Gear Draxon, whose name sounds like an exotic disease you get from visiting unlicensed massage parlor, survived the events of that title and crash landed on an alien planet. He found a mysterious, powerful artifact there that allowed him to mind control others. With its help, he aims to rebuild his interstellar empire of evil, and that would be an awesome name for a follow-up to Star Wars' original trilogy. Anyway, you, playing as a universal badass Captain John Alex, a cousin of Commander Peter Thomas, who in turn is a friend of General Bruce William, that knows no other than Admiral Michael Andrew. Jump into your brand new Raven 2 tank and we'll have to go through 9 thematically different star systems, defeating various aliens and their crafts until you finally end up facing Gear Draxon himself in his super tank. All planets are rather flat, with some sporadic rock or flora formations here and there, and are not very well designed. Early 3D tech may have been the limiting factor here, but I'm just saying. You can collect and carry up to 9 power-ups, that then can be used by you whenever you feel like it, and have a double-shot cannon with unlimited ammo at your disposal. Every now and then, on each planet, you'll find a warp allowing you to transport back and forth between it and your base, so you'll be able to jump back to repair or upgrade your tank when needed. Damage can cause your tank to have some of its slots for upgrades taken out of commission and your movement and turning capabilities reduced considerably, so it's best to try to keep it under control and not get out of hand. Nova 9 is a very decent first-person perspective vehicular shooter that I completely don't care about, and while I can objectively appreciate it for what it is, I never really liked it. Nova Storm is a sci-fi FMV on-rail shooter, and it's a pretty decent, even if not exceptional one. Kinda like I am at my work. I'm a jack of all trades and master of none, mainly because I don't wanna be there and do what I do, but that's beside the point. Same here. Nova Storm is pretty good at many things, but overall does not rise to become something more than many other FMV shooters on the market were at the time. And by 1994, there were quite a few to pick between. The story sees humanity leaving Earth in huge arc ships in a distant future, seeking new planet to settle on. They are however relying on AI for everything, as we will soon too, cause we're so lazy. And since the interstellar trip takes way longer than previously anticipated, AI manages to evolve over time and decides to wipe the humanity out. Why? Because why not? I mean, Skynet came to the same conclusion and countless other movie and book inspired AIs did too. It must be a logical choice. I mean, we would destroy ourselves if AI wouldn't do it anyway, so what's the difference? Well, the difference is we don't want someone else to do it. We want it to happen slowly, systematically, by destroying nature and everything around, especially all that sustains our lives, and not for it to happen in one sweep move. If anyone's gonna bring doom to humanity, it better sure as hell be ourselves. So, not to let any silly AIs do it, we've sent our so-called Scavenger Force Squadron, in which our top pilot is no other than you. Our bright star, savior and hero extraordinaire all rolled into one. And you will have to fight your way through 4 large differently themed levels, each ending with a boss fight. As you go about it, you collect bronze, silver and gold power-up tokens that fill in the power-up meter, and when you're at the level that you'd like to acquire a corresponding to it power-up, you just gotta select it. And bada beep bada boom, it's there pew pew pewing left and right, causing more damage and destruction than before. As on-rail shooters go, Nova Storm is not that bad. It actually includes hooks in the video feed, so that if you fly into something that's clearly an obstacle in the video while not destroying you straight up, or even stopping you in your tracks really, it will actually damage your ship. It's something that most earlier games in the genre did not do. If you like those kinds of explosive experiences, there's a lot here to enjoy, especially that Nova Storm is not overly difficult. But if all that sounded boring to you, playing the game is not something that will sway your opinion in any way. Offensive is an offensive attack. Not that there's any other kind, but it is on my gaming sensibilities. Why? Because it sucks. Oh, I seem to be getting ahead of myself, so let's start at the beginning. Offensive is a real-time top-down isometric action wargame. It takes place during World War II and places you in the middle of action. You can play as either Axis or Allied side in a campaign spanning through 20 missions, all the way from Normandy to capture of Berlin. And from the presentation point of view, it looks quite okay. The terrain is varied and interesting, and units are fun to watch in action, even if they're rather clunky animated and the interface is easy to grasp and ergonomic. Sadly, that's where the positives end. The gameplay is not very fun and feels a little like cannon fodder if cannon fodder would be devoured of all fun, fluidity and spirit. While there are 15 types of units available, from infantry through armored trucks all the way to the tanks, offensive feels lacking. Combat looks like units flailing at each other in a jumbled mess until one of them explodes. Yes, explodes in a fiery blaze. And overall, it seems like the game is set up in a way that it's easier to win at combat the less you actually try to do so. So, if you charge at the enemy, try to approach them tactically, flank them and such, you'll do worse than just standing there at the mission start and waiting for the opponents to come at you. I mean, it may just be me misremembering things, but I feel that I'm not that far off either way. Even if you would want to behave offensively, like the title suggests, then there's not that much to do. You can order your units to attack, hold area and retreat, with the last two not being usable at all as the game never really calls for that. So, if realistically speaking only attacking makes sense in offensive, you could theoretically play it similarly to cannon fodder, charging in and killing everything in your way. But you can't really. The gameplay is slow, units move as if they were going through a puddle of mud, and the map feels rather empty. I can't recommend offensive to anyone as it's not a great title, but if you're interested in it from a purely historical point of view, then check it out. Other than that, it's definitely one to skip. The year is 2045, and a terrorist group conquers one of the islands on the Pacific Ocean. Soon after, they declared it an independent state and began spreading chaos and destruction from there, treating it as their base of operations. Because the whole world is shaken and, frankly speaking, afraid of them and their unpredictable and dangerous behavior, it is decided that they need to be eradicated, by any means necessary. So a mercenary group, oddly named Panic Soldiers, is sent to the island to drive the terrorists away. Now, I don't have to tell you who's in charge of it all, right? It's you again. I mean, who else would save us? Panic Soldier is a tactical real-time strategy that completely omits the aspect of base building and focuses on combat and individual pilots only. In fact, it's so laser focused on them that before each and every mission you pick robots, well, mechs really for your units, their armament and then said units. So pilots that will sit in the mechs and drive them to your unquestionable victory. And it's the combination of these mechs, pilots and their stats that will ultimately determine how well during the missions you'll do. Each of the pilots has their own unique stats of defense, attack and accuracy, and after successful missions they earn experience points and increase their attributes. Fulfilling mission objectives in turn rewards you money, for which you can buy new robots or upgrade the ones that you already have. The focus on singular units rather than the whole armies makes Panic Soldier kinda feel like cannon fodder. And yes, I know I said the similar thing about our previous game Offensive, but where it failed, so gameplay and fun factor, Panic Soldier does not, and offers very decent and enjoyable loop, even if it's not exceptional in any real way. In short, Panic Soldier is well put and enjoyable for a single playthrough real-time strategy / squad tactics mixture that may not have been worth a whole price upon its release, but is more than worth your time today. At a discount price it can be purchased at or even downloaded for free off the internet. If I would have told you that PNGT Special is a sequel to PNGT, then I wouldn't have told you anything, at least nothing useful. Why? Because neither of the titles were popular or widespread in the West when they originally released. They are Korean cartoon-like side-view brawlers / beat-em-ups. You play as either of the titular protagonists, so either unfortunately named P or not as unfortunate but still odd Gitty, and control these anthropomorphic animals, defeating any and all enemies that you come across. And these enemies, for the most part, are either animals or anything it seems that came to the devs' mind, to the point that it looks as if they were sitting at the table brainstorming and not throwing any ideas away at all, just gathering them up and adding to the same pile that eventually ended up in a game. So while you will fight eagles and crocodiles, so thematically fitting animals among others, you'll also face stone elementals big and small, cakes, crackers or robots, not to mention a whole slew of other oddities. And yes, when I say cakes and crackers, I mean those you would have normally devoured at home. All these, same as our duo, have their own regular and special moves and are rather nicely looking and animated. Generally speaking, P&GT Special is a pretty fun, even if not great side-scrolling brawler that's as fun played alone as it is with a friend. Naturally, in a standard for the genre manner, you'll get to find and pick up various health refilling items along the way, and most levels end with a boss fight. While P&GT Special may lack the staying power of giants of the genre like Final Fight or Cadillacs and Dinosaurs for instance, for a rather obscure game, it's a gem and one worth checking out. Sounds and graphics, as with most games coming from Korea in the mid-90s, are pretty darn good and arcade-like in their quality. So if you like beat-em-ups, this one's worth a look, especially that it has that arcade Asterix and Obelix brawler type of a vibe, going for comedic and fun rather than serious gameplay. If you ever had a Nokia phone in the 90s, this one requires no introduction. Pizza Worm is your classic Snake game, but modified. And it's as simple and arcade at its heart idea as they come. You play as a worm and you, well, eat pizzas. I mean, who doesn't like pizza, right? And every time you do, you grow, and by grow I mean that your tail gets longer. And you have to eat as many of these pizzas amassing points as it's possible without ever crashing into your own tail or the walls. And the bigger the pizza eaten, the longer your worm will get. It may sound odd, incredibly basic and boring now in 2024, but trust me, this one's a gameplay bullseye, if like arcade games that is. It's fast, action-packed and has as tight controls as most games don't even today. Oh, and the best thing is, it's not restricted to 2-axis only like the Nokia original was, but you can turn smoothly at any degree angle. Make no mistake, however, Pizza Worm is not a walk in the park. Far from it. It's fast, it's chaotic, your worm grows fast and incredibly long, and before you realize, you're forming intricate designs trying to pack your length into the little space you have left on the screen to try to work your way to that next cheesy tomato sauce-filled Italian treat. Oh, and did I mention that it can be played in simultaneous 2-player mode? Yep, and it's even more fun, crazy and difficult then. Pizza Worm was a freeware release, and as such, at the price of exactly $0.00, its fun-to-price ratio is over the roof, and way higher than that of any other game in today's video. Project Paradise is a top-down action-adventure game similar to Take No Prisoners that we've spoke about in one of the recent 10 years of early Windows gaming videos, with a difference that you're not only in control of a single protagonist, but a trio of them, and you have to utilize all of their skills to complete the omnipresent puzzles and finish the game. Story-wise, in the distant dark future, the world is controlled by a single entity. The governments are irrelevant or non-existent, and everything is ruled by the powerful syndicate. One that uses both technology and dark magic for its nefarious purposes, effectively tumbling the humanity in fear and chaos. Worst of all, a super secret project of theirs codenamed Paradise is to have the power to destroy the entire planet and wipe all living creatures. Naturally, whenever there's something that's beyond the capabilities of the army or special forces units, a crack commando unit that was previously sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit is required. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the syndicate, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-team. Oh shit, wrong script, sorry. I obviously meant that you're the one we sent out for when things go astray. And this time, you lead a 3-man team to stop Project Paradise. Unlike the aforementioned Take No Prisoners, this game places as much emphasis on the puzzling as it does on the shooting. So while there's still a lot of action and plenty of weapons to pew 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 your way through hordes of enemies, you'll have to use your noggin in it too. Presentation-wise, Project Paradise looks pretty good, the graphics are detailed and smoothly animated, and the rotation effect, while a bit sickness-inducing, is rather impressive. If cyberpunk and fantasy mixture in a shooter/adventure setting is something you'd like to try, there's no better start than here. Project Neptune has one of the most stupid and cliché stories you've heard. Well, I may be exaggerating, but it's definitely one of the most terrible you'll hear all day today. An evil organization, because each Bond-esque story has to have one, called Yellow Shadow and led by one and only, also very Bond-like named villain Ming, is secretly mining uranium in numerous hidden underwater bases. Their plan is as nefarious as their name isn't. They aimed to build an army of killer robots and take over the world. Now, as ambitious as it is, Ming's not going to succeed because you're here, and you're gonna stop him. Playing as Rip Steele, a bump like no other, and a proud owner of a coconut-sized cojones, which in itself poses series of issues when clothes shopping or whenever you get in a pool, as these two huge bad boys work like buoys of some sort. Still, you're you, and you're gonna deal with it. So, you jump in a single-person mini-sub that's armed to the teeth and head off to destroy the underwater bases. You do so by either starving them of energy, blowing links between them, or by bombing them plenty enough times to cause significant damage. Each base is connected to at least one other, and that's how you go about locating them, going at them one by one like in a series of links in the chain. You're naturally not just destroying the bases willy-nilly, as they are all protected by the Ming's evil henchmen that all have to be disposed of or distracted. The oxygen and energy in your sub runs out quite often, or well, is on the verge of running out quite often to be precise, so you'll have to make frequent trips to one of your allied bases to refill them. While graphically for an EGA title, Project Neptune does not look bad, mixing first-person submarine action with third-person diving sections, the gameplay is not very captivating, and after a while a feeling of repetition-induced boredom may settle in. If it looks or sounds interesting to you, check it out, but if it does not, it's definitely a game you won't lose anything skipping. Prophecy the Viking Child was originally designed as a two-parter, with second one planned for a release a year or so after the first. Well, what you plan for and what happens are not necessarily the same things. And the sequel never saw the light of day. Hard to tell why today, was it sales numbers not reaching profitable margin, parent company's bankruptcy or something else, but it stayed a singular game. So, effectively a half of the story. For the most part, Viking Child plays very similarly to Wonder Boy in Monsterland, so it's a mixture of platforming and role-playing in a fantasy setting. You play as a titular Norse kid, a prophesized hero who will save the world. You're born to do great things and become the medieval Neo, a hero to save everyone and defeat the Matrix. Well, one of these is not right and not true. Anyway, Evil got lucky, knowing very well of the foretold prophecy, kidnaps your friends and family to fuel the prophecy and cause chaos and destruction throughout the lands. Before you get to Loki and save your kin, you'll need to defeat his 8 apprentices of darkness. The game is composed out of 16 levels, taking places in various different beautiful but also dangerous locations, villages, mountains and castles, all full of Loki's goons. Dotted around the game world are the shops, which will allow you to purchase weapons and other helpful items, like bombs and potions for instance. The VGA presentation is rather nice, but for whatever the reason falls short when compared to Amiga's outing. It's very brownish all throughout. Which is odd, as technically speaking VGA was much more capable card than early Amiga OCS and ECS chipsets were, but whatever, it is what it is. Gameplay, while not groundbreaking, is pretty fun too, and definitely a treat to all fans of action platformers, especially if they like a touch of RPG rolled into their games. Prophecy of the Shadow is SSI's post-AD&D role-playing and a very unusual game for them. While it gained rather favorable reviews in the max of the time, it never sold as well as their Gold Box series titles and eventually became a largely forgotten game. Prophecy of the Shadow looks and feels as if it was designed to be a genre-bait kind of a game. An easy entry into the world of role-playing for those who haven't played this and wanted to try something easier and friendlier first before attempting any of the cornerstones of the genre. So, a lot is simplified in Prophecy of the Shadow, not to overwhelm the player. The character creation and stats are very basic, in fact there's only strength, magic and agility, and they are what you think that they're responsible for. The graphics however are on the forefront of everything and polished to the levels SSI wasn't known for yet. Heck, there are even cinematic cutscenes accompanying the story. And the whole interface and combat is mouse-driven and made as easily digestible to the RPG newies as possible. Evil Shadow Lords are on the verge of entering our world, and their arrival will come with death, chaos and destruction. If that wasn't enough, the magic is dying, and even if it wasn't, its use is prohibited and practitioners are haunted by the very efficient Cindercraft mage hunters. And worst of all, the protagonist you play as is blamed for death of his master, who's been stabbed with a poisoned dagger. In Prophecy of the Shadow, you're not leading a group of adventurers anymore, but a singular hero who alone has to defeat the evil and save the land. To do so, you can naturally resort to combat, which takes place on the same plane exploration does, and features no separate screens. It's not turn-based as most of SSI's games were either, but plays out entirely in real time. Use of magic requires you to learn spells from tomes found in the game and equipping of appropriate catalysts. While Prophecy of the Shadow may have not been the first, it was definitely one of the first games to use digitized from real-life characters, superimposed on pre-drawn backgrounds. At the time, it must have looked groundbreaking, but hardly any game ever is saved by the graphics if something else is wrong with it. And in case of Prophecy, while the attempt was noteworthy, very linear story and simplistic gameplay alienated versed fans of the genre, and Prophecy failed to gain any real traction. Protostar War on the Frontier is a space trading and exploration game that supposedly was meant to be Starflight free, but due to some legal/copyright reasons wasn't possible and it ended up being Protostar. Not a cool name, I'm afraid. And as we know, games live or die by their names. So, as per usual in spacefaring games, evil alien race of Skeech is threatening the humanity and the peace in the galaxy overall. To respond to this newfound danger, a Protostar initiative is launched and aims to convince 4 other neighboring alien species to join humans in preparation for the upcoming attack. And the best agent the Earth had at its disposal is chosen. Yes, it's you again. I know that you may be tired by now, always being sent to put out fires everywhere, but think for a second about it. If not you, then who? I mean, Batman disappeared on me on Christmas, Master Chief is busy recording his new TV show, we don't have anyone else. At least not on the same or even comparable skill level. So, you will have to travel to the ends of the universe, trade to earn money, land on planets to gather precious minerals and alien creatures, upgrade your ship and hire crew members. All in anticipation of the worst that's definitely coming. Each of the crew members can be assigned to a particular station, so navigation, tactical, biotech, science and contact, and each of them requires a salary. And all that while fending off Skeech raiders, fighting off pirates, well, space pirates, and taking part in various events. It is, after all, a space-based semi-role-playing adventure game in some parts too. Protostar's presentation is rather nice, sporting beautiful 256 color graphics and a decent soundtrack, both well fitting within its space-traveling theme. So it had to be a hit and earn a lot of money, right? Oh wait, we're in the Obscure Those Games video. What went wrong then? It's hard to tell, the gameplay was there, the idea was there, and the difficulty was at the right level too. Demanding, but not overly pushing, and Protostar looked rather good too. So maybe it's the length, as it was a fraction of the previous title? I feel that we may never know, but either way, it's definitely worth a look. Purple Saturn Day is a space-themed Olympic events game in the vein of titles like California Games or Decathlon, but sporting 4 unique and non-existent in real-world disciplines. First is a tronic slider test, where the goal is to the energy ball, shoot it with a laser and then collect pieces it leaves behind before your opponent will, and it's played for points. And there's the Ring Pursuit, which is a cross between a slalom race and a shooter where you speedrun around Saturn's rings. In Time Jump, you have to jump as far as possible and brace yourself here into the future. So you have to fuel the gravity catapult first and then propel yourself through time like some kind of a deranged time-faring human cannonball. And finally, Brain Bowler, which coincidentally was later on released as a standalone title under the name of Ecstasy and is the only puzzle game within the 4. I've also covered it in an earlier video. It's played against the computer opponent and you have to toggle switches in the board to charge up all your chips, in the same time disrupting the opponent who does the same. All of these are very unique and something one does not expect from an Olympic Games style title, but also not bad for a playthrough or two from time to time. Personally, I was not a fan, even if the graphics were not bad for the time, as I preferred those standard discipline sport titles more. That's me though, so if you feel like trying something else out in the genre, Purple Saturn Day may be down your alley. Keep in mind, however, that it's a rather difficult title, so it's not something you'll master in a singular playthrough. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes we cover games that are, but really shouldn't be, for a variety of reasons. Putty Squad, a follow-up to Putty, is one of those games. It originally released on SNES in 1994 and 9 years later on the Amiga. Yes, you heard that right. It was released in 2013 on the Amiga, so a system that was virtually dead around 1994-1995. I mean, it still got games then, but Commodore went bankrupt and the hot potato of the IP that the Amiga was passed between a few major tech players of the time, most of them passing it by or bankrupting after trying to keep it running. Coincidence perhaps, but the fact remains. Still, Amiga's version was a full-fledged port of the game and the other of the two that actually released. DOS's version, however, is something entirely different. While it was being made and looked really decent, it was dropped mid-development for whatever the reason the devs might have. And the only copy that we currently have access to is the 4-level demo that was sent out to various gaming mags at the time. So, it's not a full release, but it's worth talking about nonetheless. Naturally, you play as the titular party, an amorphous blue blob that has to complete all the levels, collecting stars and seeking out exits. It can stretch left and right for attacks and upwards to propel itself up, helping with the jumps. Stars that you collect are used for unlocking of various extra skills and abilities for our hero. So for instance at 10 he gets a super punch, a better and stronger than the regular attack. All stages are naturally filled with different enemies in the form of pups. They throw grenades at you, shoot mortars, hit you and generally speaking do all kinds of shenanigans to make your life more difficult, or faster fleeing, which is kinda odd as they were on your side in the first title. Anyway, why are you doing all that? Because yes, there is a story here, even if it's not a full game. Evil Wizard's henchmen invaded the Putty Land and captured many of your brethren, which now you have to free traveling to the wizard city of Clad. Or you would, cause once again the game is not completed. Even though Putty Squad never officially released on PC, the demo's graphics are beautiful, clearly showing a promise of what could have been, and the gameplay is there too, and it's generally speaking worth a look and playthrough, especially that it can be downloaded for free off the internet. When Quiver came out in 1997, it could run on the potatoest of 486 potatoes. Heck, it could probably run on a 386 too, though gaming on it would be at best questionable. Still, by 1997, 486 was an ancient architecture and most serious gamers had at least first generation Pentiums or their equivalents. So, Quiver, a sci-fi themed FPS, was a gift to those who didn't have time, money or capabilities to move to newer and faster platforms. While it was not comparable to Duke Nukem 3D or Quake, it could definitely stand next to Doom. Funny enough, it sported a similarly simple and straight-to-the-point story of aliens attacking Earth with their overwhelming forces, and you playing a role of a badass superhero savior who will save the planet one alien corpse at a time, gradually mowing them down. The game's engine, however, sees some basic improvements over the one of Doom's, as you can jump, I know, crazy, and it even features some areas over another, which was impossible to achieve in the classics engine without use of some kind of advanced Jedi mind-coding fuckery. Yeah, I'm coining the term for the benefit of all the devs out there. You're welcome. Quiver features some of the most unique weapons you've seen in the FPS to date too. So other than the standard blasters and the likes, you have fireball shooters, weapons that spawn rings of fire upon impact, alien hands of various kind, each offering a different firing capabilities like devastating bursts of shots or jets of flame, or even Medusa sphere that bounces off enemies' shots directly at them. And that's not even all of them. Point is, there's a lot of interesting pew-pewers in Quiver, and if you're a fan of the genre, you will appreciate it. Enemies too are the oddest bunch out there, from what I can only describe as singular eyes on hairy spider legs through demon bees, which they are clearly not, but they do look kinda like it. All the way to the flying spaghettis and miniaturized dune sandworms. Now, I know that neither of the two are what I said exactly, but they do remind me of them and I found it to be the easiest way of describing them to you. Whatever, there are a few dozen of even weirder ones and they're all fun to look at and annihilate. Sometimes in the opposite order. Well, for your health's sake, most of the time. Gameplay-wise, 27 level strong campaign plays the exact same way early FPSs did. So you gotta collect something to complete the levels. In this particular case it's spheres of some sort, crushing any and all alien resistance on your way, and also finding keys for some obligatory environmental puzzling. You know, how you would in Doom. Two missions, however, which in my eyes are a bit of a letdown, are the lack of end-level bosses and no multiplayer. But if you're in it for the thrill of the hunt of the invading scum, you've no doubt have a lot of fun in Quiver. Rama is a first-person perspective point-and-click adventure game that's a bit underappreciated, I think, and should have been much more popular. If not among the general's gamers populace, then at least within the point-and-clickers crowd. It plays for the most part kinda like Myst, but tells its own unique story based on Arthur C. Clarke's series of science fiction novels. The oh-so-exciting plot is as follows. 4 years earlier than when the game takes place, a gigantic cylindrical object appeared seemingly out of nowhere in our solar system and eventually in our skies, casting its menacing shadow on an unprepared Earth. Now, it's not something you know how to respond to, as no one expects that kind of a surprise given the currently known laws of physics and how fast, or more accurately slow, objects can travel in space. So, thankfully, for once we decided to respond peacefully and not by sending a bunch of nukes at it. At least initially. The International Space Agency named the object Rama, which I can only guess is an acronym for something, perhaps radically alien mysterious airship. Said agency assembled a team of explorers composed mainly of scientists and physicists too, dubbed it Newton Team, and sent it off to study the object. Upon arrival, it is discovered that Rama is an entirely hollow rotating cylinder that houses enormous alien cities populated by the alien species that the object itself somehow collected around the universe on its travels. So, it's a self-sustaining, self-operating zoo of sorts, if you will. And I could tell you here that you'll find myrmicats, avians, octospiders and biotes there, but by doing so, I'd tell you nothing, cause I suppose the names mean as much to you as they do to me. I should really read more, I think. Anyway, what I will tell you is that one of the members of the original team, Valery Borzov, died during mission in the mysterious circumstances, and you, playing as the nameless protagonist, are sent to replace him. When you get there, you'll need to investigate the mysterious death and also solve many different, often logic or math-based puzzles that are genuinely fun to work out. There will be quite a few twists and turns in your adventure as well, and the story will change its course dramatically more than once, keeping you on the edge of your seat all throughout its run. Well, play, really not run, but whatever. I said it already and I'm not retracting it. Rama's conclusion suggests a follow-up, but it was never released, and it was probably in part due to the rather poor sales of the game. I wasn't there though, I didn't witness it, so it's my best semi-educated guess and not a quote-unquote fact about it. If you like adventures, and especially Myst, Raven and the likes, Rama is something you'll appreciate. Average rabbit lives up to 12 years, and if you keep in mind that it's 7 times less than we do, you kinda began understanding why Quick the Thunder Rabbit is so, well, quick. But Sonic is so much faster and cooler and bluer, it has spiky hair and the attitude. Well, yes, my dear Watson, you're correct, but hedgehogs live 2-3 years tops on average, so he's gotta pack as much experiences in this short time as possible. Anyway, coming back to Quick, it's an always scrolling action platformer spanning 4 worlds, jam-packed with various enemies and offering different routes for exploration and progress. Now, while all the enemies are rather cute designed and friendly looking, don't be fooled. They're all jealous of Quick's speed and pace he goes through the levels at. So, they will try to stop him by any means necessary. Our hero, however, is not your everyday rabbit, but Quick, the Thunder Rabbit. I sure hope I added some kind of a cool and loud lightning strike effect here in the post. If not, then just imagine that I did, for the sake of both of us. So, Quick disposes of the enemies spinning straight into them and then picks up whatever's left. You know, how robbers do. I mean rabbits, how rabbits do. And it can be either a power-up in the form of a red or green potion, allowing him to jump higher or run faster, one would say at thunder-like speeds, hearts that keep his energy up, or carrots and water, which, believe it or not, sustain him, as Quick the Thunder Rabbit is also one of the first ever survival roguelikes out there, and you have to eat and drink to survive. It's not a roguelike really, I got carried away, but the rest is spot on. You can bank on it. Each level has an objective, they are usually not very difficult, but the variety definitely makes them more interesting. Some may require you to get to the exit ASAP, while others have you seeking logs, to remind Quick of the passing time and how little of it he has left on this blue marble we call Earth. Jesus, that's triple D, deep, dark and disturbing. One way or another, all levels end with a boss fight that first requires you to navigate a sort of labyrinth-like tunnel section to get to them. Bosses themselves are rather unique, like a guitar-rocking fox that keeps dropping sick riffs as his attacks and will require figuring out their attack patterns to beat. Overall, Quick the Thunder Rabbit, while not being the best platformer out there, it's definitely worth a playthrough as it's fun all throughout and fans of the genre will no doubt appreciate its unusual gameplay, even if Quick's jumps feel a bit floaty. Or is it just me and I shouldn't have mentioned it cause no one else finds them to be like it? I suppose it's one of those mysteries of the universe that we'll never learn the answer to. Ravage is a pretty fun genre sci-fi vertically scrolling shooter. If you played Raptor or Tyrion, you'll feel right at home playing Ravage. Story-wise, cause naturally the devs decided that one was needed, you're not gonna believe it, but you're engaged to the most beautiful girl out there. Yep, not the second or third, the most beautiful one. On the other hand, you're you, so a hero, a savior, a superstar too, all rolled into one, so who else would get the best girl? Anyway, your wedding, cause things were moving quite fast, was supposed to take place in a month, but as usual in situations like this, when something's supposed to go well, something else happens and things take another entirely different path. So, horned evil master of the darkness is going by the name of Toran, kidnapped your beloved and you've no choice than to jump in your jet, track him down and save her. Usually I would have said not necessarily in that order, but in this particular case the order has to stand for it all to make sense. Now, all of it wouldn't be that odd really if you were fighting demon/hell enemies, since he's a master of darkness after all. But all the way through the game, you're facing nothing more than the regular ships of various kinds, ground installation, trains and the likes. There's nothing demonic about them. So, the aforementioned unnecessary story is additionally also unfitting one, at least as compared to the gameplay loop. Whatever. As you go through the game spreading death and destruction everywhere, as one does, you are rewarded credits at an end level, based on your performance throughout it. And you can spend them later on to either purchase new weapons, upgrade the ones that you have already, or buy extra lives. What is best about Ravage, however, is that it's actually, despite being a shareware release, a very competent and fun game. I mean, sure, Tyrian or Raptor it is not, but it's so close. I mean, you can easily replay it a few times in a row and still have fun. It's that good. Better yet, grab a friend and play it in co-op, it's even better that way. Despite not being unique in any of its parts, Ravage is fun and definitely worth more attention than it ever received. Reach for the Stars Conquest of the Galaxy is one of the earliest examples of 4X games. What is 4X, you may wonder? Well, it's one of the two. Either extra extreme exciting experience, or explore, expand, exploit and exterminate. Both sound as plausible to me. Anyway, what is Reach for the Stars? It's a huge sci-fi themed and space-based strategy game that will see you discovering and exploring unknown galaxies, colonizing planets, meeting alien civilizations, expanding your spaceship fleet, and engaging in conflicts when necessary. Or when you feel like it, cause wars weren't always born out of necessity, sometimes it's out of will, greed, prejudice, hate, or because of a misunderstanding/mistake. Often, combination of few of these. Each planet that you colonize can be set up differently, allocating your available resources between defense, research, development, environmental and social factors, industry, and even happiness of your citizens. There's a lot to micromanage on them is what I'm saying. Like, surprisingly a lot for when the game came out. In fact, the variety of options in micro and macro management is an overarching theme of the game, and its strongest suit really. Well, next to flexibility only. In fact, flexibility is not the best word for it, freedom of choice is better and more suiting, I think. Because you can play Reach for the Stars any way you want. There's always 4 players in each game, be it human or CPU controlled, and you're not limited to playing it one way only. You can play militarily, funny enough even this in few different ways, or you can focus on exploration and expansion, or even on setting up colonies and building them up before moving to the new ones. So taller rather than wider, so to speak. And all that is still just scratching the surface. DOS version of the game is near complete rewrite of the C64 original, upgrading graphics considerably, changing the interface into a menu-based one, and adding a lot of content, like ground-based armies, new planetary mechanics, new technology trees for navigation and industry, and progressive social maintenance costs. It's the ultimate version of the game, as good if not better than the Amiga outing. Doom, or actually I should say Doom, Wolfenstein, Quake. Cool games, right? id Software definitely knew how to pull an amazing shooter, a groundbreaking one. And not once, but thrice. Some would argue that more than that, because we had Quake 2 and Quake 3 Arena and even Quake 4, all great and important in their own ways. Seriously, just think what an amazing run they had with these. But before them there was a little game called Rescue Rover. Well, Rescue Rover 2 too, but we'll get into that one in a few minutes. Rescue Rover is as far from first-person shooters as games can get. It's a puzzler. Yep, so instead of pew-pewing at aliens, you're shooting puzzling problems at your brain cells. So why oh why id Software would develop such a game? Well, believe it or not, but they had some kind of a contractual obligations to the earlier publisher Softdisk and didn't want to give them their best games. The shareware version of Rescue Rover came with 10 levels and purchase unlocked additional 20. Each level starts at the ladder with you playing as Roger, having to find it and bring Rover back with you to said ladder. To unlock the path to the exit for Rover, you'll need to move objects scattered around the game board, and these objects are all different, have unique, often required in puzzling characteristics, and not only need to be moved in a way that would allow passage, but also to solve any and all potential puzzles along the way. So for instance, crates float in water, mirror blocks reflect laser light, star pearls are, well, pearls, and that's just a few of them. Additionally, there are glowing floors you can't walk on, laser projectors, teleporters, and locked-off doors that require access cards to be passable. And while that's already a lot, it's still not all, because there are also enemy robots. And there's 4 kinds of these, each behaving differently. So some of them don't move but always shoot at our heroes when they see them. There are those that chase Roger if given a chance and either run into him, killing him in the process, or shoot him. So, to secure a usable passage, you have to either trap or destroy them. It's not as simple as it initially seemed now, is it? And if I'm to be honest, despite being a game id Software had to make, and not one of their most popular titles, Rescue Rover is actually really fun and playable. If you like puzzle games, that is. Residence 44 Quest is a graphical adventure based on AGI Studios' engine, allowing for creation of text parser adventures similar to early Sierra's games. I've not played it and only ever researched it for this video, so keep that in mind. It was made by the two students at the Technical University Delft in the Netherlands and is based on some of their own uni life experiences. So, it's kinda funny, but not overly so. There are a few raunchy scenes, nothing too graphic though, and generally speaking, Residence 44 is pretty well put together title for a small independent release. That said, 1999 when it dropped is not a year parser games should see the light of day. The genre basically died off years before and it should have stayed that way. Buried deep in memories of gamers never to resurface again. And resurrecting its rotten and annoying corpse was not something that was necessary. Point and clicking was the way to go. At least I think so. Anyway, the game starts with you being a freshman in college and moving into an apartment building, the titular Residence 44. The plot is incredibly linear and simple, but not bad, not what I mean at all, at least for as much as I could learn about it. And you'll need to meet everyone living in the building and perform different requested tasks from them to proceed. First, funny enough, being getting rid of quote-unquote slut, not my phrasing, that's causing everyone else grief. The puzzles are not overly difficult, even if not all rooted in logic, but the solution to some may require a little trial and error. Cause the game originally released in Dutch and then, later on, was translated into English, apparently simplifying gameplay a lot, dropping many of the interactions and conversations from the original. I can't confirm or deny it, cause I don't speak Dutch and haven't played the game, but what's left is plenty enough anyway. Most characters that you'll meet will have a lot to say and contribute to the story, regardless if it will be useful in any of the puzzles or not. I like independent games, which should come as no surprise as I've recently started dropping occasional reviews for this on this channel, and Residence 44 is an early example. Early for an indie, late for a parser game. I don't know man, I feel like it's too odd of a mixture of old and new to appeal to a larger crowd. Also, it's probably the reason for its obscurity if I'm to be honest. Rescue Rover 2, a follow-up to the first game that we spoke about a couple of minutes ago and another of id Software's contractually obligated releases, features basically identical gameplay loop as the first title. So, you play as Roger once more and have to save your dog Rover again in each and every level. The game naturally consists of completely new stages, new deadly robots and gameplay features, keeping previous titles' formula as addictive as it was but enhancing the graphics a little too. And the difference is rather superficial, but it also kinda makes sense as both games released the very same year. So they didn't have that much time to work on it, especially if they were already working on their FPS classics. One has to wonder if perhaps both Rescue Rovers weren't originally planned to be one game and were split just to fulfill the contract. Naturally, I have no proof of anything, and my doubts are rooted in my cynicism only. I may be way off mark here. Still, Rescue Rover 2 is a fun puzzler, so if you like those, it's definitely worth a look. Robo is a Polish action puzzler that was originally released on 8-bit Atari computers and then ported to other systems, those in particular in 1993. The port is composed out of 60 levels and features gameplay similar to a mixture of Boulder Dash and Sokoban. Story-wise, our protagonist Robo is stranded in space and his spaceship is broken. How terrible. So he must land on different local planets divided into a few local star systems in order to find and collect screws needed to repair his ship. Naturally, it's not a straightforward go from A to B fare, and you'll have to puzzle your way through devilishly convoluted maze-like levels to complete the game. How does it play though? Imagine Boulder Dash but without gravity and with Sokoban-like block pushing. So, you have to move the objects in the correct way to create a path for yourself to collect a set number of screws and then complete the level by getting to the exit. Naturally, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, and these planets are not friendly at all. So, our electronic hero has to prepare to be met with deadly obstacles, aggressive creatures, laser turrets and magnets among others. Naturally, these planets are not Robo's first space rodeo and he's not a hopeless and defenseless little bot. He can find bullets that can be used to shoot the enemies. Well, truth be told, they're not really bullets, but batteries powering up Robot's laser for 9 shots each, but you get what I'm getting here at. And there are also bombs that explode upon being shot. And while these two don't seem like a lot, trust me, it's more than enough. I mean, there are also pushable crates, doors and corresponding to them keys, mirrors and teleports, all to add to the puzzling fun. Robo is an interesting title, as while it was incredibly popular on the Atari systems, at least in Poland, hardly anyone knew of a DOS version, which is a pity as it's a really well thought out and genuinely rewarding to experience game. When Robo released, the developer promised first 5 players to complete the game their next title for free. All they had to do is send them detailed description of an end sequence in mail. Yes, the one without E at the beginning of it. It is said that by 1991, devs received a good few thousand of answers. Imagine that. Sand Warriors takes place on the planet Taui, where two large houses of Set and Horus are at each other's throats, bound in a never-ending war for the throne and rule of the planet. Interestingly enough, why a completely foreign planet follows our Egyptian beliefs is beyond my scope of understanding. But I'm a simple man and there's a lot I don't get in life, like wars, violence and prejudice. In Sand Warriors, you take a role of a low-ranking young pilot of a House of Horus fighting against the opposing faction in series of 24 action-packed missions. There are a few kinds of these, from reconnaissance through salvage to stopping enemy forces, and they all are well thought out and pretty fun to pew your way around them. Cause for the most part, Sand Warriors plays like a bit enhanced/modified terminal velocity. Campaign plays out during both day or at night, and as you progress through it, you will also advance in ranks, which in turn will allow you to access new and much more powerful weapons, ranging from chain guns to nuclear devices. If you ever find yourself on the verge of running out of ammo, you'll need to locate weapon stores and raid them. Your shield, cause your ship has one, recharges itself automatically if it's not receiving any damage for a while. Flares are a nice touch too, allowing you to mitigate damage by redirecting enemy missiles in those hot and tight situations you'll no doubt find yourself in, and make this otherwise arcade shooter feel a tiny itty bit like a simulation. Which, let's be clear here, Sand Warriors is most definitely not. Presentation-wise, at the time of its release, Sand Warriors' SVGA graphics were exceptional, though it has to be said that the landscapes, because of their sand-based looks, felt rather empty and devoid of interesting scenery objects or any real landmarks. It's largely irrelevant though, as the focus in it should be based on fast-paced action anyway, of which there's plenty enough of. Sand Warriors may not be the most innovative 3D shooter out there, but it's a really solid and fun romp, and all fans of games like Terminal Velocity or Fury 3 will definitely enjoy it. Rebel Moon, the game not a tad disappointing Netflix movie, is a book example of the obscure. It's a first-person shooter that upon its release was only available and compatible with Creative Labs 3D Blaster 3D Accelerator cards. What a tongue twister. Well, with all cards sporting Rendition Verity 1000 chipset to be precise, but there weren't that many others really. So, is it totally unplayable today? Not really, not many people know about it, but by adding -VGA with no spaces suffix to the exe file when launching the game, it is actually possible to force it to launch without the seemingly required accelerator. Anyway, Rebel Moon takes place in the middle of the 21st century, so, well, soon, and you play as a member of the Lunar Defense Force, in short, LDF, preparing for the war for the independence of all of Moon's 20 or so colonies from Earth. All because as the years passed, Earth treated lunar citizens less and less as equals and more as cheap disposable workforce, supplying the blue marble with precious resources. The fragile status quo had to be broken eventually, and the game starts just as it does. As you play Rebel Moon, you'll go through a series of interesting missions, each with its own objectives, so you'll be finding and destroying Earth Force's infrastructures, you'll seek out and destroy enemy strongholds or even defend LDF locations against oncoming Earth offensive among others. There will be a lot of interesting things to do, other than just going from A to B killing everything in Rebel Moon is what I'm saying here. The armament is pretty fun and varied too, and you'll use all kinds of uniquely feeling weapons. From box standard for the game laser pistols, through chain-fed railguns, all the way to the plasma rifles. Rebel Moon's graphics are pretty nice, but a little generic sci-fi feeling if you know what I mean, so while they're not out of place or disappointing per se, they also won't surprise you with anything along the way. So, is Rebel Moon any good? It's decent, but not something you'll remember like Duke 3D or Quake. And you should only ever seek it out if you're a hardcore fan of the genre or if you want to try out a game that seemingly no one had a chance to when it originally released. Obligatory Korean game time. Editor, cue some sick K-pop beats here in the background for me, please. Oh wait, I don't have an editor, and I know nothing about K-pop really, apart from maybe that there's Blackpink. I think I'll just carry on as is. Okay, let's see if I will butcher it or not. Rion UI Mohyom, Jesus, is a side-scrolling adventure platformer in which you play as an anthropomorphic lion protagonist. The plot of the game revolves around contest among the animals aimed at picking the new king of the animal kingdom. and since you play as a lion, one thing you have to do is represent your species like a badass. Not only cats overall, but you know, it is expected from you to win. I mean, I expect you to win, and not only because you're a lion, but also because you're you. Anyway, for the most part, the game which title I won't attempt to pronounce again plays like any other always scrolling platformer, so you go through series of mainly horizontally progressing level, defeating tons of cute, detailed and nicely animated enemies, and occasional bosses too. All of said bosses are naturally other competitors for the crown, but if I'm to be honest, the whole becoming the king of the animals thing is just a background story and doesn't really influence the gameplay in any meaningful way. As you complete the levels, you also collect coins, which then in turn can be used to purchase extra power-ups or weapons from merchants scattered around the levels. Interestingly enough, our lion has a bit of a Sonic in him, and other than the jump and attack, he also has a speed up button, which held allows him to build up speed to considerable levels. It's not always necessary, but since the levels are timed, it may come in handy from time to time. Graphics and sounds, same as in most other Korean games of the time, are both pleasant to look at and listen to, and definitely feel like a lot of attention was given to the presentation to keep it attractive. It's worth pointing out that this impossible to pronounce game supposedly also released in English too, as Adventure of Leon no less. That said, I've never seen it in any other language than Korean, so if you're not a better researcher than myself, keep in mind that you'll experience it the same way. Dialogues and story snippets are rather one-sided, so it's not really an issue if you just want to enjoy it as a platformer and don't care much about the plot. Sea Legends is definitely one of the most interesting games in today's video. So, despite how it looks like, I'm not leaving it for the last because of that, but by a pure coincidence. I've also never played it, and it's the one I'm most keen about trying out if I ever get a chance. At its core, Sea Legends is a spiritual successor to Sid Meier's Pirates, but originating from Russia and featuring original and unique story of its own. It's a pirate life simulator taking place in the Caribbean. You play as Richard Grey, a young British captain of a noble heritage, who travels the seas aboard his majestic frigate Hephaestus. And acting as him, you can, same as in original classic, follow a rather linear but full of twists and unexpected turns fun story, or just forfeit it all and live out your best swashbuckling life, pirating all ships within your reach, drowning your sorrows in sea of grog, polishing your wooden peg leg, and feed random parrots crackers. So, you'll be sailing the seas in your ship and eventually a whole fleet of ships if you play your cards right. You'll fight countless battles on the seas from a very immersive first-person perspective, I must add. Well, immersive for the time at least. Although if you think about it, even today you don't have that many games that would allow you to pick what kind of cannonballs to use, what part of the enemy's ships should you shoot them at to cause as much damage as possible, so perhaps even today it's in the top end for the immersivity. I mean, modern Sea of Thieves is fun and all, but I'm not sure if even in it you can choose as much. Anyway, you'll also hire crew, trade, pirate and plunder, and most of all, you'll have a lot of fun. There are naturally towns in the game in which you can do most of the above, and also save game in churches. Odd place to do so, but whatever. Upon its release, Sea Legends was a game that was largely ignored and overlooked by the gaming community, and it's difficult to say why, as it's a really cool and playable package. Or so I heard. But as the time went by, it slowly started gaining traction, popularity, and eventually grew to a rank of still obscure, but nonetheless cult classic. And as such, it stayed to this very day. Sea Rogue is one of the most obscure games you've ever heard of, and also a very playable, unique and innovative title. It was designed by ex-Navy veterans, and it's one of the most realistic wreck hunting simulations to date. Yup, even now 30 years later. You sail the Atlantic and Caribbean seeking wrecks and managing crew of your modern treasure hunters. You know, those who have fewer rapiers in hand, no cannons and more electronics than one would ever need. The goal here theoretically is to accumulate enough wealth to retire and never work again. I think most of us would be happy with said outcome. Personally, I'm ready to leave the workforce now and never do anything again, just travel the world and spend the money. And I am not a big spender. I'm happy with having enough to be able to throw it at problems. Oh my god, how did we get here? Anyway, coming back to our game, you find tips, maps and stories about treasures in bars, libraries and from researchers, and then head off to find them. Treasures, not the researchers. Keep in mind while playing that not all maps and treasure tales are true and some may be fake. so not all trips will yield any results. But let's assume that this one does, so you go to the coordinates signified on the map and then send some of your men down, few with spear guns for protection from underwater fauna, and others with metal detectors. You'll map out terrain according to the metal lurking beneath the mulk, salvaging anything of value. Each of the ships and anything of value that you can find can be identified, and there are literally hundreds of known real-life wrecks included, each with historically accurate cargo manifest and background information. All the, excuse me the phrasing, booty that you'll find you can take back to port and sell, and collect information about any other possible treasure locations. In time, you'll be able to afford so-called Sea Rogue, a very expensive high-tech treasure hunting mini-submarine, and having it will be a game changer, in both literal and metaphorical meaning of the word. Oh, and I failed to mention it before, but you have a rival in-game, Eddie, who's out to swoop the treasures from under your nose. And if you're wondering if the Titanic is in the game too, let me assure you that it most definitely is, and in its true-to-life resting spot no less. Sea Rogue is a title that I feel deserved much more recognition than it ever received and would benefit from a modern remake, a high-budget presentation to sell its idea, as I believe that today, in the era of indie games, it could be quite successful. And since we're on the subject of Titanic, our next game is Search for the Titanic, a title that leaves little to the imagination. It's an oceanographic simulation in which you must build your reputation by exploring various lost vessels and earning money in the process. Sounds familiar? Like something you've heard a minute or so ago? Well, cause it's the same thing that is. Your ultimate goal is securing enough funding to get a ship, crew and equipment necessary to head off to search for the titular infamous ship. It will require a lot of planning too, but that's beside the point. Money comes from sponsorships, which in turn depend on results of your previous voyages. There are 75 shipwrecks included in the game, 100 maps and charts, and 47 unique ports to visit too. Each expedition that you're on poses a series of risks. From an obvious of wreck not being there at all, through crew members' declining health, unfavorable weather conditions, to running out of supply or funds, among others. While grand majority of wrecks and treasures are based on true-to-life locations and historical data, there are a few of those imaginary too, like Noah's Ark for instance. You could say that Search for the Titanic is very similar to the aforementioned Sea Rogue, and you wouldn't be wrong about it. Sea Rogue seems to be a spiritual successor to it, with a difference that Search for the Titanic puts much more emphasis on careful and methodical preparation stages, while Sea Rogue focuses on detailed, and there's no better way of saying it, action-packed diving sections. Both are fun in their own right, and if they ever were combined, they'd make an excellent and near-perfect single game tackling the subject. I've covered my fair share of 3D versus fighting games so far, and I've seen them all, good, bad and those in between. But Cento is easily one of the worst. I mean, as much as I despise FX Fighter, the reasons are many and covered in a video that included it, so I won't get into it today, but compared to Cento, it's a masterpiece. Those of you that have a keen eye will notice certain similarities between Cento and another game we've covered a couple of months ago, Creep Clash. And yep, if you did indeed, you're 100% correct, the same devs made both of these monstrosities. Cento uses 3D flat-shaded polygonal models and environments, and the engine powering it all is terrible. The arenas are empty and blocky, the fighters devoid of both character and details, and the animation is beyond trash. It's somehow floaty and stiff at the same time. Jerky jumps between very few moves that the characters have are equally as annoying as they are tiresome. But that's not all, I'm afraid. Games live or die by their control schemes, and the default here is something out of nightmares. You won't believe how awful it is. Instead of arrows or WASD, you're using WAXD, with a W not being up but forward and X not back or down but backward movement. And keep in mind that you're looking at the fighters from a side view perspective. If you're shaking your head in disbelief, trust me, I've got more of this here. Q is attack, S defense and E is jump. Now, look at your keyboard and tell me, how in the hell are you supposed to use those? It's impossible with one hand, it's impossible with two, and I haven't got 3 of them to check it out. It's a horror. The arena is boring too, yes, singular, and more often than not, fights end not with one of the characters beating the other to the pole, but just falling off of the arena's edge into his or her demise, which is still a much better ending than having to play this third. Oh wait, I forgot to tell you about a dozen or so of characters. You know why? Cause there aren't that many. In fact, there's 4, each with their unique weapons of hammer, battle axe, sai or katana, and other than the way these weapons look, the characters don't feel any different from one another. all are sluggish moving, you never feel as if you were in full control, and the fun factor only ever peaks from behind the mountain of poo when you press the escape key on your keyboard, instantly quitting to DOS. Cento is trash, so unless you are fighting a maniac and have to sample them all, avoid this one like a plague. Once peaceful village of Jellyme has been under an evil wizard's black magic spell for the last 50 years and trapped and suffering. A young sorcerer apprentice Sergei must find a way to break the black magic spell and free the village. And since it may be a bit unclear, black magic is one word and it's not kind of a magic in this context, but a stupid-ass name for a stupid-ass wizard. Hope that clears it up. Naturally, you play as Sergei and go through this parser-based adventure all on your own. And I mean it, cause I'm not touching it. While Sergei's Destiny is an adventure game made with Sierra's AGI engine, it has some superficial role-playing elements too, namely quests and experience points. So finishing the earlier rewards the latter, which in turn allows you to learn new spells. These are cast by typing their names into a parser, same you would any other command, and the most obvious Abracadabra, Hocus Pocus and Shazam are all in the game too. First allows you to read the ancient writings whenever you encounter them, second turns you into fish and back naturally too, and last lifts large and heavy objects. I've never played Sergei's Destiny, it released in 2001 and used a text parser, so required not only launching from within the DOS, but also typing in commands, and it's something I've not done in years in my games by then, and wasn't planning on doing so ever again. If you don't mind parsers, however, then from what I could find about it, it's apparently a pretty decent game in terms of both story and fun. Maybe not on Sierra's level, but worth checking out nonetheless. Personally, I don't see it happening even if you offer me a plate full of bacon. And I love bacon. But 2 or 3 platefuls? Now, that's another story entirely. Serpent Head is a fantasy first-person perspective adventure game. A peaceful kingdom of Zenaria is ruled by the just king Ithor III. Saloran, an evil brother to the royal mage of Iukus. Oh my god, this name is impossible to pronounce. Anyway, Saloran, as I was saying, decided that he wanted a shot at ruling the lands, so he formed an alliance with Storm, the king of the dragons, and attacked. Fortunately, Royal Mage, who shall for the rest of the story he remain nameless, and totally not because I don't know how to say his name, used a magic staff known as Serpent Scepter to defeat Saloran. Fearing that someone might use its power for evil, the Royal Mage broke the scepter in pieces and hid them in the ruins of the castle Irongate. Years later, Saloran, and if you're feeling like you're getting lost in all these names, it's that bad, evil and awful Dark Mage brother, came back, defeated a new Royal Mage and took the scepter to Castle Serpent Head, claiming the kingdom as his own. And he's been ruling it with an iron hand ever since. People of Zanalia live in fear and terror. You play as Sir Marim, and your quest is to get into the castle, find the scepter and defeat Saloran, preferably in this exact order. Naturally, the castle's filled with obstacles, traps and tons of puzzles, all of them having to be conquered. If you like adventure games, this one's definitely worth a look. Shadow Force is a shareware first-person sci-fi futuristic adventure game with some very superficial RPG elements. It takes place in the 22nd century and places you in a command of a 4-man team of enhanced humanoids known as titular Shadow Force, a special operations unit created to battle threats that no one else could face, like fighting rogue AI or stopping an alien invasion. You know, a unit you'd be a leader of. Anyway, the game is composed out of 3 large scenarios, with only first one available in the shareware version. And they are Rise of the Overlord, Gatekeeper, and the Final Paradox. Most of the time you'll be solving various in terms of their theme and difficulty puzzles, both inventory and environmental, and occasionally you'll face enemies that will require putting down. Combat in Shadow Force is rather clunky and not thought out at all really, relying in equal amounts on how fast you can click and luck, hoping you won't get hit too much. Which is unfortunate as ammo and health packs are limited and you don't just find them in every single room that you enter. In the first mission, you're investigating happenings on the space station Icarus. As you get there, you realize that something's bad had to take place, as there seems to be dead bodies everywhere, covering the floors like a carpet of blood and guts, and the robots stationed there are running rampant, killing everything in sight. So, you will need to solve the situation, all the while making sure to shut down station's reactor that's rigged to explode. The other 2 missions are as, if not more interesting, so if you like sci-fi adventures and are capable of overlooking some minor annoyances, Shadow Force is worth your time. Shadowgate is an adventure game set in fantasy world where you're sent off to the ancient keep of Shadowgate on a quest to find mysterious artifact known as the Staff of Ages, and also stop evil warlock from summoning the powerful and deadly demon Behemoth. I always thought that it was Baphomet, but clearly I was wrong. The keep itself is filled with various monstrosities, mythical and demonic alike, and full of traps to stop any and all adventurers stupid enough to try to stand in the warlock's way. Since you're gonna be traveling through the dark and evil-filled fortress, it's crucial that you keep a source of light with you at all times. If I wasn't clear, I meant at all times. I mean, you're not a man-bat, you don't own a bat cave, and are not intimate with an overwhelming darkness. You're a day creature, a dayman. Hero or no hero, stay in the light. Because outside of it, death awaits. Come to think of it, death is actually everywhere. And Shadowgate is probably the game in which it's easiest to die out of all the adventure titles that I've ever played. In this, it puts early Sierra games to shame. I mean, a single wrong click, a small decision, anything can kill you. And it will. So be careful, save often, and consider all possible outcomes of all smallest decisions that you'll make. Or don't play the game, one of the two. Shadows of Cairn is a special one. Why? Because it showed so much promise and had a huge potential, but then blew it all on awful design decisions and unpolished, nay, broken gameplay design. Story-wise, you're Quinn, a thief apprentice who has to prove himself to be admitted to the guild. Thing is, you're also a goody two-shoes and can't possibly make yourself steal anything from the innocents, which makes you a perfect scapegoat for the murdering of Duke of Cairn. Your guildmaster killed him and blamed it all on you, finding a perfect person to blame. Naive, no-speaking, inexperienced in combat and unskilled thief. So, you're now both haunted by the former guildmates and Duke's guard. You must find a way to prove your innocence and bring the real killer to justice. Shadows of Cairn is a side-view fantasy-themed action-adventure that's near impossible to complete, at least while not cheating or exploiting it. Why? Because while you can sneak past the enemies through most of the game, every now and then you'll have to face some of them in combat. And it's the most broken thing you've seen. Sure, you can punch and kick high, mid and low, so a lot for the game of the kind, but the enemies are so much better at it, often using weapons with high reach. It's clear that the game was not designed for it and it was a late addition, and as much as you try, you'll fail. There are two ways I know of that the game can be beat. So, you either have to resort to using cheat modes, invincibility to be precise, it's not fun as you can imagine, or to scaling the castle war near the beginning of the game where you can bypass all of the story and combat, effectively completing the game in just few short minutes, even less fun. And henceforth, I can't recommend it, but if you're feeling up for the challenge, there is nothing stopping you from trying. Well, common sense should. Shannara is a first-person fantasy adventure game based on a series of novels by Terry Brooks. Also, a 75th game in the genre in today's video somehow. An evil warlock Brona, after years of peace and prosperity in the world, is prophesied to return. Elder Druid Alanon tells you a story of your father Shay, who's been a legendary hero, knowing for defeating the warlock in the past. You are told, however, that this time wielding a sword of Shannara will not be enough, and you must travel to the lands of different races populating the world to convince them to put their differences aside and join forces against the evil Spellweaver. There is virtually no environmental puzzles in Shannara, but it's filled to the brim with inventory and dialogue ones, where picking a wrong option in the conversation may pose serious consequences. There are battle sequences in the game too. They don't happen very often, but when they do, they play out in turns and are usually there to fit the plot-related events. I feel that addition of combat was not really necessary, but it's not disrupting or annoying enough to serve as a detractor from playing. While you're portraying a singular hero, Jack Omsford, you get to meet many NPCs, and some of them will even join you on your adventure to contribute their abilities to overcoming of certain situations or solve puzzles. Shannara is probably the best adventure game in this video, so if you have time for just one, you know which to pick. Shiftrix is a top-down puzzler that's similar and opposite to a more well-known Atomics in the same time. And what do I mean by that? Well, it's also about pushing blocks, so you push them around an enclosed level, and they keep moving in the direction until they stop at an obstacle or another block. But unlike Atomics, you don't create intricate shapes from them, but have to remove them from the level by forming groups of identical blocks. So it's a matching game of sorts. If two or more blocks of the same kind touch, they disappear. The goal here obviously is to clear all levels of all blocks. Each stage is timed, so you'll have to work both fast and smart. Especially that the further you get, the more mind-boggling the challenges will be. Some levels also contain bombs, which can be used to destroy singular blocks. In many of the stages, bombs are a part of the puzzle to solve, but in others they may be used as means of saving the stage after failing, so to speak. Shift tricks can be played in multiplayer, which is not often seen in puzzlers, and even less so with a choice of game modes. Here, you can either play alternating, each of you having a chance to complete a level, or together at once in turns on a single stage, each moving one block at a time. If you enjoy puzzle and logic games, it may be something down your alley. Sign of the Sun is a sci-fi post-apocalyptic point-and-click adventure game. In the far future, after a series of nuclear disasters that devastated Earth and knocked it off of its original location into orbit much closer to the Sun, the atmosphere on the planet has changed considerably. Once blue and green marble is now predominantly in shades of yellow and orange, and in grand majority a sandy barren wasteland devoid of life. Humanity seems to be doomed and on the verge of extinction. Until the discovery of the metal ormorium that seems to be able to protect against the sun's heat and radiation. The gimmick is, the Earth has so little time left that to be able to save it, the ore has to be tested directly on the sun. You play as James Mariner, a test pilot who has been chosen to pilot the Firefly, an experimental craft plated with the new material and modified to be the test subject, and also deploy the probe within the sun's corona and monitor the results. Naturally, if things went great, we'd not have a game to play. So, as you go about your so important mission, you find yourself meeting a strange alien civilization and face what they left behind. Generally speaking, Sign of the Sun is a typical point-and-click adventure that's mainly focusing on the inventory puzzling. Unlike most games in the genre though, it features quite a few action sequences, many of them being combat-oriented. Which is its biggest issue too, cause not only they are rather clunky, but the controls for fighting are some of the worst you've seen, mainly utilizing numeric keyboard. So you never really feel comfortable trying to pull off any of the attack or defensive moves. These action sequences are not only not the best, but also one of them is hard-baked at the very beginning of the game, effectively detracting most of its potential gamers with its shoddy design from playing. What I personally dislike about Signs of the Sun the most, however, are the graphics. Namely pre-rendered characters turned into sprites. I didn't like it in Donkey Kong Country, an arguably much better game, even if in an entirely different genre, and I most definitely don't like it here. It's the worst aging kind of 2D graphics. Silas Quest is a very simple platformer and a title that's more similar to the arcade games of the year than any in its own genre. It's an overly simplistic in its design game, clearly aimed at younger audiences. I don't think that there's any real story behind it, at least none that I would know of, but it doesn't really need to have one, because all you have to do in each of the levels is kill all the enemies by jumping on their heads. You know, like Mario, or a psychopath. I mean, perhaps he was one too, we have no way of knowing today, he's ancient now. All we know for a fact is that same as Silas Quest's protagonist, that is bottom heavy blob without arms I must add, he loved jumping on cute creatures' heads. Still, if you clear the stage of all of them, the game enters a 60 seconds long bonus section in which you must collect as many stars as you can for points. And that's it. No, really, there's no special stages, no bonuses and no real ending. You go through all the levels and then the game ends. Well, truth be told, you don't go through all the stages, as they're beyond boring and repetitive after your third or fourth, but if you would, you'd see nothing new all throughout. Silas Quest released in 1997, and by then even it was already outdated in everything: sounds, graphics, animation and most of all gameplay design. While the graphics are not bad per se, they're workable at best, the animations are smooth, but the controls and character movement especially feel unpleasantly floaty. So, to summarize, if you're a hardcore fan of platformers and have to play them all, then yeah, this one's not broken at all, just not very fun, and you may check it out. But if you're not, then skip it. Yeah, it's not very good. Silent Shadow is an arcade shoot-'em-up that originated on C64 in 1988 and was ported to PC 3 years later, virtually unchanged. The game is supposedly set in the Persian Gulf, and you must go through 4 unique stages of enemy airbase, city, desert and sea to complete it, with the ultimate goal being destruction of the enemy fleet. Your fighter is state-of-the-art machine for the make-believe 1988, and you naturally have to dispose of any and all enemies coming your way, regardless of how many it might be. And it will be a lot, trust me. You don't really get to find and use any power-ups, and the weapon you start with is the weapon you'll end with, so it's more of a skill-based shooter than one relying on progressive upgrades to carry on. which has its up and downsides. You do get smart bombs clearing the screen of all enemies though, which is always fun, but I suggest keeping those for when you've no other choice, as means of last resort of survival, so to speak. If you look at the Silent Shadow and think that it looks a bit 8-bit-ish, then you're right. It feels like it too. And not much has changed from the original. The gameplay hasn't been improved, you can still enjoy it in two-player mode, and the graphics are only really upgraded in terms of their resolution, not featuring any considerable bumps in their quality, which given the game's origin, I can't understand, but I'd love one change to be made to it. Instead of keeping the gameplay window constrained to a hair-thin vertical strip, it would be cool if it was remade to cover the whole screen. What I'd like and what's reality are two different things though. Best proof of that is the fact that I still have to go to my day job, which I hate with a passion of 1,000 dead poets, and are not traveling multimillionaire. Still, the game would benefit from a larger play area. Silent Shadow is definitely not great, but it's decent and most of all very charming, so if you're someone who appreciates shooters, you'll no doubt at the very least like it. Silly Rabbit, tricks are for kids. Silly Night, makeup's for chicks. I really don't know where I was going with it, other than the bottomless well of cringe. Anyway, Silly Night is an interesting title and one definitely worth a look. So if you're gonna pick just one game out of this whole video, this should be the one. It's a medieval-themed action platformer that released in 2017 as freeware, being created as an entry for a DOS game creation competition. There's hardly any story behind it, you're a silly knight, and you're lost in a maze like enormous castle. Your goal is to find your way through its medieval moss-covered bowels to get to the throne room, all to grab the throne and become your next step transformation a la Frieza from Dragon Ball Z, so a silly king. I presume. I have no facts to support this claim. You're armed with a sword only initially and have to explore the castle fighting your way through dozens of deadly creatures. So bats, skeletons and evil red knights among others. If that was all, however, given your skills and a superhero status, you'd complete the game in no time. Probably before I finish talking about it. But there are also traps, quite a few of them in fact, so you have to parkour your way around them to survive too. There's no lives in the game, but you can save it at numerous spots by lighting fires at specific locations, which will from then onward serve as respawn points. As most castles, this one too will require quite a lot of environmental puzzling, so you'll need to find keys to be able to progress through locked off areas. It's nothing you've not done before, so shouldn't be an issue really. There are also health bonuses replenishing your life energy and power-ups, so finding these should be a priority. Interestingly enough, while only sporting PC speaker sounds, Silly Night uses undocumented CGA display mode, which apparently is a subset of a text mode allowing for display of graphics and sprites in 160 by 100 in 16 colors. I'm no expert on CGA or any other GA really, so I may be wrong here, but that's what I was able to find about it, and it seems like a fun little factoid. Being a modern and not retro title, Silly Night theoretically should have no place in this video, but the channel's called Old and New Video Games, and it's a DOS game in CGA, so I feel that Silly Night fits in perfectly. Scenaria Lost in Space is a sci-fi themed Metroidvania action platformer. The world of Scenaria is in danger. Yep, again. I mean, again something is in danger and you have to step in, not Scenaria again. We've not spoke about it before. So yeah, it's in danger and the evil Stomper and his minions are threatening it. The destruction is inevitable it seems. But wait a minute, we've got you, right? You are free this afternoon, am I correct? Great. So how about you go and deal with it? Please and thank you. I knew you'd say yes and not fail the innocent citizens of Scenaria. You are the best. And if by any chance you said no, please know that you are forever dead to me and blocked from this channel. I mean, I have no way of confirming who did or did not say it, so I'm just gonna block 100 of you on random. Or am I? Anyway, the game world is rather large and interestingly designed, featuring a surprising number of hidden passages and locations. An add-on in the form of X-ray vision allows you to discover them all. And generally speaking, you should get used to the idea of tools, as you'll need to find and use quite a few different ones, to solve bits and pieces of environmental puzzling all throughout the game. So, Saturn Ball for instance allows you to transform into a ball and squeeze through small passages. Jump Boots, as you might have guessed going by the creative naming alone, increases your jump's reach. And Swivel lets you grapple onto special blocks and swing over obstacles. Scenaria Lost in Space released as a shareware and was planned as a two-parter, with Return of Stomper meaning to drop a little after. Sales, popularity, or lack thereof of either must have been a factor that prevented the second game from coming out. Today, so many years later, the reason is irrelevant. What is though, is that Scenario is genuinely a really fun game to get lost in, with a lot of cool mechanics, little secrets and addictive gameplay. If Silly Night was not something down your alley, check Scenario out, as it's as good. I loved Cinemaware games. They were often of different genres and themes, sure, but always had one thing in common. A very cinematic movie-like design, full of minigames and uniquely playing out scenes. And hardly ever anything on the market could compare to them in quality of presentation and gameplay ideas. Sinbad and the Throne of the Falcon may not be their best, but it's definitely a very good game. Especially compared to what was available on PC at the time. You play as Sinbad, the sailor from 1001 Arabian Nights, roaming seas in search for the riches, power and true love. The game starts with you playing as Sinbad, already being a well-known, nay, famous adventurer and a close friend to Caliph's family. So, when the Princess Sylphanie found her father turned into a falcon, you're the one who's called in to help. The most obvious suspect of the crime is one of Caliph's sons, Evil Black Prince, a name that truly says it all. And this is where the game starts. You have to find a way to return Caliph to his original form before the transformation becomes permanent and in the same time defend the capital against Black Princess armies. If it falls, the game ends with a failure. The adventure will take you to different locations and will let you take part in many uniquely cinematically presented activities, like visiting Gypsy Sorceress for the magic charm, famous seductress, and not for what you think you'd want to meet with her. You'll sword fight numerous times with many opponents, you'll shoot at demonic birds, pteranoxos that serve the Black Prince, you'll sail dangerous waters avoiding sharp rocks and picking up shipwrecked sailors, you'll be raiding a Cyclops' cave to save your crewmates, and you'll even encounter platforming sections with ladders among others. You won't get bored in Sinbad is what I'm saying, and we'll have a lot of fun all throughout it. If you add to it a stellar for the time visual presentation, it's even more of an enchanting package to waste some hours in. The only thing that I could honestly complain about here is the sound design, namely use of a PC speaker only, as sadly it's the only option of hearing any beeps and boops while playing. When compared to Amiga, Atari ST or in case of sound even Commodore 64, PC may not look or sound especially competitive, but if you don't compare that is, you won't feel as if you're missing anything and will have a blast. Scunny in the Wild West is an arcade action platformer, and a first of Scunny Games series of shareware titles released in the early to mid-90s that we'll cover today. Scunny, if you're wondering, is an anthropomorphic orange squirrel that's just a tiny bit more annoying than having already rather bad games Babsy. Scunny is a protagonist in all his games, hence the title, and they're nearly always in completely different genres and of very varied quality, usually ranging between terrible and bad, with an occasional decent outlier. Wild West is not great. Scunny's mom sends him back in time into 1909 to recover the sheep that had been stolen from the farm of his great-grandparents. So, armed with your trusted water pistol, playing as the ginger rodent, you have to recover all the sheep, all the while fighting off various enemies. Some can be permanently killed off, others respawn after a while. While being touched by the enemy, you only lose a portion of your life counter. Falling from the platform, most often than not, is an instant death. Along the way, other than the pistol, you'll get to grab hearts refilling your HP or crates that can be dropped anywhere to let you jump higher than you would have otherwise. Scunny in the Wild West is composed out of 10 incredibly boring-ass levels, with only 2 of them available in the shareware version. Presentation-wise, there's nothing here to amaze you, sounds are decent but nothing special, they fit to what's on the screen. Which is good cause graphics, while rather nice separately put together, look out of place. I don't know what to say about them, but they just don't seem to fit well together. And you know what? That's not it. I have 2 more Scunny games to tell you about today. Scunny Lost in Space? Yes, it should have been. Oh wait, I'm getting ahead of myself here. It's a second game in the series in today's video, and it's only marginally better than the last. It could be argued that no Scunny games were truly great and all were meat or meat adjacent, but at the very least this one's more arcade oriented, so has that pick up and play feeling to it that the former covered platformer didn't. Story-wise, and it's a pretty dumb story in this one, all of the TV satellite dishes have been stolen by the horde of schnoozes. Now, what schnoozes are, I don't know. Well, other than the villains of this game, whose name sounds like something you may bring back from one of those visits to exotic countries if you go there unvaccinated against the local diseases. You know, one of those conditions that cause you to ooze green brownish colored goo from all the cavities in your body. Usually all at once. Yuck. Anyway, so the satellite dishes are gone, which in 1993 might have been the problem as people still watched TV, so the best of the best astronaut badasses we could find have been sent to the moon to recover them. As soon as they arrived, however, they've been captured and are now a subject of weird alien rituals of hopefully not an erotic nature. Your scunny hard nut, a hard nut to crack, and a super agent extraordinaire sent to the moon to do both, what previous parties sent there failed completing, and also to rescue them in the process. As you can see in the footage, Scunny Lost in Space is nothing more than a bit reworked Moon Patrol clone. So you're going from left to right in each and every stage, killing ground and air enemies, avoiding numerous obstacles and collecting pickups. And this can be lives, health refills or extra ammo. Because yes, you don't die at a single hit but have a life counter, and ammo is limited. So while it's similar to aforementioned Moon Patrol, it's also considerably easier. Graphics are not bad in this one, they have this very strong early 90s shareware vibe, and while they may not be on the same level as those of commercial releases, I always found shareware presentation very charming in its crude simplicity. The game, same as the previous, is composed out of 10 levels, 2 of them in the shareware release, and as these trash Scunny games go, this one's surprisingly not terrible and just meh. Scunny Desert Raid is the last game in the series that I'll be able to gather strength to talk about today, I promise, to you and myself. It's also a horizontally scrolling shoot-em-up that's kinda similar to Scramble, a much better original game I must add. You might have noticed a pattern already of every of those Scunny games copying some other, older classic, bringing it to the early 90s quality of presentation and losing a lot of the original's playability in the process. And it kinda fits, as the company that made these unquestionable pieces of shovelware was called Copysoft. Yep, they've been brash enough to put it in their name. Anyway, Desert Raid is built out of 6 near-identical stages in which you're going from left to right in your biplane, shooting various ground and air enemies and rockets. I don't know why, but for whatever the reason, a huge chunk of the enemies is ground-based. Like most of them. And while you have unlimited shot, these ground-based ones can only be defeated using bombs, which you guessed it right, are obviously limited. What's worse, to complete the level, you have to bomb a final target at the end of it, so these bombs that you could use throughout the game are best saved up for the end level. Well, at least few of them, which effectively changes the character of Desert Raid from a crappy shoot-em-up into an even crappier dodge-em-up, because you're trying to navigate between dozens of shots coming your way from below while saving the only weapon you could use efficiently against the ground assailants as much as you can. Whatever. Naturally, you can pick up additional bombs, health packs and very rarely screen-clearing super bomb too, but given the onslaught of enemy shots, it's not that easy to do so. Same as the other 2 titles in the series that we've covered here today, Desert Raid lacks variety, lacks feeling of progress, controls are stiff and unresponsive, the fun factor is short-lived too, and replayability is virtually non-existent, cause you won't even like to complete it once, let alone replay it after. Slicks and Slides is one of the most fun you could have in a shareware multiplayer racing on PC in 1993, period. I should really end it here, shouldn't I? It would be more impactful. And yet, I carry on talking. It's a disease, help me. Anyway, Slicks and Slides is a top-down arcade racer. It features over 20 tracks and tons of different vehicles to race in, from motorbikes through regular cars to tanks and flying saucers among others. And a power-up system allowing you to upgrade your vehicle's stats, so you know, handling, acceleration, speed and the likes. If that wasn't enough, you get to purchase and use missiles, mines, rifles, shotguns and others, supplementing your I'm sure mastered after first half an hour of playing near constant ramming of the opponent off their path. Shortcuts are present in most tracks and it's good to learn their best approach vectors fast, as they will let you get a second or two ahead of the rest of the drivers. Look at me, talking about approach vectors, like some kind of a smart guy. Anyway, the most prominent thing about this whole Slicks and Slides ordeal most definitely is fast-paced, crazy and chaotic multiplayer action, preferably with all of you cramped at a single keyboard, elbowing each other as much as you try to push your friends' cars off the road. It's a barrel of laughs, trust me. Slicks and Slides can be also played in single player, but doing so is a waste of a perfect party game, especially that all the tracks are devilishly fun designed, custom crafted to not only put your driving skills to the test, but also create tons of opportunities for all the cars to battle it out or seek out shortcuts, fighting between all of you for each fraction of a second as if there was no tomorrow. And it's nowhere near as cool if you're playing against always perfect driving and predictable CPU opponents. All I told you about is in the shareware version of the game. When you pull the trigger and pay for it, which you can funny enough do even today for a mere $5, you not not only get access to tons more tracks, but also an excellent track editor, which extends the life of this gem near indefinitely. Graphics and sounds may not be groundbreaking in any way, the first is clean and high color, and you never feel like you've lost view of your car in the background while pushing the proverbial pedal to the metal. And the second sounds fitting, and that's as much as we could hope for from a sound design in 1993's Sharer release. Oh, I failed to mention it before, but the controls take getting used to, so even if some corners keep sending you spinning initially, or you feel that they're a bit too sensitive, give them a minute, they will grow on you soon and will feel like a second nature in no time. To summarize, if you have someone to play those classics with, then Slicks and Slides is amazing. But if you don't, it won't prove as addicting, I'm afraid. Sliders is a futuristic sports game that's conceptually a bit similar to Marble Madness, mixed in with football. So, soccer for all you friends across the pond. It is always played against another player, controlled by either human or CPU, and it revolves around exploring an enclosed level, trying to find smaller ball than the one that you control, and then bring it to the opponent's starting point, which also serves as his goal. If you do, you'll score a point. Simple as that. In the same time, you have to stop the opponent from doing the same to you. The game fields often contain special tiles that influence the gameplay when you go over them. So stuff like slowdowns or magnetic arrows, to name a few, will not be something unusual, and you learn to work around them. And sadly, you will. Work around them, that is. Because while adding a few would be a fun game changer, the number of these in some of the levels makes them more annoying than fun. Sometimes less is more, you know. Played against someone else, sliders can prove to be a good fun for an hour or so from time to time, but any longer and the monotony will set in. I can pretty much guarantee it. Graphic design and gameplay mechanics don't change much all throughout the entire game, and after seeing a dozen or so of semi-stages, you've pretty much seen it all. Slordax the Unknown Enemy is a vertically scrolling shoot-em-up which was developed by John Carmack before he left Softdisk to found id Software with John Romero. 700 years prior to when the game takes place, titular Slordax were an alien race waging wars left and right, or left and right up and down I should say really, as it took place in space. Anyway, they tried to conquer all of the known universe, and that's what's important about them. What happened to them between then and now? Nobody knows, they've been long gone and many managed to forget about them altogether. The Intergalactic Defense Alliance, in short IDA, believes that Slordax will return soon and restart their aggressive dealings. So, to make sure that it does not happen, IDA sends their best and brightest fighter in their brand new, and still shiny, Red Dog Adaptive Strike Ship, which can be shortened to Red Dog AS. Not sure it was intentional, but I can only assume that it's not a coincidence. You play as that exact hero pilot, which is not a surprise, as if anyone can defeat a whole race of alien species, it's you. I mean, I wouldn't like you to, you're good and not a killer and… oh wait, I just realized that IDA is sending you to Slordian part of the galaxy to destroy their bases before they can prepare for an invasion. Invasion that we have no proof of. Especially that after 700 years they could have changed their ways and evolved to be peaceful species. I'm so sorry for sending you there. Honest. No fingers crossed, see? The game is composed out of 5 levels and features various different enemies, environmental dangers and upgradable weapon. Whenever you die, your weapon is reset to the basic single shot, so… staying alive is more than crucial than anything else in this one. And not just because of the weapons, but also because of the lives you'll be taking. I mean saving, yes, saving. Slordax's graphics are pretty standard for EGA shoot-em-ups, and while not spectacular, they don't seem to be too annoying to the eye to enjoy it. Sounds are, well, rather bad, but whatever. The most important thing is that the game's fun, and it is. So if you like arcade titles, make sure not to skip this one. Snowstrike is a flight combat simulator. Strike that. Snowstrike is a flight combat first-person perspective arcade title. It takes place in Colombia and lets you jump behind the flight stick of the F-14 Rapier fighter and take place in series of combat-oriented missions, all designed to stop an evil drug lord once and for all. Snowstrike is as arcade-centric as games can be. Most instruments on your cockpit are there for visual reasons only, and you don't have to pay any attention to them whatsoever. So, all you really need to focus on is getting the enemy into the crosshair and pew-pewing it into non-existence. In that aspect, Snowstrike is very similar to the Afterburner games from Sega, with a difference of a viewpoint only. The enemies are rather varied and mostly Russian-based crafts like MiG-27, 29 and 30 and Su-27 too, all carrying various armament like hit or radar-guided missiles. You'll participate in many different missions, from free flight and destruction of drug labs through bombing of refineries, all the way to destruction of drug convoys and shops. The action is fast and furious, and the graphics, while unspectacular, are also not terrible and fit the gameplay loop quite well. Snowstrike features dynamic weather system, which is always fun even in an arcade game, as it allows for that little added tactic of having to approach the enemies from behind the cloud cover, for instance. As shooters go, this one's pretty good, check it out. Space Conflict definitely lives up to its name. It's a turn-based strategy set in space, in which your goal is that simple: to annihilate any and all opposing forces. It can be played against the CPU or another player, and I'd suggest going for the latter, if possible. Each of the two sides of the conflict starts with a starbase, few ships and a bit of cash to get them going. Now, let's be clear here. Space Conflict is neither Master of Orion nor Space Empires. It's a simple strategy that manages to escape the clutches of being called basic by aiming at the niche of gamers that are keen on being challenged strategically but don't feel like spending hours familiarizing themselves with the game, all its inner underlying and interconnected mechanics, and just want to battle it out in space. And the fact that Space Conflict is in this video only proves that there weren't that many of these kinds of gamers on PC, at least not in 1993. Each of the numerous kinds of ships, from scouts to huge destroyers, is described by a series of stats of hull strength, shields, energy, number of weapon base, scan range and number of moves per turn, with attack always counting as a move in combat too. Grid map is divided into sectors, each of capable of holding numerous planets and space phenomena too. That last often having considerable impact on your game, positive or negative. There are two kinds of planets, regular and trade. First can be exploited for resources to fuel your war efforts, so to speak, while second offers repairs and ability to purchase weapons, shields and energy storage upgrades. Starbases commission ships and offer hull repairs. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You gotta expand to support your war and find and destroy your enemy. Simple as that. Or difficult as that. Depends how good of a tactician are you. Space Station Escape takes place on a, well, space station. One of the last few bastions of humanity where we still live. Oh, you're not up to date, let me fix that. Earth was recently destroyed. Yep, sorry to let you know like that. Also, if you're still on the surface, escape. Now! Space Station Escape is a sci-fi first-person shooter in which aliens attacked said station, eliminated or locked off most of its crew, replaced them with bioengineered clones of humans and turned station's automated defense systems against you. So, from the get-go, you're up against an overwhelming enemy forces. The game is built out of 20 levels, 5 of which were available in the shareware version, and goal of each of these is to kill all clones, droids and occasional aliens too, rescuing found captives, and ending with either escape through the exit in allotted time or disarming of station's self-destruct system. There are a few weapons in the game and a whole rainbow worth of various keys to open color-coded locked-off areas for that obligatory FPS environmental puzzling. Now, Space Station Escape is by no means a bad game. It's decent, and in 1993 it would have been one of the first few FPSs and would have sold faster than devs could print the registration codes for it and send them out. In 1995, however, when it released, we had dozens of other games in the genre. And let's be clear here, most of them much better than this. So it ended up where it did, in the bottomless pit of unimportant titles forever forgotten by time. If you enjoy FPSs, especially those more like Wolfenstein 3D rather than the newer ones, then yeah, it may be worth a playthrough, at least to tick it off of your list of games to check out. But if you prefer something more substantial, then, simply put, it's not worth the time investment. Speed Racer in the challenge of Racer X had a way too long title to succeed, and it didn't. At least not to remain remembered by the majority of gamers of yesteryears. Not saying that's the title here to blame, especially that it's a rather fun little game, but devs should really give titles a bit more thought than they often do. Anyway, I will call it Speed Racer from now on, and let's just leave it at that. So, Speed Racer is an arcade racing game based on American remake of 1960s Japanese anime and feature all the characters found in it. So Speed Racer, his brother Racer X, his father Pops, his mother, his girlfriend Trixie, his little brother Sprittle, and a pet chimpanzee Chim Chim. The goal of the single-player portion of the game is to beat Racer X on all 7 included tracks against other racers, all the while avoiding tons of different obstacles and hazards. Your car, Mach 5, fortunately has a whole plethora of various special features like jumping or driving underwater, and they can be activated when necessary. There's also another car to pick, a shooting star, and it's more offensive than defensive oriented one. Naturally, your speedster can be upgraded while playing, and you can buy and use weapons too. Speed Racer is really fun, I mean it, but only as long as you don't really treat it as a real racer and more like a card game, where it's as much about racing as it's about having fun on the track, pushing your opponents around and overcoming obstacles. Sounds and graphics are excellent, and if you manage to get someone else to play it with you, do it, as it's a blast that way. StarQuest 1 in the 27th century is probably the best shareware game in today's video, period. So let's jump straight into the next one. I wonder if it crossed your mind that I actually would. Jump to the next game, that is. Make sure to let me know in the comments below. Anyway, StarQuest is a space combat flight simulation kinda like Frontier, but focusing entirely on combat and forfeiting all the factions, ranks, story mining, piracy, espionage, trade and the likes, or at least reducing to the necessary minimum. The game is entirely non-linear and features dozens of various missions, some of which are pure action-packed shooting roams against the enemy forces, while others are more tactical and offer less chaotic shooting in exchange for smaller-scale tactical battles like protection of allied ships or ground installations. There are space races too, and these are the only ones that have no combat whatsoever. Point is, there is a lot of different missions to take part in, and you can do so in any order you'd like, with some of the latter ones unlocked upon completion of the earlier. So it's not a campaign kind of a game, but more freeform, make-your-own-adventure kind of affair. Naturally, the more missions you complete, the more engines, weapons and ship upgrades will be available, which should fuel that reward part of your brain with dopamine plenty enough to carry on playing. There's over 60 different kinds of ships that you'll meet in the game, and you'll even be able to pilot a portion of these. Not all of them though. Two features worth mentioning are smooth transitions between open space and planetary atmosphere, meaning that many of the encounters may end up being very dynamic, at least in terms of combat environments. And also wingmen, who are always at your side and you can issue simple orders to them. They may not be the smartest bunch out there, but at least they don't get in your way too much and can take a bit of a hit of you during those more intensive battles. Story-wise, in the titular 27th century, we've stopped space traveling long ago. We have teleportation, so a quick trip to a shop, to toilet or to sports event on another planet in a different star system is a breeze. Why would we fly then? Well, we would because a threat has a reason and it's still using ships. While they may not be able to teleport, they armed to the teeth and we have to have a way of facing them in battle. So, after years of zooming in and out of places in a fraction of a second, we have to relearn flying and space combat. Fortunately, we have you, so we've won already. Star Reach, aka Space Federation, is a sci-fi space-based real-time action strategy blending economic simulation and management with outer space combat. And it's one of those so popular these days 4X games. So, extra extermination, I'm sure that's what it means, or maybe expert extreme extraterrestrials extermination. One of the two. Anyway, Star Reach feels like a mixture of Star Control and Master of Orion that never reached the heights of either of the giants of gaming. It doesn't mean it's a bad game, as it's most definitely not, it's just not as good as it could have been. It takes place in the 21st century, and after an unsuccessful attempt of peace talks, an inner space war breaks up between the 7 alien species living in the galaxy, each trying to take control of the others. And that's also how you can win the game, because there's only 2 victory conditions. First being total annihilation of all opposing forces, so a control of all the planets in the galaxy, and second, destruction of all enemy headquarters. It's a bit limiting choice, not allowing for any peaceful or stalemate endings, but whatever, it is what it is. The only real problem that I have with it though is the marrying of action-packed player-controlled battles with real-time management parts of the game. So, you may be fighting in this intensive encounter, laying destruction to considerable in size enemy forces, showing them who's who in the universe, outmaneuvering and outskilling them at every move, and in the same time, as you do just that, the game may decide that you should check on 2 or 3 of your colonies because something requires your attention. That lack of oversight and game's inner fight for your attention is what ultimately lets it down. Cause if these 2 were separate, I mean strategic and managerial layer from combat with first played out in turns, or at least with an active pause, then we'd have the next big hit on our hands here. I mean, it has it all. Intuitive and comfortable ship controls, planetary micro and macro management, fun and action-packed combat, diplomacy, and beautiful presentation. Star Reach was that 1 or 2 months in development away from being great. and sadly ended up decent only. Starblade is a sci-fi action-adventure game that's very similar to Silmarill's previous title, Colorado, but set in space. If you've seen that one, you'll grasp what this one's all about in an instant. If you haven't, then it's a bit of a mess, but a fun mess at least. The year is 3001 and we are no more. I mean, the Earth's gone and all the major pockets of humanity have been wiped out too, short of few small high-tech colonies hidden in vastness of space, and a one small village of ghouls. Wait a minute, wrong video, sorry. And Cephalhydras, a race of aggressive insectoids, is to blame for it all. What's worse, they're not planning on stopping and want to rid the universe of us once and for all as if we were some kind of a nasty disease. So they've genetically modified their queen brood mother to spawn legions of super warriors at an M16 pace, meaning she can give birth to them at an uncomfortable speed. So, as usual, our last hope is you. You will have to put down that game that you were playing, and I bet it was fun, board the star cruiser aptly named Starblade and head off to find where the alien queen is to destroy her, before she manages to rid an army that we won't be able to stop. A lot of your time in Starblade will be spent exploring the planets, gathering interesting or useful items and clues to the Brood Queen's location, and trading, for supplies to upgrade your ship and arm it to the teeth. All the while fighting off various bounty hunters trying to cash in on you, on land and in space, because of course that the aliens are trying to stop you at all cost. So, what is Starblade after all? Well, imagine Elite but in 2D with more emphasis on combat, and that's pretty much it. It's a good game, and I have no idea why it wasn't more widespread, but if I had to guess, I'd bet on it being a bit too repetitive. So, if anything I've said to this point sounded interesting or you enjoyed Colorado, then by all means, give it a go, you'll have a lot of fun. In any other case, it's best if you make your own mind about it. Strike 2 is a sequel to Thunderstrike and a first-person perspective 3D shooter. It's fully mouse-controlled, which takes a little time getting used to, and it's a rather demanding title. So, to fully enjoy it, you will have to master said rodent-based movement. It depicts a conflict between 4 races of spacefaring species and allows you to embark on a campaign playing as either of them. So, you can pick which to represent, choose one of a few available ships and head off to complete varied missions for the benefit of your chosen kind. Thing is, it's not always clear what you're supposed to do, but if you do focus on killing any and all enemies you encounter, and you will, a lot of them, all at once, then you will pretty much always succeed. Most battles are very arena-like in their design and decent fun for a little while. Each of the races is a bit different in characteristics, so some have stronger weapons, other faster ships and the likes. It adds a bit to the replayability if you're of the completionist type and want to experience all the content that your game has to offer. Finishing missions earns you money, which in turn can be spent to upgrade your ship or get better weapons. And there's quite a wealth of choices to pick from. Sadly, the reason why Strike 2 is on this list, unlike some of the games we've covered so far today, is rather obvious. Its simple early 3D graphics, basic sound design and repeatable nature of encounters creeps in fast, and while it's not a bad game, for me at least, its staying power is questionable at best. There's a lot of content crammed in, sure, I mean, if you'd see a list of upgrades in the shop you'd know what I mean, but honestly, the difference between them in my eyes was superficial. So the highest shot of dopamine I imagine getting from Strike 2 comes from turning it off and jumping into another, better game. Subtrade Return to Irata is a clone of earlier classic, Mule, only moved from space setting to the depths of oceans. Other than that though, it's still a sci-fi strategy and business simulation mixture for 1 to 4 players. With this new take on original released years later, naturally came some improvements, mainly in terms of presentation. So, not only Subtrade is in lush VGA color palette now, but also sounds pretty good too. Classic phases of Mule's gameplay turn are still here and nearly identical, so you'll get land, you set up production, deal with marketing and so on. Each game takes 12 rounds, so a year of in-game time, with the wealthiest player at the end of it becoming a winner. Fans of the original will no doubt appreciate that not much other than the location setting has changed, so if you've played Mule and liked it, you're not going to have to learn anything new. Everything works the same way, is near mirror-like copy of it found in original, and no new or extra features were introduced. But if you're someone who'd appreciate some kind of an evolution or expansion at least on the gameplay ideas found in a classic, new mechanics, commodities, options, or anything really, then it's not gonna be a title for you, as it's a literal reskin of Mule for the new tech age. The only two differences from the predecessor, though I should really not call it that as both games came from different devs, are the AI, which is now considerably smarter, responds faster to changes on the market and plays more aggressively, and lack of tournament mode for multiplayer. which is a bit odd, but whatever, it is what it is. If you have someone to play Subtrade with, it's gonna be a blast. I promise. If you don't, then it's not bad either, just nowhere near as fun. Strike Squad is a sequel to Dev's earlier game Tiggle's Mercenaries and a very similar title to XCOM aka UFO Enemy Unknown by Microprose. So, it's a squad-based tactical strategy with some role-playing elements in which you fight against invading alien forces. The difference is that it can be played both in turns or real time. Gamer's choice. You play as a mercenary commander who starts with a spaceship of his own, few skilled and differently spec'd warriors and some starting cash. The main enemy of the game is the evil insectoid alien race of Kakistic, name I probably never pronounced correctly, and they previously destroyed your home planet along with everyone who was on it, your closed ones among them too. But just because they are traveling around the universe and annihilating life whenever they deem suitable, which is basically everywhere, it doesn't mean that you'll be able to catch them straight away without any work put in. So, first you gotta find them, and to do so you're gonna need to do a lot of planet hopping and surface exploration. So you'll visit different planets, always sending a 4-man teams to them, and given how each of the mercenaries is unique in terms of their skills, capabilities and weaponry, you'll have to juggle and mix-match them to suit the challenges you'd expect them to meet on the surface. Each of the mercenaries also gets paid, just like their name would imply, so you may find yourself in a situation where you'd have to select someone subpar just to keep the books balanced and not overspend. Keeping close eye on the finances will be a reoccurring theme throughout most of your adventure anyway, so sooner you get used to managing your expenditures, the better. Completing objectives on planets and selling spoils of potential conflicts you'll participate in is your main means of income, so make sure to always pick up whatever you can and then carefully select what to sell and what to keep. One member of your 4-man team is a squad leader that you'll take direct control of, and the other 3 are following him and are AI controlled during encounters. You can only tell them to either engage or ignore enemies, nothing more. That said, it's worth pointing out that they do not discriminate, and if the engage option is on, they'll go for anything and anyone in range, good or bad. It's an obvious oversight and a design mistake in game's mechanic, but given how well put together the rest of Strike Squad is, it can be ignored. While the game's story is not overly deep, it's interesting, and the fact that it's rather linear means that if you keep following it, you'll never step off the beaten path and it will lead you all the way to the end. Surface Tension is a sci-fi post-apocalyptic themed first-person perspective flight combat shooter. It's set on one of Earth's colonies on Mars. Evil Corporation Lynx is searching on Mars for a substance known only as glomovine. They mine it and keep a strong hold on its supplies, effectively monopolizing it and guaranteeing itself a potentially limitless source of huge monetary gains. And it's no ordinary substance, mind you, but the only one known to be used to create a vaccine for a strange airborne disease that infected Earth and is taking its dark harvest on the planet, decimating the population at an astonishing rate. You must perform series of missions, usually made up of several smaller objectives. Dogfights are especially worth mentioning, as they're of a standout quality among others and a lot of fun, if you like those non-simulation first-person perspective shooters, that is. And Surface Tension is one of these games that will require a lot of practice to master, especially that it's rather demanding and the first few attempts may feel discouraging to some because of that difficulty. Fortunately, if you persevere, there's pretty decent fun to be had here and a whole plethora of weapons that you can use to fulfill your tasks. So cannons, beam weapons and missiles among others will make it a very enjoyable time indeed. Surface Tension's overall presentation is rather nice, sounds are decent, and the graphic engine uses a modern at the time voxel technology for landscapes with enemy sprites overlaid on top of it. Surface Tension may not be the best game in its own subgenre, but it's a pretty darn good one, and if you're a fan of Fury 3 or Terminal Velocity, you'll appreciate this one too. Taking Care of Business could be best described as Sokoban with gravity, as it's most similar to that particular classic. So, in essence, it's a puzzle game in which each level takes up a single screen and requires you to create a path to exit for the character that you control, aptly named Demolisher Dirk. Again folks, a fantastic name for an adult movie star. I'm beginning to think that the devs knew all along what they were doing. In case of Taking Care of Business though, I suppose it's a function/occupation followed by a name and not a professional pseudonym to hide one's real name, I think. Anyway, the game is composed out of 60 stages, 15 of which are accessible in an unregistered shareware version. Dirk moves only by one tile, he can jump, pick up boxes and fall from great heights unscathed. To reach the exit, you'll need to rearrange crates scattered around the level, use various tools like dynamite to blow pieces of floor for instance, bash through walls, flip switches altering stage layouts or turning off electric tiles, erect single-use ladders, fire up jump boosts and avoid any and all hazards on Dirk's way. There's a lot of variety and ways you can attempt to figure out each puzzle is what I'm saying. And while the most levels have one correct way of getting through them, some leeway in certain crates placement is acceptable a lot of time, especially in those more intricate stages. Taking care of business is an interesting game and no doubt a puzzling treat for any and all fans of the genre. But those who care not for puzzling will find very little in it as presentation's beyond basic and there's hardly any incentive to carry on playing other than beating series of increasingly difficult mind-boggling stages. So, if you like to stretch your brain muscle, give it a go. And in any other case, approach it at your own discretion. Talisman is a fantasy adventure game that released in German and Germany only, so I've never played it cause sadly I don't speak the language. So everything I'll tell you about it is what I found online. Keep that in mind. It's a kinda point-and-click adventure, but different than most as it feels like a mixture of standard clickers with parser games but without typing. I know, you're confused, so am I, and the lack of video doesn't help, but there isn't any online. But let me try to explain. You can click on objects and hotspots on the screen, and an icon-based list of verbs will open up, which changes according to the object that was interacted upon. And these can be look, use, take, open, and any others you could imagine being appropriate for a particular item as long as the game's plot/mechanics support it. The inventory is scrollable, unlimited in size, and always visible at the bottom of the screen. Most puzzles will call out for items out of it, so having direct access is a good call. Unlike regular clickers though, you can't just walk around the screen willy-nilly and can only move to clearly indicated hotspots. Which I understand, but it annoys the hell out of me anyway. And if I was to play Talisman, I'd complain about it all throughout it. And probably a little after playing too. Talisman takes place in the fantasy land of Turania. You play as Alex, and your adventure filled with mystery, magic and danger revolves around finding and obtaining of the titular talisman, a magical floating stone. All to use it to defeat the demons that killed your family 10 years prior, invading your hometown seemingly out of nowhere. So now, being a young adult and not a kid anymore, you're ready to embark on this quest of epic proportions and avenge your long-lost family. While I couldn't have played the game having no working knowledge of the language, it's gotta be noted that the presentation of it is rather spectacular. The 3D characters that are real-time rendered on static backgrounds don't woo with anything about them. The aforementioned backgrounds are beautifully painted or drawn, however, detailed and very atmospheric. Cutscenes too deserve the praise of their own, and I'm sure that learning the story from them was a blast back in the day. So, if you happen to speak German and will play the game, let me know what you think of it, and is it actually worth the score Moby Games users gave it. Tamper is probably the most unusual game in today's video and definitely one of most interest to me. It mixes business board games like Monopoly, but not really Monopoly, with high stakes, high risk, high profit world of stock trading. And what's best about it, it actually does it rather well. Up to 4 players can compete on a single system and each of you portrays a stock trader with a goal of maximizing all of your profits. So, you'll spend a lot of time watching the stock prices move, new companies emerging and offering chances for high profits if they do well, others being taken over and dissolved or absorbed by competition. Fun! If you're sitting at your PC now munching on some chips, dropping crumbles all over your keyboard and are like, wait a minute, I've heard that before, wasn't Inside Trader similar? Well, you're not far off, it kinda was. Though it has to be said that Tamper allows for many more choices when it comes to, let's say, influencing of the stock price, and also has a board game background to it all. So that's new. Anyway, the physical location of companies on the board determines whether they can expand or acquire other smaller ones, if they can even afford it obviously. It's a novel and a rather well-executed gameplay concept. The activity of all the company's stocks are also visually represented on the board, so that it's easier to keep an eye on how well they do in relation to one another, and predict what changes may soon be taking place. You know, to react before and cash in like a financial badass that you are. As with most multiplayer titles, playing alone is not as fun as against others. But if you manage to get anyone, even one person to dive in with you, you'll have a splash-worthy time playing in pools of stocks all day long. Oh my god, cringe. Terminal Terror is a first-person shooter made using the pie-in-the-sky 3D engine and a sequel to Lethal Tender. Lethal Tender that has, and I shit you not here, the most badass 1980s video game cover ever, despite even dropping in the 90s. Still, you gotta see it to believe it. You know what? I'll show you, it's worth it. So, is that cool or what? Landing strip haircut? Check. Thick mustache? Check. Rolled up t-shirt sleeves? Check. Big ass gun aimed at the screen? Check. Bags of money casually hanging over the tough guy's shoulder? Check. And finally, the coolest looking stoic mofo that you've ever seen? Also check. Oh, and you play the same dude in Terminal Terror, so there's that. A badass, indestructible force of nature and a mustache model Nick Hunter. In the 1990s spy circles, known only as the Mustache Hunter. I shouldn't laugh really, mustaches are unfortunately coming back. I've seen people sporting them like some kind of a fashion statement all over. They look terrible, and yet everyone wants to be a mother effing Tom Selleck again. I don't get that. Anyway, as I was saying, you're Nick Hunter, and your mission is to find and capture international terrorist Bruno Riggs, who escaped jail and aims to take the revenge on the world for his prolonged captivity. As shooters go, Terminal Terror is not great, but offers so many unseen Biden features that you just gotta stop for a moment and appreciate the creativity that went behind it. What are these, you may wonder? Well, for starters, inclusion of civilians, as additional quote-unquote targets that you should always miss at. Killing them brands you as renegade and end up with you being thrown into prison. They can be kicked, however, and a sticky goo gun seems not to trigger any negative effects either, so that's worth keeping in mind. There's also a remote inventory space in which you can keep additional items that you don't need a constant access to, but may find useful later on. Then the grenades, which can be thrown at various distances depending on how long you hold the spacebar for. Oh, and they bounce off surfaces realistically too. Nothing special, right? Well, in 1994 it was, and basically done here first. That's not all though. Addition of rather simple but also unseen before hit detection, which depending on what part of your body is affected causes different effects. Legs slow you down or can make you sway in a particular direction while walking, arm hits affect your aim, head trauma blurs your vision, and so on. It's really cool to see such attention to detail in a game as ancient as Terminal Terror, but wait, I'm just getting started. There were also optional levels which you could, but did not have to visit, branching story adding a lot to the replayability as following playthroughs may take you through a different path, and most of all, stealth-oriented sequences along with fully working stealth meter and non-lethal weapons. I bet that you're thinking now that it's a pretty cool game, right? It is. It's just not as good at shooting parts of it as some of the more well-known titles were. So no matter how significant the innovations were made, if gameplay is not top-notch and addicting, the game ain't seen a video like this one. If despite it all, you'll wanna check out Terminal Terror anyway, I'm sure you won't feel as if it was time wasted. Terra Nova is arguably the best game in this video. Perhaps not the one I'd pick to play first, but I'm far from being objective. It's a sci-fi themed futuristic first-person perspective shooter taking place on a human colony in the Alpha Centauri system in the 24th century. You assume a role of Nikola Aplow, a power battle armor-wearing leader of Alpha Centauri's military unit. Unit created to defend the colony from space pirates and Earth's hegemony that wants to keep the colony obedient and prosperous for the benefit of Earth only. Since Terra Nova is a squad-based shooter, you nearly always have at least a couple of AI-controlled allies with you, and you can issue tactical commands to them. They can be controlled as a group or individually, and each of them specializes in either weapons, reconnaissance, repairs, demolitions or electronics. So, keeping that in mind, you may wanna pick and choose who you'll need more for a particular mission. Missions that there's a whopping 37 of, each beginning with a detailed briefing listing all the objectives, your squad size and potential enemies present on site. The game's engine is capable of rendering detailed for the time 3D outdoor environments, simulate physics and feature procedural animation. The interface is built out of your main viewpoint, through which you experience the game world, and 3 smaller screens, kinda like in earlier System Shock, and these 3 can be configured to display various useful for you at the time data. The battle armor that you're wearing comes in 3 kinds: Scout, Standard and Heavy, and they differ in how they work. Scout is light and nimble, and Heavy is slow but powerful. Normal, as you no doubt must have figured out already, is somewhere in between. There's quite a few weapons and add-ons available for the armors, and you can pick and match them to your needs, but not all are available straight away, and many will be unlocked as you progress through the campaign. The beautiful high-resolution SVGA display, with impressive weather effects and stunning graphics, paired with fast action-packed gameplay, make Terra Nova an amazing game that's worth revisiting even today. TerraProbe is a late Boulder Dash clone, and as such your goal is rather simple, and it's the execution of it that is demanding. You have to guide the ball through a series of cave puzzles, having to collect a specific number of diamonds to advance to the next stage. More often than not, more demanding than the last. While you go about it, you have to avoid any and all dangers on your way, active and passive. So making sure that you don't drop boulders on yourself and don't release enemies that will chase you is a must. In addition to all the traps and aggressive enemies, you can also find laser, explosive and pressure crushers, and all of these often have to be utilized correctly to allow for a level completion. Naturally, you won't know any and all circumstances that they can be used in at first go, but couple of fails in and you'll be a master in knowing TerraProbe's inner mechanics. Because same as in original Boulder Dash, in TerraProbe your biggest enemy is time and yourself. First, as it's constantly ticking down, requiring you to think fast and put your plan to action even faster. And second, because you will worry about first too much to realize that sometimes slower is actually faster, and that it's better to spend the 15-20 seconds longer on planning and come up with a working solution for a whole cave for a big chunk of it at least, rather than quickly run around the stage in a nerve-wracking rush solving all environmental problems one by one. If you enjoyed Boulder Dash in the 80s, or whenever later you had a chance to play it, or just like puzzlers, TerraProbe will be a fun title to waste some hours on. But if having to work under pressure of time and use your noggin to the point that it will steam is something that actually scares the living shit out of you, and TerraProbe does not seem from what I said like fun at all, then skip it. Terran Envoy is a strategy puzzler, but not really. It's a mixture, it's odd, it's decently looking, but most importantly playable, and surprisingly so, as on paper it may not sound like anything special. But in reality, it's captivating in its loop. In Terran Envoy you play just that, an envoy to the Galactic Sector Council representing Earth. You're sent to join the Council only to learn upon arrival that for Earth to be admitted to it, you have to do some busy work proving that we qualify by finding usurper hidden within its current seats. One of the members who's secretly plotting against the betterment of all factions and wants to take over the galaxy for his species' benefit only. So, what you'll mainly be doing is traveling between 8-star systems, visiting several planets to either mine resources for trade for information or gathering and buying said information. You'll meet many different alien species, study their characteristics, their past, who their allies and enemies may be, and what their intentions really are. It's worth pointing out here that it's fundamental to take record of who's loyal to whom, not to ask the wrong question in the wrong place, so to speak, as the answer to such question may lead you astray from your investigation. After finding a culprit, or thinking that you did, cause both are as feasible, you're instructed to destroy the guilty party's planet to rid the universe of the untrustworthy. This is where the game ends and when you're finally learning if you manage to find the usurper or not. Each playthrough takes but an hour or so of your time at most and proposes a different puzzle, with hints and usurpers changing every single time too. So, while not overly long playing title, Terran Envoy is very unique and an excellent game to fire up between other longer ones or when you have just an hour to kill, as it will always feel fresh and never fail to keep you entertained. The Day 5 Assault Dragon is a sequel to the Day 4 Icarus, and it's a Korean horizontally scrolling shoot 'em up. Despite the number in the title, it's actually a fourth game in the series that only had 2 of its parts to ever release in the West. And the story behind it is as old as the gaming itself. Aliens attack the Earth, as they do, and you have to defend it, as you do. You can pick between 2 pilots, then jump in your jet and head off to repel the intergalactic pests the best way you know how, so by spreading pain and suffering with a projectile-based method of instant delivery. One thing that has to be said about Assault Dragon is that it didn't skimp on presentation. The game looks as if it was literally ported to PC straight from the arcades without compromises to any and all of its parts, which is a compliment as it's a PC exclusive. It just looks that good. It shouldn't be a surprise though, as most Korean games that we've tackled in the series had a tendency to shine in the terms of their graphics. The sprites are large, detailed and full of color, they scale fast and smooth, and I gotta give justice where it's due, it's really impressive. And I can't tell you how many levels of parallaxing Assault Dragon has, but it looks like a bazillion at least. Whenever I try to count them, I get lost in my thoughts and daydream. There's plenty of explosions all around too, dozens of bullets flying on and off the screen, and overall there seems to be more happening all at once than one person should be able to handle. Unless that person is you, then the amount is just perfect. Your ship can use various weapons, each with their own characteristics and different power levels, so finding the one that suits you best is a must for comfortable experience. Screen-clearing bombs and satellite helper ships are an asset too, especially the earlier in the near-death scenarios, to quickly clear the screen and carry on fighting for the future of the planet. Interestingly enough, when Assault Dragon is played in co-op, both player ships can be combined into a single bigger and much more powerful one, and then one player is responsible for the movement, while the others for weapons. If you like bullet hell shooters, it's easily one of the best in its year, even if a rather punishing one at that. The Dungeons of Grillmore 2 is naturally a sequel, and I'm not only drawing the conclusion from the number in the title, I had a vision and I felt that it was. I have powers. Well, that one and the other, which is much more impressive and allows me, if I only focus on it with all my strength, to predict the past. I call it memory. Catchy, right? Feel free to quote me on that. Dungeons of Grillmore 2 is also a top-down fantasy arcade shooter / dungeon crawler. The dragon that terrorized the city of Grimlore in the first game is back, this time as a lich. Because everyone knows that slain dragons come back as liches. It's a common knowledge. This one's no ordinary lich though, he's stronger than any lich or dragon could ever be on its own. He's a being of pure evil. Or wait, no, scratch that. He's actually the second worst being made of pure evil. First would be my boss's demon of a wife. She takes the cake. Literal and proverbial. But that literal bit is a completely different story and one for another day. Dragon is back, or Lich is back actually, and we're once more left in a situation when there's no one to take him down, so it's gotta be you. This time, playing as Sir Merdimek. Not giving it too much thought, you arm yourself to the teeth and head off to the dungeon to defeat the undead Scourge. Dungeons of Grillmore 2 is sort of a mixture of generic roguelite with Gauntlet, and bits and pieces of Boulder Dash too. So, you lead a singular hero through a huge dungeon, avoiding numerous different and deadly traps, finding keys to open locked off areas, solving simple puzzles, and most of all, defeating the enemies using your bow and arrows. The game is played in real time, but many of the areas of the dungeon allow you to take much deserved breather. Some enemies cannot be killed with your weapon however, and you have to either avoid them or find different ways of getting rid of them, like crushing them with something massive for instance. The Dungeon of Grillmore 2, despite running in high resolution, is rather unimpressive presentation-wise, so I don't expect to see you gasping at how it looks. But even if it's not something you'll be particularly impressed with, given how the gameplay loop works, it's not an issue, as the basic graphics lends themselves to this kind of a title perfectly. If you enjoyed either of the games it's based on, check it out, you may actually like it. Finkros is a Paznik variant. A Paznik variant, you say, eh? But what if I don't know what Paznik is, buddy? Is that some kind of an exotic dish? Something fishy or with weird roots, perhaps? Or maybe an airborne disease? How am I supposed to know? Well, since I've cringed my way through all that, I might as well tell you. It's basically this side view puzzle game in which your goal is to remove all numbered or symbolic blocks. You can do it by moving them left or right, and when they connect with one or more of the same number or symbol, they all disappear. Why only left and right, you may wonder? It's cause the gravity takes part in it all. And whenever blocks are pushed off the ledge, they fall down. Naturally, there may come time when you'd have to move a particular block upwards, cause puzzling mechanics and all, and for those times there's a solution too. Levels like these feature lifts for instance, or elevators depending where you're hailing from. The whole using of various mechanism thing actually will be a reoccurring theme all throughout the game, and you'll use plenty of different ones to complete the stages. Often more than one at a time as parts of your puzzling solution. So stuff like moving platforms, disappearing ones, or conveyor belts among others will be something you'll master the usage of fast. Or you'll keep failing, either of the two. There are also traps of different kinds, so you always have to find a way to work around them. Now, it wouldn't be a particularly challenging title if it was it though. So, it's all timed, adding to the urgency of it all. Fortunately, whenever you reach a certain number of points, you're rewarded with a bomb. And it can be used to destroy an odd block if you're ever left with one unable to progress. Finkros is composed of a whopping 150 levels, split into 5 groups, so if you enjoy games that get your noggin going, it's definitely a treat. The Never-Ending Story 2, the arcade, should be called the Never Releasing Story 2, the Cancellation. It would be better for all, us gamers and the devs who had to work on this disappointment. But whatever, it's out, the milk's spilled, we can't do anything about it, and by God we are going to cover it here, even if it's not worth it. The first Never-Ending Story, the movie, was great. Well, at least in the eyes of a kid I was when I saw it. The second, not so much. But I'll spare you the details. Point is, same thing happened with the games. So first was decent, and this second just is. Anyway, you're naturally playing as Bastian, a teen hero of the movies, who are once more called by the Child Empress to save the Land of Dreams, Fantasia. And while it all sounds epic and grandiose, at least for kids it should, what you'll be actually doing in the game is anything but. Your task, should you collect enough strength to fire up this third and play it, will be to either outrun the giants or push them off the ledges, all in a side-scrolling platforming setting. With every more boring than the last level completed, you will be rewarded with a couple of pages of the story to push the plot forward. Now, it's hardly a reward, reading walls of text in a video game, but given how terrible the rest of Never-Ending Story 2 the arcade is, this is actually a highlight, as it's at least a bit interesting, unlike anything else about it. What's worse, even the graphics don't save the game. They're nicely animated, I'll give them that, but look bland and grey-brownish, and sound design is no better. if no one's making you play this game, don't. And if they are, ask them if there's anything else you could be punished with instead, like nail pulling or finger breaking, cause they do seem a tad better than this. The Lost Tribe is one of those edutainment types of games. So you know, tools made for teaching under a guise of entertainment. More often than not, they're just a nightmare to run and go through, either lacking in the gameplay, presentation or story, or most of the time all three of these. Now, generally speaking, in most cases I'd not include such a title here as they are a waste of space, but this one is surprisingly fun. It's a survival management and simulation mixture that's very similar to Oregon Trail. Yep, you heard that right, another of those actually good edutainment titles. The background of it all goes as follows. A volcano erupted, I know, terrible. What's worse, guess whose village was built in close proximity and is now no more. Yep, yours. So you gather up all of the survivors and head off to find a better place to settle in. Preferably one that's safe and rich in fauna and flora. So not Australia, cause as much as it's beautiful, all living creatures and plants there somehow evolved to kill humans. Was it a coincidence or Earth telling us that we're pests? It's hard to tell, but it crosses off the continent of the list of places to lead your tribe to. Fortunately, it's not all lost, and there's a rumored ancestral seat, a place that's seemingly only mere weeks away, one full of life and a paradise on Earth. Your objective in the Lost Tribe is to keep a tribesman happy, well-fed and content, and find the promised land before the winter sets in. There are 6 routes that you can take to get to your goal. The map that you travel on is hexagonal and top-down, making the Lost Tribe look like a strategy, which it's obviously not. You can only travel 1 hex per turn and choose what you'll do during it too. And it can be hunting, practice spear throwing, rest, pray, and so on. The pace of the travel is up to you too, and the faster you go, the faster you may reach your goal, but also are more prone to injuries and use up more resources. Naturally, there are tons of various random events, good and bad, and most fun comes from having to deal with them. A successful game ending with you getting to the promised land will require a lot of careful planning and keeping a good balance of how your available resources are used up. With great presentation, stellar gameplay and an interesting idea, The Lost Tribe is not only an excellent edutainment title, but a pretty good game too. Is it as good as Oregon Trail? I'm sure you didn't expect to hear it, but yeah, it is. Perhaps better even. It's just not as relatable and much less known, so never gained any real traction. DOS version of The Punisher is unlike any other I've played. It's nothing like the arcade game where you would just go from left to right beat-em-up style, breaking jaws and kicking shins left and right, not the terrible Amiga Operation Wolf clone that had as much to do with Punisher as I do with Taylor Swift. I mean, we both supposedly singing in the shower, so there's a connection. It can't be denied. No, DOS game is different than all others. And it's a mixture of genres blending action, adventure and even bits and pieces of strategy for a concoction of comic book inspired fun like no other. Kingpin is back and in hiding, doing his usual Kingpin business, so earning money by any and all means as long as they're profitable and fast. So you know, extortion, bribes, drugs, gambling, kidnappings, killings, out-of-date bubblegum sales, the likes. He's dipping his fat hairy toe in all of these. Now, usually, being the tough mofo that the Punisher is, he'd walk in Kingpin's lair, guns blazing, going through his goons one after another until their bodies would form a pile tall enough to reach the Kingpin himself. And you know, as bloody as it is and appropriate for our anti-hero, it's only feasible if you know where your target is. So, our buff mountain of muscles has no other choice than seek outside counseling, in this particular case, an informer. And he's not a man that shares what he knows willingly. So, to secure the Kingpin's location, our always angry vigilante has to come up with a half of a meal, and pronto. And he aims to do just that. The game's mainly top-down and sees you controlling Frank Castle all around New York, entering buildings, known criminal locations, and taking them out, one building at a time, like a deranged cleaner freeing the streets of NYC from the scum that pollutes it. Each of these done brings in money, and that's how you'll grind it. Oh, naturally, the underground is not blind to the temperature changes on the street, and when things turn hot, they send assailants to help Frank with his early retirement. Usually when he's driving somewhere. I mean, imagine being Frank Castle, right? Minding your own business, just getting rid of the criminals all day long until you get tired, right? You still with me? So, when you eventually do, you naturally want to grab a staple of NYC cuisine, pizza, as one does. And on your way to get to that goddamn pepperoni, someone starts unloading magazines after magazines of high caliber rounds your way. And all that is just not cool, man. What is though, is the game. It's not without its small faults here and there, but they're nothing you can't just overlook, and I think that it overall managed to capture the spirit of the comic book in its simple yet stylish EGA presentation perfectly. So, if you like Punisher graphic novels, check the game out, it's worth it. The Quivering is a humorous horror first-person perspective point-and-click adventure game that takes place in a fictional town of Worthy Hollow. Olivetti Frankenstamp and his assistant were creating a so-called Goal Cube, a device capable of capturing and containing any and all evil it is used on. A rather interesting idea, kinda reminiscent of those portable ghost traps from Ghostbusters, but better named. A noble plan, but one that also backfired and opened a portal to the Dimension X. Naturally, all manner of monsters started pouring out of it, but what was weird was that they seemed organized and not just chaotically popping up here and there. It's because they were led by the evil demon Big D. Now, if there's no joke here coming to your mind, I salute you. I am fighting with all my force not to make one. And you know how bad my jokes are. Anyway, Big D transformed both the scientist and his helper into a giant tentacle monster and set off to take over the world. You play as Spud, Olivetti's nephew, and you take it upon yourself to turn Olivetti and his assistant back to their original selves and find a way to defeat the Big D. Perhaps it could be done with the Big V, but since I'm not the one who wrote the game, you can expect something much less obvious and possibly funnier to be the answer to this problem. Most of the puzzles in Quivering are inventory and conversations based, with some action sequences scattered between them to keep the gameplay loop fresh and engaging. The Quivering is fun, but it commits one of the biggest, in my eyes at least, adventuring sins. It features instant death mechanics. I didn't like it in Sierra's games, I'm sure as hell not liking it in any other either. That's a me problem though, and if it doesn't bother you too much, don't let me sway you from trying to take on the Big D out. Yep, it was to be predicted, I couldn't help myself. Oh well. The Quivering, the Summoning, Jesus. The creativity was not lost on the game designers back then. Anyway, The Summoning is a top-down isometric view fantasy action role-playing, and a sequel to 1990s Darkspire. An evil overlord Shadow Weaver, whose name makes him sound like a funeral dress as peddler, is ready to conquer the world and rid it of all good that's there. As circumstances dire, as it was predictable, because whenever you've nothing to do, your mere presence, nay, your existence at your power level and skill, invites a challenge, my dear viewer. And so he does. Challenges you, that is. By scheming to take the world for himself, he effectively sends you a message saying that he's the top dog now, the alpha, even better, the omega chat, and that there's no place for you here anymore. Now, knowing you don't take a challenge like that lightly, and will head off to defeat the evil. If not to save us, then at the very least to make sure that all the future usurpers know what the potential consequences for such actions are. The Summoning is composed out of 40 levels deep dungeon, filled to the brim with different monsters that you have to go through to eventually face the Shadow Weaver himself. There are 4 kinds of weapons, wrenched, swords, spears and axes, and 4 kinds of magic too, and all of these improve upon use. Magic in fact uses gestures for casting, which may have sounded like a neat idea back then, but today it feels like an extra necessary busywork if I'm to be honest. The dungeon levels are split into thematic groups with different types of monsters holding different parts of the dungeon, and since we're on the dungeons, you'll not only be cutting down enemies there, keeping their population in check, so equaling 0, but we'll also get to solve numerous puzzles, and meet many NPCs characters that may offer you additional side quests. A little hint from me, at some point you may find a two-hand sword called the Warmonger. And when you do, make sure to switch to its stat, because while it will feel lacking initially, the more you use it the better it will be, and eventually might become the most powerful magical weapon in the game. The Summoning is fun, there's no doubt about that. And a game worth recommending, but, and I'm only saying it so that we're clear here, it's nowhere near the quality of the giants of the genre. The Taking of Beverly Hills is a mediocre tie-in to similarly unspectacular movie of the same title. How bad of a movie it was? Well, given it had a budget of $25 million and didn't even manage to bring one of these millions back in the takings, should tell you everything you need to know about it. The game is an action-adventure and it's not much better as it adapts the movie's story in an interactive format. It takes place in Beverly Hills and sees you controlling both a football player Boomer Hayes and his girlfriend Laura Sage. Robert Masterson, LA football's team coach, is leading a group of robbers who want to steal the priceless Boriselli fresco and kill one of our 2 protagonists, Boomer. In the same time, Boomer aims to stop the robbery and bring Masterson to justice, all the while avoiding ex-cops and a hired tag Benitez who are working for Masterson. You know what would be funny here? Like in a way cringe funny? If he was not Robert Masterson, but Danny Masterson. If all that sounded stupid, convoluted and overthought for no reason in particular, then you have a proof that both, game and a movie, are not worth experiencing. Playing as Boomer and Laura, switching between them, you have to recreate the terrible events of the original and somehow not die from indulging yourself in such a lowbrow material. The game uses 3 different viewpoints depending on the scene and can be top-down, side view and first-person perspective. But what it should really be is turned off and swapped for something good, or better yet, never installed on your hard drive in the first place. Which fortunately is not something you'll be far from doing when you play it. Turning it off, that is. Because all the cheap devs you'll get to experience in it will no doubt discourage you from carrying on. The ultimate Tapankaiki is a freeware top-down shooter, and one that isn't trying to be anything else. It's not inventing overcomplicated plots, it's not trying to motivate you to play it any other way, it doesn't seek a reason to have you do what you have to do in it just is. And even that only to have you release some of that bottled up throughout the day's stress, in quick and efficient way. So, imagine something like Postal, but top-down and completely devoid of the background story, because it doesn't really need one. All you have to do from the moment you launch Ultimate Tapankaiki till when you had enough of it, that is kill as many nondescript enemies as possible, and see them turn into puddles of red goo. All that with weapons that you'll find or purchase in the stores. There's quite a few different ones too, from pistols through mines and grenades all the way to the flamethrowers and C4 explosives among others. Kills reward you with cash, which then in turn can be spent between the levels. The game is split into few episodes, each containing around 10 missions, well, 10 killing grounds I should say really, but the objective hardly ever changes. It also features a simple to use level editor downloadable directly from the developer's website, considerably extending game's potential replayability. So, can a brutal, needlessly gory and shallow game as Ultimate Tapankaiki be fun? Hell yeah it can! It's perhaps not one to talk to friends about after playing, it's not one you'll remember when eating dinner, going to the movies or shopping, but it's definitely one that you will instantly jump into after having a particularly bad day at work or an interaction with a random, aggressive and loud stranger. Because as a stress reliever, and a free one at that, it's great. Thor's Hammer is a first-person perspective fantasy-themed shareware shooter with some very superficial RPG elements. And when I say very superficial, I mean you'll need a magnifying glass and a whole little detective set to find any proof of its inclusion, but we'll get to that later. So, after years of peace and prosperity, the proverbial shadow of the great evil befell upon your homeland, signifying the dawn of the dark times. To change the future and prevent the catastrophe from happening, a hero must once again rely on legendary Thor's Hammer. As per usual, that hero is you. It should come as no surprise cause, as we know from Marvel's movies, only Thor, Captain America and you can hold it. Thor's Hammer is composed out of 3 episodes: the trial, the journey and the battle. Pretty self-explanatory if you ask me. And only the first is available in the shareware version. The weapons that you'll get to use are mainly of melee kind and spells, they're nothing special or extraordinary like Thor's Hammer, but can be upgraded at least to keep that feeling of progression going. So, running in a large room like a deranged barbarian with a huge axe and death in your eyes, putting down groups of zombies in rage-filled psychosis is nothing special, and something that you'll be doing quite often. Well, often as in each of the episodes, not often as in all the time. Because as FPSs go, Thor's Hammer has surprisingly few enemies. In fact, I'd risk saying that it's a decent first FPS for someone who doesn't play games in the genre and is not dead set on weapons having to be rifles, as it's easy enough for anyone to enjoy and complete. Especially that it features an auto map, so they won't get lost in it. And it's a feature that many much bigger commercial titles didn't have. Enemies are quite varied and anything, from different kinds of humanoids, so soldiers, knights and wizards, all the way to zombies, bats and vampire-like creatures that attack with their eyes. I don't know how to explain it better, they shine their eyes at you and it hurts. Inside. It's like they're judging you. It's weird. You don't earn experience or money in Thor's Hammer, but you get to find and talk to NPCs for hints, so that's the aforementioned RPG elements. Thor's Hammer is not great, but it's not terrible either, so it's up to you to decide if you wanna play it or not. The Walls of Bratok is one of the best shareware turn-based DOS RPGs. No, really, it is. Surprisingly good in fact. Its depth, story, gameplay mechanics, all were of the highest quality and only the graphics were an indicator that it was not a game supported by a large publisher and done by someone with heaps of imagination and will to see it through. But it's hardly graphics that make or break the game, and we should know, because we mainly talk about old games here. So, don't let the 1980s presentation fool you, Walls of Bratok is great. It takes place on an island of Bratok, which is consumed by conflict. Conflict that hardly anyone remembers the genesis of. You play as a hero who's been led to the island by a premonition that came to him in a dream, saying that he's the one, nay, the only one who can prevent the bloodshed and save Bratok. The game world is rather huge for shareware release, featuring 10 multi-level cities, villages and keeps, over 30 huge dungeons filled with different monsters to the brim, as in with them spilling to the outside world too. The plot is rather interesting as well and features more than one twist, so it's quite fun to follow and experience. If you're looking at the game and thinking, "Hey there, buddy boy," though why would you call me buddy boy, I don't know. I don't mind, let's make that clear, but also don't understand it. Anyway, "Hey there, buddy boy, I've seen it before, isn't it one of those maximum games? I mean ultimum games? I mean ultima games?" Well, no, but also kinda yes. While The Walls of Brattok had nothing to do with Richard Garriott or Origin Systems directly, it was inspired by the classic Ultima series. And as inspirations go, this one paid off, and The Walls of Brattok is very solid and well put together. Also, Share version was basically a full game, short of few small extra bits and pieces that were totally unnecessary to complete the game. So there's that. If you like RPGs, get it. Fret is a top-down sci-fi arcade action shooter and easily one of the best shareware games of 1995. Humans have always been dreaming of space. We thought about it long before we had planes, before we landed on the moon, before Twitter was renamed to X. It waited on our imaginations, fueling it with ideas and hopes for the mankind. So, establishing of the colony city Astral on a far-off mineral-rich asteroid was a huge achievement, and we were happy. The dream was fulfilled, right? First step and all. Well, quite unfortunately, the colony city was overtaken by the aggressive and deadly aliens, who came there and took it. Yep, just like that. No pleases, no thank yous, no kiss my asses, nothing. They just took it. Now, if you've ever seen a random gym-goer's Instagram feed, you should know to never give up, to follow your dreams, to keep on fighting, to never stop never stopping, and most importantly, to never ever ever skip the leg day. Wiser words have never been spoken. So you and few white coat and glasses wearing buddies of yours took the coats down, grabbed the nearest guns you could find, fixed your glasses and decided to take the colony back. Fret is a super fun top-down arcade shooter for up to 3 players, which if I was to compare it to anything else you'd know or heard of, I'd say that it's most similar to Alien Breed games, but with bigger levels, full 360 degrees rotation and fog of war. And it's that small and seemingly insignificant change, fog of war, that makes a whole lot of difference and keeps you on the edge of your seat constantly, ready to shoot, cause you never know from where and how many aliens will pop out. Also regular enemies too. But you know that they will. You know, it's edited, cause originally I said that you never know how many aliens would poop out, which may not be correct, but if you imagine it, it's way more fun than whatever I came up here with. Fortunately, you're not armed with staple guns and get to pick up various bonuses and money for killing aliens, which then can be spent between the levels in the store for a wide choice of deadly firearms and explosives. Fret may not be the best looking or sounding game in today's video, but I'd risk saying that it's most likely the most fun. If you play it with others, that is. Being as ignorant as I am and not knowing Dutch or willing to use Google Translate, I can only assume that our next game is pronounced or something similar. Okay, that's not good enough and offensive to people of the green country, so let me try again. Tazinhet Milio. Better? Well, that's the best I can do, I tried. It's gotta count for something, right? Anyway, the game is kinda like Oregon Trail, but without the family members, without the dangers and with no travel whatsoever. In fact, all the travel you'll be doing is between different rooms of your house and the yard. Sounds odd? Well, it's an edutainment kind of a game, so you can't expect heaps of action or deep multi-layered plot full of twists, turns and cliffhanger moments. Oh, it's gotta be pointed out that it only ever came out in Dutch, so I've never played it myself. But if you did, please let me know if it's any good. Anyway, it's all about ecology and living your eco-friendly life. So you'll be performing series of tasks in and around the house, like controlling the radiators, cleaning, throwing out the trash, taking showers, naturally conserving water, going to the bathroom and doing laundry. So, exactly like Sims, but all the least fun parts of Sims. Whenever you're doing any of the oh so exciting tasks, you'll be asked environmental in nature questions. And at the end of the week, you are evaluated on how well you've conserved energy and how much you've helped with saving of the environment. The idea is interesting, the questions surely explain the edu in the edutainment, but is it worth checking out in the end? Honestly, I don't know. Oregon Trail was, so maybe this has some fun factor there too, hidden between recycling of beer cans and composting yard leaves in a language my as smooth as baby's bottom brain never grasped. You make up your own mind about it. Remember Wipeout and how fun it was? Also fast, hella fast, and action-packed. Remember? What a game. Well, Thunder Offshore is like that. Only divided in half and takes place on water and other liquids and not on regular tracks. So, half the fun, half the speed, half the action and half of presentation. If you keep in mind how amazing Wipeout was, it means that Thunder Offshore has got to be pretty decent at least, right? And yeah, it actually is. It's a futuristic motorboat arcade racer built out of 15 circuits in water, lava, acid and other unpleasant liquid substances. It features different boats to choose from, all with their unique power, handling and looks, and over 10 weapons to lay destruction to your opponents. Anything from lasers to torpedoes. But beware, cue the menacing music here, editor. Thank you, you're not the only one versed in use of such gear, and opposing racers will no doubt try to take you out too. The sensation of speed is not Thunder Offshore's strongest suit, which is a bit disappointing in a racer, and while the tracks look nice and all, you never feel as if you were speeding at an incredible pace. So it's a bit easier game than Wipeout. One thing that is rather annoying would be how your motorboat behaves whenever it collides with anything or floats over solid ground. It just feels odd, and breaks the immersion entirely, looking as if all the gravity failed and was not a constant but alternating with each micro difference in terrain height. It's not game breaking in any way, but definitely very annoying. Thunder Truck Rally is an arcade 3D monster truck racer. And as much as I don't care about the sport, it was made by Reflections for Psygnosis, so folks who made both Destruction Derby games, so you know, it pretty much guaranteed a quality there. I mean, when have we ever heard of the company that made amazing, like genre-defining games for a while and then stopped by releasing a terrible, awful abomination of a title, Bethesda? I meant no one in particular, really. Anyway, TTR, which I will call it from this point onward, saving like a second or two at most each time I do, and just barely making up for all the time lost explaining it here and now, is actually pretty fun. It features all the standard for the races game modes of Championship, which is like your career of monstering and tracking, then the time trial, practice and multiplayer. There is also a separate car crashing competition, but it also pops up from time to time in Championship as a bonus, and this one's all about fun. And points, but mostly fun. There are 9 different tracks to pick from, and they're all different in stats, but it's your typical spread between stronger but slower and faster but less fragile, with all the others in between. Well, I'm obviously grossly oversimplifying, as there's also acceleration and turning there, but you get what I mean, right? Sure you do, you're you, so like one of 5 people in the universe with IQ over 9,000. You're so smart in fact, that when you begin thinking about something, like really giving it your best, getting them brain cells working, your brain goes at it so hard that the temperature in the room that you're in instantly jumps up a few degrees. That's you. But let's get back to our game. There are 2 types of races in TTR. First takes place in an open arena where you have to race from point to point in the fastest possible time. And there are also circuits, which are on fixed tracks that cannot be escaped or the borders crossed in any way. In this, you aim to complete the circuit as fast as possible. Overall, TTR is a rather fun game, especially for the fans of its specific offshoot of the racing genre, so why is it in this video at all? Well, Monster Truck Madness came out 2 years prior, and its successor did in 1998, same as TTR. And simply put, they were much better games. Tiger Road is a fantasy-themed horizontally scrolling beat-em-up that originated in the arcades and then was ported to other systems of the time, DOS being one of them. You play as Li Wong, a warrior monk who has to rescue children kidnapped by the evil Emperor Yuken. You start with a short-range axe, which is not terrible in itself but can eventually be switched to either faster but lower range spear or slower but longer range spiked bow. All of them have their ups and downs, and most of them can be upgraded by picking up POW icons, as in power up and not prisoner of war. Even more so, breaking golden statues reveals other power-ups which can be different useful things, so stuff like stopping time, increasing your life meter, or even screen clearing of all the monsters among others. Most levels scroll horizontally and throw enemies at you from both sides, but some also have small arcade challenges incorporated straight into their design, like a collapsing bridge where you need to jump over falling platforms not to fall down into a spiky pit, and the likes. You won't get bored in Tiger Road is what I'm saying, and going through the game will definitely feel as if you were progressing, even if it will be incredibly short progress. All because DOS version is not only considerably shorter than the arcade original, consisting of only few stages culminating with the final boss fight, but also uses EGA presentation in one of the worst ways I've seen, with colors mixed in a way that it looks as if someone just gave a 5-year-old a set of colors and told to color the game in to his/her heart's content. and whatever you wanna say, most 5-year-olds are not artists. Anyway, so that you don't think I'm done complaining, scrolling is another bug of problems that should never have been opened. And it's as choppy as you would have expected from a title that got close to no playtesting at all. Not saying that it's the case, but it seems very feasible. Overall, Tiger Road in the arcades was really fun and action-packed. When played on DOS, Tiger Road is. Yup, that is precisely how I wanna end talking about it. Tilt is a rather fun action puzzler which feels like a mixture of Marble Madness, Pipe Mania and one of those games where you slide square pieces to form a complete image. Your goal is to get the ball from start to the end, and you do so by navigating often quite convoluted maze, moving a ball through it. It's hardly ever a maze that's complete from the get-go, so you also have to rearrange board's layout by creating a path for the ball, sliding tiles to construct a feasible path for it. As you do just that, like a boss I must add, using but a fraction of your mental processing powers, you also have to collect randomly appearing pickups and avoid any and all obstacles like magnets, red buttons, stop signs, holes and other traps. Naturally, the levels are timed, so completing them as fast as possible is not only advisable, but also influences your end level bonus. Tilt is pretty fun, especially if you like puzzlers. And the fact that it comes with the included level editor makes it even more long-lasting and enjoyable than it would have been otherwise. There's also a simultaneous cooperative 2-player mode, but I've not had a chance to play it, so I can't vouch for how fun it is. I can only imagine that with one player controlling the ball and the other working on the board, it can be hella fun. I mean, most multiplayer games are, right? Time Bandit is a Gauntlet clone with some simple text adventure elements here and there, scattered over its rather robust 16 worlds, split into 240 individual levels. Yup, it's a pretty big and fun one. The title is not misleading. The time travel theme is in the forefront of the gameplay, and your nameless bandit protagonist visits 16 different lands throughout the time, trying to find and grab as much loot as possible, eventually working your way to saving the universe too, because of course that there's hidden plot there. The worlds are rather different and interesting too. So you'll get to travel to places like a ghost town, medieval arena, wrecked spaceship and a bomb factory to name a few. Now, I did mention that Time Bandit is similar to Gauntlet, so apart from treasures, there are also keys to open locked off areas and a lot of enemies to defeat. They are quite varied in their design, but in Time Bandit's spiritual ancestor style, also pretty easy to kill. Every now and then you will encounter a NPC or a computer console, and this will offer some superficial interaction possibilities and some simple tasks to perform. Time Bandit, while very similar to Gauntlet, is also quite different from it too, so it's a genre bender type of a game. And as such, it's fun to experience and even more so to play with a friend. Not to mention the epic title, which could be a base for a decent temporal heist badly written book with an unsatisfying ending or a graphic novel with terrible art. The possibilities are endless. In the near future, an advanced computerized combat simulation was created for the use of military, with aim of teaching the participants various different combat forms found throughout human history. This stupid-ass plot must have made sense in 1996. Today, it's not even good enough to base a B-movie on, not to mention a game. But don't let the shallow story discourage you from playing. Time Commando is not a bad game. One of the simulation's developers is against the general idea of the project and seeks to destroy it. And what's a better way to do it than with a computer virus? It's simple, it's clean, and most importantly, fast to pull off. The idea is sound, but as per usual, when something seems like a given, something else went astray and the virus mutated and created a dimensional vortex that threatens to swallow the entire world. You play as Stanley Opar, a member of the so-called SAFE, so Special Action for Virus Elimination Unit, who enters the vortex with a goal of destroying a virus before the universe is destroyed. Stanley Opar travels into 8 different time periods: prehistoric, Roman, feudal Japan, medieval, conquistador, Wild West, modern wars, and future. Each of those eras is thematically entirely different, featuring unique enemies and sets of weapons. Time Commando is a 3D action adventure in which you control a full 3D polygonal character against 3D enemies in a pre-rendered 3D looking but not really being environments. It plays kinda like Alone in the Dark, but features many more open areas and is tad more action-packed with a lot of combat on the forefront of everything that you'll be doing. Stanley has 3 attacking moves and a block, and while it may not seem like a lot, they change depending on the weapons that you use. And part of the challenge comes from picking the right weapon to use against a particular enemy. You can increase the size of your life bar by in-game found pickups and raise the time limit that's constantly ticking down by depositing picked up while playing computer chips into a special orb pools that are found in the levels every now and then. As early 3D polygonal games on pre-rendered backgrounds go, Time Commando is good. I'm not a big fan of pre-rendered backgrounds, I'm sure I've complained about them in at least a dozen videos to date, but I can overlook them here as Time Commando is pretty decent. Timegate Knight's Chase is a 3D action adventure built upon Alone in the Dark's engine, and the same as the original title using the tech, it mixes combat with puzzling for its gameplay loop. You play as William Tibbs, a young American law student in Paris who is mysteriously summoned throughout time by the last of the Knight Templar to face the overwhelming evil in the form of Wolfram, an evil Dark Lord. And since Wolfram, being as bad entity as he is, also somehow, for whatever the reason, decided to kidnap your modern time girlfriend Juliet. If I had to draw a guess here, I'd say that it's no doubt for perverse reasons. With her gone, you really don't need any extra incentive to agree to help the Knight Templar in bringing Wolfram's reign to an end. So, you jump back in time, as one does in Paris, straight into 1329, to serve some serious ass-whooping and save the world once more. You know, as you tend to do at least 3-4 times whenever I release a video. While the combat doesn't happen all too often, it suffers from the same issues it did in Alone in the Dark, namely automatically switching camera. To combat the character getting stuck behind the foreground objects, Timegate makes sure to have its backgrounds drawn in a way that would prevent them from covering large chunks of the screen, which may be more of a band-aid type of a solution rather than the medicine, but it helps a little. Puzzles are a definite highlight of it all, especially that those that require your noggin to work are not too demanding, so everyone should be able to enjoy them and complete the game. Environmental ones though? Well, these are something else. Many of them are extremely difficult. Dodging lasers or following the footsteps are not as fun as they may have been if the game was in real full 3D with a camera following you directly from behind. Still, overall, as a package, Timegate is pretty darn cool, and if you enjoy action-adventure games, it should be somewhere on top of your to-play list of titles. Oh, and don't expect the Templar story to grow into something bigger or more detailed though, it serves here only as a background. Kinda like my talking in this video does, it's the background to the footage and not vice versa. Time paradox is what happens whenever my boss's wife ascends from the depths of hell and comes to work. Cause whenever she's not there, time seems to fly by as if I was having fun. And as soon as she arrives, it stops and fails to move at all, freezing anything and everything but the pain of her fiery burning personality. So, whether she stays there for an hour or 4, it feels like infinity and drags forever. Plus, she sucks out life out of anyone she comes in contact with. So when she's ready to leave, leaving a trail of burnt ash and stench of sulfur behind, all of us in the office are shriveled, dried up shadows of our former selves, just eyeing the hands of a clock hoping that they would start moving. Honestly, I'd rather have a week-long diarrhea than have her come to work 2 days in a row. That's how terrible of a demon she is. Anyway, Time Paradox that we'll actually tackle in today's video is a point-and-click adventure game that released only in Europe. I kinda get why too, it's pretty short, not too difficult, and with a rather blunt and predictable story. That said, fans of point-and-clickers would probably find a way to enjoy it anyway, especially that it can be completed in 7-8 hour stops. And I'm gonna blow your mind here. I bet that this could be cut down to 4-5ish hours, if the main character, a woman named Kay, would move at the normal pace. Instead, she seems to be tiptoeing her way around the game world, taking her sweet time. Anyway, like I said, you play as Kay, and she's on a hell of a ride through time, from prehistoric era through medieval times all the way to the present day. All to save Merlin from evil witches Morgana Le Fay's clutches. Time Paradox's presentation is not bad. I mean, it's definitely not 1996 good, but it's also not something that would detract you from playing. It looks a bit dated as originally it was supposed to release in 1993, but something happened and delayed it. What was the reason for the delay? I don't know, and frankly I don't care either, so if adventure games are your absolute #1 genre, check it out. Otherwise, picking nearly any other game, preferably something from LucasArts or Sierra, will be a better choice. Time Race is a time race. No, really, it is. There are folks in the top half of the screen going from left to right, and they represent the time that you have to complete each stage. Initially, they're prehistoric cavemen, you know, at Flintstones tech level, so clubs, rocks, the likes, but as you power through the game, their development level will change too, and they will progress through the ages along with you. They're just a glorified timer though, and only serve as a background to all the puzzling, so other than aesthetically pleasing and as a clock, they serve no function at all. Anyway, Time Race is a puzzler, in which you must connect triangles with other triangles of the same color by moving and rotating them. And when they do, connect that is, they disappear. When you connect different colored triangles, nothing happens. But when you eventually fill them up to create squares of mixed colors, the whole square will disappear along with the game board piece underneath, effectively raising the difficulty level by leaving you less space to work with. Time Race may not be the most innovative or fun puzzler out there, but it's decent, and the time spent at it having your noggin steaming will most definitely not feel wasted. The presentation is rather nice, even if not great. The characters move slowly and jerkily, but that's not down to their quality, but rather fact that they serve as a timer, and shouldn't move too fast, leaving you with enough time for playing. There's 30 levels in the game, which given the source material seems plenty enough, and I don't think that you'll be craving anymore after going through these. Seven-year-old Tom and his mother are on holidays in Scotland. Fun, right? He marvels at the beauty of the land, nature and wilderness in the deep north, and she appreciates different kinds of whiskies, sampling any and all she can lay her hands on. They have fun, is what I'm saying. And one day, when they're touring an old castle, one with toilets that would have all the poo fall out from the sides of the castle, and corridors lit up with torches, and they're having the time of their lives, one sober, the other not so much, suddenly, and out of nowhere, an evil sorcerer appeared and kidnapped Tom's mother. Now, what a sorcerer was doing in 1990 in Scotland, I do not know. Perhaps he missed the last train to Hogwarts, but he's there and he took the mother. Tom, being a young lad and knowing very well what old and wrinkly dudes do to young and slightly tipsy single mothers, decided to save her. Fortunately, right on time it seems, a ghost of brave Sir Reginald Arrow appears and vouches to lend him a hand. One would think that's very nice of him and that he truly was a knight like no other even years after his own death, but that's hardly the case here. It seems that evil sorcerer kidnapped Sir Reginald's beloved 500 years prior to sacrifice her to Lucifer, and it's just a perfect opportunity for Reginald to avenge her. So he assumes the corporeal form, and along with Tom they head off on a quest of epic proportions to stop the sacrifice ritual and save Tom's mother before it's too late. Tom and the Ghost is an action-adventure platformer in which you control Sir Reginald with Tom closely following by. Reginald can walk, jump, duck, fight, collect, combine and use items. Tom does jack shit. I mean, he's a kid and you can't expect much of him, but he's there, keeping you company at least. Oh no, wait, he does something after all. Yep, he's annoying. Cause whenever he gets exhausted, you gotta feed him burgers and milkshakes to fuel that lactose and gluten-powered farts, and when he's upset, you need to give him his teddy bear to cheer him up. So yeah, not only you need to save Tom's mother all alone, you also have to keep an eye on him, don't lose him, kill or avoid any and all enemies you may encounter, and take revenge for your beloved and sorcerer's other victims. I complain, and the fact is that Tom and the Ghost is actually pretty fun, so if you like platformers, don't skip it. It's a hidden gem among them. Top Hat Willy originally released on the Amiga in 1994 as a homage to old-time 8-bit classic Jet Set Willy, and then was ported to DOS in 2002. It's a flick-screen arcade platformer in which you play Willy and have to collect all the trash in and around the mansion. Why does he have to do it? Hard to tell. He's not a janitor, that's clear. He is, after all, wearing a top hat, so maybe he's a magician looking for something he'd lost in the mansion. The reason is irrelevant. Trash is scattered everywhere and makes this otherwise cozy mansion and its grounds look rather run down. So you speed around the stages, collecting it all. Naturally, touching any of the enemies, spikes or falling from great heights causes you to lose a life. And there's only 9 of these. Yes, only. So beware. Be vigilant, be careful and be precise. The enemies that you'll be avoiding come in such a spread of forms, from rolling razors through bunny rabbits to TV sets even, that I question Willy's sanity. He's either completely off his rockers or at least under the influence of strong psychoactive substances. One should wonder whether to feel for him or be jealous, but I've yet to meet someone who's as high as he is and feels that cleaning up is what's on the agenda. Anyway, Top Hat Willy's presentation is simply put terrible. It looks and feels 8-bit, and while there's definitely a certain charm to it, by 2002 it wasn't very appealing. If you enjoyed ZX Spectrum's original or Being Punished, then by all means, check Top Hat Willy out, it's quite fun, in a slightly masochistic kind of a way. Towers Lord Banif's Deceit is a single-player first-person perspective real-time RPG, very similar in its presentation and mechanics to much better, deeper and more demanding Eye of the Beholder games. As you and your companions travel to Era 2s to help in the war against evil Sargon, your ship encounters a magical storm and somehow a 6-foot hole is ripped in it. And as it's about to sink, an onboard wizard, because of course the ship has its own wizard, held the waters back using his powers until you could land on the nearest island. As it turns out, he landed on an island known only as the Land of Towers. Why is it called that way? Well, the beautiful land is chock full of them. Whichever way you turn, there are towers. You know, Tower of Dreams, Tower of Destiny, Tower of Power, Tower of Undercooked Steaks, Tower of Old Floppy Disks, Tower of Disappointing Outcomes, and even DHV Tower. What's that? Well, it stands for Department of Horse Vehicles. It's where you go when you need to obtain or renew your horse riding scroll. The lines there are out of this world. The point is, there's a lot of towers all around. Dozens of them, and each populated by a different lord, his family and servants. Since your ship will need extensive repairs, and all you could muster checking your pockets for money were a broken piece of a chopstick, couple of buttons and a rusty old bottle cap, you decide to find a job to earn some money while you wait for the ship to be fixed. The mayor of the port town asks you to go to Lord Bunny's tower, request audience with him and see what's what, cause no one heard from him in a pretty long while. Naturally, you agree and head off. As you enter the old structure though, the doorway behind you collapses, dropping you inside. This is where you pick one of 4 uniquely skilled adventurers to play as, and head off to find the Lord, as you can't really go back now, can you? The tower is 15 levels strong and filled with various enemies and treasures/items to find and use. Magic is casted using spell incarnations learned from scrolls and by combining syllables. Combat plays out in real time and is nothing special really, at least when comparing it to giants of the genre. Environmental puzzling is pretty common too, and may prove to be enjoyable if you're a fan of the mechanic. Towers, even if simple, is fun if you like RPGs, so don't sleep on it. Truck Attack is a futuristic 3D racing game with few interesting and unique for it changes to the genre classics. The most unique of them all being the so-called dynamic track system, and it's basically an interactive and dynamically changing tracks. So, you'll be able to drive over various features like switchers for instance that can open doors on a track, create ramps, blockades, bank the corners or even enable traps for those trailing behind you. So whomever is following you, trying to overtake you, may suddenly have a track for him changed, dramatically at that, and filled with hazards. These switches can also open shortcuts for you so they can cause both positive and negative impact on all of the racers. You think that's it? Nah, not even close. Even the track surfaces can be changed on the fly. So driving on a tarmac may quickly evolve into water, sand, snow or even oil. All that put together makes up for an incredibly fun racing experience. And when you give all the 39 included circuits plenty enough time to learn them and what each of the DTS does, Truck Attack will also feel really rewarding. And not only because you'll be winning races, but also because you'll be able to decide their outcome on a moment's notice and choosing the best way you want to approach them on your own. Truck Attack is an arcade racer, it doesn't claim to be anything else, and why would it, when it's so fun and well put together? Sure, presentation is perhaps nothing to boast about, even if not off-putting, but the gameplay more than makes up for it. Also, despite not being a simulation, Truck Attack's damage model and physics engine are rather good, and it's a pleasure to watch the cars in motion. So, if you enjoy action-packed and always surprising racing, there's hardly any better for those. Definitely not in today's video. Treasure Trap is an isometric action-adventure game conceptually similar to older Head Over Heels, but not in an abstract unknown setting. Oh, no. You know exactly where you are in Treasure Trap. You're a treasure hunting deep diver exploring the long-sunk ship, trying to uncover any and all of its riches and grab them for yourself. The wreck is composed out of over 100 rooms connected to each other through series of doors. So yeah, the idea behind it all is as simple as most 8-bit games were, to find all the gold and escape unscathed. Naturally, if you were to just dive and grab things that you find and leave, the game would not only be easy, but also boring. So, the sea life is everywhere, populating each and every room, and naturally, they're all deadly. The best way to deal with them is to avoid them, as you have no weapons. And only a very limited use of a super special piranha, a trained extra deadly one that swims around the entire room killing everything in it. Well, everything but you. It should be used only as the last means of escape or survival though. You start with only 2 of these, and each new is rewarded at 80 collected gold pieces. So not very often. If that wasn't enough, not all rooms are instantly accessible, so you'll need to find and collect geometrically shaped keys too, for the appropriate to them shaped doors. These are often in oddest of places that may require quite a lot of puzzling, so pushing crates, creating makeshift staircases and passages to get to them. Additionally, you're underwater. I mean, you knew that you were, and I may be just stating the obvious, but oxygen tanks are not infinite and constantly running out of that precious for survival gas. Fortunately, compressed air tanks are scattered around the wreck and you can use them to refill your scuba gear. So make sure to always do it when you come across them, even if you think that you won't need them. Treasure Trap is surprisingly fun, so if you like those exploration adventure titles of yore and have some fun memories with tons of 8-bit games in the same arcade adventuring subgenre, you'll love it. Who knows what that was? Come on, do you? Let me know in the comments below. Released simultaneously in the arcades on PC and NES in 1990, Trove is a unique, fun and surprisingly addictive arcade game. And for the most part, it could be described to be the new take on the Pac-Man formula, to the point of it being only a little more than a reskin. So, if you ever played Pac-Man, you'll know straight away how to play Trove when you get your paws on it. Anyway, in the prehistoric land of Og, one-eyed cavemen Trove live alongside dinosaurs in peace and friendship. No, scratch that, of course they don't, cause if they did we wouldn't have a game, especially not one like Pac-Man. So, the Cyclopean Trove love eggs. I mean, who doesn't? Poached, fried, scrambled and served in 100 or more other ways, they're yummy. But Trove especially enjoy big dinosaur eggs. So, you, or better yet, you and a friend of yours have to collect all of the eggs on each of the single screen stages playing as dinos to save them from the Trove and to progress further. These pesky cavemen, however, will stop at nothing to try to chase you down and catch you. They'll even resort to using Geneva Convention unfriendly different traps, fire and a stone wheel for instance, all to stop you. You're not just a dino running away for your life, however, and you have an arsenal of power-ups too. Well, arsenal may be a bit misleading, but there are pickups that can help you. So stuff like a pineapple that temporarily turns you into a T-Rex and in that form you can munch on these cavemen same way you do on your eggs, or hot tamale that lets you breathe fire. This may not seem like a lot, but you're you, so you will definitely make best use of them. Given how caveman traps work in the game and how enemies and you move, levels in Trove are less maze-like when compared to Pac-Man and more open, allowing you to react quickly to changes on the playing field and offering action-packed, frantic and exciting gameplay. If you're alone, Trove is fun, but if you have someone else there with you, it's fantastic. Same as Trove, Trojan is a port from the arcades, and it's a horizontally not scrolling but screen-flicking arcade side-view run and slasher, as in not shooter but sword-wielding slash and jabber. Think arcade Robocop, but played in like 10 times the speed and without scrolling. Oh my god, I must have reimagined like at least a dozen genres here all at once, no less. It's probably best that you just watch the footage to figure out what it's all about, cause I'm clearly not making the best job out of explaining it. So, in the far-off post-apocalypse future, somehow one person's ruling the world. And it's an evil world Achilles and his army of henchmen. Though after you've done with him, he'll be Achilles no more, he'll be Achilles. Oh, cringe. How did he manage to do so all alone? I don't know, and frankly I don't care, but he needs to be stopped. Anyway, you're Ryu. Yep, like in Street Fighter 2, though less cool and well off enough to afford shoes. On a side note, I wonder even today how did Ryu manage to fight in so many places around the world, never having shoes on. I mean, there were broken bottles in China, screws, bolts and various debris where Guile was stationed, and in general, other than Balrog's ring, wherever the fights took place, the location was always full of rusty nails, sharp stones and other potentially dangerous or painful to step on trash, like loose Lego bricks and such. Still, that Ryu aside, our today's Ryu is a sword and shield wielding badass who decided to take it upon himself to remove Achilles from his pedestal and bring peace to the world, preferably before dinner. So, suspend your disbelief for a second and let's assume that somehow, not only Ryu knew where Achilles was, but it was also close enough for him to get there on foot, okay? Good. So, you'll be cutting through hundreds if not thousands of enemy goons over 6 levels, each of these including 2 bosses, one in the middle and one at the end. And while the regular enemy fodder is nothing too demanding, these bosses will put your skills to the test. Cause not only you have to slash them plenty enough times to put them down, but you also have to master the use of the shield to block their attacks. Cause Trojan is not a game that you can complete by avoiding enemy attacks alone. It's just not feasible. And the sooner it becomes the second nature for you to block, the better. Heck, I'd risk saying that you win a game of Trojan by blocking and not by attacking. Though that's as incorrect and stupid as it sounds. Oh well, let's carry on. The presentation of Trojan, as you can see and hear, is terrible. No reason to dance around it, it just is. I suppose that's down to what PCs were capable at the time, and it wasn't a lot, because the arcade original was rather nice looking, at least for 1986. Gameplay is definitely Trojan's strongest suit, cause it allows for otherwise rather basic game to raise above limited EGA palette and PC speaker sounds, and actually let you have fun. So, keeping it all in mind, the release date and fact that it was one of the first games to build its idea around the shield build another weapon, I'd say give it a go, it's worth it. The season is over, the main run of the series too, and while I will keep releasing Obscure DOS Games videos, they won't be out as often as they will require much more research. In the meantime, I'll have other DOS related series running, so no worries, we're definitely nowhere near done.